The story opens at Sanchin Madram Tsingjian, where the sound of conversation continuously echoes inside. Mugang, do you still remember Irin when she was young? The man named Mugang replied, she was a very intelligent woman and also unbelievably stubborn too. The old man confirmed, that's right, she was an exceptionally smart and gifted child. This old man is Cho Piengshan, the former forest lord of Madram Lord, now the lord of Tsangram. A heavenly yin body is someone born with innate yin energy, capable of creating explosive leaps in martial arts cultivation. In the end, the yin energy will invade the entire bloodline, and the whole body will eventually freeze solid like a human popsicle. For some martial artists, that is a blessing fallen from heaven, but for you and me, it is nothing more than a curse that caused us to lose our family. Mugang looked puzzled. Father, are you regretting cutting ties with elder sister? Cho Piengshan did not deny it. Yes, after all, she was this old man's only beloved daughter. In the end, I could not bear letting that child spend the rest of her life outside Madram Lord. Back then, I should have brought Irin back. When I heard that she had given birth as her father, the feeling I had that I had betrayed her, it never stopped haunting my thoughts. Mugang continued, if that is father's true intention, then there is something else I wish to tell you. I, Madram Lord Cho Mugang, will bring Jin Murin, the only flesh and blood of Choi Irin, the disciple expelled from the sect, back under the name of a descendant of our forest. Not long ago, I received information from Sanchin. I will soon bring that child back to Madram Lord. This decision is entirely for the sake of our forest, so I ask the former forest lord to grant his approval. Cho Piengshan stood there deep in thought. Irin's son, my grandson, just how much have you grown? The scene shifts to the area near the Yellow River in Sanchin. The mountains there suddenly began trembling non-stop. Right after that, they started shattering apart one after another. The reason they were breaking apart was because two people were fighting each other extremely fiercely. The young man blocked his opponent's attacks while maintaining a completely calm expression, as if nothing was happening at all. Meanwhile, his opponent's eyes were glowing blood red, looking incredibly ferocious. That man then swung his palm again and unleashed a technique called Infinite Dragon's Wave Palm. An unbelievably powerful palm strike shot straight toward the young man's head. But unexpectedly, the young man casually leaned backward and avoided it with ease. After missing him, that palm strike blasted directly into a mountain, instantly leaving behind a gigantic hole. The young man asked in confusion, who are you? The other man continued attacking. I am the dragon of the Yellow River, so why the hell aren't you fighting back? If this gets boring, I'll just kill you. This man was one of the 5 kings under heaven, the Dragon King of the Yellow River. The young man continued dodging his attacks. If I make a move, you'll die, so don't force me to get angry. This young man was the heavenly lord Jin Murin. Dragon King laughed with great interest. Then let me see you get angry. Your master must have been a complete lunatic, huh? Hearing the mockery, the young man remained perfectly calm. Trying to provoke me, that won't work on me. But since you seem this sincere about it, I suppose I can let you witness a little something. Hearing that, Dragon King smiled happily. Oh, really now? Jin Murin sighed. That's right, watch carefully. This technique is the secret art I learned from that crazy master you were just talking about. He stood there and took a very deep breath. Both of his hands clenched tightly as he raised them in front of himself. Seeing his posture, Dragon King's face was filled with confusion. Jin Murin then raised one finger and burst out laughing. The ancestor-level taunting technique, ha. Dragon King was so enraged that veins bulged all over his face. You bastard. You call that a taunting technique? Do you seriously think I'd fall for your trick? Jin Murin kept holding his stomach while laughing. Looks like it worked pretty well though. Trash like you definitely deserves to die. Dragon King charged forward to attack him, but unexpectedly, Jin Murin suddenly became serious and unleashed the violent heaven strike directly onto him. Dragon King was blasted away by that strike, feeling extremely bitter inside. One strike, just one strike, at least throw a few punches first, damn it, this can't be happening. That brat whose lips still smell like milk defeated me, one of the 10 greatest experts under heaven, with a single strike. Yeah, while he was lying buried beneath the rubble, Jin Murin's voice suddenly echoed again. Wake up. Dragon King was still dazed, and right after that, he got punched straight in the face again. Jin Murin kept punching his face while telling him to wake up. Dragon King hurriedly explained, stop, this seat wasn't sleeping. Jin Murin snorted coldly, nonsense, you were sleeping for an entire shichen just now. Dragon King gritted his teeth, kill me already you bastard, you win kid. Jin Murin flatly refused, forget it, this wasn't a life and death duel, hurry up and circulate your chi to heal your injuries. Dragon King laughed loudly, haha, truly the recklessness of youth. Jin Murin turned around, stood up and brushed the dust off his body. I'll spare your life. From today onward, I won't be staying here anymore. So if you dare come back to Sanchin again looking for experts, I'll really kill you next time. Understood. Seeing him stay silent, Jin Murin turned back around again. The man panicked. I already answered. Jin Murin swung his hand and slapped him once more. That one was for my master. Dragon King silently thought to himself, this was honestly ridiculous. That's all for insulting his master. If it were me, I would have crushed both his arms for daring to insult me and my master. I lost to this young man, even in terms of magnanimity. He then slowly spoke up. This seat once believed that besides the 10 greatest experts, nobody under heaven could stand against me anymore. But after meeting young hero here today, I've changed my mind. I, Dragon King of the Yellow River, shall abandon the title of 5th king. Before he could finish, Jin Murin immediately interrupted him. No need, I said no need. You people can keep playing around with that 5th king stuff yourselves. Dragon King became serious. Do not reject this, young heavenly lord. This is fate itself. I will arrange the position of Dragon King on my own, but you said you'll be leaving Sanction. If I want to challenge you again in the future, where am I supposed to find you? Jin Murin smiled. I'm not leaving forever, I'll just be absent for a while. You absolutely won't be able to find me because I'm really good at hiding, like a sneaky squirrel. Alright then, farewell, and if you want to die, feel free to come back. As Jin Murin walked away, he quietly thought to himself, thanks to this, the mountain fortress should stay peaceful for quite a while. Now I'm really going back to Madram Lord. That's the place where my mother was born and raised, and also the place that abandoned both me and her. Recognizing my ancestors was mother's final wish. But Sanction is a place filled with the dangers of the martial world, so it's still better for me to hide my past identity. The more you live in this world, the more bizarre things you end up seeing. Life really loves throwing weird surprises around. A mountain bandit like me is actually some young noble master. Time quickly passed and half a month had already gone by at the outer residence of Madram Lord. Young master's father was a hunter at Odison, correct? Clearly, he was also quite an extraordinary figure. But young master only resembles his father a little bit. Ha ha, that's true. Looking at young master, I almost thought young lady had returned. I think so too. Young master has kind eyes very similar to young lady. Oh, so you actually know how to judge people too? Of course, eyes are the windows to the soul after all. Young master's character is also as pure and bright as white jade, just like young lady. Ha ha, there you go again. I didn't say anything wrong though. Jin Murin sat on the rooftop smiling. I really am absurdly lucky. In the end, I still returned here according to mother's final wish. I seriously can't get used to this. What young noble master nonsense is this anyway? Don't you agree, Xiang Yo? Not far away, a small child was struggling to climb upward. I finally found you, young master. Seeing him trembling and drenched in sweat, Jin Murin was startled. Hey, you're overdoing it a little there. Let me help you. Xiang Yo replied, there's no need, sir. Please hurry down already. Young master won't be escaping today. Right after finishing his sentence, his grip slipped and he fell down. Jin Murin hurried over to save him. You little brat, I told you not to push yourself too hard already. Seriously, what a mess. Anyway, tell me today's schedule. Xiang Yo, while being carried on his back, hurriedly answered, from early morning, young master already has quite a busy schedule. First is the martial world theory lesson with Lord Naramwan, then martial arts training, then dinner with Lord T. Sangram. At night, you'll read martial arts books before sleeping. Jin Murin couldn't help cursing. Damn it, why are there so many places I have to go? Xiang Yo explained, of course, young master is the only direct heir of our forest, so you're the one who will carry a huge responsibility on your shoulders. Jin Murin looked confused. You little brat sure have a sharp tongue, but this is Madram Lord, so why does the land feel so empty with barely any people around? Xiang Yo was surprised. Young master noticed that too. My mother said Madram Lord used to have many people, but it became like this because of the 8 blood kings. Later during the theory lesson, you'll hear the reason for it. Suddenly, he jumped down from Jin Murin's back. Lord Naramwan, Forest Master, I am Xiang Yo, young master has arrived. The old man in the distance hurriedly shouted, young master, come over quickly. I've prepared warm tea and snacks already. Seeing walking perfectly fine, Jin Murin became a little annoyed. So this brat's legs were completely fine all along. He quickly walked to the pavilion and sat down. Hey old man, hurry up and finish this already. Lord Naramwan sighed. Young master is quite impatient today. Is it because this old man's theory lectures are completely boring? This man was Sang Horan, the inner forest master of Madram Lord. Young master hates theory lectures exactly like your mother did. But if you want to survive in the martial world, these are things you absolutely must learn. Jin Murin's face still looked full of boredom. So what's today's topic? The old man replied, just some common matters of the martial world. I want to tell young master about the people you absolutely must never fight against, so you must listen carefully. Jin Murin stuffed a pastry into his mouth and started munching away. Around here, why would I even run into people like that anyway? But fine, I'll remember it. The old man happily smiled. Ho ho, then let us begin. Young master, have you heard about the 10 greatest experts under heaven? The 10 strongest people in the martial world consist of the 2 emperors, 3 sovereigns, and the 5 kings. Those people are known as the 10 greatest experts under heaven. They are the heroes who saved the martial world during the Great War against the foreign invaders that shook all under heaven. Besides them, there is also one individual called Shenlong who exists outside the 10 greatest experts. People across the world often pass around stories that Shenlong has reached a supreme realm, completely surpassing all 10 of the greatest experts. So isn't this story interesting? Jin Murin's expression remained completely calm. What's so special about it? It's just a famous story. The old man laughed. Haha, young master really knows quite a lot. However, recently a new expert has appeared among the fifth kings. That person is the Heavenly Lord of Sanction, a monster whose face nobody truly knows. That person is called the Heavenly Transcendence Realm. The moment Jin Murin heard about the Heavenly Lord of Sanction, he instantly spat out the tea in his mouth. What did you just say about Sanction? The old man wiped the tea off his face and replied, the Heavenly Lord, a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. His movements are ghostly and unpredictable, and his appearance remains mysterious, which is why he's also called the Faceless One. Jin Murin's face filled with helplessness. What exactly did you say about Sanction just now? The Heavenly Lord of Sanction? The Yellow River 5th King is Dragon King, young master. Jin Murin suddenly recalled what happened back then. Please allow me to yield, young Heavenly Lord. I shall rearrange the positions within the 5 kings. Congratulations on becoming one of the 10 greatest experts under heaven. Remembering this, cold sweat immediately poured down his body. So the guy who defeated Dragon King of the Yellow River became the new 5th king. The scene shifts elsewhere, where 2 children were hiding in the forest as if they were running away. The boy reminded the girl hiding inside a tree hollow, even if you're scared, you still have to endure it, okay? As long as we hold on a little longer, those people will leave soon. The girl asked in confusion, cousin, aren't you coming in with me? Namhae shook his head. I'll hide somewhere else. Until sunrise, you absolutely must not come outside. Right at that moment, voices suddenly echoed from afar. Search carefully, they can't be far from here. Hearing the voices, Namhae quickly urged his younger cousin to crawl deeper inside. He himself quickly ran in another direction to lure away the pursuers. The assassins rapidly caught up behind him and grabbed him. You damn brat. One of them swung his arm and threw a short blade. While running, Namhae's left arm was slashed by the flying blade. The 3 men slowly walked toward him. What is this? It's just a kid. He carries the bloodline of a devil. He must be eliminated. Another person reminded them, have you forgotten the orders of Hero Shenlong? He specifically told us not to touch people who don't know martial arts and children. The other man still firmly drew his sword. These tiny factors are exactly what will bring another blood calamity upon the world. Haven't we already paid the price for failing to uproot the 8 desolations 200 years ago? Your wife and beloved daughter, your only younger brother, and my entire family, they all died. To prevent a second 8 desolations sect from appearing, I absolutely must kill the descendants of this damned hidden valley. Right at that moment, another loud voice suddenly shouted at him to stop. An old man stood together with Jin Murin on top of the mountain, watching them. I understand your intentions, but this child has committed no crime. The group looked confused. Who are you? State your identity clearly. Are you people from Hidden Valley? The old man denied it. What Hidden Valleys? No, we are not. Hearing that, the group immediately lost interest. Then leave quickly. This child is the son of a devil and must be eliminated. The old man advised them, that is not the truth. Hidden Valley of Qingsu Mountain opposed the 8 Desolations sect and never participated in the war. It may indeed be the root of the 8 Desolations sect, but this place itself is completely harmless. One person looked puzzled. This is the first time I've heard something like that. Do you have any proof? The man beside him interrupted. No proof is needed. To me, they're all just devils anyway. He once again raised his sword, intending to finish off the child. The old man immediately shouted for Jin Murin to rush in. Jin Murin did not hesitate and leaped down from above. Seeing his terrifying speed, the group immediately screamed, a devil. This is the martial art of a devil. Jin Murin moved past them at incredible speed. By the time they finally reacted, their swords had already disappeared without a trace. Jin Murin threw their swords onto the ground and warned them. Leave now, I won't say it a second time. Witnessing his horrifying strength, all 3 of them could not stop their bodies from trembling. 2 out of the 3 immediately turned around and left without hesitation. Only the leader remained standing there while gritting his teeth. He slowly reached behind his back, trying to pull out a short blade. Jin Murin made no movement at all. He simply stood there staring directly at him. Facing that gaze, the young man started trembling even harder like a leaf in a storm. In the end, he still did not dare make a move and turned around to leave with his 2 companions. Because of that, the little boy managed to escape disaster. Jin Murin and his master later walked to a cloud-covered mountain peak. All of this is the karma I created. When I was young, I took in a pitiful man and taught him martial arts. And then he created the 8 Desolations sect and brought war across the martial world. You won't become like that too, right, Jin Murin? Jin Murin calmly replied, that depends, I guess. The old man became angry. You brat, you already know this. This old man does not have much time left, so there is something I want to ask of you. Many people have already lost their lives in this hidden valley, so help the people here survive. Jin Murin sighed emotionally. That won't be easy at all. The old man continued. For someone like you who possesses the heavenly yin body and has even mastered the 8 heavenly shadow divine art, it is very possible. Although your overwhelming yin energy forces you to seal your inner power, no matter what kind of enemy you face, you are absolutely not someone easy to bully. Jin Murin looked confused. Wouldn't it be enough to just kill Shenlong, the one leading all of them? The old man sighed. You little brat, if blood is always repaid with blood, when will this endless cycle ever end? Protect them so they can live together with the rest of the world. Helping people is sang and the sky is Jin, so let's call it sanction. What do you think? Jin Murin did not care much about it. Whatever you say is fine. The old man reminded him. Your martial arts may also turn you into a hunted target someday, so always pay attention to your own situation. Jin Murin sighed. I understand. I'll keep both my martial arts and Hidden Valley in mind. The old man spoke apologetically. Jin Murin, I simply feel very sorry toward you. Remembering all of this, Jin Murin felt even more guilty. Master, I actually feel even more sorry toward you. The faceless mountain king who defeated the 10 greatest experts under heaven is me. The 10 greatest experts getting beaten by a mere mountain bandit. Wouldn't that make me the target of the entire world? Seeing him sitting there absent-mindedly, the old man walked over and waved his hand in front of him. Young master, can you see me or not? Jin Murin paid no attention and remained lost in thought. Master's first disciple was the leader of the 8 Desolations sect. He was the one who caused the bloody massacre and took countless lives. His name was Huang Gunshin. With his tyrannical martial arts, he created the 8 Desolations blood calamity and killed an enormous number of people. To take revenge, countless martial artists stormed Hidden Killing Valley and slaughtered everyone there. That's why I have to hide my identity. But that damned Dragon King of the Yellow River went and spread this story all across the martial world. Just let me run into you again, you dog bastard. The old man sitting opposite him was still trying hard to call out to him. Young master, what's wrong with you? What exactly happened to you? Your complexion looks terrible. Jin Murin snapped back to reality. I really do feel a little unwell. Sorry, old man, but can we stop here for today? Unexpectedly, the old man became extremely excited. Wonderful, wonderful. Since young master isn't feeling well, I happen to have a story about a martial artist that'll definitely make you feel better immediately. Jin Murin quickly explained. No, what I mean is, can today's theory lesson stop here already? The old man remained stubbornly determined. I also have a story about an incredibly diligent man who never rested even for a single day and eventually became the #1 swordsman under heaven. Nobody knew how much time had passed before Jin Murin was finally released by the old man. Young master has already completed the basic martial world theory course, so now we should begin the lessons meant for the successor. At that moment, the group of old men led by Sang Horan had gathered inside Madram Tsingjian. The political situation in Sanction is becoming very tense. Delaying the successor position for too long is truly inappropriate. I believe it's time for young master to enter the core stage. Outer Forest Master Yugasin, who sat nearby, interrupted. I think differently. Let's put that matter aside for today. Let's discuss something else instead. Although young master Jin Murin is of the direct bloodline, the important issue here is not merely blood heritage. The real issue is whether he possesses the ability to inherit the position. Perhaps the Supreme Forest Lord already knows this, but we still cannot view Jin Murin's sudden appearance in a positive light. How can we trust someone who appeared from nowhere with no idea what he has done before to sit in the successor's position? Supreme Forest Lord, please give Jin Murin a chance to prove his abilities. Cho Pyeongchun nodded. If that is everyone's opinion, then Outer Forest Master should personally create the test for Jin Murin. The test must remain completely secret, even I have no right to interfere. Because of that, Yugasin was currently sitting across from Jin Murin while secretly deciding to make the test extremely difficult. He did not hide anything and recounted the conversation with the elders, explaining to Jin Murin why he was here. Jin Murin showed no fear at all. Just say you don't trust me already, why bother making excuses? Go ahead and give me the test. Although the old man was extremely irritated, he still tried hard to calm himself down. Young master must reclaim a residence located west of Sanction Yongzhou. That place is called the Chung Inn. You're telling me to reclaim it or telling me to rob it? The old man explained. That place originally belonged under Madram Lord's management, but it was seized by Chial Sabang. Chial Sabang is an underground black faction operating secretly within Yuecheong. They are an extremely vicious group. Jin Murin burst into laughter. Haha, seriously? Madram Lord actually got one of its businesses stolen by some black faction sect. That's embarrassingly rough. Unable to hold back anymore, the old man slammed the table and shouted, Young master, you should watch your words more carefully. Chial Sabang is not some ordinary black faction. Jin Murin showed no weakness and immediately snapped back. So you're actually proud of getting your business stolen by a black faction like that? Faced with those words, the old man was momentarily speechless and had no idea how to respond. Jin Murin then calmed down and let out a sigh. Sorry, my hearing is a bit too sharp, so I'm sensitive to loud noises. So you're telling me to reclaim the Chungin, right? The old man confirmed, that's correct. To ensure your safety, young master may bring additional escorts. Jin Murin secretly snorted in his heart. How ridiculous. Just admit you want people spying on me already. The old man was also secretly cursing inside. This rude little brat really knows how to get on people's nerves. Jin Murin then accepted the task. All right, since the old man has given the order, I'll do it. So what's the deadline? The old man's face became serious. 5 days, I'll give young master 5 days. Deep down, he smugly thought, there's absolutely no way you can finish this, young master. Unexpectedly, Jin Murin merely sighed. Ah, I knew it. I won't even need 5 days. 2 days is enough for me to take back that inn. The old man secretly thought to himself, if this were an easy matter, Madame Lord would have reclaimed the inn long ago. Young master must have already realized that this challenge is far from simple. Jin Murin did not seem to care much and continued speaking. All right, I'll personally choose who goes with me. After all, every move I make is already being monitored anyway. The old man explained everything is for young master's safety. Inside, he cursed once again. Damn it, this brat actually figured everything out. Jin Murin lay down with his back facing the old man. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. I'll start moving tonight, so I need to squeeze in a little sleep first. The old man was startled. I understand, then young master should get some rest. After that, he left Jin Murin's room. This was definitely not an easy challenge, but Madame Lord had no need for a useless successor. Still, young master's spirit and boldness were truly admirable. Carrying countless thoughts in his mind, the old man slowly walked back. Not long after he left, once night fell, someone quietly came to find Jin Murin. While sleeping, he was startled awake by Sang Horan's voice calling out to him. Young master, I heard the outer forest master came here earlier, correct? What exactly did he say to young master? Jin Murin yawned lazily. The old man told me not to rely on other people. Sang Horan secretly thought to himself, there's no way that stubborn old outer forest master would give young master an easy task. Thinking that, he immediately spoke up. Young master, if this is something outside the estate then. Before he could finish speaking, Jin Murin interrupted him. I already said I'll personally choose who comes with me, so let's temporarily stop the theory lessons. Sang Horan worriedly replied, things have already reached this point. Who still cares about theory lessons now? Young master truly doesn't need any help. Jin Murin calmly raised his tea to his mouth. What needs to be done must still be done. When the water rises to your neck, you naturally start running for your life like crazy. The old man asked again, are you confident, young master? Jin Murin smiled. What's the point of saying it out loud? Wherever humans live, every place is basically the same anyway. Seeing that expression and hearing those words, the old man suddenly felt as though he was looking at the image of Jin Murin's mother standing before him once again. Jin Murin turned around and walked toward the outside. Don't bother following me around, this is something I have to do myself. The old man looked confused. Young master, where are you planning to go? Jin Murin casually replied, just going for a stroll to admire the moon. As he walked, he quietly thought to himself, tonight really is the perfect night to return to that 3-headed, 6-armed monster appearance. That brat Xiang Yo already went to sleep, so now there's nobody to guide the way. After arriving at Madame Lord, I honestly haven't explored many places yet. So dear heavens above, I'm officially lost. Right at that moment, the sound of a pipa drifted into his ears. He followed the direction the music was coming from. That person plays pretty well actually. Wonder who it is. After a short while, he finally arrived at the place where the musician was playing. The man continued playing while humming non-stop. I truly wonder if she feels the same way too. Those beautiful dark eyes pull me into an endless abyss, me within her eyes and her within mine. At that point, the man suddenly stopped singing, because only now did he notice Jin Murin's presence. The young man smiled warmly toward him. You really have quite the charm, sir. The other man's face immediately turned red from embarrassment. Jin Murin laughed while speaking. That charm level is soaring pretty high, haha. So what's your name? The other man's face filled with irritation. I am Diha, a Black Sword Squad member of the 6th rank of Mukjiamdi. Jin Murin sat down beside him and asked, why are you still here this late at night? The man explained, I'm spending my final night as a martial artist because from now on I'll never be able to hold a sword again. Judging from your clothes, you must be a young master of this sect, correct? Jin Murin looked surprised. You're pretty sharp yourself. You look perfectly healthy, so why can't you use a sword anymore? Instead of answering, the man asked back to young master, what color is that moon? Jin Murin looked puzzled. The moon, obviously yellow. The young man smiled faintly. To me, everything is only gray. Jin Murin suddenly understood. So that's why you failed the mission. The young man let out a surprised sound. Young master is quite sharp too, Diha laughed bitterly. Haha, go ahead and tell me the details. The young man immediately began telling the story. I was once the captain of the Black Sword Squad, responsible for carrying out special missions for Madame Lord. Back then, everything was going smoothly. Then one day, I received a mission involving archers at the Musan County office. An unknown intruder broke into the government office. However, both sides were wearing uniforms that looked far too similar. "Captain, please help us. I'm coming right away, hold on just a little longer." Hearing their desperate calls, I immediately rushed over there. He unleashed a technique called splitting sword crushing strike. In the end, because he could not distinguish between the uniforms of allies and enemies, he ended up injuring many of his own comrades. Everyone retreat immediately. That crazy captain messed things up again. He failed to protect the Musan County office and was also forced to withdraw from the Black Sword Squad. After that, he was demoted to the Peace Grand Courtyard. Not only that, but the guilt also made him unable to hold a sword anymore. It's a boring story, isn't it? Thank you for listening, young master. Jin Murin's mind focused on the words crazy captain. The young man continued, at the very least here in Yongzhou, nobody would dare casually lay a hand on the young master of Madram Lord. I wish you good luck. The young man then added, this place is no longer somewhere I should remain. I'll head to another land and begin my life as a farmer. Jin Murin cursed out loud. Damn it, if you can't even abandon the most basic thing about being a martial artist, then what kind of farming are you planning to do? The young man was startled. What does young master mean by that? Jin Murin stretched out his hand. Enough nonsense already. If you've got guts, then hand me the sword. He took the sword and unsheathed it to examine it, then sneered coldly. A guy wanting to quit still takes care of his sword this carefully. You're a martial artist down to your bones. This is the most basic quality of a martial artist from Madram Lord. The young man secretly admired him. Even though the family had declined, the young master still possessed pride reaching the heavens. Jin Murin returned the sword to him and ordered, hurry and guide me to the Chungin. I'll help change your mindset. The young man's expression became serious. I'll say this once again, I'm leaving this place. Jin Murin turned his head and frowned while looking at him. You said Madram Lord has no place for you anymore, right? Then I'll create a place for you myself. The young man silently reflected in his heart. I have nothing left to lose anyway. If I follow this person, could I perhaps gain a different kind of life? One shichen later, at the Cheng Inn located on Sangshan Northwestern Road, Jin Murin got beat until he was lying miserably on the ground. Seeing this scene, the young man following him suddenly started feeling that his decision might have been a terrible mistake. The scene shifts back one shichen earlier at Xiaobeng Road in Sangshan, Yongzhou. The inner city of Chengzhou was formed from two giant cross-shaped roads leading to the four eastern, western, southern, and northern gates. Among them, the northeastern district belonged under the management of Madram Lord. What about the other three directions? Currently, the two southern gates belong to the territory of Supreme Sword. The remaining gate is divided and managed by sects allied with Supreme Sword. Jin Murin suddenly understood. No wonder Madram Lord is wary of such a tiny black faction, so those bastards actually have someone backing them. If we go to war with Chial Sabang, Supreme Sword will step in, right? The other man replied, of course. However, they probably don't want an all-out war with us either. Supreme Sword would also lose many martial artists if war breaks out against Madram Lord. Jin Murin asked again, if war really happens, would we win? The young man answered bluntly without hesitation. Madram Lord would lose. Madram Lord and Supreme Sword possess similar numbers of experts, but the size of their forces is vastly different. That's because all the black factions in Yongzhou, along with the wandering warriors, stand on the side of Supreme Sword. Jin Murin smiled. Then we simply can't give those Supreme Sword bastards an excuse to act. The young man looked confused. Then what does young master plan to do? Jin Murin looked at him seriously. I'm taking this place back. From now on, this Jingin will become the territory of me, Jin Murin. He then took off his outer robe and handed it over. Hold this for me. If my identity gets exposed, it'll become troublesome. Things inside are going to get a little chaotic, but you don't need to interfere at all. The young man worriedly asked. Young master plans to go in there alone. Jin Murin smiled while pushing open the door. Everything has its reasons. You just wait outside for me and absolutely do not rush in halfway through, got it? The young man nodded, understood, yet deep down he remained extremely doubtful. Young master, can this really work? Inside the inn, the place was packed with customers drinking alcohol. Jin Murin walked in and coldly called out, waiter, bring me a jug of wine and a plate of snacks. The moment he sat down at a table, someone immediately stood up with a gloomy expression. Hey brat, I've never seen you around before. This your first time here? Guess you don't know yet, but this inn charges extra during this time period. You got enough silver for that or not? This man was Yuk Mubong, the leader of Chial Sabang. Jin Murin secretly nodded to himself. That's right, this is exactly how a black faction should act. He closed his eyes and sighed. Seriously, every place is the same. How can you people be this greedy and dumb at the same time too? The most effective way to obtain what you want is through negotiation. And to negotiate, you need a proper justification. This negotiation is about making Supreme Sword lose their excuse to interfere. I merely came here to drink some wine. Yet I ended up getting violently beaten by the people of Chial Sabang for no reason. The young man waiting outside heard loud crashing noises from within and started worrying. I heard young master only knows a little self-defense martial arts, but he seems stronger than the rumors suggest. If Supreme Sword decides to interfere because of this, right at that moment, the front door suddenly exploded apart and someone flew out from inside. The young man suspiciously peeked his head in to take a look. After observing for a moment, his eyes widened in shock because Jin Murin was nowhere to be seen inside. Instead, the Chial Sabang members were happily bragging among themselves. That punch felt amazing. I just threw out the greatest punch of my entire year. While the young man was standing there completely confused, Jin Murin's voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, I'm over here. The young man turned around in disbelief. The person who had just been sent flying outside was actually his young master. He hurriedly rushed over to help Jin Murin up. Young master, wake up already. Are you all right? Even though Jin Murin had been beaten black and blue with blood smeared all over his face, he still smiled happily. See that? Now Supreme Sword can no longer interfere in this matter. Only now did the young man remember what Jin Murin had said earlier on the street. Now I finally understand why young master brought me here. The people of Chial Sabang also walked over and mocked him. What's this? This bastard is weaker than a worm and can't even use the swordsmanship of Madram Lord, but he called that guy young master. There's no way a young master of Madram Lord could be this weak. The young man immediately shouted angrily, do you idiots even know who you just laid hands on? Hearing that, the group instantly became tense and shouted nervously, could it be? The young man continued, that's right, this person is the young master of our forest. Rumors quickly spread throughout Yungjong. The young master of Madram Lord didn't fight Chial Sabang under Supreme Sword. Instead, he was brutally beaten one-sided by Chial Sabang, meaning Supreme Sword no longer has the right to interfere in this matter. Therefore, a tiny black faction like Chial Sabang had absolutely no chance of standing against Madram Lord alone. The young master was struck in extremely sensitive areas, his blood and chi were thrown into chaos, and he may remain crippled for the rest of his life. Jin Murin even went as far as hiring someone to pretend to be a physician just to pressure Chial Sabang harder. Cho Pyeongchun also took advantage of the situation to threaten them. Listen carefully, Chial Sabang. Jin Murin is flesh and blood that I only recently brought back. That child may very well become the future successor of Madram Lord. Honestly speaking, I want to tear both you and Chial Sabang into 100 pieces right now. However, I will restrain myself and follow the wishes of the victim himself, Jin Murin. Jin Murin lay on the bed crying miserably. Supreme Forest Lord, I am the dignified young master of Madram Lord, yet I was bullied by a bunch of black faction trash. I have stained the honor of our forest. This matter has already spread across all of Yungjong. Jin Murin truly no longer has the face to continue living. I just want to die already. Hearing this, the killing intent radiating from Cho Pyeongchun grew even more terrifying. The Chial Sabang leader panicked in fear. Young master, please don't say such things, please spare me this one time. Although it's not much, I brought treatment money here as compensation for young master. Jin Murin angrily shouted, so now you bastard are trying to insult this young master with money. The young man became even more terrified. Young master, it absolutely isn't like that, then please just say what it is you want. No matter what it may be, this lowly one will definitely agree. Yu Gasin was startled the moment he heard those words. Young master, could it be that you intentionally got beaten just for this? Seeing the sinister smile on Jin Murin's face, he became even more convinced. If they had used force to seize the Chungin, Supreme Sword would have gained an excuse to intervene. But even so, shouldn't a martial artist like young master at least have a little pride? Jin Murin quickly stated his condition. The Chungin, if you hand over the Chungin to me. Before he could even finish speaking, the young man hurriedly interrupted. Young master wants the Chungin, correct? If that is what you desire, I will hand it over immediately. The young man secretly rejoiced inside. Isn't this actually profitable? Turning the young master of Madram Lord into a cripple while only paying the price of one inn is ridiculously cheap. The banknotes I brought as treatment fees are already worth more than the inn itself. This turned out wonderfully, ho ho. However, before he could celebrate for long, Jin Murin continued speaking. Treatment fees, you still have to pay the treatment fees too. The young man's jaw dropped open. Young master, isn't the inn alone enough? Jin Murin had been in a good mood, but seeing him trying to haggle made him freeze. He immediately started wailing again. I just want to die already. the young man no longer dared bargain and hurriedly shouted, "Young master, I'll pay a lot." Afterward, although Lord T-Sangram still had not calmed his anger, the leader of Chial Sabang was ultimately allowed to leave thanks to the agreement involving the inn and treatment compensation. The young man left Madram Lord in a completely dazed state. The moment he stepped outside, he sadly slumped down into a corner. It seemed even he could barely handle paying such a price. Inside the room, Cho Pianchen sighed. "You were at risk of becoming crippled. What exactly happened for you to go to the Cheng Inn at that hour?" Jin Murin sat up and smiled. "I simply wanted to drink some wine. I made up the internal injury story myself, so please don't worry too much." Cho Pianchen sighed again. "If that's the case, then I want to ask you something. Regarding this incident where you got injured, the Cheng Inn was the test given to you by the outer forest master, correct?" Yugasan immediately answered, "That is indeed correct." But right at that moment, Jin Murin spoke up to object. "That's not it, Forest Lord. Winning over people's hearts, I believe that was the true challenge this time." Hearing that, Yugasan froze in complete shock. Cho Pianchen chuckled. Heh, very well then, in that case, Outer Forest Master. How do you evaluate Jin Murin's performance this time? Did young master pass or fail? Yugasan replied, "I truly cannot understand young master's methods. However, if the theme was winning over people's hearts, then congratulations, young master has passed." After that, everyone gradually dispersed and returned home. Yugasan hurriedly chased after Jin Murin. "Young master, please wait." Jin Murin looked confused. "What is it, old man Outer Forest Master? Do you need something? If you have something to say, hurry up and say it." Yugasan finally gathered all his courage and asked, "Young master, to pass this challenge, were you truly willing to endure such humiliation?" Jin Murin looked puzzled. "Humiliation? Is pride really that important?" Yugasan continued, "The martial world is a place where people stake their very lives to protect their pride." Jin Murin burst into laughter. "Hey old man, and you too Diha, listen carefully. Must a man absolutely never endure humiliation beneath others, even if it means letting your own inn fall into the hands of a black faction? Do you two seriously think that simply being martial artists and clinging stubbornly to pride will somehow bring glory on its own? Wake up already. It's time to face the reality of Madram Lord." After saying that, he brought Diha along and left, leaving Yugasan standing there alone. The old man stared at his departing back and quietly reflected. "Now I understand why young master abandoned his pride, but that road is far from easy. There are truly too many people within our forest who stand in young master's way. What martial artist would willingly follow a young master who got beaten half to death by a black faction? If young master wants to gain more supporters, he still has a very long way to go." After that, he turned toward Sanghoran beside him and spoke. "It seems summer has finally passed, Inner Forest Master. Night fell upon the streets of Yongzhong City and Sangchen. We'll eat really well tonight, big brother. You worked hard during this escort mission. These guys really are something else. Big brother, when are you finally going to open the spirit flower wine? Can you at least let me taste one sip?" "Keep dreaming, not even a single drop." This man was the old man Yongzhong Mok Inpyo. "Black faction guys like us working as escort warriors really is a weird sight, huh?" Another man walked over and asked, "Big brother, is Supreme Sword really that calculating?" Hyung Nim nodded. That's right. All we need to do is stab people, slash people, and crack open wine jars. Supreme Sword will handle everything afterward, which means anyone touching Supreme Sword's source of income has to die." Right at that moment, another person suddenly rushed in from outside in a panic. "Big brother, something huge happened. I ran a really long distance and I'm dying of thirst. Brothers, is there anything I can drink real quick?" Without hesitation, he rushed over, grabbed the wine jar in front of Hyung Nim, and chugged it down like his life depended on it. Hyung Nim's face instantly twisted up. "You crazy bastard." The people around them also looked extremely annoyed. Big brother struggled like hell to buy that wine during Supreme Sword's escort mission. Hearing that, the young man was startled. "I'm truly sorry, I really didn't know." The other man still looked furious. "You didn't know? Maybe I should cut your stomach open and take the wine back myself." Right then, Hyung Nim pressed the man's head down onto the table. "I'm talking here." He then called for Blackhead. The young man instantly started sweating buckets and thought to himself, "Big brother looks terrifying right now." Hyung Nim coldly stared at him. "If you dare make a mess here over some useless nonsense, then today will definitely become your death anniversary." Blackhead hurriedly replied, "Understood, big brother. Do you still remember Choi Irin of Madram Lord?" "Choi Irin? You mean the Choi Irin from Madram Lord who disappeared 30 years ago?" Blackhead confirmed, "That's right." Hyung Nim snorted coldly. "Of course I remember. She was the beloved daughter of Cho Pianchen, the former Forest Lord of Madram Lord. She was the greatest beauty and also possessed extraordinary talent. If she hadn't died young because of the heavenly yin body, then the situation in Sanction today would probably be completely different." Blackhead praised him. "Big brother really has a great memory, but the son of that woman Choi Irin has appeared." Mok Inpyo's jaw dropped open. You little bastard, are you messing with me? A person carrying the heavenly yin body could actually give birth. Blackhead explained, it's true, right now the entirety of Madram Lord is in total chaos, although the appearance of that descendant at this timing supposedly doesn't mean much. Hyung Nim grabbed him by the collar and asked, does that descendant know martial arts or not? Blackhead nervously replied, I don't know about that. Big brother, why are you gripping your crescent moon blade so tightly? I seriously don't know. The moment I heard the news, I ran straight here to report it to you. Hyung Nim rested the blade on his shoulder and walked past him. No need to be scared. Blackhead looked confused. Big brother, where are you going? I need to make a trip to Supreme Sword. You guys drink by yourselves. Deep inside, he quietly thought, right now Supreme Sword is the power secretly backing wandering fighters like me. I originally thought that if Madram Lord had no successor, then sooner or later Sanction's city would belong to Supreme Sword. But now the son of Choi Iran, Sanction's greatest genius, has appeared. If he inherited his mother's talent through bloodline and is also a martial artist, then him becoming a peerless master would practically be guaranteed. A person like that getting beaten by Chial Sabang, what a ridiculous joke. There's obviously some scheme behind this. The scene shifts back to Madram Lord. While I was away handling matters outside the forest, something this huge happened. The moment I returned to our forest, I immediately heard the bad news. Are you really alright? This man was the forest lord of the Demon Blade Forest, the demon sword Chomyugang. Jin Murin replied, I'm fine. Forest lord doesn't need to worry about me. Yugesin stepped forward to accept the blame. This is all my fault, forest lord, please punish me. Chomyugang waved his hand. I have no intention of blaming anyone. After all, the inner forest master won the wager. Have you already thought of a suitable position for Jin Murin? Sang Horan continued, yes, I was thinking about a position in the secret route division. Before he could finish speaking, someone immediately interrupted him. Impossible. Managing information is completely unsuitable for young master. No matter what, it absolutely won't work. My department has no available position anyway. Sang Horan then suggested several other positions, but not a single person wanted to accept Jin Murin under their command. Cho Mugang secretly sighed. Everyone wanted to avoid Jin Murin, the young master who had been humiliated by a black faction. Right at that moment, Yugesin suddenly spoke up again, saying he had an idea. Cho Mugang glanced at him. Outer Forest Master, speak. What position would suit Jin Murin? Yugesin quickly answered, let us create a place specifically for young master. I would like to propose establishing the Northwestern Division Hall. Sang Horan frowned deeply in thought. During the era when Madram Lord ruled as the supreme power of Sichuan, the Yungjeong Division Hall was responsible for managing the businesses throughout Chungking. However, as Madram Lord weakened, that division gradually shrank and eventually became the Northeastern Division Hall. Is this old Outer Forest Master really trying to push a fragile young master toward the northwest, where all those medium and small factions gather? Thinking that, he immediately said, there are barely any Madram Lord businesses left in Northwestern Road anyway. Yugesin countered, young master just reclaimed the Chingin moments ago. Sang Horan shouted angrily, Outer Forest Master, is now really the time to bring that up? Young master practically got beaten into mashed meat because of that. Yugesin remained firm. Do you think I'm saying this merely because of personal feelings? Sang Horan snorted coldly. If not, then why exactly? Didn't young master almost lose his life because of the ridiculous test you created? Yugesin sighed, I admit the test was my mistake because I never expected young master to handle things that way. But things are different now. Through this incident, I've finally seen young master's true abilities. Young master is more suited to a position where he can make independent decisions rather than serve under someone else. I'm only making this judgment based on young master's strengths. Young master is an unpredictable person, and what feels unpredictable to us will feel the same to others. The Northwestern Division Hall may be newly created, but this old man will also provide martial artists to support young master. The crowd immediately burst into discussion. Forest Lord, martial artists from the outer forest, enough already, stop making noise, none of you are changing my mind. Jin Murin smiled and secretly thought, is the outer forest master actually being sincere? Cho Mugang questioned him. Establishing the Northwestern Division Hall, outer forest master, do you realize what that truly means? Yugesin clasped his hands. It means directly confronting Supreme Sword. Although they possess many martial artists, when it comes to true experts, they are only evenly matched with us. We still have at least a 50% chance of completely taking over Northwestern Road. Supreme Sword has been draining our wealth more and more. Madram Lord must face this reality. We need change. For young master, this is also a good opportunity. Sang Horan was shocked internally. Outer Forest Master, is he truly serious about this? Cho Mugang turned toward Jin Murin and asked, Murin, what do you think? Although he asked calmly on the surface, he secretly transmitted his voice instead. Reject it immediately. This matter is truly difficult. Being humiliated once is already enough. Don't stir up even more chaos. Jin Murin laughed softly. Forest Lord, could you repeat that one more time? I stopped hearing things after the Pavilion Master of Demon Spirit Pavilion and the Pavilion Master of Huan Song Pavilion rejected me. Hearing that, Cho Mugang burst into loud laughter. The Outer Forest Master said, "Exactly, young master is truly an unpredictable person. The Northwestern Division Hall is responsible for managing the businesses of Northwestern Road, and every faction there is connected to Supreme Sword." Jin Murin continued, "And if things are handled carelessly, Supreme Sword will very likely send troops and step in directly, correct?" Cho Mugang nodded. "That's right. Supreme Sword possesses several times more martial artists than we do. However, if we want the medium and small factions of Northwestern Road to submit, then we cannot appear weak in terms of manpower." Deep inside, he quietly reflected. The reason they overwhelm us in numbers and squeeze Madram Lord's income is to force us into submission while still preserving their full strength. If Jin Murin fails, perhaps war still won't break out. Right at that moment, Jin Murin suddenly agreed with a serious expression. "Also, I do not need any martial artist reinforcements." Those words directly shocked everyone present in the room. Young Master becoming the Hall Master of the Northwestern Division Hall is completely different from the Cheng-in incident. I will increase the number of guards, and no matter where young master goes, please bring them along. Cho Mugang also spoke with concern. "That's right. Although it is only one district of Yungjong, that place is practically a miniature martial world itself. Listen to the Outer Forest Master." Jin Murin remained firm. "In this situation, who would even want to follow me anyway? I don't need martial artists." Cho Mugang sighed emotionally. Even his stubborn personality is exactly like his older sister. The crowd noisily agreed. "I think so too." Jin Murin then requested permission to leave. "That's right, none of you trust me anyway, but there's nothing to worry about. I'll see everyone here again after I completely conquer Northwestern Road." The scene shifts elsewhere. How strange, isn't this situation extremely suspicious? Alright, the Chungin incident, I heard about it too, it's truly interesting. You're saying this is interesting? Exactly, he managed to stop us from interfering while also reclaiming the inn without even swinging a single sword strike. In a martial world where pride is everything, there are very few people who pursue practical benefits instead. Moreover, he seems to be around the same age as me. He's the young master of Madram Lord, correct? How fascinating, he's someone I've never even met before, yet I somehow feel like he's the same type of person as me. Jin Murin, I truly want to meet you at least once. This man was the young sect master of Supreme Sword, the Sichuan Divine Sword Zhang Hwagi. The scene shifts back to Jin Murin. While walking through the forest, he suddenly called out, "Jin Huan, are you there?" The moment he finished speaking, a shadow instantly appeared behind him. "Your subordinate greets the Heavenly Lord." Squad Captain Jin Huan of the Hidden Shadow Squad, CO Jin Huan, pays respects to the Heavenly Lord. Jin Murin sighed. "I told you not to come, didn't I? Have you forgotten that their spies are constantly watching us?" Jin Huan explained, "This subordinate deserves punishment, but everyone agreed that we cannot leave the Heavenly Lord alone in this place. At the very least, please allow this subordinate to follow you." Jin Murin smiled. "You really are one stubborn brat. What about your subordinates?" Jin Huan replied, "They are all waiting for orders outside the city, Heavenly Lord." Jin Murin sighed. "You're really leaving them out there getting drenched by rain and roasted by the sun like that? Prepare lodging for the subordinates inside the city and tell them to wait there." Jin Huan looked worried. "But they might expose everything." Jin Murin reassured him. "Do you think they'd actually come all the way here? Relax, it'll be fine." Hearing that, Jin Huan no longer objected. "Understood, Heavenly Lord. But Heavenly Lord, your height seems to be." Jin Murin nodded. "That's right, my height is gradually stabilizing now. At my current level, there are barely any people among the 10 greatest experts under heaven who can still become my opponent. Once I fully mature, the inner power master sealed inside me will automatically recover." Jin Huan became excited. "This subordinate congratulates the Heavenly Lord." Jin Murin glanced at him. "Since you already came here anyway, do something for me. There's no problem with that, right?" Jin Huan's face immediately turned serious. "Please give your orders." Thanks to the support of both the inner and outer forest masters, work in Northwestern Road quickly began progressing. Xiao Sabang completely withdrew from the Chengin, and the place was rapidly resupplied with all necessary goods. The Northeastern Division Hall also sent manpower to assist. Perhaps because they considered the current situation of the Division Hall, everyone they sent was huge and muscular. "It's an honor to meet young master. We hope for your guidance in the future. This humble one is the cook, Suksubujio. And this humble one is the waiter, Jumps, Adan." Seeing these two giant muscle mountains, Jin Murin became slightly awkward. Please take care of me too. After walking around all day, I'm starving, so hurry and cook me something to fill my stomach. Make whatever dish you're most confident in." The two immediately became excited and rushed into the kitchen. "Yes, young master." Looking at those two, Jin Murin felt reassured that the inn would never need to worry about theft problems again. One punch from either of them probably counted as a security system. Diha looked confused. What is young master reading? Jin Murin smiled. This is a record book about the current situation of Northwestern Road. Chial Sabang, Yungzhou Muan, Xiaokajang, Sachinmun, Chilmun, Muabang, and so on. How does a tiny place barely bigger than a nostril end up packed with this many factions? Diha continued. If we're talking about controlling businesses, only Chial Sabang and Muabang really do that. The other factions mainly earn money through trade caravans and escort missions. Jin Murin frowned. There's a section here about Chial Sabang. Oh ho, this is pretty interesting. The relationship between the Chial Sabang leader and the Muabang leader is terrible. Why do you think that is? Diha answered, both of those black factions work under Supreme Sword. They constantly need to prove their usefulness in order to maintain their relationship with Supreme Sword. Because of that, you could say they are direct competitors. Jin Murin nodded while eating. That makes sense. Oh right, Diha. Go run a little errand for me. The scene shifts to Chial Sabang. 1 cup for losing the Chengin, 2 cups for the compensation money. 3 cups for me becoming completely bankrupt. Yuk Mubong sat inside hugging a wine jar while crying and lamenting dramatically. Right then, someone pushed open the door and peeked inside. Guild leader, there's a guest from Madram Lord. Yuk Mubong became so furious veins bulged across his face. What now, Madram Lord again? Was the inn and compensation still not enough? The man shook his head. It's not about that, it seems he brought a gift. Yuk Mubong angrily snapped. Why the hell didn't you say that earlier? You're seriously useless. Let him in, let's see what he's scheming. Diha was quickly invited inside. Looks like we meet again. Seeing him, Yuk Mubong looked surprised. What's this? Isn't this the little worm from Madram Lord? Why did you come here? Diha pointed at the wooden box beside him. Young master told me to deliver this to the guild leader. Yuk Mubong curiously walked over and opened the wooden box to take a look. The moment he opened it, Diha explained, those are fried pastries. This is a congratulatory gift for the grand reopening of the Chengin. Yuk Mubong roared angrily, have you people gone insane? Are you trying to piss me off to death? Just thinking about all the losses I suffered because of that incident already makes my blood boil. Fried pastries my ass, hurry up and get to the real point already. Diha turned around as if preparing to leave. The fried pastries are the real point. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. See you again tomorrow. Yuk Mubong could not believe it. Only after Diha disappeared did he turn toward his subordinate and ask, seriously? That was really all? The man confirmed, yes, he already left. Yuk Mubong ordered, T-Bong, hurry and follow that guy for me. He said he's coming again tomorrow, right? If I have to look at that face one more time, I might actually die. Investigate everything and report back to me. T-Bong clasped his hands. Guild leader can leave this matter to your subordinate. Time passed quickly, and before anyone noticed, an entire week had gone by. This young man was T-Bong, a surveillance expert. He was known as the Ghost Eyes of Chial Sabang. Today marked the 4th day he had been following the Demon Blade Forest guy, Diha. Every single day, that man bought fried pastries and then delivered them to Chial Sabang. After all those days of tailing him, he finally realized one thing about Diha. The guy absolutely loved fried pastries. On the 2nd day, the 3rd day, and every following day, he kept bringing fried pastries to Chial Sabang before leaving. Because of that, T-Bong ended up eating fried pastries every single day until he got addicted to the taste. What flavor is it today? Soybean paste? Tangerine? Personally, I like the soybean one best. That was everything he managed to discover and report back to Yuk Mubong. After hearing the report, Yuk Mubong became even more furious. You bean-brained idiot. T-Bong replied, Guild leader, you're being a bit harsh. Besides, I still have another matter to report. Rumors are spreading that our Chial Sabang has formed a friendly relationship with Madram Lord. Yuk Mubong froze on the spot. What kind of nonsense are you barking about now, us being friendly with Madram Lord? T-Bong explained, ever since a week ago, people from Madram Lord have been bringing gifts to our guild every single day, right? It seems Muabang heard about this. Because of that, they spread rumors saying Chial Sabang has joined hands with Madram Lord. Hearing that, Yuk Mubong was horrified. What? Why the hell are you only telling me this now? That damn young master, I'm not letting him off easy. The scene shifts back to the Chengin. Diha asked Jin Murin, young master, should this subordinate continue buying fried pastries and delivering them to Chial Sabang today? Jin Murin shook his head. No need. Starting today, you don't have to do that anymore. Looks like the rumors have already started spreading. A black faction daring to betray Supreme Sword and join hands with Madram Lord. He was already stressed out because of Muabang, so now he'll definitely feel extremely frustrated and start making bad judgments. He's probably about to storm over here any second now. The moment he finished speaking, Yuk Mubong kicked the door open and charged inside. Jin Murin completely ignored his attitude and smiled. Suksu Bujio jumps Adan, we've got a guest. Hurry and bring some wine over here. Yuk Mubong snorted furiously. Who the hell is your guest? Jin Murin remained unbelievably calm. Guild leader Yuk's face is red enough to explode. Looks like you're about to faint any second now. Come on now, hurry and sit down. Yuk Mubong instantly smashed the table apart with a kick. Sit your damn ass down yourself. Do you even know why this guild leader came to find you? Jin Murin smiled. Didn't guild leader come here to drink wine with me? Yuk Mubong gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Jin Murin, are you messing with me right now? You dare scheme against me with such a cheap trick? This time isn't like last time anymore. Today, I'll show you exactly how terrifying I really am. Jin Murin fell silent for a moment. You don't want to talk, not even willing to drink wine? Yuk Mubong snorted coldly. I'll use this wine bottle to smash open your dog brain. Jin Murin chuckled and stood up. Guild leader is truly determined. In that case, I guess there's no other choice. Diha, business ends here for today. Close the doors. Suksubugyo and Jums Adan, don't leave the kitchen, got it? Yuk Mubong sneered coldly. So the young master wants to play with me now? Did you already forget how badly you got beaten last time? Jin Murin walked toward the outside. You idiot who spends your days licking Supreme Sword's boots and wiping their asses. Show me what you can actually do. Yuk Mubong mocked him. What's this, young master planning to run away? Jin Murin replied, sometimes running away is necessary, but not today. Diha was completely confused inside. Young master, are you actually in your right mind? Jin Murin stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. The elders taught us that people should understand manners. Since our guest insists so much, I suppose I should satisfy his request. Seeing Jin Murin voluntarily close the doors himself, Yuk Mubong became even more smug and burst into laughter. Ha ha, you brat really went crazy. Come here, I'll beat you into paste. The instant he finished speaking, Jin Murin appeared directly in front of him. I'm already here. The young man was so shocked by that speed that he nearly jumped out of his skin. Before he could even react, Jin Murin had already covered his mouth with one hand. Returning what you receive isn't basic etiquette. Diha's jaw dropped wide open. I couldn't even see young master's movements. Jin Murin smiled with an extremely terrifying expression. From this moment onward, I forbid you from making a sound. If even a single scream of yours escapes outside this inn, then I'll kill every remaining member of Chial Sabang. Northwestern Road was an area divided and controlled by black factions affiliated with Supreme Sword. And the way they divided control could only be described as savage. It was completely normal for sects and factions with similar ideologies to ally together. However, the black factions of Sanction were different. To gain the support of Supreme Sword, they had to constantly prove their own worth. The weak were eliminated immediately. They survived entirely through violence and sharp instincts. Yuk Mubong, the second-generation leader of Chial Sabang of Northwestern Road. Aside from Madram Lord and Supreme Sword, he was considered one of the strongest people in all of Yeongjong. So how could someone like him end up getting beaten so badly without even being able to counterattack once? Diha's gaze toward Jin Murin had now completely changed. Young master intentionally hid this level of strength. For the sake of a greater goal, he willingly endured humiliation like that. In front of him, Jin Murin was casually tormenting Yuk Mubong as if it were nothing at all. Yuk Mubong desperately tried to dodge over and over, yet he kept getting beaten non-stop. After a long while, he finally managed to find an opening to counterattack. You dog bastard. But that punch was effortlessly dodged by Jin Murin. The next instant, Jin Murin once again covered Yuk Mubong's mouth with his hand. No matter how hard the young man struggled, he could not break free and could only make muffled MMPH sounds. Jin Murin coldly said, I already warned you, didn't I? If you dare make even the slightest sound, then I'll slaughter every last subordinate of Chial Sabang. Faced with that threat, Yuk Mubong's face instantly turned pale gray as sweat poured all over him. Inside his mind, he frantically thought, his attacks don't even contain much inner power, yet even without directly striking my head, my consciousness still becomes blurry. This is completely absurd, but he's obviously at a realm far above mine. For now, I'll pretend to submit, then I'll report this entire matter to Supreme Sword. Jin Murin released him and turned around. Diha, keep an eye on this guy for me. Diha looked confused. You mean monitor him? Young master, where are you going? Jin Murin calmly replied, Chial Sabang. This bastard broke his promise to me, so today I should wipe out Chial Sabang entirely. Yuk Mubong panicked internally. That killing intent, is he completely serious? Thinking that, he no longer dared remain stubborn and tremblingly spoke. I lost, young master, please spare Chial Sabang. Diha also hurriedly persuaded him. Young master, his scream never reached outside the inn anyway, please calm your anger. Jin Murin raised his head and glanced toward the ceiling before snorting coldly. You got lucky. Fine then, for now I'll spare Chial Sabang's life. Hearing that, Yuk Mubong repeatedly kowtowed in relief. Thank you, young master, truly, thank you so much. Jin Murin chuckled. Guild leader Yuk, why is a grown man crying like that? If you really want to thank me, then buy me a drink. Suksubugyo, Jums Adan, hurry and bring out the finest wine and best dishes. Guild leader Yuk, please. Yuk Mubong helplessly cursed inwardly. This bastard really is unbelievable. Very quickly, an entire table filled with luxurious food was prepared. Jin Murin waved toward everyone. There's so much food, everyone sit down and eat together. Is that really okay? Young master, there's no problem at all. I also have things I want to say. If we can't enjoy ourselves now, then when can we? Sit down already, don't ruin my mood. Diha and the others did not dare disobey and immediately sat down at the table happily. Once everyone settled into their seats, Jin Murin finally continued. Seeing everyone gathered together like this feels pretty nice. Before we raise our cups, there are a few things I need to say. I have my own reasons for hiding my true strength. Neither the inner nor outer Madram Lord knows about this, so from today onward you all will pretend you saw nothing. Guild leader Yuk merely came to drink with me at the inn, that's all. Especially you, guild leader Yuk, you'll keep your promise, right? Yuk Mubong stood up and clasped his hands respectfully. Young master, I will definitely remember this. Jin Murin nodded. Good then, now let's all enjoy ourselves. Nobody has any objections anymore, right? Diha awkwardly asked. Young master, are you perhaps some kind of villain? Jin Murin looked annoyed. What kind of nonsense is that? What villain? Guild leader Yuk, hurry and lie flat on the floor for me. Diha, how do I look right now? Diha sighed. Young master is definitely a villain. Jin Murin smiled. If that's the case, then let me ask guild leader Yuk this. From the perspective of someone from the black faction, am I really a villain? Yuk Mubong cursed inwardly. You damned young master really are an evil mutt. Although he felt extremely bitter inside, he still did not dare speak badly about Jin Murin. Young master is not a villain. Didn't you spare my life? Jin Murin nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. Guild leader Yuk, hurry and sit down. Diha, martial arts are merely tools, while martial artists are weapons made for killing. The martial world is overflowing with dangerous people, so trying to distinguish good from evil is nothing more than empty words. That's simply how this world works. Some people spend their entire lives running away just because they share roots with a murderer, hiding deep inside dark forests to avoid being hunted by martial artists. Have any of you ever seen the trembling eyes of children after a sword blade scraped across their shoulders? I'm merely surviving in the martial world. Whether good or evil, once you're dead, none of it means anything anymore. Diha felt confused inside. Just what kind of life has young master lived until now? He clasped his hands respectfully toward Jin Murin. Young master, this subordinate will remember your words. Jin Murin raised his wine jar. Guild leader Yuk nodded repeatedly. Young master truly is a knowledgeable person. In that case, let us happily raise our cups together. Yuk Mubong held up his cup while crying bitter tears of injustice. Ha ha, of course, young master. Meanwhile, a man dressed in black was secretly observing them from the rooftop above, utterly confused inside. What exactly are they talking about that has them laughing nonstop? Did Chial Sabang really join hands with Madram Lord? No matter how I think about it, abandoning a force like Supreme Sword to ally with Madram Lord would be complete madness. So the young master of Madram Lord and the leader of Chial Sabang are now riding the same boat together. I need to report this to the young sect master immediately. Jin Murin already knew that man had been on the roof the entire time. The reason he intentionally joked around so loudly earlier was specifically so the spy could hear everything. Seeing him constantly staring toward the ceiling, the others became confused. Young master, what are you looking at? Nothing, I think there was a rat on the roof earlier. Guild leader Yuk laughed so loudly that the rat got scared and ran away. Come on now, drink, drink. By the way, where did you even learn to drink alcohol? Your tolerance is pretty impressive. Yuk Mubong burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, among the black faction people, I'm one of the greatest alcohol gods around. While proudly bragging, he was suddenly choked speechless by Jin Murin's next words. Isn't it because you keep attending the Northwest Association that you became such a good drinker? Yuk Mubong sprayed wine all over the place and shouted loudly. Young master, what did you just say? Jin Murin replied. From what I've gathered, there's something called the Northwest Association. I want to know more about it. Yuk Mubong did not dare refuse and hurriedly explained. Yes, the 6 factions managing the Northwest Association gather once every month to drink together. Naturally, our Chial Sabang is included among them. Jin Murin asked with interest. When is the next gathering? Yuk Mubong replied. The last one was held only 10 days ago, so it'll probably be quite a while before the next meeting. Unexpectedly, Jin Murin suddenly said, in a few days, another Northwest Association gathering will happen. When that time comes, make sure to notify me, understood? Yuk Mubong froze in confusion. Young master, I'll definitely do that, but unless something special happens, the Northwest Association only follows its fixed schedule. It's still very far from the next gathering. The corner of Jin Murin's mouth slowly curled upward. Exactly, something special. That's the key point. That special event will happen very soon. The scene shifts outside onto the streets. A man walking suddenly stopped in place. Your stalking methods are quite strange. Exactly how much longer do you plan to follow me? Standing atop the rooftop behind him was a man dressed in black. This person was Seo Jin Hwan, captain of the Hidden Shadow Squad of Sanction. Kwon Hyuk-bai, branch chief of Northwestern Road under Supreme Sword. Once we capture this old man, only 2 targets will remain. Old man, you'd better obediently come with us. Our master ordered us to capture you all. If you cooperate quietly, you'll be released soon enough. The old man suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, so the one kidnapping the other branch chiefs really was you after all, not leaving behind a single trace. Looks like you only operate alone. Then your abilities must place you among the top experts as well. I've also been waiting for the right timing myself, so I spent a huge amount of money hiring bodyguards. Come out now, twin divine sword brothers, masters who have reached the realm of divine swordsmanship, supreme fast sword experts. The twin-handed one sword, masters of movement techniques and dual sword arts. Just as he finished speaking, he abruptly froze because his so-called twin divine sword experts had already been beaten black and blue and were being dragged over by their heads. Are these the twin divine sword masters you were talking about? Not sure what kind of legendary experts they used to be, but now I've turned them into complete trash. Sorry, Captain, your subordinate arrived late. I punched these guys so hard their jaws shattered and their teeth all flew out. This person was Yong Chu, a member of the Hidden Shadow Squad. Seeing this scene, the old man broke into a cold sweat and could not believe his eyes. Impossible, how could top experts of Sanction end up looking like that? Yong Chu snorted coldly. Enough nonsense. If you don't want to lose all your teeth too, then obediently come with us. Furious, the old man drew his sword and charged forward. Bastard, are you looking down on a branch chief of Supreme Sword? Yong Chu could not even be bothered to look at him and casually swung his fist, smashing both the sword and the man apart in one blow. The old man ended up just like the other two, punched so hard he lost several teeth and staggered around like a dizzy turkey. Seo Jin Hwan sighed, try to control your strength a little. Yong Chu looked confused. Captain, I really don't understand. Wouldn't it be easier to just crush that Supreme Sword sect or whatever? With their level, if only half of the Hidden Shadow Squad moved out, we could finish everything in one day. Seo Jin Hwan explained, the Heavenly Lord surely has his own plan. I alone can handle this matter. I'll finish the remaining work. You should hurry and support the Heavenly Lord instead. Do you still remember how you're supposed to behave around the Heavenly Lord? Yong Chu replied, of course, this subordinate is not a mountain bandit. I'm merely a wandering martial artist fortunate enough to cross paths with the Heavenly Lord. Seo Jin Hwan reminded him, but you cannot call him Heavenly Lord, you must call him Young Master. Yong Chu smiled brightly. Alright, hahaha, our young master really is amazing. Young master must have grown up a lot by now. I'm heading over to see him immediately. Seo Jin Hwan's expression turned serious. Yong Chu, if possible, could you maybe stop grinning like that for once? 2 days later, Yong Chu arrived at Chenggen to meet Jin Murin. Facing this guy, Jin Murin could only helplessly sigh. Good grief, this brainless fool. Yong Chu laughed cheerfully. Hahaha, young master, long time no see. Jin Murin looked puzzled. Yong Chu, I'm genuinely curious. Out of all the countless people available, why did it have to be you who came here? Yong Chu explained, because nobody in Sanction knows this subordinate's face, so the captain ordered me to come. Or should I just leave instead? Jin Murin shook his head. Forget it. Jin Hwan already warned you, right? Don't call me Heavenly Lord, call me Young Master. Yong Chu nodded. This subordinate understands Young Master, so who do I start beating up first? Jin Murin shook his head again. Not now. Until I give permission, you are absolutely not allowed to hit anyone. Yong Chu's face filled with confusion. If I'm not supposed to beat people up, then why did Young Master call me here? Jin Murin helplessly covered his face. When did I ever call you here? I specifically told you not to come, yet you still showed up anyway. Hearing that, Yong Chu suddenly realized the truth. Ah, now that you mention it, that does sound correct. Jin Murin became even more helpless. Oh heavens above, there'll soon be targets to deal with, but for now, while staying here, you are forbidden from using martial arts. Understood, Yong Chu? Young Master can rest assured about that. Jin Murin then pushed the door open and stuck his head outside. Diha, Suksubugio, jumps Idan, sorry about that everyone, you can come inside now. Diha looked confused. Young Master, are you done talking already? Who exactly is that person? Jin Murin coughed awkwardly. Just a wandering martial artist from the mountains who happened to know me. I called him here because I needed a favor. Diha nodded. I see. Alright, someone from Chial Sabang came looking for Young Master. Yuk Mubong stood there panting like a dying dog, sweat pouring down like rain. Greetings, Young Master. The Northwest Association has issued a summons. Hearing that, Jin Murin smiled and glanced back inside. Yong Chu, get ready, your prey has appeared. Hearing those words, Yong Chu let out an extremely sinister grin, looking absurdly excited. Night fell upon the mirror fortress of Sanction Northwestern Road. This place was the most luxurious pleasure house in Northwestern Road, managed by Siak Gajang, and it was also where the leaders of the 6 factions held their meetings. Yuk Mubong arrived there with his subordinates, his mind filled with confusion. This meeting isn't happening according to the usual schedule. Just what exactly did you stir up this time, young master? The people inside are probably already in chaos because of the rumors involving Madram Lord, so I definitely won't be treated kindly tonight. But maybe that's fine too. I've already been annoyed with that Muabang leader for ages. If anyone here dares call me a traitor, I'll drag him down with me even if we both die together. The moment he entered, he greeted everyone warmly. Looks like I'm the latest one here. Everyone's already gathered, huh? The Black Faction Alliance of Northwestern Road, the Northwest Association, had officially gathered in full force. Muabang leader Chu Kwangdu smiled and replied, "Oh my, isn't this Mubong? Your face sure is thick. Didn't you already join hands with Madram Lord?" Yuck Mubong gritted his teeth. I wonder which filthy rat spread that ridiculous rumor. If I catch them, I'll definitely kill them without mercy. Yonggung Bao and Jim exchanged glances and secretly thought, bastard, try killing us if you can. The moment we get a chance, taking your life would only take an instant. Siok Jiamjiang, the lord of Siokga Jiang seated nearby, spoke up to remind everyone. If anyone wants to fight, go outside and do it. Don't wreck my pleasure house. As for guild leader Yuk's matter, let's set it aside for now and begin the meeting first. Yuk Mubong secretly sighed in relief. Looks like I'm safe for the moment. Another person asked Lord Siok, this meeting wasn't called according to the usual cycle. What exactly happened for you to urgently summon the Northwest Association like this? Siok Jiamjiang explained, early this morning, I witnessed Supreme Sword martial artists moving around in great haste. Naturally, I went to Supreme Sword afterward to verify what happened, and it turns out all 6 branch chiefs of Supreme Sword have disappeared. Yuk Mubong panicked internally, as he remembered Jin Murin's words from that day. Seeing his agitated reaction, everyone immediately turned suspicious gazes toward him. The young man nervously explained, it's nothing, I'm just too shocked, that's all, haha. Although he said that outwardly, inwardly he was still extremely anxious. So the special event he mentioned was this, Supreme Sword's branch chiefs definitely aren't weaklings. Just what kind of monster is that young master? My heart's seriously about to give out here. While he was panicking, someone suddenly spoke words that hit the exact nerve. Could this possibly be Madram Lord's doing? Probably not. Ever since the young master appeared recently, Supreme Sword has been paying special attention to Madram Lord. So they likely wouldn't dare act so recklessly. If even Supreme Sword's branch chiefs were defeated, then the opponent must be extraordinary. With their current weak military strength, Madram Lord wouldn't dare gamble like this. Another person added, open attacks are easy to avoid, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. If this was Madram Lord's doing, then doesn't that make the situation even more serious? Siok Jiamjiang's face turned serious. That's exactly why I gathered everyone here today. We'll also send people out to search for the missing individuals. After all, this matter concerns Supreme Sword. Right at that moment, an urgent voice suddenly shouted from outside. Lord Manor, Lord Manor. Lord Manor, you should hurry and get away from here. There's a strange masked man of unknown identity barging into the pleasure house and fighting the martial artists. Siok Jiamjiang's eyes widened. What? How many of them are there? Very quickly, Yongchu kicked the door open and stepped inside. That's why I always hate idiots. When people tell you something, you should listen, you know. Do you guys just enjoy getting beaten up or what? Jin Murin lifted his leg and kicked him once. I can't see anything at all, move aside already. He then stuck his head inside to take a look. I'm honestly heartbroken here. The main character hasn't even arrived yet and the meeting already started. Chu Kwangdu slammed the table and stood up excitedly. The young master of Madram Lord. As expected, Yuk Mubong, you really did join hands with Madram Lord. Yuk Mubong broke into cold sweat and hurriedly explained. No, it's not like that. It's just that the young master is also doing business in Northwestern Road now, so hahaha. Jin Murin transmitted his voice directly to him. Guild leader Yuk, you did very well. If you want to stay alive, hurry and sit down. After reminding Yuk Mubong, he immediately ordered, Yongchu, first beat up anyone who still has their eyes open or is standing on 2 legs for me, but absolutely do not hit their faces. Yongchu excitedly cracked his knuckles. Yes, young master, this subordinate will beat them very diligently. One person could no longer endure it and drew his blade before charging forward. Bastard, who the hell are you to dare stain the Northwest Association? If you've got guts, fight me, sect leader Du Yonggang of the 7th Path sect. The very next second he got punched straight in the mouth and lost several teeth. Seeing him get defeated so easily, everyone present was horrified and unable to believe it. Yongchu scratched his ear lazily. Come at me together already, you bunch of idiots. The moment he finished speaking, the remaining people all drew their weapons and charged at once. Yuk Mubong's face turned pale as sweat poured down nonstop while he secretly transmitted his voice. Young master, are you planning to kill all these people? Jin Murin answered seriously. If necessary, I will, but right now I'm only debating whether or not I should kill one person first. Yuk Mubong quickly advised him. Young master, it would be better to keep Manor Lord Siokga Jiang alive. He's a sharp and intelligent man. Jin Murin asked back. Then who should die? Yuk Mubong had been waiting for this chance the whole time. Muabang leader Chu Quangdu, that bastard is a coward who specializes in loan sharking and committing evil deeds. If young master kills him, you'll definitely win the people's support. The one who deserves to die the most is Muabang leader Chu Quangdu. Jin Murin immediately gave another order. Yong Chu, kill the ugliest guy here for me. Pick the one who looks most like some evil loan shark. Yong Chu burst into laughter and waved his arm, blasting the crowd away. Understood, young master. He observed everyone for a moment before suddenly pointing at Yuk Mubong. The person young master means is the guy sitting there all relaxed, right? Anyone can tell he looks like the worst villain here. Hearing that, Yuk Mubong panicked so hard that sweat exploded out all over him. Right at that moment, Chu Quangdu suddenly rushed from behind in an attempt to launch a sneak attack. Yong Chu thought for a brief moment before continuing, then I'll just kill you first instead. Chu Quangdu froze in shock mid-charge. The next instant, Yong Chu unleashed a terrifying punch that smashed his head straight into the ground. The people from Jianghu were so horrified that their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Even Diha, standing behind Jin Murin, could not believe what he was seeing. A terrifying killing intent faintly radiated from Yong Chu's body. Once Yuk Mubong realized he was not the target, he happily let out a huge sigh of relief. Diha was shaken to the core internally. Muabang's leader got defeated with just one punch. Since when did the Western Mountains have a monster expert like this? Jin Murin glanced at him and gave an order. Diha, you handle the north side. I don't care who it is. If anyone dares rush in, smash their heads open with your wooden sword. He then walked over and sat down beside the window. Now then, since everyone already understands the situation, hurry up and sit down. There's no seat of honor here. Fine then, I'll just sit here temporarily. Let us officially begin this Northwest Association meeting. Siok Jiamjang loudly demanded, young master of Madram Lord, do you really think you can walk away unharmed after causing a mess like this? No matter how capable your grandfather may be, this incident is no small matter. Another person also spoke angrily. Don't tell me you've forgotten that Supreme Sword stands behind us. The man accompanying you is indeed a formidable expert, but he's still only a wandering martial artist. Don't get arrogant just because you can rely on your grandfather. Jin Murin burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, you people accuse me of relying on family connections, yet you yourselves hide beneath the shadow of Supreme Sword. Alright Diha, come inside for now. Diha, who had been happily beating people up outside, immediately obeyed and entered. Yong Chu, go outside and take Diha's place guarding the stairs for me. Kill anyone who dares rush in. Outside, another group of people had already arrived. That wandering martial artist is a powerful expert, but he's still only one man. The moment you find the Manor Lord, immediately escort him out. Yong Chu stepped forward, killing intent flickering around him as he glanced at them. Come on then. Inside, Jin Murin continued threatening the group. You all heard me clearly, right? I'll slaughter every single subordinate you have. Siok Jiamjang gritted his teeth. Young master, humiliating us like this means you shouldn't expect to leave safely either. The instant he finished speaking, Diha swung his hand and slapped him across the face. Even Jin Murin himself was shocked internally. Why is Diha so motivated today? Diha spoke seriously. Didn't young master say that the martial world is a battle for survival? Jin Murin nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. Meaningless mercy will eventually become the blade that stabs you in the back. Since we've already started, there's no need to drag this out any longer. We need to completely crush the fighting spirit in those eyes as quickly as possible. Even after getting slapped, Siok Jiamjang still stubbornly asked, what exactly do you want? Jin Murin smiled. Acting quite manly, aren't you? Diha, hit him again for me and beat up that old man over there too. Lift up that toothless guy and keep hitting him. In the blink of an eye, the three men were beaten half to death and collapsed on the ground, gasping nonstop. Outside, their subordinates were still shouting loudly. Find the Manor Lord quickly. The opponent is a master. Nobody should underestimate him. Jin Murin praised them. Those are your subordinates. They're pretty loyal, huh? Siok Jiamjang screamed in terror. Don't come charging in here. Jin Murin cut him off. Manor Lord Siokajang, you have to give me a chance too, don't you? Since you wanted to tear me apart and sent people after me, I have no choice but to return the favor. Among the three of us, one is a worm from Madram Lord. One is just a street thug from the gutters. Taking care of a wandering martial artist should be very possible, right? Facing Jin Murin's vicious expression, Siok Jiamjang became even more terrified. Yuk Mubong, standing to the side drenched in sweat, secretly thought, that's right, this is the overwhelming pressure I felt before. Never thought the day would come when I'd actually pity these guys. Jin Murin suddenly glanced toward him. Guild leader Yuk Muabang's leader is already dead. Lead your men and take over Muabang's territory. From today onward, that area belongs to you. Yuk Mubang was stunned. What, we're really allowed to do that? Jin Murin reminded him, however, you must return the property stolen from victims forced into Muabang's loan shark schemes and give some money to the women who were captured as tribute before setting them free. You can handle that, right? Yuk Mubang immediately answered without hesitation. Of course, young master, please leave it to me. Diha silently analyzed from behind ruthless actions without the slightest hesitation, showing absolutely no mercy toward enemies. Sometimes he looks like the most vicious villain in the entire world. Yet for survival, he always firmly follows his own rules. That old man Yongchu is the same way. He doesn't fear anything at all. Among all the wandering martial artists I know, aside from the Black Snake Seven Wolves, there has never been a warrior with such overwhelming presence. Clearly, he is the secret weapon the young master intentionally brought here. If I follow someone like him, I won't need to live in anxiety anymore. Today, I've also become certain of one more thing. In front of them, the four men, including Siok Jiamjang, no longer dared to resist stubbornly and all knelt down, kowtowing together. Young master, we surrender. Please spare the lives of our subordinates. Diha secretly became even more convinced. A person like the young master will definitely reclaim Jin Murin's position as supreme ruler. Jin Murin gave him an order. Diha, hurry outside and stop Yongchu. If you delay, Siaka Jeng might completely disappear from existence. Listen carefully, from today onward you must publicly cut ties with Supreme Sword. The group completely submitted without the slightest objection. This old man understands, young master, Jin Murin asked again. How much tribute are you currently paying Supreme Sword? 50% of all business profits, sir. Jin Murin was shocked. 50%? Then what's even left after that? The group explained. We actually still operate at a loss. The missing money has to be covered through merchant caravans and income from other trade routes. Jin Murin stroked his chin thoughtfully. They must believe that surviving in Yungjong is only possible by siding with Supreme Sword. That's why they willingly suffer losses and even borrow money from elsewhere just to keep up appearances. Thinking of this, he spoke again. You people don't even have the courage to nurture experts and build your own power. Supreme Sword may be a bunch of thieving bastards, but they are very skilled at maintaining the balance of power. You all saw the 6th guild leader earlier, didn't you? I am completely different from Supreme Sword. This young master has no intention of stealing your businesses. Continue your operations as usual, and you only need to offer one portion of tribute to Madram Lord. Hearing this, the group froze in disbelief. Did the young master just say one portion? Jin Murin asked back, what's wrong? If that's too little, should I increase it to 2 portions? Siok Jiamjang answered seriously, 1 portion. But even then, we'll still end up in a dangerous situation. Jin Murin threatened him. Then should I just wipe out Siokajang too? Hearing that, Siok Jiamjang no longer dared to object and hurried over to pour wine for him. Jin Murin continued, good, then it's settled at 1 portion. In exchange, the Northwest Association must actively participate in Madram Lord's events. Of course, cutting ties with Supreme Sword will place you in danger, so if Supreme Sword bullies you, I'll personally step in and stop them. Compared to handing over 50% of your profits and living like slaves, don't you want to dream of a better home for yourselves? The group still looked worried. Will that opportunity truly come for people like us? Jin Murin smiled. I swear it on this very head of mine. A short while later, inside the council hall of Madram Lord. Seeing Siokajang and his group arrive together, everyone present was filled with confusion. Aren't they the leaders of the Black Path gangs in Northwestern Road? Why did they all suddenly come here together? This is seriously suspicious. Did the young master cause another disaster or something? Cho Mu Gang was the first to speak. I never expected to welcome all of you here today. Siok Jiamjang replied, even we ourselves never imagined a day like this would come. Even though the relationship between the Northwest Association and Madram Lord has never been good. We truly thank your noble faction for receiving guests like us who suddenly came without notice. Cho Mugang cut him off. Enough, why exactly have you all come here? Siok Jiamjang cupped his hands respectfully. Starting today, every gang in Northwestern Road will join hands with Madram Lord. We sincerely ask for your faction's acceptance. Hearing this proposal from him, everyone was shocked so badly their jaws practically hit the floor. Even Cho Mugang himself could hardly believe it. One man slammed the table and shouted, are you people messing with us? Aren't all the gangs here under Supreme Sword? Right at that moment, Jin Murin pushed the door open and walked in. Hee, what do you mean joking around? Why is everyone making these guests who worked so hard to come here feel unwelcome? Madram Lord's Jin Murin greets the Lord. Cho Mugang replied, come in quickly. I was just about to summon you. Can you explain what exactly is going on here? Jin Murin continued, I merely gave them a proper explanation of the benefits they would receive from joining forces with us. Siok Jiamjang felt like crying without tears inside. If that was considered proper, then even mountain bandits and pirates could ascend to Buddhahood. Jin Murin kept talking non-stop. I promised them the conditions for allying with Madram Lord, only 1 portion of their business profits. After hearing that, Cho Mugang turned to the group and asked, are Jin Murin's words true? Siok Jiamjang bowed respectfully. That is correct, Lord. Everyone from Madram Lord was utterly confused inside. What method did the young master even use? Not long ago, Chiao Sabing beat him up so badly he looked half dead. Could it be the young master mastered some strange martial art none of us know about? Yu Gessen secretly felt smug inside. Open your old eyes wide and look carefully, I truly did not misjudge him. Zhang Haran was also grinning from ear to ear in delight. No matter how you look at it, this whole thing is bizarre. Those beggar-like gangsters actually chose compromise. He secretly transmitted his voice to Diha. Kid Diha, you probably know what really happened, right? Those people's faces are all bruised like they got beaten up. What exactly did the young master do? Faced with that question, Diha did not know how to answer and his expression became extremely tense. After a while, he finally transmitted his voice back. The young master merely persuaded them very respectfully, sir. A short while later at the Chenggen, Jin Murin's group had returned and gathered around a round table discussing matters. Once our Northwest Association joins forces with Madram Lord, Yungjung's situation will change drastically. Madram Lord controls the north while Supreme Sword rules the south. Yungjung is the place trapped between those northern and southern territories. However, Supreme Sword will not act immediately. Before they find the district chiefs and the culprit who kidnapped them, Supreme Sword will not want to get dragged into any war. Jin Murin nodded in agreement. Exactly, nothing will happen within the next 10 days. 6th Guild Leader, have you already subdued Muobang? Yuk Mubong enthusiastically replied, yes, young master. After I beat the Vice Guild Leader to death, the rest obediently knelt and surrendered right away. No wonder you look so refreshed today. Haha, well, I am from the Black Path after all. Jin Murin asked again, just as an example, purely an example, if the 6th guild leader were to die, what would happen to Iron Arrow Gang? Yuk Mubong panicked. Young master, why would you suddenly say something like that? Jin Murin spoke seriously. The leader dies, yet the subordinates do not even have the will to seek revenge. Shouldn't they at least feel a little sad about it? Hearing that, Yuk Mubong froze in utter confusion. Another person spoke up. The young master means you shouldn't randomly kill your subordinates like Chu Kwangdu did. Yuk Mubong suddenly understood. Ah, so that's what you meant. I'm different from him, so please rest assured, young master. Jin Murin spoke again. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Has Supreme Sword shown any reaction yet? Siok Jiamjang explained. It seems they handed Yungjung's businesses over to the wandering martial artists while concentrating their forces on investigating the disappearance case. So that means southern Yungjung is basically an empty house now. The wandering martial artists of Yungjung are quite special. They are almost like a separate organization under Supreme Sword, so it cannot really be said that southern Yungjung has nobody guarding it. Especially the wandering martial artist Mok Inpayo. He is a top-level expert and the wanderers he trained are all extremely powerful. They specifically handle dangerous missions for Supreme Sword. If we do not provoke them first, they also won't make a move against us. However, Supreme Sword has probably already realized we betrayed them. Jin Murin smiled. If Supreme Sword threatens you, I will personally protect you. Since I got you involved, I should take responsibility, right? Mirror Fortress is the tallest place in Northwestern Road. Starting today, every gang must station their strongest experts at the highest floor there. One man was startled. Young master, Mirror Fortress is indeed very tall, but the surrounding buildings block the view midway, so it is difficult to monitor every gang's situation. Jin Murin replied, then just use signal cannons. Starting today, I'll station Yongchu at Mirror Fortress. That idiot also needs sleep sometimes, so arrange additional guards during those hours. As for the remaining small matters, he'll know how to deal with them himself. Hearing that, the man respectfully bowed. Thank you very much, young master. Jin Murin continued, every location must always have 3 guards stationed there. If an emergency occurs, one person will run to report it to me, while another goes to the Northeastern Bureau. Messages can be transmitted there, so requesting reinforcements will be faster. Once the signal cannon is fired, Yongchu will immediately rush over to assist. If incidents happen at 2 places simultaneously, then I'll send another guy who is even stronger than Yongchu to help out. Hearing this, the group was horrified inside. There's another monster like that too, so he really isn't relying on just one wandering martial artist. This man is truly terrifying. If we had not surrendered that day, the Northwest Association probably would have vanished completely by now. Jin Murin continued, anyway, this is the perfect chance to establish a balance against Supreme Sword, so there's no need for you to be afraid. Young master, I have a question. What if all 6 places fire signal cannons at the same time? Jin Murin sighed, honestly, running away is fine, escaping is fine too, but you absolutely must hold out for at least half a can hour. Because within that half can hour, I will burn Supreme Sword to the ground. That's all then, I'll head out first. You all can continue chatting comfortably. Yes, young master, we will immediately pass the orders to our subordinates according to your arrangements. Watching Jin Murin's back as he left, the group sighed emotionally. That man truly is impossible to figure out. I feel the same way. However, there are two things we can be certain of. First, he will not stand by if something happens to us, and second, he does not want us as enemies. The group looked at him speechlessly. That explanation basically explained nothing at all, huh? This is way too suffocating. Let's have a drink before heading home. Exactly. The young master already said the next 10 days will still be safe anyway. Drinking a little today won't kill us. But why exactly 10 days? Probably because Supreme Sword will need about that long to handle the situation. 5 district chiefs disappearing at the same time is not something they can solve quickly. Thinking about it now, our connection with the young master really did begin at the Chungin. Wasn't the 6th guild leader managing that place before? That's right, huh? Where is the 6th guild leader anyway? He followed the young master earlier. Outside on the street, Yuk Mubong hurriedly chased after Jin Murin. Young master, please wait. Jin Murin looked puzzled. What is it? Yuk Mubong hesitated awkwardly. That matter, was it done by the young master? The matter with the district chiefs? Jin Murin burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, and what if I did do it? Are you planning to run to Supreme Sword and snitch? Yuk Mubong quickly explained. How could I possibly do that? They wouldn't accept me anymore anyway. Jin Murin asked back. Then why are you so curious about it? Yuk Mubong answered seriously. Because I'm the only person in the Northwest Association who has personally been beaten by the young master. Jin Murin sighed emotionally. Wow, you sound weirdly proud about that. Yuk Mubong explained, I'm being completely serious. As a martial artist, I want to know just how strong the young master truly is. Jin Murin sighed again. Even if I told you, you probably wouldn't believe it. Yuk Mubong shamelessly flattered him. I will always believe in the young master. Jin Murin stroked his chin. Fine then, this will remain a secret between me and the 6th guild leader. There are many hidden monsters living in seclusion in this world, so I cannot be completely certain. But among the people currently known in Jianghu, there are only 10 who can become my opponents. Yuk Mubong was shocked. 10 people? You mean the 10 greatest experts under heaven? Jin Murin simply smiled without answering, which basically counted as confirmation. The two of them then exchanged meaningful smiles with each other. Yuk Mubong finally turned around to leave. Alright then, I'll head back now. Jin Murin continued walking afterward. That's true though, nobody would actually believe something like this anyway. Master used a great technique to suppress the excessive yin energy within my yin body. It is called the Qi Transformation Dust Sealing Art. Master used a great technique to suppress the excessive yin energy within my yin body. It is called the Qi Transformation Dust Sealing Art. The day the seal is removed will also be the moment my physical body becomes completely stable. By then, the number of people who can fight me will probably shrink to only 2, Shenlong and Qinyong. Until then, I'm counting on you, Seo Jinchuan replied. Please rest assured, young master. This subordinate will definitely handle everything without leaving behind even the slightest trace. Jin Murin sighed emotionally. Thanks to you, things have been progressing this smoothly. Where are you imprisoning the district chiefs? At a temple in the western mountains, sir. The temple is hidden deep within the mountains, so finding it will be extremely difficult. Jin Murin instructed him, from now on, release 1 person each day for me. Understood, Heavenly Lord. Do you have any other orders? Jin Murin shook his head. No, once this is finished, don't make any moves for a while. Walls have ears everywhere in this world, so until my power becomes perfect, we absolutely cannot allow even the slightest weakness to be exposed. Seo Jinchuan reached into his robe and pulled something out. This subordinate understands. All right, there is a letter from the head strategist for the Heavenly Lord. Jin Murin looked slightly surprised. Manhwa looks like he found something. Let me see it. Manhwa was the child whose life Jin Murin saved in the past. His full name is Su Manhwa. Today, he has grown up and become the head strategist of Sanction. He is the one who manages all external affairs on behalf of Heavenly Lord Jin Murin. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a group born from mountain bandits like Sanction having no major conflicts with Jianghu at all is entirely thanks to Su Manhwa. Jin Murin opened the letter and thought silently. This must be the letter that explains how a faction with less than 10 years of history like Supreme Sword managed to swallow Yungjong in the blink of an eye. You really are quick at gathering information, Su Manhwa. But the moment he opened the letter, he froze because the entire content only contained 4 words. This subordinate does not know. Jin Murin looked over it again and again, yet there were still only those 4 words. Jinchuan, starve that guy for 1 day for me. This subordinate will pass on the message. Scene shifts over to Manhwa's side. How the hell would I know? I'm not some immortal sage. Night fell somewhere else. Diha was practicing swordsmanship alone here. After a while, he finally stopped and stood there panting heavily. Right at that moment, Jin Murin suddenly appeared behind him out of nowhere. Feeling the killing intent, the young man instantly turned around and swung his sword. Jin Murin merely raised 2 fingers casually and blocked his blade with ease. Seeing that it was him, Diha was shocked. "Young master, it's you." Jin Murin praised him. "Pretty sharp senses you've got. So the guy who planned to abandon swordsmanship is still training this diligently." "I already told you, you were born to be a martial artist." Diha looked confused. Why did the young master suddenly appear here? Jin Murin raised the wooden sword with a grin. "Since you decided to follow me, I should at least show you a few things. If you don't want to get beaten up, then try your best to defend yourself." Diha became serious. "As long as it's not a fight to the death, this subordinate is always willing. Come at me, young master." Jin Murin wasted no time and immediately raised his sword. Diha panicked internally. Damn it, I underestimated him too much. The attack was very powerful, but not to the point where it could not be defended against. Right after that, he unleashed the split sword technique to counterattack. While dodging, Jin Murin secretly praised him, as expected from a squad leader of Madram Lord. "He really is capable. The moment I reveal even the slightest opening, he immediately targets it. His martial arts are not bad at all, very sharp and precise. A sword style that perfectly suits the demonic blade forest, a place that purely pursues the word demon. Perhaps that is why he does not fear facing Supreme Sword head-on." Of course, a martial foundation built and developed over many years could never lose to a place with less than 10 years of history like Supreme Sword. After a while, Diha suddenly appeared above Jin Murin's head. "You even know this move?" That sword strike was extremely fast and vicious, yet Jin Murin still dodged it easily. Diha gritted his teeth and thought, "I'm seriously going crazy here. Even though this is just a sparring match, I still couldn't stop myself from using a killing move." Jin Murin reassured him. "There's nothing to be afraid of. Your stiff muscles are only wasting your stamina for nothing." Diha swung his sword once again and attacked. "Young master, I almost got you there. Don't underestimate me." Jin Murin laughed lightly. "Is that all you've got? To the true masters under heaven, this is no different from child's play. Every person has their own aura and presence. If you cannot overcome that, then you will lose your life before you can even display your true strength. That is the difference between a master and an ordinary man." As he finished speaking, the tip of his sword was already pointed right at Diha's throat. The young man could not believe it at all. "It felt like I was being toyed with. Is the gap between me and the young master really this massive? Every single one of my attacks failed by only a paper-thin distance, like the width of a pine needle." He was clearly maintaining that distance on purpose. He collapsed helplessly onto the ground, panting heavily. "Young master is completely different from what I heard from the lords. They said young master only knew a little self-defense martial arts and had merely 10 years of accumulated internal energy." Jin Murin tossed away the wooden sword in his hand. "I never said that. They only assumed it because I told them I never learned martial arts from my mother." "Then who did you learn martial arts from?" Jin Murin raised his head and looked at the sky. "The 10 greatest masters under heaven." Hearing that, Diha burst out laughing just like Yuk Mubong did before. Jin Murin could only laugh helplessly along with him and thought, "Why are all the people around me like this?" Still, he did not mind and continued speaking to Diha. "I could feel the power within every one of your sword strikes. Looks like you never gave up after all." Diha stood back up. "This subordinate still has much more to learn, haha." Jin Murin clasped his hands behind his back and gazed into the distance like some grandmaster straight out of a legend. "You really are too humble, kid." Deep down, he silently pondered, honestly speaking, this guy was a once-in-a-generation talent, even surpassing the other rising stars. His swordsmanship was so refined it felt carefully calculated, and his movements were as sharp and instinctive as a wild beast. Thinking of that, he finally spoke up. "If you repeat the same sword technique hundreds of times, you'll be able to unleash its full power. But if you can't use it properly in real combat, then you'll just have to spar hundreds of times." Diha looked confused. "Young master, what exactly are you thinking about?" Jin Murin recalled the discussion from this morning in his mind. "It's because of that matter." Diha's jaw practically hit the floor. What do you mean by that, sir?" Jin Murin waved his hand. "Bring your sword and follow me. There's a place where I need you to swing it." Diha hurried after him. "Young master, why are you suddenly doing this? Please wait for your servant." After walking for quite a while without reaching their destination, Diha became even more anxious. "Young master, where are we going? Can't you at least tell your servant now?" "Can't you tell just by looking at the road?" "No, sir. That's exactly why this servant is asking. Up ahead is the territory controlled by Supreme Sword." The place they were heading toward was the area under the control of Supreme Sword Sanction Yungjong Nam Road. Diha worriedly said, "Supreme Sword is completely different from Chial Sabang. They won't fear the title of Madram Lord's young master." Jin Murin remained perfectly calm. "So what?" Diha continued trying to persuade him. "Those people don't care about worldly rules. Once conflict breaks out, they'll draw their swords immediately." Jin Murin continued, "The Northwestern Road has already sided with Madram Lord, so naturally I've become a thorn in their eyes. If anything happens, I'll protect you, so there's nothing to be afraid of." Diha nervously muttered, "Young master, it feels like trouble is about to explode any second now." Several people had already started whispering and throwing sideways glances at them. He kept glancing left and right in caution while thinking to himself, No matter the reason, the young master should never have come here alone like this. What in the world was the young master thinking? He sent a voice transmission warning him, "Young master, there are a few people following us." Jin Murin suddenly shouted loudly, "Hey, you rats hiding in the alley over there, listen up. Stop sneaking around and tailing us, get out here already. I've practically walked into your backyard, yet the hosts are still hiding like scared mice, what's with that?" Diha wanted to say something to stop him, but Jin Murin cut him off. "Just stay quiet and watch. One guy has shown himself already, now 2. 3. In the blink of an eye, their numbers had already risen to 20 people. Then 40, Jin Murin and Diha were instantly surrounded on the spot. He glanced at Diha with a slightly depressed look. "There sure are a lot of them, huh?" After a moment, he once again observed the crowd. "So, which one of you is the boss here?" Mukin Pyo, sitting on a rooftop not too far away, answered, "That would be me. I'm the leader of the Wanderers in Chungking, Mukin Pyo." Jin Murin glanced at him and smiled. "You're pretty quick yourself. As it happens, I came here to meet you." Mukin Pyo looked slightly surprised. "The young master came here to meet me." Jin Murin reached into his robe and pulled something out. "To be precise, I came to meet all of you. I want to hire you. I want to hire you all." Mukin Pyo caught the letter tossed at him and looked shocked. "Young master, have you gone insane?" Jin Murin smiled. "I'm perfectly sane." Mukin Pyo asked again, "Do you not know that we have 2 powerful backers behind us?" Jin Murin remained calm as ever. "Since I came all the way here, of course I know, but this matter has nothing to do with Supreme Sword, so you don't need to worry about that." Mukin Pyo nodded and opened the letter. "Very well then, what exactly does the young master want to hire us for?" Jin Murin leaped onto a nearby rooftop in one smooth motion, truly bold and flashy like a hero who skipped the boring entrance scene. "I want you all to kill someone. This young master will give you 2/4 of an hour. If you succeed, all that money will belong to you. Within those 2/4, you must kill Diha." Even Diha himself froze after hearing those words. What the hell? Jin Murin paid no attention to his reaction and cheerfully reminded him, "If we lose that money, we're finished, so do your best to survive." Diha shouted in confusion. "Young master, you suddenly drag me here and then tell me to survive somehow? Don't you already know what kind of background I have when it comes to using a sword?" Jin Murin replied, "That's exactly why I brought you here. In this place, you have no subordinates and no allies, so you can swing your sword as much as you want without worrying about hurting anyone. I even used all the money I received from the Lord and the business funds of Northwestern Road as the bet, so if you lose that money, you're dead." Diha gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "If the money's gone, I'll already be dead anyway. What life would even be left for you to kill?" Mukin Pyo sat on the rooftop laughing lightly. "Sorry about this, but the young master has offered such a huge amount of money for this job, so I really can't refuse. Begin the 4 ghost formation at once." Right after that, several men surrounded Diha with drawn swords. Sitting on the rooftop, Jin Murin silently pondered. So this is the formation used by the Wanderers. Wanderers were martial artists who followed an individualistic way of life, and not many of them possessed real skill. However, the Black Snake 7 Wolves were an exception. Among the Wanderers of Sanction, Mukin Pyo was known as the one whose strength came closest to the Black Snake 7 Wolves. Even if Diha were in his best condition, Mukin Pyo would still not be an opponent to take lightly. Those Wanderers raised by the strong did not care about tomorrow in the slightest. A formation created by people like that was truly difficult to break. At that moment, Diha looked like a man already pushed to the edge of a cliff. Below them, the group of Wanderers quickly began to make their move. Diha closed his eyes and tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. Am I really going to die like this? I was an idiot for trusting the young master. In that critical moment, he instinctively drew his sword and slashed away the giant axe held by a man attacking him from behind. Even he himself could not believe that he had actually managed to unleash that sword strike just now. He stood there blankly, staring at the sword in his hand. How is this even possible? Ever since the members of my squad were injured, I've no longer been able to fight in life or death battles anymore. Up on the rooftop, Jin Murin smiled with great interest. Meanwhile, Mukin Pyo's expression twisted into an extremely ugly frown. Diha still stood there absent-mindedly staring at the sword in his hand. I actually swung my sword. Jin Murin secretly praised him. As expected, that kid wasn't wrong at all. It was me who didn't know how to properly use a brilliant sword like you, Diha. Mukin Pyo loudly warned his men, focus yourselves, he's just a useless freeloader living off Madram after all. Seal every gap and don't leave him even the tiniest opening. Jin Murin called out toward him. Hey, Mr. Muck, Mukin Pyo interrupted him. Blood has already been spilled, so even if the young master asks me to spare him now, I won't let him go. Jin Murin shook his head. That's not what I meant. Your side is clearly gambling with your lives here, right? So even if someone loses their life, that shouldn't be a problem, should it? Mukin Pyo was secretly startled. Just hearing his voice is giving me goosebumps. What exactly does he mean by that? That guy clearly couldn't even hold a sword anymore. Jin Murin also sat there silently analyzing things. I've seen this before. If I remember correctly, that technique was definitely the Crimson Cloud Demon Sword. That special move just now must have been the thing that raised him to the position of squad leader. It's the split sword, split strike, shatter. The more I observe him, the more interesting he becomes. He uses heavy sword techniques against opponents wielding weapons head-on, then effortlessly switches into swift sword techniques to take down those trying to dodge. Thinking of that, he loudly praised him. Well done, Deha, but you should probably pay attention to the guy behind you instead. Deha was startled and quickly turned around. The moment he turned, a blade came flying toward him. Mukin Pyo had finally made his move. A bug like you only comes this far, you lot take the injured and fall back. I'll personally deal with this guy myself. Madram Lord Deha, so all this time you were deliberately misleading everyone. Deha looked confused. Misleading? Misleading about what? Mukin Pyo walked forward and raised his blade. You spread the rumor that you could no longer fight, Deha helplessly replied. It's not like I'm bored enough to do something like that. Mukin Pyo spoke seriously. Young master, I need money to treat my subordinates, so I absolutely must take these banknotes. Jin Murin looked quite interested. So you're finally stepping onto the battlefield personally, huh? Deha, hurry and win my money back for me. Deha raised his sword. I get a share too, right? That guy's head looks pretty big, so my arm's probably gonna get sore chopping it. Mukin Pyo stopped wasting words and immediately swung his blade to attack. The moment their weapons clashed, Deha found it difficult to adapt because of the overwhelming weight behind the strike. Mukin Pyo did not stop and continued swinging his blade in relentless attacks. Deha nervously thought to himself, I was wrong. His attacks are too heavy to block directly. I need to evade with split sword techniques and aim for the openings instead. Thinking that, he immediately began swinging his sword to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Mukin Pyo appeared behind him. A powerful slash came crashing down toward Deha's head. Luckily, the young man managed to dodge in time, otherwise he would have been split clean in half like a melon at a summer festival. After exchanging only a few moves, Deha was already struggling miserably. Mukin Pyo then continued his crazy barrage of attacks without pause. Looks like Madram Lord still hasn't completely lost his value, huh? They actually hit a master like you this whole time. Deha gritted his teeth. I already told you. We're not bored enough to do something like that. Mukin Pyo's underlings began to show worried expressions when they saw their boss still unable to take down his opponent. Mukin Pyo also frowned and thought to himself, quite some time has already passed. If I don't use my trump card now, it'll be hard to kill this brat. Young master, don't resent me for this. This time, both sides would suffer equally anyway. Right after saying that, he waved his hand and unleashed the vast drifting moonwind blade. Deha felt his heart tighten. He dares to use his ultimate technique in a place crowded with this many people. The blade aura split into 4 directions. Is this really the martial art of a mere wanderer? Mukin Pyo leaped forward and shouted loudly. Sorry about this, but everyone who sees this ultimate technique of mine has to die. Right at that moment, a voice suddenly shouted for him to stop. Mukin Pyo became furious, veins bulging all over his face. Young master, what the hell are you doing? Jin Murin sneered coldly. The 2/4 of an hour are already over. Deha is still alive, so Mr. Muck should hurry and pay me my money back. Don't tell me you're planning to go back on your word. Mukin Pyo bitterly clenched his teeth. Damn it. Even so, he had no other choice and could only throw the banknotes in his hand back to them. We're retreating. Jin Murin happily jumped down from the rooftop while looking at Mukin Pyo's icy glare. Let's hurry back too. Mukin Pyo returned to his residence looking extremely irritated. Whoever has alcohol, bring it here now. Yes, boss, you've worked hard. Mukin Pyo bitterly complained. Damn it all, why did 2/4 of an hour pass so freaking fast? The subordinate behind him replied, Boss, actually, 2/4 of an hour had already passed quite a while ago. By that time, it had already been half a watch. Mukin Pyo was startled inside. Half a watch? How strange. Clearly his subordinate was in danger, yet he never stopped the fight. Even after the 2/4 had passed, he only called it off when I used my ultimate technique. That damned brat. Meanwhile, Jin Murin walked along while praising him. Deha, you fought well. Today's harvest wasn't bad at all. Deha was also extremely happy. Even in my dreams, I never thought I'd be able to swing a sword again. Turns out when there are no allies around me, my body can react on its own. Jin Murin chuckled. So do you finally think you have a place within Madram Lord now? Deha laughed loudly. Ha, I never expected I could break free from my chains this way. Jin Murin asked again, there's always a way to solve things. What do you think about that guy? Deha answered seriously. I didn't expect him to use his ultimate technique at that moment. If the fight had continued, I probably would have been injured. Jin Murin seriously asked, next time will you win? Deha fell into thought. About that, now that I've seen his ultimate technique, I think it's possible. At that point, he suddenly realized something and was startled. Could it be that young master intends to? Jin Murin nodded. That's right. I'm leaving that guy to you. Deha looked at his back while silently thinking. The young master stopped the fight the moment Mukin Pyo used his ultimate technique. The young master's foresight is truly incredible. The next day, at the Madram Lord headquarters. Look over there, that's the young master. The young master, is that the one who got beaten by the Iron Spear gang? That's right, after that he managed to reclaim Chingin and the entire northwestern road. Beside the young master is Madram Lord's little worm. Ah no, that's the former leader of the Silent Sword Squad. Jin Murin and Diha quickly walked over toward them. The two young men hurriedly bowed their heads in greeting. The two men lowered their heads and quietly discussed among themselves. I heard he even fought Mukin Pyo this time. Diha also silently thought to himself. At first, when I decided to follow the young master, I didn't have even the slightest hope. Of course, I never dared to imagine I could reclaim my position as a martial artist either. The cold looks from the other martial artists have now turned into respect. Maybe it's because the young master successfully reclaimed Northwestern Road. Walking ahead, Jin Murin sighed in admiration. The atmosphere today is really nice. Diha, try looking around a bit. Diha nodded. Yes. Those gazes directed toward the young master. Jin Murin shook his head. No, I'm not talking about that. Pay attention to the state of the martial artists. Haven't their spirits changed quite a bit? They themselves had probably already realized that Madram Lord, a place once standing at the edge of decline, was now entering a new turning point. A proper amount of tension can sometimes be the best medicine, funny enough. You head back to the inn first. I need to meet the Lord for a bit. Right after saying that, he quickly headed inside. Cho Mugang was reading a book at his desk. The moment he saw Jin Murin enter, he spoke up. Come in quickly, commander of the Northwestern Division. Jin Murin quickly walked forward and cupped his hands. Commander of the Northwestern Division greets the Lord of Madram Lord. Haha, the commander of the Northwestern Division pays respect to the Lord of Madram Lord. Cho Mugang smiled. Lately, I've been in a very good mood because my elder sister's son has finally been acknowledged by everyone. You must be very busy with the affairs of Northwestern Road, right? Do you need any help from me? Jin Murin continued, thank you for your concern, Lord. It's true that managing Northwestern Road is currently lacking manpower, especially people capable of handling finances. The leaders of the Northwest Association are extremely sensitive when it comes to money, so sending people there to manage things will also help reassure them. Cho Mugang silently agreed in his heart. That's right. If I place Madram Lord's people there, then even if business declines and tribute money falls short, there will be nothing to worry about. Thinking that, he immediately said, I'll send reinforcements over at once. Jin Murin replied, thank you, Lord. Uncle, now that we've secured Northwestern Road, Supreme Sword has probably already learned about it. Cho Mugang's expression turned serious. Of course, the headquarters is already secretly preparing as well. Jin Murin asked again, before war breaks out, I truly want to hear what kind of future uncle wishes to see for Madram Lord. Cho Mugang answered seriously without the slightest hesitation. I am a martial artist, so from the standpoint of a martial artist, I want to see Madram Lord stand proudly with its head held high in the martial world. Jin Murin also became serious. Then I will definitely make that become reality. Cho Mugang continued, may I ask you for one more thing? I want to know more about you. Right now, not only are you managing the factions of Northwestern Road, but you're also standing before a war against Supreme Sword. This is something Madram Lord, a place that has been gradually declining, never once dared to imagine. Because I've been busy handling matters outside the estate, I haven't had much time to speak with you. But from the very first moment we met, I could vaguely sense that you were completely different from everyone else. A Madram Lord martial artist who can proudly hold his head high before the martial artists of Murim, that alone was merely the wish of Cho Mugang, the Lord of Madram Lord. But what Uncle truly wants to see is the collapse of the wall hidden behind your smile. How have you lived? What are you truly like? I know asking this now may be a bit late, but could you share your story with this uncle of yours? Jin Murin smiled. Supreme Sword could make a move at any moment. I will coordinate with the Northeastern Division and maintain constant contact with the headquarters. Seeing that Jin Murin did not wish to speak about it, Cho Mugang sighed. Haha, this brat. Jin Murin was about to turn around and leave when Cho Mugang suddenly spoke once more. Jin Murin, you truly are not an ordinary person. Who you are, how you've lived, or what burdens you carry on your shoulders, none of that matters. You only need to remember that you are my grandson, you are my family. This place is your home, a place you can always return to whenever you wish. Jin Murin paused slightly. I'll take my leave now. Right after that, he quickly left Cho Mugang's place. The moment he stepped outside, he clutched his chest and sighed. I still have these feelings. I was an orphan raised by my master. My master taught me everything and never let me lack anything. But if my father and mother were still alive, they probably would have looked at me with those same eyes too, right? Emotions will only cause me to make wrong judgments. Get a grip, Jin Murin. Mother's wish and master's final will. If I have to choose between Madram Lord and Xiang Tian, then sorry, but I'll choose Xiang Tian. Because even without me, Madram Lord can still barely survive somehow, but Xiang Tian cannot. Anyway, this really is a difficult dream. If Uncle wants the position of Tyrant Lord of Yungjong, then all he has to do is wipe out Supreme Sword. And if Uncle wants to become the Tyrant Lord of Sanction, then he only needs to trample every faction here beneath his feet. But if Uncle wants Madram Lord to proudly stand tall in the martial world, then this place must become strong enough that it never has to watch anyone else's mood again. For Madram Lord to climb to the position of the #1 faction under heaven is as difficult as plucking stars from the sky. If I want to build Madram Lord up, then for now, I can't leave yet. When the clan's wish becomes reality, Mother in Heaven will probably finally rest easy too. While lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. "Young master, why are you back so late?" Jin Murin asked in confusion. "We just talked a bit longer than expected. But why are you standing outside?" Diha pointed toward the inside of the inn. "There's a guest, sir." Jin Murin became even more confused. "A guest? Isn't having guests a good thing?" Diha waved his hands. No, that's not what I mean. A major figure from Supreme Sword is here." "Young master." Hearing that, even Jin Murin looked slightly surprised. "A major figure? Who is it?" "The sect master." "Not exactly, but close enough. It's the young sect master of Supreme Sword, one of the 4 Rivers 5 prodigies. He is the little divine sword Jianghu Hwagi." Jin Murin asked again. "The young sect master, and he's already been here for a while. Did he come alone?" Diha shook his head. "No, he came together with Mukin Pyo." "Haha, old acquaintances. Did you two greet each other warmly?" "Warmly." That guy walked into the inn with flames practically shooting out of his eyes. "Haha, let's meet our guest first." Right after saying that, he pushed the door open and walked inside. The moment Jianghu Hwagi saw him, he immediately showed an excited expression. "Young master, you're back. Just like the rumors said, you really are handsome." Jin Murin did not answer and instead turned his head toward Mukin Pyo standing beside him. "Why aren't you greeting me?" Mukin Pyo glared at him. "Our relationship isn't close enough for greetings." Jin Murin sneered. "Within the 4 seas, all men are brothers. Mukin Pyo, you're really too petty." Right after that, he quickly sat down across from Jianghu Hwagi. The two sat there staring directly into each other's eyes without saying a single word. After a while, Jin Murin could not hold back anymore and finally asked, "Young sect master, do you want something to eat? If there's anything you want, just say it." This humble innkeeper still has to act like a cheap decorative flower vase once in a while. Jianghu Hwagi burst into loud laughter. "Thank you, but I already ate before coming here, so I'm not hungry." Jin Murin turned toward the kitchen and called out, "Jumps, Adan, bring some tea over here." "As it happens, I also wanted to meet the young sect master." Jianghu Hwagi looked surprised. "The young master wanted to meet me, then why didn't you come find me?" Jin Murin replied, "There are certain people carrying giant blades and axes who keep staring at me like they want to devour me alive, so I got a little scared and didn't dare come." Jianghu Hwagi chuckled. "Haha, sorry about that. Next time the young master comes, I'll make him report ahead first." Jin Murin continued, "No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. When I have time, I'll come visit the young sect master's place. When that time comes, make sure to prepare some fresh rice wine for me." Jianghu Hwagi answered boldly, "Then I'll have to prepare the finest liquor possible." Mukin Pyo stood to the side, completely baffled inside. It felt like 2 old friends reuniting after years apart. Both sides really were shamelessly thick-skinned. Jin Murin continued smiling as he spoke. "Diha, Suksubujio, Jums, Adan, could you all step outside for a moment?" Across from him, Jianghu Hwagi also told Mukin Pyo to leave the room. Very quickly, only Jin Murin and Jianghu Hwagi remained inside the inn. Only then did Jianghu Hwagi seriously ask, "How does it feel for the son of a hunter to suddenly become the young master of Madram Lord?" Jin Murin lifted his tea and took a sip. What's so special about becoming the young master of Madram Lord, a place that could collapse at any moment? Jianghu Hwagi also took a sip of tea to wet his throat. There are still many people in Sanction who remember the glorious past of Madram Lord. The young master of a place like that is not a position people here can look down on. Jin Murin nodded. "Yeah, I suppose I am treated pretty well." Jianghu Hwagi asked again, "But I'm truly curious. What exactly is your goal?" Jin Murin answered without hiding anything. "First, I'll wipe out Supreme Sword." Jianghu Hwagi burst into laughter. "Haha, that's not an easy dream to achieve." Jin Murin sneered. "Is that so? Seems like you're overestimating Supreme Sword a bit too much." Jianghu Hwagi remained full of confidence. "If we were ordinary trash, Madram Lord wouldn't have lost its position as the Tyrant Lord of Chungking in the first place." Jin Murin sighed. "That's only because they're still obsessed with their glorious past. The #1 power of Sanction was the prosperous era of Madram Lord. Those fools are still clinging to that period and fear the judgment of the world more than anything else. As martial artists of Madram Lord, how could they become like that? If they acted differently, wouldn't people ridicule them? Because they believe admitting the emptiness of the present is the same as denying the brilliance of the past. But I'm not like that. In my memories, there is no prosperous era of Madram Lord, and I was never taught about that past either. I don't care what methods or tricks are used. If necessary, I can lick the enemy's shoes, and if needed, I wouldn't even mind stabbing my allies in the back. Jiang Hwagi burst into loud laughter. Haha, I really like that. Exactly, that's how it should be. Isn't that the best way to survive in this mountain of blades and forest of swords? That's right, survival comes first. It's not the strong who survive, it's the survivors who become strong. This is the martial world. I truly agree with the young master's way of thinking. Jin Murin continued, I'm also very happy that the young sect master thinks the same way. It's already getting dark, so before we part ways, how about we play a little question and answer game? Jiang Hwagi looked quite interested. Sure, I'll start first then. Jin Murin waved his hand. I'm the one who suggested it, so naturally I should yield first. Jiang Hwagi laughed loudly. Haha, thanks. Then what should I ask? It was you, right? Jin Murin chuckled. Oh ho, does the young sect master mean me or Madram Lord? Jiang Hwagi pointed directly at him. I mean you. Because everything was way too coincidental. Right when news spread that the branch leaders disappeared, the leaders of Northwestern Road all suddenly washed their hands of the matter too. Jin Murin calmly reassured him. Starting tomorrow, I'll release them one by one, so there's no need for you to worry. Jiang Hwagi replied, thank you. Their families have been anxiously waiting this whole time. Hearing that, Jin Murin let out an oh sound. If the young sect master says it like that, then I really do sound like some unforgivable villain. Jiang Hwagi laughed lightly. Haha, I'm not blaming you or anything. Isn't this just how the world we live in works? As long as things stay peaceful, that alone is already a blessing. Alright, now it's the young master's turn to ask. Jin Murin smiled. How many days do I need to make Supreme Sword collapse? Jiang Hwagi's jaw practically dropped. That's your question. I thought the young master would ask something more important. Honestly speaking, if given a few years, then there might actually be some possibility. What about you, young master? Jin Murin raised both hands. 10 days. I only need 10 days to wipe out Supreme Sword. Jiang Hwagi burst into laughter once again. Haha, the young master truly is a very interesting person. It's been a long time since I've laughed this freely. To repay you for letting the branch leaders return safely, I'll give the young master time until all of them return. Jin Murin calculated for a moment. So that means 6 days, that's terrifying. Can't you at least make it 10 days? Jiang Hwagi turned and headed outside. No, the next time we meet might very well be the last. Jin Murin remained completely calm. When that time comes, remember to greet me warmly. Jiang Hwagi also sounded extremely confident. Of course. Mukin Pyo followed behind him on the way back and asked suspiciously, what does the young sect master think? Jiang Hwagi replied, you mean that young master? Just like you said, he looks relaxed on the surface, but he's definitely not an easy opponent. If we keep letting him lead us around by the nose, we'll end up accomplishing absolutely nothing. Order the search teams looking for the missing people to return. Mukin Pyo looked shocked. So you're planning to handle this matter personally? Jiang Hwagi shook his head. Now isn't the time to deal with this issue. Although I feel very sorry for their families, we need to extinguish the fire right in front of us first. We must prepare ourselves. Deep in his heart, he silently thought. Once the Great Sword Sect makes its move first, who knows how many branch leaders will actually make it back alive. After all, there are plenty of people who can replace the position of branch leader anyway. We can't let that guy seize the initiative. 6 days my ass, at most they only have 2 days. Scene shifts back to Chungin. Young sect master, how did it go? I told him to give me 10 days and I'd wipe out the Great Sword Sect, yet he only gave me 6 days. Deha continued, that's not what this servant was asking. Jin Murin looked confused. Then what exactly are you curious about? Deha became serious. The elders used to say that true masters can tell what kind of person someone is just by looking into their eyes. Jin Murin stroked his chin. That guy really is quite sinister. Deha looked worried. Hearing that from you somehow feels very strange, young master. Jin Murin laughed while patting his shoulder. Haha, come on now, who could possibly be more sinister than me? I'm heading to the headquarters for something, you should prepare yourself. Deha looked confused. Prepare for what? Jin Murin pushed the door open and walked outside. 10 days, huh? I'll wipe out Supreme Sword tonight. Right after that, he began walking alone through the streets. While walking, he suddenly frowned slightly and glanced upward. Scouts from Supreme Sword, judging by the presence I can sense, there are 3 of them in total. After taking over Northwestern Road, it seems they've started monitoring me more closely. Even though I told Chen Huan to stay still for now, it's honestly pretty annoying. Uncle is already keeping an eye on this too, but even if we eliminate them, more will just come anyway. No need to do something that would unnecessarily provoke Supreme Sword. The moment he arrived, someone immediately came out to greet him. Greetings, young master. Following the Lord's orders, the division leaders and the original leaders are already waiting inside. The moment Jin Murin entered, he cupped his hands. I apologize for arriving late. Thank you all for responding to my summons despite how late it is. Everyone present immediately turned their eyes toward him, waiting. Cho Mu-gang spoke up. Come in. I already summoned the leaders of the headquarters as you requested. What exactly happened that made you call us here so urgently? Jin Muren's expression turned serious. We're going to attack Supreme Sword. The crowd instantly froze after hearing that. One person was about to curse out loud, but Sang Horan quickly covered his mouth with his hand. You mean we're making the first move? If that's the case, then we need to prepare quickly. Jin Murin replied, not quickly, immediately. Hearing that made the crowd even more shocked. Young master, are you saying Madram Lord should mobilize right now? Isn't this way too rushed? We should carefully make a detailed plan first. Jin Murin interrupted them. Today, the young sect master of Supreme Sword personally came to Chengin to meet me. Time waits for no one. While we're busy making plans, they're preparing as well. Starting tomorrow, I'll only release one branch leader each day. That means there will be 6 days in total. If my prediction is correct, that guy will definitely make his move before the deadline he mentioned. The reason I deliberately brought up the number 10 days was so he wouldn't suspect that I plan to act immediately. Our chance is right now. Cho Mugang spoke up to calm everyone down. Everyone, settle down. Jin Murin, you already have a plan prepared, don't you? Jin Murin continued explaining. Although we've already pulled the small and mid-sized factions of Northwestern Road to our side, overall Supreme Sword still possesses overwhelming manpower. But that only applies while the branch divisions still exist. First, we need to reduce the gap in military strength. The total manpower of Supreme Sword's branch divisions is 500 men. The number sent out to investigate the disappearance incident is 250. We need to eliminate the scouts, cut off the information flow, and prevent those forces from ever returning to Supreme Sword again. Sang Horan asked suspiciously, but what if they use their superior numbers to directly attack us instead? Cho Mugang also added, if the war drags on and they manage to regroup their forces, we'll end up surrounded on all sides. Sang Horan nodded. If that's the case, then we need another method. Only then did Yugasin finally speak up. Assuming we follow the young master's plan, we would still need to commit all our strength just to deal with that many troops. If Supreme Sword deliberately targets the headquarters while it's left completely empty, we won't be able to defend it. Jin Murin gave his opinion. If we bring all the families along with us, then what exactly would even be left here to defend? Hearing that, Sang Horan nodded in agreement. That's true. Scene shifts to the Great Sword Sect. Zhang Hwagi walked through the courtyard while silently thinking, 10 days, huh? Jin Murin, do you share the same thoughts as me? You probably didn't believe the 6 days I mentioned either, right? But I purposely gave a ridiculous deadline of 6 days just to make you worry a little more. You probably never imagined Supreme Sword would move before the branch warriors returned to Yongjong. As long as we strike first, victory will definitely belong to me. He quickly arrived before his father. You've returned. This man was the sect master of Supreme Sword, Zhang Baiung. I heard you went to meet the young master of Madram Lord. News reaches father quite quickly. Did you gain anything from the meeting? Did he make you reflect on yourself? Oh, that's actually something important. Zhang Hwage's expression turned serious. Father, it seems the two sides won't be able to avoid war anymore. That young master is an extremely dangerous person. We must defeat Madram Lord before they seize the initiative from us. Zhang Baiung frowned. In order to destroy a long-established Madram Lord, I had already blocked off their financial routes long ago, yet it seems all that effort was completely wasted. Who was the one that proposed cutting off Madram Lord's money flow again? Zhang Hwagi replied, it was Bang Sayun, the Lord of Woon City. Zhang Baiung glanced toward the corner of the room and called out to Yu Cheng'a, telling him to bring back the head of Lord Bang. Zhang Hwagi sighed in admiration. Father is truly cold-blooded. Zhang Baiung's face remained expressionless. Meaningless mercy only makes subordinates climb all over your head. As the young sect master of Supreme Sword, you must remember this even more clearly. Fine then, if war is necessary, then we fight. You've already prepared a plan in your head, haven't you? Zhang Hwagi continued, of course. Right after that, he began explaining his plan to his father. After listening, Zhang Baiung nodded. So the warriors outside will return in 2 days. Zhang Hwagi continued speaking. Right after regrouping the forces, half a watch later, at that exact moment, Zhang Baiung suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Who's outside there? The person outside replied, it was Daniel. He has sent a secret letter, sir. Zhang Baiung quickly opened the secret letter to read it. Zhang Hwagi urgently asked, what does it say, father? Zhang Baiung's expression turned serious. Madram Lord has mobilized the full strength of their headquarters to attack our branch troops that are returning. If I hadn't planted spies to monitor them, we would have already fallen into a dangerous situation. Zhang Hwagi silently pondered. So you're planning to handle things this way in order to gain superiority in numbers. I had already considered the possibility that Madram Lord would move first, but I didn't expect them to act this quickly. After thinking for a moment, he let out a sigh. I'll change the plan. Zhang Baiung warned him, Zhang Hwagi, you're still too clumsy when it comes to handling emotions. Once a sword has been drawn, hesitation is forbidden. Even if you must lose an arm, you still have to destroy the enemy's soul completely. If we arrange things properly, we'll still be able to regroup with the branch troops. Go make preparations immediately. Zhang Hwagi stopped him. Father, please wait a moment. The enemy is even abandoning their headquarters just to attack the branch forces and gain an advantage in numbers. Shouldn't we stop that from happening instead? After meeting Jin Murin today, I reflected on myself a lot, and I realized something about superior and inferior strategies. The direction Father intends to take right now is the inferior strategy. Father said that even if we lose an arm, we still have to kill the enemy's soul completely. But when a plan that seemed absolutely perfect suddenly collapses, the feeling of despair reaches its absolute peak. Let's abandon the branch troops instead. Rather than that, let's lead our forces and attack Northwestern Road directly. Wouldn't our side still maintain the numerical advantage that way? The scene shifts to Madram Lord's side. The place was bustling as everyone hurried around moving supplies like ants before a storm. These people were the Flower Demon Unit, the special forces of Madram Lord. This was the Flower Demon Unit Captain, Ga Yak Bing. Elder Forest Lord Cho Pyeongchun also stepped onto the battlefield with his sword in hand. Is everything prepared? Ga Yak Bing stepped forward and cupped his fists in respect. Flower Demon Unit Captain Ga Yak Bing greets the Elder Forest Lord. The troops divided into 10 directions have all gathered. Cho Pyeongchun waved his hand. You've worked hard. Ga Yak Bing answered seriously. We are facing a great enemy. This is simply what a subordinate should do. Then he asked, but why has the Elder Forest Lord personally come here? Cho Pyeongchun replied, even though I have stepped down, I cannot sit still in a situation like this. I already asked the Forest Lord to protect everyone's families. Just then another person suddenly came running over. So the Elder Forest Lord is here after all. The Forest Lord has ordered us to immediately head toward the An family. Cho Pyeongchun nodded, so it finally begins. I'm counting on you. The scene shifted elsewhere where 2 corpses were lying on the ground covered with cloth. The 2 spies have been dealt with. Cho Mu-gang nodded. Everyone worked hard. I've been annoyed with those bastards for a long time. Finally, they were taken care of. Jin Murin continued, now that there are no enemy spies left, the safety of all the soldiers' families will be secured. We need to move immediately. All the elders looked extremely tense. The moment had finally arrived. Cho Mu-gang shouted loudly, everyone return to your teams. We will meet again there. The group simultaneously cupped their fists and said, may the Forest Lord have a safe journey. Right after that, Cho Mu-gang and Jin Murin led their subordinates and dashed away. Deep inside, Cho Mu-gang was shocked by Jin Murin's strength. That kid can follow behind me so easily. Jin Murin truly is a martial artist. My older sister's snow flow step can only be mastered by women, yet the movement technique Jin Murin is using is not a technique of Madram Lord either. Looks like the boy learned martial arts from someone else. After traveling for a while, Cho Mu-gang spoke to him. If you're tired, just tell me, there's no need to rush. Jin Murin suddenly told him to stop right there, which greatly confused Cho Mu-gang. Here, Jin Murin confirmed, yes, we must stop here. Although Cho Mu-gang did not know why, he still stopped. What do you mean by that? Didn't you say we had to eliminate the martial artists returning to Supreme Sword? Jin Murin replied, that was merely the worst possible option. Cho Mu-gang became even more puzzled. The worst option? So you deliberately chose the worst option instead of the best one? Jin Murin explained. Before entering the headquarters, I could already sense there were a total of 3 Supreme Sword spies outside, but we only captured 2 of them. Hearing that, Cho Mu-gang was inwardly horrified. Could it be that information has already leaked outside? Jin Murin continued, it makes no sense for only 3 spies to monitor our entire headquarters. So it's obvious we have a mole within our ranks. And that mole is one of the leaders who participated in the meeting. Cho Mu-gang became agitated. Impossible, they are all loyal officials who have worked tirelessly for the demonic forest for over 10 long years. Jin Murin ignored him and continued, by occupying the Northwestern Road, we clearly showed our determination to fight, yet they monitored such a massive headquarters with only 3 spies. The reason they are so confident is definitely because they already planted someone inside our organization. Zhang Hwagi once asked me whether I was the culprit behind the disappearance of the branch leaders or not. He immediately came up with that answer as if he had never once suspected Madram Lord from the very beginning. The only ones who have ever seen my martial arts are Diha and the 6th gang leader. Someone who was pushed out of the demonic path's core circle could never possibly be an insider. Gang leader Chial Sabang, the guy I beat so badly his soul almost left his body, would never return and join hands with Supreme Sword either. Or me, someone who was once beaten up by black market gangs. There's no way that makes sense. The reason I mentioned the worst option during the meeting was because there was an insider present there. If there were no insider, we would have carried out the current plan from the very beginning. That's why we need to change the plan right now. We only captured 2 spies instead of 3, which means the remaining one clearly went to report our movements to Supreme Sword. Hyukyong Unit Captain Jai Wallin, who was standing to the side, was horrified. Then we almost would have been attacked from both sides by them. Jin Murin shook his head. No, they won't come. Jai Walin was confused. Supreme Sword won't send reinforcements to save their allies. Jin Murin quietly thought to himself, people who love using their brains hate having their own plans disrupted. Obviously, that guy would rather maintain control than rush around stopping someone else's actions. Thinking of that, he spoke up. The worst option I mentioned during the meeting was to gain a numerical advantage against the enemy army. However, even if the northwestern road gets attacked, the overall situation will not really change. Cho Mugang frowned suspiciously. Could it be they'll ignore their allied forces and attack the northwestern road just to maintain their advantage? Jin Murin confirmed that Zhang Hwagi was exactly that kind of person. Hearing that, Cho Mugang secretly agreed. That's definitely possible. He's the type who would do anything for practical benefits, so this could absolutely happen. Thinking that, he immediately said, we cannot abandon the Northwest Association. We must go save them right away. Jin Murin agreed, of course we have to save them, but only after we obtain the final puzzle piece. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the sanctioned Northeast Road Demon Suppression Army was moving at full speed. When they saw Yugasin standing above and blocking the path, the man was startled. Outer Forest Commander. Yugasin shouted loudly, we must withdraw our troops here. The man froze in confusion. Why so suddenly? Why are we retreating? Yugasin explained, something happened in Yongcheng. The Forest Lord ordered us to return to headquarters immediately. I know you have many questions, but return first. The man held his head and sighed. Understood, I'll head back immediately. Yugasin secretly recalled the earlier conversation. So there really was an insider inside the headquarters. Before leaving, Jin Murin had spoken with him and sang Horan. Internal information has clearly leaked outside. I suspect it's one of the people who attended today's meeting. That is why the two of you must stop the advance at the exact timing I pointed out. Even though I know changing the plan so suddenly will confuse everyone, we must prioritize the bigger picture. As he walked ahead, Yugasin silently pondered. Pavilion Master of the Demon Spirit Pavilion, Zhu Yanghe. I hope it isn't you. At the same time elsewhere, Demon Spirit Pavilion Master Yom Chenggun's jaw practically dropped. What the hell did you just say? Why are we suddenly retreating? Zhang Horan calmly replied, the plan has changed. Yom Chenggun still looked extremely troubled. We only departed less than half an hour ago. What in the world happened during that short time? Zhang Horan shook his head. I don't know the details either. For now, just return to headquarters first. Yom Chenggun helplessly grabbed his head. Understood. I'll rest here for a bit before heading back. Zhang Horan did not force him further, fair enough. Right after that, Yom Chenggun loudly shouted toward the subordinates behind him. All troops of the Flying Serpent Demon Spirit Pavilion, listen up, quickly find a place to rest and recover your strength. After a short while we will withdraw. Both Zhang Horan and Yugasin secretly sighed. Although there was little hope left, they still hoped it was not either of those two men. Yom Chenggun then wandered alone beneath a tree while muttering non-stop. Retreating. Why did things suddenly turn out like this? He kept muttering non-stop as he walked past the tree trunk. Hidden behind the tree trunk was an assassin lying in wait. As Yom Chenggun walked past, a letter suddenly appeared on the tree branch above. The man in black quickly reached out to grab the letter. But at that exact moment, a flash of sword light sliced through the air and cut off his hand. The one who attacked was Flying Serpent Demonic Forest Captain Han Sowal. There's an insider. Capture the man in black immediately so we can uncover the identities of everyone involved. The man in black gritted his teeth. You think I'll let something like that happen? Han Sowal was startled. He bit the poison hidden inside his mouth and committed suicide. Failing to capture the insider alive made him extremely furious. What a damn bastard. Several subordinates stepped forward and asked, Captain, could the Pavilion Lord's words really be true? Han Sowal bent down and picked up the letter. I don't want to believe it either, that's why I'm personally verifying it myself. After reading the contents of the letter, his expression became even uglier. We need to report this matter to Inner Forest Pavilion Lord immediately. I truly hoped it wasn't real, but the traitor really was inside our Flying Serpent unit. That person is Demon Spirit Pavilion Master Yom Chenggun. Meanwhile, Yom Chenggun had already returned to Zhang Horan's location. Pavilion Lord, I've returned. Zhang Horan nodded. Everything's prepared, right? Yom Chenggun replied, yes, but I don't see the Flying Serpent unit anywhere. The moment he finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. The Flying Serpent unit is present. The moment Yom Chenggun saw the letter in Han Sowal's hand, his face twisted into an ugly expression. Zhang Horan, standing at the front, sadly held his head and sighed deeply. Yom Chenggun started sweating buckets as he turned to look at him. Pavilion Lord, this matter. Han Sowal shouted loudly, I didn't want to believe this was true either, but did the Pavilion Master really collude with the enemy? Yom Chenggun desperately tried to explain. Captain Han, there must be some misunderstanding here. Zhang Horan questioned him sternly. Yom Chenggun, when exactly did you begin betraying us? Yom Chenggun still stubbornly argued back. Pavilion Lord, this is clearly someone else's scheme. I have been loyal to our forest for 40 years. Does all my loyalty over all that time really vanish into smoke because of a single piece of paper? Pavilion Lord, please say something. The subordinates are misunderstanding me. Zhang Horan loudly told him to shut his mouth. Why did you commit such a foolish act? Did you think you could live peacefully after selling out your subordinates and comrades? Why exactly did you do it? Yom Chingun could no longer deny it anymore and helplessly sighed. So this is truly the end. Then he suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, when a ship already has holes in it, it can only slowly sink, and when a mast is broken, it can no longer catch the passing winds. Zhang Horan sighed emotionally. So that's why you became a traitor. Yom Chingun continued, the distance between a hero and a traitor is as short as the flip of a hand. If I fail, I'm merely a traitor. But if I can hide it perfectly, wouldn't I become Supreme Sword's hero instead? Enough talking already, things have already come this far, so why hesitate instead of striking? Zhang Horan secretly sighed. The man truly did not feel even the slightest bit of remorse. During wartime, traitors are executed on the spot. Yom Chingun closed his eyes. I will not resent the Pavilion Lord, so strike already. Zhang Horan swung his sword and ended his life. I will spare your family and leave them a path to survive. The scene shifted to Madram Lord's temporary residence at the northern forest of Yongjiang. Zhang Horan's group had all gathered there by now. Thank goodness everyone arrived here safely. I truly didn't want to believe it, but Yom Chingun really was the insider. Choi Yanghui sadly held his head. Pavilion Master Yom was practically like a blood brother to me. Yu Gasin patted his shoulder to comfort him. If even the Pavilion Master loses his resolve, then the martial artists will not be able to stay focused. You absolutely must remain strong. Right at that moment, someone else suddenly approached. Western Northern Department Commander Diha bowed with his sword respectfully. This subordinate is carrying out the young master's orders. Jin Murin stepped forward and asked, has it begun yet? Diha replied, yes, all 6 factions have just fired their signal flares. Just as the young master predicted, Supreme Sword is attacking the northwestern road. All the elders present their broke into cold sweat the moment they heard this news. The young master predicts things like a damn ghost. Is he really the same young master who got beaten into minced meat by Chial Sabang last time? Cho Mugang spoke up and asked, Jin Murin, everything until now has happened exactly as you predicted, so I want to hear your opinion first. Jin Murin cupped his fists respectfully. Diha, what about the information I requested regarding the Great Sword Sect? Diha hurriedly explained. Right after the signal flare was fired, this subordinate gathered all spies from every region. The result is that Supreme Sword Sect Master has not appeared at the northwestern road at all. Jin Murin stroked his chin thoughtfully. If he didn't appear at the battlefield, then he is probably staying at the family estate instead. Since the battle at the northwestern road has already begun, there likely are not many troops left at the estate. We must seize this chance and capture him. Chomugang sighed in admiration. Although we cannot abandon the northwestern road that joined hands with the demonic forest, if Supreme Sword's base is currently empty, then we must seize their headquarters and take the head of Supreme Sword's sect master. If we move fast enough, we can still save the northwestern road. Diha spoke once again. This subordinate has already found a route through the northeast department without enemy spies. I will guide the way. Yongchu silently thought to himself. Long try, just hold on for half a can GI letter 1 EDD more, you absolutely must endure until then. The scene shifted to the Great Sword Sect at Cloud Castle. Zhang Baiyang stood outside the courtyard gazing at the sky with emotion. The sky today is truly beautiful, isn't it? Pavilion Master of the Azure Cloud Pavilion. In front of him was the severed head of the Azure Cloud Pavilion Master. Mukin Pio stood to the side trembling in fear. He cut off the head of a meritorious subordinate over just a single mistake, as expected of the ruthless fierce tiger. Zhang Hwagi spoke up, we should prepare as well. Mukin Pio replied, yes, this subordinate has already gathered the wandering warriors. Zhang Hwagi smiled, Father, I will go burn Madram Lord to the ground right now. Unexpectedly, Zhang Baiyang told him to wait a moment, which left Zhang Hwagi extremely confused. What, shouldn't we hurry and finish this already? Zhang Baiyang continued, there truly isn't a single person I can trust to handle things properly. Zhang Hwagi frowned in confusion. Father, what are you talking about? Zhang Baiyang clasped his hands behind his back while looking into the distance and sneered. You wanted to drive the enemy into despair. Zhang Hwagi was suddenly startled by noises coming from behind. Intruders, they're people from Madram Lord. Zhang Baiyang gritted his teeth. If you were not my son, I would have chopped your head off right here already. Jin Murin entered with a cheerful smile. Zhang Hwagi, just like we promised, our final meeting sure should be a joyful one, huh? Zhang Hwagi's face twisted horribly as veins bulged across his forehead, leaving him speechless for a moment. Madram Lord's elite forces had arrived at Supreme Sword. Jin Murin still smiled brightly. Zhang Hwagi, I'm truly happy to see you again like this. Zhang Hwagi gritted his teeth. Jin Murin, you bastard. Inside, he was thinking, shouldn't he be dealing with the branch armies right now? How the hell is he here instead? Where exactly did I go wrong? Jin Murin continued teasing him. That expression of yours, you're probably wondering where exactly you messed up, right? Honestly speaking though, you were somewhat useful after all. Cho Mugang also spoke up coldly at that moment. Sect Master Zhang, it's been a long time. Zhang Baieng replied, Forest Lord, we meet again. Cho Mugang continued, I have always wanted to visit the Sect Master, but the host never bothered inviting me. That's why I had no choice but to personally come knocking at your door like this. Have I been too rude? Zhang Baieng tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. Even if the Forest Lord had not come, I was already planning to visit you myself, so there is nothing rude about this at all. Even though he acted fierce on the outside, deep inside he was extremely worried. Enemies surrounded them from all directions. Aside from the wandering warriors, Supreme Sword only had around 100 fighters left. The screams outside were gradually dying down. The enemy had probably already made their move. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, clutching his head in anger. I never imagined my home would fall into a situation like this. Zhang Hwagi stepped forward to shield him. Father, I'll open a path for you. If you can reach the northwestern road, you can still change the entire situation. Zhang Baieng did not reject his son's goodwill. Use your very life to make sure that happens. Mukinpai let out a deep sigh. Young Sect Master, before the encirclement becomes even tighter, we must begin immediately. Zhang Hwagi no longer hesitated and immediately dashed forward. Father, this way. Cho Mugang from the opposite side also rushed forward. I will handle the Sect Master. Yugasan silently worried inside. It finally begins. We have gained the advantage. Although he is not famous throughout the martial world, if we only talk about Sanction's martial world, Zhang Baieng, the divine sword of Sanction, is definitely considered a rare master. But the star-breaking demon sword Cho Mugang is no ordinary opponent either. So how exactly will this end? The moment Zhang Hwagi saw Cho Mugang make his move, he gritted his teeth and raised his sword. From behind him, Zhang Baieng warned, calm yourself. How dare you use that martial art? Unless you can kill every single witness, you are forbidden from using it. Even if you die here, you must obey that rule. In just an instant, they were completely surrounded by Madram Lord's forces, every escape route blocked without leaving them even the slightest chance. Jin Murin frowned and thought to himself, did I see wrong? That sword technique just now was clearly. In front of them, the warriors surrounding Zhang Hwagi and his father tightened the encirclement even further, not allowing the enemy even the tiniest opening. Jin Murin leaped forward. I need to observe the entire battlefield once more. Supreme Sword, Sect Master, and Uncle were fighting fiercely within the chaotic battle. Every single move was a killing strike capable of changing the outcome. Well, that made sense. Whoever lost here would lose absolutely everything. Zhang Hwagi and the elders formed a circle around themselves. Their defense was extremely desperate and excessive. If they get cornered, they might target Uncle instead. I need to shake Mukinpayo and the center of the battlefield first. Where did Diha go? After observing for a while, he finally spotted Diha trembling among the crowd. Oh good grief, this crazy bastard. He quickly transmitted his voice. Diha, you don't need to worry about the allies around you. You only need to deal with Mukinpayo. Diha raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. The young master is right. If I hesitate here, I might as well snap my sword in half already. Right after that, he regained his momentum, swung his sword, and charged forward. Damn it, let's end everything here today. The moment Mukinpayo saw him, he also shouted angrily, you disgusting little insect. Their blades quickly began clashing against one another. Diha gritted his teeth. Today, you're going to die at the hands of an insect. Jin Murin silently confirmed to himself. As expected, as long as Mukinpayo is pinned down, the other wandering warriors immediately become fearful. Thinking of that, he glanced toward Yugasan and the other man. Inner forest and outer forest, hurry and lend a hand. The others will handle the remaining Supreme Sword martial artists. The two of you take half the troops and go save the northwestern road. After I finish things here, I'll head there as well. The two old men did not object at all and immediately turned around to carry out the order. Before leaving, Sang Horan did not forget to remind his subordinate. Hyuk-Yong Unit Captain, are you there? From now until the battle ends, you are not allowed to leave the young master's side even half a step, understood? Young master, may luck be with you. Jin Murin waved goodbye helplessly and thought to himself, this old man seriously worries about the most unnecessary things. But there was an extremely slight awkwardness in the gaps between Supreme Sword's techniques. The movements of someone called a divine sword seemed to be missing something. It looked as if the old man was intentionally avoiding the most efficient movements between techniques. After analyzing for a while, Jin Murin suddenly became shocked. Wait a second, that stance, has the old man gone insane? The Hyuk-Yong Unit Captain behind him looked confused at his expression. Young master, what's wrong? Jin Murin glanced at him. There's something I need you to handle. Right after that, he threw something toward the young man. Take this to the Demon Suppression Pavilion Master, then come back here. The Hyuk-Yong unit captain stared at the object in his hand in total confusion. Isn't this just a toy? Jin Muren did not explain further and simply told him to hurry and leave. The Hyuk-Yong unit captain stopped asking questions and immediately jumped downward. Understood, I'll go right away. Inside, he thought to himself, the young master is unfathomably deep, there must definitely be a reason why he's doing this. He quickly arrived before the Demon Suppression Pavilion Master. Young master told me to deliver this to you, Pavilion Master. I only know I was told to deliver it, I don't know anything else. Since the delivery's done, I'll head back now. Choi Yang-hui looked puzzled. What even is this thing? The Hyuk-Yong unit captain quickly returned once again to Jin Muren's location. Young master, I've already delivered the item to the Demon Suppression Pavilion Master. But when he returned to the rooftop, Jin Muren was already nowhere to be seen. Down below, Zhang Baiyang was being continuously suppressed and forced backward, his face tense. Cho Mu-gang from the opposite side advised him, Sect Master, surrender already. The outcome of this battle has been decided, you have no escape route left. If you surrender early, then I'll show mercy and spare your family's lives. Zhang Baiyang snorted coldly and suddenly grabbed his son by the collar from behind. Stop talking nonsense, I will never surrender. When Cho Mu-gang saw him throw Zhang Hwagi toward him, he gritted his teeth. Using your own son as a shield, you really are shameless. Even Zhang Hwagi himself could not believe it as he turned back to look at his father. Zhang Baiyang angrily cursed, you idiot, even now, prove your value already. Seeing him attempt to flee, Cho Mu-gang immediately shouted, stop right there. Zhang Baiyang ignored everything and rapidly leaped away trying to escape. Damn it, Cho Mu-gang, you think you've gained the upper hand. That's only because I cannot use that technique. No, everything still isn't over yet. If I can reach the northwestern road, I can still turn the tables. While running, he suddenly stopped because he sensed an overwhelming killing intent rushing toward him. Aren't you the young master of Madram Lord? Jin Muren slowly walked toward him with a dark and chilling aura surrounding his body. Zhang Baiyang snorted coldly. Do you have the guts of a tiger or something? You actually dared wait for me here alone. Jin Muren's face turned serious. Really? Between the two of us, who exactly is the one with tiger guts here? I've always wondered how a great sword sect with less than 10 years of history managed to seize the overlord position of chunking so quickly. Now I finally understand the thing that not even Manhwa managed to uncover. Zhang Baiyang was secretly startled inside. Cold energy? Why is there such an enormous amount of cold energy? At that moment, he no longer dared underestimate the brat standing before him anymore. Who exactly are you? Jin Muren answered coldly, you don't need to know that. From this moment onward, I will reclaim the flowing cloud heavenly sharp sword, the martial art of dream fate sword star, one of the 8 stars. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Hwagi was still struggling desperately to hold back Cho Mu-gang. His father's earlier words continued echoing endlessly inside his head. Prove your value. You want me to prove my value? Then I'll show it to you. Cho Mu-gang on the opposite side looked at him with disdain and thought to himself, so the sect master of Supreme Sword is actually such a cowardly father, willing to abandon his own son just to save his own life. He quickly instructed the Demon Suppression Pavilion Master, hurry and head to the northwestern road, Pavilion Master. I will also head there after finishing things here. The Demon Suppression Pavilion Master immediately cupped his fists. This subordinate will leave the Hyuk-Yong unit behind. Forest Lord, you absolutely must be careful. Right after that, he leaped away and departed. On the opposite side, Zhang Hwaga's eyes had already turned blood red and his face twisted horribly. It looked like he was preparing to use some kind of forbidden technique. Seeing his condition, Cho Mu-gang sighed in admiration. Reverse blood energy art, so the young sect master had a hidden trump card after all. But sorry, so do I. Diha was still fighting on his side, but after hearing the terrifying explosion from over there, he could not help becoming even more tense. Mukin Pyo did not miss the chance and immediately swung his blade forward. You little insect, let's see just how capable you really are. Diha warned him, looks like your young sect master is in danger, yet you don't seem worried at all. Mukin Pyo remained calm. I'll help him after quickly dealing with trash like you. You should feel honored that I'm even using my ultimate technique against you. Diha continued, looks like you're in quite a hurry, but once you use your ultimate move, victory will belong to me. Right after saying that, he leaped high into the air. Then he swung his sword straight toward the center of the opponent's chest. Because I already analyzed your ultimate technique long ago. After being struck by this attack, Mukin Pyo collapsed onto the ground in agony. Diha silently thought to himself, old man Mukin Pyo's martial arts were profound, but taking him down was surprisingly easy. It's all thanks to the young master's guidance. Hopefully in your next life, you'll meet a better lord. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. This battle had already reached its conclusion long ago. Seeing Cho Mu-gang dragging Zhang Hwaga's head over, Diha finally let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness, Forest Lord, you're still safe. Cho Mugang explained he used reverse blood art. Just what the hell did that bastard teach his son? In the end, the boy exhausted his final breath due to chi deviation. But even so, that kid still sacrificed his own life for his father. Even after being treated so cruelly, Zhang Baieng, I absolutely will not forgive you. All Supreme Sword martial artists, listen carefully. Your sect master has fled. Young sect master Zhang Hwagi and the wandering warrior Mukin Pyo are both dead. I truly do not wish to continue this meaningless bloodshed anymore. Therefore, everyone remaining, throw down your weapons and surrender. Having lost their leaders, the group no longer had any will to fight, and one after another tossed away their weapons. The entire group simultaneously knelt down in submission. In the battle at Supreme Sword's estate, the demonic forest emerged victorious. Cho Mugang silently thought to himself, now the only thing left is protecting the northwestern road. Half of our main force has already been sent there as reinforcements, so there probably won't be any problems. Once news from here arrives, the enemy army at the northwestern road will likely surrender obediently as well. So the moment has finally arrived. It's all thanks to your contributions, Jin Murin. Thank you, Jin Murin. Only after mentioning him did Cho Mugang suddenly realize that his nephew had disappeared without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, Jin Murin and Zhang Baieng were still locked in battle. Zhang Baieng was still extremely confused. Who exactly are you? Why would Madram Lord's young master know the martial arts of the Sword Star? Jin Murin remained silent and refused to answer. Inside his mind, he recalled his conversation with his master. The fiercest war in martial arts history was the Great War Under Heaven. Among them, the bloodiest battle was probably the clash between the masters of the Nine Heavens Alliance and the Eight Stars. Master, if it's the Eight Stars, the old man confirmed, that is indeed my martial art. I once taught it to someone before. If that bastard had known his place, none of this would have happened in the first place. If there is anyone out there still using my martial arts, you absolutely must not let him go. Remembering his master's warning, he spoke up. Dream Fate Sword Star was the first to die among the 8 stars, but he was also the one who pushed the unstoppable divine dragon into crisis for the very first time. So for someone called a divine sword like the sect master to have awkward sword movements. That is why I can be certain that within the sword technique simplified by an old fossil like you, traces of the flowing cloud heavenly sharp sword still remain. If someone mastered Sword Star's martial arts, then taking the overlord position of chunking within just 10 years is completely understandable. Zhang Baieng shouted emotionally, "Who are you? What exactly is your background?" Jin Murin replied, "Don't ask the same question twice. Besides you, who else has learned their martial arts?" Zhang Baieng cursed angrily, "Damn it, answer my question first." Jin Murin sighed in admiration. "As expected of a sect master, your mouth is sealed tighter than a treasure vault. Well, that's only fitting for a sect master." While speaking, he clasped his hands and activated the 8 heavenly radiance divine art. "The technique I'm using is called half moonless palm. Even if you get beaten senseless, you probably still won't change your mind, right?" Zhang Baieng became suspicious inside. A palm technique at such a long distance? Thinking that, he could not help but mock him. "Ha ha, you plan to use that against this old man." Before he could even finish speaking, the palm strike had already arrived before him. He had no choice but to retreat backward in a miserable scramble. After blocking that palm strike, he was shocked to the absolute core. "Impossible, this is Palm Star's martial art, half moonless palm of Palm Star, one of the 8 stars." Jin Murin raised his palm once more. "Come on now, open wide." Another terrifying palm strike descended like the heavens collapsing. Zhang Baieng had no way to dodge and could only raise his sword to block it head-on. Sweat was already pouring down his face like rain. Damn it, how does this brat know the martial arts of the 3 stars? A violent explosion erupted throughout the area right afterward. Zhang Baieng gritted his teeth and roared, "You think using Palm Star's martial arts is enough to defeat me?" Jin Murin chuckled, Tusk, so you even know about Palm Star? I'm truly curious now, just how much exactly do you know, old man?" Elsewhere, the Hukyong unit captain was still wandering through the forest searching for him. He was extremely worried inside. "I only looked away for a moment and the young master already vanished. I really was too careless. I should have stayed by his side at all times." While running, he suddenly heard some kind of sound. The sound came from the east, but there shouldn't be anything inside that forest. Wait, could it be? Meanwhile, Zhang Baieng was crazily swinging his sword in a counterattack against Jin Murin. While dodging, Jin Murin silently analyzed, his ability is completely different compared to when he fought Uncle at the estate. Since he's already been exposed, he no longer needs to hide anything and is unleashing his full strength. Getting hit by the palm strike also seems to have stirred up his pride, but he's intentionally narrowing the distance. Still, this confidence of his must have a reason behind it. Zhang Baieng raised his sword and unleashed Falling Star Breaker. "Brat, you can still smile at a time like this. But that arrogance of yours is about to end right now." Jin Murin remained completely calm. "Really now, do I seriously look that arrogant to you?" No matter how fiercely the opponent attacked, Jin Murin still easily twisted his body aside to dodge everything. Zhang Baiyang suddenly appeared above his head and coldly snorted, "You damn brat." Jin Murin ignored him, simply standing there sighing in admiration. "Since you can even use Falling Star Breaker, I guess you've already mastered the first half of this sword art, huh?" Another strike from Zhang Baiyang came crashing down but was once again dodged by Jin Murin. "Brat, who exactly taught you Palm Star's martial arts?" Jin Murin did not answer and instead mocked him. "You're already at death's door yet still this curious? Sect Master, you should hurry up and answer my question instead. Who taught an old geezer like you the Flowing Cloud Heavenly Sharp Sword Star's martial arts?" After saying that, he swung out another palm strike toward him. Sweat once again poured down Zhang Baiyang's face like heavy rain. Right after that, he leaped forward once more and raised his sword. "Then take this as my counterattack." Unexpectedly for him, Jin Murin smiled once again. Zhang Baiyang was inwardly horrified. He can still charge in, isn't he supposed to specialize only in palm techniques? To pour more power into palm force, preparation time is necessary. Maybe if it were the world's strongest man, the divine dragon, it would be possible, but releasing palm force instantly upon contact with an opponent is something I've never heard of. Jin Murin chuckled, "You think I only know palm techniques?" The moment Zhang Baiyang saw Jin Murin suddenly clench his hand into a fist, he panicked. A fist technique? He did not dare act carelessly and hurriedly raised his sword defensively in front of himself. Jin Murin lowered his stance and gathered true energy into his fist. Even if someone learns peerless divine arts, without talent they're still just a useless fool. Thousand Hands Myriad Transformations Art, Wandering Lotus Devouring Sickle Fist. After taking that attack head-on, Zhang Baiyang immediately coughed up fresh blood. Wandering Lotus Devouring Sickle Fist of Thousand Hands, he even knows Fist Star's martial arts. Jin Murin snorted coldly, "Don't whine like a duck. Some old geezer living near the Yellow River took a punch way stronger than that and still crawled back alive somehow." After saying that, he continued attacking relentlessly, leaving Zhang Baiyang in utter misery. While defending, Zhang Baiyang nervously thought to himself, he intentionally reduced the power of his attacks so they could strike faster and hurt more. If I guard my vital points, I can still endure the pain from the blows. The problem is the icy yin energy invading my bones. It feels like my blood vessels are about to freeze solid. This arrogant brat, his talent surpasses even Zhang Hwagi. He possesses the heavenly yin body. Jin Murin attacked once more. "Instead of standing there panting like an old cow, you'd be better off throwing out another attack." This punch directly blasted Zhang Baiyang flying far away. Only after the dust settled did his miserable figure sitting on the ground become visible. Even he himself had to admit he got sent flying ridiculously far. Jin Murin quickly rushed over before him. "The old man's trying to use this chance to recover his energy, huh? You're wondering how I got here so fast, aren't you? Besides palm and fist techniques, I also know movement techniques too." After saying that, he swung his leg and unleashed martial spirit heaven-shaking steps. Zhang Baiyang had no way to resist and could only lie there taking the beating. "Impossible, that movement technique. Just what exactly is your identity?" Jin Murin sneered coldly. "Probably around the level of your ancestor or something. But for someone called a sect master, rolling around on the ground just to buy recovery time is pretty pathetic, huh? By now, you should know your place and surrender already." Zhang Baiyang lowered his head and sighed. "No." Jin Murin perked up his ears. "What did you say? Speak clearly." A dark demonic aura immediately began leaking from Zhang Baiyang's body. "At this point, it no longer matters who you are, because I will definitely kill you right here." Jin Murin silently sighed inwardly. Reverse blood energy art, huh? This old man truly is the type willing to do absolutely anything just to gain power. Zhang Baiyang's aura continued rising higher and higher. "I will use everything I have as a martial artist to personally send you to hell." Jin Murin still stood there calmly thinking to himself. A killing intent and a face dyed red like he just bathed in blood. Hell, huh? Makes sense though, after circulating that much true energy, where else could the old man possibly end up besides hell? When fighting with true energy, internal energy consumption becomes severe. So should I use a one-strike fist technique? No, maybe a palm technique instead. On the opposite side, Zhang Baiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted loudly, "Come here, young master. This will now be a fight to the death between you and me." Only then did Jin Murin suddenly realize something. Wait a second. If I just leave this old geezer Zhang Baiyang alone, won't he die on his own anyway? Thinking of that, he decisively turned around and ran away. No way was he dumb enough to stand there fighting for no reason. When Zhang Baiyang saw him suddenly turn around and flee, he completely froze on the spot. Right after that, he became enraged to the extreme and roared, "You bastard, stop right there. You're the young master of Madram Lord, yet you don't even dare fight head-on, and you still call yourself a martial artist." Jin Murin did not care. A man who abandoned his own son in a death trap and ran away still dares lecture me about being a martial artist. Looking at it carefully, Zhang Baiyang, not only do you lack the qualifications of a martial artist, you don't even deserve to be called a father. While running, Jin Murin frowned and silently analyzed. The Qi transforming wind true art limits the amount of internal energy I can use. So fighting a guy who's already slowly dying over time is an incredibly stupid thing to do. He already suffered internal injuries from his earlier battle with the Forest Lord, so at most he can only endure for another 2 letter 1 EAFC. If there's anything I need to focus on, it's drawing his attention away and maintaining distance so he no longer has the strength to return and trouble Madram Lord's people. Watching him desperately chase after me like his life depends on it honestly makes me feel a little guilty, but I have my own way of solving things. Right at that moment, the Hukyong unit captain suddenly rushed over again. Young master, this subordinate has arrived. Seeing him suddenly appear, Jin Murin became speechless. Damn it. Zhang Baiyang on the opposite side also roared loudly. A smart dog doesn't block the road. Jin Murin's plan had been going smoothly, but suddenly someone rushed in and ruined everything, making him unbelievably annoyed. I'm seriously going insane here. The unit captain shouted loudly and charged forward fearlessly. Young master, please hurry and get out of the way. He rushed over, stood in front of Jin Murin, and raised his sword to block Zhang Baiyang's attack. The moment they collided, he painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, is the difference in internal energy between us really this massive? Zhang Baiyang gritted his teeth. I'll split you into 2 pieces. The unit captain had no choice but to close his eyes and accept his fate. But at that exact moment, Jin Murin unleashed another half-moonless palm and blasted Zhang Baiyang away. Witnessing his terrifying strength, the unit captain instantly froze in place with his jaw hanging wide open. He was about to say something when Jin Murin interrupted him. Kid, move aside for a second. Seeing him wanting to step forward, the young man panicked. Young master, it's dangerous. Inside, he was filled with confusion. That attack just now, was it really unleashed by the young master? No way, I cannot let the future light of our sect, the young master, disappear. Thinking that, he once again spoke up. Please leave that old man to this subordinate and step back. On the opposite side, Zhang Baiyang once again swung his sword and attacked. Jin Murin merely raised his sword lightly and effortlessly pushed him back. Zhang Baiyang laughed excitedly. Haha, I finally caught you at last. Jin Murin spoke coldly. You're that happy about it? Zhang Baiyang gritted his teeth. Of course I am, you tail-tucked mutt, you finally decided to draw your sword. Jin Murin raised his sword. Did you think my sword was just some decorative accessory? You only mastered half of Sword Star's flowing cloud heavenly sharp sword, right? Seeing Jin Murin raise his sword, the old man immediately analyzed inwardly that the attack would come from the right. But unexpectedly, it came from the left instead. His face twisted in utter disbelief. Impossible. Before the sword techniques even collided, he stopped the move midway and altered it. A fast sword like lightning displayed through exquisite internal energy control. Isn't that the latter half of the flowing cloud heavenly sharp sword? Jin Murin smiled. That's right, it's exactly the part you never managed to master. You bastard, just how did you? Jin Murin raised his sword once again. What? You can do it, but I can't. Looks like you weren't the chosen one after all. Because arrogance is basically suicide, you know. Dense sword energy rapidly erupted from him and completely surrounded Zhang Baiyang. He had no way to dodge and was instantly slashed all over, covered in blood while screaming painfully in despair. The unit captain behind him felt like storms and tidal waves were crashing inside his mind. Even the sword god can't follow his movement technique. Is that really the young master I used to know? Jin Murin sheathed his sword. I was born with the heavenly yin body, so whenever I use internal energy, the extreme yin energy freezes my body. That's why I drank the heavenly yang divine pill and combined it with the qi transforming wind true art to suppress the yin energy. You're probably very dissatisfied wondering why such heaven-given talent ended up in my body, right? But to me, it's nothing more than a disgusting curse. But for someone like you who became the overlord of chunking after mastering only half of it, the flowing cloud heavenly sharp sword really is a divine art, isn't it? Zhang Baiyang raised his head to look at him. Now I understand. A monster capable of using Palm Star, Fist Star, and Sword Star's martial arts, besides the deceased sect master of the 8 Desolations sect, there can be no one else. You are that person, aren't you? Jin Murin snorted coldly. That person, my ass. If possible, I'd rather dig up his corpse and burn it into dust myself. Then who exactly are you? If you answer my question, I'll tell you. After all, you're going to die anyway. Zhang Baiyang burst into laughter. Ha ha, at this point, there's really no need to beat around the bush anymore. I'm about to leave this world anyway, so let's clear up our unresolved questions together. Who taught you the flowing cloud heavenly sharp sword? Zhang Baiyang replied. If not him, then who else could possibly have taught me the flowing cloud heavenly sharp sword? Jin Murin was shocked. He learned directly from that man. Inside, he silently thought, Dream Fate Sword Star died at the hands of the divine dragon on Mount Wuding during the previous war. If this old man followed Sword Star and never joined the Great War under heaven, surviving until now would indeed make sense. Zhang Baieng sighed. The one I was loyal to was Sword Star, not the Eight Desolations sect. I intended to kill the dragon god using his martial arts, but it seems that's impossible now. Jin Murin laughed. How childish. If the divine dragon could be killed so easily by someone like you, then how could the sect master of the Eight Desolations sect have possibly lost to him? Perhaps everything has already turned into nothingness by now. The survivors of the Eight Desolations sect, after staining the world in blood. Some who opposed the war went under Xiang Tian's command, while the rest, people like Zhang Baieng, hid their identities and continued living in secret. Even though 30 years had already passed, there were still people in the martial world searching for Hidden Valley, because there were still those who desired revenge. Those annoying bastards, seriously. Right at that moment, he suddenly clutched his chest and began coughing nonstop. I've overexerted myself. The unit captain hurriedly ran over. Young master, are you all right? Jin Murin instructed him to stand behind and protect him. Right after that, he immediately sat cross-legged on the spot and began circulating his energy to recover. The unit captain silently thought to himself, the young master is actually a master even stronger than Supreme Sword Sect Master. Did he intentionally hide his strength all this time? There must have been a reason why he let Chial Sabang beat him and acted weak like some helpless little chick. Young master, I will absolutely keep my mouth shut about everything I saw today. After a while, Jin Murin slowly opened his eyes again. It's different now. The speed at which yin and yang are reaching balance has become much faster than before. At this rate, it won't be long now. Once the great art is fully undone, I'll be able to circulate yin and yang energy perfectly. After that, he continued circulating his energy until dawn arrived. The unit captain asked worriedly, Young master, are you finished yet? Jin Murin stood up. Carry the old sect master's corpse. Let's go end this war already. The unit captain smiled. Yes, young master. The war ended much faster than expected. From the very beginning, the leaders of the Northwestern Road were not aiming for victory. They only wanted to survive. Therefore, they focused on minimizing the enemy's advance and holding out while waiting for reinforcements from Madram Lord to arrive. After Zhang Baieng's corpse was revealed publicly, Supreme Sword's disciples collectively threw down their swords and surrendered. The decades-long war between Supreme Sword and Madram Lord over the overlord position of Sanctions Chungking had finally come to an end. Soon enough, the next day arrived. Looks like handling the aftermath is even more exhausting than the war itself. How are things progressing? The prisoners have all been gathered in one place, and the casualties are currently being handled by the leaders of the Northwest Association. A great sword sect with such a short history yet possessing this many prisoners, most of them were martial artists from collapsed factions or wandering warriors. Jin Murin sighed in admiration. Supreme Sword really was skilled at gathering these kinds of people. Mukin Pyo is the perfect example. Behind him, Diha silently thought to himself, the young master truly kept his promise. Even though I never believed in the saying that the child of a tiger is bound to resemble the tiger somehow, I have to admit the young master is an extraordinary genius. Thinking that, he sincerely bowed deeply. Young master, you fulfilled your promise magnificently. This subordinate truly wishes to express my deepest respect toward you. Jin Murin raised his hand to stop him. Just don't change sides on me later, alright? Diha answered seriously. Young master, may this subordinate ask you one question? Your honorable promise has now become reality, so what is your next goal? Jin Murin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Next goal, huh? If I told you, would you even believe me? Diha replied seriously. Of course I would. Jin Murin silently recalled the words of his master and uncle. Make it so they can survive and see the sunlight again. Let Madram Lord stand proudly in the martial world once more. I will make those wishes come true. Diha looked shocked. If that is your wish then. Jin Murin continued. Sanctions number 1. Sichuan will become the foundation for what comes later. For now, we'll just solve things one step at a time. If things continue like this, then someday Madram Lord will regain its former glory, right? Although something like that could never be achieved within just a day or two. At that moment, Jai Walin approached from behind. Young master, the Forest Lord is looking for you. Jin Murin asked back, do you know what it's about? Jai Walin shook his head. Something this important is beyond what this subordinate would know. Jin Murin nodded. Alright then, let's go meet the Forest Lord first. Regarding the death of Sanction's divine sword Zhang Baieng, he had made Jai Walin promise to never reveal the truth and instead fabricate a story no matter what. The ridiculous story was that during the critical moment, a mysterious master happened to pass by and saved his life. In truth, Jin Murin himself was also a hidden master lurking in the shadows, so the lie was technically half true anyway. Although even he himself did not know how his uncle would react to all of this. Jin Murin quickly arrived at Cho Mugang's location. Forest Lord, you called for me. The elders immediately turned to look at him. "Ah, young master, hurry and come in, we've all been waiting for you." Jin Murin stepped inside with slight surprise. "The Northwest Association is here too," Siok Jiamjang burst into laughter. "Ha ha, we're here to celebrate the great victory of Madram Lord and the Northwestern Road." Cho Mugang also spoke excitedly. "Jin Murin, you're here, you've worked hard, we were just reorganizing a few matters with the Northwestern Road." Siok Jiamjang cupped his fists respectfully. "Madram Lord obtained 3 million taels of silver from the war against Supreme Sword. The Forest Lord generously shared 1 million taels with us to help restore the damages suffered by the Northwestern Road. The Forest Lord has truly worried greatly for us, so the Northwest Association will never forget today's favor. Ha ha, let us always maintain a harmonious relationship." Jin Murin smiled and thought to himself, that definitely wasn't an easy decision, so it makes sense that Patriarch Siok is this happy. After they finished talking, he finally spoke up. "You two seem to be having a great conversation, so why exactly did Uncle call me here?" Cho Mugang picked something up. "Because you were the person with the greatest contribution in this war, this is an announcement personally written by the Elder Forest Lord himself. Forest Lord Cho Mugang hereby announces before all members of the forest. Western Northern Commander Jin Murin achieved tremendous merit in this war, not only helping Madram Lord expand its territory, but also opening a vast future for our forest. This result was born from acting freely and naturally, unbound by rigid rules and outdated regulations. By order of the Vanguard Forest Lord and the Elder Forest Lord, young Master Jin Murin is hereby appointed as the captain of the Radiant Dragon Unit." Jin Murin had been listening attentively but instantly froze in confusion. "Radiant Dragon Unit," Cho Mugang explained. "The Radiant Dragon Unit is an independent force that does not belong to any hall or pavilion. It only answers to the Forest Lord." Sang Horan secretly transmitted his voice. "Young Master, this is the Forest Lord's order. I know you're surprised, but you still need to maintain proper etiquette, right?" Jin Murin had no other choice and helplessly cupped his fists. This subordinate accepts the order. Yugeson stepped forward carrying a wooden box. "Then Captain, please accept the symbol of the Radiant Dragon Unit, the seal and the Grace Light Sword. I hope that from now on you will always carry them with you and faithfully fulfill the missions entrusted to you." "Young Master, the Grace Light Sword carries a very special meaning. This was the sword your mother used while she was alive. After cutting ties with the Elder Forest Lord, your mother took many things away, but this sword alone was left behind." Jin Murin picked up the Grace Light Sword and silently thought to himself, "Mother's sword." Yugeson continued. "Furthermore, the Radiant Dragon Unit was also the very unit your mother once belonged to." Cho Mugang continued. "Your older sister was only 16 years old when she killed the 3 evils of Gyeongsan and proved her talent. She was appointed vice captain and led the Radiant Dragon Unit alongside your eldest brother. Both your brother and sister were martial artists Madram Lord could proudly boast about. Inherit the will of those 2 predecessors and help the Radiant Dragon Unit grow even stronger." Jin Murin happily bowed. "I will remember it well." Cho Mugang silently thought to himself, compared to growing the unit, what I truly hope is that you can receive as much love as those 2 once did. "Isn't that right, father?" Yugeson spoke once again. "I have already prepared the Radiant Dragon Unit's residence at the Radiant Peace Fortress located south of the headquarters. Young Master, congratulations on your new position." The other elders also began speaking up one after another to congratulate him. Jin Murin smiled. "Then I shall take my leave now." Sang Horan walked over beside Yugeson and quietly spoke. "Outer Forest Lord, aren't you going to tell the young master about the personnel situation in the Radiant Dragon Unit first?" Yugeson replied, "I trust the young master can handle it himself." Diha followed behind as Jin Murin walked outside and asked, "Young master, have you already heard about it?" Before leaving, this subordinate heard it from the Hyuk-Yong Unit captain. "The members of the Radiant Dragon Unit are rather special." Jin Murin chuckled with interest. "What is it? Don't tell me there are actual dragons inside the unit." Diha explained this subordinate heard they originally came from the Great Sword sect. Their former identities were captains and squad leaders of Supreme Sword. They were ordered to investigate the disappearance of the branch leaders, but when they returned, Supreme Sword had already been burned to the ground. They are probably the people most dissatisfied with the young master. Jin Murin stroked his chin and said, "So basically, I'm the guy who smashed their rice bowl and now they have to work under me instead, right?" Inside, he silently thought, they are powerful people who surrendered to Madram Lord unwillingly. People like that, standing together with Madram Lord's captains, definitely can't hide the dissatisfaction in their hearts. And the only person capable of accepting them is probably me. Thinking that, he spoke up, "Diha, let's go greet them first. There's nothing to be afraid of." The 2 of them quickly arrived outside the Radiant Peace Fortress southwest of the headquarters. Inside were the members of the Radiant Dragon Unit. Jin Murin fearlessly pushed the door open and walked in. As expected, they were all unfamiliar faces, and every single one of them looked far from ordinary. Former Supreme Sword Captain and Master Feng Yan glanced at him and asked, "So you're the young master?" Jin Murin pointed at himself and confirmed, "That's right. To put it more specifically, I'm the one who kidnapped Supreme Sword's branch leaders to divide your forces. I bribed the black market gangs of the Northwestern Road and overturned the entire situation. I'm the strategist who held the advantage from beginning to end. I completely outplayed your young sect master in the battle of wits. Before you all returned, I already burned Supreme Sword to the ground, Mukin Pyo included. I am the nightmare, the demon of Supreme Sword. Diha behind him also spoke up in introduction. Jin Murin continued walking further inside while speaking. This young master really is the guy who killed your leaders and burned your home down, but I'm not the one who decided you people would join Madram Lord. Anyway, I hope we'll all get along from now on. What a bunch of bastards. After hearing him ramble on like that, everyone's expressions became gloomy and unpleasant. Jin Murin ignored them and continued talking nonstop. The Radiant Dragon unit was disbanded long ago, so this place is old and needs repairs. Since this will be where you live long-term at Madram Lord, each of you should grab a rag and a bucket and start cleaning up already, right? Feng Yan's face visibly twisted in irritation. Another man suddenly spoke up. Understood. Jucho Hu Yong, come with me then, we'll go fetch water. Jin Murin praised them, so they accepted reality pretty obediently after all, huh? Diha beside him replied, even if they're dissatisfied inside, they don't really have any other choice. Since they already surrendered, the only thing left is proving their own value. Jin Murin sneered, honestly, I think they're still better than certain people who cling stubbornly to useless pride all day long. The things they learned at the sword sect can't be used here. Maybe some of the higher-ranking members can adapt. But the other martial artists will definitely mock them because of their origins. Most prisoners were accepted into the halls and pavilions of Madram Lord, but in those positions, they wouldn't attract much attention anymore, which is honestly a blessing in disguise. Diha began introducing them one by one. The one carrying water over there is Feng Yan. He's known as a master of fast sword techniques. That muscular man over there is Han Kyong. He's a master saber user. Feng Yan and Han Kyong were both captains within Supreme Sword. The tall, skinny-looking guy is Ju Cho. He's a master spearman. That short man over there is Hu Yong. He's known as a highly skilled archer. Jin Murin looked toward the remaining bald-headed man. And that guy over there, is he some kind of monk? Diha quickly denied it. No, sir. His name is Jianghu. He's a master staff user. Even though he's still young, he's one of the strongest experts within Supreme Sword, easily among the top few. If the young master carelessly fights them head-on, you could suffer losses. Jin Murin chuckled, we'll tame them slowly, no need to rush. Let them rest while taking things easy for now. Diha asked again, young master, you really don't seem normal at all. Shouldn't we be much stricter with them? Jin Murin waved his hand to stop him. Too troublesome. I need to breathe a little too, you know. As for that strict discipline stuff, I already handed it over to someone else. If there's any problem, report it to me. I'm heading over to Radiant Peace Training Grounds for a bit. Diha froze, someone else. After Feng Yan's group finished cleaning the house, they sat together chatting. What do you think the captain is like? I heard he's the one who devised the war strategy this time. Honestly, I never imagined we'd end up becoming his subordinates. Before blaming others, we should blame ourselves first. Our great sword sect was destroyed because we were weak, that's all there is to it. How is that our fault? I fought my hardest, it's not like anyone was just standing around playing. I even worked harder than you know. What? Don't spout nonsense. I was far away and still truly gave it everything I had, you lunatic. While the group was arguing loudly, someone suddenly walked over and smacked one of them on the head. The young man angrily shouted, which bastard was that? The one who hit him was Yong Chu. This young man, Hu Yong, had been responsible for attacking the Northwestern Road during the war, and his entire squad suffered casualties, so he immediately recognized Yong Chu the moment he saw him. You monster from the Northwestern Road, what are you doing here? Yong Chu replied, please take care of me from now on. Starting today, I'm your head guard. Diha silently thought from afar, Yong Chu, so the guy the young master mentioned was actually Yong Chu. Yong Chu glared at Hu Yong and shouted, you bastard, don't you know the saying that fathers and sons should respect one another? Hu Yong became tense. What father and son nonsense are you talking about? Yong Chu continued, how dare you curse someone old enough to be your elder brother? Diha helplessly sighed. The phrase is supposed to be elders and youngsters each have their proper order. The other man pointed at himself and explained, we're the same age. Yong Chu's face was filled with disbelief. No way, you look ancient though. Right after that, he turned toward Jianghu and asked, Master, are those two really the same age? Jianghu burst into laughter. Haha, little brother, I'm not a monk. Yong Chu became even more shocked and grabbed his bald head tightly. If you're not a monk, then why isn't there a single strand of hair on your head? Jianghu explained. I didn't shave it, it all just fell out on its own. Diha sighed in admiration. He really was born with a natural talent for driving people insane. Inside another room, Jin Murin was currently standing there. This really is interesting. So this is what the previous generation of the Radiant Dragon unit left behind. Whether it was back then or now, it's still exactly the same. Mother, are you watching over me right now? Your son Jin Murin has inherited your place and become a member of the Radiant Dragon Unit. This is only the beginning, so please keep watching over me from now on. Looking at his mother's narcissistic writing on the wall, he could not help but sigh. I am Choi Irin, the #1 beauty under heaven. Am I pretty or not? Now I finally know who I inherited my personality from. The total manpower of the Radiant Dragon Unit is 50. Diha, since you already have experience serving as captain of the Black Sword Unit, you will take the position of vice captain. Yong Chu is appointed as head guard. 5 outstanding individuals were appointed as squad leaders. They had already proven their strength back when they were in Supreme Sword, so no martial artist objected to the decision. Perfect timing too: blade, spear, sword, staff, and bow. These are exactly the 5 weapons used in the 8 Heavenly Radiance Divine Art. What a strange coincidence, they're honestly very worth nurturing. After thinking for a moment, he called over Squad 1. This squad was led by Feng Yan as captain. Jin Murin then ordered Yong Chu to spar with them. Yong Chu became excited. Fight, how many rounds are we doing? Young Master Jin Murin waved his hand. I don't know, just don't beat them to death. Yong Chu excitedly looked toward the group and grinned viciously. So the young master is giving this subordinate permission to beat those people into cripples, right? Jin Murin immediately smacked him on the head. You bastard with no sense of limits, crippling them is not allowed. Yong Chu waved his hand dismissively. Then young master should have given that job to the other guy instead. Jin Murin shook his head. He's still weak, so no. Hearing that, Diha felt insulted and immediately stepped forward. This subordinate will do it. Jin Murin and Yong Chu successfully provoked him and excitedly high-fived while grinning mischievously. Hee hee, if you like it that much, then I'll hand it over to you. Diha helplessly thought to himself, didn't the young master already plan to dump this job on me from the start anyway? Feng Yan below finally spoke up in annoyance. Captain, are you making fun of us right now? We're standing right here, so what exactly are you doing? Jin Murin replied, I'm not joking. The vice captain is very strong. He's the one who killed Mukin Pyo. Feng Yan drew his sword. Then I'll have to personally verify that myself. During training, there's no need for formalities, right? Diha also reached out and drew his sword. Fine then, come at me. Inside, he silently analyzed. Feng Yan is one of the top experts within Supreme Sword. One-on-one was already difficult enough, so I'll have to exploit the difference in numbers and turn things around somehow. Seeing Feng Yan attack, he immediately retreated and dodged the strike. Then he grabbed a nearby guy and used him as a shield in front of himself. Feng Yan became furious upon seeing that and shouted, Vice Captain, do you have no pride at all? A true man should fight honorably face to face. Diha sneered coldly. Haha, does pride guarantee victory? If a man has a goal, then what's so shameful about kneeling? Jin Murin smiled in satisfaction. Haha, this guy really gets it. When Diha gets exhausted, Yong Chu will take over for him. Train the entire unit for me. Yong Chu happily accepted. Yes, young master, but how long do we keep going? Jin Murin glanced at him. When someone looks like they're about to die, let them rest a little. From now on, this happens every single day. Starting from that day, the entire Radiant Dragon unit underwent extremely intense training. Especially whenever Yong Chu entered the field without any sense of restraint, the entire unit practically experienced death and rebirth while wildly swinging their weapons in battle. Yong Chu was the type of monster who could fight 1 against 10 without any issue. After a few weeks passed, the members of the Radiant Dragon unit had already abandoned their pride and fully thrown themselves into desperate combat training. Just like that, an entire month passed by. During the changing season between summer and autumn, the Forest Lord summoned the Radiant Dragon unit. At night, inside the demonic forest in Forest Hall, Forest Lord, the young master, has arrived. Jin Murin quickly stepped inside. Greetings, Forest Lord. Cho Mugang continued. All right, come over here. I was just discussing matters beforehand with the inner forest master. How's the Radiant Dragon unit doing these days? Jin Murin replied, it's going all right, I guess. Cho Mugang sighed emotionally. All of them once held positions within Supreme Sword, so they definitely possess tremendous pride. Leading people like that can't have been easy, right? Jin Murin remembered the miserable state of their training and awkwardly hesitated. Ah yes, haha. Both Cho Mugang and the other man wore expressions filled with worry. It seemed something serious had happened. Jin Murin was also becoming anxious inside. These two keep hesitating, so what exactly happened? Finally, Cho Mugang could not hold back anymore and asked, Murin, you still haven't met an Hu Lam yet, right? Jin Murin calmly took a sip of tea. So that means I'll need to meet her soon, correct? Cho Mugang confirmed. That's right, the two of you will meet during this mission. In fact, this mission may be somewhat beyond the Radiant Dragon unit's capabilities. Jin Murin replied seriously. It's all right, Forest Lord, just tell me. Cho Mugang explained, my wife's family resides in Pajang County, 10 Dil Eter 1 B7M from here. Although their scale is not particularly large, once the name Ding family estate is mentioned, there isn't a single person in that region who doesn't recognize it. We must find my father-in-law and my wife's younger brother who have gone missing. Jin Muren was shocked. Forest Lord, did you just say they disappeared? Sang Horan, sitting nearby, also spoke up at that moment. There are quite a few rumors regarding this matter. Some people say it was the work of Xiang Tian, while others claim Blood Heaven Usura or the Mad Demon caused it. Jin Murin silently thought to himself, this is bad. Blood Heaven Usura and the Mad Demon are both monsters ranked among the 3 great fiends under heaven. There's an escort agency that hates Xiang Tian to the bone. They call me the Faceless Mountain Ghost, and together with the 3 great fiends under heaven, they refer to us as the 4 great fiends under heaven. Sang Horan continued. If this matter truly involves the 3 great fiends under heaven, then you absolutely must not overextend yourself and must request reinforcements immediately, understood? In terms of cruelty and martial arts, those people are hardly inferior to the 10 great experts under heaven. I know the young master is exceptionally intelligent and is also inheriting Madram Lord's swordsmanship, but you still have not reached the level where you can directly confront such masters. Therefore, remember that this mission is practically just for gathering information. Jin Murin silently sighed in admiration. This old man is worrying over nothing again. He cheerfully stood up. Then I'll depart immediately. This concerns the safety of the missing people, so we need to hurry to Pajang County as fast as possible. Cho Mugang reminded him, you absolutely must be careful. Zhang Horan also wished him luck. Jin Murin fearlessly turned around and walked outside. I'm heading out now. Afterward, he went into the bamboo forest and discussed things with Xiao Jinchuan. This just proves that our information about the Sichuan martial world is seriously lacking. Starting today, I want you to investigate everything for me, the experts of each faction, the conflicts between the forces, and even their weaknesses. Xiao Jinchuan looked worried. Will it really be alright if this subordinate is not by the Heavenly Lord's side? Jin Murin reassured him, Yongchu is there, so there's nothing to worry about. That guy may be ridiculously clueless, but he's not actually stupid. Hearing that, Xiao Jinchuan no longer objected. This subordinate understands. Alright, hasn't MunHWA contacted us at all? Once that guy focuses on something, he completely forgets the rest of the world exists. Xiang Tian was a place that united all the mountain strongholds under heaven. Of course, people who had lived as bandits for decades could never change overnight. The goal Xiang Tian pursues is peaceful coexistence with the martial world, and right now is an extremely important period. We must eliminate those with rotten personalities while making use of talented people. That brat may be great at maintaining relations between Xiang Tian and the martial world, but did he seriously have to disappear at such a crucial time? Seriously, every time one problem gets solved, another one immediately appears. Seeing his expression, Xiao Jinchuan became worried. Heavenly Lord, are you all right? Jin Murin reassured him. I'm fine, you've worked hard, now it's time for me to leave. The next morning, at the Radiant Dragon unit, Feng Yan and the others were drenched in sweat while sighing emotionally. We've survived under the claws of that monster for an entire month already. Dear heavens, what a tragic life this is. But honestly, we've gotten much more used to it by now, right Jianghu? Jianghu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed while chanting calmly. At this point, I simply feel fortunate to still be alive. Seeing him like that, the others could not help but stare in shock. What kind of cultivation technique are you practicing now? Ha, we absolutely cannot die here. After I finish my time in the Radiant Dragon unit, I still want to open a small little shop someday. Hey, don't say things like that. Come look at the toy my little brother sent me. Feng Yan loudly shouted, everyone snap out of it already. We need to keep training, otherwise the head guard and vice captain are going to beat us to death. Right at that moment, Jin Murin kicked the door open and walked in. You bunch of bastards, time to move out. Feng Yan secretly let out a sigh of relief. So it's the captain, you scared the life out of me. Jin Murin gave out orders, prepare your luggage, we're heading to Pajang County. Seeing Jianyu still sitting there, he walked over and smacked him on the head. There's no time, hurry up and move. But the moment he slapped the other guy's head, he became shocked. Is your head made out of iron or something? The 57 members of Madram Lord's Radiant Dragon unit quickly departed toward Pajang County. While riding his horse, Jin Murin shouted loudly, the distance is 10 D-letter 1 EB7M and we must arrive there within 6 days. Everyone stay fully focused. I won't allow anyone to fall behind. The group answered seriously, yes, Captain. Just like that, they hurried forward at full speed. 6 days later, at the entrance of Pajang County. Miss, this servant heard a very interesting story on the road today. Madram Lord of Sanction destroyed the Great Sword Sect and successfully reclaimed the Overlord position. Isn't that the place that once prospered so greatly it was called the #1 power in Sichuan? As expected of a force with such a long history, it really wasn't easy for them to collapse. I heard the young master of Madram Lord was the one who devised the entire plan. Aren't you curious how he managed to pull it off? Well, I suppose we'll find out soon enough. This woman was the disciple of the Sword Emperor Heavenly Spirit, the #1 flower under heaven, Dan Ryo HWA. What do you mean by soon enough? Dan Ryo HWA explained. The Ding family estate in Pajang County is connected to Madram Lord through marriage ties. Since Madram Lord has reclaimed the overlord position of Chungking, there's no way they wouldn't know that the Ding family estate is currently facing trouble. If the Heavenly Lord of Xiangtian is truly involved in this matter, then we must contact headquarters and wait for reinforcements. We are still not his opponents. He is one of the 5 kings after all. One tiny mistake and will end up injured immediately. But if the faceless Mountain King is truly behind this incident, then we must meet him and confirm certain things ourselves. There are rumors claiming he is the son of the sect master of the 8 Desolations sect, the man who caused the Great War under heaven. Furthermore, Master once said the martial artists of Hidden Valley are even stronger than the captains of medium and small sects. Even our Harmony Ridge, when Father and Master were both still around, would have struggled greatly against them without outside assistance. If the son of the 8 Desolations sect master has truly begun leading Hidden Valley, then this matter absolutely cannot be taken lightly. There are also rumors saying he's some 3-headed 6-armed monster that drinks human blood, but that's probably just nonsense spread by that escort agency that lost its influence because of Xiang Tian. In that case, perhaps the things Miss worries about were also spread by that same escort agency. Dan Ryo HWA nodded. What you said makes sense. Xiang Tian has shown clear intentions of coexisting peacefully with the world. Ever since they appeared, the safety of merchant caravans has improved significantly, although the identity of their leader still remains a mystery. Those are not the actions of someone trying to create a blood-soaked catastrophe. I also highly doubt the rumors, but even if they are false rumors, we still must remain cautious, because this is the duty of Harmony Ridge, the #1 faction under heaven. Right at that moment, they suddenly glanced behind them in surprise. It seems those people are martial artists from another region. Miss, to avoid trouble, I think we should still use disguise techniques. Dan Ryo HWA agreed and quickly raised her hand to perform a disguise technique, changing her appearance. The 2 beautiful women immediately transformed into 2 completely ordinary-looking faces. This should be good enough, right? There's nothing to worry about. Even if one of the 10 great experts came here, they still wouldn't notice. Jin Murin's group quickly rode their horses closer to them. He only glanced at them briefly and did not stop. After they passed by, the maid spoke up. See, this servant already told you they wouldn't notice. Jin Murin suddenly spoke. Diha, those 2 women. Before he could finish, Yong Chu interrupted him. They're really beautiful, right? Jin Murin angrily snapped. You shut your mouth for me. It seems they're also heading toward Pajang. Send a few people to follow them after they enter the village. Diha looked confused. Young master, you mean those women? Jin Murin confirmed. That's right, their faces were altered with disguise techniques. Hearing that, Diha became even more shocked. Disguises, this subordinate didn't notice a thing. Jin Murin explained. They changed their faces very carefully. If not for the slightly awkward way they moved, even I probably wouldn't have noticed. Their ability to conceal their aura is no joke either. We need to stay cautious. They're experts. By evening, the group finally arrived at Pajang County. Yongchu looked around and sighed emotionally. Seriously, it's only dusk and there's not even a ghost wandering around. What's going on? Diha also spoke up. It's like a group of bandits swept through here or something. It's way too quiet. Jin Murin, walking ahead, reminded them. We need to head to the Ding family estate and find out the reason. We've already reached our destination, so everyone move quietly from here on. Feng Yan and the others behind him quietly discussed among themselves. Could the faceless Mountain King be behind this? If that's really true, why would Xiang Tian suddenly reach all the way into some remote corner of Sanction? But this operation doesn't feel like Xiang Tian's style at all. I think the mad demon is the one behind this. The faceless Mountain King is way more cunning than this. Jin Murin silently cursed in his heart. You bunch of idiots, the faceless Mountain King is literally me. Still, this really is strange. I don't even see any of those escort agency guys spreading rumors about me. It's only dusk, yet not even a rat can be seen. The only explanation is either something already ate them, or there's some serial killer casually strolling around outside. Xiang Tian somehow got dragged into this mess too, which means I need to pay even more attention now. The Watergate guard of the Ding family estate, Cha Hwi, stood watch outside. Seeing them approach, he glanced over. Those are Madram Lord uniforms. Are you all from Yongjiang? Jin Murin clasped his hands. That's right, we are the Radiant Dragon unit sent here under the Forest Lord's orders. Cha Hwi sighed in relief. The Ding family estate has been anxiously waiting for your arrival. You all arrived earlier than expected. Please come inside. Jin Murin turned toward the people behind him and gave orders. Squad leaders, guide the subordinates to rest. I need to go meet my aunt for a moment. While leading the way, Cha Hwi explained, you've probably already heard the news, right? Right now, the young lady is temporarily taking over the position of a state lord. Because of this, she still hasn't been able to return to Madram Lord. Upon arriving outside the room, he stopped. Young lady, the captain of Madram Lord's Radiant Dragon unit has arrived. A voice immediately replied from inside. They arrived faster than I expected. Let them in. Jin Murin quickly entered, clasping his hands respectfully. This junior, Jin Murin, greets Aunt. Vice Captain Diha greets the great madam. This woman was the temporary estate lord of the Ding family estate and also Cho Mugang's wife, Jiang Inryong. Come in. I heard you were the one who contributed the most during the war against Supreme Sword. Now that I finally meet you, you truly do look every bit like a fine young hero. I should have served you proper tea, but business caravans haven't been doing well lately, so I'm rather powerless at the moment. Jin Murin waved his hand. Not at all, Aunt. Tea or even spring water is perfectly fine. The roads around here are strangely deserted. What exactly happened? Jiang Inryong replied, because the bodies of our missing martial artists have already been discovered. My father and younger brother disappeared while returning from a trading trip to Chengdu. About 50 li west of Pajang County lies a valley called Fa Iron Valley. That is exactly where the merchant convoy vanished. Has Anne already tried searching Fa Iron Valley? Of course I have, but I could not find anything at all. Because it was an extremely important trade mission, there were 20 elite martial artists escorting them. I truly don't understand how something like this could happen. Jin Murin sighed. If the culprit deliberately left behind bodies as a warning, then there's definitely a reason behind it. Didn't that person send any demands to the Ding family estate? Jiang Inryong nodded. The young master is correct. Just as I was close to giving up, the culprit sent a letter together with the corpse of one of the convoy members. The condition he demanded was 3 million taels of silver. Since such a huge amount is difficult to move, he specifically requested it in the form of silver banknotes. Jin Murin carefully examined the contents of the letter. The handwriting is crooked and rough, but it carries tremendous force. If the writer is a martial artist, then he has probably reached a very high realm already. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. But does the Ding family estate really possess that much wealth? Jiang Inryong sighed deeply. 3 million taels is basically 10 years worth of expenses for the Ding family estate. It's such an absurd demand that I truly feel helpless. And because I refused to accept the demand immediately, he began sending one corpse every single day. As of today, there have already been 5 bodies. I truly cannot afford to delay any longer. Jin Murin frowned thoughtfully. This is terrifying. Aunt has already done everything she could. After pondering for a moment, he said, that man clearly knows the Ding family estate could never gather 3 million taels on its own. He definitely calculated Madram Lord's contribution into the equation as well, but unfortunately for him, he picked the wrong opponent. The Radiant Dragon unit will definitely bring them back safely. Aunt, please do not worry too much. Jiang Inryong reminded him, if you need anything at all, tell me anytime. Good luck. Jin Murin turned and headed outside. Yes, then this junior shall take his leave. Diha, we need to begin the investigation immediately. Gather all the squad leaders. The moment he pushed the door open, he was startled because a child was somehow standing right outside. A little girl. Hey kid, are you alright? And who exactly are you? The little girl rolled onto the ground and angrily demanded, who are you to dare use the 10,000 jin fall in front of this young lady? Jin Murin froze in confusion. I didn't though. The girl clicked her tongue in annoyance. Well, if you don't even know who I am, then you must just be some nameless nobody. Before long, this young lady will shake the entire world. I am Cho Yurim. Haha, this little brat was the beloved daughter of Cho Mugang and the youngest daughter of Madram Lord, Cho Yurim. Jin Murin suddenly realized, so you're Cho Yurim. Inside, he found it hard to believe. How could such elegant and refined parents possibly give birth to a child like this? By the way, where did your front teeth go? Cho Yurim stood up and grinned. I was planning to trade my teeth for candy, but I guess that won't happen now, hee. Jin Murin burst into laughter as well. Haha, this little brat, and you can still joke around in a situation like this, Cho Yurim replied. If I become gloomy, then everything else will definitely become gloomy too. If I stay quiet, everyone at the Ding family estate will get even more depressed. Jin Murin stared in shock with his mouth hanging open. He reached out and gently rubbed her head affectionately. Cho Yurim looked up and asked, you're the young master from Yongjeong, right? Then does that mean I should call you Big Brother? Jin Murin smiled. Haha, go on then, call me Big Brother. Cho Yurim excitedly replied, nice to meet you, Big Brother, see you later. Jin Murin waved goodbye to the little girl and left, then immediately gave orders to Diha. We'll begin acting 1 Shichen from now. Diha was shocked. 1 Shichen? Young master, you already figured something out, didn't you? Jin Murin did not answer directly and only said that it was about time for them to start moving as well. Inside, he silently analyzed. If this is simply a hostage kidnapping, then it's probably similar to when I kidnapped the branch leaders. Kidnapping such a large number of people means they definitely cannot hide the hostages inside Pajang County itself, because if even one hostage escapes, their entire operation will be exposed immediately. We need to investigate every village surrounding Fa Iron Valley. The operation must remain completely secret. The vice captain will handle this. Check whether any strangers recently came to buy food supplies, investigate everything related to food, and don't rule out the possibility that they've been stealing as well. Feng Yan silently agreed in his heart. Makes sense, hostages still need food to stay alive. After thinking for a moment, he asked suspiciously, Captain, why don't we simply set up an ambush in Pajang County and capture them there? Jin Murin shook his head. If we fail to capture the enemy alive, then the hostages will be in danger. It's not a bad plan, but the safety of the estate lord's father and son must come first. Don't forget to gather information from the village hunters as well. Ask whether they've recently found wild beast skeletons abandoned in the mountains or animals caught in traps but mysteriously missing afterward. Investigate everything carefully. Diha silently admired him. As expected of a hunter's son, he doesn't overlook even details like this. During moments like these, the young master feels like a completely different person. Jin Murin waved his hand. Everyone remember this clearly. Rescuing the hostages is more important than hunting the culprit. All right, move out. Feng Yan spoke up again. Captain, those 2 women you ordered us to monitor earlier have just entered the village. This subordinate already instructed our men guarding the entrance to keep watch on every single move they make. Jin Murin replied, is that so? Then I should go meet them myself. I'll return shortly. All of you rest for now, we won't depart immediately yet. Diha, stay with the squad leaders. Yongchu, you're coming with me. Diha was startled inside. Yongchu, looks like those 2 women are extremely strong after all. As they walked, Yongchu asked, I heard they entered a nearby inn. Aren't we going to eat something first? This subordinate suddenly really wants some alcohol. Jin Murin looked confused. Didn't you already eat dinner? I did, but there wasn't enough food. Right at that moment, Jin Murin suddenly sensed something strange. He raised his head and looked toward the rooftop. One of the 2 women from earlier that morning was currently moving across it. The moment she noticed him looking up, she immediately broke into a cold sweat and ran off. Is that the person I saw on the road earlier? Was this really just a coincidence? Besides Harmony Ridge, there's actually someone capable of disrupting shadow death suppression. If this wasn't a coincidence, then he's an extremely dangerous individual. I need to report this to Miss immediately. Right then, Jin Murin and Yongchu suddenly appeared behind her. Young lady, why are you in such a hurry? The woman screamed in fright. Scene shift to another place. Dan Ryo HWA sat alone in her room looking worried. Why is So Jiang taking so long to return? Did something happen? Just then, a voice called out from outside. Miss. She excitedly turned around. So Jiang, you're back already. How did the investigation go? However, besides So Jiang returning, there were also 2 additional guests, Yongchu and Jin Murin. Forgive me, miss, this servant was exposed. Dan Ryo HWA was inwardly shocked. Impossible. So Jiang's concealment technique is a high-level martial art that even the 10 great experts shouldn't be able to detect. While she was distracted, Yongchu suddenly spoke up. Miss is eating right now. Let's eat together. What's with that tone of yours? Talking carelessly to women can get you killed real fast, you know. Dan Ryo HWA observed them silently and thought, I can sense that this man possesses martial arts on the same level as the 10 great experts. Thinking that, she immediately asked, what do you want? Jin Murin walked over and slammed his hand onto the table. I should be the one asking that question. I only came to this inn for some drinks. Yongchu, order whatever you want to eat. After saying that, he raised his cup and smiled at the woman. Then let's share a drink together. Very quickly, the 2 sides ended up sitting across from each other at a table full of lavish dishes. Jin Murin explained, forgive me for following the 2 of you here, but there's something I'm extremely curious about. We are people from Madram Lord, here because of the disappearance incident at the Ding family estate. Dan Ryo HWA suddenly understood. So that's how it is. What position do you hold within Madram Lord? Jin Murin answered. I am the captain of the Radiant Dragon Unit. Some people also call me the Young Master. Dan Ryo HWA was secretly shocked. The Young Master, so he's the one who devised the strategy that brought down Supreme Sword. If So Jiang's shadow death suppression really wasn't blocked by coincidence, then it makes sense. If he possesses that kind of ability, then destroying Supreme Sword is entirely possible. Jin Murin smiled. Now it's my turn. Why did the 2 of you come here? We came to verify the disappearance incident. Jin Murin asked again, if that's the case, then why didn't you go directly to the Ding family estate? Dan Ryo HWA frowned unhappily. Young Master, are you interrogating us like criminals right now? Jin Murin took a sip from his cup. Because I'm the one who came here to solve this matter, isn't it only natural for me to suspect unfamiliar strangers? Dan Ryo HWA explained. The Young Master already knows this. We only just arrived here ourselves. There is absolutely no way we could be the culprits. Jin Murin let out a sly little laugh. And how exactly am I supposed to know that? Cold sweat had already started forming on Dan Ryo HWA's face. Meanwhile, Yongchu sat beside them completely ignoring the tension and crazily devouring the food like a starving beast. the atmosphere instantly fell into a terrifying silence. After who knows how long, Dan Ryo HWA finally sighed and broke the silence. Then I'll tell the young master the truth. The reason we came here is to meet the person rumored to be connected to this incident. We intend to work together to solve the disappearance case. Therefore, please give us a chance to meet the culprit. Jin Murin was surprised. Miss already knows who the culprit is. Of course not, but isn't the main suspect someone extremely famous in the martial world? The Faceless Mountain King. We absolutely must meet him. If he turns out not to be the culprit, then it simply means our efforts were wasted. Jin Murin asked again, why does Miss want to meet the Faceless Mountain King so badly? The woman replied, because there are rumors claiming he is the son of the sect master of the Eight Desolations sect. Therefore, I absolutely must meet him to verify whether that rumor is true. Jin Murin gritted his teeth while silently cursing. Which dead idiot started spreading that ridiculous rumor anyway? After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. If he truly is the son of the Eight Desolations sect master, then what would Miss do? Naturally, I would report it to the higher-ups. Report to whom? Where exactly are you from, Miss? Dan Ryo HWA answered without hesitation. We come from 7 Vein Lotus Peak. Inside, she silently thought, Lotus Peak was Mother's sect anyway, and no matter what, it's still better than letting him discover I'm from Harmony Ridge. Jin Murin was also secretly analyzing things. Lotus Peak, she's obviously lying. Even though the Great War under Heaven ended decades ago, there are still countless experts searching for Hidden Valley. The 7 Veins were one of the forces that sided with Harmony Ridge during the war. Her answer is basically the same as telling me to get lost. Rather than letting them wander around freely and ruin my plans, it's better to keep them somewhere I can monitor. Thinking that, he spoke again. Fine then, if we discover the culprit, we'll notify. In exchange, I'll be the one handling the battle plans. For the safety of the hostages, the two of you absolutely must not act recklessly. Tomorrow, please come stay temporarily at the Ding family estate. I'll have people make arrangements in advance. Dan Ryo HWA did not object. All right, could I trouble the young master with one more request? Jin Murin immediately refused without hesitation. She froze on the spot, suddenly not knowing what to say anymore. The next day, the two women arrived at the Ding family estate as agreed. The moment Cha HWI saw them outside, he recognized them. I already received the young master's instructions. Please come inside. The moment the two entered, they happened to overhear people discussing something. The atmosphere seems chaotic. What exactly happened? Another corpse was discovered. As of today, there are already 6 victims. The Radiant Dragon unit is currently investigating, so the body was discovered almost immediately. Jiang Inryong looked at the corpse in front of her and sighed. 6 people already. How am I supposed to face the families of the dead? Jin Murin comforted her. Please forgive me, but this is not something that can be solved in a single day. Jiang Inryong began sobbing. I know it isn't easy, but... Before she could finish speaking, Jin Murin interrupted her. If we can grasp the clues left on this martial artist's corpse, then perhaps we'll capture the culprit much sooner than expected. Jiang Inryong looked shocked. Young master, are you serious? Jin Murin walked over and lifted the cloth covering the body to examine it carefully. There are many clues on this corpse. The culprit probably never considered this detail. He chose strangulation as the killing method in order to minimize traces of martial arts. And the corpse's skin is extremely pale, which proves the victim was imprisoned in a place without sunlight for a long period of time. This martial artist likely died around 2 shichen ago. However, we can confidently conclude that the remaining hostages are very likely still alive. Diha, where was the body discovered? Diha hurriedly answered, at a civilian house not far from the Ding family estate, probably only around 5 zhang away. Jin Murin continued, compared to dragging a living person here and killing them afterward, it would be much easier to kill them first and then transport the body. That means the culprit's hideout is most likely somewhere that can reach this place within 2 shichen. Diha nodded. It can only be some kind of cave around Byokyeon Valley. Jin Murin stood up. There's no way the culprit doesn't already know the Radiant Dragon unit has arrived here. If he still acts this boldly, then either he's insanely confident in his abilities, or he simply thinks numbers mean absolutely nothing to him. Starting today, the entire unit will begin searching around Byokyeon Valley. Diha cupped his fists. Yes, young master, this subordinate will begin immediately. At that moment, Dan Ryo HWA and So Jiang also happened to arrive. Hello, young master. Jin Murin waved in greeting. Oh, you're here already. I was just about to go look for you. Jiang Inryong looked puzzled. Young master, these people are, Jin Murin explained. They're from the 7 Veins. They'll help us capture the culprit. Dan Ryo HWA cupped her fists. Greetings, estate master. This is our first meeting. This young lady will do her utmost to capture the culprit as quickly as possible. Jiang Inryong nodded. Thank you, miss. If you need anything, just let me know. Jin Murin invited them inside. Then let's have some tea together. I'll explain the method for capturing the culprit. Yongchu also invited So Jiang for tea, but the only thing he got back was a single word, scram. Meanwhile, Diha's group was already moving through the forest searching. Feng Yan and Ju Cho will head to Samking Village. Jianyu and Hang Kyong will split up and search Bika Village and Bangin Village. Hu Yong will go to Yongsan Village. After investigating, we'll regroup. I'll personally take a look around Byokyeon Valley. Everyone regroup again in 4 Shichen. Move quickly before the sun sets. The group immediately accepted the orders and split into 4 directions. One by one, they arrived at their assigned locations and began gathering information. Diha moved alone through the forest. Night fell as he stood atop a tree branch inside Byokyeon Valley, deep in thought. Hu Yong is a bit late. Could something have happened? Tomorrow I'll have to add Yongchu into the search force too. At that exact moment, cold sweat suddenly poured down his body. Because behind him, a figure had silently appeared. Who exactly are you waiting for? Diha nervously turned around. I couldn't sense his presence at all. Could you be the culprit who kidnapped the Ding family estate master? The man sneered coldly. You can think that if you want. More importantly, what are you doing here? Diha's thoughts spun rapidly. He definitely already knows I'm from Madram Lord. If I get taken down here and the squad leaders gather here afterward, then all of them will surely be slaughtered too. If he's an expert beyond what I can handle, then my sacrifice alone will be enough. Thinking that, he exhaled deeply and calmed himself. I knew you would come here, so I arrived first and waited for you. The man let out an amused sound. Oh, you were waiting for me. Diha drew his sword. I am Diha, vice captain of the Radiant Dragon Unit. Who are you? The man's killing intent poured out without the slightest concealment. Everyone who hears my name dies. Do you still want to hear it? Diha recalled Jin Murin's teachings in his mind. Every expert under heaven possesses a unique aura and pressure. If you cannot overcome that pressure, you'll lose your life before you can even display your true strength. That was precisely the difference between an expert and an ordinary person. Thinking that, Diha sneered coldly. You sure talk a lot, are you not confident or something? The man instantly vanished from where he stood. My name is Akwi Cheng. He was none other than one of the 3 great fiends under heaven, the blood heavenly Asura, Akwi Cheng. Seeing him suddenly appear behind him, Diha immediately turned and swung his sword. Blood instantly splattered into the air. A while later, Hu Yong's group finally gathered there as well. That's the vice captain's clothing. It looks like someone attacked him. The cut is extremely clean. This is clearly a clue the vice captain intentionally left behind. So the vice captain fell into danger so severe that he couldn't even hold out until we arrived. Yeah, I was only late by a single quarter of an hour. For someone to push the vice captain that far in such a short time, this is beyond something we can handle ourselves. Is the vice captain trying to tell us to run away? He quickly gave orders to the people behind him. You go to Han Kyong, and you go find Jianyu. Tell both of them to immediately return to Pajang County. I'll meet up with Feng Yan and Ju Cho, then return as well. Tell them to stay alert for ambushes on the way back. The first group to reach Ding family estate must immediately report this matter to the captain. Understood, but what exactly should we report, squad leader? We'll report it like this. The vice captain disappeared east of Byokyeon Valley. Blood traces and torn clothing were discovered at the scene. Based on the remaining sword traces and the timing, the culprit can be deduced to be one of the 3 great fiends under heaven, or at least an expert serving under them. For now, the entire unit should retreat and request reinforcements from the Forest Lord, because this is something even the captain cannot handle alone. Scene shifts back to Ding family estate. Jin Murin spoke to Jiang Inryong and Dan Ryo HWA. If the 2 of you follow exactly what I said, then we'll catch the culprit within 2 days. Young master, you want us to act? Jin Murin nodded. Exactly. This culprit invested a great deal of time trying to squeeze money out of Ding family estate. So just imagine how furious he'll be if those 3 million taels end up being stolen by someone else instead. And the someone else I'm talking about will be a group of street bandits nobody has ever heard of. Dan Ryo HWA frowned in confusion. Street bandits, you mean actual low-level robbers? Jin Murin explained. These people aren't from the Radiant Dragon Unit and have never shown their faces in Pajang County. On top of that, they possess high-level movement arts capable of carrying hostages while escaping. The woman widened her eyes in shock. People like that actually exist? Of course they do, it's the 2 of you. Ah, so young master was talking about us. Only then did she realize how absurd this sounded and slammed the table as she stood up. Young master, have you gone insane? Jin Murin answered seriously. I already saw the movement techniques of your 7 veins group back at the inn. They're definitely no joke. Besides, if the culprit truly is the Faceless Mountain King, then wouldn't this be the perfect chance for you to approach him? Hearing that, Dan Ryo HWA calmed down a little. A chance to approach the Faceless Mountain King, huh? Fine then, leave the role of the culprits to us. Jiang Inryong added, if doing this can save the hostages, then our side will cooperate fully as well. Jin Murin grinned excitedly. Thank you, Aunt. The operation will begin at dawn tomorrow. By then, I hope the 2 of you can truly become authentic street bandits. Dan Ryo HWA silently thought to herself. He's an extremely crafty and practical man. Did Supreme Sword also fall because of schemes like this? Right at that moment, a panicked voice suddenly rang out from outside. Captain, are you in there? This subordinate is Hu Yong. Jin Murin frowned in confusion. What happened? Hu Yong hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed inside. Vice Captain Diha has disappeared at Byokyeon Valley, sir. Jin Murin looked a little doubtful. What did you say? Diha disappeared, Hu Yong explained. Not only that, according to what Ju Cho said, traveling from Bika village to here really only takes about 2 shichen. Jin Murin waved his hand. All right, you've worked hard, go rest now, tomorrow we move. Hu Yong froze. What, shouldn't we immediately head to Bika village and search? Jin Murin remained completely calm. And what exactly would you find? Even an expert like Diha couldn't handle it, so what could you possibly do? Hu Yong frowned deeply. The captain is right, but isn't the vice captain's life in danger right now? Jin Murin reassured him. That person probably also needs a hostage from Madram Lord, so Diha will be fine. Besides, Diha isn't someone who dies that easily. Scene shifts to Diha. At this moment, he had already been captured, tied up, and hung in the air. He secretly analyzed the surroundings. Dark and damp, is this a cave? I was prepared to die since I couldn't even hold out for a quarter of an hour, but honestly, surviving like this still feels pretty lucky. Right then, a voice suddenly echoed beside his ear. You're awake, you're from Madram Lord, right? Nice to meet you. This old man is Jiang Pilgun. The old man tied beside him was none other than the Ding family estate master. Diha replied, forgive this subordinate for being unable to greet you properly. I am Diha, vice captain of the Radiant Dragon Unit. Jiang Pilgun sighed. It's all right, but the Radiant Dragon Unit, this is the first time I've heard that name. Diha explained, not long ago, Madram Lord destroyed Supreme Sword and this unit was created by recruiting the experts from there. Jiang Pilgun was shocked. Unbelievable, so Supreme Sword has truly vanished completely? Diha nodded. That's correct, Estate Master. Many experts will come here after hearing I was captured, so please don't worry too much. Jiang Pilgun sighed again. Thank you for your kindness, but this matter truly isn't simple. The one who captured you alive and brought you here is Blood Heavenly Asura Akwicheng. Diha nodded. As expected, one of the 3 great fiends under heaven truly lives up to the reputation. The old man continued, every single member of the 3 great fiends is monstrously strong. The problem is that this incident was caused by the 3 great fiends working together. It's them, so it's better for us to keep quiet. The moment he finished speaking, voices suddenly echoed from outside. Haha, did you hear? Sanction's Madram Lord actually destroyed Supreme Sword. That so-called sanctioned divine sword was nothing but a useless, arrogant old fossil. Diha silently thought to himself, 2 voices, so the 3 great fiends really did join hands. The 2 men quickly walked inside. Those Madram Lord bastards have plenty of money. The estate master's daughter will bring the ransom soon enough. They'll probably send a few martial artists too. Didn't you capture one of them today already? Just a little brat, yet he dared try to ambush me. Haha. Still, he managed to endure for 1/4 of an hour. Madram Lord really isn't too shabby after all. That's why fighting those Madram Lord guys is such a pain. As long as we get the money from Ding family estate, our plan is already a success. No need to rush. Those Ding family people still have long lives ahead of them. Yeah, let's take it slow. Who in the world could possibly stop us anyway, haha. The next morning, Dan Ryo HWA and So Jiang kidnapped Jiang Inryong and her daughter, then climbed onto the rooftop. So Jiang tightly hugged Cho Yurim and shouted loudly, you filthy dogs, hand over the money already, haha. Bring out the 3 million taels right now if you want your people back. What Jin Murin wanted the women of the 7 veins to do was kidnap the blood relatives of the Ding family. Aside from the members of the Radiant Dragon Unit and Yong Chu, nobody knew they were merely acting. Jian Yu shouted loudly, you filthy culprits, surrender obediently right now and release those 2 immediately. So Jiang yelled back, you bald bastard, shut your mouth already. Tonight, bring the banknotes to the Guardian Temple outside the Eastern Gate. If you dare play tricks, I'll definitely kill the hostages. Jin Murin's plan was for them to pretend to negotiate using the hostages, while he and the remaining people of Ding family estate would gather the 3 million taels of silver. Hu Yong quietly walked behind Jin Murin and whispered, young master, will the real culprit truly appear? Jin Murin sneered coldly. The culprit spent months preparing this kidnapping. Right now, he's only waiting to enjoy the sweet fruit of his labor. 3 million taels of silver, that's an absurd amount of money. If it were you, would you let someone else steal that money away? That bastard will definitely show himself. Hu Yong widened his eyes in shock. What a shameless and sneaky plan, but honestly, if I were the culprit, I'd probably fall for it too. Jin Murin ignored whatever he was thinking and gave orders. Tell the squad leaders to maintain formation. Once the rumors spread, we'll move out. Hu Yong sighed in admiration. Now I finally understand why Supreme Sword collapsed. Jin Murin walked over and handed a money pouch to Feng Yan. Listen carefully, think of this as the actual money. Feng Yan looked confused. Captain, what exactly did you put inside this thing? Jin Murin turned around. Better if you do know, the rest will be handled by those 2 ladies. Diha isn't here, so you'll lead the unit in his place. Yongchu will go with you as well. Feng Yan asked again, Captain, aren't you coming with us? Jin Murin answered seriously. I'll head to Bika village during the chaos. I'll rescue the hostages myself. Feng Yan looked worried. It's too dangerous for you to go alone, Captain. We still don't know who else is hiding in this place. Jin Murin silently analyzed the situation. In the worst-case scenario, the rumors are true and the culprits really are the three great fiends under heaven. With only the Radiant Dragon unit, there's no way we can handle monsters said to rival the 10 great experts. Even if Yongchu goes along, all he can do is buy time. Thinking that, he spoke again. There are no enemies over there, so don't worry. Just remember, the important thing is for everyone to survive and return alive. Alright then, if nobody has any more concerns, start moving. The group no longer objected and simultaneously cupped their fists. We wish the captain good fortune. Right after that, they immediately leaped away and departed. Jin Murin transmitted his voice to Yongchu. I'm counting on you for everything. Yongchu simply smiled confidently, his expression saying more than words ever could. As Feng Yan led the others onward, he silently thought to himself. The captain truly isn't satisfied with staying in one corner of Sanction forever. If I want to walk alongside someone like him, then this time I absolutely must prove my worth. If I can earn his trust within the Radiant Dragon unit, then the future ahead may become even more glorious. Thinking that, he shouted loudly, we're almost there. Everyone maintain the formation no matter what. Somewhere atop a mountain peak, Aquiching stood there observing the scene below. Found you, you filthy bastards. No, actually, you're worse than dogs. You really dared hand my money over to someone else. The one carrying the money must be among that group. Maybe I should just kill all of them and search the bodies afterward. No, if the money isn't there, then it'll alert the others. I need to strike during the exchange itself. Nobody else gets to touch dirty money but me. Some ran east and west just to survive and make their way across the vast martial world, while others wanted to meet the hidden evil figure face to face. With completely different goals in mind, many powerful individuals gathered in Pajang on the very same day. This was the terrifying calm before the coming storm. Scene shifts to Dan Ryo Hwa's group. Miss, they'll arrive here in about the time it takes to drink 1 cup of tea. They aren't being pursued. I can't sense anyone at all. Honestly, it's rather embarrassing. Dan Ryo Hwa recalled Jin Murin's earlier words. The culprit will definitely appear. I'm willing to bet my life on it. So, is everything finally about to begin now? I know being tied up like this is uncomfortable, but madam, please endure it a little longer. Jiang Inryung replied, at this level, I can endure it forever if needed. Miss, you don't need to worry about me, just focus on the plan. So Jiang turned and glanced at Cho Yurim, who was trembling nearby. She bent down and patted the little girl's head. Don't be too scared, little one, big sister is here. Cho Yurim replied, I'm not scared, I just have to shake like this so the bad guys get fooled. Dan Ryo Hwa praised her. Exactly, you're so young yet already this clever. Inside, she became curious about what kind of person this little girl would grow into someday. Right then, voices suddenly rang out nearby. Great madam. You vile kidnappers, how dare you abduct the great madam of Madram Lord like this? Are you tired of living? So Jiang burst out laughing. Ha ha, you really dared bring troops here? There are more hostages than just those two, you know. Feng Yan shouted sternly, where is Estate Master Ding right now? So Jiang smirked, shouldn't you hand over what I want before asking such pointless questions? Feng Yan frowned. I won't give you a single coin until we confirm the safety of all the hostages. Dan Ryo Hwa pressed her sword against Jiang Inryung's neck. That's the wrong decision. Jiang Inryung panicked internally. Miss, why are you suddenly putting the sword against my neck for real? Dan Ryo Hwa widened her eyes and shouted coldly, to save us from wasting more words, maybe I should kill someone first. Now then, who should I kill first? Inside, she proudly transmitted her voice to her maid. So Jiang, did you see that? I'm acting pretty well, right? Even the maid never expected her young miss to get this immersed in the role. This suddenly became way too realistic. Meanwhile, Cho Yurim suddenly burst into tears and screamed loudly, hurry up and save me, you idiots, just give them the money already. So Jiang stared at the little girl with her mouth hanging open in admiration. Well done. Even Feng Yan became confused. This suddenly doesn't feel like acting anymore. Nervously, he raised the money pouch. The 3 million taels you demanded are here. So Jiang hurriedly waved her hand. The amount isn't wrong, right? Hurry up and throw it over here so I can check. Feng Yan did not hesitate and threw the pouch toward them with force. Dan Ryo Hwa stared intently at the money pouch. The culprit will definitely appear. He'll absolutely target the exact moment of the exchange. The moment some unknown person suddenly jumps out, that person is the culprit. Just as expected, Aquiching suddenly leaped out. Dan Ryo Hwa swung her hand and hurled the short blade in her grip toward him. That little young master really does scheme like a demon. The short blade pierced straight through the money pouch without the slightest resistance, causing it to explode open. Aquiching was startled when smoke and dust burst out from inside, Poison, you filthy bastards. Feng Yan drew his sword at once. Even though he already knew there was no money inside, he still never expected it to be something this nasty. Everyone attack, the culprit is that man in black. He's the expert who kidnapped the vice captain. No matter what happens, we must protect the safety of the Ding estate family head. Aquiching shouted furiously, you worthless trash, I'll make all of you regret this. Dan Ryo HWA was shocked. His true energy overflowed with killing intent and his eyes glowed blood red. The culprit is Blood Heavenly Asura Aquiching. She ordered Jiang Inryong and the others to fall back, then she and her maid immediately drew their swords and rushed down. Although it was a little disappointing that the culprit was not the faceless mountain king, now was not the time to think about that. Quickly begin the final phase of the plan. Scene shifts to Bika village, where Jin Murin had also arrived. Things should probably be starting by now, let's go. There may be variables outside the plan, but they'll handle it well enough. The distance from the hostage prison to Ding Estate was about 2 hours of travel, and the corpses had turned pale white from being deprived of sunlight for so long. There's no way the culprit would build some shabby hut above ground. Unless he's an idiot, he's definitely hiding underground. That place must be extremely dark and filled with heavy yin energy. He quickly arrived before a cave entrance. Found it faster than I expected. The hostages are definitely inside here. Well, that makes sense. Bad guys always love hiding in caves ahead of time. So this is the only entrance to the place. He had only taken a few steps inside before frowning as he sensed something. An assassin. The culprit is still here, or maybe there are more than 2 of them. Seeing Jin Murin dodge his attack, the assassin praised him. You actually dodged that strike of mine. Looks like you're not some random trash after all. Who are you? Jin Murin snorted coldly. That move wasn't impossible to dodge or anything. Stop hiding with your shadow tricks and show yourself already. The one speaking to him was one of the 3 great fiends of the world, the dark wild killing ghost Zhou Yang. You're telling an assassin to show himself? Yeah, that really is a stupid thing to say. Go back now. If you dare step any further inside, I'll kill you without mercy. Killing art, spiritless soul-breaking technique. Even the 4 Seas sword, one of the 7 martial giants, Red Light Sage, was assassinated by this technique. Yet this brat dared say my one-strike sure kill throwing blade was nothing special to dodge. Jin Murin reached up and pulled down the throwing blade that had been embedded in the cave wall from the earlier ambush. Looks pretty expensive, doesn't it? Mind if I borrow this for a bit? I know a little assassination art myself. Right after saying that, he activated the 8 Heavenly Shadow Divine Art, Hidden Soul Ghost Shadow Technique. Zhou Yang instantly broke into cold sweat. His presence disappeared. I can't even sense his aura anymore. The most basic element of assassination techniques was aura detection, and losing track of an opponent's aura in complete darkness was the same as death itself. At that very moment, the dark wild killing ghost Zhou Yang felt the taste of defeat for the first time. Don't be ridiculous. If it's not the assassin emperor of the 8 stars, then every assassin in this world should be kneeling beneath my feet. The moment I sense his aura again, everything will be over. A young brat had suddenly appeared using martial arts he had never even heard of before. But even if the opponent knew divine techniques, a direct clash between top assassins was strictly taboo. As a veteran killer, the Dark Knight ghost Zhou Yang understood that better than anyone. He quickly closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Calm down, Zhou Yang, that brat can't easily sense my aura either. This is a battle of patience, so I have to stay calm." But not long after that, he experienced defeat for the second time. And at the exact moment he opened his eyes, what the Dark Knight ghost Zhou Yang, one of the 3 great fiends and a supreme assassin, saw was his own right arm rolling across the ground like a lonely potato. He hurriedly gritted his teeth and stopped the bleeding. He sensed my aura first. I can't give up yet. He targeted my arm instead of my neck, so I still have a chance. I just need to hide my presence again and think of my next move. But right at that moment, Jin Murin suddenly appeared behind him. Man, your blood smells awful. Gotcha. If you don't want to die, then shut your mouth. Jin Murin twisted the blade and stabbed him again, making the man scream loud enough to call every ancestor in the family line. You idiot, didn't I tell you to stay quiet? Or should I chop off your other arm too? The hostages are inside, right? If you scream again, I'll kill you without hesitation. If you understand, then close your eyes. Good, now it's question time. Who are you? Zhou Yang, the people of Jianghu call me the Dark Knight Ghost. Jin Murin snorted in disdain. Trash like you is one of the 3 great fiends, Zhou Yang explained. I only lose when facing monsters like you. Jin Murin stabbed him again. Still talking loud, huh? Where are the kidnapped people? Inside the cave, their internal energy has only been sealed. Everyone is still alive and healthy. Jin Murin asked again, are you the only one behind this? Everything here was planned by Blood Heavenly Asura. Jin Murin frowned in confusion. I've never heard of the 3 great fiends working together or getting greedy over money before, so why is this happening? Zhou Yang sighed, because the 2 of us have too many enemies. We wanted to build our own force and escape this miserable life of constantly being hunted. Jin Murin narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me the mad demon is working with you too. I've never even seen that guy before. Jin Murin thought to himself, then Blood Heavenly Usura should be at the Overseer Temple right now. Wait a second, does that mean this bastard has already done the same thing in other places too? After searching for a while, he indeed found 3 million silver taels on Zhou Yang's body. Where did you steal this from? Zhou Yang obediently confessed. I robbed it from the Northern River Blade sect. Jin Murin silently confirmed it in his mind. I've heard that name before, but that place is clearly much larger than Ding Estate. I'll be confiscating this money then. Zhou Yang did not object at all. Fine by me, but can I ask you one thing? I want to know who exactly I lost to. Jin Murin replied calmly. The world calls me the three-headed six-armed monster. Zhou Yang was shocked and was just about to say Jin Murin's nickname out loud when his throat was slit open instantly. Dark Knight Ghost Zhou Yang, you robbed and murdered countless people. Did you really think you could still live happily after doing all that? You have no conscience at all, yet you still hope to survive. Zhou Yang only managed to scream, you bastard, before completely dying. Jin Murin tossed the corpse aside. Idiots, it's not like you're the only one in this world who knows how to kill people. Inside my body always exist two opposing yin and yang energies. Every time I use martial arts, those two opposite forces tear at each other endlessly. Yet today, they're strangely calm. My condition right now is far better than when I fought that old man Zhang Baieng. Perhaps the yin and yang energies have finally started accepting each other. He quickly headed deeper inside. While walking, he loudly called out for Diha. Diha, who was imprisoned inside, was startled. That voice, could it be that the young master has already arrived? Wait a second, if that's true, then does that mean the young master has already subdued the other member of the three great fiends? I already had some idea about the young master's strength, but I truly never imagined it would be even more terrifying than the three great fiends. But wait, if he's stronger than the three great fiends, then what exactly is the young master's true identity? Unknowingly, he recalled what happened back then. At that time, he thought Jin Murin was joking, but now it clearly was no joke at all. Is the young master really an expert on that level? Jin Murin's voice rang out again. Diha, are you dead or something? If you're dead already, at least answer me. Diha hurriedly regained his senses and shouted back. I'm not dead, I'm right here. The other members of Ding Estate were imprisoned in a nearby chamber. Although everyone looked rather skinny, overall they were still healthy. After being trapped in darkness for so long, the members of Ding Estate finally saw sunlight again. They continuously expressed their gratitude toward the young master. Jiang Pilgun spoke on behalf of everyone. Thank you, young master. This old man truly does not know how to repay this kindness. For now, let us all return to Ding Estate together. Jin Murin explained, things aren't over yet. I still need to help the others over there. There won't be any danger on the road anymore, so Estate Lord and the martial artist should head back first. Diha, are you still all right? Diha smiled. These injuries are nothing serious. Please just give your orders, Captain. Jin Murin quickly leapt away. All right, let's hurry back and regroup with the Radiant Dragon Squad. Then we shall take our leave first, Estate Lord. After everything ends, I'll come visit Ding Estate together with my squad. Jiang Pilgun waved goodbye, wishing the young master a safe journey. Only then did Diha finally ask what had been bothering him. Young master, who was the culprit guarding the cave? Jin Murin did not hide it. It was the Dark Knight Ghost. Diha instantly broke into cold sweat. He thought to himself, from the moment the remaining culprit headed toward the cave entrance until he heard the young master's voice again, only around 1/4 of an hour had passed. So within such a short amount of time, the young master had already subdued one of the three great fiends at full strength. I knew the young master was strong, but this level is just absurdly terrifying. At the same age as the young master, there is only one person capable of defeating one of the three great fiends alone. That person is the little heavenly martial lord Dan Jeriong. He is the son of the #1 martial artist in the world, Dan Jeriong. Even though he's only in his early 20s, he already became one of the 7 great experts of Jianghu. If HWA Ling has Dan Jeriong, then Madram Lord also has Jin Murin. No matter how strong that guy is, our young master is not inferior in the slightest. Jin Murin, walking ahead, looked confused. Why are you grinning so creepily over there? Did someone smack your head too hard? Diha burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, it's not that, young master. Scene shifts back to Byok-Yongok. Akui-Ching was still unleashing his ultimate techniques while fighting the others. Blood Ghost Art, Blood Sea Demon Sword. Yongchu's body was now covered in wounds, and he was struggling quite miserably. Dan Ryo HWA thought to herself from behind, Yongchu is heavily injured, but the fact that he endured this much is already incredibly impressive. But the one truly in danger was not Yongchu, it was Akui-Ching himself, because the deadly poison had already begun spreading through his body. While fighting, Akui-Ching praised them. I don't know where you brats crawled out from, but your martial skills are truly not ordinary. That guy from yesterday too, looks like you've gathered quite a few useful people. But do you know why people call me Blood Heaven? Because even if I'm poisoned, just 70% of my strength is enough to crush all of you like bugs. Yongchu was hesitating intensely inside. Should I use it or not? No one in Sanction knows the martial arts of Hidden Valley. The Heavenly Lord warned me not to use that martial art. But isn't this situation way too dangerous already? I wonder if those two women from Jiangnan know about it or not. This is seriously giving me a headache. While he was distracted, Cheng suddenly appeared right in front of him. Ugly old man, what are you spacing out for? Then I'll start with you. Terrifying blood energy instantly transformed into a violent vortex that swallowed Yongchu whole. The moment he was struck by the attack, he painfully coughed up blood. Cheng then turned his gaze towards Sojiang. Next is Dan Ryo HWA panicked when she saw that. So Jiang, be careful. But unexpectedly, Cheng suddenly changed direction instead. Next, of course, are the people of Ding Estate. Feng Yan shouted nervously, Ju Cho, Han Kyong, protect the madam behind us. Although both of them were extremely nervous, they still firmly stood in front of Jiang Inryong and her daughter. The two were completely no match for Cheng and were instantly struck, coughing up blood on the spot. A smart dog doesn't block the road. Right after that, Cho Yurim was captured by him. So Jiang loudly cursed, you shameless bastard, you're actually targeting a child. Cheng sneered coldly, idiot, I'm one of the three great fiends. If you don't want this little brat to die, then don't follow me. And don't be too sad either, because I'll be back very soon. I'll definitely come back and kill every last one of you. Dan Ryo HWA thought to herself, Master warned me to always stay cautious and at the very least keep So Jiang beside me. But Blood Heavenly Asura's martial arts are far stronger than I expected. Feng Yan shouted toward the others, quickly bring Han Kyong and Ju Cho back to the estate. Part of the Radiant Dragon Squad will follow me to pursue him. Dan Ryo HWA interrupted, no, I'll pursue him alone. So Jiang worriedly asked, Miss, you're going alone? Dan Ryo HWA explained, if the pursuit group gets discovered, the child's life will be in danger. She secretly transmitted her voice to reassure her. Don't worry, if I use the Shadow Phantom technique that Master taught me, it'll be completely manageable. Master's specialty is fast swordsmanship, but her stealth technique is also one of the finest in Jianghu. I'll leave behind markers so all of you follow after 2/4 of an hour. The culprit is extremely sharp, so you absolutely must not rush recklessly. Feng Yan turned to So Jiang and asked, is your lady insane? How can she go alone like that? So Jiang explained, Miss will leave signs behind, so let's move out after 2/4 of an hour. Feng Yan held his head and sighed, I know your lady isn't an ordinary person, but even the chief guard ended up in that condition. I'm seriously worried about her. Dan Ryo HWA chased after Cheng while silently praying. Little one, just hold on a little longer. Big sister will definitely bring you back safely. Cheng, while fleeing, gnashed his teeth and cursed angrily. How annoying. Once I finish detoxifying this poison, I'll definitely come back and kill every last one of them. While running, he suddenly became startled and landed on the ground. Because standing there blocking his path was Diha. Strange, is my vision blurry because the poison has spread too deeply? Diha replied, it's not an illusion. I truly admire your martial arts, but for one of the three great fiends to take a child hostage, that's honestly disappointing. Cheng drew his sword. Haha, enough talking already, hurry and move aside. Looks like that ghost assassin bastard neglected his guard duty. But this time I won't spare you anymore because I'm very busy right now. Diha spoke with a serious face. The Dark Knight ghost Zhou Yang is already dead. Cheng was shocked, completely unable to believe it inside. Zhou Yang is dead, killed by that little brat? Then that means all the people from Ding Estate have definitely already been rescued. Thinking of that, he could not help but curse loudly. Bastard, were you intentionally captured on purpose? Diha explained, no, I never said that I was the one who did it. At that moment, Cho Yurim suddenly shouted, big freeloader uncle, you're stronger than this guy, right? Even if I die, it's fine. So hurry and kill this bad guy already. Cheng gritted his teeth. You damn brat, do you really want to die that badly? Cho Yurim still stubbornly talked back. Uncle, if I die, hang this guy's head on the altar for me, okay? Diha's face was filled with helplessness. Boldness really does run in the family. Cheng smacked Cho Yurim on the back of the neck. You little brat, shut your mouth. After this is over, I'll definitely kill you. Diha was about to rush forward but was stopped by him. Heh, you'd better know your place and step back. Now make your choice, expert of Madram Lord. You're already injured by me and I'm also very busy. Although he sounded arrogant on the outside, inwardly he was extremely anxious. I can't recover immediately, so this situation is actually quite dangerous. There's no need to let him know I've been poisoned. Thinking that, he once again tried to tempt him. If you agree to move aside, I'll spare the life of this rude little brat. Diha held his head and sighed. From earlier until now, you've been misunderstanding one very important thing. I'm not the one who killed the Dark Knight ghost, the one behind you is. At that moment, another streak of sword light tore through the air. 8,000 Shadow Divine Art Yin Soul Ghost Shadow Technique. Ching could not even react before one of his arms was sliced off. Jin Murin simultaneously rescued the unconscious Cho Yurim who had been beaten senseless. Must hurt a lot, huh? That's the arm you spent years tempering after all. But you actually dared to use that arm to touch the blood of my family. Ching's entire body trembled uncontrollably. I couldn't sense his presence at all. Was this bastard the one who killed Zhou Yang? An icy killing aura uncontrollably spread from Jin Murin's body. Then I'll have to kill you in the cruelest way under heaven. A memory suddenly flashed through Jin Murin's mind. He died after just one hit. That was the last one, right? Clean this place up and burn everything down. What about the other women? Wouldn't killing them be a bit of a waste? They're all useless old hags anyway. You have to use children as hostages to tie those people's hands and feet down. Right at that moment, he suddenly became startled, because something was poking him from behind. This is unbelievable. That little brat actually dared to stab me in the back. As expected of the offspring of a demon, Captain, this subordinate has failed, it was my negligence. Losing one child shouldn't matter much, right? Now this old man will send you to join your mother. Before he could even make a move, his head was already severed from his neck. Someone appeared in front of the child and told the kid to close their eyes. No matter what happens next, you absolutely must not look. The group panicked and hurriedly drew their swords. The captain was killed. Could this guy also be one of the demon's offspring? In the next instant, they were slaughtered by that man at a terrifying speed impossible for the naked eye to follow. No, I'm exactly a demon myself. From the moment he appeared until the group died, only a brief instant had passed. He then turned his head to look at the child. But the kids were suddenly seized by another group of people. Egu, you're still tiny but pretty capable, huh? As expected from demon children. The young man shouted angrily, let the child go. The other man looked at him excitedly. Look at those eyes of his. If you obediently listen to us, maybe I'll spare the lives of the children here. Now hurry and throw down your weapon. It looks way too heavy for someone like you anyway. That's right, just like that. The children trembled and cried, please save us. The young man gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling in rage. The other man's expression became more and more vicious. And that young man was none other than Jin Murin. Remembering that incident only made his anger boil even harder. This child is in your hands now. Ching on the opposite side was still desperately trying to stop the bleeding. Brat, you dare. So what if I've been poisoned? It means nothing to me. I don't know what filthy corner you crawled out from, but I'll definitely kill you right here. Jin Murin stepped forward with freezing killing intent pouring out from his body. I was thinking the exact same thing. Ching no longer hesitated and immediately leapt forward with his sword raised. The attacks of the two instantly collided. The two continuously exchanged sword strikes back and forth, blow for blow. Watching from the side was left completely dumbfounded. This is insane. Is this really a fight between humans? Do high-level masters normally exchange sword techniques like this? The more Ching fought, the more excited he became. You're the strongest expert I've met in all of Pajang. But this level isn't enough to scare me. That ghost bastard probably got careless. But remember this, I'm completely different from him. Became tense. What exactly is that true energy gathering in his palm? So Ching has already reached this level. Another attack filled with terrifying true energy once again shot toward Jin Murin. But at that exact moment, an attack descended from above, making him unable to continue swinging his sword. Even was startled and raised his head upward. In the sky, overwhelming blood energy condensed into several floating attacks hovering in midair. The creator of this technique was none other than Jin Murin. Wake up already? What I've been doing this entire time is forcing trash like you into absolute despair. After speaking, he waved his hand and the attacks immediately rained down. Ching had no way to dodge and was smashed by the attacks, screaming miserably like his ancestors were personally scolding him from the afterlife. Was horrified to the extreme. This is way too overwhelming. The rumors were completely wrong. The 3 great fiends are nowhere near the level of the 10 great masters. After the attack ended, Ching had completely lost the ability to fight and collapsed onto the ground. His arrogance vanished, replaced only by desperate begging. I was wrong, please spare my life. But Jin Murin did not care, and another rain of sword energy once again appeared in the sky. I already told you, did I? I'll kill you in the cruelest way under heaven. The technique he unleashed was called Heavenly Shadow Divine Art, Blood Jade Flying Rain. This is the punishment for a bastard like you. Ching had absolutely no chance to resist, and could only lie there enduring the assault once again. One of the 3 great fiends, the Dark Knight Ghost Zhou Yang, died. One of the 3 great fiends, the Blood Heaven Usura Ching, also died. The one who exterminated those 2 fiends was none other than the Heavenly Lord of Sanction, the mysterious figure who had never revealed his face, the Faceless Mountain King. And all of it happened in less than a single watch. After handling everything, Jin Murin called out to You're my man, aren't you? Captain, you wound my heart a little there. This subordinate already chose to follow the young master long ago. Jin Murin held his head and sighed. The more things happen, the more mouths I have to shut. I got a bit too excited earlier. Diha secretly thought to himself, does the young master mean he could have solved all this with even less effort? Jin Murin explained, the martial arts I used earlier absolutely cannot be known by the martial world. If they find out, the entire martial world might go crazy and try to wipe out 3 generations of my family. Do you still dare to keep following me? Diha answered seriously, yes, this subordinate definitely will. Whether you are one of the 10 great masters or the weak young master who got beaten up at Changin, I will still follow you. Jin Murin nodded in approval. Good brats, come find me after I wake up. I'm sure you've got plenty of questions about me too. Diha became confused. Wake up, young master, you look perfectly fine though. Jin Murin suddenly swayed and collapsed onto the ground. Nope, I'm planning to faint now. Ho ho. Diha, my martial arts are a secret. This subordinate already knows. The Dark Knight Ghost too, and the Manor Lord was involved as well, so yes, this subordinate remembers. The family members of Ding Manor were successfully rescued and safely returned, while everyone rejoiced that all the captives had returned alive without losing the 3 million silver taels. Diha had to explain everything that happened on behalf of the young master who had fainted due to excessive internal energy consumption. First was the matter regarding the Dark Knight Ghost inside the cave. The Manor Lord is a person of exceptional character and will not pry into the private matters of the one who saved our lives. Please rest assured, I will completely keep all matters related to the young master a secret. Han Kyung and Ju Cho also quickly recovered from their injuries. Naturally, a mountain of muscle like Ju Cho recovered especially well. Everyone believed Akui Ching had been poisoned and then overwhelmed by the combined assault of multiple experts, so nobody became suspicious in the slightest. But the problem lies with Dan Ryo HWA. I chased after Akui Ching and discovered you, the young master, and Miss Cho at the exact same time. What exactly happened there? Vice Captain Diha, please give me an explanation. Diha desperately tried to change the subject. Isn't that the captain's sword? Thank you, miss, for finding it. Dan Ryo HWA snapped angrily. I'm not asking about the sword itself. 8,000 Shadow Divine Art, Blood Jade Scarlet Cloud Technique. Why was the young master's sword stabbed into the ground using a sword art from the 8 Desolation sect? The atmosphere instantly fell into complete silence. Diha broke out in cold sweat and thought to himself, that scared the hell out of me. She actually brought that sword back here. Dan Ryo HWA continued, Vice Captain, so Jiang and I came here to confirm one thing in case the culprit was truly the Faceless Mountain King. But contrary to my expectations, traces that should have belonged to the culprit were instead discovered on the captain's sword. I know Madram Lord has lost much of its former prestige, but surely not to the point of bringing back an imposter and calling him the young master, right? Yet the dignified young master of Sanction Madram Lord is using martial arts from the 8 Desolation sect. If this news spreads through the martial world, do you understand what will happen? Diha became extremely tense. The sect would be annihilated. Just having the slightest connection to the 8 Desolation sect was enough to become the enemy of the entire martial world. So what would happen to someone actually using their martial arts? Even 100 lives probably would not be enough to pay for it. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became, but he still forced himself to stay calm and answered, I understand what Miss is trying to say, but honestly even I do not know the details of this matter. I know nothing about how the person I follow once lived or what his true background really is. But no matter what, I still want to become his man. So even if I did know something, I would never reveal it. Dan Ryo HWA sighed. I thought speaking with the vice captain would finally clear things up. Diha smiled bitterly. He is the person who awakened someone like me, a parasite mocked as a useless freeloader of Madram Lord. Honestly, miss, you might as well just stab me with that sword instead. At that moment, Dan Ryo HWA suddenly sensed something and glanced outside. Very quickly, a voice full of praise rang out. Well done, Diha was startled. That voice is. Jin Murin and Yong Chu pushed the door open and entered. Diha, you've passed. I just woke up earlier and heard the two of you were talking, so I came over. Coincidentally, I also wanted to greet the ladies from the 7 Veins. Yong Chu, step outside for a bit. Yong Chu nodded. Yes, young master, this subordinate will guard the door. Jin Murin smiled lightly. With this atmosphere, I can already roughly guess what happened. You found traces of the 8 Desolation sect at the place where Akui Ching died, right? Dan Ryo HWA confirmed it. That's right. Don't tell me some mysterious expert just happened to pass by and kill Akui Ching. I don't buy that ghost story. And young master, don't come any closer either, because to us right now, you are someone connected to the 8 Desolation sect. The corners of Jin Murin's lips curled upward. I understand why Miss feels suspicious because of the sword technique I left behind. But how could I dare cause trouble with Shenlong's beloved daughter? I also don't want to become the enemy of the entire world like the 8 Desolation sect. Diha froze in confusion and thought to himself, Shenlong. What does he mean by Shenlong's daughter? Jin Murin transmitted his voice secretly. She is the daughter of the #1 man under heaven, Dan Jeryong. Dan Ryo HWA became suspicious. How exactly do you know my identity? Jin Murin calmly replied, I just guessed. From the fact that you brought my sword back to question Diha, to recognizing at a glance that the sword technique was the trace of blood jade rain. That move was probably once used by the 8 Desolation sect master while fighting hero Shenlong. Anyone who knows about it is most likely connected to HWA Alliance, and a young female expert capable of fighting blood heaven Asura. Among the 7 valleys I know, there's nobody like that. But if it's the daughter of the #1 man under heaven, Shenlong, then maybe it makes sense. I'll answer questions about myself, but you must return my sword first. That sword is extremely precious to me. Dan Ryo HWA nodded. Very well, then perhaps I should properly introduce myself from the beginning. My name is Dan Ryo HWA, a martial artist of the HWA Alliance. I am also the daughter of the world's #1 expert, Dan Jeryong, and the disciple of the Heavenly Spirit Sword Emperor. Diha was utterly shocked, so it's really true. Jin Murin accepted the sword back. All right then, I look forward to your guidance from now on, Miss Dan Ryo HWA. In that case, I suppose I should also reintroduce myself to you too. I am the young master of Madram Lord and the Heavenly Lord of Sanction, Jin Murin. The martial world calls me the 3-headed 6-armed monster, the Faceless Mountain King. A pleasure to meet you all. Dan Ryo HWA and the others were completely stunned after hearing that. Even Yongchu outside burst into an amused laugh. Diha stuttered in disbelief. Sanction, am I dreaming right now? One is the daughter of the world-famous Shenlong sword hero, the Heavenly Flower Dan Ryo HWA. The other is the Heavenly Lord of Sanction who turned the martial world upside down, the Faceless Mountain King, one of the 10 great masters. The 2 most mysterious and famous experts in the martial world are standing right in front of me. This is practically a meeting between a hidden dragon and a phoenix. Dan Ryo HWA angrily questioned him. The Heavenly Lord of Sanction? Then aren't you the young master of Madram Lord? Jin Murin replied. That is also one of my identities. Dan Ryo HWA was inwardly shaken. The young master of Madram Lord is actually the Faceless Mountain King and also knows the martial arts of the 8 Desolation sect. Thinking that, she immediately asked, Blood Jade Rain, how did you learn Unchen's martial art? Jin Murin explained the move that killed Blood Heaven Asura was indeed the 8,000 Shadow Divine Art. But if you ask whether it's the martial art of the 8 Desolation sect master who caused the bloody catastrophe, then the answer is no. Diha became even more excited. The 8,000 Shadow Divine Art. Jin Murin angrily raised his hand as if wanting to smack him again. This brat, why do you keep interrupting me? Do you want to get kicked outside or something? Diha hurriedly apologized. Young master, forgive me, this subordinate will shut his mouth immediately. Dan Ryo HWA spoke again. Everyone knows the 8,000 Shadow Divine Art is Unchen's exclusive martial art. Jin Murin refuted her. No, the 8,000 Shadow Divine Art is simply a martial art my master passed down to someone fated to receive it. Dan Ryo HWA was stunned. Master, could it be that you are truly the real successor? Jin Murin confirmed it. That's right. Since you are Shenlong's daughter, do you know the true origin of the 8,000 Shadow Divine Art? Dan Ryo HWA excitedly replied, the origin? 400 years ago, there was an absolute supreme expert capable of unifying the martial world. That person was called Mu Xiang. Unchen's 8,000 Shadow Divine Art was merely an introductory martial art he learned from Mu Xiang, that unparalleled expert of his era. So it wouldn't be wrong to say the 8 Desolation sect was built from the martial arts Mu Xiang passed down. Mu Xiang lived 400 years ago, and as far as I know, Unchen only restored the 8,000 Shadow Divine Art by chance. Could it be that he is actually Mu Xiang's true successor? Jin Murin replied, just as you said, nobody remembers Mu Xiang anymore because he was someone from 400 years ago. The endless passage of time erased people's memories of Mu Xiang. All they remember is that the 8,000 Shadow Divine Art was the martial art that caused the bloody catastrophe. When Unchen appeared, it was also the moment I carried out my master's final wish. He possessed a body capable of learning the 8,000 Shadow Divine Arts. Because my master did not want his divine art to disappear forever, he passed it on to him. Dan Ryo HWA suddenly understood. Now I see why you know Mu Xiang's martial arts. So the rumor that the Faceless Mountain King is Unchen's blood descendant was false after all. Then what exactly is the relationship between Sanction and Hidden Valley? Jin Murin smiled. Now that is finally a worthwhile question. Diha, do you know about Hidden Valley? Diha answered, of course. Isn't that the place where the 8 Desolation sect nurtured its strength 200 years ago? Even now, the people carrying the demon bloodline in Hidden Valley are still preparing for revenge. Jin Murin sighed. Before the Great War of the World broke out, Hidden Valley was divided into two factions. One side wanted to plunge the world into chaos through war and seize the land by the cruelest means possible. The other side rejected ruling through violence and refused to participate in the war. After the war ended, martial artists began hunting down the people of Hidden Valley for revenge. But the truth was that the ones massacred were the people who opposed the war, because those who caused the war had either died or hidden themselves away. Dan Ryo HWA interrupted. There really were rumors that the 8 Desolation sect split apart before the war, but everyone thought those were just baseless rumors. I never imagined they were actually true. Jin Murin continued. In the end, it didn't really change anything anyway. People only believe what they want to believe. The rage of martial artists who lost their brothers and families would never stop. Not only martial artists, even old people, women, and children who knew no martial arts at all were slaughtered without mercy. Dan Ryo HWA cried out in shock. But my father clearly ordered that nobody was allowed to harm people who couldn't use martial arts. Jin Murin replied, sadly, things did not happen that way. To them, everyone from Hidden Valley was the root of evil, the source of the bloody catastrophe. Anyone who knew the demon martial arts deserved death regardless of age or gender. They believed that reason alone was more than enough to justify killing. Ironically, the true origin of the 8 Desolation sect came from Mu Xiang's martial arts, not Unchin's. I am the true successor of the 8,000 Shadow Divine Art. Protecting the people of Hidden Valley is my way of fulfilling my master's final wish. I want those people who have always hidden in fear, terrified they might be killed at any moment, to finally see the sunlight they were always meant to have. That is the true meaning behind the name Sanction. Dan Ryo HWA closed her eyes and thought silently. So Hidden Valley and Sanction share such a history. The martial world hunted down Hidden Valley martial artists recklessly. But if this truth is revealed, not only Sanction but even Madram Lord will become enemies of the entire world, because far too many martial artists harmed innocent people. Thinking that, she spoke up. Young Master, no, Heavenly Lord, if we reveal this truth to the entire world, Jin Murin interrupted her. You're worried innocent people will get dragged into this too, aren't you? Daughter of Shenlong, your concern is completely misplaced. Do you think we hid ourselves and created Sanction because we lacked strength? That's not it. The strength we possess right now is completely on par with the 8 heavenly gates during the Great War of the World. Hearing that, Dan Ryo HWA turned pale in shock. Jin Murin reassured her, relax, the goal of Sanction is simply an ordinary life. I have absolutely no intention of causing a bloody catastrophe like that idiot Unchin did. But anyone who dares touch us, I'll gladly send them straight to hell free of charge. Well then, has this explanation satisfied you enough, miss? As for how you report this after returning, that is entirely up to you. Dan Ryo HWA smiled helplessly. What the young master means is, keep your mouth shut unless you want to see heads rolling and blood flying everywhere, right? Jin Murin clicked his tongue in annoyance. Then what more do you want from me? Do I really need to start a bloody massacre before you'll be satisfied? Dan Ryo HWA continued. Originally, our mission this time was only to determine whether the Faceless Mountain King was truly Unchin's blood descendant. But looking at things now, this matter is far more dangerous than that. Whether Your Excellency, the Heavenly Lord of Sanction, has ambitions of taking over the world, that still needs further verification. Jin Murin replied, then for the time being, you may travel alongside me. Hearing that, Diha spat out the tea he had just put into his mouth. Jin Murin smiled, that works too. You carry the same roots as the culprit who caused the bloody catastrophe in the martial world. And she is the daughter of the hero who stopped that bloody disaster. Outside the Ding family estate courtyard, the servants were constantly carrying food back and forth like busy ants at a feast. Jiang Pilgun stood on the platform and shouted loudly to the crowd below, I truly thought I would never be able to see everyone like this again, so I want to sincerely thank all of you who worried about me during this time. And especially Jiang Inryong and the young master of Madram Lord, who suffered quite a lot outside because of me. The crowd immediately burst into discussion. The real culprits were truly the 3 great villains of the world, right? That's the kind of scheme no ordinary person could ever come up with. I heard he was also the one who contributed the most in the battle against Supreme Sword too. I knew absolutely nothing about his plan, so I ended up grinding my teeth at those innocent women quite a lot. Their acting was way too good, even the real culprit got fooled by it. Jiang Pilgun raised his cup. Tonight, nobody goes home sober. If we run out of alcohol, this old man will personally knock on the brewery's door and drag more wine back here. And if we run out of meat, even if I have to buy the entire butcher shop, this old man will still make sure everyone's plates stay piled high with meat. Yongchu and Cho Yurim got along surprisingly well, sitting together in a corner and devouring food nonstop like hungry raccoons. The remaining people from Madram Lord's group were partying enthusiastically too. eating, drinking, dancing, and going completely wild. Meanwhile, Jin Murin climbed onto a rooftop alone and quietly admired the moon. The scenery is truly beautiful. But why did you follow me all the way here? The weather is pretty cold right now. Dan Ryo HWA replied from behind him. I just wanted to come out and get some fresh air. Jin Murin raised his wine bottle. So, want a drink? Dan Ryo HWA looked slightly annoyed. Please, try speaking a little more politely. Jin Murin poured her a drink. I was honestly surprised when you said you wanted to travel with me. I didn't expect you to be this bold. Dan Ryo HWA snorted coldly and replied, wasn't that exactly what the squad leader wanted from the beginning anyway? Jin Murin did not deny it. That's true. After all, it's still better than having you return and report the truth to your superiors. I know the Harmony sect never wanted innocent people to be sacrificed meaninglessly. I went too far yesterday, I truly apologize. Dan Ryo HWA glanced at him and silently pondered. One of the 10 greatest masters under heaven, the heavenly lord of sanction, the leader of Hidden Valley, yet his face simply did not match any of those terrifying titles at all. Seeing her stare at him like that, Jin Murin smiled. What's wrong? Am I just too handsome? Dan Ryo HWA became embarrassed and quickly turned away. Yes. No, that's not what I meant. Jin Murin ignored her flustered reaction and stood up. It's already very late, you should go rest. Tomorrow we'll be leaving. Dan Ryo HWA was startled. Tomorrow, the estate lord seems to want to hold a banquet for several more days though. Jin Murin looked toward the distance. That would only become a burden for them. It'll be more fun if we drink and eat meat somewhere else. 3 million silver taels can't magically turn a poor Ding family estate into a wealthy empire overnight. Dan Ryo HWA sighed in admiration. I never expected the squad leader to be someone who cares so much about the people around him. After all, the people who struggled for so long do deserve a chance to throw away their burdens and enjoy themselves for once. Jin Murin reached into his robe and searched around for something. Haha, who do you think I am? I'm a rich man, a genuine tycoon. Seeing him pull out so much money, Dan Ryo HWA was shocked. Banknotes, where did you get those from? Jin Murin did not hide it. One of the 2 culprits stole this money from the Northern River Blade sect. Dan Ryo HWA immediately became agitated. You have to return it to its owner. That's not a small amount of money at all. Jin Murin helplessly raised a hand to cover his ears. I was only joking. I'll return it, all right? The great masters of the Sichuan Murim were suppressing the revival of Madram Lord. Right now, Madram Lord needed more allies. Returning the money to the Northern River Blade sect while they were trapped in danger would surely make them join our side. Dan Ryo HWA agreed. That's right, squad leader, your thinking is truly correct. How many banknotes did you recover? Jin Murin answered without the slightest hesitation. 2,990,000 silver taels. Dan Ryo HWA suddenly realized. So it was 3 million taels originally. Jin Murin continued, I should at least get a share too. Don't you know transaction fees exist? As expected, the squad leader was not a good person at all. Isn't that basically the behavior of a mountain bandit? The next morning, the Ding family reluctantly bid farewell to the people of Madram Lord. Please stay and rest for a few more days before leaving. We truly apologize. Perhaps the Ding family estate has not treated our benefactors properly enough. Jin Murin shook his head. Not at all, estate lord. We have already received far too much. If there is another opportunity, I will come visit again. I wish the estate lord everlasting good health. Jiang Inryong sobbed softly. Young master, I truly do not know how to repay this kindness. I hope to see you again at Madram Lord, wishing the young master a safe journey. Jin Murin cupped his fists. Yes, auntie, I will see everyone again at the main headquarters. Right at that moment, Cho Yurim suddenly ran over. Big brother. Jin Murin smiled at the little girl. Oh, the #1 little beauty under heaven has arrived. What's the matter? Cho Yurim took out a bracelet. Last night, Nanny and I made it together. This is a thank you gift for saving my life, so don't lose it, all right? Jin Murin took the bracelet and used it to tie up his hair. A hair tie, then I will use it very carefully. All right, let's depart. Everyone immediately mounted their horses together. Understood, squad leader. Jiang Pilgun praised him. So majestic and heroic, that boy truly has the bearing of a great man. Jiang Inryong continued, Father, look at the eyes of the members of the Radiant Dragon Squad. Every single gaze was overflowing with courage, no different from the elite troops of the Imperial Palace. That's right, those are the eyes of martial artists standing proudly above others, overflowing with sharp spirit. Before long, they will become a shining light within the Sichuan Murim. Just wait and see. Good luck, Radiant Dragon Squad. After leaving the Ding family estate, Jin Murin immediately called everyone toward the pleasure house. We're going to the brothel, and we drink until we collapse. Dan Ryo HWA helplessly sighed. Oh dear heavens. Hu Yong became excited. As expected, the squad leader is truly wise beyond compare. There's no way we could fully enjoy ourselves at the Ding family estate. That's why the squad leader planned to bring us to a pleasure house on the way back. The others also immediately started shouting noisily. Before he even got properly drunk, the squad leader already said we would leave the Ding family estate to do something important. Ah no, I trusted the squad leader from the very beginning. The squad leader is the light of my life. If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have saved more energy yesterday. You two drank way too much, that's why you ended up like that. Haha. Very quickly, they arrived at Pyeongchang County south of Pajang County. So this is Pyeongchang County, huh? This is my first time coming here. Are there any Murim sects in this place? Deha replied, there is a black faction gang called Black Blood Gang and a sect called Golden Justice Martial Sect, sir. Both sects have around 300 disciples. Although this place does not distinguish between righteous and evil factions, the gap between the two sects is extremely large. The Black Blood Gang is a force that does not hesitate to do dirty deeds. Feng Yan also spoke up. Furthermore, Golden Justice Martial Sect is a member of the Sichuan Alliance, sir. It is a sect with very strong backing behind it, so it would be better for us to avoid clashing with them. Jin Murin scratched his head. The Sichuan Alliance, huh? If we're charging right up to someone else's doorstep, then we should at least greet them first, right? Go to the Golden Justice Martial Sect and tell them we will rest here for one day before leaving immediately. We'll be staying at the largest pleasure house in this area. Ju Cho immediately spurred his horse and rode off. Understood, sir. Hu Yong excitedly spoke up. Squad leader, according to the information I gathered, there's a place called Flowing Moon Pavilion, sir. Jin Murin praised him. This brat really is quick on his feet. Everyone has worked hard. Today, fill your stomachs with wine to your heart's content. Once we arrive at the pleasure house, just enjoy yourselves freely. I'll treat every one of you to a drink. After entering the pleasure house, the entire group immediately began eating, drinking, dancing, and partying wildly like there was no tomorrow. Jin Murin poured wine for Feng Yan. You worked hard on your first mission. Feng Yan became nervous. Thank you, squad leader, but we failed to protect the first madam. Jin Murin sighed. You're still bothered by that? Both you and I are only human after all. We grow after our failures. If you already know where you went wrong this time, then you'll simply do better next time. Feng Yan stared silently at the wine cup in his hand. Thank you, squad leader. Deep inside, he still felt very sorrowful. A failed result could make all previous preparations meaningless. If this had been under Supreme Sword, my head probably would have flown off just like the pavilion masters of Azure Cloud Pavilion. Jian Yu leaned close to Hu Yong's ear and softly whispered, the road ahead for Madram Lord will be very bright. You were right. I think so too. Jin Murin suddenly stood up. All right then, I'll excuse myself first. Where is the squad leader going, sir? Jin Murin turned around. No matter how little attention I attract, as long as I'm here, everyone still won't be able to enjoy themselves comfortably. It would be better for you all to drink in a private room instead. I think I'm a little tired. Deha will handle everything else. I'll rest at the inn next door. Call me if anything happens. The group immediately cupped their fists together. We understand, sir. Thank you, squad leader. Dan Ryo HWA walked behind Jin Murin and sighed in admiration. Looks like the squad leader doesn't enjoy fooling around with women, huh? Jin Murin shook his head and sighed. Such a hassle. Why do women always cling to me? I seriously have no idea. Dan Ryo HWA explained, I already told you before, so Jiang and I will follow you as guards and supervisors. Jin Murin laughed, haha, I know. I'll tell everyone that I hired you two as bodyguards because if I say you're supervisors, it'll be very difficult to explain things to the Radiant Dragon Squad. Dan Ryo HWA had no objections either. From now on, I hope the squad leader will guide me well. Inside her mind, she silently thought the faceless Mountain King actually needs bodyguards. Seriously, this is beyond ridiculous. Yong Chu, who was walking behind together with So Jiang, also spoke up. I'm not interested in partying around either. So Jiang completely ignored him. I wasn't asking you. Jin Murin once again turned toward Dan Ryo HWA and spoke. A bodyguard is still a bodyguard. Today, let's share a drink together. Dan Ryo HWA replied, if the young master is paying, then I might consider it. Jin Murin cheerfully agreed. Of course, that's some very expensive flower wine, you know. Right at that moment, someone suddenly approached from ahead. Please forgive me for coming here so late at night, but the moment I heard the Radiant Dragon Squad had arrived, I rushed here immediately. I am Shin Huan, the person in charge of the Golden Justice Martial Sect. Could the squad leader spare a little time to meet with me? Jin Murin politely cupped his fists in return. I am Jin Murin, squad leader of the Radiant Dragon Squad of Madram Lord. Since this is the territory of the Golden Justice Martial Sect, I should have been the one to greet the sect master first. However, because it was already too late at night, I hope the sect master can forgive my rudeness. Dan Ryo HWA silently thought to herself, at times like this, he really feels like a completely different person. Shin Huan was shocked. Jin Murin, so the squad leader is the young master who overthrew the Great Sword Sect? That is correct, I am indeed Jin Murin. Shin Huan silently pondered. As a member of the Sichuan Alliance, I have met the lofty disciples of famous sects many times before. Even though Madram Lord had lost its former prestige, there was still a heaven and earth difference between them and the Golden Justice Martial sect. Unlike those arrogant people who always look down on others, this young master is truly humble and polite. If things go smoothly, perhaps I may receive his help. Thinking that, he warmly spoke up. I heard Madram Lord has now occupied the position of Overlord of Chongqing, so the day your sect restores its former glory can't be far away. Jin Murin laughed loudly. Haha, there's still a lot left to do. But since the sect master personally came here this late at night, then there must be something important, right? Please feel free to speak openly. Thank you, young master, for easing the burden in my heart. Then I suppose I must begin with the matter of the Sichuan Alliance. Our Golden Justice Martial sect is one of the members of the Sichuan Alliance. Jin Murin nodded. I already heard a little about that on the way here. The Sichuan Alliance was created after the decline of the demonic martial sect. It includes the Dian Kang sect of Yunnan, the Sichuan Tang clan, the Qingcheng sect, and Mount Emei. Its official purpose is to oppose the Central Plains Murim alliance and protect the interests of Sichuan. But in reality, that is not the case at all. Their relationship with the Central Plains Murim was never bad to begin with, so why would they need to protect those interests? It is merely an alliance formed by the four great sects so they can thoroughly exploit and control the medium and smaller sects. This is the true reality of peace within the Murim world. Jin Murin suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Then what problem is the sect master facing right now? Xin Huan asked in return. After arriving here, the young master already heard about the Sichuan Alliance and the Golden Justice Martial sect, so you must have also heard about the opposing faction, correct? Jin Murin frowned. The sect master is referring to the Black Blood gang of the Black faction. Xin Huan confirmed. That's correct. In truth, the Black Blood gang itself is nowhere near large enough to compare with our Golden Justice Martial sect. The problem is that one of the core members of the Sichuan Alliance, the Sichuan Tang clan, has a young master who is extremely close with the Black Blood gang. Jin Murin was surprised. A young master of the Tang clan is not close with members of the Alliance, but instead hangs around with the Black Blood gang, Xin Huan explained. I wanted to ask for the reason, but the people of the Black Blood gang always blocked me, so I could never meet that young master. I also sent letters to the Sichuan Tang clan, but never received a reply. Jin Murin continued. If there's been absolutely no response, then doesn't that mean the Tang clan itself also doesn't care much about this young master? He's probably just acting independently. Xin Huan explained. He really is famous for being foolish, but blood is still thicker than water. Everyone knows his mother spoils him endlessly. How could I possibly dare offend him? The Black Blood gang hiding behind Tang Wu is slowly suffocating our Golden Justice Martial sect day by day. Jin Murin silently thought to himself, this trick of cutting off someone's path to survival seems pretty popular lately. It's exactly like the way Supreme Sword oppressed Madram Lord back then. Xin Huan stood up and cupped his fists. Squad leader Ano, young master, please help us. The Golden Justice Martial sect will absolutely never forget this kindness. Jin Murin hurriedly waved his hands. Ah, sect master, please lower your hands first. Xin Huan still remained extremely serious. Even the local officials have already accepted bribes from them, so they simply turn a blind eye. Eliminating the Black Blood gang would absolutely not be a difficult matter for the young master. Jin Murin sighed. Indeed, that itself is not difficult, but the real problem lies with the Tang clan. Madram Lord now needs allies in order to grow quickly. That is also the reason why I returned the 3 million silver taels to the Northern Blade sect. The four great factions, including the Tang clan and the Sichuan Alliance, have already built extremely solid foundations. Sooner or later, Madram Lord will have to confront those forces. If we can make them stand on Madram Lord's side instead, that would be absolutely perfect. Thinking that, he let out a breath. I will help the sect master. Xin Huan became excited. Is that really true? Jin Murin stroked his chin. It's not impossible, but right now we still lack the proper justification to act immediately. First, we need to slowly observe the situation. At that moment, So Jiang transmitted her voice to Dan Ryo HWA from outside. Miss, there is another guest outside. At this hour, there's still another guest coming. So Jiang explained, it's a bald guy from the Radiant Dragon Squad, miss. He said a fight broke out at the pleasure house. Jin Murin looked toward Dan Ryo HWA and reminded her. What happened? It's fine, just say it directly. Dan Ryo HWA no longer hesitated. A fight broke out at the pleasure house. A fight? Who's the other side? Dan Ryo HWA hesitated. That is. It's the Black Blood gang and a young master of the Tang clan. Xin Huan immediately broke out in cold sweat after hearing that. Jin Murin glanced outside. Baldy, hurry up and come in here to explain everything. Jian Yu hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. Squad leader, we were only drinking at the pleasure house when suddenly the Black Blood gang leader and the third young master of the Tang clan came in. They demanded that we give up our seats and caused a huge commotion. Jin Murin asked again, how many people are on their side? Don't they know we are martial artists from Madram Lord? Jian Yu explained. If it were not for the clash involving the Tang clan, the vice squad leader would not have bothered the squad leader over this matter. Jin Murin secretly praised him. I truly did not misjudge Diha. This could become a major issue between Madram Lord and the Tang clan, so we absolutely cannot act carelessly. Thinking that, he slammed the table and stood up. I don't care who started the trouble. It seems the Black Blood gang really trusts that Tang clan brat, but doesn't the Tang clan send guards to follow their son around? That I'm not sure about either. Chen suddenly spoke up. Young master, since a young master of the Tang clan is involved, I will try going there first to mediate the situation. Jin Murin turned and walked outside. No need, I'll handle it personally right now. Shin Huan became terrified. Right now, young master, what are you planning to do? Jin Murin calmly replied, didn't the sect master ask me for help? Now we finally have a proper reason, so I'll help the Golden Justice Martial sect immediately. Yongchu, let's go. Diha, that cautious bastard, at this point you're probably getting cursed out pretty badly, huh? Just endure a little longer. Back at the pleasure house, the faces of the Radiant Dragon squad members all looked extremely ugly. Someone was smashing a wine bottle against Diha's head. This guy is stubborn as hell. When I told you to get lost, you should have gotten lost immediately. Then this kind of mess would never have happened. The one beating him was Wu Yangti, leader of the Black Blood gang. If you won't fight and won't leave either, then what the hell are you trying to do? Looking at your useless subordinates, I can already understand enough. Their leader is getting beaten into this state and not a single one dares to step up. How boring. Diha cursed inwardly. Damn it, I could kill him instantly with just one move. But that bastard is hiding behind a brat from the Tang clan, so I can't do anything to him. Tang Wu looked at his clothes from behind and sighed. My robe got stained with blood. What a great way to ruin my mood for drinking. Wu Yangti hurriedly apologized. Young master, I sincerely apologize. I still haven't fully learned how to control my strength. Fine, just be more careful next time. Diha silently reminded himself no one is allowed to step in, otherwise something huge will happen. Wu Yangti once again swung his hand and slapped him across the face. You should be grateful for young Master Tang's generosity. Now hurry up and get lost. Feng Yan and the others could no longer endure it and drew their swords. Damn it, I can't hold myself back anymore. Right at that moment, Jin Murin suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Please wait, heroes of the pleasure house, let us stop this commotion first. Wu Yangti froze. What the hell is this now? Jin Murin cupped his fists. My apologies for the disrespect. My subordinates are truly a bunch of unruly fools. I am Jin Murin, squad leader of the Radiant Dragon Squad of Madram Lord. Please be magnanimous and forgive my subordinates, young master. Tang Wu was surprised. Madram Lord? Wu Yangti instantly broke out in cold sweat internally. Madram Lord, the same place that just swallowed up the Great Sword Sect. Damn it, I picked the wrong people to mess with. Tang Wu noticed his expression and became annoyed. Why the hell are you acting so shocked? What's so special about Madram Lord? You're starting to irritate me. Did you forget who I am? Wu Yangti scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Haha, young master, how could that be? How would your subordinate dare? Inside, he secretly sighed in relief. Right, young Master Tang is here. Even if it's Madram Lord, they still can't do anything to me. Thinking that, he regained his confidence and shouted, Black Blood Gang, we are drinking here under young Master Tang's orders. If you people leave now, we'll let today's matter slide. Jin Murin smiled very kindly. Leave here? Of course we will do that. Right now, I'll take my subordinates and leave the pleasure house immediately. Immediately afterward, he turned around and waved toward Diha. Everyone, get out, take all of them outside. Diha and the others froze in shock. Squad leader, are you serious? Jin Murin looked irritated. What do you mean serious or not? Hurry up and leave. Go somewhere else and have fun together with the head guard. Every single face among the group was filled with grievance and frustration. But they had no other choice and could only follow Diha as they left. Jin Murin immediately poured wine for Tang Wu afterward. Great hero, to apologize for today, all the wine you drink tonight will be paid for by me. Tang Wu burst into laughter. Haha, you really know how to behave. If I just let you leave like this, it wouldn't suit a great hero at all. Hurry and sit down. I'll personally offer you a cup of wine. A drink personally granted by a great hero, how could I dare refuse? Then I shall gratefully accept. Hearing their conversation only made Diha feel even more wronged inside. The group behind him became completely depressed. I chose the wrong squad leader. I can't continue like this anymore. After we return, I'm writing my resignation letter immediately. While walking away, they suddenly froze in shock and stopped in their tracks, because the three of them, including Yong Chu, were standing there waiting. We have a mission. Hu Yong angrily shouted, Get lost, you muscle pig. What mission are you talking about? Hurry up and disappear or I'll beat you up myself. Yong Chu's expression turned serious. Are you really not going? If I don't go, then I'll quit. Feng Yan was slightly calmer. What mission? What does the head guard mean by that? Dan Ryo HWA explained, this is the squad leader's order. If even one member of the Radiant Dragon squad gets hurt, then beat up the Black Blood gang. Aside from women, old people, and children, if they can stand on 2 legs, then feel free to beat them to your heart's content. Yongchu grinned viciously. Vice squad leader, are you coming too? Diha's eyes turned red so touched that tears almost flowed out. Of course I'm going. Ju Cho scratched his head. Seriously now, are you still writing that resignation letter or not? Hu Yong cried loudly, I'll write it right before dying in battle. The people behind them also immediately shouted in agreement. We're coming too. After witnessing the vice squad leader getting humiliated like that, I seriously can't swallow this anger. Please let us come with you, head guard. Yongchu nodded, of course everyone follow me. Feng Yan looked worried, but will this really be alright? The Black Blood gang still has the Tang clan backing them. Dan Ryo HWA asked back, wasn't the Tang clan's young master already being stalled by the squad leader back at the pleasure house? The group suddenly realized it all at once. So that's why the squad leader lowered his head to that bastard. Hu Yong recalled the scene and became even more impressed. So when the squad leader told us to go somewhere else and have fun, this was his real intention all along. The Radiant Dragon squad was not currently wearing the uniforms of Madram Lord, and everyone who knew their identities was still at the pleasure house. That meant the Black Blood gang would have no idea who was beating them up. This was the exact method Sanction once used to unify all the mountain strongholds under heaven. Even though hearing these words from someone of the Harmony sect felt a little strange, Sanction truly was a very interesting place. The scene shifted to the Black Blood gang. Diha and the others had already arrived there together. The 2 guards standing watch loudly shouted, stop right there. Do you idiots even know where this place is to dare charge in here carrying weapons? Who the hell are you people? Ju Cho did not waste any words and immediately rushed forward. Before the 2 guards could even react, his spear had already swung toward them. Even until now, the people of the Black Blood gang still had no idea why they were suddenly getting attacked. What the hell is going on? Why is this happening in the middle of the night? Yongchu scratched his head. We are people working under the 3rd young master of the Sichuan Tang clan. What was his name again? Dan Ryo HWA joined in. Under the orders of 3rd young master Tang Wu, tonight we will tear down the Black Blood gang's signboard. The people of the Black Blood gang shouted in disbelief, stop talking nonsense. Young Master Tang was just drinking together with our gang leader a moment ago. Yongchu leaped into the air and slammed a punch straight into the ground, sending the crowd flying in every direction. The group immediately broke into cold sweat. The martial artists of the gang had been defeated in the blink of an eye. Are they really from the Tang clan? But that makes no sense at all. Yongchu did not stop and continued swinging his fists directly into the guy's face. Feng Yan also drew his sword. Brothers, charge, let's show them the name of our Sichuan Tang clan. The Black Blood gang immediately fell into complete chaos afterward, with the sounds of fighting and screaming echoing everywhere non-stop. The Golden Justice Martial sect would also participate in this operation. The Radiant Dragon squad would hide their identities while shamelessly throwing the Tang clan's name under the cart. The Black Blood gang was infamous for operating gambling dens, robbery, and human trafficking. The Radiant Dragon squad only needed to suppress them. As for whether people lived or died afterward, the Golden Justice Martial sect would decide that themselves. After confusing the information here, the Golden Justice Martial sect would arrive and handle the remaining mess personally. Shin Huan quickly led his people over. Under the orders of young Master Tang Wu, member of the Sichuan Alliance, today we will wipe out the Black Blood gang. Surround the entire place and do not let a single member escape. So Jiang and Dan Ryo HWA stood in a corner sighing in amazement. They really seem to be having fun, huh? Dan Ryo HWA explained. They've endured far too much already. Watching the vice squad leader get humiliated right before their eyes while being unable to do anything, that feeling is truly infuriating. While fighting, the group kept shouting loudly, Tang Clan Fist Technique, Tang Clan Cannon Strike, Tang Clan Poison Arts, Tang Clan Hidden Weapons. So Jiang looked worried. But will this really be alright? The Tang Clan definitely won't let this slide. Dan Ryo HWA continued. So Jiang, the young master, is even more terrifying than I originally thought. So Jiang was shocked enough that even Miss would say something like that. Ah, Dan Ryo HWA confirmed, that's right, you'll soon understand why I'm saying this. Back at the pleasure house, Tang Wu and Jin Murin were still drinking together very happily. Isn't it way too unfair for them to look down on me just because I'm slightly worse than those guys? All the rare treasures and delicious things get devoured by them first. Who would dare look down on a great hero like me? This really makes no sense at all. You think the same way too, right? My brothers are all bastards. Jin Murin cursed inwardly. This idiot has no ability yet still complains non-stop. Truly a frog trapped at the bottom of a well. Tang Wu continued, just wait and see. This time I'll work together with the Black Blood gang and swallow up the Golden Justice Martial sect whole. Then everyone will finally be shocked by my talent. a member of the Sichuan Alliance, actually dared to loan money with interest and even traffic people. If we join forces, there's nothing we can't accomplish, right? Gang leader of the Black Blood Gang, Wu Yangti stood nearby nodding like a chicken pecking rice. Yes, sir, I will definitely assist, young master. Jin Murin sighed in admiration. So the Golden Justice Martial Sect is actually that kind of place. Great hero will definitely succeed. At that time, your family clan will surely acknowledge your talent. Come now, young master, have another drink from me. Wu Yangti silently thought to himself, this brat from Madram Lord really doesn't know anything at all. Fooling Tang Wu into standing on the Black Blood Gang's side was never difficult. All I had to do was cry and complain in front of him a few times while pretending to be the victim oppressed by the Golden Justice Martial Sect, and that was enough. I have completely deceived him. Tang Wu is just a naive, pampered young master living inside the sturdy well called the Tang clan and the walls of Chengdu. He wanted to prove his own ability, so he came outside without bringing a single guard. Filling the head of someone like that with lies was ridiculously easy. After dealing with the Golden Justice Martial Sect and dumping all the blame onto this idiotic young master, becoming a member of the Sichuan Alliance afterward would be as easy as flipping over my hand. Tang Wu once again poured wine for Jin Murin. Come now, let me offer you another drink. Don't take today's matter too seriously. If I had known this little brother here was a squad leader, I would have gone a little easier on you. Jin Murin smiled. When men go out drinking, a little fighting is perfectly normal. I've already forgotten all about it, so young master shouldn't worry too much either. Tang Wu excitedly burst into laughter. Haha, as expected of such a straightforward man. Right at that moment, someone suddenly entered from outside. Tang Wu looked at the newcomer with surprise. Isn't that one of the guys from the pleasure house earlier? Feng Yan walked over behind Jin Murin. Squad leader, everything has been taken care of. Jin Murin smiled. That fast, looks like everyone had quite a fun time. Tang Wu froze. Finished with what exactly? Jin Murin laughed loudly. Haha, I merely sent my subordinates to handle a few things. My men did not recognize the two great heroes here and ended up offending you. So I ordered them to prepare a feast with wine as an apology for both of you. Tang Wu excitedly let out an impressed sound. Oh, so that's how it is. Thanks to you, I'm feeling very happy tonight. Haha, Jin Murin gestured politely. Fine wine and beautiful women are already waiting for the great hero to enjoy them. Tang Wu excitedly followed along. Good. If you satisfy me, then I'll invite you to visit Chengdu someday. Then I must sincerely thank young master for the honor. It's over this way. We are lighting fires to celebrate young master. Tang Wu looked at the flames illuminating the entire sky and became shocked. Amazing. It's so bright at night that it almost feels like daytime. Looks like your subordinates really put a lot of effort into this. You're honestly making me feel guilty about what happened earlier. Jin Murin smiled kindly. Haha, young master doesn't need to feel embarrassed at all. Meanwhile, Wu Yangti suddenly became nervous and started sweating heavily. Young master, that place is our gang's headquarters. Something must have happened there. Right after saying that, he hurriedly ran toward the front. Tang Wu loudly shouted after him. Hey, gang leader of the Black Blood Gang, wait for me to come too. While running, Wu Yangti thought to himself, was it the Golden Justice Martial Sect? No, that can't be right. With the Tang clan here, how would they dare act recklessly like this? Then who the hell are those bastards? The place had already turned into complete chaos. Which bastard did this? Is nobody still alive? Someone answer me right now. A man lying collapsed on the ground weakly replied, Gang leader, I'm over here. Wu Yangti hurriedly questioned him. What exactly happened here? Which damned bastard caused this? The man explained. Some strange people from the Tang clan came here. They said they were acting under Tang Wu's orders. There was a red-haired monster and even a monk among them. Please be careful. Right at that moment, Tang Wu also arrived while running. What happened here? Are you all right? Jin Murin, standing nearby, sighed. This has become a huge problem. Tang Wu still looked completely confused. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Jin Murin stood there with his fists cupped. What else could this possibly be? At that moment, Diha and the others also walked out from within the sea of flames together. This is the banquet prepared for the great hero, sir. Wu Yangti gritted his teeth fiercely. Jin Murin, I've definitely heard that name before. You're the young master who brought down the great sword sect, right? Jin Murin smiled. Looks like you're still pretty clear-headed after all. Kneel before me. Diha shouted harshly, if you want to stay alive, then kneel before our young master immediately. Tang Wu had finally realized everything and loudly roared, Jin Murin, you actually dared to deceive me. Jin Murin smiled calmly. What are you talking about, young master? The one who gets deceived is the one at fault. Only an idiot doesn't understand that this world has always worked like this. You deserve to get beaten 10 times harder earlier. Wu Yangti still stubbornly refused to kneel. Right at that moment, another voice rang out. Gang leader of the Black Blood Gang, are you still refusing to submit? Wu Yangti clenched his teeth. You bastards from the Golden Justice Martial Sect, so it turns out you joined hands with Madram Lord. Xin Huan shouted angrily. Gang leader of the Black Blood Gang, young Master Tang, the time for you to pay for your crimes has arrived. Wu Yangti was about to say something when Tang Wu suddenly stopped him. Jin Murin, do you even know what heaven and earth truly mean? Does Madram Lord really have the ability to keep your head attached to your neck? You actually dare join hands with evil factions and threaten me? Jin Murin sighed. This idiot still hasn't grasped the situation yet, it seems. In the end, what do you think will be faster, the Tang clan arriving here to save you, or me cutting your head off? Tang Wu angrily pointed at him. You are looking down on the Tang clan right now, aren't you? After I return to the clan, I will definitely report all of this to my father. Jin Murin drew his sword. Go ahead and do that, but only if you can make it back alive. The technique Jin Murin unleashed was called Light Transforming Death Sword. Grim Reaper descends upon the world. Wu Yangti was brushed by the sword energy, instantly coughing out blood from his face in absolute terror. Even Diha behind him stood there with his mouth hanging wide open, silently thinking, isn't that the Light Transforming Death Sword of the Inner Forest Lord? It's way too fast. How long has the young master even practiced this sword art for? Jin Murin coldly laughed. This is the fast sword of Madram Lord. Have you all seen it clearly now? But don't panic too much yet, because I'll let you witness it once again. Although the Forest Lord stubbornly insisted on passing down his ultimate technique to me despite everyone around him opposing it. Compared to the Heaven Demon sword art that requires comprehending profound hidden meanings, learning Sang Horan's fast sword was much easier. Dan Ryo HWA cursed inwardly. What a ridiculous liar. He clearly mixed the 8,000 Shadow Divine art into the fast sword, secretly adding supreme techniques into a sword style that was already too fast for the naked eye to follow, then turned it completely into his own creation. Impressive indeed. As expected of a man who pursues efficiency even more obsessively than I do. Jin Murin slowly stepped forward. Third young master of the Tang clan, look carefully. From this moment onward, you will finally see the true face of the man you wanted to ally with to achieve great ambitions. Before Wu Yangti could even react, Jin Murin had already flashed past his side. A powerful punch slammed directly into Wu Yangti's face. Ju Cho and the others stood there dumbfounded. Was the squad leader actually this strong? No, it's just that the Black Blood gang leader is ridiculously weak. Diha secretly sighed. He's incredibly strong. These idiots seriously know nothing. Jin Murin mocked him. Well, isn't his strength far too pathetic for someone carrying the title of leader of a regional black faction gang? And with this level of ability, you wanted to achieve great things? Truly foolish. Remnants of the Black Blood gang, if you people still have any pride left, then come at me all at once right now. Without hesitation, the group immediately drew their swords and charged toward him together. Jin Murin's eyes gleamed brightly. For Tang Wu, a young master born and raised within a prestigious clan, the righteous path of heroism, written in books, was completely different from the brutal reality standing before him now. Very quickly, the entire group was defeated by Jin Murin. Shin Huan stared at the young man's back and silently thought to himself. The rumors were clearly wrong. The young master of Madram Lord is far more than merely intelligent and cunning. Feng Yan and the others, who previously did not understand Jin Murin's true strength, remained firm in their realization. It turns out the Black Blood gang leader was not weak at all. His sword path when facing large groups is unbelievably clean and sharp. Aside from the first move, he barely used much internal energy while carrying out his strategy. His toughness and battle instincts are terrifying. He possesses the kind of heaven-given talent that could shake the entire world. Lying on the ground, Wu Yangti finally trembled as he raised his head. Damn it, has everything I built really turned into smoke and ashes now? Jin Murin, this is all because of you. I will definitely make you repay this debt. The moment he finished speaking, Jin Murin immediately cut him down. This is heaven's punishment for someone like you. It's not for my sake. You know exactly why this happened, don't you? Let the king of hell personally question your sins. Tang Wu stood frozen in place, terrified deep inside. These people are completely insane. Just because they got hit a few times, they actually wiped out an entire gang. I need to hurry back and report this immediately. But the moment he turned around, Jin Murin's voice rang out behind him. Stop right there. Third young master Tang, you seem pretty terrified. Where exactly are you trying to run off to? Tang Wu stiffly turned around and threatened him. Who would be afraid of trash like you? Did you forget the Tang clan is backing me? Jin Murin coldly snorted. So what? Are they suddenly going to appear here and carry you home or something? Dan Ryo HWA secretly transmitted her voice to warn him. The Tang clan is backing him. You absolutely cannot kill him. If your identity gets exposed because of a clash with the Tang clan, it would be extremely troublesome. Jin Murin sighed. I won't kill young Master Tang, but I am going to beat him up a little to vent my anger. A debt must always be repaid. Yongchu was startled. The young master rolled up his sleeves. Diha beside him looked confused. Head guard, what do you mean by that? Yongchu explained, my body normally cannot feel pain because of my protective true energy, but the young master's attacks are different. Every time he hits me, scorching heat and freezing cold energy invade my body at the same time. So honestly, it feels painful enough to die and come back to life repeatedly. Tang Wu screamed in terror, "Don't come over here, I'm telling my father about this. I will definitely make you regret joining hands with evil villains to corner me like this." Jin Murin did not care at all and directly slapped him across the face. Just as Yong Chu had said, the young man immediately felt scorching heat and freezing cold intertwining throughout his body. Jin Murin grabbed his collar and raised his hand again. Born as the precious son of a prestigious family, you've probably never been beaten by anyone before, right? But only after getting beaten like this will you understand how terrifying the world really is. Other people might close their eyes and ignore your behavior because you carry the bloodline of the Tang clan, but I'm different. No matter who your parents are, if you deserve a beating, then you get beaten. That's the only way idiots learn. If you dare resist, I'll kill you. Now let go of my sleeve. The surrounding crowd silently stood there in tense silence, watching Jin Murin discipline Tang Wu. Witnessing the young master of the Tang clan getting beaten right in front of everyone's eyes, they all wondered if they were hallucinating. Han Kyung worriedly asked, "Will this really be all right?" Ju Cho followed up, "That's exactly what I want to ask too." Feng Yan reassured them, "There's nothing to worry about. I may not know many things, but I can guarantee one thing, the squad leader is an extremely cautious person." Another man quietly approached Shin Huan and softly asked, "Sect Master, is it really okay to let things continue like this?" Shin Huan reassured him, "The young master is not someone who acts without thinking. Let us observe a little longer first." After beating Tang Wu for quite a while, Jin Murin finally sighed in satisfaction. "Ah, that feels refreshing." Then he raised his sword again. "If you don't want your teeth falling out, then hurry up and shut your mouth." Feng Yan and the others instantly broke into cold sweat. "Will this really be okay?" Feng Yan already said it's fine, so just relax. Very soon, cracking sounds echoed out loudly. "Sect Master, wasn't that the sound of bones breaking just now?" Jin Murin then called for Yong Chu to bring water over. "From now on, you do the beating instead, although it seems like he's almost dead already. What's there to worry about? If he really dies, we'll just dump all the blame onto the Black Blood gang leader. As for us, we merely killed the Black Blood gang leader to avenge young Master Tang." Yong Chu suddenly realized. "Haha, that really is a brilliant idea, sir." Tang Wu lay on the ground, unable to even open his mouth properly. "Am I really going to die like this?" Jin Murin calmly stood there resting while sipping tea to recover his energy. Right at that moment, Tang Wu struggled to crawl back up and grabbed onto the corner of his robe while begging. "I was wrong, please spare my life, don't kill me, Wu." "I'll do anything you want." Jin Murin silently thought to himself, "Of course I'm not actually going to kill this brat. If I did that, it would probably start a war." After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke. "The Black Blood gang leader who used you to commit filthy deeds is already dead. As for you, suffering to this extent can already be considered payment for your childish actions. So, do you finally feel more awake now?" Tang Wu nodded frantically like his life depended on it. Yes, I've completely come to my senses now. I won't recklessly abuse my clan's reputation ever again." Vice Squad Leader no, great hero, I sincerely bow and apologize to you. I will never look down on others again, so please forgive me this once. Jin Murin sighed in disappointment. Looks like young Master Tang still hasn't fully understood yet. Shin Huan stepped forward to persuade him. "Young Master, you've misunderstood the core issue." Jin Murin cursed loudly. "Hey, you idiot. Taking revenge for subordinates getting beaten is perfectly understandable. But do I seriously look like some lunatic who would burn down an entire place and slaughter people over something like that? Now I'll show you the truth behind the things you and the Black Blood gang worked together to do." Shin Huan called toward the back. "Bring them in here." Very quickly, a large group of civilians, old and young alike, was led inside. Some of them were so weak and skinny that they could barely walk without someone supporting them. Jin Murin let them walk up before Tang Wu. "Look carefully. These are the true things the Black Blood gang has been doing all this time." Tang Wu recalled Wu Yangti's deceitful words in his mind. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he cried out, No, this can't be real. Who exactly are these people?" Jin Murin explained, "They are the women you helped the Black Blood gang kidnap." Tang Wu cried even more miserably. "Gang leader of the Black Blood gang, I always knew you were not an upright person, but—" Jin Murin cut him off. "Did you think this was just a tiny stain that could be ignored? On top of that, he treated you like a king. So now, have you finally grasped the situation?" Tang Wu questioned himself inwardly. Did the Black Blood gang really do all these things? Weren't those supposed to be the crimes of the Golden Justice martial sect? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, helplessly clutching his head and screaming, "No, there's no way this can be true." Jin Murin cursed at him. "What a complete idiot. Everyone here has suffered greatly all this time. The Black Blood gang has already been wiped out, so everyone can now safely return home." The crowd collectively burst into tears. "Thank you, young master, thank you so very much. Wu, I truly thought I was going to die miserably in this place. Wu. Tang Wu felt even more helpless and regretful. We are all human beings, so how could anyone possibly do things like this? What exactly did I and the Black Blood gang end up creating? The weak old man spoke up. How could we ever repay this kindness? At the very least, please let us know the name of the benefactor who saved our lives. Jin Murin answered seriously. My name, you all must carve this name deep into your bones and never forget it. The hero who saved everyone here is the third young master of the Tang clan, great hero Tang Wu. Even Tang Wu himself froze after hearing those words. What exactly is this guy saying? The civilians stood there dumbfounded. What? Great hero, what are you talking about? Inside the prison, I heard the guards talking among themselves already. The third young master of the Tang clan was the one backing the Black Blood gang, the same people who kidnapped us. They even said that because the third young master of the Tang clan was supporting them, nobody dared touch them. Tang Wu became even more regretful and lowered his head in shame. Gang leader of the Black Blood gang, you actually dared use both my name and the Tang clan's name to commit these filthy deeds. Even if my mouth is as poisonous and deceitful as a venomous snake, I'm still not evil enough to do something this horrible. Seeing his remorseful appearance, even Jin Murin felt a slight bit of sympathy for him. It was all just a misunderstanding. The third young master of the Tang clan intentionally infiltrated the Black Blood gang in order to save everyone. We came here to rescue you all under great hero Tang Wu's request. Shin Huan also chimed in. Without young master Tang Wu's sacrifice, we would never have been able to rescue everyone here. If you wish to thank someone, then please thank young master Tang Wu. Right at that moment, Tang Wu suddenly tried to stop them. Wait a second. But before he could even finish speaking, the civilians had already crowded around him non-stop with endless thanks. We misunderstood our benefactor. Even if we die, we will never forget young master's kindness today. Thank you, great hero Tang Wu. Thanks to great hero, this little girl finally has a chance to see her child again. We truly thank great hero so much. Jin Murin silently sighed to himself. I'm not even giving him the chance to run away from responsibility. Receiving gratitude directly from the victims themselves will make it even harder for him to endure. As if a single apology could ever settle something like this. For the rest of his life, he will have to live with this guilt. Tang Wu collapsed to his knees there while being showered with gratitude and praise from the very people he had harmed. Long live great hero Tang Wu, long live the Sichuan Alliance, long live the Tang clan. In the end, he could no longer endure it and fainted on the spot. Everyone immediately panicked. The benefactor fainted. Hurry and bring a stretcher over here. Jin Murin stopped them. Young master was seriously injured after fighting the Black Blood gang leader. Save the gratitude for later. Everyone should return home first. Shin Huan immediately ordered his subordinates. Escort these women safely back to their homes. The crowd then quickly left the place. Thank you everyone, we absolutely will never forget what happened today. Thank you, Golden Justice Martial Sect and great hero Tang Wu. After they finally left, Shin Huan turned toward Jin Murin and asked, Young master, although Tang Wu is childish and reckless, he is still a son of the Tang clan. Will this truly be alright? Jin Murin glanced at him. Even if the Tang clan learns about this, what exactly can they do? Shin Huan worriedly asked. Young master is not afraid of bringing disaster upon yourself. Jin Murin smiled. All the credit has already been given to Tang Wu. He has now become the hero of the people here. But if the Tang clan tries to bully me because I beat up their son, then the entire world will know about it. What kind of parents would willingly turn their own son into garbage? The Tang clan won't be able to do anything. Shin Huan's jaw dropped as he silently thought, truly a terrifying person, using deception to completely cover the truth. Not only that, he even sealed away the possibility of others harming him. On top of that, he also made the Tang clan owe him a favor. The more Shin Huan thought about it, the more unbelievable it became. Did the young master really think this far ahead before acting? Jin Murin sighed. Because of that brat, a lot of people suffered. Just because he was immature, how could that possibly be forgiven? If time allowed it, I honestly planned to beat him for 3 days and 3 nights straight. From now on, Pyeongchang County belongs entirely to the Golden Justice Martial Sect. Sect Master, I hope you will properly handle everything here from now on. Shin Huan was shocked. Young master means to hand over all the territory that once belonged to the Black Blood gang for us to manage. Jin Murin smiled. This place was originally the land of the Golden Justice Martial Sect anyway, so naturally it should return to the Golden Justice Martial Sect. Shin Huan asked again, then what should we give young master in return? Jin Murin waved his hand. Relax, I don't have any requests. Inside, he silently thought, compared to taking in an unpredictable problem, it's better to give away the glory and receive benefits instead. And the benefit here is the Golden Justice Martial Sect. They are members of the Sichuan Alliance, so there will definitely come a day when I need their help. Shin Huan cupped his fists. Because of the Black Blood gang, the territory of the Golden Justice Martial Sect had been greatly reduced. I will never forget today's kindness. Jin Murin also returned the gesture. I merely did what needed to be done. Shin Huan then bid farewell and prepared to leave. We still need to handle the prisoners, so we will take our leave first. I have already prepared a place for everyone to rest. Young master must definitely come there. Only then did Jin Murin turn around and look toward the members of the Radiant Dragon Squad. Well, do you all feel better now? The group answered in unison. Yes, squad leader, Jin Murin continued. Diha, your pride must have been heavily wounded. You endured it very well. Diha smiled. This subordinate merely followed what young master taught us. My pride is not important. If I had not endured the humiliation back then, how could we possibly achieve such a satisfying result now? Jin Murin walked over and patted his shoulder. Humiliation only lasts for a brief moment. For the sake of my subordinates, I wouldn't even hesitate to lick an enemy's shoes if necessary. Feng Yan also spoke up. Squad leader, the vice squad leader endured humiliation according to your teachings. The matter could have simply ended there, but why did the squad leader still issue this mission afterward? Jin Murin explained. If I were in the same situation, I would have endured it just like the vice squad leader did. But if I cannot repay the debt of my subordinates being humiliated, then how could I possibly have the qualifications to lead all of you? Ju Cho was about to expose Hu Yong's earlier complaints, but Hu Yong quickly covered his mouth first. Squad leader, this subordinate is truly proud to be a member of the Radiant Dragon Squad. Jin Murin gave further orders. All right, everyone has worked hard. How many people were injured? 22 people suffered light injuries. Thanks to the help of the two young ladies, nobody was seriously injured. Dan Ryo HWA blushed shyly. Well, I'm technically a member of the Radiant Dragon Squad now anyway. Jin Murin did not seem to care much. An unexpected member, but thanks anyway. Jianghu burst into laughter. Squad leader truly predicts things like a god. Just one glance and you already had everything under control. Jin Murin smiled. Alright then, how much did you all collect? The group quickly reported the amount of silver and banknotes hidden by the Black Blood Gang leader reached up to 500,000 taels, sir. Dan Ryo HWA suddenly realized inwardly. As expected, there was no way he would act without gaining any benefits. In the end, the thing he truly targeted was wealth. But that thought was quickly erased by Jin Murin's next actions. Good. First squad, as soon as dawn arrives, investigate the victims of the Black Blood Gang. Third squad, transfer all the silver here to the Golden Justice Martial Sect. Return the victims' money under the names of Tang Wu and the Golden Justice Martial Sect. Dan Ryo HWA once again gave him extra points in her heart after witnessing this action. Jin Murin smugly thought to himself, why bother carrying heavy silver around like an idiot? Banknotes alone are enough, hee. Since we're already on the same boat together anyway, we might as well ride this thing all the way to the end. Sect Master of the Golden Justice Martial Sect, you're mine now. He then led the group away. Come on now, stop dragging your feet. Everyone, let's head back before sunrise and have another drink together. 2 days later at the Golden Justice Martial Sect, Tang Wu was still recovering there from his injuries. After remaining unconscious for 2 days, he finally woke up today. He groaned while sitting up. I fainted. The moment he sat up, he noticed a letter placed beside him. He quickly opened the letter to read it. His expression immediately changed into extreme tension afterward. The contents of the letter read, to the idiot of the Tang clan, by now the doctor's medicine should have worn off, and you've probably already awakened with your entire body aching in pain. But the suffering you are experiencing now is not merely physical pain, it is also the pain buried deep within your soul. Especially when you think about the people who cried while sincerely thanking you, does your heart ache? Do you feel that even after being beaten, you still got off too lightly? Come now, be honest for once. You actually only resent me, don't you? Because I stole away your chance to tell the truth and beg for forgiveness from the people here. Upon reading this part, Tang Wu suddenly shouted, no, that's not it. This isn't what I wanted. I never wanted to become this kind of fake hero. Jin Murin seemed to understand him completely because the next sentence directly addressed that. What's wrong? You don't want to become a fake hero. You don't want this to happen. Weren't you the lunatic who left home without even bringing a single guard along simply because you wanted to become famous throughout the world like your brothers? You should actually be thanking me instead, because thanks to me, people will call you great hero from now on. Even though someone like you will never truly become a real great hero. No matter how much you blame yourself or scream 10,000 times over, the voice of the criminal inside you will never disappear. From now on, try your best to become a true great hero so you won't feel ashamed of yourself anymore. If we meet again and you still haven't changed at all, then I will personally send you straight to hell for real. After finishing the letter, Tang Wu tightly clenched it while sobbing emotionally. The scene shifted to Madram Lord at Sangchen Yongzhou. The people there immediately began discussing among themselves after seeing Jin Murin's group arrive. Aren't they the Radiant Dragon Squad? I heard they were the ones who eliminated the Blood Heaven Asura. Is Blood Heaven Asura some dog living behind your house or something? Stop talking nonsense. How could that possibly be true? Blood Heaven Asura wasn't some random roadside bandit. Well, who knows? Didn't the young master already overthrow the Great Sword Sect? Still, they really are impressive for resolving the incident at the Jiang family estate so quickly. I heard every member of the Radiant Dragon squad originally came from the Great Sword sect. Who would have thought they'd perform this well? Feng Yan dismounted from his horse and glanced back at them. He then cupped his fists politely in greeting. Ju Cho and the others walked while chatting among themselves. Only now do I truly feel like I'm part of this place. Jian Yu agreed. Exactly. Before this, every time I ran into people here, I always felt awkward for some reason. Dan Ryo, HWA, and So Jiang were also present, silently analyzing things while walking. This place's atmosphere is truly different from the Harmony sect. It feels strangely peaceful. The martial artists of Madram Lord can perfectly conceal their presence. Could their living environment be influencing that somehow? But So Jiang, could you stop sneaking around and rummaging through everything nearby already? So Jiang replied, Miss is going to stay here for a while anyway, so I need to investigate properly first. Cho Mugang quickly walked out from inside. Come over here, everyone has worked hard. Jin Murin stepped forward and cupped his fists. The Radiant Dragon squad has completed the mission entrusted by the Forest Lord and returned safely. Although 6 martial artists from the Jiang family estate lost their lives, the estate lord and his family remain unharmed. The first madam and the young lady will return after a few more days. I have also completely eliminated the culprit. Cho Mugang excitedly walked over and patted his shoulder. I already received a letter from the Jiang family estate. I heard the culprit was Blood Heaven Asura. Jin Murin pointed toward Dan Ryo, HWA, and So Jiang while introducing them. That's right. Thanks to the assistance of these 2 young ladies, we were able to eliminate the culprit quite easily. They are martial artists from the 7 veins. Cho Mugang let out an impressed sound before stepping forward and cupping his fists in greeting. On behalf of Madram Lord, I sincerely thank the 2 young ladies. He then looked toward the Radiant Dragon squad again. Everyone has worked hard on your first mission within our forest. Tonight, I'll send plenty of meat and wine to the Radiant camp. For now, everyone should go back and rest first. Squad leader, if you are not busy, come drink some tea with me. Jin Murin happily agreed. Yes, uncle. Cho Mugang once again looked toward Dan Ryo, HWA, and So Jiang. The 2 young ladies should also go rest. I have already prepared accommodations beside the Radiant camp for you. The uncle and nephew then entered a room together to drink tea. Jin Murin did not hide anything and spoke directly. Actually, Dark Knight Killing Ghost also participated in the Jiang family estate incident this time. Cho Mugang was shocked, so 2 members of the 3 great villains joined hands together. Jin Murin confirmed it. That's right, uncle. Just as you predicted, I was fortunate enough to subdue Dark Knight Killing Ghost right before he could unleash his killing move. Cho Mugang was about to probe further about his strength when Jin Murin immediately interrupted him. I was only lucky, honestly. He then reached into his robe and pulled out several banknotes. Also, the Jiang family estate wasn't the only group kidnapped and extorted. They did the same thing to the Northern River Blade sect. These are the banknotes I took from Dark Knight Killing Ghost. Cho Mugang stared at the pile of banknotes in shock, his mouth hanging wide open. 2 million taels? Could the Northern River Blade sect really possess that much money? Jin Murin explained they probably had to sell even the pillars of their house to gather it all. As for how this money should be handled, uncle can decide personally. If we return this money to the Northern River Blade sect, we will gain their goodwill. Cho Mugang suddenly realized something. Their goodwill? Looks like you're planning something else again, aren't you? Jin Murin nodded. That's right. Earlier, I didn't have the chance to tell the Forest Lord about this, but something happened today. This is a letter personally written by the sect master of the Golden Justice Martial Sect, one of the members of the Sichuan Alliance. Cho Mugang quickly accepted the letter and opened it to read. Jin Murin then began explaining everything that had happened in Pyeongchang County. Cho Mugang burst into loud laughter. Haha, the young master of the Tang clan, I've heard of him before. Looks like young Master Tang picked the wrong opponent this time. Jin Murin continued, but regardless, he is still the 3rd young master of the Tang clan. Uncle, are you not afraid of trouble? Cho Mugang's expression turned serious. He was the one who caused trouble first, so what exactly should I be afraid of? Your uncle isn't that weak-minded. But the contents of this letter are extremely valuable. As long as Madram Lord speaks, our sect will come immediately. You corrected the arrogance of the Tang clan's young master and helped us gain a powerful ally. We've already gained far too much. Jin Murin, you've worked hard. Jin Murin replied, through the incident involving Tang Wu and the Golden Justice Martial sect this time, it's obvious that the Sichuan Alliance is not as united as it appears on the surface. If we want Madram Lord to regain its former glory, we must exploit the weaknesses of those people. Cho Mugang continued, the small and medium sects all joined the alliance out of fear of offending the larger factions, constantly bowing their heads before them, so deep down they hold quite a lot of resentment. If you want a forest, then you must plant trees, and before planting trees, you first need to sow seeds. With the support of the small and medium sects, our Madram Lord would truly become a tiger with wings. With our current strength, overthrowing the Sichuan alliance by force alone is completely impossible. There are not many sects willing to share hardship alongside us. I've always thought that if we truly wanted to achieve anything, then somehow we absolutely had to join the Sichuan alliance. Of course, the people currently trampling over us may not necessarily accept that. Jin Murin suddenly laughed out loud, leaving Cho Mugang confused. Brat, why are you laughing like that? Jin Murin explained. Because uncle's thoughts completely match what I've been thinking. I'm simply happy about it. Cho Mugang chuckled. Kaha, this conversation between you and me is honestly becoming quite interesting. Jin Murin explained further. Just as uncle said, if we want to win over the small and medium sects, then we must join the Sichuan alliance. Once inside the alliance, we need to pull sects over to our side and gradually build influence. On top of that, we already have the support of the Golden Justice Martial sect and the Northern River Blade sect. In that case, overthrowing the Sichuan alliance is entirely possible. Cho Mugang became serious again. Jin Murin, are you saying you intend to go directly to Chengdu? Jin Murin confirmed it. Yes, uncle. So far I've only seen one corner of the Sichuan alliance. I've never seen the alliance as a whole before. I want to personally investigate it and find a solution myself. Cho Mugang could not stop him anymore. I agree with you, but not now. At the very least, rest until after the full moon festival first. Jin Murin cupped his fists. Before leaving, I still have things I need to handle anyway, so there's no rush. Cho Mugang smiled. Coincidentally, I've already dealt with most of the branch offices. Only the Chengdu branch remains unresolved. Although that place has practically become a haunted house long ago, with a little money it can still be repaired enough to use. I'll spend some money and immediately hand the matter over to the inner forest to handle. Jin Murin once again reached into his robe. No need for money, uncle. Actually, I secretly kept a little for myself already. Cho Mugang burst into loud laughter. Haha, your older sister used to do exactly the same thing. Alright then, how much did you secretly stash away? Jin Murin handed him a thick stack of banknotes. This is just some pocket money for uncle. Cho Mugang was internally horrified. 30,000 taels, just how much did you secretly keep? Wait a second, the amount demanded from the Jianghu family estate was 3 million taels. But the Northern River Blade sect's banknotes only totaled 2 million. Thinking of that, he could not stop himself from blurting out, "You bold little brats." Jin Murin laughed loudly. Haha, then I'll take my leave first. You're leaving already? You haven't even gone to greet your grandfather yet. Very quickly night fell. Cho Mugang wandered alone through the bamboo forest. Pocket money from my grandson? What a strange little brat. Cho Mugang was genuinely so happy that he completely forgot where heaven and earth were, dancing around wildly like a fool. Right at that moment, Cho Pingchen suddenly appeared behind him and coughed lightly. Cho Mugang jumped in shock. Father, what are you doing here at this hour? Cho Pingchen calmly replied, I was simply taking a walk. Seems like you're in quite a good mood about something. Happy is happy, but you still need to maintain the dignity of the forest lord. Cho Mugang lowered his head. Yes, I will be more careful. After saying that, he immediately turned around and left. Once he had gone far enough away, the old man coldly snorted. You little brat, do you think you're the only one who got a share? This is the first time I've ever received pocket money from my grandson. Looks like the Supreme Forest Lord is too happy to sleep tonight as well. He also began humming and dancing happily, looking no different from his son earlier. The scene shifted to the separate camp beside the Radiant camp. Dan Ryo HWA silently thought inside her room. They were worried the men at the Radiant camp would make things inconvenient for us, so they arranged for us to stay here instead. I really like this place. It's unbelievably peaceful. Yongsan entered from outside. Miss, the brush, paper, and ink you requested. I already asked the vice squad leader to bring them here. Dan Ryo HWA smiled. Yongsan, don't tell me you already want to leave. So Jiang placed the items onto the table while explaining. From here back to the Harmony sect, even if I travel as fast as possible, it will still take an entire month. I need to leave immediately if I want to return before winter arrives. Dan Ryo HWA nodded. I understand. Wait for me a little longer, I'll write the letter right away. But this is still strange. I never expected So Jiang would willingly return to the Harmony sect alone. Why do you suddenly want to go back and report things in my place? So Jiang sighed. Because of that man named Jin Murin, obviously. He's a difficult person to predict, but he doesn't seem like a bad man. If he becomes an enemy, then he'll be the most dangerous kind of enemy. But if he becomes an ally, then he'll be an ally we can rely on. Dan Ryo HWA let out an impressed sound. You're evaluating him pretty generously now, aren't you? You didn't even like him before. So Jiang remained calm. I don't hate him, and of course I don't particularly like him either. I'm simply not lowering my guard. Dan Ryo HWA asked again. But why did your opinion suddenly change? Just recently you were still against me following young Master Jin around. Inside, she silently thought, I never told So Jiang anything about young Master Jin's background, so the only thing left is for her to draw her own conclusions from the doubts she witnessed here. So Jiang replied, because of Tang Wu. He showed me what happens to a frog living at the bottom of a well who knows absolutely nothing about the real world. Although I dislike young Master Jin's attitude of acting like he's amazing at everything, he is clearly still someone worth learning from. By staying beside him, Miss will have the opportunity to broaden your understanding even more. Dan Ryo HWA had already finished writing the letter by then. As expected, only you truly think about what's best for me. So Jiang reminded her, Miss, you absolutely must remember this. Men are ultimately just a bunch of thieves that can never be trusted too easily. Don't let that handsome face fool you, otherwise Miss should just leave sooner rather than later. Alright then, I'll head back to the Harmony sect first. Miss doesn't need to see me off. After saying that, she immediately carried her luggage and departed into the night. After traveling for a short while, she suddenly spotted Jin Murin already standing there waiting. Young lady is leaving. Young Master Jin, what are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Jin Murin explained, I was merely passing by here on my way to meet Diha. It seems young lady is heading back to the Harmony sect to make a report. So Jiang lowered her head. For the time ahead, I hope young master will take good care of my young lady. Jin Murin continued, I should be the one saying those words instead. He then tossed her a small cloth pouch. This is travel money, young lady guard, have a safe journey. So Jiang briefly checked the money pouch before continuing on her journey. Squad leader, then So Jiang shall take her leave. Just like Cho Mu Gang and the others earlier, she also happily hummed and skipped around after receiving pocket money. Jin Murin then stood in the training yard waiting for Diha. Young master, why did you suddenly summon this subordinate here? Jin Murin explained, I still feel bothered about my subordinate getting humiliated by the Black Blood gang leader, so I simply wanted to give you a few benefits. Diha continued, if it had been a fair fight head-on, this subordinate definitely would have won. Jin Murin immediately made a strange face. Aya aya. Diha, don't talk about merely winning. You should be saying completely overwhelming him instead. He tossed a martial arts manual toward Diha. From today onward, practice this. After memorizing it, you can burn it if you want. The moment Diha saw the words Hidden Underworld True Lower Sword written on the cover, he became shocked. Isn't this a martial arts secret manual? Jin Murin explained, this sword art was personally created by both my master and me. Diha became even more stunned after hearing that. Young master can actually create martial arts techniques. Jin Murin reminded him, I said my master and I together, didn't I? Diha still found it unbelievable. Even so, this is honestly still way too hard to believe. Jin Murin silently sighed inwardly. If he knew that most of Sanction's martial arts were created by both my master and me, he'd probably faint on the spot. Many people already know about Hidden Valley's martial arts, which is why I taught this technique to the martial artists of Sanction instead. Ever since birth, I possess the 5-star heavenly yin body, so things like this are normal for me anyway. Thinking that, he pointed his finger and spoke. Didn't you decide that from now on you would walk the same path as me? Then I absolutely cannot allow someone like Akui Chung to knock you down so easily. Diha's expression turned serious. Young master, once I've gambled my fate, this subordinate will never hesitate. I will absolutely do my utmost to master this martial art. Jin Murin smiled. Hidden Underworld True Lower Sword is a sword art that chooses talented people. With your talent, you will definitely master it very soon. Diha became emotional. Young master can rest assured this subordinate will risk his life to learn it. Jin Murin clapped his hands in satisfaction. Good, very good, though honestly that's not even the real reason I called you here tonight. Diha froze. This subordinate thought young master called me to the training yard to practice martial arts. What exactly is the matter? Jin Murin explained. I intend to seriously develop the Radiant Dragon Squad. Diha scratched his face while silently thinking, so the brutal training sessions until exhaustion with Yong Chu before this still weren't considered serious yet. Jin Murin continued, if Madram Lord wishes to regain its former glory and stand among the ranks of Sichuan's martial world, then we need to develop the Radiant Dragon Squad even further. We must make the martial artists of the Radiant Dragon Squad strong enough that they never have to bow their heads before any martial artist in all of Sichuan. But if we achieve that without using the martial arts of Madram Lord itself, then it would hold no meaning at all. We need a type of martial art suitable for these brats with completely different backgrounds. Swordsmanship, spear arts, blade arts, staff arts, and even archery as well. We need to reform the martial arts of Madram Lord. Diha's jaw dropped open. Reform martial arts? Young master, are you actually serious? Aren't you looking down on tradition too much? Jin Murin explained they originally all came from different roots before gathering at the Great Sword Sect. These martial artists can no longer start over from scratch with Madram Lord's martial arts. What I want from Madram Lord's martial artists is martial spirit. Temper Madram Lord's martial arts and carry the spirit of Madram Lord within themselves, covering every technique they use with the martial spirit of Madram Lord. Combined with my combat knowledge, all of you will definitely become stronger very quickly. Diha was still utterly shocked inside. This is the first time in my life I've met someone who talks about reforming martial arts this casually. Thinking that, he nervously asked, "Young master, then what can this subordinate do? Improving martial arts is far too difficult with this subordinate's knowledge." Jin Murin smiled and asked, "Excellent. Starting today, your role will be to endlessly operate the limitless internal art technique." Diha's face was filled with confusion. "What does that mean?" Jin Murin explained. "Like I already said, from now on your job is simply to endlessly repeat Madram Lord's internal cultivation technique in front of me. I consumed the extreme Yang divine pill, so my yin-yang body is different from normal people. Because of that, this body of mine has difficulty understanding limits or identifying what parts are problematic. I need a normal person beside me to observe internal energy. Don't feel depressed about it. Once the improvements are complete, you won't be a normal person anymore either. Starting today, for the next half-month, Diha, you must stay beside me at all times." Meanwhile, those clueless little brats are still busy eating and partying without realizing hell is already standing right in front of them. "From now on, the moment you open your eyes, you must immediately run to me. Even if you vomit out a grand circulation after breakfast, don't worry, because lunch still exists. Breakfast grand circulation, lunch grand circulation, dinner grand circulation. Oh, you see rain outside the window. Then do grand circulation together with the rain, obviously. From today onward, Diha, you are now vice grand circulation." Diha panicked. "Young master, are you trying to kill this subordinate?" Jin Murin replied. "Didn't you say you'd risk your life? But let's talk honestly for a moment. Diha, don't you feel anxious? Right, what else was there? Ah yes, vice squad leader. Although those brats call you vice squad leader, all of them used to be squad leaders back at the Great Sword Sect. Han Kyong and Ju Cho, those two monsters probably don't even know what fear or cold feels like. They weren't even scared of Aquicheng. And what were you doing back then again?" "All right, tied up. And while you were tied up, what was Feng Yan doing? Wasn't he the one stepping up to command everyone in your place? And what were you doing then again?" "Ah yes, tied up again. Feng Yan's abilities don't even need explaining. Everyone else followed his orders too." "So who exactly is the vice squad leader here? Who is it?" Diha lowered his head and stuttered. "This subordinate isn't afraid of Aquicheng. This subordinate's martial spirit is." Jin Murin suddenly shouted loudly. "What? Your hobby is getting tied up? What? You want to hand the vice squad leader position over to Feng Yan?" Diha gritted his teeth. "Grand circulation, this subordinate will do it. I absolutely will." Jin Murin smiled in satisfaction. "Excellent, that's my vice squad leader indeed." He then patted Diha's shoulder once more. "After risking your life to master hidden underworld true lower sword, you'll finally be able to become a true vice squad leader with your head held high. If you want to become stronger, then don't waste time. When others are eating, sleeping, and resting, that will be the moment you sell your soul to training." Jin Murin silently thought to himself, he's a talent capable of becoming a squad leader of Madram Lord from the very beginning. Although Feng Yan cannot compare to Diha, he still needs a sense of crisis to push himself forward. Because if they want to follow me, then even 100 lives still wouldn't be enough. After a moment, Diha finally spoke again. "But young master, will you really be all right? This subordinate knows that reforming martial arts is no easy task, and having to teach others on top of that would make it even harder, wouldn't it?" Jin Murin smiled. "Ah, you don't need to worry about that. I already prepared a personal instructor in advance." Diha looked puzzled. An instructor for who exactly?" Jin Murin sat cross-legged right on the spot. "After you and I finish improving the martial arts, we'll head to Chengdu. During that time, I'll hand the squad over to that instructor. We'll have to be away from the Radiant Dragon squad for a while." Diha was shocked. "Young master, but the Radiant Dragon squad has only completed its very first mission." Jin Murin replied, "That means nothing. If they don't become stronger, they'll simply die during the next plans anyway." Diha silently sighed in admiration. Young master isn't wrong, but still. Jin Murin said nothing further afterward, and simply sat there quietly admiring the moon. "Fine then, an instructor is an instructor. There's a very real chance we may never meet again afterward." Somewhere else, several bloody corpses were lying sprawled across the ground. A man holding a writing brush stood in the middle of the house, drawing something onto the wall. This man was one of Sanction's 7 martial stars, Beak Carrion. At dawn, a group of people were moving through the forest as if escorting a caravan. This man was Kwak Yong, the head escort of the Golden Sun Merchant Group. "We finally reached this road. Even though it was exhausting, there wasn't any other choice. They should appear soon." A person walking beside him asked curiously, "Head escort, who are you talking about?" Kwak Yong replied, "The martial artists of Sanction." Hearing that only made the other person even more confused. "Isn't this already Sanction's territory?" "That's true, this place originally didn't even have a road. They were the ones who opened it, so charging a passage fee is understandable." "Have you ever heard of the Silent Mad Sword?" The man immediately became startled. Silent Mad Sword Beak Carrion, what martial artist of this era wouldn't know about him? Even though he's only just past 20 years old, he single-handedly slaughtered the entire Black Kill Society and became one of the 7 stars whose fame shook the martial world. Kwak Yong praised him. "Looks like you know your stuff." The 7 stars was originally a title referring to martial artists whose realm stood only below the 10 great masters during the Great War. Later on, people started calling those experts the 7 lords. In other words, they are the talents who will lead the martial world in the future. The other man continued, head escort, but Beak Carrion is different from the others. He's someone who could completely join the ranks of the 10 great masters. Kwak Yong chuckled, yeah, so there's someone who shares the same thoughts as me. Then congratulations to you. Congratulations, what does head escort mean by that? Kwak Yong raised his head and looked ahead. That silent mad sword Beak Carrion you admire so much is the one managing this entire area. The moment he finished speaking, Beak Carrion appeared before their eyes. Hello everyone, it's been a while since we last met, head escort. Kwak Yong asked back, why has the fortress master personally shown himself today? Coincidentally, I was also waiting for Fortress Master to come here. The young man behind them broke out in cold sweat while thinking, so this person is Beak Carrion. I heard he was the youngest among the 7 lords, but isn't this way too young? Beak Carrion smiled warmly and cupped his fists. I heard there are some new faces in the merchant group today, so I came out here to greet everyone personally. Since we'll probably meet often in the future anyway, it's better for us to recognize each other's faces, right? Kwak Yong burst into loud laughter. Haha, that's wonderful then. Otherwise, the youngsters in my merchant group nearly wet themselves in fear the moment they heard the name Sanction. The entire Golden Sun merchant group immediately cupped their fists together and greeted him. The martial artists of the Golden Sun merchant group pay respects to great hero. Beak Carrion walked over and gently stroked the warhorse's head. Very nice to meet all of you. I'm really not that scary of a person. As long as both sides follow proper etiquette, I'm actually very gentle. I hope everyone will take good care of me in the future. The young man broke out in cold sweat while thinking not scary. The head escort may not have any internal energy, so he wouldn't notice anything, but we martial artists can feel it very clearly. Even though he's trying to restrain himself, that aura capable of making people's skin crawl doesn't even feel human anymore. It was only a simple greeting, yet every martial artist in the merchant group felt as if a giant python had just slithered across their entire bodies. Kwak Yong reached into his robe searching for something. Since Fortress Master personally came here, I'll hand it directly to you. This is the half-year passage fee for the Golden Sun merchant group. Beak Carrion warmly accepted the banknotes. Thank you very much, head escort. If anything feels inconvenient, please feel free to tell me anytime. Kwak Yong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Inconvenient? There's only one thing. Beak Carrion asked back, are you referring to the Changnam Plains bandits? Kwak Yong confirmed it. That's right. Those bastards are like ghosts, incredibly difficult to avoid. Fortress Master is aware of their recent actions too, correct? Beak Carrion smiled. Recently, they came into my territory to drink. I treated them to a few cups of wine, then gave them a little lesson and sent them very far away afterward. Now everyone can safely continue their trade journeys without worrying anymore. Kwak Yong praised him, as expected of Sanction. Since Fortress Master says so, then I'm relieved. Beak Carrion once again cupped his fists. Haha, then I wish head escort a safe journey. Ah, wait a moment. It would be better if everyone avoided stopping at the Changnam Plains Inn along the way. I know it'll be exhausting, but please push through this area today instead. Kwak Yong did not ask many questions and simply nodded. Understood. Hearing Fortress Master say that somehow gives me even more strength to leave this place quickly. He continued staring at Beak Carrion's departing figure even after the man had disappeared. Truly reliable. Thanks to Sanction, traveling for trade keeps becoming more convenient. The subordinate beside him agreed. Exactly. With an expert like that protecting the area, those horse bandits might starve to death. Kwak Yong laughed loudly. Haha, didn't he already say he taught them a lesson? Everything must have been resolved completely already. That's right, no need to worry about bandits anymore. The world has become much more peaceful. Let's continue along the road quickly, and once we pass through Changnam Plains, we can finally rest. Pass through it? Are we really just going to pass by like Fortress Master Beak said? Didn't he already say we no longer needed to worry about bandits for the time being? Fortress Master Beak already handled everything smoothly, so even if we travel through Changnam Plains at night, there's nothing to fear anymore. At the Nam Bin Inn, the place had already sunk into a sea of blood. A note written in blood was pinned to the wall with the words, "Thank you for the warm hospitality, now go to hell." The scene shifted back to Madram Lord. Diha was currently sitting in meditation, circulating his energy from the Danshan to the Beihui acupoint before returning it back to the Danshan. This process was called the small heavenly circulation. After surpassing the range of the small heavenly circulation and awakening every blood vessel within the body, that became the grand heavenly circulation. Every sect has different methods of circulating energy and practicing internal arts, so by observing the cycle of someone's grand heavenly circulation, you can determine what kind of martial art that sect practices. But isn't Madram Lord's internal cultivation method supposed to accumulate demonic energy? Diha continued. Madram Lord's cultivation techniques originated from Heavenly Mountain, so fundamentally that is correct. But strangely enough, I can't sense any demonic energy from anyone here. Diha explains to explain that we need to talk about the history of Madram Lord. Hundreds of years ago, internal conflict within the heavenly demon-divine cult led to the Blood Cult Great War. That civil war continued for decades within Heavenly Mountain. The reason was because once someone trained demonic arts to a certain standard, they would inevitably encounter a wall. Those unable to surpass that wall would gradually have demonic energy seep into their bones and become monsters. Some people began using those individuals as lost soul puppets, turning them into killing tools. While others opposed that practice, that was how the civil war erupted. The people who were fellow disciples just yesterday were now driving each other toward death today with vicious methods. Meanwhile, those who did not wish for civil war to happen were constantly dragged into the whirlpool of war as well. Because of that, they began bringing trusted followers to Sichuan and secluded themselves in this place. The founding ancestor of our forest was ancestor Triu Zhenghin. He devoted his entire life to researching the side effects of demonic arts and searching for ways to improve them. In the end, he successfully removed the demonic energy from demonic arts. After removing the demonic energy, the power of the cultivation art was reduced by half. Therefore, in order to compensate for this, he used yin energy instead, and that was how Hidden Moon demonic energy was born and became the foundational cultivation art of Madram Lord. Jin Murin suddenly understood. So he bravely abandoned the unstable, explosive nature of demonic energy in order to remove its side effects and make it more stable to use. Diha continued, if you only look at the surface, Hidden Moon demonic energy doesn't reveal any distinctive traces of demonic energy at all. This subordinate honestly doesn't even know whether demonic energy can still be called demonic energy after removing its evil nature. Jin Murin stroked his chin. From the outside, it's practically no different from orthodox cultivation arts. Diha replied, to be honest, this subordinate also doesn't know where the difference lies. Hidden Moon demonic energy is basically as natural as breathing to me, but there's one thing I want to ask young master. Hidden Moon demonic energy feels like air to this subordinate, so if I breathe too heavily or stop circulating it for too long, I get dizzy and lightheaded. How long exactly do I need to keep repeating this grand heavenly circulation? Jin Murin looked genuinely shocked by that question. What kind of strange question is that? Of course you have to do it for your entire life. Diha immediately burst into tears on the spot. Jin Murin comforted him, don't feel so wronged, you'll still get half a month of rest. Meanwhile, the Radiant Dragon Squad is going to train at an even more horrifying intensity. Diha jumped in shock. Even more horrifying, young master means training the improved cultivation methods. Jin Murin continued. During that time, you must train Hidden Underworld True Lower Sword just like endlessly repeating this grand heavenly circulation. Accepting something new has never been easy, and I don't want you dying during the process. No matter what, people are still more important than martial arts. Though the guy who will become the Radiant Dragon Squad's instructor definitely won't think that way. Who knows, maybe a few people will die during training. If you want, I can hand you over to that guy too, as long as you say the word. Diha immediately became nervous. Grand Circulation, this subordinate is Vice Grand Circulation Diha of the Radiant Dragon Squad. According to squad leader's words, I might actually die if I stay there, so this subordinate absolutely does not want that. This subordinate is Vice Grand Circulation Diha of the Radiant Dragon Squad, and according to squad leader's words, people might really die staying there, so I definitely refuse. The scene shifted to Madram Lord's Radiant Camp. Feng Yan spoke to the others. After the battle with Blood Heaven Usura last time, I deeply realized one truth: we're only strong against wandering martial artists and drifters. Once we decide to follow young master Jin Murin, then we must become strong enough that we never have to bow our heads before any martial artist in all of Sichuan. Hu Yong also spoke up. Everyone already personally witnessed what squad leader did for us at the Black Blood Gang. I swear I'll bury my bones right here in Madram Lord. Jian Yu continued, I'll also devote my life to this place. Squad leader will definitely lead us to even higher realms. Ju Cho agreed, I'll walk this path together with everyone too. The remaining people all began shouting one after another. I'll do the same. I'll bet my life on the Radiant Dragon Squad. Me too. Please let me stay in the Radiant Dragon Squad. Good, then let's advance together. Let's all train hard together. Among the crowd, only Han Kyung sat in one spot nervously clutching his stomach. My stomach hurts so badly I can't even speak anymore. I must have eaten something weird. I'm going crazy here. I can't miss this atmosphere though. Right at that moment, Hu Yong walked over and patted his shoulder. Han Kyung, don't overthink things too much. Let's keep walking this road together. Han Kyung was already struggling to hold himself together, and that shoulder pat nearly made him lose control completely. Feng Yan spoke up once more. We all know squad leader is not someone who shows mercy to enemies, and traitors will be treated even more brutally. So if anyone wishes to leave, this is your only chance before we all swear our loyalty. Those who wish to follow squad leader, stand up. The moment he finished speaking, Han Kyung slammed the table and stood up. The others all looked at him in confusion. Does Han Kyung have some other plan? He did not say another word, simply grabbed his saber and walked outside. Before leaving, he coldly threatened them. Anyone here who dares to go outside, I'll cut them down no matter the reason. Everyone stood there frozen, confused out of their minds and understanding absolutely nothing. So Han Kyung has a grumpy side too, huh? Looks like Han Kyung has also shown his determination to walk together with us now. Exactly, that's what suits the title of Radiant Dragon Squad Leader. Come on, Squad Leader gave us a short half-month vacation, after that comes hell training. Let's enjoy this wonderful time together. And in the end, the entire Radiant Dragon Squad confirmed their participation in the training. At Madram Lord's Hidden Forest Institute, autumn had truly arrived. Yes, father, the winds have become very different now. Cho Pyeongchun stood by the window with his hands behind his back. I wonder how the weather in Chengdu is now. That boy has probably arrived already. Cho Mugang burst into laughter. Ha ha, so father has been thinking about that brat Jin Murin after all. Cho Pyeongchun continued. It's already been quite some time since Jin Murin led the Radiant Dragon Squad away from Yeongjong, hasn't it? If only that brat would send back even a little news. Cho Mugang took out a letter and placed it on the table. A letter arrived this morning actually. It seems everything is going smoothly. Cho Pyeongchun quickly grabbed the letter and opened it. The squad leader of Madram Lord's Radiant Dragon Squad respectfully sends greetings to the Forest Lord through this letter. Just from reading the first sentence, Cho Pyeongchun could not help but laugh. Ho ho, so that rude little brat actually knows how to greet people too. Thank you for approving this sudden journey of mine. Reviving Madram Lord is something that absolutely must be done. The Radiant Dragon Squad's journey toward Chengdu has gone very smoothly. It is all thanks to the half-month vacation that Forest Lord rewarded the entire squad with after the Ding family manor mission. By the time Forest Lord receives this letter, autumn has likely already arrived. Please take care of your honored health against the cold winds. Once I reach Chengdu, I will send news again. After finishing the letter, Cho Pyeongchun looked surprised. That's all, there's nothing special in here at all. Cho Mugang replied, the thing is that brat Jin Murin left behind all the war horses before departing. Cho Pyeongchun became even more shocked. What? How can they travel such a long distance without horses? Cho Mugang confirmed, yes, that child truly is something special. Cho Pyeongchun raised his head toward the sky. Ha ha ha, this time Jin Murin is definitely plotting something somewhere again. Radiant Dragon Squad, have a safe journey. Cutscene back to Jin Murin's side. The gates of hell have opened, now run. Anyone who dares stop, I'll personally chop off that bastard's arms and legs. Jianghu, you octopus-headed brat, sadly you only have 2 legs. If you don't want them chopped off, then run already. The 10 slowest people will perform great circulation together with the vice squad leader. The group cried out helplessly. Squad leader is seriously trying to kill all of us here. Great circulation with the vice squad leader. Isn't that basically volunteering for death? Since you already know that, move those legs faster. Today we're crossing 4 mountain peaks. At Bukgak Mountain west of Yeongjong, Diha was drenched in sweat as he thought to himself. 15 days of reforming Madram Lord martial arts together with squad leader. No, with young master completely drained every ounce of my strength. I used every bit of power in my body to continuously perform great circulation. Everything was going quite smoothly, but the closer we got to the final days, the more relaxed my body strangely began to feel. Alongside the great circulation came lightness skill training, and now this process had reached its 6th day. Everyone was gradually exhausting themselves to the point they could barely move anymore, yet Dan Ryo HWA could still keep up with young master, truly worthy of being Shenlong's daughter. While moving, Yongchu suddenly realized something and flinched. Squad leader, ah no, Heavenly Lord, are we perhaps going to meet Bukgak Fortress Lord? Jin Murin sent a voice transmission explaining. Didn't I say you, me, Dan Ryo HWA, and Diha would go to Chengdu together? Other than that brat, who else could help me ignite fighting spirit in these little kids? Yongchu worriedly replied, Bukgak Fortress Lord is a bit terrifying. Can this subordinate maybe not go there? Jin Murin sighed, Yongchu, just shut your mouth and follow me already. By the 6th day, the group had completely left Sanction behind. Other than the time needed to replenish their depleted internal energy, the Radiant Dragon Squad minimized sleeping and eating as much as possible while traveling. During the first 3 days, they had repeatedly wanted to scream out for a little rest. But when they thought about Han Kyung's determination, the entire squad clenched their teeth and endured. During the next 3 days, everyone felt like they were about to die. Yet not a single one of them voiced a complaint. They clearly had chances to stop because this was their own choice, not something forced on them by squad leader. Just like that, 6 days passed by. The Radiant Dragon Squad began feeling shocked by themselves. They had crossed what they thought was already the limit of their bodies. Their arms and legs were moving far better than they ever imagined possible. Jin Murin silently sighed in admiration. Keep enduring it, because the upcoming training will be several times more horrifying than this. If you hesitate during that process, then you won't survive future battles either. And so, on the 10th day, the Radiant Dragon squad finally left Yungjung. The feet of the entire squad were covered in blisters, and their gums had been clenched so hard they bled. At last, after a journey overflowing with suffering, the whole squad finally reached their destination. Diha spoke toward Jin Murin. "Young master, we've arrived at the final mountain peak." Jin Murin nodded. "Yeah, Diha, you've worked hard too." Diha suspiciously glanced around. "But the real destination is here. No matter how I look at it, this place is just a canyon beneath a towering mountain with steep cliffs. Looking at this canyon feels like we're getting closer and closer to death itself." Dan Ryo HWA also asked suspiciously, "Young master, what exactly are we doing at this canyon?" Jin Murin replied, "The death Diha spoke of is this canyon itself. The place we need to reach is exactly beneath this canyon. Gather the entire squad here immediately. We're going down there right now." Yongchu silently sighed to himself. "I really don't want to come back to this place at all, but it seems there's no other choice." The only place nearby that could avoid the eyes of the world and still be suitable for training the Radiant Dragon squad was Bukgak Fortress. Jin Murin stood there observing for a moment before waving his hand once. A gust of wind appeared and blew away the thick fog. Beside the cliff, a staircase hidden within the mist slowly revealed itself, stretching all the way down to the valley floor. Everyone was stunned by the sight. This place actually has a heavenly stairway, a space hidden beneath fog and cliffs. It could truly be called a fortress granted by heaven itself. Jin Murin turned back toward them. "I know everyone has already worked hard, but we've only just arrived near the destination. Down below is a place where no light reaches, so none of you will be able to see ahead. Until your eyes adapt, everyone hold tightly onto the clothes of the person in front of you." The group then began descending downward. Following Jin Murin's instructions, they grabbed onto the clothing of the teammate ahead of them and descended in a line. Dan Ryo HWA walked behind Jin Murin while silently analyzing things. Young master's aura became completely different the moment he arrived here. His eyes looked as though they were mourning someone. A carefully hidden stronghold. Yes, very likely the place I'm entering right now is Hidden Valley. Very soon, a village beneath the cliffs appeared before everyone's eyes. So beneath the cliffs, there's actually a space like this. This place is as vast as an entire village. Not only that, there are traces of human life everywhere too. To be precise, this really was a village. Squad leader, where exactly is this place? There are traces of sword techniques and people living here. We want to know where we've arrived. Jin Murin held his head and sighed. This place, in the past, it was practically hell itself. Now it has been completely forgotten forever. Innocent people who lived in a place untouched by light died at the hands of those who turned away from the truth. If you can continue this journey, you will soon learn the truth yourselves. But those who cannot will also soon be forgotten in this place. The people who needed to arrive have finally arrived. Everything officially begins now. Feng Yan asked suspiciously, "Squad leader, the thing you just said." Jin Murin interrupted him. "That's right, closed door training. Until everyone completes the training I've prepared, this place will become the hell of the entire Radiant Dragon squad." Hu Yong nervously broke out in cold sweat. "Hell." Yongchu patted his shoulder and warned him, "You'd better remember this well. Everything you see and hear in this place is only allowed to exist inside your own heads. Otherwise, I will personally kill that person." The group frowned while staring at him and thinking to themselves, "Yongchu seems to know something." Seeing such a serious expression from him, completely different from usual, only makes me even more curious. Jin Murin reassured them, "No need to be so tense. If it's the people here, then you'll definitely survive this hell somehow." Feng Yan, Hankyong, Jucho, Hu Yong, and Jian Yu, all squad leaders, stepped forward. "I will now head to Chengdu. After everyone finishes things here, come find me." Feng Yan froze in shock. "Squad leader, aren't you going to travel together with us?" Jin Murin replied, "I have something I need to handle first, so I must leave ahead of you. Starting today, all of you and your subordinates will train in this." A pile of secret manuals was quickly carried over by someone. The group hurriedly stepped forward to inspect them. "What is this? Why does it look like martial arts manuals?" Jin Murin explained. "These are Madram Lord martial arts that were modified specifically to suit all of you. If you can master them, you'll reach a realm far beyond where you are now." Hu Yong looked stunned. "Wait, squad leader, Madram Lord even has archery techniques too?" Jin Murin held out his hand. "I knew you react like this. Bring me a bow." Hu Yong quickly brought him a bow and handed it over. Jin Murin held the bow while sinking into thought. A terrifying wave of energy then spread out from his body and flowed directly into the bow itself. Hu Yong panicked. "Squad leader, do you need arrows too?" Jin Murin burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you're sharp. You even guessed what I was about to do. But if I use actual arrows, too many people might die. Hurry and step back." Hu Yong retreated while silently thinking to himself. Squad leader's father was a hunter, so does that mean he's also a hunter? The aura around the bow in his hands was absolutely extraordinary. He was clearly a divine archer, or at the very least a legendary bow master. I thought squad leader was only a swordsman who knew he even understood archery too. Jin Murin looked at them and smiled. Other than the rear ranks, the remaining 4 squad leaders from this moment onward do everything you can to kill me. The group froze upon hearing that. Squad leader, what are you talking about? Jin Murin repeated himself. Not sparring until someone almost dies, I mean actually kill me. Was what I said really that hard to understand? A terrifying pressure immediately exploded out from his body and slammed toward them. Everyone felt utterly confused inside. What the hell is going on? Can a human really release this much killing intent? Feng Yan was the first to draw his sword. Looks like squad leader wasn't joking at all. He seriously wants us to kill him. The moment he finished speaking, Ju Cho already charged forward with his spear. Jin Murin silently thought to himself, so Ju Cho is the first one charging in. The bow is both a simple and extremely complicated weapon. He then drew the bowstring, using internal energy itself as the arrow before taking aim. Even Dan Ryo Hwa's jaw dropped at the sight. There's obviously no arrow there, so how is the bowstring even pulled? Jin Murin quickly released the shot. Every single energy arrow struck Ju Cho, who was charging toward him. Jin Murin warned him, Ju Cho, you already died once just now. Dan Ryo Hwa felt shock exploding inside her mind. Is that the phantom divine archer art? That's impossible. Didn't Master say the divine archer died during the Great War? If what I heard is true, then that was clearly the martial art of the divine archer. Jin Murin quickly fired another shot once more. Feng Yan also leaped forward at that moment. Don't retreat, I'll support you. Close the distance and seize the advantage. Jin Murin on the opposite side similarly charged forward. That's not a bad judgment. Everyone, come at me together. The group broke into cold sweat. He's charging toward us while holding a bow. Jianghu took the lead and thrust his staff forward. Jin Murin easily dodged by shifting his body aside. On top of that, he even caused Ju Cho to fall flat on his back. The next one to attack was Ju Cho. Jin Murin still dodged effortlessly, then hooked the bow around his neck. Just like that, the second person was easily taken down. Next came Feng Yan and Han Qiong together. Hu Yong observed from the side while silently analyzing. He clearly could have maintained distance, but squad leader intentionally closed the gap. Looks like this isn't ordinary archer combat. Behind young master's movements, what if there had actually been arrows in that hand? Ju Cho's leg tendons would probably already be severed by now. What martial artist would hesitate to approach an archer? But what if that archer showed he could completely dominate close combat too? Then the real purpose of the archer is not to make the opponent approach, but to make the opponent hesitate even once about entering close combat. Hu Yong suddenly understood. And during that hesitation, one arrow through the enemy's opening is enough. After confirming that, Jin Murin charged forward once again. You must engrave this image into your mind. This is the path of the archer that Hu Yong will walk from now on. Feng Yan and the others were immediately struck by arrows. If those had been real arrows, we would have died 3 times already. Hu Yong's jaw dropped open. Is this really archery? Jin Murin explained, for an archer, close combat is poison. But in the end, it's a poison you'll inevitably have to drink sooner or later. Hu Yong clasped his hands respectfully. Squad leader, this subordinate understands your teachings now. Jin Murin reached over and grabbed an arrow from his waist. Good, but truly absorbing that lesson won't be easy. Every arrow only has meaning if it reaches its target. He quickly fired the arrow once more. The target was not anyone among the group. The target was a tiny mouse hidden deep within the cave wall far away. Hu Yong was shocked inside. Squad leader didn't fire because he knew there was a mouse there. It was only the moment he turned around and drew the bow that he identified the target. Jin Murin handed the bow back to him. You must always be ready to shoot, even while sleeping. The enemy won't wait for you, and don't only think about targets your eyes can see. The martial art I modified for Hu Yong is the shooting technique and footwork used by the strategist. The martial arts of the other squad leaders will each have their own unique specialties too. All of you will definitely become a level stronger. If you carry the name Radiant Dragon Squad, then it has to be this way. Hu Yong, a wandering archer after joining the Great Sword Sect, although his strength had been acknowledged, always carried the thought that his martial arts could never improve any further. For people who had realized that martial arts had already become their very identity, meeting Jin Murin was no different from the miraculous fate encounters they only heard about in myths. Feng Yan knelt before Jin Murin. Since the incident at Ding Family Manor, this subordinate has already made up his mind. Feng Yan, born from the flowing Azure Sword sect of Henan, swears loyalty unto death to squad leader. The others also hurriedly knelt down. Han Qiong, born from Great Valley of Guizhou, swears loyalty unto death to squad leader. After that, the entire group loudly expressed their loyalty one after another. Witnessing this scene left Dan Ryo Hwa completely stunned, speechless. Yongchu and Diha smiled in satisfaction. After letting them finish speaking, Jin Murin spoke again. Exactly 3 months from now, a brat even scarier than the Grim Reaper will come looking for all of you. Even though mastering the manuals within that time is impossible, you'd better struggle with everything you've got before meeting that brat. Don't die, I hope everyone survives and we meet again. Jin Murin temporarily parted ways with the Radiant Dragon Squad, and the autumn journey toward Chengdu officially began. As soon as they reached the mountain peak, Yongchu worriedly asked, "Squad leader, will they really be alright? Those brats are still weak." Jin Murin replied, "That's exactly why I handed them over to that guy. If they can survive under his hands, the Radiant Dragon Squad won't fear anyone anymore." Yongchu still looked worried. "That's exactly the problem, sir. How many people can actually survive under Fortress Chief Beak's hands?" Jin Murin explained. "Beak Carrion won't come alone. Several people from Bukuk Fortress will assist too, so don't worry too much." Yongchu cupped his fists. "This subordinate understands. Then I'll head to Westliang Valley to prepare supplies before returning to the village." Jin Murin nodded. "Alright, go ahead." Diha also spoke up at that moment. "Squad leader, the area around that village was covered in traces of fierce battles. Was that place truly Hidden Valley?" Jin Murin did not hide it. "That's right, it used to be called Westliang Valley. 12 years have already passed since this place was attacked by the martial world. There's a reason why Westliang Valley was intentionally left in ruins. Westliang Valley, once home to hundreds of people, has now become a dead land nobody visits. Yet Hidden Valley lies between Shanxi and Sichuan, an extremely secret location perfect for training. Have the two of you ever visited one of Sanction's mountain fortresses before?" Diha and the others were startled. "Why would we ever go to such a terrifying place?" Jin Murin replied. "Then that works out perfectly." Dan Ryo Hwa's jaw dropped. "What do you mean perfectly? Young master, don't tell me." Jin Murin waved his hand. "Now I'll let the two of you witness Sanction's mountain fortress for yourselves." Sanction had dozens of mountain fortresses scattered across the world, and the place Jin Murin was heading toward was one of the 8 major fortresses managed by a grand fortress chief. After repeatedly venturing deeper into Bukuk Mountain Valley, they finally reached their destination. Diha, drenched in sweat, asked, "Squad leader, don't tell this subordinate that even the fortress members don't know what the Heavenly Lord looks like. The face of Sanction's Heavenly Lord has always been a secret, right? Are we really going to be okay?" Jin Murin burst into laughter. "Ha ha, my subordinates aren't that foolish. Like I said, the place we're heading to now is one of the 8 mountain fortresses managed by a grand fortress chief." After walking a little farther, the group suddenly sensed something unusual. Dan Ryo Hwa warned them, "Someone's here." Diha looked puzzled. "Miss, did you notice something?" Jin Murin glanced at her in admiration. As expected, this young lady is incredibly sharp. Very quickly, a figure appeared before them. "The Heavenly Lord has arrived. Bukuk Fortress respectfully greets the Heavenly Lord." Diha was shocked inside. The movement technique of this person was even faster than the squad leaders of the Radiant Dragon Squad, and someone like that was only standing guard at the gate. Jin Murin rubbed the other person's head. "Brat, you've grown fast," Gajiong excitedly replied. "This subordinate heard that Heavenly Lord came to the demonic forest. Have you been well all this time?" "All right, I want to meet the fortress chief." "Yes, this subordinate will guide the way, haha." Dan Ryo Hwa and the others stood frozen in disbelief. Was this really Sanction, a place that had never allowed outsiders to enter or even visit? And yet now, somehow, I've become a member of a place like this. When I went to investigate the rumors about the Faceless Mountain King, even when I came to Sanction, I never expected anything, because he was originally just an unknown martial artist. But beyond all expectations, I truly met the Faceless Mountain King. And now I'm even heading together with him towards Sanction's mountain fortress. Thinking that, she spoke up. "Young master, since young hero Diha has become one of Sanction's people, that's understandable, but is it really alright for me to come along like this?" Jin Murin burst into laughter. "The Heavenly Lord personally brought you here himself. Who would dare complain about that?" She was about to say something, but Jin Murin quickly cut her off. "I'm not kidnapping you to threaten Whirling or anything, so you don't need to worry so much." Dan Ryo Hwa pouted. "Young master really enjoys teasing people." Jin Murin casually asked back, "Miss, you probably already know that Sanction's mountain fortresses moved away from Hidden Valley, right? Then naturally, you should also know how terrifying Sanction truly is. I genuinely want someone like you to see that this place is where people actually live." Diha did not believe it at all. "Lies, just getting here already nearly exhausted me to death, so how could people possibly live in such an isolated land? Thanks to the great circulation, I managed to surpass my own limits. I thought I had become stronger because of Hidden Moon demonic energy. Yet while chasing these monsters, I still had to use all my internal energy. Now I finally understand why squad leader left the Radiant Dragon Squad behind. I heard that this young lady had a fierce battle against Chung, yet there wasn't even the slightest sign of exhaustion on her face right now. Could it be that she was also suppressing her strength to hide her identity, just like young master? Seeing him panting heavily, Dan Ryo HWA turned around and asked, "Young hero Deha, are you all right? Do you need me to help you?" Deha hurriedly shook his head. "No need, miss. If you say that, then I really will become the weakest one here." Ga Jiong, walking ahead, mocked him. "Heavenly Lord, that guy who just spoke is weak, huh?" Jin Murin agreed. "Yeah, he's really weak." Deha complained, "Squad leader, this subordinate can hear everything, you know." After traveling for quite a while, they finally arrived atop a cliff, and below them was a village hidden deep inside the gorge. Dan Ryo HWA was astonished. So there's actually a place like this inside Bukuk Fortress. Jin Murin turned around and urged them to hurry forward. "Congratulations to the two of you for becoming Sanction's very first guests. This place is Bukuk Fortress of Sanction. Although the scale differs a little compared to H. Warling's main headquarters, it's not inferior at all. Besides the smaller mountain fortresses, Sanction actually has 8 major fortresses like this." Very quickly, a group of people below came out to greet them. "Greetings to the Heavenly Lord." Jin Murin smiled. "Hello, everyone. Where's T-Gun?" One person answered. "The fortress chief just happened to return recently. He's currently waiting inside the fortress." Jin Murin nodded. "All right then, let's hurry inside. I'm starving." Dan Ryo HWA was shocked once again. What an incredible aura. People like this are only guards on watch duty. She quickly walked beside Jin Murin and quietly asked, "Young master, may I ask something? I'm truly too curious to keep pretending to be polite anymore. What kind of positions do people like these hold within Sanction?" Jin Murin did not hide it. Aside from Ga Jiong, these people are reserve members responsible for protecting the fortress and outer security patrols. They're all people who still haven't fully mastered Sanction's martial arts. Dan Ryo HWA became even more shocked. "Reserve members?" Jin Murin looked puzzled at her exaggerated reaction. "Just how exactly were you taught about Sanction's strength back at H. Warling?" Dan Ryo HWA explained. "I heard that not only the commanders but every single member of Sanction is stronger than the leaders of small and medium sects." Jin Murin asked again. "So you already knew that beforehand, then why are you so shocked now?" Dan Ryo HWA sighed inwardly. "Of course, because I never expected those exaggerated rumors to actually be true. Sanction's martial artists carry the martial arts that once threw the world into chaos. But their numbers are no longer as great as in the past. This Bukuk fortress only has a little over 100 official martial artists. The newer recruits assigned to guard duty don't count." As soon as the group entered the village, the townspeople hurriedly ran outside. "It's the Heavenly Lord. The Heavenly Lord has arrived. Greetings to the Heavenly Lord." Jin Murin warmly greeted them. "Why did everyone come out here? If you all keep doing this, I might stop visiting, you know." A little boy panicked. "Heavenly Lord really won't come anymore." Jin Murin rubbed his head. "I was joking, you little rascal. Have you eaten yet?" The boy's mother warmly stepped forward. "Heavenly Lord just happened to stop by, right? Our family only has simple food, but if Heavenly Lord doesn't mind, please come eat at our home." Jin Murin pointed toward Dan Ryo HWA and the others behind him. "Thank you, sister-in-law, but I need to meet the fortress chief first. Please help guide these two for me." He then waved goodbye to everyone. "All right, everyone, go back to your work now. Thanks, everybody." The woman smiled at Dan Ryo HWA and the others. "You two came with Heavenly Lord, right? I'll guide you. Please come this way." Dan Ryo HWA thought to herself, "These people look very simple and humble. Supporting this many people must require an enormous amount of money. And Sanction doesn't only have this one fortress either, which makes it even more difficult. Turns out I was just a flower raised inside a glass cage all along." Meanwhile, Jin Murin quickly arrived at the Cloud Peak together with Baek Karyeon. "The woman you brought has a different smell from us," Jin Murin asked back. "There are people who smell the same as us." Baek Karyeon chuckled. "Well, the demonic cult and the blood cult are pretty similar anyway. Heavenly Lord is even more scheming than I am, so anyone similar to Heavenly Lord can only be some great devil king." Jin Murin sighed. "You brat, I already sent them into West Liang Valley. I have things to handle and no time, so I'm leaving those kids to you." Baek Karyeon looked interested. "Martial artists from the demonic forest, huh? How far do you think you can push them?" Jin Murin reminded him. "No need to teach them martial arts, they'll learn that themselves. But you must turn them into people who, with just one command from me, will charge into battle even if the opponent is the strongest person under heaven." Baek Karyeon sighed in admiration. "That's one hell of a difficult job. But how many of those brats am I allowed to kill there?" Jin Murin frowned and stared directly at him. After a moment, he punched Baek Karyeon once. "No. Yongju has really grown attached to those little brats. If you kill them, that guy will get furious." Baek Karyeon continued. This subordinate heard about him tagging along behind Heavenly Lord like a puppy. that overly emotional way of living of his really never changes. Jin Murin reminded him once more, no matter what, the demonic forest needs those brats. I'm counting on you for this. Beak Carrion answered seriously. Since Heavenly Lord has spoken, this subordinate will do his utmost. But there's something even more important this subordinate wishes to report. The martial world of Tibet has been making some very suspicious moves. Jin Murin looked slightly surprised. Tibet, isn't that place surrounded by mountains, making travel extremely difficult? Beak Carrion continued. Even so, that region is where the Potala Palace and the Blood Cult operate, so this subordinate has always kept an eye on it. Over the past few months, several groups of bandits have wandered around Nam Bin. Jin Murin blinked. Bandits, you killed them all already, right? Beak Carrion smiled warmly. Yes, they crossed the line, so this subordinate wiped them out completely. Jin Murin sighed. You really are no different from Yongchu. The moment something annoys you, you slaughter everything clean. Beak Carrion explained. This subordinate is different from him, all right. I listened to their complaints first before killing them. This subordinate left one leader alive for questioning and in the end extracted information that they came from Tibet. They had been forced to choose between the Blood Cult and the Potala Palace. Whichever side they chose, if they failed, they would still have no way to survive, so they fled here instead. Most likely, not long ago, a massive war broke out in Tibet. The Potala Palace and the Blood Cult have always restrained one another. Since Sichuan's martial world is so close to them, there's a high chance we'll get dragged into the mess too. But if one side manages to unify Tibet's martial world, then the story changes completely. If one side truly wins, then Sanction will definitely become the next target. Beak Carrion confirmed. Exactly. The corners of Jin Murin's mouth curled upward with great interest. Now that's some useful information. Scene shifts back to Dan Ryo, HWA, and the others. They were still following the woman around while exploring the village. After observing for a while, she finally could not hold back anymore and asked, there seem to be far fewer men here compared to other villages, right? The woman explained, many people died protecting the women and children. There are many children here who never even got to see their fathers' faces. Dan Ryo, HWA, apologized awkwardly. I'm truly sorry for asking something I shouldn't have. The woman comforted her. It's all right. If we stay chained to the past, we can't move toward the future. The children can now grow up without worrying about anything, and all of that is thanks to Heavenly Lord and Sanction. Dan Ryo, HWA, thought to herself. Everyone around here places absolute trust in young master. A kind of absolute faith that not even evil mind control arts could ever create. To them, the safety of Heavenly Lord matters more than anything else. Now I finally understand why the identity of the faceless Mountain King can never be revealed to the martial world outside. And besides, with this level of loyalty and military strength, if he truly wanted to, he could have bathed the martial world in blood long ago. Yet everyone here is simply living peaceful, ordinary lives. No, not Jin Murin, it should be Sanction instead. They truly do not want war to happen. That evening, she walked to the mountain peak and stood beside Jin Murin. The sun set so quickly. Miss, have you eaten yet? Dan Ryo, HWA, replied. Although the food was simple, it was filled with warmth. I truly enjoyed the meal. Young master, it seems you really are someone who likes manipulating the actions of others, huh? Jin Murin burst into laughter. Haha, how could I possibly make others follow my will? Miss thinks too highly of me. Dan Ryo, HWA, refuted him. No, back at Ding Family Manor, I clearly had no other choice but to follow young master, because I had to determine whether young master would bring disaster upon the martial world or not. Sanction is not a threat to this world. Exactly as young master intended, today I witnessed that truth with my own eyes. Now I finally know that everything young master told me back at Ding Family Manor was the truth. Jin Murin sighed in admiration. Then I suppose I should feel grateful for earning the trust of such a young lady. I am completely different from that foolish sect leader of the 8 Desolation sect. I only want them to live like ordinary people. Dan Ryo, HWA, worriedly said. But the victims of the blood karma still haven't abandoned their desire for revenge. So in the future, young master still intends to walk this thorn-filled path. Jin Murin smiled. Sanction has been doing just fine until now and will continue doing fine in the future too. What in this world is ever easy anyway? Hearing those words, Dan Ryo, HWA, froze for a moment. Jin Murin glanced at her. I've answered all your questions already, so now you'll bring those answers back to Jiangnan, right? Before leaving, have a drink with me. Dan Ryo, HWA, shook her head. I'm not going anywhere. I already know that young master and Sanction do not harm this world, but to those who survived the blood karma, that truth doesn't matter. If young master's identity is exposed, this world will fall into chaos once again. She reached out and grabbed his hand. I will protect young master. That is what I truly desire right now. Even if people do not know Sanction's real story, if young master walks beside me, the daughter of Shenlong who once saved the world, then perhaps they will reconsider. Jin Murin was completely stunned by both her actions and her words. Dan Ryo Hwa's determined expression said everything. She truly meant it with all her heart. You really are abnormal. Young master has no right to say that to me. 2 days later, Jin Murin and the others finally left Bukuk Fortress. Baek Karyeon and his subordinates came out to see them off. Heavenly Lord is heading to Chengdu, Jin Murin replied. Before that, I need to stop by one place first, then I'll head to Chengdu. I'm leaving those brats from the Radiant Dragon Squad in your care, Baek Karyeon nodded. Although time is short, this subordinate will do his best. Miss, please take care of our Heavenly Lord for us. He acts all careful outside, but Heavenly Lord skips meals all the time. Dan Ryo Hwa cupped her fists. Understood, Fortress Chief need not worry. She secretly admired him inwardly. As expected of one of the 7 lords under heaven, among everyone here, his killing intent was the most dangerous of them all. Baek Karyeon and his brothers also cupped their fists. Then we wish you all a safe journey ahead. Jin Murin waved his hand. See you again. While walking, Dan Ryo Hwa suddenly flinched because Baek Karyeon secretly used voice transmission to warn her. Young lady of the Peace Ridge. If anything happens to the Heavenly Lord, this world will go through a second great chaos. Jin Murin noticed her strange expression and asked suspiciously, Hey, what's wrong? Dan Ryo Hwa jolted and replied, Chief, that man used voice transmission and called me the woman of Peace Ridge. Could it be that he already knows my identity? Jin Murin shook his head. No way, he's probably just making wild guesses, so don't worry about it. That guy's heart has always been darker than burnt charcoal anyway. Dan Ryo Hwa let out a breath. I understand now. On the way to Chengdu, we're stopping by the Northern River Blade sect, right? Jin Murin confirmed. That's right. I need to make them owe us a favor before we leave. Dan Ryo Hwa secretly thought to herself, the young master must be planning to return the banknotes he recovered from Ding family manor not long ago. Thinking of that, she asked, young master means the 2.99 million silver taels, right? Jin Murin shamelessly blurted out the number 2 million. Dan Ryo Hwa grabbed his collar to stop him. Why does the number keep getting smaller and smaller? Jin Murin sighed. Honestly, I still have to be a filial son and take care of my troops too. 2 million is already enough to make the Northern River Blade sect deeply grateful. Dan Ryo Hwa secretly pondered. After the Golden Righteous Martial sect would be the Northern River Blade sect, one of the factions located in Nanjing County at the crossroads between Yeongjong and Chengdu. The star-breaking blade art of the Northern River Blade sect was famous for being an overwhelmingly domineering martial art. The Northern River Blade sect was also a sect that had never wavered no matter what happened. This was truly a good opportunity to make that sect owe them a debt, but moving at this pace, it would probably take another whole day just to reach Nanjing County. Thinking of that, she told everyone to stop. Jin Murin asked in confusion, what is it? Dan Ryo Hwa gave her suggestion. It's already late today, let's stay at an inn and continue tomorrow. Even if we go now, we'll arrive at bedtime anyway, so there won't be much chance to talk. But if we arrive in the morning and hand over the money, won't they end up thanking us all day long? Even Jin Murin had to smack his lips in admiration. That's seriously wicked, you know. Dan Ryo Hwa became excited. I learned it all from young master. Jin Murin advised her, calm down, I was complimenting you. Young lady Dan really has the scent of the Radiant Dragon Squad now. Dan Ryo Hwa became thrilled. Really? Ho ho. Jin Murin reminded her, young lady, that last sentence actually wasn't a compliment. The scene shifted elsewhere. The sect master's condition is not good at all. Is there really no other way? A sickness of the heart is truly the most dangerous kind. What are we supposed to do now? This person was the young sect master of the Northern River Blade sect, Li Hwan. The person beside him spoke up, young sect master, the people we sent to Bajong to gather information have returned. Li Hwan showed slight surprise and let out an ah before asking, Ding family manor, what happened there? The man explained, the culprit Blood Heaven Usura has been eliminated. The manor lord and his entire family were rescued, and it was the young master of the demonic forest, the one who overthrew the great sword sect, who saved them from danger. Li Hwan sighed, is that so? That young master is truly remarkable. Everyone being safe is such a relief. Meanwhile, on our side, we still don't even know who the culprit is. Talk about embarrassing. The amount of money the Northern River Blade sect borrowed from the Sichuan Alliance by mortgaging their fields, shops, and estates had reached 800,000 silver taels, while the money borrowed from friendly factions had risen to 1,500,000 taels. If they fail to repay it, they will be kicked out onto the streets. The current situation of the Northern River Blade sect is truly miserable, and it just so happens that the regular payment to the Alliance is also due now. If I could resolve this matter, I would willingly sell my soul to the devil. Seeing his expression, the man spoke again. The sect master has already collapsed from the shock. I know the young sect master is extremely troubled right now, but at times like this, you must become even stronger. Let's talk about something else, young sect master. Is everything going well with the Seven Sword Squad? Li Huan clenched his fists. All I can feel is a wall. The man's jaw dropped. A wall. Li Huan confirmed, that's right, it's the invisible wall between the great sects and the medium and small factions. We're supposedly in the same alliance, yet the treatment between fellow rising stars is completely different. The man sighed, they are the powerful forces that have ruled Sichuan for hundreds of years. That wall will not collapse easily. We can only accept it. I only hope the young sect master can return safely, that's all. Li Huan laughed bitterly. Haha, that's only if I still have a place to return to. The man watched his back and secretly sighed. The young sect master is deeply troubled about leaving the sect master and the disciples behind just to return to the Sichuan alliance. If things continue like this, then what meaning is there in joining the Seven Sword Squad anymore? At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and said, young sect master, even if the sky collapses, there will surely still be a way to survive. I will definitely find some solution somehow, so please don't worry too much. Li Huan smiled, thank you, head steward. The next morning, while the head steward was checking the account books, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Head steward, are you there? The head steward asked in confusion. What happened so early in the morning? The servant replied, guests have arrived, sir. They said they wished to meet the sect master, so this subordinate came to report it. The head steward was surprised. Guests, where are they from? They said they are from the demonic forest. The head steward became even more shocked. Aren't the demonic forest people the ones who resolved the Ding family manor incident? Quickly bring them inside. He hurriedly fixed his clothes and walked outside, secretly reminding himself that their escape route had finally arrived. Please come inside, everyone. I am this sect's head steward, Zhang Yang. I am Jin Murin of the demonic forest. Zhang Yang was startled inwardly. Jin Murin, the very young master who brought down the great sword sect and resolved the kidnapping incident at Ding family manor. Could this young hero know about the kidnapping case of our Northern River Blade sect? Perhaps the young master has brought news about the culprit. After thinking for a moment, he said, the sect master is currently unwell. I'm sure you all already heard the news upon entering the village. The sect master needs complete rest at the moment, so I will represent him in receiving our guests. TR letter 1EA7N Vu immediately continued. I'm sure you have already guessed it. During the process of resolving the incident at Ding family manor, I heard about the Northern River Blade sect's situation, which is why I came here. May I ask how your sect's condition is now? Zhang Yang lowered his head and sighed. To be honest, the 3 million silver taels taken away by the culprit have pushed our sect into utter misery. We may even have to rip the pillars out of the house just to repay the debt, and that's not even a joke anymore. The sect master has collapsed and the young sect master is temporarily taking his place, but today he already has to return to the Seven Sword Squad of the Sichuan Alliance. The debt we currently owe has reached 2,300,000 silver taels. Even if the Northern River Blade sect were to disappear right now, nobody would find it strange. Jin Murin did not say much and simply reached into his chest to pull out some banknotes. Please accept this. Zhang Yang froze. What is this? The moment he realized it was banknotes worth 2 million silver taels, he was utterly shocked. Jin Murin raised his tea and took a sip while secretly thinking to himself. I never intended to return the remaining 1 million at all, because people should receive rewards worthy of the effort they put in. But once you play, you've got to play big. Thinking that, he reached into his sleeve once again and pulled something else out. It's truly unfortunate, but that guy only had 2 million silver taels inside his clothes. And this is additional support that our forest lord wishes to offer the Northern River Blade sect. 40,000 silver taels may not be much, but we hope it can still help your sect a little. If there is nothing else, then I shall take my leave. Seeing that he wanted to leave, Zhang Yang hurriedly stood up to stop him. Wait a moment, young master, are you really giving us this money? And even adding another 400,000 silver taels on top of that. Jin Murin glanced at him. The Northern River Blade sect has long been considered a model example throughout Sichuan. Our forest lord feels deeply sympathetic toward the misfortune your sect has suffered. If we can help your sect even a little, our forest lord's heart will feel much lighter. Zhang Yang tightly held the banknotes while secretly analyzing the situation. The Sichuan demonic forest crushed their rival inheritance sect, the Great Sword sect, then dealt with the 3 villains under heaven, rescued Ding family manor, and even returned the money to their sect. They were righteous and kind-hearted people, completely different from the so-called rising stars of the Sichuan alliance who only knew how to boast loudly. The demonic forest truly had obtained a true dragon. Thinking that, he spoke once more. Young master, I cannot simply let you leave like this. Please wait a moment. I will immediately report this news to the young sect master. On the other side, Li Huan had already packed his belongings and weapons, preparing to depart. Father, your child must now return to the Seven Sword Squad. I will do my best to seek help from the noble sons within the squad, so please take care of your health. At that very moment, Zhang Yang suddenly rushed in. Young sect master, now is not the time for crying around like this. The young master of the demonic forest has come to our sect. Li Chuan hurriedly reminded him. Head steward, lower your voice a little. The sect master is here. Zhang Yang waved his hand. I know, but the young master of the demonic forest recovered the money from the culprit and returned it to us. Li Chuan froze in shock after hearing that. What do you mean by that? Even the old man lying unconscious on the bed waiting for death suddenly sat upright after hearing this news. Head steward, is that really true? This old man was Li Jiangmyong, the sect master of the Northern River Blade sect. The head steward confirmed, yes, sect master, they gave us 2,400,000 silver taels. Li Jiangmyong instantly recovered from his illness, jumped off the bed and ordered, quickly bring my formal robe here. I must personally welcome these honored guests. Li Chuan stood there completely dumbfounded with his mouth hanging wide open. Am I dreaming right now? Li Jiangmyong, the sect master of the Northern River Blade sect, quickly combed his hair, changed clothes, and rushed out. Every shop and estate was no different from the lifeblood of the Northern River Blade sect disciples. In order to save himself after being kidnapped by the culprit, the entire sect's fortune had vanished into thin air, and the guilt he carried was beyond what words could possibly describe. To Li Jiangmyong, a man who had already prepared himself for death, the young master who returned the stolen banknotes was no different from a life-saving benefactor. The moment he rushed over, he immediately knelt down. Thank you, benefactor. Truly thank you so much, benefactor. He had finally seen a ray of light at the end of the road. Jin Murin hurriedly helped him up. Sect master, this is a bit too much. Please stand up quickly. All of this was ordered by our forest lord. Li Jiangmyong continued. I know, but I also know it was the young master himself who captured the culprit. Young master is the benefactor who pulled our sect out of the swamp of despair. I truly thank you so much. Jin Murin advised him. Many people always see sect master as the sturdy pillar of the Sichuan alliance, so I hope you recover quickly. Of course, once I recover, I will definitely head to Yungjong first. Li Chuan stood there blankly while looking at the young man before him and thought to himself, a humble and dependable man. If the Sichuan alliance also had someone like this, things would have been completely different. The three of them then simultaneously cupped their fists. Our Northern River Blade sect will absolutely never forget today's kindness. As long as the demonic forest needs us, we will rush over immediately. Jin Murin also cupped his fists. Thank you, sect master. I will definitely convey your words back to Chongqing through a letter. Li Jiangmyong asked in confusion. A letter? Benefactor will not be returning to Yungjong. Jin Murin confirmed. That's right, this junior is currently on the way toward Chengdu, where the Sichuan alliance is located. Li Jiangmyong suggested, please stay here for a few more days before leaving. I cannot let honored guests leave just like this. Jin Murin shook his head. The road ahead is long. I must depart immediately. I hope sect master understands. I will visit again once your health recovers. No matter how much the old man tried persuading and inviting him to stay, Jin Murin still decided to leave right away. Li Chuan, who was standing to the side, suddenly leaned over and whispered softly into his father's ear. After hearing it, the old man excitedly exclaimed, That's wonderful. Benefactor, my son also happens to be heading toward Chengdu, so I hope you will allow him to accompany you. Li Chuan hurriedly cupped his fists and introduced himself. I am Li Chuan of the Seven Sword Squad of the Sichuan Alliance. The young sect master of the Northern River Blade sect greets young master. Our sect still has one carriage left. I will personally drive the carriage for everyone, so please allow me to escort benefactor to Chengdu. Jin Murin inwardly let out an interested oh. Looking at this guy's eyes, he was truly worlds apart from that brat from the Tang clan. He did not refuse and instead smiled while accepting. Then I'll have to trouble the young sect master. The group immediately departed afterward. Li Jiangmyong and the servants came outside and loudly saw them off. Li Chuan, you must escort young master safely to his destination. Li Chuan happily replied, Yes, father, please do not worry. I will definitely escort young master there safely and soundly. Li Chuan, the young sect master of the orthodox Northern River Blade sect of Sichuan, officially joined Jin Murin's group on their journey toward Chengdu. The distance from Nanjing County to Chengdu was fairly far, so they could not let Li Chuan handle the coachman duties alone for such a long journey. Diha had to shove Li Chuan, who strongly refused, inside the carriage before taking the coachman's seat himself. While driving the horses, he secretly thought to himself, Great circulation meditation, can I please rest for one day today? At that moment, Jin Murin suddenly stuck his head out and ordered, Diha, later switch shifts with Yong Chu and come inside to continue the great circulation for me. Diha had barely enjoyed his happiness for a moment before sadly sighing again. Yes, young master. Sitting inside the carriage, Li Chuan asked, Benefactor, has the demonic forest already established a branch office in Chengdu? Jin Murin froze. Established a branch office in Chengdu? I'm not sure yet. But perhaps it's already time to restart the Chengdu branch office. The address is written inside here. Does the young sect master know this place? Li Chuan quickly opened the letter to take a look. Benefactor, the demonic forest's branch office is really located here. Jin Murin asked again, is there some problem, young sect master? Feel free to share it. Li Huan stroked his chin thoughtfully. That is an old building that has been abandoned for a very long time. If I remember correctly, that place is actually a branch headquarters of the beggar sect. Jin Murin's jaw dropped open. Young sect master is talking about the beggar sect from the 9 sects and 1 gang. Li Huan explained, that's right, they have been settled there for several years already. Jin Murin asked suspiciously, everyone knows the beggar sect belongs to the Central Plains Martial Alliance, so why did they establish a branch office in Chengdu? Li Huan explained further, although Sichuan rarely interacts with other regions, it's not to the point of completely cutting off relations. Besides that, around Sichuan there are also Tibet and the southern barbarians, so they established a branch there to gather information about the martial world beyond the borders. Dan Ryo HWA, who was sitting to the side, also spoke up. I heard the beggar sect has eyes and ears everywhere, but why was that branch office placed inside the demonic forest's branch estate? Li Huan replied, it seems the place had been abandoned for so long that people mistook it for an empty ruin. But the beggar sect still has its pride after all. If Benefactor explains things clearly, they will probably hand it back. Jin Murin put away the documents. What kind of pride does a bunch of beggars even have? They're the type to go begging at mountain bandit forts too. Li Huan asked in confusion, are you really just going to let them occupy the place like that? Jin Murin remained extremely calm. So what if they occupy it? That building is way too old anyway. I was already planning to build a new branch office. After traveling for quite some time, the group finally arrived at Chengdu. The atmosphere there was incredibly lively, and the trade business was bustling everywhere. Diha could not help blurting out, this place is seriously lively. Li Huan continued, this is the gathering place of all merchants and goods throughout Sichuan after all. Welcome to Chengdu everyone. Jin Murin thanked him, young sect master has worked hard, thanks to you we were able to arrive here safely. Li Huan politely cupped his fists. It was my honor to escort Benefactor. Jin Murin then asked, young sect master is heading back to the Sichuan Alliance now, right? Li Huan confirmed, yes. I must return to the 7 Sword Squad to report in. Benefactor, no, young master, may I ask whether the demonic forest plans to join the Sichuan Alliance? Jin Murin secretly pondered, look at this guy. He didn't answer immediately and only said he still didn't know yet. For now, I want to settle the branch office matter first. Li Huan spoke seriously, I serve within the 7 Sword Squad of the Sichuan Alliance. Although I am not in a position that can provide much help, if young master needs anything, I will rush over immediately. Jin Murin waved his hand. Alright then, let's part ways here. Young sect master, hurry along now. Li Huan turned around. There is someone I want young master to meet, so we will surely meet again soon. When that time comes, let's have a proper conversation. Jin Murin nodded. Alright, I wish young sect master the best of luck. Diha, you've also worked hard. You had to circulate the great cycle while also acting as the coachman. Diha laughed awkwardly. This subordinate is slowly getting used to it now. Jin Murin stretched his body, but no matter what, we still need some rest. Let's find an inn first before checking the branch office. Dan Ryo HWA agreed. That's true, the later it gets, the harder it'll be to find a place to sleep. After passing through the central avenue connected in a cross shape, there was a fairly quiet road, and since their target was the beggar sect branch, finding it was relatively simple. Looking at the building before them, the group sighed in amazement. They said this building was old, but honestly speaking, it's basically a haunted house. It's completely understandable why the beggar sect mistook this place for an abandoned ruin. Yongchu spoke up and asked, should this subordinate call the gatekeeper? Jin Murin shook his head. No need to waste effort on something pointless like that. Ever since we entered Chengdu's gates, 2 beggars have been tailing us already. Information spreads among beggars even faster than the wind. They already know we've arrived here, so let's just go in. The moment they pushed open the door and entered, a beggar inside was also reporting to his superior. Branch leader, wake up, we have guests. The man still lay there lazily. What kind of guests would a bunch of beggars even have? Who is it? It's the young master of the demonic forest. The branch leader looked shocked. You mean the guy who rescued Ding Family Manor not long ago? Why did he come here? Did you open the door for him already? No sir, we only knew because we were keeping watch. This man was Jiok Magi, the branch leader of the beggar sect in Chengdu. Am I a cow or a dog that I have to meet everyone who comes looking for me? Then again, I guess that's true too. Fine, let him in. Before the beggar could even carry out the order, Jin Murin had already walked inside. I'm already here. The beggar became angry. I told you to wait outside first. Jiok Magi also spoke up. You rude brat, I am Jiok Magi, the branch leader here. Why did you come? Jin Murin replied, it seems the beggar sect and our forest have some misunderstandings, so I came here personally. Jiok Magi looked confused. What misunderstanding? It seemed he already knew about it too, so he secretly sighed to himself. What was meant to come had finally arrived. Jin Murin explained, although it has been left empty for a long time, this place originally belonged to the demonic forest as an estate many years ago. You people should leave this place immediately. Jianghu snapped back, don't feel like it. Who dares to kick us out? Jin Murin refused to back down in the slightest. I dare, now get the hell out of here immediately. Jianghu coldly snorted. You, kick us out if you can, but I don't feel like leaving. The two immediately fell into a heated argument. I told you to leave already. Why are you acting exactly like a beggar? Because I really am a beggar. Deha froze on the spot and thought to himself, is this really a conversation between a beggar sect branch leader and one of the 10 great experts under heaven? Jin Murin tossed out the document. This is the official proof that this place belongs to the demonic forest estate. Read it and then shut your mouth. Jianghu quickly opened the document and read it. This document is definitely authentic. Fine, I won't deny that this place belonged to the demonic forest estate a very long time ago. Jin Murin asked again, so are you leaving now, you beggar? Jianghu remained stubborn. Sorry about that, but we're not leaving. Dan Ryo HWA could not hold herself back anymore and stepped forward. You already confirmed the document yourself, so how can you still talk like that? Jianghu shouted, this young lady is really strange. We came here 10 years ago, settled down and protected this place, and now you people suddenly show up and tell us to leave, so we're just supposed to walk away. Dan Ryo HWA glanced around and secretly thought, trash piled up like mountains like this is what he calls protecting the place. Jianghu continued rambling endlessly. Besides, it's freezing outside right now. We're not going anywhere. Not leaving means not leaving. How about this? The estate belongs to you people. We'll just stay here. That should be fine, right? Jin Murin smirked. Sure, let's do it that way. Jianghu burst out laughing. Ha ha, then we're not leaving anywhere. Did you really just agree to that? Right after that, he suddenly flinched. What's that sound? Jin Murin calmly replied, what sound? Obviously, it's the sound of us tearing down the house. I was planning to rebuild this place anyway. Jianghu cursed angrily. Damn it, do you think you'll live peacefully after doing this to a beggar sect branch? Jin Murin coldly snorted. Ridiculous, you just admitted with your own mouth that this place belongs to the demonic forest, didn't you? We're just tearing down our own house. Whether you stay or not is your business. Jianghu froze and thought to himself, Jin Murin of the demonic forest, all the information about him was completely wrong. Not only does he not care about righteousness, but he's even thicker-skinned than a beggar. He's a lunatic driven by practical benefits who doesn't care about anything else. I need to revise the information and quickly report it to headquarters. Jin Murin spoke again. Hey beggar, I'll give you one final chance. That guy outside demolishing the house has incredible stamina. Tearing down this entire building won't even take him much time. So I want to offer you a way out. Do you want to hear it? Take a bath once every day, and from now on the beggar sect's information must also be shared with me. As long as you agree, I'll provide food and lodging for all of you. Jianghu became so angry that his teeth nearly shattered from grinding. Jin Murin did not care and continued, yeah, I figured this would be difficult. Inside, he secretly thought, of course a mere branch leader of the beggar sect wouldn't have that kind of authority. Jianghu immediately started bargaining. Bathing once a day is too hard, how about once every 2 days? The beggar standing beside him felt so wronged that he almost burst into tears. Jin Murin did not push things too far and immediately agreed. He had successfully reclaimed the Chengdu branch estate of Sichuan. Jianghu finally accepted the young master's proposal. He had already vaguely seen the future where the disciples would be forced to live miserably under bridges in straw tents. In the end, the condition he negotiated was bathing once every 3 days instead of every single day. By taking advantage of the beggar sect's information network, Jin Murin successfully found workers to rebuild the branch estate. He was not lacking in money, so completing the construction of 2 halls within a single month was entirely possible. At last, the demonic forest finally began rebuilding the Chengdu branch estate. Standing beside Jianghu, Jin Murin asked unhappily, aren't you bathing? Jianghu answered while stuffing rice balls into his mouth, it's only been 2 days, I'll bathe tomorrow. Jin Murin advised him, you people should think positively too. From your perspective, this is actually a good thing, right? In this world, who else would provide food and lodging for a bunch of beggar sect beggars like I do? You won't need to worry about your disciples starving anymore. I get the information I want, so isn't this a win-win situation for both sides? Jianghu secretly thought to himself, this young master's brain is definitely not normal. He kicked us out onto the streets and then destroyed his own house. Looks like the rumor about him killing Blood Heaven Usra in Pajang County was not just empty hype after all. Jin Murin continued, I heard branch leaders who get exiled outside the Central Plains are usually people who got crushed in the internal headquarters. Why did you end up in Sichuan? Jianghu picked up the wine and took a gulp. My master was an elder of the beggar sect. Jin Murin became even more confused. A disciple of an elder should have had a better chance of climbing up within the Central Plains branches, though. Jianghu explained, normally that would be true. The problem is that my master was one of the people who plotted rebellion together with the 8 Desolation sect during the Great War. When the rebel side lost, my master and the other elders all died at the hands of the sect leader at the time. I was lucky because I knew nothing, so I managed to keep my life. As for what happened afterward, you can probably guess it easily. Jin Murin inwardly sighed in amazement. Even here there are people harmed by the blood calamity. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, don't you want to return to the Central Plains? Jianghu flopped onto the ground. Central Plains, my ass, I'd already consider it lucky if my subordinates could just eat their fill. Jin Murin clasped his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. Help me from now on. As long as you follow me, one day you may be able to return to the Central Plains. Jianghu frowned and secretly thought, this guy is seriously arrogant. There are only 2 types of people who can say words like that. Either they are major figures capable of shaking the martial world, or they clearly won't survive for many more days. Sadly, nobody has ever belonged to the first category. Jin Murin suspiciously glanced at him. What did you just say? Jianghu smiled. Nothing at all. Inwardly, he thought, this is interesting. I really want to see how long your confidence can last. Jin Murin continued, then let's consider the negotiations finished. I want you to do one thing for me now. Bring me the fastest runner you've got. Jianghu looked confused. Fastest runner, we do have one, but what for? Jin Murin pulled out a document. That's right, and not just normally fast either. Pick the fastest one you have. You people need to pay back your meal money somehow. Jianghu sighed and sat up. After a short while, Dong Chagi had arrived. This beggar Dong Chagi greets the young master of the demonic forest. Jin Murin returned the greeting. Nice to meet you. How long would it take to deliver a message to Yongjiang? This one is quite fast. If I take shortcuts, I can reach it in 20 days. The reconstruction of the branch estate progressed rapidly after nearly every available worker in Chengdu was called in to help, making the building speed far faster than expected. After sending Dong Chagi to Chongqing to deliver the message, Jin Murin began training in Sang Horan's light transformation sword. If I want to build a future for the demonic forest, then I can only deal with the rising stars using the light transformation sword. Thanks to the special support, Diha had also mastered the hidden dark true river sword. Yong Chu and Dan Ryo HWA sparred together to train as well. Jianghu loudly shouted toward the disciples, you little punks, it's time to pay back your meal money already. The beggar sect beggars also began training again. Once the problems of food and shelter were resolved, they had far more free time. However, most of the information gathered by the beggar sect was still just rumors passed around by travelers. Every day they would spend 2 hours gathering information, while the remaining time was used to practice martial arts. Just like that, 1 month quickly passed by. The scene shifted back to 1 month earlier. After hearing Dong Chagi say it would take 20 days to travel, Jin Murin immediately took something out. Good, deliver this to the demonic forest headquarters for me. The young man looked at the object in confusion. Young master, this looks like a letter, but what is this thick shoe for? Jin Murin replied, it's your travel allowance, don't starve on the way. The young man hurriedly cupped his fists. This lowly one will run with all his strength. Jianghu, standing to the side, sighed helplessly. Whose subordinate are you supposed to be exactly? Jin Murin burst out laughing. Ha ha, I'm counting on you, move as fast as possible for me. In the blink of an eye, winter had arrived. During this period, the carpenters in the city were all free. Thanks to that, the 2 halls were completed earlier than expected. The Chengdu branch estate of the demonic forest had finally reappeared after many years of absence. One day, Li Huan came to visit. Ha ha, come over here quickly. Is the tea good? Tea from benefactor is naturally delicious. Jin Murin looked annoyed. Stop calling me benefactor all the time. Rumors sure spread fast too, huh? You are the first guest of this place. Li Huan smiled happily. Then it is truly an honor for me. The moment I heard the demonic forest branch estate was completed, I immediately rushed over. But how exactly did young master persuade the beggar sect? Jin Murin answered calmly. I simply had a peaceful conversation with them. By the way, the friend who came with young sect master looks very familiar. Wearing the same uniform too, are you both from the 7 Sword Squad? The young man hurriedly cupped his fists. I am Xin Piang, the young sect master of the Golden Righteous Martial Sect. My father already told me everything. Thank you, young master, for helping our sect. Jin Murin continued, you really resemble your father, hurry and sit down. Li Huan spoke again, young master, not long ago the 3rd young master of the Tang clan came looking for you. Jin Murin nodded. Tang Wu, what did he say? Li Huan explained. He did not say much, he only kept apologizing before leaving. Jin Murin sighed in admiration. Looks like he's become much more clear-headed now. Xin Piang smiled. The news about him acting righteously and saving people has already spread to Chengdu too. He's no longer showing off dramatically anymore, it seems he has changed a lot. Jin Murin then asked, interesting. Has the Tang clan made any moves? If anyone asks, just tell them the rumors are true. Xin Ping lowered his head. Father already instructed me about that as well. However, there's one more matter. Seeing him hesitate, Jin Murin ordered, "Stop stuttering around and spit it out already." Xin Ping cupped his fists. "Young master, the Tibetan martial world is making unusual movements. Please join the Sichuan alliance." Jin Murin made a puzzled expression. The Tibetan martial world, did something happen? Xin Ping explained, the blood cult and the Potala Palace jointly rule the Tibetan martial world, but they are preparing for war now. This is confidential information, so nobody else knows about it yet. Jin Murin secretly sneered. "If you people already know it, then what kind of secret is it anymore?" He then asked again, "Who did you two hear this from?" "This information came from an acquaintance of mine working in the secret pavilion." Jin Murin pretended to look surprised. Getting information from the secret pavilion is definitely not an easy thing to do. Xin Ping explained, although the four great core sects tend to look down on medium and small factions, not all of them are like that. According to that person, the war has already been completely decided. Sichuan and Tibet are separated by the Great Snow Mountain Range, so they do not interact frequently. But if those people are targeting the Central Plains, then they will definitely have to pass through Sichuan. Judging by their movements, if war really breaks out, the four central factions of the Sichuan alliance will clearly use us as sacrificial pawns. We need the strength of the demonic forest, so please, young master, step forward and help us. Jin Murin secretly agreed. That's right, if war truly breaks out, the first ones to die will definitely be the medium and small factions. If I were the alliance leader of the Sichuan alliance, I would also minimize the losses suffered by the large factions as much as possible, and use the medium and small factions to gain advantages from smaller battles. Although it still has not regained the position it once held in the past, after swallowing up the Great Sword sect whole, aside from the four great sects, the demonic forest now possesses the greatest strength in all of Sichuan. Naturally, they would want a demonic forest like that to join the Sichuan alliance in order to strengthen their own position. Although I understand your intentions, there is no way the secret pavilion, a place formed by the four great sects, would casually leak such important information. They are definitely using tricks to drag the demonic forest into the upcoming war. The demonic forest does not have a good relationship with the four great sects, the people currently controlling Sichuan. They also know the demonic forest is trying to win over the medium and small factions, and that we cannot easily refuse the other side's request, which is why they sent you two here and intentionally leaked secret pavilion information. As expected, those bastards really know how to scheme. Ever since hearing news about Tibet from Beek Carrion, I already predicted the Sichuan alliance would try to pull the demonic forest in. Even the reason I sent Dong Chagi to Chongqing was because I was already fairly certain they intended to approach our forest. I just didn't expect them to use this method. Thinking that, he suddenly burst into loud laughter, leaving Li Eichuan and Xin Ping completely stunned. Jin Murin held his head with a slightly troubled expression. "If I refuse, then I will completely lose the favor of the medium and small factions. But if I agree, then once war breaks out, the demonic forest will fall into a dangerously deep pit." Interesting, this is truly interesting. In that case, there is only one thing left for me to do here, raise my price. After finishing his thoughts, he slammed the table and stood up. "You two should head back now. The demonic forest will not join the Sichuan alliance." Li Eichuan and Xin Ping were so shocked they could hardly believe it. "Young master, we know this matter is definitely not simple, but for the demonic forest, this is also a huge opportunity." "That's right, young master, if the medium and small factions can unite as one, then even the four great sects will not be able to look down on us anymore. If young master agrees, then we will definitely do our utmost to restore the demonic forest's former glory from the past. Young master, please reconsider." Jin Murin coldly laughed. All the medium and small factions wholeheartedly treating the demonic forest as their center. Heh, that is only the wishful thinking of you two. Xin Ping continued. "Although it may be like that for now, the other factions will definitely come to agree with us eventually." Jin Murin continued, "If people with different intentions appear, then joining forces will only cause competition between factions. Gathering strength while holding different opinions only brings bad results. Besides, the danger level of this matter is extremely high, which is why I have absolutely no desire to join the Sichuan alliance. If every other faction truly agrees, then come back here after obtaining everyone's approval. At that time, I will reconsider." After saying that, he turned around and escorted the guests out. Li Eichuan and Xin Ping stood there sadly sighing. "We really were too hasty. Thinking about it now, everything young master said was completely correct. For now, let's head back first and gather everyone's opinions." Jin Murin watched their backs as they left and secretly analyzed the situation. If the Sichuan alliance truly sees the conflict in the Tibetan martial world as the beginning of a war in Sichuan, then naturally they would want another sharp blade for themselves. Moreover, this matter is not simply about reducing the losses of the four great sects. If the Sichuan martial world falls into war while only the demonic forest manages to preserve its strength, then what do you think will happen? That's why even if I reject them once, the Sichuan alliance definitely will not give up. If you want someone to willingly walk into a trap, then you need to offer bait worthy enough for them to dive in headfirst. Those two will definitely gather everyone's opinions and return again, unless they want to die as mere tools, which is a different story. I need to use this opportunity to gather the medium and small factions into the palm of my hand. Thinking that, he turned his head toward Yongchu. Why are you grinning like that? Go guard the gate properly for me. Yongchu scratched his head. Yes, sir. The scene shifted elsewhere. I heard the young master of the demonic forest already finished building the Chengdu branch estate. That's the kid who captured Blood Heaven Asura, right? From what I can see, he's definitely not just empty fame. Could it be that he really defeated Blood Heaven Asura? Tang Mungyong, the heavenly poison flying scholar, replied, of course he wasn't fighting alone, but he is definitely someone with real ability. The person opposite him then asked, then what about the rumor saying he didn't do it himself? There's no need for us to go around boosting the demonic forest's reputation anyway. Han Chenwal, the alliance leader of the Sichuan alliance and the #1 expert of King Cheng, the heaven-breaking sword, laughed. Hehehe, the demonic forest, this is truly interesting. I thought that place had disappeared forever, yet somehow it managed to appear again like this. The things I need to forget, I've already forgotten, but sometimes the wound on my back still throbs painfully. 40 years ago, I was charging forward in victory, but in the end I suffered defeat at the hands of the sword cultivator Cho Piengchen. That old man is already 1 foot in the grave now, yet he still managed to raise such an interesting child. Tang Mungyong spoke again. Recently there have been 2 youngsters in the 7 Sword Squad acting very actively. They want the medium and small factions to follow the demonic forest. Han Chenwal then asked, any new information about the blood cult? Tang Mungyong suddenly fell silent without speaking. The old man sighed, you're intentionally hiding it from me, aren't you? Looks like the situation is not very good. Tang Mungyong explained, the blood cult has won the war against the Potala Palace. The balance in Tibet has officially ended, and in the end they could no longer be satisfied with that barren land. Han Chenwal's expression turned serious. They will definitely come to Sichuan. Tang Mungyong continued, that's right, we cannot underestimate the blood cult's military strength. We need to minimize losses as much as possible in the coming war. That is why the Sichuan alliance needs the rising wings of the demonic forest. Han Chenwal nodded. If the demonic forest does not cooperate, then after the war ends they will become a major problem. It is highly possible the title of Sichuan's supreme ruler will return to their hands. Tang Mungyong seriously said, exactly, if we can use the medium and small factions as sacrifices, then we can further solidify the dominance of the 4 great sects. Alliance leader, we absolutely must drag the demonic forest into this war. Han Chenwal frowned. What if we manage to do that but the war never actually happens? If the demonic forest gathers all the medium and small factions under itself and then nothing happens afterward, that would also be very troublesome. Tang Mungyong's lips curled upward. We are the ones holding the knife handle, so only we have the power to act. If war does not happen, then we will create a war ourselves. There's no shortage of targets around Sichuan for us to fight anyway. Han Chenwal sighed, it's truly fortunate that you are on my side. What if the demonic forest refuses the offer? What are you planning to do then? Tang Mungyong praised him. Alliance leader predicts matters like a god. Those 2 youngsters were rejected and already returned. We were the ones who reached out first, so the other side is obviously trying to raise their price. Han Chenwal spoke again. You should officially send people there. Tang Mungyong nodded. I already sent 2 high-ranking senior masters over there. Han Chenwal praised him. As expected, you really know how to push things forward. Tang Mungyong chuckled. We cannot give him too much time to think. Those 2 youngsters probably already shook his resolve this morning, so there should not be much difficulty anymore. We just need to wait for good news from the 2 senior masters. Ha Zhongbo, the divine sword of the Dianking sect, walked while sighing in admiration. Ho ho, the demonic forest, it really has been a very long time. This fate is quite strange indeed. Kang Yuelt of the King Cheng sect continued. This poor Taoist could not refuse senior brother's request, which is why I came here. But honestly speaking, I truly do not know whether this is the right thing to do. We really are shameless for coming to seek them out like this. Ha Zhongbo agreed. That's right. When the demonic forest fell into decline, we all turned our backs on them. Although it may sound unpleasant, the Sichuan alliance truly needs the strength of the demonic forest. Since we are already here anyway, let's go inside and talk first. The moment they knocked on the door, Yongchu opened it and stuck his head out, coldly asking, who is it? Ha Zhongbo instantly broke out in sweat and thought to himself, what kind of appearance is this? Is the demonic forest using mountain bandits as gatekeepers? Even though he thought that, he still politely introduced himself. Greetings, this poor Taoist is from the Dianking sect. Before he could even finish speaking, Yongchu interrupted him. Diankang what? A Taoist priest? I'm not looking to have my fortune told. After saying that, he decisively slammed the door shut. The two men were left standing there dumbfounded by his actions, mouths hanging wide open without understanding what had just happened. Did we hear wrong just now? Did he just call us fortune tellers? Ha Zhangbo scratched his head and laughed. Ho ho, this is actually fine too. I wasn't interested in this matter from the start anyway. We got kicked out at the door, looks like we simply have no fate together then. Let's head back. The two quickly turned around and left without any hesitation. Inside the courtyard, Jin Murin walked over and asked, "Did someone come earlier, Yongchu?" Yongchu replied, "It was some fortune tellers. This subordinate already chased them away." Jin Murin looked a little puzzled. "You've been acting strange lately. I haven't seen you causing trouble anymore. Looks like you really suit being a gatekeeper." Yongchu smiled. "Young master, this subordinate always does his assigned tasks properly." Jin Murin waved his hand to stop him. "All right already, later there will be guests from the Sichuan Alliance arriving. Make sure you guide them properly." Yongchu confidently patted his chest. "Leave it to this subordinate." The scene shifted back to the Sichuan Alliance. Tang Mungyong stood there dumbfounded. They got kicked out at the door. Ha Zhangbo and Kang Yuwalt hurriedly explained themselves. "We did not even get inside, so we could not say anything at all. Anyway, we already tried our best. If there is nothing else, then we will take our leave now." Tang Mungyong wiped away his sweat. "Wait a moment first." From behind him, Han Chenwal suddenly burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, looks like you just got slapped with a gigantic melon to the face." Tang Mungyong sighed. As expected, he is not someone who can be judged through rumors alone. The schemes used to overthrow the Great Sword Sect, the strength to eliminate Blood Heaven Asura, and now even kicking guests out at the door. It seems I really underestimated this child far too much. Han Chenwal asked again, "So what are you planning to do next?" Tang Mungyong replied, "Next, it will be the Seven Sword Squad's turn. By now they have probably already unified their opinions. There's a saying about visiting the humble cottage 3 times, so perhaps the squad leader himself will personally step forward this time to see what kind of answer that child will give." This man was Yuk Gunmyong, the squad leader of the Seven Sword Squad of the Sichuan Alliance, and he truly had arrived at the Demonic Forest Branch estate. He warmly greeted Yongchu. Yongchu immediately snapped back with an irritated tone. "I'm Yongchu, what exactly did you come here for?" Yuk Gunmyong explained, "I obviously came to speak with your young master. Hurry and open the door already." Yongchu still stood there blocking the path. Young master instructed that unless someone from the Sichuan Alliance comes, the door stays closed. Yuk Gunmyong sighed helplessly. "You idiot, I am from the Sichuan Alliance." Yongchu flinched after hearing that, and immediately stepped aside to let the other man enter. Jin Murin was inside the courtyard watering the plants, and after seeing Yuk Gunmyong walk in, he suspiciously asked, "Who's this? Looks about the same age as me." Inwardly, he was extremely confused. Strange, at the very least they should have sent some old elder-level figure instead, right? Yuk Gunmyong chuckled, "Ha ha, young master really is as handsome as the rumors say. Greetings, I am Yuk Gunmyong, you are Jin Murin, correct?" From behind, Yongchu angrily sent a voice transmission to Jin Murin. "This guy, been talking arrogantly the whole time, should we just kill him already?" Jin Murin calmly advised him, "Relax, let me first see what kind of person he is." Yuk Gunmyong, the squad leader of the Seven Sword Squad, and Jin Murin, the leader of the Radiant Dragon Squad. This was the very first meeting between the two leaders. After thinking for a moment, Jin Murin finally reached out and shook the other man's hand. "Nice to meet you, I'm Jin Murin. If I remember correctly, I already said I wasn't joining the Sichuan Alliance, right?" Yuk Gunmyong replied, "I know. I was just curious what kind of person you are, so I came here myself." Jin Murin once again analyzed him inwardly. Pretty straightforward, huh? So the Sichuan Alliance has someone like this too. His aura was completely different from those other guys. This one was definitely unusual somehow. Yuk Gunmyong asked again, "You rejected the Sichuan Alliance's offer?" Jin Murin made a confused expression. "Me? When did that happen?" Yuk Gunmyong asked again, "Didn't you slam the door in the faces of the 2 elders from the Orthodox Martial Institute? That rumor has already spread all across the Sichuan Alliance." Jin Murin flinched and looked at Yongchu. "Someone came here," Yongchu innocently answered. "Nobody came though." Jin Murin snapped, "Think carefully if you don't want to die." Yuk Gunmyong also spoke up. "Yongchu, the Orthodox Martial Institute is where all the old masters from the various sects gather. Didn't 2 old men come here?" Only then did Yongchu remember something. "Alright, there were 2 weird fortune teller looking guys, but I chased them away." Jin Murin helplessly grabbed his head. "Go call those beggar sect guys and have them guard the main gate for me." "Good grief, my poor head," Yuk Gunmyong chuckled. "Jin Murin, looks like you've really been through a lot." Jin Murin continued, "Exactly, living with guys like these is exhausting. You've already seen my face now, so you should head back too." Yuk Gunmyong stroked his chin. "No, I've changed my mind. I have to bring you back to the Sichuan Alliance no matter what." Jin Murin's mouth fell wide open. That suddenly, Yuk Gunmyong explained, 2 old Taoists representing the 4 great sects already came to this place. Even though they hadn't even made their offer yet, they still got the door slammed in their faces. Jin Murin smiled inwardly. Looks like this guy isn't simple either. Yuk Gunmyeong continued, I've already heard all the details from Lee Hwan and Shin Pyong. You told them to unify everyone's opinions about making the demonic forest the central organization. But think about it carefully, we can give you something those old men from the Orthodox Martial Institute never could. Jin Murin let out an interested sound. And what would that be? Yuk Gunmyeong clenched his fist. The absolute support of the medium and small sects. We will support you unconditionally without the slightest doubt. No matter what the demonic forest does, if the demonic forest agrees to become our center, then we'll gladly entrust our backs to you. Jin Murin frowned. Lee Hwan and Shin Pyong are successors of their sects, so that's understandable. But do the other rising talents really have the authority you're talking about? Yuk Gunmyeong explained, of course there are members in the Sword Squad who don't hold special positions in their sects, but every single one of them is someone their sect highly values and their influence is far from ordinary. Once the war ends, the spearhead of the victors will definitely point towards Sichuan. Can you really protect all the medium and small sects? Jin Murin sighed, Captain, you're asking the wrong question. They're not children who can't walk unless they're holding hands. The issue isn't whether I can protect them or not, it's whether they're willing to stand together and fight as one. Yuk Gunmyeong burst into laughter. Ha ha, you're right. I simply don't want to become a sacrificial pawn for the four great sects in this war. Jin Murin, fight together with us. Jin Murin clasped his hands behind his back and looked into the distance while thinking deeply. From the start, I never expected to earn the favor of every medium and small sect in a single attempt anyway. But if I can at least get 3 or 4 groups to support the demonic forest, then for the rest, all they need is to join and see the results for themselves. Thinking that far, he finally agreed. Yuk Gunmyeong excitedly asked again, you really mean it? Jin Murin confirmed, that's right, but you must deliver my request to the Sichuan Alliance. This is the letter I originally intended to give to the old Taoists from the Orthodox Martial Hall. We are the demonic forest after all, how could we bow our heads and join like everyone else? Deliver this letter to the Alliance leader. Yuk Gunmyeong accepted the letter. As expected, nothing in this world comes easy. Then I'll come find you again soon. See you later. After saying that, he quickly left. As soon as he left, Dan Ryo HWA also came out from inside. Young master who came here, Jin Murin glanced at her. You should have come out a little earlier. A very interesting brat just showed up here. Dan Ryo HWA explained, I had already sensed a very unusual aura. He's a martial artist from Sanction, right? Jin Murin widened his eyes. What are you talking about? Seeing his reaction, this time it was Dan Ryo Hwa's turn to freeze with her mouth hanging open. He's not from Sanction. His aura was clearly very similar to the people I met at Hidden Valley not long ago. Jin Murin thought to himself, Yuk Gunmyeong, I already noticed that he was hiding something. But Dan Ryo Hwa's sharp senses and my ability to detect aura through inner energy are different. His aura path was completely different from the other brats in the Sword Squad. Now I finally understand the reason. He's even more interesting than I thought. After reading the contents of Jin Murin's letter, Tang Moon-young could not help grinding his teeth in frustration. Jin Murin really is more interesting than I thought. Hanshin Wall, standing nearby, burst into laughter with great amusement. Tang Moon-young glared at him and shouted, Alliance leader, now is not the time to laugh like that. Hanshin Wall laughed until tears came out. Sorry about that, but when the Sword Squad captain brought this letter, you must have been full of expectations. This child truly is extraordinary. That only makes us even more certain of the necessity of the demonic forest. If you want the demonic forest to join the Alliance, then on the first day of next month, Alliance leader, bring the invitation letter personally to my residence. Honestly, I never thought there would come a day when I'd receive a letter like this. If he managed to learn about the movements of the Tibetan martial world through the Sword Squad, then he has probably already guessed the situation on our side as well. Tang Moon-young nodded. Good, very good. From the handwriting and content alone, you can tell he is extremely confident. He knows he is an exceptional child. Compared to some clueless brat who doesn't know his place, a child like this is far better. Alliance leader, although it may be troublesome, please do as he asks. Hanshin Wall sighed, so we're the ones taking the loss here. Tang Moon-young explained, it may be true for now, but later on they will regret it. Hanshin Wall chuckled, at least they didn't ask me to come all the way to Yungjong. At this level, it's not that difficult. Fine then, I'll personally go there. Tang Moon-young nodded, thank you, Alliance leader. Jin Murin, oh Jin Murin, you've really gone all out raising your own value. You're neither the demonic forest lord nor an elder. Yet as a mere rising talent, you dared to slam the door on the old masters of the Orthodox Martial Institute and even summon the Alliance leader personally. You've completely crossed the line of propriety. Soon enough, rumors about your lawless arrogance will spread all across Sichuan. You'll probably feel a little embarrassed then, huh? Meanwhile, over at the demonic forest side in Yungjong, Dong Chagi had also delivered the letter to Cho Mugang. Cho Pyeongchun nervously asked from beside him, "What did the kid write? Is Murin eating properly at least?" Cho Mugang chuckled. "Ha ha, as usual, that brat arrived in Chengdu and immediately started causing another huge commotion." Right at that moment, a voice came from outside. "Forest Lord, the branch master of the secret line has arrived." Cho Mugang hurriedly ordered his subordinate to let him enter. Moon Kangjiu, the branch master of the secret line, quickly walked inside. "Forest Lord, did you summon this subordinate?" Cho Mugang glanced at him. "Have you already gathered information about the Sichuan alliance?" Moon Kangjiu replied. "Of course, sir." Cho Mugang instructed, "Starting today, block all of their messenger pigeons." Moon Kangjiu smiled. "Looks like the young master is preparing to stir something up again. This subordinate will carefully instruct the others." Cho Pyeongchun beside them also burst into laughter. "Ho ho, blocking all messenger pigeons? Anyone seeing this would think we're in the middle of a war." Cho Mugang replied, "Well, it's pretty close to that anyway. By the way, this little brother here is a disciple of the beggar sect, right?" Dong Chagi, who had been sitting there panting for breath, immediately jumped in surprise. "Ah yes, that's correct, sir." Cho Mugang smiled. "You've traveled a long way and worked hard, so rest a bit before leaving. I should at least do what an uncle of Jin Murin ought to do. Right now, I'm heading to Chengdu." Cho Pyeongchun burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, I know exactly what's going on now. Bring the Vice Forest Lord along with you too. When you meet the Martial Alliance leader, remember to send him my regards." Cho Mugang nodded. "Understood, father." After that, he went outside alone, establishing the Chengdu branch residence and taking over the beggar sect branch headquarters. Considering the time Dong Chagi traveled from Chengdu to Chongqing in Sichuan, it had only been a little over a month. During that short period of time, the war in Tibet had already ended. The Sichuan alliance now stood before the coming conflict, and that alliance center proposed by the young master had also begun moving forward. Could this perhaps be the price of arrogance? The return of the demonic forest was dazzling and glorious, and at long last this day had finally arrived. Jin Murin, dressed neatly in proper attire, smiled. "I wonder what the alliance leader looks like. I really want to meet him at least once." The people on the streets immediately moved aside when they saw the alliance leader's carriage approaching. "That's the carriage of the Sichuan alliance leader. His carriage is truly majestic. The aura alone is no joke." "But where is he going? I saw beggars running around since early this morning. I heard he's personally going to the demonic forest to deliver an alliance invitation." "The demonic forest? Didn't that place already collapse?" "That's true. The Sichuan alliance never even bothered looking at the demonic forest before." "You seriously don't know anything? Not long ago, the demonic forest overthrew the Great Sword sect and became the ruler of Chongqing." "Really? Well then, it makes sense for the Sichuan alliance to personally step in like this. I thought it was just some baseless rumor, but seeing this with my own eyes today, it looks like it's actually true." Sitting inside the carriage, Han Chen-wal sighed in admiration. "The weather today is quite nice, truly perfect for going out to greet someone." Tang Moon-yong, sitting opposite him, agreed. "Indeed, the more time passes, the more curious I become about that child." Han Chen-wal chuckled. "Hopefully he won't disappoint you, otherwise this long trip here would feel like a waste." "Alliance leader, this place was originally very deserted, wasn't it? That child must have prepared something ahead of time." Tang Moon-yong smiled. "Of course, it's just that whatever was prepared wasn't for us. That only makes me even more excited." Han Chen-wal sighed. "You're truly a difficult man to understand." Tang Moon-yong continued. "The Sichuan alliance personally seeking out the demonic forest, a mere young master actually dared to summon the alliance leader himself. This matter will surely become the hottest topic everywhere. Let's create a truly unforgettable scene together." At the Chengdu branch residence of the demonic forest, Jiok Magi, dressed neatly in formal clothes, shouted loudly. "All right, everyone, let's make this a proper event. Important guests are coming today, so anyone who hasn't bathed yet can get the hell out immediately." Another man walked over from behind. "Branch leader, you look so bright and clean today that this subordinate almost couldn't recognize you. Nobody looking at you would ever imagine you're a beggar sect branch leader." Jiok Magi calmly replied, "Of course. Do you even know how many times I bathed while you were away in Yungjong?" Dong Chagi burst into laughter. "Ha ha, this subordinate never imagined things would turn out like this. But the forest lord of the demonic forest." Before he could finish speaking, Jiok Magi immediately covered his mouth with one hand. "You bastard, stop talking nonsense. All messenger pigeons in Yungjong have already been seized, so the fact that the forest lord of the demonic forest is here remains an absolute secret, got it?" Dong Chagi helplessly thought to himself. "You're the one who just revealed it out loud, though." Inside, Hyuk Yong, squad captain of the Moon Shadow Unit, clasped his hands respectfully. "Forest Lord, Captain Deha of the Light Deer Squad has already sent the signal. The carriage of the Sichuan alliance will arrive here within the time of one tea session, so you must prepare yourself." Cho Mugang nodded. "All right then, Vice Forest Lord, let's go." Yu Gessen quickly stepped forward and followed behind him. Yes, Forest Lord. Chou Mugang had secretly left Chongqing for Chengdu 2 days ago, yet not a single person in the Sichuan alliance knew about it. The secret line branch master had blocked every messenger pigeon in Yongzhou. The Forest Lord of the demonic forest arriving in Chengdu secretly was entirely part of Jin Murin's scheme. Chou Mugang clenched his fist. Arriving earlier than expected is making my hands and feet itch with impatience. Jin Murin told me to stay hidden and not act recklessly, so I can only sit tight for now. I wonder if everything is proceeding smoothly. Thanks to that brat, our prestige has risen to a whole new level too. Haha. I wonder what today's main character will be wearing. Yugasin continued. With that appearance of his, even if he wore torn rags, he still wouldn't look bad. The scene shifted to Jin Murin's side. So how do I look? Dan Ryo HWA, standing opposite him, was completely stunned with her mouth hanging open speechlessly. I completely forgot, he was originally this tall and handsome to begin with. Jin Murin reminded her, you should hurry up and change clothes too. Dan Ryo HWA asked in confusion, I have to change too. Jin Murin replied, those people are the type who want to gnaw every last piece of meat off the demonic forest's bones. We need to show them that we aren't easy to bully. Let's create an absolutely masterpiece-worthy scene. After witnessing this overbearing CEO-like side of him, Dan Ryo Hwa's cheeks immediately turned red. She quickly regained her composure, turned around, and walked away. I'm only helping you this once, just this one time. Outside, the alliance leader had already begun stepping out of the carriage. The citizens immediately started whispering among themselves after seeing him. Is that the Sichuan alliance leader? The one following behind him is Tang Mung-yong, the master of the secret pavilion. Those two actually came here personally. Looks like what those beggars said was true after all. The two of them ignored the crowd and quickly walked toward the main gate. At that moment, the large gate slowly began to open. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, Yongchu and Diha quickly appeared. Yongchu looked at the crowd, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, the young master of the demonic forest has arrived. His voice was so loud that the audience surrounding the area nearly jumped in shock. Only the alliance leader and the others still stood there calmly. Jin Murin and Dan Ryo HWA, dressed in luxurious outfits, quickly walked out. The crowd once again burst into amazed murmurs. So that's the young master of the demonic forest? He truly looks every bit like a great hero. The demonic forest actually has someone like this. Hidden among the crowd, Yuk Gunmyung smiled with interest. That's right, now this is getting interesting. Li Hwan and the others were sweating nervously. Since early morning, those beggars have been making a huge fuss gathering people here. This entrance is seriously grand. Their display isn't losing to the Sichuan alliance at all. Only then did the crowd notice Dan Ryo HWA. Hey, look at the woman standing behind the young master. She's definitely no ordinary person either. Oh my, let me see too. She's truly a peerless beauty. Who exactly is she? Tang Mung-yong thought to himself, using his own appearance to attract the crowd like this and even bringing along a beauty too. Alright then, Jin Murin, was this all you prepared? Judging by the public's reaction, this method actually isn't bad at all. He really seems like the type who would do absolutely anything to achieve his goals. I'm very satisfied with you. Dan Ryo HWA was also transmitting her voice to Jin Murin at that moment. Well, the young master better reward me generously for this. Jin Murin transmitted back, I didn't expect you to be this enthusiastic. I truly welcome it. Dan Ryo HWA curled the corner of her lips upward. Didn't you say we were going to create a proper masterpiece scene? If we're doing it, then it has to be at this level. Besides, nobody in Sichuan knows who I am anyway. Jin Murin's next words instantly made her blush bright red. Still, miss, you should restrain yourself a little. If other men keep staring at you, I'll get jealous. After saying that, he cupped his hands toward Han Wall and the others. Yongzhou Demonic Forest young master Jin Murin greets the alliance leader. The old man smiled and returned the greeting. Greetings, I am Han Wall. Jin Murin continued, this junior is truly grateful that the alliance leader accepted the invitation to visit. Han Wall thought to himself, this brat, he's deliberately emphasizing the words to visit in front of everyone to gain the upper hand. Thinking that, he spoke aloud. Although the two sides haven't interacted often, the demonic forest is still undeniably a part of Sichuan's martial world. Furthermore, your esteemed forest even went through the trouble of establishing a branch residence here in Chengdu, so how could I possibly not pay attention? Besides, the spear god sword and the soul severing one sword came all the way here, only to have the door slammed in their faces. So I had no choice but to personally come myself. The crowd was instantly shocked upon hearing that. Teacher Ha and Teacher King got thrown out. Was that rumor actually true? Those two aren't just members of Sichuan's martial world, they're also highly respected by everyone. Let's see how you're going to deal with the charge of disrespect now. Jin Murin calmly replied, this junior is truly sorry, but I do not understand what the alliance leader is referring to. This junior had absolutely no knowledge that those two seniors came to this residence. Had I known, I certainly would have invited them inside. Han Wall and Tang Mung-yong were left dumbfounded and cursed inwardly. This shameless brat. Even the surrounding crowd was left completely stunned. Jin Murin secretly smirked inwardly. So what if one or two people witnessed it? If I simply deny it, what can anyone do to me? If that old man keeps pressing the matter, he'll only make himself look petty in front of everyone. Just as he expected, Han Chenwal had no way to press further and could only compromise. So that's how it was. I knew it. A righteous young man like you could never possibly do such a thing. Thank you for understanding, Alliance leader. Tang Mungyong thought to himself, to achieve his goals, this guy doesn't even need his pride anymore. This fellow really is interesting. Still, the fact that a mere young master managed to make someone as lofty as the Alliance leader personally come visit remains completely unchanged. Jin Murin pointed behind the Alliance leader. The two people responsible have also arrived now. Everyone involved has finally gathered here. Tang Mungyong suspiciously turned his head around. Who came? The surrounding audience also curiously turned their heads to look over. Yu Gassen and the others walked ahead, shouting for people to clear the way. The forest lord of the demonic forest has arrived. Chou Mugang's appearance left Tang Mungyong completely unable to believe his eyes. This old fox, he really intends to make things huge today. Chou Mugang walked over to them and smiled. Greetings, I am Chou Mugang, the forest lord of the demonic forest. The Alliance leader thought to himself, I never received any report at all from Yunzhou. They deliberately blocked the information. That brat intentionally turned me into a supporting character today. The other side is no longer just some insignificant young master, but the leader of a sect now. I can only respond with proper courtesy and respect. Thinking that, he introduced himself. This old man is Han Chenwal, the Alliance leader of the Sichuan Alliance. Chou Mugang continued, my father has mentioned the Alliance leader many times before. He specifically told me to pass along his greetings to you when I arrived in Chengdu. Han Chenwal smiled. Many thanks. Chou Mugang continued, I know it's extremely rude to keep the Alliance leader standing here for so long, but there is something I absolutely must say to everyone gathered here today. After saying that, he leaped up onto the rooftop. Everyone, listen carefully. Today is a joyous day for the demonic forest. Our forest will officially become a member of the Sichuan Alliance. Therefore, I have prepared plenty of meat and wine to treat everyone. Please enjoy yourselves to your heart's content. Hearing there would be free food and drinks, the crowd immediately erupted in excitement. Long live the demonic forest. The demonic forest is amazing. Tang Mungyong gritted his teeth in extreme frustration, yet could do absolutely nothing about it. Across from them, Jin Murin gestured politely and invited them inside. The banquet was quickly prepared right afterward. Give me more meat, lots more meat over here, and here too, bring me 2 more bottles of rice wine. Coming, please calm down everyone. These beggar sect disciples are actually pretty good at working. You people should seriously consider switching professions. Dong Chagi looked annoyed. I was born talented already, stop forcing me to do things. Jiak Magi watched him carrying dishes around and became completely speechless. Everything's still fine, right? Gathering this many people together and turning the Sichuan Alliance leader into a background character. People still don't seem to know much about Tang Mungyong, but he's an incredibly cold and cunning person. He never forgets the wrongs others commit against him. Will this really be alright? Maybe I should switch sides while I still can. While he was absent-mindedly thinking, Dong Chagi suddenly shouted again. Branch leader, we're short on people. Stop standing around doing nothing and hurry over to help out already. Jiak Magi smiled, I'm coming. Yet inwardly he was still thinking, no, this young master isn't ordinary either. What the hell am I even thinking about? For now, I'll stay on this side. Inside the room, the 4 of them sat facing each other around the tea table. Thank you, Alliance leader, for taking the time to visit. Not at all. Since the demonic forest requested it, naturally I came. Jin Murin continued. Although this junior listed many conditions in the letter, since the Alliance leader has personally appeared here today, may this junior take that to mean you have already agreed to all of those conditions. Tang Mungyong smiled. Young man, you really went straight to the main topic immediately, huh? If I refuse, what exactly are you planning to do? Jin Murin showed no weakness at all. What else would we do? Naturally, we simply won't join the alliance anymore. Tang Mungyong's smile did not fade in the slightest. You gathered all these people here to announce the revival of the demonic forest, yet now you're saying you won't join the alliance anymore. Wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing for you? Jin Murin thought inwardly. He completely understands that I'm carrying the burden of restoring the demonic forest's former glory. Across from him, Tang Mungyong had also realized something. So you've already discovered that the Sichuan Alliance intends to use the demonic forest as a sacrificial pawn in the war against the blood cult. Both sides already fully understood each other's intentions, so there was no need to awkwardly keep hiding things anymore. Jin Murin spoke again. Pavilion Master, it isn't like that. I never once thought about taking revenge for the humiliation I suffered before. I am genuinely serious about using the demonic forest to minimize the losses of the 4 great sects. Isn't that also what the alliance leader is aiming for? Tang Mungyong held his head and burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, you really are interesting. Han Chenwal beside him also burst into laughter. Haha, Pavilion Master, no matter what, you lost today. Tang Moon-young nodded. Hehehe, it seems I truly underestimated the young master. He narrowed his eyes at Jin Murin sitting across from him and thought inwardly, I already knew he was a cunning fox, but he's not just a fox. He's actually a young tiger. Han Wall smiled toward Jin Murin. Now that we're already on the same boat, what winning or losing is there to talk about? Since this matter was decided beforehand anyway, let's end this discussion here. Just as he finished speaking, Tang Moon-young immediately coughed lightly and spoke up. I will accept every proposal from the demonic forest written in that letter. The Alliance will establish the Cloud Dragon Pavilion and appoint Yugasin as its pavilion master. The Broken Sword Squad and Black Dragon Squad of the demonic forest will be directly under the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Pavilion Master Yugasin will have full authority over all internal personnel arrangements. Cho Mugang thought inwardly, Jin Murin is still part of the younger generation, so demanding the position of Pavilion Master would be impossible. Therefore, having the tough Vice Forest Lord take that position is completely reasonable. He won't be easily bullied within the Sichuan Alliance and can firmly state his stance. And by holding control over personnel management, the Vice Forest Lord will definitely become a solid rear support that allows Jin Murin to act confidently. Thinking that, he immediately spoke aloud. The demonic forest thanks the Sichuan Alliance for accepting our request. Han Wall continued, Forest Lord, may I ask for one thing? Of course, you have every right to refuse. I would like to assign the Golden Tiger Squad to the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. That way, we can grow closer to the demonic forest. Taking this opportunity, young Master Jin can also become closer with the Alliance's younger generation talents. The Golden Tiger Squad was a martial squad formed from the younger talents of the four great sects. This old man wants to use this method to grasp the internal situation of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, Under the watchful eyes of the Sichuan Alliance, acting freely would never be easy anyway. Therefore, knowing exactly where those spies are and actively managing them yourself is much better. Besides, if it's Jin Murin, that brat can definitely handle those people. Thinking that, Cho Mugang agreed without the slightest hesitation. However, the Cloud Dragon Pavilion Master holds authority over personnel management, so even regarding the rearrangement of martial squads, I hope the Alliance leader will not interfere. Han Wall replied seriously, that is only natural. After finishing their discussion, Han Wall and Tang Moon-young departed together. Cho Mugang sighed emotionally. Thanks to the Tibetan martial world, the road we're walking has become a little easier. Jin Murin agreed, that's right, I never expected the blood cult would become this useful one day. Establishing the Cloud Dragon Pavilion and obtaining freedom of movement is a huge gain. Cho Mugang warned him, but I've heard Tang Moon-young is an extremely ambitious and scheming figure. Do we really have to confront people like that? Jin Murin reassured him, the more difficult the opponent is, the deeper they think, and that's exactly where mistakes are born. The scene shifted to the Alliance leader's carriage. No matter how beautiful the scenery along the road was, everything now looked gloomy and depressing. I never imagined that at my age, I would still suffer humiliation like this. This is the first time since becoming the Sichuan Alliance leader that I've been treated this poorly. And it happened right in front of the son of Cho Pyeongchun, the man I've considered my lifelong rival too. Every time I remember it, my chest feels suffocated. I even start leaking killing intent. Tang Moon-young comforted him. Alliance leader, the deeper the bitterness now, the sweeter the taste later will become. As the secret pavilion master, I failed to learn that Cho Mugang had left Yungjong, and I didn't even realize he had already arrived in Chengdu. This time, I truly lost. I will definitely repay him many times over for everything I endured today. Han Wall continued, it absolutely must be that way. 3 days later, Cho Mugang returned to the demonic forest. Jin Murin and the others came outside to see him off. Forest Lord, I'm sorry, I can't escort you any farther. Cho Mugang waved his hand. Young master, it's all right. Anywhere here is still Sichuan anyway. I trust you'll handle everything well, but always remember to take care of your health. Don't forget that this place is basically enemy territory for us. Jin Murin smiled. I will remember that. Cho Mugang then looked toward Yugasin. Vice Forest Lord, if you get tired, you can come back anytime. Yugasin smiled. Forest Lord, you're starting to joke around more and more like the young master. Even after getting into the carriage, Cho Mugang still stuck his head out and called Jin Murin closer. He then whispered something into Jin Murin's ear that only the two of them knew about. It seemed the matter was related to Dan Ryo, HWA. You brat, send the wedding gifts as soon as possible. After saying that, he quickly departed from the place. Only then did Dan Ryo, HWA curiously ask him, Young master, what did the Forest Lord say? Jin Murin held his head and sighed. It's nothing. Have you packed your luggage yet? Packed? Where are we going? Jin Murin asked back. The Sichuan Alliance. Aren't you coming with us? Dan Ryo, HWA flinched in shock. I have to go too. Jin Murin smiled with deep meaning in his eyes. Didn't you say you'd protect me? Are you trying to abandon your responsibilities now? Hearing that, Dan Ryo HWA was instantly left speechless and unable to refute him. After a moment, she finally sighed and followed after him. How could things turn out like this? Fine then, I'll go. Yu Gasin and the others stood there watching the backs of the two as they walked away and sighed emotionally. Summer has arrived, Vice Forest Lord, which means winter is probably coming soon too. After walking for a while, Jin Murin finally spoke. I honestly thought you would naturally follow me. Dan Ryo HWA continued, the Peace Valley has never involved itself in martial world affairs, everyone already knows that. Jin Murin asked again, but your people are supposed to protect the peace of the martial world, right, bodyguard? Dan Ryo HWA sighed. When we're in front of others, call me by the alias Dan Ryo HWA. Jin Murin chuckled, haha, but there's nobody here right now. Dan Ryo HWA suddenly widened her eyes, as if she sensed something. She immediately drew her sword and cautiously looked around. Seeing that, Jin Murin hurriedly stopped her. No need to draw your sword. Dan Ryo HWA thought inwardly, there aren't many people in the martial world capable of bypassing my aura senses, and someone who can approach within one jang of me so silently is clearly a true grandmaster. Jin Murin glanced toward a certain direction and called out, this woman already knows everything, so you might as well show yourself. The moment he finished speaking, Seo Jinchuan immediately revealed himself and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Heavenly Lord. Seo Jinchuan himself felt slightly helpless inside. My ghost shadow phantom art was discovered from that distance. Who exactly is this woman? Jin Murin explained to her, he's my guard, Seo Jinchuan. You two will be seeing each other often from now on, so go ahead and greet each other. Dan Ryo HWA had no objections and immediately introduced herself. Seo Jinchuan was startled the moment he heard her name. Could it be that Miss is the Heavenly Blossom herself? Jin Murin confirmed, that's right, she's the daughter of the Divine Dragon. Killing intent instantly burst out from Seo Jinchuan's body. This subordinate truly wishes to ask why the Divine Dragon's daughter is beside the Heavenly Lord. Jin Murin calmly replied, she likes me so she followed me around. His answer completely froze Seo Jinchuan in place. What? Jin Murin repeated himself again. She said she likes me and wants to protect me, so... Before he could even finish speaking, Dan Ryo HWA suddenly smacked him across the head with one swing of her hand. Jin Murin held his head while laughing. Anyway, you two should greet each other properly already. For now, both of you are my guards. The two of them then voluntarily cupped their hands and greeted each other. Seo Jinchuan took out a notebook. Heavenly Lord, this subordinate has finished investigating the matter you ordered. The movements of the Tibetan martial world and the hidden actions of various martial artists are all recorded in here. Jin Murin accepted the notebook and immediately tucked it into his chest. Efficient work, you've worked hard. Seo Jinchuan transmitted his voice. There were a few matters that the Heavenly Lord did not specifically instruct me to investigate, but this subordinate felt they were worth paying attention to, so I recorded them on the final page. Jin Murin transmitted back, understood, I'll check it later. Where are the others right now? Seo Jinchuan explained, this subordinate has already prepared lodging for them near the north gate. If the Heavenly Lord permits it, we subordinates will take turns protecting you. Jin Murin thought inwardly, although the current situation isn't serious enough to require protection, these brats are fully capable of slipping past the Sichuan Alliance's defenses. Thinking that, he immediately ordered, one guard is enough for me. Seo Jinchuan instantly vanished from the spot. This subordinate will immediately relay the order to the others. Dan Ryo HWA stood there frowning while staring at the spot where Seo Jinchuan had been standing moments ago. After waiting a moment, she finally turned toward Jin Murin to confirm, he's gone already, right? Jin Murin nodded. Yeah, you're pretty surprised, huh? Dan Ryo HWA excitedly replied, of course. Even my master's stealth aura technique can't escape my senses, so what kind of martial art exactly did he cultivate? Jin Murin didn't bother hiding it. He cultivates the Ghost Shadow Phantom art. Dan Ryo HWA stroked her chin thoughtfully. Ghost Shadow Phantom art, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Jin Murin turned around. You and him aren't enemies, so there's no need to worry too much about it. You should focus more on the matters involving the Sichuan Alliance instead. Time quietly passed, and several days quickly went by. Young Master, everyone including the Hukyong squad has finished preparing. Alright then, let's leave the Chengdu branch residence. Is everyone ready? Jin Murin tightly gripped the reins. If everyone's ready, then let's march straight into enemy headquarters together. News about the demonic forest joining the Sichuan Alliance quickly spread everywhere. And naturally, the center of all this attention was Jin Murin. From overthrowing the Great Sword Sect to exterminating the 3,000 Shura. Naturally, a figure surrounded by countless stories would attract attention from everyone no matter where he went. Jin Murin looked at the buildings ahead and sighed emotionally. Ah, the atmosphere here really feels different. Just how many palaces and high towers are there in this place anyway? He thought inwardly, of course, the atmosphere I'm talking about isn't just the literal meaning. Could you people stop staring at me already? At this rate, I'm going to wear out from all the gazes. The people observing him whispered among themselves. That person over there is the Jade Dragon. He's the one who humiliated the Alliance leader, right? Diha walked beside Jin Murin and softly spoke, "Young master, all the women here are currently calling you by the nickname Jade Dragon." Jin Murin smiled. "I know, Diha, and honestly, I'm enjoying it." Diha continued, "But the young martial artists of the Sichuan Alliance call you by a different name. Instead of using the word Jades, they added the word mad and now call the young master the Mad Dragon." Jin Murin burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, what the hell?" Very quickly, a group of people approached from ahead. The Sword Squad greets Hero Yugasen. "Greetings to the Pavilion Master of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion." Yugasen coughed lightly, "Very pleased to meet everyone. This old man is Yugasen." One of them continued, "We subordinates will guide the way." Jin Murin looked at Yuk Gunmyung and smiled. "We meet again." Yuk Gunmyung smiled cheerfully without replying. Jin Murin paid no mind and instead looked at the tall tower ahead. "Shin Piang, what is that tall palace tower over there?" "That is the Central Wood Institute. It's basically a place that overlooks the martial world of Sichuan. To reclaim the position of the #1 power in Sichuan, the demonic forest must surpass this place. It's close enough that it feels like I could touch it just by reaching out my hand, but one hand alone can't grasp an entire building. Still, it's not a place beyond my reach either." While he was deep in thought, a confused voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Young master, is something wrong?" The person asking him was Yugasen. Jin Murin casually replied, "Nothing's wrong, Pavilion Master." Yugasen sighed emotionally. "That way of addressing me really feels strange. Let's keep moving." "By the way, where is the Golden Tiger squad the Alliance leader mentioned before?" Yuk Gunmyung replied. "They already entered the Cloud Dragon Pavilion." Jin Murin thought inwardly, even when a new Pavilion Master has just arrived to assume his position, those bastards still won't even bother showing their faces. They're clearly looking down on Yugasen. The old man sighed. "Is this because of the pride of the four great sects?" The moment pride was mentioned, both he and Jin Murin immediately burst into laughter without holding back. The members of the Sword Squad were completely stunned by this scene. Li Huan walked beside Diha and quietly asked, "Why are they laughing?" Diha helplessly explained, "They have some personal history related to pride, that's why." The Cloud Dragon Pavilion had a 3-story palace hall, 2 residence-like buildings, and 3 martial training courtyards. During the walk from the main gate to the pavilion hall, not a single member of the Golden Tiger squad appeared around the residence buildings. However, Yugasen's inner strength was not so weak that it would be shaken by such petty provocation from a bunch of younger generation brats. Jin Murin sneered coldly. "Even so, they should at least show themselves once, right?" "Pavilion Master, it seems the Golden Tiger squad is quite arrogant." Yugasen nodded. "Indeed, we're already about to reach the pavilion hall and they still haven't shown themselves. Now this is certainly something new." Jin Murin smiled with even greater interest. "Do you already have a way to deal with them? The disciples of the 4 great sects won't be easy to handle." Yugasen also laughed with a very smug expression. "Didn't the Forest Lord give me something absolutely wonderful? That would be the authority to command personnel. The unity of the Golden Tiger squad is truly admirable. Let's start by carrying out a massive personnel reshuffle." Jin Murin's smile became even more sinister. "That's a brilliant idea." Diha stood to the side, and after seeing the expressions on those 2 men's faces, he couldn't help swallowing nervously. The scene shifted over to the Golden Tiger squad. "Looks like the Pavilion Master has arrived. Is it really okay for us not to go outside? Even if we have strong backing, this is still a matter of etiquette." "I think so too. Since the Pavilion Master arrived, logically we should." While the group was discussing, someone suddenly walked over. "You all want to go outside? Anyone who wants to go greet that old man can go ahead. I've never forbidden anyone." This man was Tang Wu, a member of the Sichuan Tang branch within the Golden Tiger squad. The moment everyone saw him arrive, they all became tense. "Tang Wu's here, watch your mouth. If you annoy him, nothing good will happen. Both the captain and vice captain are at the training grounds, so for now we can only follow his lead." Very quickly, several people headed outside. "Then I'll go first. I'll quietly rest in my room. Wait for me, I'm coming with you." Tang Wu snorted coldly. These idiots really don't realize their rice bowls are being stolen away from them. Right at that moment, another voice sounded out. "Big brother, so you were here." Tang Wu flinched and turned around. Well, isn't this hero Tang Wu?" Inwardly, he was extremely surprised. "Since when did this bastard start calling me big brother? Not long ago, he looked down on me for being from a branch family. Did one trip through the martial world suddenly turn him into some noble gentleman?" After thinking for a moment, he asked the other party, "What is it?" Tang Wu replied, "Both the captain and vice captain are absent right now, so shouldn't you gather the members and head outside?" Tang Wu gritted his teeth. third young master. You haven't been in the Sichuan alliance very long, so you don't understand yet. Haven't you heard what the alliance leader suffered back in Chengdu? The demonic forest and us are not on the same side. If you don't understand anything, then quietly stay put, got it? Tang Wu thought inwardly, I know the four great sects are trying to suppress the demonic forest, but aren't we all members of the Sichuan alliance now? Do things really have to go this far? Besides, nobody here knows anything about that man named Jin Murin. Only I, the one who nearly got beaten to death by him, know his true face. Thinking that, he spoke up to warn him. Big brother, the young master of the demonic forest is a very terrifying person. We really shouldn't become his enemies. Tang Wu waved his hand dismissively. A third young master of the Tang clan, fearing some demonic forest brat, you really are making the whole world laugh. If that's the case, then go outside alone by yourself. Alright, one more thing. Third young master, I truly dislike the way you keep calling me big brother. From now on, I hope you'll address me as team leader. Tang Wu still wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only sigh and lower his hand. This is karma after all. Nobody else can really be blamed for this. This is seriously driving me crazy. Will things really be okay if nobody goes? I don't have the courage to go there alone. I'm just a useless third young master of the Tang clan known for fooling around and wasting money. In a place filled with lofty younger generation geniuses like this, nobody wants to get close to me. Now I can deeply feel that reality for myself. There's no other way. In this place, I simply cannot be different. The scene shifted to the secret pavilion of the Sichuan Alliance. Pavilion Master Tang Wu of the Golden Tiger Squad requests an audience. From inside, Tang Mungyong hurriedly instructed, "Let him in quickly. You must have been pretty confused after suddenly having to change residences like that." Tang Wu bowed respectfully, "Not at all, Pavilion Master. The martial artists of the demonic forest have already entered the Cloud Dragon Pavilion." Tang Mungyong walked over in front of him. "What's the big deal about that? Why are you in such a rush? Since you're already here, come sit down and have a drink with me." Tang Wu smiled and accepted. The two of them quickly sat down at the tea table. Right, with new members arriving on the first day, things must be pretty chaotic, huh? The members of the Golden Tiger Squad are probably quite confused too. Tang Wu replied, "There is a little confusion, yes." Tang Mungyong continued, "I heard the Golden Tiger Squad didn't come out to greet them. Didn't the Pavilion Master or Young Master say anything?" Tang Wu shook his head. "No, they haven't reacted at all yet." Tang Mungyong's expression turned serious. Tang Wu, "For branch family members like us to survive in the martial world, we must rely on each other." Tang Wu understood immediately and seriously replied, "I understand. I've already decided that my future belongs to the Sichuan Alliance, not the Tang clan. Despite sharing the same origins, Pavilion Master managed to climb to this position. You are the symbol I admire the most." Tang Mungyong continued, "Good that you understand, brat. If anything happens, come find me anytime." The demonic forest quickly completed the procedures for joining the alliance. Both the Hukyong Squad and Broken Sword Squad had over 100 members each, and including the Golden Tiger Squad, the total manpower exceeded 300 people. Pavilion Master Yugasin quickly grasped the internal structure and arranged the residences. The third floor became both his residence and study room. Jai Walin was walking together with Jin Murin while discussing matters. The Pavilion Master has already gone to the Central Wood Institute to receive the official seal. Is that so? Then he isn't on the third floor right now. This subordinate heard the Pavilion Master talking about selecting a squad for the young master to command. 25 members will be chosen from the Hukyong Squad and Broken Sword Squad. Coincidentally, the squad leaders inside are discussing that matter right now. Yuk Gunmyeong glanced over the moment he saw them enter. "So you've arrived." Jin Murin warmly walked over. "I already heard the general details while coming here." Yuk Gunmyeong nodded. "I'll prepare the 25 best men for you." Jin Murin continued, "Thanks, but it seems you've overlooked one thing. I'm also planning to pick around 25 people from the Golden Tiger Squad too." Upon hearing that, Yuk Gunmyeong burst into loud laughter. Jai Walin nervously asked again, "Young Master, are you talking about the Golden Tiger Squad?" Yuk Gunmyeong saw him confirm it and excitedly warned him, "Those bastards don't even respect the Pavilion Master. Do you really think they'll listen to you?" Jin Murin didn't look worried in the slightest. "I've actually been thinking about that too. How exactly do we make them obey? Do we really have to beat them up before they behave?" Yuk Gunmyeong laughed even more excitedly. "As expected, young master, you're seriously interesting." But very quickly, he realized something was off and his mouth dropped open. Jin Murin thought inwardly, the secret Pavilion Master intends to use the Golden Tiger Squad to restrain us. But that will become the biggest mistake of your life. I will definitely make you realize that soon enough. Thinking that, he spoke aloud. "I don't need any talented guys. Pick the weakest members in the Golden Tiger Squad for me instead. 25 people who want to climb higher, just do it like that. You understand the situation better than we do, so handle this matter yourself. Bring me the list tomorrow." Yuk Gunmyeong suddenly realized it inwardly. The weakest ones, I understand what he's trying to do now. Now this is what makes things interesting. I seriously can't wait anymore. Jin Murin stretched his body, stood up, and headed outside. Alright then, I'll get going first. Before noon tomorrow, bring me the list of selected members from each squad. He had only taken a few steps when Yuk Gunmyong suddenly called out to him, Jin Murin. Looks like bringing you here really was the right decision. Jin Murin sighed, who brought who here exactly? I walked into this place with my own 2 feet. Outside, Tang Wu was currently standing there deep in thought. At least I already came here, but is this really the right thing to do? If I meet them, I'll officially become a traitor to the Golden Tiger Squad. He picked a flower and started plucking the petals one by one, trying to decide whether he should go inside or not. While he was completely absorbed in it, Jin Murin suddenly appeared behind him out of nowhere. Long time no see. Tang Wu jumped in shock and hurriedly stepped backward. Seeing him nearly fall over from fright and unable to say anything, Jin Murin helplessly sighed. You idiot, it's just me. Calm down already, little brother. So you're part of the Golden Tiger Squad too. Tang Wu calmed himself down and stood back up. That's right, not long ago. Before he could finish speaking, Jin Murin interrupted him. Looks like you came here to see me. Well, now you've seen me, what are you planning to do next? Ask me to pay repair fees or something? Tang Wu clenched his fists tightly. No, it's not like that. Please allow me to join the young master's squad. Jin Murin looked surprised. You want me to let you join my squad? Why? Tang Wu explained, Young master, do you remember the letter you left for me before leaving the Golden Orthodox martial sect? Jin Murin bluntly answered, nope. Hearing that, Tang Wu instantly became speechless and started sweating buckets. Seeing his expression, Jin Murin walked over, threw an arm around his shoulder, and burst into laughter. Ha ha, I was joking. Looks like you finally prepared yourself to become a real man. Tang Wu replied, that's right, how can I grow up the way the young master talked about before? After returning from Pyeongchang County, I seriously thought about that question. No matter what happens, I truly want to change. That's why I stubbornly insisted on joining the Golden Tiger Squad, but in the end, I still couldn't find my own path there. Jin Murin suddenly realized something. So you came looking for me because you want another beating like back then. Tang Wu hesitated. Compared to returning to how I used to be, I'd rather take that instead. After hearing that, Jin Murin fell silent in thought, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. After a moment, he finally turned around. Fine, but once you obtain that, you're going to become very lonely. Yuk Gunmyong was currently at the Pavilion Master's office. Go find him and say you want 24 more people to come get beaten up together with you. After saying that, he waved his hand and walked away. Tang Wu stood there and deeply bowed toward him. I will definitely live my life seriously from now on. The scene shifted to the underground training grounds of the Golden Tiger Squad. 2 people were currently sparring there. The woman spoke to the person opposite her. I heard the people from the demonic forest have arrived. We should probably go take a look. After all, this matter concerns us too. This woman was Jin Xiaolin, the vice captain of the Golden Tiger Squad. The person facing her was Tang Chen, the 100 shattering flying knives and captain of the Golden Tiger Squad. Hearing her words, he simply held his head and sighed. I don't care. Jin Xiaolin thought inwardly, as the young clan leader of the Tang clan, he really doesn't care about anyone else at all. He only cares about himself. The #1 rising talent under heaven, one of the 8 new martial warriors famous throughout the world, the 100 shattering flying knives, Tang Chen. I told you not to become the captain in the first place. Tang Chen lazily raised the hidden weapon in his hand. Why are you talking so much? What, already exhausted? Jin Xiaolin turned around irritably. As expected, besides martial arts, you truly don't care about anything else. I'm heading up first. Tang Chen didn't stop her and merely stood there silently watching her back. After she completely left, he sat cross-legged on the spot and began circulating his energy. Just a little more, and I'll break through. Jin Xiaolin pushed the door open and walked out, secretly sighing to herself. The appointments have already been accepted, yet both the captain and vice captain are acting like this. This really is a complete mess. Even though I received the news of the Pavilion Master's arrival quite late, I can't exactly say I bear no responsibility in this matter either. Because the truth is, I was too busy dealing with the captain and neglected managing the squad. After a while, she arrived where Tang Wu and the others were gathered. Have all the team leaders assembled yet? Tang Wu cupped his hands and replied, yes, Vice Captain. All the team leaders are present. Jin Xiaolin explained, first of all, I truly apologize for receiving the information too late. Even if it's late, I still think we should go greet the newly appointed Pavilion Master. 6th Team Leader Wei Chang asked suspiciously, Vice Captain, do we really need to do that? 4th Team Leader In Pio also spoke up. Vice Captain, late is already late. Besides, the Pavilion Master never summoned us anyway. This subordinate thinks there's no need for us to go. Jin Xiaolin frowned and thought inwardly. 6th Team Leader Wei Chang and 4th Team Leader In Pio are both opposing this. They're obviously speaking on behalf of someone else. Tang Wu, that guy actually dares to form factions behind my back and the captain's backs like this. After thinking for a moment, she decisively turned around and walked outside. If you people won't go, then I'll go alone. Several people immediately rushed after her. Vice Captain will go too. The group instantly split into two sides, half went while the other half stayed behind. The moment they left, someone immediately called out to Tang Wu. You should know your limits already. The person speaking was a Golden Tiger squad member named Tang Soso. She then followed behind Jin Xiaolin's group as well. Tang Wu stood there watching their backs while mockingly sneering. What a bunch of idiots. The moment Jin Xiaolin led her people to the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, they encountered Jin Murin standing outside in the courtyard. He looked at them suspiciously and asked, "What are you people doing here?" Jin Xiaolin lowered her head and sighed. "We came to greet the pavilion master." Inwardly, she had already guessed his identity. Jin Murin asked again, "Didn't you all already decide to look down on us?" Jin Xiaolin explained, "I only received the information too late, that's all. I will personally meet the pavilion master and apologize." Unexpectedly, Jin Murin bluntly sent them away. "We're busy today, come back tomorrow." Tang Soso couldn't hold herself back and rudely spoke up. "This person here is the vice captain of the Golden Tiger squad, you know." Jin Murin didn't seem to care much and calmly asked, "And what might your esteemed name be?" While speaking, he reached into his chest and pulled out a notebook. After learning her name was Tang Soso, he immediately wrote it down inside. Tang Soso looked confused. "What exactly are you doing?" Jin Murin calmly replied. "You'll find out soon enough tomorrow. Whether you received the information early or late doesn't erase your disrespect. Tomorrow the pavilion master will summon you all, so go back and wait." Tang Soso gritted her teeth and was about to rush forward to throw hands, but Jin Xiaolin quickly stopped her. Jin Xiaolin's expression also looked extremely unpleasant, but there was nothing she could do except tell everyone to head back. The next day, 50 people from the Hukeling squad and Broken Sword squad had fully assembled. All of them had been specially selected by Jai Walin and Yuk Gunmyo. Although they felt somewhat reluctant to part with their old teammates, every one of them was filled with anticipation. The Hukeling squad already understood Jin Murin's strength well since they belonged to the demonic forest, while the Broken Sword squad had heard all about him through Li Eichuan and Xin Piang. Yu Gessen stood there looking at the group with admiration. "What heroic eyes you all have. Starting today, you will receive orders from squad leader Jin Murin. Welcome to becoming members of the Mad Martial Squad." Hearing that name, even Jin Murin froze on the spot. Mad Martial Squad? What exactly is going on here? Didn't we previously decide to name this squad the Soul Severing Squad? Yu Gessen explained, since the squad leader is called the Mad Dragon, then naturally the squad name should match too. Hearing that, Jin Murin's face became filled with helplessness, completely unsure how to argue back. The people below immediately started discussing among themselves. A squad crazy about martial arts, that's actually a pretty good name. I think Mad Dragon Squad sounds even better. Right at that moment, noises suddenly came from outside. Jin Murin smiled. "So now you finally decided to crawl over here." The newly arrived group was none other than the Golden Tiger Squad. Tang Chen walked at the front and loudly spoke without any courtesy at all. "I am Tang Chen of the Golden Tiger Squad. You're the pavilion master." The old man's face instantly revealed clear anger. "I am Yu Gessen. From now on, I will be working alongside all of you." Though he sounded polite outwardly, inwardly he was furious beyond words. "Rude little bastard, you can't even compare to my young master." This old man Yu Gessen has been granted authority over personnel management within the Cloud Dragon Pavilion by the Alliance leader. Since everyone has gathered here now, I will announce the personnel restructuring as follows. First, Tang Soso. Starting today, you will belong to the Mad Martial Squad. After hearing that, her face instantly filled with disbelief. "The what squad? Could you please repeat that?" "Didn't you hear clearly? You are being transferred into the Mad Martial Squad." Only then did yesterday's words from Jin Murin suddenly flash through her mind. Her gaze immediately shifted toward him. At that moment, his face looked no different from a demon in her eyes. "Yesterday he kept muttering my name while writing something down. So that was actually a transfer order. How can this even happen?" Yu Gessen continued. "Now then, everyone whose names are called should stand to the left." Immediately afterward, a long list of names began being read aloud. Tang Chen secretly felt pleased inwardly. "Except for Little Master himself, I only selected useless trash for the squad. This situation actually benefits me instead." The final name that got called was Tang Wu. "That concludes the list. From now on, everyone whose names were called will belong to the Mad Martial Squad." The crowd instantly became confused. What is this supposed to mean? Why suddenly reshuffle the squad personnel like this? That's right, I spent an insane amount of money just to get into the Golden Tiger Squad. Tang Soso turned toward Jin Xiaolin and asked, "Vice Captain, this is just a joke, right? The Mad Martial Squad, there's no way this can be real." Yu Gessen shouted loudly from the platform. Everyone be silent. Today will be the final time I overlook your disrespect. To me, where any of you come from means absolutely nothing. This is the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Whether you're disciples from small and medium sects or from the four great sects, all of you are merely my subordinates. Remember that well. Starting tomorrow, I will not tolerate anyone relying on the power behind them to behave recklessly anymore. So you'd all better conduct yourselves properly. Now disperse. Tang Chin was the first to turn around and tell his men to leave. Jin Murin stood there smiling while watching his back. Yuk Gunmyung laughed excitedly. Then I'll head back too. Squad leader of the Mad Martial Squad, make sure to do a good job. The Golden Tiger Squad members from Jin Xiaolin's side were still confused as they questioned her. Vice Captain, are you really going to leave little sister here? Jin Xiaolin sighed. This is something the pavilion master already decided, so I can't do much about it either. But don't worry, little sister. Since this matter involves you, I'll go speak with the pavilion master and see if anything can be changed. Jin Murin walked over and reminded her, doing that won't change anything. Jin Xiaolin glanced at him. Young master, ah no, squad leader of the Mad Dragon Squad, I don't know why things turned out like this, but at the very least I should still be allowed to voice my opinion, right? Jin Murin replied, if you wanted to voice your opinion, you should have come earlier yesterday so we could have discussed things together. If that had happened, then this restructuring could have reflected the opinions of the Golden Tiger Squad too. You people acted disrespectfully first, and now that the fire's reaching your feet, you suddenly want others to listen to your explanations, only moving when your own interests are involved while ignoring everything else. How could there possibly be such a convenient deal? Jin Xiaolin gritted her teeth in frustration. Although she was furious, what he said was absolutely correct. In the end, she had no choice but to angrily turn around and leave. Little sister, I'll think of something and come find you later. Tang Soso stood there blankly, completely powerless. Jin Murin didn't care and loudly addressed the crowd. All right then, now only the members of the Mad Martial Squad remain, right? Everyone must be pretty confused because of this sudden transfer. As you've all already seen, many people are dissatisfied with this reassignment. If anyone here is also dissatisfied, speak now. Later on, you won't get another chance. The moment he finished speaking, someone immediately stepped forward. Dissatisfied, I only want to ask one thing. I heard that back in Yongjiang, young master got beaten half to death by some random trash. Is that actually true? The one speaking was Zhou Yongxiang from the Qingcheng sect. Diha leaned close to Jin Murin's ear and quietly whispered, he's Zhou Yongxiang, famous within the Golden Tiger Squad for having a terrible temper. Jin Murin nodded. I see. Without hiding anything, he openly answered the crowd. It's true, I got beaten badly enough to end up bedridden. Hearing that, Zhou Yongxiang immediately turned around and excitedly stirred up the crowd. How are we supposed to trust a squad leader who got beaten into bed rest? Might as well make me the squad leader instead. Does nobody else have any objections? Hurry up and say something already. The members from the Golden Tiger Squad instantly began loudly agreeing. Exactly. Who would want to follow a squad leader weaker than themselves? Even though Zhou Yongxiang is usually rude as hell, what he's saying today is completely right. Jin Murin stroked his chin while staring directly at him. You're Zhou Yongxiang, right? If I can prove my strength right here, then you people will shut your mouths, correct? Zhou Yongxiang burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, squad leader, don't joke around. With strength weak enough to get beaten bedridden by street trash, can you even still fight properly? Jin Murin remained unbelievably calm. Fine then, let's do it like that. Starting from now, whoever can defeat me will become the squad leader of the Mad Martial Squad. Tang Soso looked shocked. Is that really true? Jin Murin spoke with complete seriousness. I will use this head of mine as the wager, but you people must promise me one thing too. Zhou Yongxiang didn't even bother hearing the condition and immediately agreed. Fine, if you defeat all of us, then we'll obediently follow orders without complaining a single word. Jin Murin interrupted him. What are you talking about? That part is obvious already. If I defeat all of you, then none of you are allowed to resent me no matter what happens afterward. Tang Soso and the others all laughed confidently. Haha, fine. Only Tang Wu's face turned pale as he desperately screamed inwardly. No, this is bad. Jin Murin quickly called out to the group. Alright then, who's coming first? Though honestly, all of you rushing at me together works too. Tang Soso was about to step forward first, but Tang Wu suddenly transmitted his voice to stop her. She turned around in confusion. Tang Wu, what is it? Tang Wu warned her, big sister, if you go out there, you might actually die. Tang Soso angrily threatened him without believing a word. Stop spouting nonsense. Do you want to die by my hand first instead? Zhou Yongxiang, standing beside her, loudly shouted, I was the first one to bring this up, so naturally I'll be the first to fight. King Cheng's Zhou Yongxiang requests guidance. Seeing Zhou Yongxiang steal her spot made Tang Soso even more furious as she ground her teeth while glaring at Tang Wu. Because of you, I lost my chance. Tang Wu cupped his hands and pleaded, please don't hit me, you'll be thanking me very soon. Seeing that he still refused to repent, Tang Soso became even angrier. Up ahead, Jin Murin and Zhou Yongxiang had already drawn their swords and stood facing each other. Zhou Yongxiang rested his sword on his shoulder and laughed. "Ha ha, are you seriously listening to advice from your subordinate? That's honestly kinda adorable. I'll go easy on you, so don't worry too much." Dan Ryo HWA walked over and softly spoke. "Young master, he may be arrogant, but don't kill him." Jin Murin reassured her. "Relax, I won't kill him." Diha beside them also took out his notebook and explained, "Although his personality is awful, he's one of the people with the best swordsmanship among them. He's a perfect example to make a lesson out of." Jin Murin smiled. "Oh really? Then let me see just how capable the Golden Tiger Squad really is. You're Zhou Yongxiang, right? I accept your challenge." Dan Ryo HWA thought inwardly. Recently, the person who spars with the young master the most is me. The heavenly yin body possesses deadly abilities almost comparable to Father's sixth senses. It's a physique that allows martial arts cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Easy to say, but that physique is practically something out of fantasy. And yet, the young master discovered the problem and fixed it within only a single week. Not only that, he completely eliminated the flaw to the point where it never appeared again even once. Even his tilted flower purple sword has become so fierce that even I feel intimidated by it. His standards have already reached a realm the younger generation simply cannot handle anymore. The person standing before you all is one of the 10 great experts under heaven. I'm honestly curious how long you people can last against him." Zhou Yongxiang immediately dashed forward. The first move guarantees victory. Jin Murin lightly shifted his body and avoided the sword strike. "If you're launching a sneak attack, then at least keep your mouth shut while doing it." Zhou Yongxiang's face filled with disbelief. He dodged it. Tang Soso standing behind them was also deeply shocked inwardly. Wasn't he supposed to have no outstanding cultivation at all? Wasn't he the guy who got beaten black and blue by street thugs? After his first strike failed, Zhou Yongxiang immediately launched another attack. "If you've got skill, then try breaking this sword technique." The move he unleashed was called the Heartless Falling Flower Sword, Purple Shadow Flying Sky. Jin Murin swung his sword upward. "So you're bringing out your ultimate technique already, not a bad decision." Seeing his technique get completely dismantled once again, Zhou Yongxiang couldn't help standing there with his mouth hanging open. The ultimate art of King Cheng got fully broken apart by him. Tang Soso was also left staring with her mouth wide open. Impossible. A monster like this actually got beaten bedridden. Were those street thugs secretly the 10 great experts or something? Yuk Mubong was sweeping the courtyard all the way back in Yunzhou when those words suddenly made him sneeze loudly. Right afterward, Jin Murin unleashed the tilted flower purple sword from divine emergence to counterattack. The young man witnessing that terrifying sword technique shouted in complete disbelief, "This is impossible." Diha and the others sat to the side with utterly bored expressions on their faces. Across from them, Tang Soso analyzed inwardly. It's not that Zhou Yongxiang is too weak to block it, it's just that that sword strike is ridiculously fast. Zhou Yongxiang was forced backward miserably after getting struck, yet he still stubbornly shouted, "It's not over yet." Jin Murin replied, "Exactly. How could it possibly be over already? This is only the beginning." In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Zhou Yongxiang and raised his hand. Tang Wu, standing below, helplessly lifted a hand to cover his eyes. Yu Gesin, who was walking outside, heard the screams coming from inside and smiled in satisfaction. Tang Soso's face became filled with helpless disbelief as she hurriedly tried to stop things. Wait a second. Inwardly, she was extremely confused. Zhou Yongxiang can't even put up the slightest resistance against him. Zhou Yongxiang unleashed another sword technique and shouted, "Stop messing around with me." The moment he finished speaking, Jin Murin suddenly appeared above his head and unleashed the tilted flower purple sword, True Wander Strike downward. After taking that attack head-on, the young man instantly collapsed onto the ground and dropped to his knees. Diha smiled while secretly admiring him. The young master already reached the level of Purple Sword True Wander this quickly. Jin Murin then called out toward the crowd below, "Next." The members of the Hukeling squad who witnessed his strength immediately erupted with excitement. "Long live the young master." Dan Ryo HWA smiled. "The people from the Hukeling squad seem extremely happy." Diha continued, "Their young master completely overwhelmed the King Cheng sect. How could they possibly not be happy about that?" On top of that, the sword art the young master used was the tilted flower purple sword of the Vice Forest Lord. It was a sword style people once mocked because although it was incredibly fast, it supposedly lacked power. Yet during that spar just now, we didn't see that weakness at all. Li Huan turned toward the person beside him and asked, "Xin Ping, you saw it too, right?" Xin Ping replied, "Not only did I see it, I saw it very clearly. Looks like our decision to join the Mad Martial Squad was absolutely the right one." Jin Murin glanced again at Zhou Yongxiang lying unconscious on the ground and spoke up once more. It's only a minor injury, stop pretending already, someone carry him outside. Only then did Tang Soso suddenly realize something inwardly. If that brat Tang Wu hadn't stopped me earlier, then the unconscious person lying there right now would have probably been me instead. That technique was the tilted flower purple sword, right? I've replayed it in my head over and over, yet I still can't find a way to break that terrifying sword strike. Jin Murin glanced provocatively at the members of the Golden Tiger Squad. Your teammate got beaten down right in front of your eyes and none of you want revenge? Looks like the four great sects are nothing but a bunch of cowards. Quack Dajin of the Diankang sect immediately stepped forward and coldly snorted. I can't tolerate hearing words like that. Diankang sect's Quack Dajin requests guidance from you. Jin Murin frowned while staring at him. Requests guidance. Quack Dajin explained, if you defeat me, then I'll call you squad leader. Fine then, come at me. After a short while, he ended up sprawled across the ground crying and begging miserably after getting beaten by Jin Murin. Squad leader, this subordinate was wrong. Quack Dajin, who stepped forward merely out of curiosity, couldn't even last 10 exchanges before suffering defeat. Immediately afterward, Ho Yubong and Gu Huajin of the Diankang sect also stepped forward to fight. But in the end, the results were no different. After that, the members of the Diankang sect charged in together, yet none of them could even endure 10 moves before dropping to their knees one after another. Tang Soso stood there watching while sweating buckets. 6 of the younger generation talents had already been defeated, and now there was no denying it anymore. The cultivation of the man named Jin Murin absolutely did not lose to Tang Qin, the young clan leader of the Tang clan and captain of the Golden Tiger Squad, one of the famous 8 new martial wonders. Seeing Tang Soso preparing to step forward, Tang Wu panicked and shouted, "Big sister, what are you trying to do?" Tang Soso walked up in front of Jin Murin. I am the only team leader from the Golden Tiger Squad who got transferred into the Mad Martial Squad. Even knowing I have no chance of winning, I still have to step forward. Tang Clan's Tang Soso requests guidance. Jin Murin smiled and waved his hand. Come at me. Tang Soso's expression turned serious as she pulled out hidden weapons. She immediately leaped into the air and fired the hidden projectiles toward him. Jin Murin stood there glancing at them calmly. Steel marbles, huh? If you want to retrieve them later, then you'd better stop now. Tang Soso ignored him and flicked another steel marble out with her fingers. The marble flew in a zigzag pattern and collided with the other marbles, changing their trajectories. This immediately made Jin Murin extremely interested and excited. He once again swung his sword and used the tilted flower purple sword to block them while casually reminding her, Tang Soso, if you still want to pick up all these steel marbles later, stop now. Tang Soso refused to back down and pulled out even more marbles. I've still got plenty left. She once again fired the marbles toward him in another attack. Shin Piang and the others standing outside all became tense and started sweating nervously while watching the scene. The members of the Golden Tiger Squad were also shocked beyond belief. She's actually planning to retrieve every single one of those deadly marbles. After a while, Tang Soso finally stood there helplessly inside. Jin Murin pointed his sword directly at her face and reminded her, pick up all these steel marbles and then go use them properly next time. Tang Soso weakly collapsed to her knees on the ground. I just can't do it, Jin Murin explained. The martial world has always been a place like this. Does anyone else still want to step forward? If nobody does, then that means you all acknowledge me as the squad leader, correct? Tang Soso and the others gritted their teeth. We've all already been defeated. Whether we want to admit it or not, we have no choice now. You've successfully proven your strength, so we acknowledge you as our squad leader. Jin Murin smiled in satisfaction. Good. Tang Wu let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness big sister didn't get hurt. As long as she didn't get beaten into paste, I'm already lucky enough. Jin Murin then suddenly asked, all right, Tang Soso, you remember what you told me earlier, right? That if I won, then no matter what I did afterward, none of you would complain. Tang Soso froze. I did say that. Jin Murin smiled. A sparring match is just a sparring match, but disobeying your squad leader's orders isn't something that can be let off so easily. All of you kneel and kowtow to me right here. The crowd was instantly left standing there with their mouths hanging wide open from his words. Only Tang Wu happily obeyed without the slightest objection. Jin Murin secretly praised him inwardly. As expected, people become more obedient after getting beaten into mush once. Night fell and everyone left the Cloud Dragon Pavilion with aching bodies all over. What a horrifying day. All those rumors about him were completely wrong. He really didn't become squad leader for no reason. But why was I the one who got beaten the most, yet still received the same punishment as everyone else? My whole body aches like I'm about to die here. Right at that moment, Tang Wu's voice rang out again. Tusk tusk, what a bunch with no pride at all. You people actually obediently became subordinates under someone like that. One person irritably snapped back, what the hell do you know to be saying that? Tang Wu was startled seeing such an attitude from him. What did you just say? The other person waved his hand dismissively. That's right, we're not members of the Golden Tiger Squad anymore anyway, so we don't need to call you team leader now, do we? Stop making noise already, my whole body's aching, so hurry up and disappear for me. Seriously, this lunatic must have stepped on a nail or something. Tang Wu stood there furious until his face turned green, yet he couldn't do anything at all. Most of the people transferred into the Mad Martial Squad were the weaker members of the Golden Tiger Squad. Now Tang Wu was actually being treated coldly by the very people he once looked down on. This truly was karma at its finest. Thinking that, Tang Soso waved her hand and said, "This is exactly why people say you should live kindly during normal days." Tang Wu ground his teeth furiously. "You idiots still don't realize you've climbed onto a sinking ship. I'll just sit back and watch how long you people can keep acting tough. One day, every single one of you will bow your heads before me." Night settled over the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, so the organizational restructuring ended successfully after all. Now I finally have some free time to look at the notebook CEO Jin Chuan gave me. Let's see what's inside this thing. What exactly did that brat record in here? A bloody massacre occurred in a village deep within the mountains northeast of West Bridge Mountain. The traces left behind continued toward the west. West Bridge Mountain was part of the mountain range dividing Sichuan and Tibet. The West Seo Jinchuan referred to was Tibet. Which brat was the one who returned from West Bridge Mountain again? The moment he finished speaking, a voice replied from within the darkness. "Heavenly Lord, it was this subordinate." On the road toward Songpan County, inside a mountain village, this subordinate discovered the corpses of dozens of households who had died not long ago. Although this wasn't an order from the Heavenly Lord, it was something impossible to ignore. Therefore, this subordinate investigated the surrounding area and only discovered a single set of footprints heading westward. Jin Murin asked again, "Couldn't you determine anything from the wounds on the corpses?" The man explained, although all the wounds were caused by swords, there was no fixed style or pattern. Some corpses were stabbed through the eyes and died, while others were stabbed in the legs or chest and so on. It was as though the killer swung the sword without any thoughts or awareness at all. Jin Murin frowned. "No thoughts, no awareness." He suddenly sat upright. "This matter absolutely cannot be taken lightly. Quickly send this information to Jiak Magi at the Chengdu branch." The man immediately accepted the order without objection. The next morning at the Chengdu branch, Jiak Magi was currently bathing in an incredibly refreshing mood. Seriously now, since when does a beggar have to bathe just to maintain appearances? The moment he stepped out of the bathhouse, he suddenly froze in surprise. Wait, when did this get here? He quickly walked over and picked up the letter to read it. A mountain village was massacred. The sword wounds showed no pattern whatsoever, and the traces left behind headed westward. This immediately reminds me of something. The signs really do match up perfectly. Losing awareness, unable to feel pain, obeying nothing but orders. Monsters created solely for killing, those are soulless madmen. Judging from the description, it really does resemble the soulless madmen that the demonic cult experimented with. But there was only a single set of footprints. That means the one giving orders must have been very close to the area. At a time when war is approaching like this, they still dared to infiltrate Sichuan, even wipe out an entire village and leave traces behind. I seriously can't understand this at all. Could this simply be an accident that happened while they were testing them? The more he thought about it, the less he understood. Good grief, my head's about to explode. Since I didn't witness it personally, it's even more frustrating. I'll just write down everything I know, that's all. The scene then shifted elsewhere. Dong Chagi was hiding alone inside a room reading something, his face completely red while breathing heavily with an expression that looked absurdly satisfied. Right at that moment, Jiak Magi suddenly kicked open the door and shouted loudly, "Dong Chagi, are you in here?" The young man froze in panic and hurriedly folded the thing up. Jiak Magi looked suspicious. "What are you doing?" The young man hugged the book tightly and stammered, "And nothing at all." Jiak Magi did not care much and simply handed him a letter, telling him to deliver it to Jin Murin. Dong Chagi immediately dashed outside while sighing inwardly in relief. "That was close, I almost got caught." Jiak Magi stood there smacking his lips and commenting, Tusk, look at him, the kid's gotten so skinny already." Dong Chagi quickly ran all the way to the Sichuan Alliance. The guards standing outside loudly stopped him. "Halt, where are you from?" Dong Chagi explained. "I am Dong Chagi from the beggar sect. I need to deliver a letter to the young master of the demonic forest." The guards still refused to let him inside. "Sorry, but outsiders are forbidden from entering here." Another guard hurried inward and said, "I'll pass the message to the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, so just wait here." Tang Moon-yong happened to walk out at that moment as well. "What's going on?" The guard replied. "Someone from the beggar sect came to deliver a letter to the young master of the demonic forest, sir." This subordinate was just about to contact the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Tang Moon-yong then walked over toward Dong Chagi. "So you're a young brother from the beggar sect. I am Tang Moon-yong, Pavilion Master of the secret pavilion of the Sichuan Alliance." Dong Chagi cupped his fists and introduced himself in return. Tang Moon-yong instructed him, "Very well, Dong Chagi. If it's an important letter, then hand it over to me. You don't need to wait here any longer. I'll deliver it to the young master for you." His words startled the guard beside him. "Pavilion master, you're personally delivering the letter." Tang Moon-yong remained completely calm. "What's wrong with that? People should help each other out in life." Dong Chagi stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Fair enough. If it were truly an important letter, they probably wouldn't have entrusted it to me anyway." Thinking that, he handed the letter over to him. "Then I'll trouble Pavilion Master with it." Tang Moon-yong became extremely irritated the moment the boy touched him, but he still forced a smile onto his face. He then walked toward a secluded area. "This place should be fine, right? They didn't even seal it with a wax stamp. It almost looks like it was already opened and read before. Just what kind of information does that young master need so urgently anyway?" He quickly opened the letter to take a look. The moment he read through it, he immediately became tense and started sweating buckets. Meanwhile, Dong Chagi was currently holding the letter Jiok Magi had given him. "Damn it, I handed over the spring painting book instead of the actual letter. This is seriously awful. I hadn't even finished half of it yet." He immediately rushed back at full speed. The guard on duty looked puzzled seeing him return. "Oh, it's the little brother from the beggar sect again. What's wrong this time?" Dong Chagi replied. "Sorry, but could you please call someone from the Cloud Dragon Pavilion over here for me?" The guard turned and glanced at his companion. "Pass the message to the Cloud Dragon squad leader that there's a visitor looking for him." Dong Chagi then pointed toward Tang Moon-yong, who was walking over there. "Luckily, the secret Pavilion Master from earlier is right over there." "Pavilion Master, please return the spring painting book I handed you earlier." "It's the book you're currently holding in your hand." The moment those words came out, the people around instantly burst into loud chatter. The secret Pavilion Master was reading a spring painting book. No way, how could that possibly be true? A refined person like him actually looking at such vulgar material. Dong Chagi's voice rang out again. "The new edition is pretty amazing, right? But even so, I still can't let you keep it." "Ha ha," Tang Moon-yong ground his teeth furiously. "Shut your mouth right now." After hearing the news, Jin Murin couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing loudly. "Ha, even a capable person like him ended up in a situation like that." "So then, did you get the spring painting book back?" Dong Chagi replied. "There were too many people around gossiping, so he had no choice but to return it. Looks like he realized it was good stuff too, that's why." Dan Ryo HWA held her head and sighed. "Even though you accidentally handed him the spring painting book, you still should have been more careful. Didn't the branch leader specifically warn you not to hand letters to strangers?" Jin Murin nodded in agreement. "Exactly. If this had contained confidential information, it would have become a huge disaster." Dan Ryo HWA then asked again, "But what's written inside the letter?" Jin Murin turned toward her and smiled. "You're curious too, it's not really a secret anyway, so let's read it together." Dan Ryo HWA quickly lowered her head and read the letter together with him. After finishing it, Jin Murin was startled. "Soulless madmen, if this is true, then it looks like the demonic cult is preparing for war already." Dan Ryo HWA looked puzzled. "The Alliance doesn't know about this yet," Jin Murin continued. "Sichuan is enormous. And since it happened deep in the mountains, it's understandable that they don't know yet. But if dozens of people lived there, then it couldn't possibly have had no contact with the outside world. Once the authorities discover it and find traces of martial artists, they'll inform the Alliance soon enough. The ominous signs have already begun surfacing. War probably isn't far away anymore." Several days quickly passed, and rumors about Tang Moon-yong had already spread throughout the entire Sichuan Alliance. Whenever people saw him walking through the courtyard, they immediately gathered together, whispering among themselves. "Look, that's the Pavilion Master. I heard he once snatched a spring painting book from a beggar sect beggar." "What, from a beggar sect beggar? Who would have thought he had tastes like that?" Tang Moon-yong felt extremely wronged inside. "I've already explained everything clearly, yet with every step I take, the rumors somehow drift even farther away from the truth." The moment he entered, Han Chenwal greeted him. "So the Pavilion Master has arrived." Tang Moon-yong cupped his fists. This subordinate requests forgiveness from the Alliance leader for allowing such unpleasant matters to occur. Han Chenwal laughed cheerfully. "Everyone knows you're not that kind of person. After some time, the rumors will disappear like dust in the wind. Don't worry about it too much." Tang Moon-yong replied, "Thank you, Alliance leader. But may I ask why the Alliance leader summoned this subordinate?" Han Chenwal's expression turned serious. "Someone from the authorities came here. A small mountain village was brutally massacred, and the letter contains the details. Read it yourself." Tang Moon-yong quickly picked up the letter and read it. Immediately afterward, his eyes widened. "This mountain village location is..." Han Chenwal confirmed it. "That's right, it's the border connected to Tibet." Tang Moon-yong looked puzzled. "Strange, the war with Tibet hasn't even begun yet. They have absolutely no reason to touch Sichuan at a time like this." Han Chenwal nodded. "Exactly, this may not be the work of the blood cult. This matter arrived earlier than expected. What do you think about handing this case to those youngsters? Tang Moon-yong asked back. Alliance leader means Jin Murin. Han Chen-wall confirmed again. Correct. I want to use this opportunity to test that brat's true abilities. After all, knowing exactly how strong someone is makes them easier to calculate and deal with, doesn't it? Tang Moon-yong replied, this subordinate understands. Then I will immediately send orders to the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. The scene shifted toward the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Yu Gesin and the two others were discussing matters inside. They've assigned us the mission of investigating the bloody massacre in a mountain village. Jin Murin nodded. So our first mission has finally arrived. Yu Gesin reminded him, young master, we don't know what kind of traps they're laying out, so you must be extremely careful. Jin Murin reassured him, haha, don't worry too much about the secret pavilion master. The Mad Martial Squad also includes the younger generation talents of the four great sects after all. As long as war hasn't started yet, they won't dare act recklessly. Diha and Yongchu will remain at the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Everyone else will depart with me tomorrow. Diha immediately hurried forward, wanting to request to come along. Jin Murin refused. You stay behind and focus on stabilizing your cultivation. If you dare skip over the Great Zhou cycle, I'll kill you myself. I even purposely left Yongchu behind to help with your training, so work hard properly. Diha had no choice but to accept it helplessly. This subordinate understands, then I'll go issue the orders to the Mad Martial Squad right away. Very quickly, the Mad Martial Squad was gathered together out in the courtyard. Yu Gesin loudly addressed them. Although it's sudden, the Mad Martial Squad has received its very first mission. A village has been brutally massacred, and we are tasked with investigating the incident. Although many theories have already been proposed, the culprit still hasn't been found. Since this is our first mission, unity is extremely important. Right at that moment, someone pushed the doors open from outside. Looks like everyone's holding a meeting. Please forgive me, it's been a long time since I had to report for duty, so I arrived late. The person who arrived was an old man. This poor Taoist's name is Kang Yuwal. This is our first meeting. The crowd was shocked seeing him appear. An elder? Why would Elder Kang come to the Cloud Dragon Pavilion? I've heard your name for a long time and only now have the honor of meeting you. So this is the soul-severing flash? I am Yu Gesin. Elder Kang came so early in the morning. May I ask what matter brings you here? Kang Yuwal replied, I wish to participate in this mission as well. A woman beside him explained, normally, when missions are dangerous, experienced elders will join along too. Kang Yuwal chuckled, the Orthodox Martial Institute has nothing to do anyway, so this old man just wants to come out and earn his meal money. I hope the pavilion master understands. Yu Gesin nodded. If that is the Alliance's rule, then I naturally have no objections. Then I ask Elder to please take care of the Mad Martial Squad. Yongchu, standing nearby, was shocked inwardly. So the old man didn't come to punish me after all. Yu Gesin then waved his hand. In that case, Mad Martial Squad, depart. After joining the Sichuan Alliance, Jin Murin, as the captain of the Mad Martial Squad, finally began his first expedition. Their destination was a small village deep within the mountains. The journey will take roughly 10 days. Since this was a tracking mission, everyone chose to travel using movement techniques instead of riding horses without the slightest hesitation. Walking at the front, Jin Murin secretly admired them. Everyone's movement skills are impressive. Even though they come from different backgrounds, they're all fighting for the future of Sichuan's martial world. For someone like me who doesn't care much about all these complicated internal relationships, the growth of the people behind me after this incident is the greatest joy of all. Elsewhere, a messenger hawk circled through the sky. It then landed on someone's arm. After receiving the hawk, the man spoke toward the person ahead of him. A message has arrived from Chengdu. The martial artists of the Sichuan Alliance have already departed, and soul-severing Flash is among them. Looks like they've started sniffing around something. This man was Yom Hong, captain of the Blood Spirit Squad of the Blood Cult, Kang Yuwal Ha. The other man released the messenger hawk back into the sky and asked, is this really serious enough for us to worry about? Yom Hong warned him, Kang Yuwal is one of the top experts of the Sichuan Alliance. His reputation is famous even across Tibet. Though now that he's old, perhaps only his reputation remains. The other man continued, their numbers are only around 80 people. Aside from Kang Yuwal, the rest are all young martial artists. They aren't even the Heavenly Martial Squad. Yom Hong continued speaking. That's only natural. It's merely a bloody incident in a tiny village. There'd be no reason to send an elite squad for something like that. Since they're all just young martial artists, they probably still know nothing yet. Before they make a move, we must recover the Blood Knight Madman. Understood, Captain. That's exactly why we came here. Yom Hong glared at him furiously. Watch how you speak. The Blood Knight Madman is still undergoing secret experiments within our cult. It differs from the soulless madman, and its existence is still unknown to the world. The Blood Knight Madman escaped during experimentation, which is why we've pursued it all the way here. but now the Sichuan alliance has also sensed something and started moving. If they discover the existence of the Blood Knight madman, the cult leader will never forgive us. If we fail, the punishment will be more painful than death itself. The existence of the Blood Knight madman absolutely cannot become known to the world. We must move quickly. The other man hesitated. But Captain, it's currently nighttime. You know this already. The Blood Knight madman becomes even more powerful in darkness filled with yin energy. We still can't suppress the Blood Master spirit completely. If we move now, it'll be extremely dangerous. Without the slightest hesitation, Yomhong struck him and exploded his head into a cloud of bloody mist, killing him instantly on the spot. The remaining people all broke out into cold sweat witnessing the scene. Yomhong coldly stared at them and barked, spread out immediately in search for it. None of them dared object any more and instantly scattered in all directions to carry out the mission. Yomhong himself also headed deeper into the forest afterward. At this moment, both sides had already understood it inwardly. It had already appeared within the martial world of Sichuan. It simply had not fully surfaced above the water yet. The war had already begun from the start. For the Mad Martial Squad's first expedition, according to the secret pavilion's request, one person would participate in the mission alongside the Mad Martial Squad. One of the top experts in Sichuan, soul-severing Flash Kang Yuwal. He was someone with immense battlefield experience. His martial reputation echoed all the way into Tibet. And right now, the old man was very interested in observing these younger generation talents. Up ahead, Jin Murin gave orders. Everyone stop and rest for now. Recovery groups restore your internal energy. Cooking groups prepare food. Kang Yuwal leaned against a large rock while resting and thought inwardly. This brat knows exactly when the entire squad reaches its limit before calling for a break, yet he still deliberately drags the timing out little by little. What an experienced little monster. Tang Chin of the Golden Tiger Squad and Jin Murin of the Mad Martial Squad. Let me see. In martial arts, it's difficult to compare them, but in terms of being a squad leader, this brat seems slightly better. While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Elder, what are you thinking about? The weather is a little cold today. Please warm yourself up a bit. Seeing Jin Murin bringing him tea, the old man happily thanked him. Without any hesitation, he immediately took a big sip of tea to warm his stomach. Inwardly, he could now fully confirm that this brat was truly the real deal. Afterward, the group rested on the spot and cooked porridge to fill their stomachs for the time being. While Jin Murin was absent-mindedly thinking, a voice sounded behind him. Why are you staring so seriously? Jin Murin turned around and looked back. So you came. I'm trying to imagine both the best and worst possible situations. Dan Ryo HWA asked curiously, and what exactly is the worst situation? Jin Murin explained, obviously if this matter is connected to the blood cult like the information from Jiok Magi's letter suggested. The information we have is far too limited. According to the intelligence I received from the beggar sect, we'd still need to wait at least another month. The most terrifying thing is going to war against an enemy we know absolutely nothing about. If this is merely a trap to lure the Sichuan alliance here, then things won't stop at simply investigating a massacre. We'll have to face many hardships and dangers. Dan Ryo HWA asked again, then what about the best case scenario? Jin Murin continued, we discover absolutely no traces of anything and simply return home like this. Though honestly, I'll probably need your sharp senses before this is over. Dan Ryo HWA sighed. Young master, aren't you exploiting me a little too much? Jin Murin burst out laughing. Ha, someday I'll definitely repay you for it. Just then someone else came running over. Captain, have you already finished scouting the nearby village? Jin Murin nodded. You've worked hard. How's the situation looking? The man began explaining, after the massacre, every road became deserted. People die every night, so this outcome was only natural. Although this subordinate hasn't investigated the village beyond the mountain yet, according to the travelers passing by, the situation there sounds extremely grim. Jin Murin frowned. We need to inspect the mountain village immediately. In weather this cold, the corpses won't decompose quickly anyway. After that, he walked toward the group. The young men became excited the moment they saw him return. The captain's back, Captain. Please come sit over here. Jin Murin replied, thanks. Everyone eat first while listening to what I have to say. After finishing the meal, each squad leader should choose one member with decent movement skills to come with me. If possible, I'd also prefer moving during the daytime, but because there are people watching us, we can't exactly stroll around leisurely like tourists. Hearing that, the group immediately became uneasy and looked around nervously. What? We're being watched, Captain, is that true? Since when? Kang Yuwal silently pondered from the side. It was probably since the team left Sichuan and entered the forest. I already sensed the presence of those hiding 30 Jiang away. I originally thought they were just spies unrelated to this operation. As expected, this brat was far from ordinary. Sensing the presence of someone intentionally concealing themselves from 30 Jiang away was no easy feat at all. On top of that, he had maintained that awareness from then until now. He truly was remarkably talented. From afar, Jin Murin continued giving orders to the entire team. Until I return, 3rd squad leader Quack Dojin will take responsibility here. While the other squad leaders and I are absent, make sure to protect this place properly. There probably won't be any major problems, but if someone appears that you cannot handle, don't stubbornly stand your ground, run immediately. Got it? From now on, apply this rule to all future missions too. Tang Soso blanked out. Captain, did you just say run away? What kind of martial artist does that? Jin Murin explained. Knowing the opponent is stronger and still charging in headfirst is simply reckless. The members of the Black Spirit Squad burst into laughter. Hee hee, now that sounds exactly like our young master. Tang Soso became puzzled. Why were people from the Black Spirit Squad laughing so happily at that? Jin Murin spoke once more. If your family members died during a mission, would you really feel proud just because they fought bravely? What's so important about a mission anyway? Remember carefully what I just told you. Kang Yual walked over in admiration. Kahaha, Captain, you truly are unique. I'm very glad I followed you here. If possible, could this old man tag along as your escort? Jin Murin politely cupped his fists. Then I'll be relying on Elder's help. The 6 squad leaders each brought one member to follow Jin Murin. Aside from Quack Dojin, who stayed behind at the base, 2 among them came from the 4 great sects. The demonic forest had 3 representatives, and the only one from the smaller and mid-sized sects was Li Huan. Your senses are sharp. Dan Ryo HWA quickly led the group toward the mountainside. Seeing her suddenly stop with a tense expression, Jin Murin transmitted his voice and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Dan Ryo HWA replied, "I can sense killing intent beyond that mountain." Jin Murin turned toward the group and gestured for silence. Then let's quietly head over and take a look. I've also sensed a faint trace of yin energy already. They quickly moved behind a large rock and observed the scene ahead. In front of them was a monster surrounded by a group of people. Kang Yual's expression darkened. This situation looks very bad. If I'm not mistaken, those people are from the Blood Cult. Just as he said, the people below were indeed the Blood Spirit Squad of the Blood Cult. Jin Murin cursed inwardly. Damn it, this was already dangerously close to the worst-case scenario. With the current condition of the squad members, it would be difficult to fight against the Blood Cult. What's even worse is that terrifying thing battling the Blood Cult right now. Is that thing a 7-soul human? His characteristics are somewhat different from the soulless madman Jiok Magi described in his letter. The soulless madman did not have black skin and eyes overflowing with bloody light like this, but looking at this scene, I can confirm one thing: he is a failed creation. Down below, Yomhong was also cursing inwardly. Damn it, the blood spirit bell really is useless. Even when I ring the bell, he still refuses to obey. As expected of a defective product, if the sound of metal rings out, Kang Yual might notice us. What a waste of all the effort spent over this whole time, seriously painful enough to make someone cry into their soup. Thinking that, he shouted loudly, "We cannot delay any longer. This is enemy territory. Everyone, give up on retrieval and proceed with elimination immediately. If the formation fails, then let him die together with us." Jin Murin looked at the items in their hands with surprise. Ah, they're even using heavenly silkworm threads in that formation. If it escapes, the consequences will become even worse. Looks like this 7-soul human is some kind of forbidden secret. Come then, 7-soul human, let me see what you can do. The group using the heavenly silkworm threads quickly wrapped them tightly around the 7-soul human's body. Being bound caused him to let out crazed and savage roars. The group then simultaneously swung their swords and charged forward to stab him. The members of the Mad Martial Squad were left gaping at the sight. They're even killing their own comrades. This method is way too cruel. There are actually people who obey orders like this. That's genuinely terrifying. Jin Murin also frowned. Even knowing the 7-soul human was powerful, did they really have to go this far? Going to such extremes just to hide a secret, huh? White smoke continuously rose from the 7-soul human's body. Very quickly, he swung his arm again and blasted the group away. Witnessing this scene, Jin Murin could not help but feel startled. Kang Yual's expression also darkened. The blood cult had finally created. The blood cult had finally created a monster. Blood and pieces of internal organs splattered through the sky, while the thick stench of sinister energy made everyone's hair stand on end. Only elders from the 4 great sects would have enough strength to capture him. Just looking at a madman at this level was already enough to shock people speechless. But what surprised me even more was this brat. Was Jin Murin truly not afraid of the current situation at all? While Kang Yual was lost in thought, Jin Murin suddenly turned and asked, "Elder, is this possible?" Kang Yual replied, "You're asking me if it's possible. How could we possibly leave that thing alone?" Jin Murin continued, "There is nothing more dangerous than fighting an enemy we do not understand. If possible, it would be best for us to analyze him right here." Kang Yual secretly thought to himself, this brat not only remained unshaken, but could even think of something this practical. Thinking that, he said, "It's not entirely impossible." Jin Murin nodded. "Good, then let's move." It seems that damn monster has already noticed us too. Young master, if we fight on this steep cliff, too many unpredictable variables could occur. We'll be at a huge disadvantage. We must stop it before it reaches this place. Kang Yual stood there, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Right after that, he took the lead and leaped downward into the decisive battle. The monster saw the two of them charging down and let out an extremely savage roar. From above, Dan Ryo HWA instructed the people behind her, "We will form a perimeter 3 Jiang away from it. If the monster pushes Elder back and approaches everyone, do not try to resist, just run immediately." Zhou Yongxiang angrily snapped, "You're not even the captain, so how dare you order us around?" Tang Soso pulled him back and shouted loudly, "If you don't have a better idea, then just listen for once, don't be an idiot like a steamed potato." The monster below roared loudly and swung its arm, throwing the longsword in its hand. Jin Murin and Kang Yual did not block it. Each of them swiftly dodged to opposite sides instead. The two quickly separated and surrounded the monster from the front and back, forming a pincer attack. "Brat, come over here." The monster did not attack immediately. Instead, it reached out and grabbed the sword handle stuck in the ground. It ignored Jin Murin and turned its head toward Kang Yual behind it instead. Kang Yual did not give it much time either and immediately swung his sword, unleashing several waves of sword energy. The monster fearlessly raised its sword to block the attacks. Kang Yual sighed in amazement. It actually knows how to use a sword too. A joint attack might only make things worse. "Leave it to me, everyone else fall back." Jin Murin had no objections and immediately complied. "Yes, Elder, this junior will retreat and observe the madman from the sidelines." The madman immediately hoisted its sword and charged forward with a furious roar. It and Kang Yual instantly began clashing head-on with their longswords. After exchanging only a few moves, the old man found an opening and swung his sword straight across its chest, causing blood to spray everywhere. Even so, he still felt regret. "Did I slash too shallowly? I clearly aimed for its neck. It has astonishing regenerative abilities and senses as sharp as a wild beast. But its movements have already slowed compared to earlier. Looks like it still isn't an immortal monster after all. I'll use the Rain Heaven Sword defense to stall for time and search for another opening." Watching the battle from outside, Jin Murin was also secretly analyzing things. His footwork and swift sword techniques were truly top-tier, as expected from one of the strongest masters in Sichuan. Zhou Yongxiang and the others were also incredibly shocked. "I can't believe we actually get to witness Flash of the Escaping Soul fighting with our own eyes." Not far away, Yomhong was lying unconscious on the ground. The shockwaves from Kang Yual's battle startled him awake. He drowsily opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the fierce battle between the two fighters. "That old bastard ruined everything. In the end, we were still discovered. At this rate, the Blood Knight madman will eventually be captured. At the very least, I have to stop that from happening. Kang Yual, if you weren't here, how could those little brats possibly stop the Blood Knight madman?" Thinking that, he secretly launched a hidden weapon toward the battlefield to ambush Kang Yual. Dan Ryo HWA, standing above, was the first to sense it and loudly warned them, "Young master, elder, be careful." Jin Murin turned his head and glanced backward, cursing inwardly. Damn it, that bastard was actually hiding on the opposite side. Kang Yual failed to react in time and only managed to twist his body aside when the hidden weapon was already right in front of him. Although he avoided a fatal strike, the hidden weapon still grazed him and left a wound. Yomhong lay there laughing gleefully. "Kahaha, Kang Yual, come join me in hell." Kang Yual looked at the wound on his leg in confusion. The symptoms are appearing this quickly. It made his mind spin in complete chaos. Just when it seemed like the madman's attack was about to hit him, Dan Ryo HWA suddenly appeared and blocked the strike for him. "Elder, are you all right?" The old man stammered, "I'm fine," but inwardly he was shocked beyond words. This little girl actually managed to directly block the madman's strength. Dan Ryo HWA reminded him, "Please leave this place to the captain of the Mad Martial Squad and this young lady. We do not know what kind of deadly poison was hidden in that concealed weapon." Kang Yual warned them, "This monster is at the level of an elder from the 4 great sects. You two are not its opponents. Leave me here and retreat immediately." The moment he finished speaking, Jin Murin attacked from behind the monster. Lightened flower death sword, flashing 5th form. The monster had no choice but to temporarily ignore Kang Yual and turn around to block Jin Murin's attack. After observing and exchanging blows with it, Jin Murin became even more shocked inwardly. This monster even knew how to use sinister energy to protect its body. But I also know clearly that this is a battle it is destined to lose, because the moment it still retains the instinct to defend itself, it already means it has lost the qualification to win mentally. If it truly could win, it would have eliminated me while I was still adjusting my power. What is this little injury even supposed to mean? But that would only happen if these two people were not here. Kang Yual did not miss the opportunity and swung his sword, severing one of the monster's arms. Dan Ryo HWA similarly cut off one of its legs. He shouted loudly, "Now is the moment." Jin Murin's eyes flashed brightly as he raised his sword. a single strike heading straight toward the monster's skull. Under the overwhelming assault of the three of them, the monster finally had no way to resist, and its head was severed from its neck. Zhou Yongxiang and the others watching from above were completely stunned by this scene. How could something like this even happen? Just the three of them actually succeeded in suppressing the blood cult's living weapon. Jin Murin instructed the group, "We need to bring this corpse back to the Alliance." Kang Yual stood there panting heavily while secretly thinking, "When I was young, I had experience dealing with the blood cult's madmen before, but this one was truly exceptionally dangerous. Yet the demonic forest has another monster entirely, truly worthy of the title Mad Dragon." Jin Murin once again shouted loudly, "There is a high chance there are more squads following behind. Nobody is allowed to lower their guard. Gather all the corpses of the black-clothed men into one place for me. I need to burn them all to ashes. Their comrades may still be nearby, so we must move quickly." While speaking, he suddenly became startled and turned his head back. Kang Yual could finally no longer endure it and collapsed onto the ground. The bright moon had already risen high overhead, signaling that midnight had long passed. The members of the Mad Dragon squad staying behind were becoming extremely anxious. Why is it taking so long? Nothing could have happened to the scouting team, right? As the young man sitting there was sighing, someone suddenly appeared behind him and shouted, "Squad leader, the scouting team has returned." Quack Dodgen was so startled he nearly peed his pants on the spot. The man hurriedly continued, "Now is not the time for tea breaks, we need to move quickly." Quack Dodgen asked in confusion, "What exactly happened?" The man replied, "Elder Kang has run into trouble." Over here, Kang Yual was being carried back by the group. Dan Ryo HWA walked ahead and warned everyone, "Everyone step back, he has suffered severe injuries." Tang Soso also gave orders to the group, "Prepare clean cloth and warm water. Hurry up, move those legs faster." Quack Dodgen finally walked over looking completely lost and confused. Jin Murin walked over and asked about the situation. "Quack Dodgen, while I was away, nothing happened here, right?" Quack Dodgen replied, "Yes, Captain, but what exactly is going on here?" Jin Murin explained, "We fought against a blood cult madman. Elder Kang has been poisoned. There is a high chance another squad will ambush us later, so we must quickly prepare to return to the Alliance. I need to check Elder Kang's condition. You should hurry and prepare so we can depart at any moment." Quack Dodgen quickly went to prepare as Jin Murin instructed, but his mind was still a complete mess. What exactly happened? Even the squad leaders felt different now. The atmosphere had completely changed. In the end, he could not hold back and walked over to ask Zhou Yongxiang, "Hey, did you guys just come back from seeing ghosts or something?" Zhou Yongxiang answered seriously, "Not ghosts, but we did see a monster." Quack Dodgen still innocently asked, "Was the blood cult madman really that terrifying?" Zhou Yongxiang shook his head, "I'm not talking about that monster." Quack Dodgen became even more confused. "What are you even saying? Speak human language for me, please." Zhou Yongxiang slung his backpack over his shoulder. There was truly another monster too. Who knows, we might have ended up following someone unbelievably monstrous ourselves. After finishing preparations, the group immediately began treating Kang Yual on the spot. Naturally, the ones handling this were members of the Tang clan. Dan Ryo HWA secretly sighed in relief. Tang Wu and Tang Soso, thankfully there were poison experts from the Tang clan here. Jin Murin also walked over to ask about the situation. Dan Ryo HWA let out a small sound of surprise. "Young master, you've returned." The two from the Tang clan are examining him now. They really look reliable. "What kind of poison is this exactly?" Tang Wu answered with a serious face, "I don't know." The moment he finished speaking, Tang Soso smacked him from the side. "This is corpse-gathering poison. It's a deadly poison refined from sinister energy extracted from corpses, almost like they're afraid people won't recognize them as the blood cult. I've already sealed several acupoints to stop the poison from spreading further, but we still need to remove the contaminated blood and purify the remaining poison." Tang Wu quickly put on a face covering. "I also know basic medicine, I'll help too." Tang Soso also put on her mask. "The issue is purifying the remaining poison in the acupoints. We need extremely yang energy, but right now we don't have any medicinal pills." Jin Murin immediately sat down. "Extremely yang energy, leave that to me. There's not much time, so begin immediately." After speaking, he circulated his energy and began channeling extremely yang energy into Kang Yual's wound. The Tang sisters were both shocked. "Supreme yang energy, that's impossible. I once sparred with the captain, so I know clearly. The captain obviously possesses an extremely yin body with suppressing yin energy. But that is clearly extremely yang energy. One person carrying two different energies inside the body. What exactly is going on here?" Dan Ryo HWA walked over and softly whispered into Jin Murin's ear, "If you make a mistake, it could destroy your blood vessels. Young master must be careful." Jin Murin sighed. "I know, help support me." Very quickly, black blood began spurting out from Kang Yual's wound. Tang Soso hurriedly reminded him. It's stagnant blood. Third young master quickly purged the blood. She secretly thought to herself, the captain's supreme yang energy is melting the corpse, gathering poison extremely effectively. It is not damaging the meridians at all, instead it is precisely attacking the sinister poison energy. Just how had this man trained himself to possess this level of strength at such a young age? Seriously, this guy is practically cheating at life already. Time quietly passed by, the water in the basin had already dried up, and the wet cloths were completely soaked with black blood. Tang Soso wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a breath. Captain, things have temporarily stabilized now. The remaining issues can be handled once we return to the Alliance. Jin Murin turned toward her and thanked her. You've worked hard. How is the elder's condition now? Tang Soso sighed. The poison has almost been completely removed, but his body had to fight against the toxic energy, so he's currently in an exhausted state. He should wake up shortly. Right now, what he needs most is rest. He probably won't be able to use martial arts for quite some time. Dan Ryo HWA continued, if that's the case, young master, we need to move immediately. Jin Murin smiled. Of course. Quack Dajin walked over and asked in surprise, Captain, we're moving out right away. Jin Murin chuckled and glanced into the distance. There's been someone staring at us this entire time. Come out already, you filthy little rat. The moment he finished speaking, a voice rang out ahead. Haha, you really are sharp. Looks like following the Blood Spirit Squad was absolutely the right decision. Tang Soso nervously cursed inwardly, damn it, I was so focused on treating the elder that I didn't notice anything at all. This guy is clearly a master. Jin Murin remained completely calm. Wearing a red iron mask, huh, so you're a blood cult disciple. The man narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly. That's right, but there's no need for you to be so tense. I didn't come here to fight. Jin Murin shouted loudly, you arrogant bastard, that's not for you to decide. You may not want to fight, but I do. In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly in front of the man and unleashed the lightened flower death sword technique, true wandering death sword. Tang Soso and the others were left completely dumbfounded by his sudden action. Dan Ryo HWA was not surprised at all seeing Jin Murin finish the opponent in a single strike. Instead, she became curious about something else. Young master, you're not even going to ask why he came here. Jin Murin waved his hand. The highest priority is bringing the elder back to the Alliance. Once I've decided what must be done, there's no need to listen to this guy talk anymore. If words can shake your resolve, then it's better not to hear them at all. Dan Ryo HWA was astonished. It sounded unreasonable, yet somehow it made perfect sense too. Jin Murin then ordered the group to quickly return to the Alliance. Tang Wu noticed his sister's attitude seemed a little strange, so he asked, Big sister, what are you thinking about? Tang Soso answered with a serious expression. The nickname Mad Dragon really suits him perfectly. Meanwhile, Dan Ryo HWA continued walking beside Jin Murin and asked, But young master, will things really be alright? If that person earlier hadn't returned, wouldn't the entire squad behind him have been forced to act? What if they follow us on the way back, or report to the blood cult that the Sichuan Alliance has taken action? Jin Murin burst into laughter. Hahaha, you don't need to worry about that. This battle is merely an internal matter of the Sichuan Alliance. I already sent someone to deal with all of that. How many people are in the squad behind them? Those blood cult brats returning alive is absolutely impossible. The person he arranged for this task was Seo Jin Huan. The blood cult members saw him and immediately shouted in panic. Who the hell is this lunatic? Where did a monster like him even crawl out from? Who exactly sent him here? The scouts we dispatched never returned. Don't tell me you were the one who slaughtered both them and the Blood Spirit Squad. Seo Jin Huan raised his weapon and coldly replied, You people sure talk a lot. Aren't you going to fight? Seeing there was no point in talking anymore, the young blood cult warrior ordered his comrades to form the Four Ghost Formation. Seo Jin Huan was instantly surrounded by the group, but before they could even attack, he had already vanished from where he stood, completely gone without a trace. Everyone froze in shock at the bizarre sight. He disappeared. So it turns out he was running away. That arrogant bastard, does he even have backup? Who cares if he's a bird or a rat, just kill first and ask questions later. But before he could even make a move after thinking that, his body and legs were already sliced apart. He had no way to look towards Seo Jin Huan, who was fighting his companions in the distance. Since when did Seo Jin Huan's disappearance earlier turn out not to be an escape, but him finishing off all four of them before moving on to slaughter the others? His movement technique was unbelievably strange and agile, impossible to track. The group immediately started begging for mercy afterward. But why would Seo Jin Huan care about their pathetic pleas? One of them took the chance to flee, but Seo Jin Huan had no intention of letting him get away and pulled out a hidden weapon. Then flicked his hand and launched it straight at him. The young man had no way to dodge and was struck by the hidden weapon just like that. After dealing with that guy, he turned to look at the rest. Running away is useless anyway. The group broke out in cold sweat like rain, so terrified they did not dare move forward. The sounds of slaughter soon echoed through the forest once again. Several days later, Jin Murin and his people safely returned to the Sichuan Alliance. Team leader Jin Murin and 76 members have completed the mission and returned safely. The Mad Martial Squad had returned to the Sichuan Alliance. The people who completed the very first mission and came back immediately drew everyone's attention. Did a battle actually happen? This was only the first mission. Wasn't it supposed to be just an investigation? From the bloodstains on their clothes, the injuries of Elder Kang, and even the corpse lying on the stretcher, everything made people wildly speculate about a massive battle. The eyes of every squad member had already changed. Looks like it was an incredibly difficult mission. Just what kind of crazy thing did the young master do this time? Thinking of that, he loudly said, "Everyone worked hard. Hurry and put away your belongings and get some rest. Team leader, please come inside for the meeting." Jin Xiaolin also walked over at that moment to ask Tang Soso about what happened. Tang Soso's face was filled with happiness. "Vice Captain, I honestly didn't do much anyway." Jin Xiaolin looked confused. "Didn't do much? Your clothes are covered in fresh blood though." Tang Soso laughed loudly and ran off to rest with the others. "Haha, it's not my blood, so don't worry too much, sis. But honestly, the young master of the demonic forest really is a genius." Hearing those words come out of her mouth shocked Jiak Magi even more. Didn't she keep saying she hated him? What on earth happened out there? Inside the room, Jin Murin and the other man sat together at the tea table. "Young master, what exactly happened?" Jin Murin explained. "It's nothing really. Anyone changes after rolling around under my command a few times." Yu Gessen burst into laughter. "Haha, that really does sound like you, young master." Jin Murin raised a pastry to his mouth for a quick snack and curiously asked, "Where are Yong Chu and Diha?" Yu Gessen sighed. "Oh dear, don't even mention those two anymore. After you left, those two went down to the underground training grounds and haven't poked their heads out since, acting like they entered closed-door cultivation or something." Hearing that, Jin Murin excitedly praised them. "Those brats did well. By the way, do you know anything about the 7 soul men of the blood cult?" The moment Yu Gessen heard that question, he choked on his tea and spat it out instantly. "Don't tell me you encountered the 7 soul men during this mission." Jin Murin did not hide it at all. It was the Blood Knight Madman. "According to the information I received, they did not merely create 7 soul men anymore. They actually created a Blood Knight Madman." Yu Gessen stroked his chin thoughtfully. "A Blood Knight Madman? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before." "That's right, it was in the study of the demonic forest. Back then, the 7 soul men only existed in theory, so there were not many records about them. However, the final line written about the Blood Knight Madman said this: if it can surpass its limits and reach completion, it will become a monster capable of easily drowning the world in blood." Jin Murin nodded in agreement. Calling it a monster would not be wrong at all. "The one I encountered was merely a defective product, so a fully completed Blood Knight Madman would be far more terrifying than that thing. So for hundreds of years, they still never gave up and continued researching it. To research it, they even left Heavenly Mountain and established the Blood Cult. That's exactly why there's no way they would abandon it so easily. Even Elder Kang's sword techniques could not cut deeply into its skin. Outside its bones, it even possessed external martial arts protection. It was a monster that used evil energy to defend its own body. Only because Elder Kang and the escort group helped disperse its evil energy was I able to cut off its head. But even then, we still cannot confirm that this is truly its weakness." Thinking about that, he spoke once more. "I'm genuinely curious about something. I wonder what the Alliance leader thinks about all this." The scene shifted to the central wood hall of the Sichuan Alliance. Han Chenwal was inside. "Come in, Pavilion Master of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion and also the captain of the Mad Martial Squad. This time, young man, you have achieved a great merit. Thank you for the praise, Alliance leader." Luckily, Elder Kang provided tremendous help. "I heard it was the Mad Martial Squad captain himself who captured the madman." Jin Murin politely cupped his fists. This junior merely handled the final step. It was a Blood Knight Madman. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. "A Blood Knight Madman? I truly want to hear your impression of it, young man." Jin Murin asked back, "Do you want this junior to speak honestly?" Seeing the Alliance leader confirm so casually, Jin Murin slightly narrowed his eyes while glancing at the crowd and thought to himself. They did not look nervous at all. They were merely treating this as some minor matter that a squad captain could handle. The only tense people here were the Alliance leader and the pavilion master of the secret pavilion, followed by a few elders and then Elder Kang. More than half the people here were practically standing 1 foot in the grave without even realizing it. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. "My feeling is that if there were 50 creatures like this, they could completely turn the Sichuan Alliance into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood." Tang Mungyong seriously asked back, Is it truly that dangerous? Jin Murin confirmed, yes, there is one thing all of you overlooked. The one Elder Kang and I dealt with was merely a defective product from the blood cult. If a blood knight madman reaches complete perfection, it will become even harder to deal with. Many people who underestimated this matter finally started feeling nervous. Tang Mung-yong spoke once again. If defective products have already appeared, does that mean the blood cult never stopped their research? Jin Murin nodded once more. That is correct, Pavilion Master. Kang Yuwal also raised his hand and spoke. Therefore, Alliance Leader, I have a request. The Blood Knight Madman is an extremely dangerous existence. We must stop it right now and cannot wait until their experiments are completed before taking action. We must find their secret experimental base and uproot it as soon as possible. Alliance Leader, please immediately form a special covert squad to infiltrate Tibet. Faced with his proposal, Han Chenwal fell into deep thought for a moment without making a decision. Tang Mungyong secretly transmitted his voice to him. Alliance Leader, this matter is directly tied to the safety of Sichuan. Elder Kang's words are completely reasonable. Han Chenwal quickly made his decision afterward. I cannot ignore anything that could become a hidden threat to the Sichuan martial world. Does anyone here have any strategies? Kang Yuwal asked back, what does the Alliance Leader think about assigning this mission to the Mad Martial Squad? The moment the Mad Martial Squad was mentioned, someone immediately stood up in opposition. Absolutely not. More than half of this alliance's rising talents are gathered inside the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. If they fail, we will lose the future of the Sichuan martial world. The others also quickly agreed. I think the same way. Besides, the Mad Martial Squad only just returned. Exactly, we might as well hand it over to our heavenly immortal pavilion instead. Kang Yuwal secretly cursed in his heart. Damn it, are these people so blinded by the desire for merit and glory? The Mad Martial Squad was formed from rising talents and martial artists of the demonic forest. They were underestimating this matter because a chaotic group like the Mad Martial Squad managed to fight the blood cult and still bring back results. Jin Murin also sighed inwardly. The blade is practically already at their throats, yet they still have not come to their senses. Kang Yuwal spoke once more. This old man does not deny that the core of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion is made up of rising talents, but they are not children, they are true martial artists. Through this mission, the Mad Martial Squad has already proven their abilities, and they are fully capable of succeeding in the next mission as well. Right at that moment, another cough interrupted him. It was Zhang Yugi, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion of the Sichuan Alliance. This old man has something to say. Alliance Leader, is this matter truly serious enough to dispatch martial artists? The Alliance Leader replied. If what Junior Brother said is true, then we cannot simply overlook it. Zhang Yugi continued, leave this important matter to our Heavenly Immortal Pavilion. Kang Yuwal was shocked. Don't tell me you plan to send the Heavenly Martial Squad. Zhang Yugi confirmed it. That's right, don't we need to uncover the truth behind the Blood Knight Madman and completely eradicate it? Kang Yuwal became tense. Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, you cannot underestimate this incident. Zhang Yugi remained extremely confident. Martial Uncle, please do not worry too much. The Heavenly Martial Squad has never failed before. The strongest squad in the Sichuan Alliance certainly will not disappoint everyone. Kang Yuwal sighed inwardly, truly arrogant. Sichuan and Tibet are two completely different places, so how could he speak so lightly about it? While in Sichuan, everyone supports the Heavenly Martial Squad, so naturally everything succeeds. But once they step into Tibetan territory, enemies will surround them from all directions. I must stop this somehow. At that moment, another voice suddenly rang out. Great, if it's the Heavenly Martial Squad, then they will definitely succeed. The crowd turned around in surprise and saw that the speaker was Jin Murin. Just what was this brat thinking? There was no way this brat did not realize the people here were severely underestimating this matter. A person who clearly understood how dangerous this mission was could still stay this calm. Seeing him speak up, Han Chenwal also responded. Jin Murin has personally fought against the madman before, so his words carry weight. Very well then, I shall assign this mission to the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion. Jin Murin turned his head and exchanged a glance with Yugasan, silently conveying something with his eyes. Yugasan immediately understood and stepped forward. Traveling from here to Tibet is far from easy. Therefore, this old man has a suggestion. Leave the communication between the Sichuan Alliance and the Heavenly Martial Squad to the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Hearing this, Kang Yuwal suddenly realized the truth. So that's how it is. Yugasin continued explaining. If the Cloud Dragon Pavilion can help the secret pavilion gather information, then the Heavenly Martial Squad's work on the front lines will also become much smoother. Kang Yuwal chimed in. Alliance Leader, this old man will accompany them as well, so please agree to it. If someone experienced with a blood cult goes along, the mission will become even more manageable. Han Chenwal nodded. If Junior Brother is going too, then nothing could be better. The younger talents can also gain valuable experience. Please become a solid support for the youngsters. Since the opinions have been unified, I will now make the final decision. We depart in 10 days. The Heavenly Immortal Pavilion will lead the expedition while the Cloud Dragon Pavilion accompanies them. The road ahead is long, so if anyone needs additional preparations, feel free to speak up. If there is nothing else, everyone may disperse. After leaving outside, Yugasan immediately looked at Jin Murin in confusion and asked, "Young master, why do we have to support the Heavenly Martial Squad? Why bother exhausting ourselves like this?" Jin Murin burst into laughter. "Ha, exhausting ourselves, whether it's hardship or good fortune, we won't know until we go. Besides, someone in this world has to suffer a little, right?" At that moment, Diha and the other man had also come out of closed-door training to meet them. This great hero greets the pavilion master of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion and the captain. Yugasan chuckled and stepped away. "I'll head off first, we'll talk again later." Jin Murin nodded. "Yes, we'll meet again once the squads are divided." "Diha, your control over Chi is improving more and more." Yongchu immediately bragged about his achievement. "This subordinate only managed it after getting beaten up 100 times, sir." Diha scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. It's true that every day this subordinate spars with Yongchu for training, but something very strange happened. The techniques flowing from my hands have become incredibly refined. Could it be that this subordinate is actually a genius? Hearing that, Jin Murin could not hold back his laughter anymore. Every single day Diha had been drowning in the hellish great circulation training while fighting Yongchu. Although he was labeled untalented and useless and had to hand over the position of demonic forest squad captain to Thoi En-heen to, Diha was a hardworking and honest person, and that very trait had become his true talent. Seeing Jin Murin laughing nonstop, Diha could not help but become confused. "Captain, is it really that funny? Why do you keep laughing like that?" "You don't need to know that. Stop getting cocky and take the chance to rest for a while. In 10 days, we'll have to travel far again." After 5 days, the Sichuan Alliance had already begun preparing luggage and supplies for departure. While the Heavenly Martial Squad busily prepared for the upcoming journey, the Cloud Dragon Pavilion also made preparations to coordinate with them, including the Mad Martial Squad, the Black Spirit Squad, the Broken Sword Squad, and the Golden Tiger Squad, bringing the number of martial artists to 76 people. Jin Murin held a ledger in his hand and pondered deeply. "We cannot just casually bring everyone along. We'll only take the squad leaders, vice leaders, and team leaders." Yugasan interrupted him. "But why are you putting Tang Chin from the Golden Tiger Squad at the top of the list? That brat looks arrogant as hell. He definitely won't obediently follow orders. Why not choose someone else instead?" Jin Murin firmly refused. "No, that won't do." Yugasan sighed. "Is it because of that brat's cultivation, or is there some other reason?" Jin Murin grinned in an extremely scheming way. "He's the young master of the Tang clan after all. If Tang Chin joins the squad, we'll get much more support and resources. Pretty convenient, huh?" 4 days later, at the peak of preparations for the journey inside the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, a tall man arrived at the Sichuan Alliance. This person was none other than Jiak Magi. "Young master, it's been a long time since we last met." Jin Murin laughed. Well, your appearance has become more radiant by the day. I almost didn't recognize you." Jiak Magi awkwardly replied, "Young master, please stop teasing me. I have some personal matters, so I intentionally dressed like this." "I already heard the news. It seems the blood cult is experimenting with a new type of seven-soul man." Jin Murin confirmed it. "That's right, they call that thing the Blood Knight Madman." Jiak Magi suddenly realized. "Blood Knight Madman, so that's it. Then it's very likely this matter is connected to the reason I came looking for you, young master." Jin Murin frowned. "Why are you acting so mysterious?" Jiak Magi nervously replied, "All the disciples I sent to Tibet have completely lost contact. The disciples I dispatch usually report back regularly. Yet this time, the contact date had already passed, and there was still not the slightest bit of news. It is very likely that the war with Tibet has already begun." The atmosphere inside the room immediately fell into a terrifying silence. Elsewhere, Han Chin-wal and the others were also holding discussions. It seemed a letter had just arrived from somewhere. The demonic forest side had also received some kind of news by now. Meanwhile, Jiak Magi reached into his chest and took out a letter. Jin Murin asked suspiciously, "What about the disciples' escape routes?" Jiak Magi sighed. "We originally prepared escape routes, but we have no idea how the situation has changed anymore. This is a record of the events this one collected in Tibet. Perhaps in the coming days, I will no longer be able to meet the young master again." Jin Murin sighed emotionally. "Looks like you're planning to go to Tibet yourself." Jiak Magi gritted his teeth. "Those little beggars followed me all the way to Sichuan because they trusted this branch leader. How could I possibly abandon them?" Jin Murin secretly admired him inwardly. For the sake of his subordinates, he did not hesitate at all to head toward a dangerous place like Tibet. Jin Murin slammed the table and stood up. "Seriously, I just can't bring myself to hate beggars like you guys." Perfect timing. Tomorrow, the Heavenly Martial Squad will also depart for Tibet to stop the Blood Knight Madman experiment. Jiak Magi was shocked. The Heavenly Martial Squad, so the strongest fighting force of the Sichuan Alliance, is personally mobilizing. Jin Murin confirmed it. That's right, and our Cloud Dragon Pavilion will also go as support. Do you want to come along? Jiok Magi hurriedly answered. Of course I do, young master, you absolutely must bring me along. In his heart, he silently prayed, please still be alive, my little beggars. But reality was never that kind. On the Tibetan side, the blood cult had already begun hunting down the beggars, and some had already lost their lives. 6 days later, the day of departure finally arrived. Outside in the courtyard, a crowd of martial artists had already gathered when one person stepped forward. Looks like everyone has assembled. As all of you already know, this time the Cloud Dragon Pavilion will accompany us as support. All team leaders and above from the Golden Tiger Squad, the Iron Sword Squad, and the Mad Martial Squad, along with the 2 elders from the Martial Institute, will travel together with us. Everyone must remember the place we are going is not Sichuan, but Tibet. There, it does not matter whether your background comes from the 4 great sects or some small and medium sect. We are simply true martial artists. This person was the captain of the Heavenly Martial Squad, Ku Yangmo. Jin Murin secretly thought to himself, Heavenly Martial Squad Captain Ku Yangmo. I didn't expect the Sichuan Alliance to have someone like him. His martial arts are definitely not ordinary. No wonder the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion Master was so arrogant. Ha Zhongbo, standing beside Kang Yuwal, glanced toward Jin Murin. That brat is Jin Murin, right? He looks pretty ordinary to me. Elder, aren't you praising him a little too highly? Kang Yuwal continued. Haha, that's right, just keep watching and you'll understand why I value him so highly. Ku Yangmu stood on the platform, drew his sword, and loudly ordered everyone to depart. The expedition of the Sichuan Alliance's elite force could truly be described as moving 1,000 miles in a single stride. The closer they approached Tibet, the colder the climate became. In such an entirely different environment, the younger talents of the Sichuan Alliance could finally truly understand the situation Ku Yangmu had spoken about. The early winter winds of the barren plateau felt like blades slicing into every piece of flesh on their bodies. After passing through a narrow gorge of the Great Snow Mountain Range, the Heavenly Martial Squad officially stepped into the border territory of Tibet. Everyone wore incredibly thick cloaks, yet they still could not endure the freezing cold of this place. All of them continuously shivered while breathing out white mist like steamed buns. This really isn't simple at all. I never expected the weather to be this cold. The worst part is that to conceal our movements, we can't even light a fire after leaving Sichuan for the mission. This truly feels unfamiliar. Ku Yangmu walked over to the 2 old men and asked with concern, Elders, are you both all right? Kang Yuwal replied, We have cultivated for many years already, so we can still endure it. The problem is that we should have brought more supplies from the Alliance support. We cannot carry thick heavy coats on our bodies while carrying out missions. Once we move farther away from the mountain we just passed, the weather should become a little less cold. But the problem here is that this is not Sichuan, this is Tibet. We are not familiar with the terrain at all, and the reality is very different from what it looks like on a map. To move without leaving traces on the thick snow is not easy. Right at that moment, Jiok Magi walked over. Great heroes, may I offer a suggestion? Ku Yangmu suspiciously turned his head toward him. You're one of the beggar sect members traveling with us this time, right? Jiok Magi introduced himself. I am Jiok Magi. It seems you are worried about crossing the plains, but isn't Tibet currently in a state of war? Normally nobody passes through this place anyway, and they would not have eyes and ears stationed all the way out here. Kang Yuwal agreed, that's right, anything is better than staying stuck here. Ha Zhongbo also chimed in. Even if we leave footprints behind, the wind and snow will quickly erase them anyway. Hearing that, Ku Yangmu found their logic reasonable and immediately ordered the person beside him. Very well, Vice Captain, immediately instruct the members of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion to prepare. The man beside him was Xiang Yon, the vice captain of the Heavenly Martial Squad. The moment he finished speaking, Xiang Yon stepped toward the cliff and shouted loudly, The Heavenly Martial Squad and Cloud Dragon Pavilion will prepare to cross the plains. Carry only essential items, hide everything else here. We need light bodies if we want to move efficiently. Jin Murin secretly thought to himself. Jiok Magi personally stepped in to speak. It seems he's truly desperate now. The Heavenly Martial Squad captain also makes decisions very quickly. That's definitely an advantage. Xiang Yon stood on the mountain and continued speaking non-stop. After crossing the plains, before reaching Zhuangdu, we will have to pass through another forest. Tangchen of the Golden Tiger Squad, Jin Murin of the Mad Martial Squad, Yuk Gum Myung of the Broken Sword Squad, the people I just called, move out immediately. Go to the forest ahead, assess the situation, and report back to me. Jin Murin narrowed his eyes and thought inwardly, so this is a test. Ku Yangmu nodded, it's necessary to test them like this. Although they are only here as support, Tibet is an extremely dangerous place. Ever since leaving the Sichuan Alliance, I have been closely observing those 3 squad leaders. First is Tang Chin of the Golden Tiger Squad. I can sense that both his martial arts and character are far from ordinary. If he continues growing like this, he will definitely become the biggest name among the younger generation. Next is Yuk Gum Myung. Although the Broken Sword Squad is made up only of small sects, they have never failed a single mission. That brat is clearly no joke either. Lastly is Jin Murin, captain of the Mad Martial Squad. The elders of the Martial Institute value him very highly, so I have been observing him especially carefully. During the march, I turned around at one point and thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. There was a mountain of supplies on his back, yet none of his subordinates lagged behind during the march. This brat is pretty interesting, huh? That's right, the other squad leaders only brought 1 or 2 subordinates at most. Furthermore, everyone in the expedition helps one another regardless of background. Something like this would have been unimaginable in our generation. Even a tiny variable can greatly affect the morale of an entire group. Keep your eyes on that brat. Jin Murin and the others quickly moved ahead and prepared to depart for the mission. Before leaving, Yuk Gum Myung did not forget to glance at the people beside him. The other 2 had gorgeous beauties accompanying them while he was stuck traveling with another dude. The unfairness nearly made him want to cry on the spot, poor guy. The scene shifted to the Jianghu forest in the northwest, around 100 li away from the Heavenly Martial Squad. A group of blood cult members were patrolling there. The mechanism we set up on the southeastern plains has been triggered. Someone has definitely infiltrated from that direction. Are you sure it was martial artists? Could it not just be wild beasts? No matter how stupid the Valley Squad brats are, they should at least know the difference between humans and animals. Besides, the people sent to retrieve the Blood Knight Mad Wolves have been completely silent for over 10 days now. We absolutely cannot lower our guard. We need to go check it ourselves. Let's move. If a large group is traveling together, their camp can only be over there. Meanwhile, Jin Murin and Dan Ryo HWA were slowly moving together. Dan Ryo HWA glanced around and exclaimed, "The vegetation here is really unique. The trees are incredibly sparse." Jin Murin continued, "This land is far too barren to live on, which is exactly why we cannot underestimate Tibet." Dan Ryo HWA sighed, "That's truly unfortunate." Jin Murin looked confused. Why unfortunate? Those scumbags turned people into 7 soul men after all. As they walked, they suddenly heard the noisy cries of crows. Both of them were startled and quickly turned their heads around. Very soon, a blood cult member came running from the distance. He continuously looked left and right while searching, clearly confused. Strange, I can definitely sense human presence around here. Jin Murin and Dan Ryo HWA were currently hugging each other while hiding behind a tree right beside him, concealing their presence and quietly observing. What a pain, these guys seem to be blood cult scouting squads. Dan Ryo HWA was being held in his arms, and her face had already turned completely red from embarrassment. Only then did Jin Murin notice and lower his head to look. But wow, this was definitely way too close. Elsewhere, Tang Chin and Jin Xiaolin were also separately hiding behind 2 trees to avoid another blood cult member. Tang Chin transmitted his voice and asked, "Are they blood cult members? Don't tell me we can't even capture one." Jin Xiaolin replied, "That only applies to the captain. There are very likely more of them nearby. If we alert the enemy, the others could end up in danger. Hopefully these guys just pass by quietly." Meanwhile, the 2 unlucky young men traveling with Yuk Gum Myung were squeezed together behind a single tree trunk. Both of them looked extremely uncomfortable. "Captain, what kind of messed up situation is this? Quiet down. Do you think I enjoy this either?" "That's exactly my point. There are so many trees here, so why did you have to hide behind the exact same tree as me?" "Captain, you're being unreasonable. Do these trees have owners now or something? Or do you want to die under a blood cult sword?" The 2 young men became more and more irritated, neither willing to back down. In the end, they could not hold back anymore and accidentally made noise. "Damn it, this is seriously annoying." Yuk Gum Myung stopped hiding and directly leaped out while drawing his sword to charge toward the blood cult member. "This is driving me insane." The other man's reactions were not slow either. He swiftly bent down and avoided Yuk Gum Myung's strike. Yuk Gum Myung secretly analyzed the situation. "He can dodge my attacks this easily. His cultivation is far too high for an ordinary squad member to handle. Just what realm are these blood cult bastards at?" He immediately turned around and ordered his subordinate, "Return to the squad and request reinforcements." The young man instantly accepted the order without hesitation. "Yes, Captain, this subordinate will go immediately." The blood cult member did not rush to attack and instead spoke first. "A squad captain, huh? Pretty impressive. Judging by your accent, you're from Sichuan, right?" Yuk Gum Myung threatened him. "You've got sharp eyes. Since you already know, why not surrender obediently?" The blood cult youth coldly laughed while gripping the hilt of his sword. Yuk Gum Myung frowned in confusion, laughing, "What's so funny about this?" The young man drew his sword. "If it's just a squad captain, I can handle you." Yuk Gum Myung's expression twisted slightly. "I see, but unfortunately for you." While speaking, he swung his sword directly at the man. At this forest right now, merely being called a squad captain was far too little to describe the monsters gathered here. The blood cult youth raised his sword to block the attack, but his face instantly turned pale and sweat poured down like rain. His sword was suddenly covered in countless cracks. Before he could even say another word, the sword shattered apart, and at the same time Yuk Gum Myung split him cleanly into two halves. Nearby, another blood cult member was startled by the sounds of battle echoing through the forest. That voice was Tang Chin, who was hiding behind a tree, had already taken out a hidden weapon. The moment he saw the opponent let his guard down, he swung his hand and fired the hidden weapon out. The young man had no choice but to raise his arm to block it, allowing the hidden weapon to stab directly into his hand. After succeeding with one strike, Tang Chin immediately called out to Jin Xiaolin. The blood cult youth instantly realized he had no way to deal with them and gritted his teeth as he activated poison. Before the two could even attack him, he had already committed suicide on the spot. Tang Chin cursed angrily. Damn it, that bastard actually killed himself. It's the corpse-dissolving poison, one of the blood cult's terrifying bone-melting toxins. Jin Xiaolin froze in shock. He didn't hesitate at all to throw away his own life. I heard shouting just now, I wonder how the others are doing. The moment she finished speaking, Dan Ryo HWA also ran over. So the two of you from the Golden Tiger Squad are here? Jin Xiaolin asked back. You're Captain Jin's guard, right? Dan Ryo Hwa's face immediately turned red again, looking slightly embarrassed. That's right, I'm Dan Ryo HWA. Jin Xiaolin praised her. That's quite a unique name. Why did you come here? Dan Ryo HWA explained. We need to return to the Heavenly Martial Squad immediately. It's the captain's order. If things progress smoothly, we may infiltrate Zhuangdu today. Jin Xiaolin was shocked. Infiltrate Zhuangdu? Where is Captain Jin right now? Dan Ryo HWA answered. Captain Jin is currently chasing a blood cult martial artist. Elsewhere, a blood cult youth was frantically fleeing. Damn it, the Sichuan alliance already mobilized this quickly. And the bastard chasing behind me is no ordinary opponent either. If my cultivation were just a bit stronger, I could have shaken him off already. He's only the lowest rank of squad captain, nothing too scary. But this situation isn't suitable for fighting anymore. I'll keep running this direction, widen the gap, and regroup with the cult later. Jin Murin, who was chasing behind him, was also analyzing inwardly. His movements are definitely not ordinary. He's very likely at the level of a junior commander. He's obviously trying to widen the distance and return to the cult. The other two brats accompanying him in the forest were probably already captured or killed. My role right now is to figure out exactly where these people came from. But from earlier until now, he has not moved towards Zhuangdu at all. Instead, he's heading in a completely different direction. That means there's nobody stationed inside Zhuangdu itself. After organizing his thoughts, Jin Murin suddenly accelerated and appeared beside the young man in an instant. You can stop now and surrender obediently. The young man broke into cold sweat in terror. Since when did he get this close to me? You think I'll obediently let myself be captured? We were already prepared to die from the start. But before he could bite down on poison to kill himself, Jin Murin swiftly punched him right in the mouth. Life is an incredibly precious thing, you know. The young man had already been struck with pressure point sealing and could no longer move. He actually sealed my acupoints. This bastard clearly has experience suppressing blood cult members. Just who the hell is he? Jin Murin grabbed his hair and lifted him up. Let's head back first and discuss all these little details later, alright? The young man felt extremely unwilling in his heart. I actually got captured by a guy like this. Whether he accepted it or not, the final outcome was still Jin Murin knocking him unconscious and carrying him away like luggage. After the young master returned, everything immediately progressed at incredible speed. Ku Yongmu excitedly laughed in delight. You actually captured a blood cult member alive. You've achieved a tremendous merit. Jin Murin handed the document over to him. There was a letter hidden inside his clothes. According to the contents of the letter, they intend to finish the war within 2 months. The martial artists in Sichuan have already been ordered to prepare themselves. Looks like they already learned about our arrival after the Blood Knight Madman incident was exposed. If they already knew beforehand and prepared defenses, then finding the experimental base will become extremely difficult. There is a safe house of the secret pavilion in Zhuangdu, and the Cloud Dragon Pavilion has already located its position. Vice Captain, take 2 martial artists from the Cloud Dragon Pavilion and go receive the information. Jiak Magi stepped forward. Take me along too, I need to go to Zhuangdu. Ku Yongmu nodded. Understood. Although there should not be any major danger, please still take care of yourself. Jin Murin glanced behind him and ordered, Tang Soso, Li Huan, the two of you follow Vice Captain Than Lian. As Jiak Magi walked together with the group, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thanks to the young master, I can finally find my subordinates. A short while later, at the entrance gate of Zhuangdu in Tibet, Xiang Yon cupped his fists toward Jiak Magi in farewell. We cannot remain in Jianghu for long. In a little while, we must regroup here again. I hope the branch leader can reunite safely with his subordinates. Jianghu hurriedly ran off. I understand, then I shall take my leave first. At this moment, his entire appearance looked extremely excited because he was about to meet his underlings again. At last, I finally arrived where I needed to be. But when he rushed there, nobody was around at all. Something had clearly happened. My subordinates definitely would have left some kind of sign behind. After a while, he found a hidden signal carved onto a wooden pillar. He quickly walked over and took down the letter attached there. There is not much dust on it, so this must have happened only recently. Blood writing, it seems my subordinates wrote this under extremely urgent circumstances. After reading it, he completely froze. Tichza Valley, what exactly does this place mean? Are they hiding there, or are they imprisoned there instead? In cases where a letter is written without coercion, the right corner of the paper would be folded. But if nothing was wrong, why would they only write these 3 words? Just what exactly happened to you all in Tibet? Elsewhere, Xiang Yon and the others were also speaking with someone inside an alley. Nagok, Kangdal, Chikik, Songpak, these are the locations where bloody incidents recently occurred in Tibet. Xiang Yon cupped his fists. All of them are located in the southeast, far from the Potala Palace. We deeply trust the information of the secret pavilion. I will definitely relay everything back. This person was the secret pavilion spy in Jianghu named Yubong. The farthest location is Kochtak. It will take at least 15 days to travel there. I wish all of you good luck. At the same time, Jianghu also returned. I'm back. Xiang Yon let out a sigh. Thank goodness, we also just finished here. Branch leader, did you find the beggar sect disciples? Jianghu shook his head. I found nothing at all. Let's return first. Yubong spoke once again. Then I shall also take my leave now. Tang Soso suddenly frowned and stared intensely at Jianghu. Li Huan also noticed something strange and asked, Branch leader, your complexion looks terrible. Did something happen? Jianghu still failed to realize his own condition and shook his head. Something happened? No, it's nothing. Let's hurry back. Li Huan became tense. Something is clearly wrong. Tang Soso continued. We need to return to the main squad immediately. He's been poisoned, and it's an extremely deadly poison too. Night fell over the Heavenly Marshal Squad's camp. Today marked the 3rd day since the Heavenly Marshal Squad infiltrated Jianghu. According to the information Vice Captain Xiang Yon received from the secret pavilion spy, the 4 southeastern Tibetan locations were Naga, Kangdal, Chikik, and Songpak. Bloody incidents occurred in all 4 places. The blood cult's experimental site must be hidden within one of these 4 locations. Xiang Yon continued speaking. There is another issue as well. The beggar sect branch leader has been poisoned and all beggar sect disciples in this area have disappeared. It is obvious they were already dealt with by the blood cult. Jin Murin secretly pondered inwardly. This situation is really strange. Beggars are beggars, but they are still disciples of the beggar sect after all. If the beggar sect disciples ended up in such miserable condition, then how could the secret pavilion spy remain perfectly safe? Thinking that far, he finally spoke up. Captain, is this information truly accurate? This junior honestly cannot make sense of it. The time it took to form the squad and travel from Sichuan to this place was not long at all. After the Mad Marshal squad returned with the madman's corpse, we immediately prepared in haste and departed. In such a short amount of time, how could they possibly prepare all the exact information we needed so perfectly? Xiang Yon glanced at him. Captain of the Mad Marshal squad, the information network of the secret pavilion is far beyond anything you can imagine. It is very possible their spies had already investigated everything even before our alliance issued orders. Jin Murin sighed inwardly. They trust the secret pavilion this much, so no matter what I say now would probably be useless anyway. Thinking that, he sighed and spoke. The 2 of you are right. It's possible the information had already been gathered beforehand. Unexpectedly, Ku Yangmu suddenly objected. No, what you said earlier made perfect sense. Xiang Yon spoke again. If that's the case, we will first move toward the nearest location, Nagok. From there, we will form 3 smaller teams and split up. Even if this is a trap, our forces will not become too scattered and we will still be able to handle the enemy. Ku Yangmu nodded in praise. Good, we'll first follow the original plan of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. The Cloud Dragon Pavilion will remain here and record important information to send back to the Alliance. The Heavenly Marshal Squad will split into 4 smaller teams and act separately. Go make preparations, we depart within 1 shichen. Jin Murin silently pondered. This is beyond my expectations. They gathered blood cult information so quickly and moved immediately. He no longer tried to stop them and instead cupped his fists in agreement. Then this junior wishes the Heavenly Marshal Squad a safe journey. The Heavenly Marshal Squad split into 4 directions and headed toward different regions of Tibet. The moment they would truly realize the danger Jin Murin warned them about would come the very next day after their departure. Jin Murin was outside quietly watching the snowfall when Li Huan suddenly came running over in panic. Captain, are you here? Branch leader Giacomo has finally awakened. Over here, Giacomo's entire body had turned blackish gray, his veins bulging violently while sweat poured off him like rain, yet he could finally speak again. This place is. Tang Soso, sitting nearby, answered him. The forest near Jianghu. Branch leader, you collapsed while speaking, so everyone and I brought you back here. There is no need for you to sit up yet. Please focus on resting first. Giacomo opened his eyes and looked at her. How many days have passed already? Tang Soso reassured him. Only one day, branch leader, there's no need to worry too much. Tang Chin, who was standing nearby, also spoke up. You may have awakened, but there is still poison inside your body, so do not circulate your qi. Giacomo looked confused and thanked them. But where are my clothes? Tang Chin calmly replied. I burned them yesterday morning. Giacomo immediately became agitated. You crazy bastard, do you even know what was inside them? Tang Chin remained completely calm. There was a blood letter carrying an extremely poisonous evil aura, more precisely, scarlet madness poison. At that moment, Jin Murin also walked in from outside. Tell me the details. I now owe Captain Tang Chin a debt of gratitude. I sincerely thank you. Tang Chin indifferently replied. I merely did what needed to be done. Inside this man's clothes was a blood letter containing scarlet madness poison. This poison is created from a mixture of scorpion venom and excretion grass. It causes the victim unbearable agony. The person who left behind that blood letter has most likely already died. Jin Murin secretly sighed inwardly. How can this brat stay so calm and say things like that at a time like this? That issue is not even important anymore. Tang Chin ignored everything and continued explaining. The properties of this poison also contaminate the surrounding objects, so I had no choice but to destroy everything. Jin Murin stepped forward. I'll prepare 10 new outfits for you instead. But what exactly was written inside the letter? This time, Li Huan frowned. These two people seriously are not planning to comfort him even a little bit. Giacomo answered. There were only 3 words. Tichza Valley, young master, I beg you. I truly do not know whether my subordinates are bleeding out there or if that place itself is the blood cult's experimental site. Therefore, please, young master, go investigate Tichza Valley. Jin Murin began analyzing the situation. The blood cult allowed a beggar sect disciple to escape from Tichza Valley. That disciple left behind a blood letter while the blood cult fed false information to the secret pavilion. Tang Chin reminded him, there is a very high possibility this story is true. Jin Murin sighed. But the Heavenly Marshal Squad has already departed. Tang Soso proposed an idea. We must immediately send someone to report this to the Heavenly Marshal Squad. Jin Murin shook his head. This is still only a hypothesis, and besides, catching up to the movement techniques of the Heavenly Marshal Squad is not exactly easy. Tang Chin looked puzzled. Are you planning to send a special unit? Jin Murin smiled, sharp as always. Tang Chin sighed. You people will definitely need a physician, so I'll come along. Tang Wu and Tang Soso can stay behind here and continue treating this man. I will only bring elite fighters. I'll take Jin Xiaolin from the Golden Tiger Squad. Jin Murin laughed lightly. I didn't expect you to be this enthusiastic. Tang Chin turned his head and glanced behind him. Tang Wu was tightly hugging Tang Soso to stop her from rushing outside. Tang Chin sighed emotionally. The Tang clan does not shelter the weak. Jin Murin nodded in praise. Not bad at all. Inside the tent, Giacomo still lay there silently praying for his brothers. Jin Murin and the others walked outside and immediately set off on their journey. The scene shifted to Tichza Valley, west of Jianghu. 2 figures were talking there. Tusk, how much longer do I have to stay buried in this godforsaken middle of nowhere? Wandering around this boring dump is driving me insane. This man was Sa Huan, captain of the Illusion Flame Squad of the Blood Cult. Even if you're bored, how can you attack your own soldiers like that? Standing opposite him was the Bloodguard Death Squad warrior, the Mad Blade Chintimu. Hearing the accusation, Chintimu stood up irritably. Quit nagging already. If you're that dissatisfied, how about I send you to accompany those 2 corpses? Sa Huan replied, even if the Bloodguard Death Squad consists of top experts within the blood cult, you still killed 2 squad members today just because you were bored. Hyun Yurin, if this continues, even I. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a burst of purple light suddenly appeared between them along with a voice shouting, enough. The captain of the Bloodguard Death Squad, the Blood Marshal Sword Ghost Hindu Lap, emerged from within the purple light. Everything belonging to our cult is the property of the monarch. If you dare attack subordinates again, I will kill you without mercy, Chintimo. Another voice rang out afterward. How long are you people going to argue like children? Li Quack, you're back. You've worked hard. What happened to those beggar sect disciples? This spear-wielding young man was the Bloodguard Death Squad's deadly flowing spear. Li Quack sighed. Haha, don't even mention it, their movement techniques are no joke. I chased him all the way to Jianghu and he still managed to escape, but he was struck by scarlet madness poison, so he'll die soon enough anyway. Hyun Yu Rip reminded him, there's a high chance he left something behind before dying, we need to relocate quickly. After all, this Tich Sa Valley is the Blood Cult's secret research site for the Blood Knight madman. Hyun Yu Rip suddenly remembered something and asked, "All right, although you let that beggar escape, you did meet a spy from the Sichuan Alliance, correct? Did you gather anything useful?" Li Quack replied, "I played around with his mind a little. The Sichuan Alliance leader has already caught the scent of the Blood Knight madman and dispatched the Heavenly Marshal Squad. If they already contacted the snake spy, then by now they're probably running around those fake locations in total confusion." Hyun Yu Rip praised him. "Well done, have you already contacted headquarters?" Li Quack burst out laughing. "Of course I did, haha. We need to slaughter every last one of them." The scene shifted to the Sichuan Alliance camp. From today onward, this junior will temporarily take over command of the squad. "I hope the elder will guide and support me." Ha Jongbo chuckled. "Haha, I'm actually the one hopping for guidance instead." At that moment, Li Huan also walked in from outside. "Elder Ha, Tang Soso, so you two are here. The secret pavilion spy has arrived." Tang Soso looked puzzled. "A secret pavilion member, but we already met that person back in Jianghu." The group quickly walked outside to meet the visitor. "Greetings everyone, I am Yu Bong from the Zhuangdu branch of the secret pavilion." Tang Soso cupped her fists in greeting. "We meet again, what brings you here?" Yu Bong looked confused. "Meet again, have we met before? I waited for all of you in Zhuangdu for a very long time but could not meet anyone, so I came here personally instead. Where is Captain Ku Yangmo?" Tang Soso was startled. "You waited a long time without meeting us, but not long ago we clearly met you in Zhuangdu." Yu Bong became equally confused. "We met before." At that moment, Ha Jongbo tightly gripped the hilt of his sword and stepped forward. "Tang Soso, get back immediately. It's illusion arts, this thing is extremely vicious." At that moment, Yu Bong's body and face continuously twisted unnaturally while his mouth kept repeating the same words. "Have we met before?" Ha Jongbo raised his sword and slashed toward him. "Please forgive me." Li Huan raised his hand to cover Tang Soso's eyes. "The blood cult already tampered with the snake spy so he could never report the truth back to us." Even though Li Huan covered her eyes, Tang Soso still saw the horrifying scene before her. Watching Yu Bong get decapitated, she finally realized inwardly that the captain had been right all along. After 4 exhausting days of travel toward Tich Sa Valley, one day before the special operation began, the Cloud Dragon Pavilion squad finally arrived at their destination. This place was Tich Sa Valley. It almost looked as if someone had dragged an entire desert into this region. Between 2 cliffs over 10 zhang high, there was a narrow entrance barely wider than 1 zhang, with 2 martial artists guarding the outside. It was obvious entering inside would not be easy at all. There were very likely more martial artists guarding behind the entrance as well. Diha stared in shock. "Miss, you can really see all the way over there," Dan Ryo HWA explained. "My eyesight is just a little sharper than normal people's." Jin Murin also spoke up. "All right, let's start planning now. If there are guards stationed outside, then it means there's definitely something inside they need to protect." Yuk Gunmyong continued. "If that thing turns out to be the Blood Knight madman, then that would be perfect. The beggar sect disciples are also very likely imprisoned inside there. If this truly is the Blood Cult's Blood Knight madman experiment site, then we simply need to destroy it." Kang Yual looked worried. "The entrance is extremely narrow, so escaping from inside won't be easy. Captain, what is your plan?" Jin Murin explained. "Although waiting outside until something appears would be the safest option, we do not have that kind of time. Therefore, we need to create a diversion. There are only 2 routes into this canyon, the front and the rear. Elder Kang, Dan Ryo HWA, Jin Xiaolin, and Zhou Yongxiang will stay at the front and draw their attention. Within half a shichen, Tang Chin, Yuk Gunmyong, Diha, and I will infiltrate from the back. We'll quickly investigate the situation and deal with it." Zhou Yongxiang confidently pointed at himself. "If it's about attracting attention, then I'm extremely confident. Leave that part to me," Jin Murin warned him. "Zhou Yongxiang, absolutely do not underestimate the enemy. If this truly is the Blood Cult's experimental site, there will be many experts inside." "Alright then, may the entire squad have a safe journey." Dan Ryo HWA also spoke up. "Good luck, everyone." The scene shifted to the King Cheng sect. It was a Taoist sword sect belonging to the 9 sects and 1 beggar gang alliance, a sect that purely raised Taoist cultivators, but conflict was something that could happen anywhere. This was Zhou Yongxiang during his younger days. To correct his violent and rebellious personality, he had been sent to the Sichuan Alliance where his grand martial uncle Kang Yual resided, and little by little his personality gradually became much humbler. At this moment, the group had already begun fighting against the Blood Cult guards at the entrance to draw attention. Kang Yual took the lead and unleashed the myriad sword storm of the Ink Scholar flying sword technique. Zhou Yongxiang secretly sighed in admiration. "I don't even need to lift a finger anymore. So this is what our sect's myriad sword storm truly looks like." That madman who broke through this sword technique all alone was definitely no ordinary monster either. but just imagining the level needed to create a sword art like this is already terrifying enough. But there's something else that shocks me even more. That woman is called Dan Ryo HWA, right? She's a true martial artist. Even while fighting an enemy at squad leader level, she still looks unbelievably relaxed. The Blood Cult members, caught off guard by the sudden attack, fell into a disadvantage and shouted in panic. Where the hell did these monsters come from? You actually dare smile while fighting me? Just who are you? Dan Ryo HWA still kept a smile on her face. Was I smiling? I'm really sorry about that. I've been too bored lately, so finally having something to do again just feels refreshing. The young man blocking her attacks became furious beyond belief. You damned crazy bitch. Illusion Flame Squad, hear my orders. Since we can't deal with that old King Cheng monster anyway, everyone focus on the crazy woman here first. Hearing the order, the group immediately rushed toward her. Target the crazy woman, capture the crazy woman. Being called a crazy woman caused Dan Ryo Hwa's expression to twist in irritation. She no longer fought lightly like before and instead unleashed her sword with swift and ruthless strikes, decisively slaughtering the group. Jin Xiaolin, who was fighting nearby, was also completely shocked. She's seriously holding back that much, so the demonic forest actually has a female hero like this? At this rate, they're not merely buying time anymore, they could probably force their way inside outright. Dan Ryo HWA suddenly shouted loudly, warning Kang Yual to watch out behind him. Hearing her warning, the old man immediately turned around to look. A terrifying gloomy aura was rapidly rushing toward them from there. Everyone fighting on the battlefield was momentarily frozen stiff by that overwhelming presence. Hyun Yu Rip appeared and attacked Kang Yual, causing a large notch to be carved into the old man's sword. The King Chang old monster's soul, severing flash, truly lives up to its reputation. Kang Yual struggled somewhat while blocking his attacks. You know this poor Taoist? Interesting. Inwardly, he sighed in shock. As expected of an expert, this pressure is absolutely monstrous. With this many troops and this many experts guarding the place, this clearly is not just a prison for beggar sect disciples. Captain Jin Murin, you brat better hurry up already. Hyun Yu Rip was pushed back by him, but instead of rushing to attack again, he spoke. You're with those brats who entered through the rear passage, right? Kang Yual's expression twisted. This is a trap. Hyun Yu Rip continued. The rear had no guards, so it looked easy, but unfortunately those little brats are going to die even more miserably than you, old man. All the remaining Blood Guard Divine Sons are gathered there. Kang Yual's face turned pale in horror. What? The Blood Guard Divine Sons? Meanwhile, the Heavenly Marshal Squad members were looking extremely excited. Ha ha, they actually came. Does the Sichuan martial world not have any talent left? These kids are probably going to die young. Jin Murin secretly analyzed the situation. Their aura is definitely not ordinary, they must be blood cult experts. Their martial arts are likely on par with elder-level figures from the great sects. Diha looked worried. Young master, they seem incredibly strong, but please leave one to this subordinate. I'll show you the results of all my training until now. Tang Chen also spoke. There may be more experts on the other side too, so leave the saber user to me. Li Quack burst into laughter. This bunch is seriously hilarious. Leave him to who exactly? Shin Timu gritted his teeth. That brat over there is mine to kill. As soon as he said that, he leaped forward. Get over here, little punk. Tang Chen also dashed out. If you've got the guts, then follow me, you animal. Seeing the two of them lure each other farther away, Jin Murin glanced at Diha. Can you handle the spear guy? Diha confidently stepped forward. For the survival of the martial world, even if this subordinate cannot win, I will absolutely survive. Jin Murin smiled. Since you said that, then you'll definitely live. Hurry up and finish the fight so we can head back. Li Quack stood there and sighed emotionally. Looks like the platinum-haired guy is my toy then. As for you other two, go ahead. Seeing him voluntarily make way and invite them in, Jin Murin could not help but feel surprised. Seems there are some very reliable people inside after all. Li Quack truly made no attempt to stop them and simply stood there smiling while letting them pass. As Jin Murin walked past him, he did not forget to remind him, enjoy yourself, little bro. Li Quack smiled back, thanks for worrying about me. Didn't you come to Tich Saw Valley out of curiosity in the first place? Go ahead and enter. Once you get inside, you'll never leave alive again. Yuk Gunmyong observed the surroundings and muttered. Captain Jin, this doesn't seem like a prison for beggar sect disciples at all. The aura of the experts here is no joke. Jin Murin continued. Then this is very likely the blood cult's experimental site. Looks like we're getting closer and closer to the truth. After walking farther in for a bit, the two of them spotted a man sitting there guarding the path. Looks like we really found the right place. This man was the blood guard death god, the lone demon Cho Waisang. He raised his head and looked at the two of them. You're just casually walking in without even trying to hide. There truly is an expert among you. The one over there, you're hiding something, aren't you? Yuk Gunmyong froze when he saw the man looking at him and pointed at himself. You mean me? What did I do? Cho Waisung slowly stood up. With an aura that strong, how could it possibly stay hidden? Others might fail to notice, but I recognized it immediately. As for the guy beside you, whether he walks in to die or not, he can go ahead. Jin Murin's jaw practically dropped open. Thanks a lot, really. Yuk Gunmyung looked worried. No way, Captain Jin Murin, I'm seriously not okay with this. Jin Murin waved his hand casually. Haha, just try your best to hold out. As Jin Murin walked deeper inside, he secretly pondered. Very few people can notice that difference so sharply. That guy is pretty perceptive too. If things go smoothly when we get out of here, I might finally learn Yuk Gunmyung's true background. Don't die on me, Yuk Gunmyung. Yuk Gunmyung stood there scratching his head and sighing. This is seriously insane. Hey, can't we just not fight? Cho Waisang suddenly charged forward and attacked. Stop talking nonsense, just enjoy yourself. Inside there are 2 martial artists from the Blood Slaughter Squad and 3 soulless madmen. I'm sure you already figured that out. This place is one of our cult's most important strongholds. Once someone steps inside here, there's only one ending waiting for them, and right now, you're completely alone. Hearing the words completely alone caused Yuk Gunmyung to freeze for a moment. Then a vicious grin slowly spread across his face. No one's watching you right now anyway. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Meanwhile, inside, Jin Murin had already reached an area lit by torchlight. As he walked, he quietly analyzed the situation. The trash guarding the entrance probably had cultivation levels similar to those blood cult members I met around Jianghu earlier. The passage there was too narrow for large numbers of troops to move through together. If Elder Kang and Dan Ryo HWA led the front, it would be difficult for the enemy to form an encirclement. But the martial artists encountered by the rear infiltration team are at a level that absolutely cannot be underestimated. There is a high chance experts of the same caliber will also appear on Elder Kang's side. No, now is not the time to think about too many things. I need to finish this quickly and go help them. The moment he saw the madmen before him, he could finally confirm that he had truly found the right place. Every single madman stood there looking dazed, drooling nonstop like complete idiots. The blood cult members standing in front questioned him. Were you sent here by the Bloodguard Death Squad? Without any hesitation, Jin Murin drew his sword and charged forward. Bloodguard Death Squad, feels like I've heard that name somewhere before. I need to finish this fast and get out of here. Since there was nobody else here, Jin Murin had no reason to hide anything anymore. Without hesitation, he unleashed the 8,000 Shadow Divine Art, the little razor fang sword. The blood cult members and the madmen did not even understand what happened before they were sliced into pieces and killed on the spot. Afterward, he continued observing the surroundings, but found no traces of the beggar sect disciples either in front of or behind Tich Sa Valley. If the beggar sect disciples are really here, then the only place they could possibly be imprisoned is inside this area. They're probably still waiting for someone to rescue them. Thinking that, he clenched his fist again and circulated his chi to unleash the 8,000 Shadow Divine Art once more. One explosive heaven-shattering strike slammed directly into the giant gate before him. Dust and debris instantly exploded everywhere. Jin Murin burst through the gate with the aura of a wolf charging into prey, entering proudly while the people inside panicked in terror upon seeing him. Who are you? What happened outside? Is he an intruder? What the hell were the guards outside even doing? Jin Murin kindly solved their confusion for them. The trash outside has already been dealt with by me. Now let's see what exactly is hidden inside here. Are the beggar sect disciples here or not? At that moment, he suddenly noticed something lying on the ground. It was a rope symbolizing the identity of a beggar sect disciple. The atmosphere instantly turned terrifyingly gloomy. At that moment, Jin Murin also realized that the beggar sect disciples were almost completely wiped from this world. His expression grew even colder. Every blood cult member began sweating buckets. It's a powerhouse. All spirit handlers listen to my orders. Awaken all the madmen immediately. The moment he finished speaking, he was blasted apart by an attack and died in a bloody mess. One strike of the 8,000 Shadow Divine Art, the half-moon crushing palm, stunned everyone remaining. Their companions' blood splattered all over their faces, driving them into absolute terror. Jin Murin's eyes had widened fiercely at this point, looking utterly savage. The blood cult members completely lost the courage to face him, and all turned to flee. Jin Murin slowly walked forward while raising one hand. A faint bloody aura drifted around his body. His eyes had now turned crimson red, overflowing with killing intent. We are all human beings, but you people crossed the line long ago. After a short while, only one surviving blood cult disciple remained lying on the ground, trembling as he begged for mercy. Please spare my life. Jin Murin coldly stared at him. If you want to live, answer my questions immediately. Is this place the Blood Knight Madman experimental site? The young man answered without hiding anything. There is another site too, but I do not know where it is. Jin Murin asked again, is it larger in scale than this place? The youth stuttered nervously. I have never seen it personally, but I heard it is not bigger than this place. Jin Murin sighed. What is the weakness of the Blood Knight Madman? The youth explained. Before completion, their bones are very fragile, but once fully completed, their bones become as hard as steel and nearly impossible to sever. Trembling, he pulled out a notebook and handed it to Jin Murin. This is the manufacturing manual. We only used wandering beggars as test subjects. Please spare us, we just wanted to survive during the war too. Jin Murin turned his head slightly to the side. Jiok Mogi, I'm sorry, I arrived too late. I could not even bury your subordinates properly. Afterward, he poured something onto the head of the blood cult youth. Then he turned around and walked out, casually throwing a torch behind him. I hope you find peace soon. Instantly, flames erupted throughout the cave along with the young man's horrifying screams. At the same time, outside in front of the experimental site, Yuk Gunmyeong and Cho Waisang were still fiercely battling. Cho Waisang's martial might-crushing fist directly clashed against Yuk Gunmyeong's ocean-piercing violent slash. The moment Yuk Gunmyeong blocked that attack, he immediately fell into a disadvantage and grimaced in pain. I almost got killed there. What kind of monster is this bastard? Just what the hell is hidden inside for them to assign someone like this as the gatekeeper? Cho Waisang raised his fist once more. I had very high expectations because I thought you were hiding something, but what the hell is this disappointment? Yuk Gunmyeong could not avoid the attack and took the punch head on. This is seriously disappointing. Hurry up and finish already. After taking the punch, Yuk Gunmyeong immediately spat out blood and flew backward. However, Cho Waisang was not completely unharmed either. Right after throwing that punch, he suddenly froze in shock. Because at that exact moment, his side had also been slashed open by his opponent, blood spraying outward violently. He felt deeply confused inwardly. A counterattack, the impact transmitted from the blade was insignificant. Before taking the hit, this guy intentionally shifted his body to reduce the impact. At the same time, he launched a counterattack. The problem is that within such a tiny instant, the blade he swung pierced through my protective chi and cut directly into my flesh. Across from him, Yuk Gunmyeong wiped away the blood from his mouth and sneered coldly. You're finished now. Everyone who sees this scene has to die. He stood up, tightly gripping his long blade while unleashing the 8,000 Shadow Divine Art, the Black Martial Heaven-suppressing blade. Seeing this, Cho Waisang not only showed no fear, he instead burst into excited laughter. Ha ha, just as I thought, I knew you were hiding something. Come on then, let's have a proper fight. Yuk Gunmyeong's face turned ice cold as he raised his blade. One strike of the black severing wall carrying overwhelming destructive power exploded outward. The entire area was quickly engulfed in deathly aura. When the attack finally ended, Cho Waisang was already lying dead on the ground. Although Yuk Gunmyeong won the battle, he still sighed. Sorry about that. If I had known this technique was this strong, I would have used it from the beginning. This is a martial art that absolutely cannot be seen by others, which is why I kept avoiding using it like this. But thanks to that, I realized something. Jin Murin, you came out way too quickly. Jin Murin stood there covered in blood from head to toe while staring directly at him. Yuk Gunmyeong, I already vaguely suspected you had something hidden. Now it's time for you to explain. Why do you know the Black Martial Heaven-suppressing blade of the Blade Saint? Faced with that question, Yuk Gunmyeong froze completely in shock. That's impossible. There are actually still people who know about the Black Martial Heaven-suppressing blade. Thinking that, he immediately asked back, Jin Murin, from the very beginning I also suspected you. Why do you know this martial art? What exactly is your background? An overwhelming aura exploded from Jin Murin's body. I'm someone even more dangerous than you. Yuk Gunmyeong instantly broke into cold sweat. The cold yin aura suddenly shifted into blazing yang energy. Jin Murin ignored his expression and coldly continued. Yuk Gunmyeong, don't make me ask a second time. Answer me now. The blade scars still remain here, so you cannot hide anymore. You can never erase them. Yuk Gunmyeong's thoughts spun wildly inside his head. The Black Martial Heaven-suppressing blade was originally known only by my master and myself. How could this possibly happen? No, wait, there was one more person. Thinking that far, he clenched his fists and asked, what relationship do you have with the deceased sect master of the 8 Desolation sect? Jin Murin coldly snorted. Do not compare me to that idiot. Yuk Gunmyeong froze. That idiot. Jin Murin secretly recalled inwardly. So this is how Dan Ryo HWA felt when she first saw Sanction. I truly cannot believe that within the Sichuan Alliance I would actually witness the 8,000 Shadow Divine Art. The method of the 8 Desolation sect was to plunge the martial world into chaos and start wars. Did they intentionally place Yuk Gunmyeong into the Sichuan Alliance while waiting for the day he would climb to a higher position? After a long moment of thought, Yuk Gunmyeong finally decided to reveal the truth. The Blade Saint is my master. He opposed the Great War of the World, so he retreated to Sichuan before the war began. That is the truth. I learned this martial art before I even understood what it really was. Only later did I discover that this martial art belonged to the people who caused the bloody catastrophe across the world. I cannot blame Master for teaching me this martial art, because Master was the only person who ever gave warmth to an orphan like me. I did not join the Sichuan Alliance for some grand purpose either. I hid my true martial arts and wandered around like a drifter until the Sichuan Alliance noticed me. Jin Murin still looked somewhat doubtful. You entered the Sichuan Alliance without any purpose. Yuk Gunmyung asked back, just because I possess power, does that mean I absolutely must have some hidden goal? Do you think someone who knows this martial art cannot wish for a normal life? Jin Murin comforted him. There is nothing impossible about that. Those words shocked Yuk Gunmyung beyond belief. Jin Murin silently reflected inwardly. Sanction was just like Yuk Gunmyung. Both only wished for an ordinary life. If he is not someone filled with ambition like Zhang Baiyang, then there is no reason to kill him. Thinking that, he advised him. But since things turned out this way, Yuk Gunmyung, become one of my people instead. If you do not use your power for evil and agree to follow me, then perhaps one day I can create the world you truly want. Yuk Gunmyung stood there stunned. That's really all there is to it, Jin Murin continued. Didn't you want to live a normal life? If that's the case, then what more is there to ask? Yuk Gunmyung became so emotional that tears burst from his eyes. Because of being the common enemy of the martial world, I've spent all this time hiding my identity just to survive. I thought I would have to rip my guts out just to prove myself, but who would have guessed the story would turn out this simple? Just who exactly are you? Jin Murin smiled. I'll tell you soon enough, but right now the situation is urgent, so erase the traces and get out of here immediately. The experts we encountered are the Blood Guard death squad of the Blood Cult. Yuk Gunmyung suddenly realized. No wonder those bastards were that strong. Jin Murin leaped forward and took the lead. Anyway, we already achieved our objective. What we need to do now is save everyone and leave this place. There's a good chance Elder Kang's side is facing experts too. Diha Tangchen, you two absolutely must survive. The scene shifted back to the past, beneath the underground training grounds of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. This happened when the Mad Martial Squad departed for their very first mission. After a long moment of silence, Yong Chu finally spoke. Diha, little brother, you don't possess even the slightest thing that could be called a swift sword style. Diha looked confused. Yong Hyung, why aren't you training and instead saying weird nonsense? Yong Chu corrected him. Shouldn't you call me Master Yong instead? Your martial talent truly has an extremely rare characteristic. Thanks to training a new martial art, your strength improved greatly, but that's all it did. You still haven't abandoned your pride completely. Hearing that only made Diha even more confused. What exactly is Master Yong talking about? I abandoned that stuff a long time ago already. Yong Chu suddenly punched him straight in the chest. Oh really? Then try dodging this. What kind of swift sword nonsense is this? What's the point of fancy advances and retreats? Your body is slow and not sturdy at all. You're basically a sharp paper doll. Diha inwardly felt bitter. Getting punched by Big Brother Long somehow felt twice as humiliating as normal. He narrowed his eyes. Then what exactly do I have to do to abandon everything completely? Just tell me and I'll pay any price. Yong Chu sighed. This brat, how would I know something like that? Just keep getting beaten like a dog until the young master comes back. Maybe then you'll figure it out. And just like that, Diha began getting beaten like an actual dog by Yong Chu inside the underground training grounds. Great circulation, vomiting blood, sparring over and over again without end. After 4 days of being tortured by brutal punches, Yong Chu, the captain of the guard squad, still remembered that day clearly. Diha's blade spun like an arrow. Diha, captain of the demonic forest and the strongest martial artist there, vice captain of the Mad Dragon squad. The result of abandoning everything was this. The scene returned to the present. Li Quack's face twisted in irritation as he shouted, "You slippery bastard, what the hell is this weird movement style of yours?" Diha stood opposite him, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, looking extremely exhausted. After constantly getting beaten by Yong Chu and repeatedly forcing great circulation training, Diha's endurance had increased tremendously because of it. In the end, the martial art of an ordinary man who abandoned everything was finally born. A true martial artist is someone unafraid of hardship and humiliation. Li Quack secretly analyzed inwardly. I originally planned to toy with this snake-looking guy for a while before killing him. Even though he cannot completely dodge my attacks, he protects his vital points like the heart and Danshin extremely well. What irritates me even more is losing the sensation of properly landing attacks. Whenever I target his head, it feels like he already knew in advance. With talent like this, he actually retrained himself into such a strange martial style. Is his master some kind of lunatic too? After attacking for quite a while, Li Quack could not help but praise him. To hold out this long against my spear, you deserve some credit, but you've already lost far too much blood. I've already praised you enough, so now it's time for you to obediently die. Diha replied without backing down at all. I can keep this up all day. Li Quack tightly gripped his spear and crazily circulated his chi. Damn bastard, let's see how long you can stay arrogant like this. Diha secretly sighed inwardly. In truth, I already reached my limit. I can't dodge anymore. I thought I had truly become stronger, but this world really is vast. Young master, this subordinate will go ahead first. He thought that spear strike would truly take his life, but no, at the critical instant between life and death, Yuk Gunmyung arrived just in time behind Lee Kwak. Lee Kwak also sensed something and quickly turned his head around. But he only had enough time to turn his head and could not react further. One blade strike landed on him without meeting the slightest resistance. Instantly, blood exploded everywhere as he collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Yuk Gunmyung explained, "I only knocked him out. Is it really okay to leave him alive?" Jin Murin answered. "There's a good chance Elder Kang's side also has experts. Using him as a hostage would be better." Diha dropped to his knees on the ground and let out a breath. "Ha ha, young master, I seriously thought I was about to die." Jin Murin extended his hand. "But you survived, you endured very well, you've become stronger now." Diha grabbed his hand and stood back up. "In the end, this subordinate still lost. Ha ha." Jin Murin then asked, "Where did the Bloodguard Death Squad member who chased Tang Chen from the beginning go?" Diha pointed behind him. "This subordinate also doesn't know, they just kept running off in that direction." "Wait, young master, did you just say Bloodguard Death Squad?" Jin Murin confirmed, "That's right, you survived against a blood cult expert. Tichsa Valley is the blood cult's Blood Knight Madman experimental site. I already dealt with everything and burned the entire place down. We already achieved our objective, so now we must quickly reinforce the squad at the entrance." Yuk Gunmyung suggested, "What should we do then? Should I go look for Tang Chen?" Jin Murin shook his head. "No, if there are experts at the entrance, then that side is even more dangerous. I already exhausted all of my internal energy." Diha panicked. "What, does that mean young master will faint again?" Jin Murin explained, "Not to that extent, but if things go badly then Yuk Gunmyung will have to fight the remaining expert. We have no reason to drag Tang Chen into this as well." Hearing their conversation, Yuk Gunmyung stood there blankly pointing at himself, completely confused like his brain had just gone on vacation. Jin Murin secretly thought inwardly, "Today I used both extreme yin and extreme yang energy. I could clearly feel the instability decrease significantly. Completely removing the Great Seal technique is no longer some distant dream, but everything still isn't over yet, so I cannot waste any more strength. The top priority is regrouping with Elder Kang and driving back the blood cults. Finding Tang Chen is only the second objective." Meanwhile, Tang Chen and Chen Timu were still racing beneath the cliffs, one chasing while the other fled. Chen Timu loudly laughed while chasing him. "Ha ha, didn't you say you wanted to handle me yourself? Get over here already, I'll chop off all your limbs for fun. Using poison and hidden weapons, huh? So you're a disciple of the Tang clan after all. Tichsa Valley is a place where winds blow from all four directions. You can't properly use either poison or hidden weapons here." Tang Chen hid behind a giant rock, his expression extremely tense. He was an elite among elites, someone predicted to surpass his father, one of the 10 greatest experts under heaven. Yet in this situation, all those glorious titles scattered like smoke in the wind. No matter where you go, there will always be a mountain taller than the one before it. But what truly drove 100-breaking flying blade Tang Chen into despair was that even the son of the #1 man under heaven, little heavenly martial lord Dan Jeryong, the next generation of the Tang clan, would most likely still remain beneath him. In his mind echoed Jin Xiaolin's words, "Tang Chen, you are merely a martial artist. You completely lack the qualities of a squad captain." Stepping over failure and continuing forward, what he gained after abandoning his companions was an even heavier burden called the new martial technique of the divine skill. He lowered his head to look at the wound beneath his stomach, still dripping blood. "A blood cult expert is desperately chasing me, so what exactly am I even running away for?" In the distance, Chen Timu suddenly became startled as he sensed something. That was right, he had spotted the bloodstains on the ground. Without hesitation, he swung his blade and unleashed an attack. "So you're over there, brat." Tang Chen immediately rolled away in a miserable scramble to dodge it. The wound below his stomach grew increasingly worse as blood continuously seeped out. The hidden weapons he had left numbered only 5 now. From the moment he launched the first attack, he had already lost an entire pouch of hidden weapons. The Tang clan is not incapable of fighting in strong winds. Right after saying that, he fired another hidden weapon. Chen Timu mocked him with disdain. "You're trying to run away again? Don't you feel ashamed carrying the Tang clan name?" Tang Chen ignored him and continued throwing 2 more hidden weapons. Chen Timu excitedly swung his blade and knocked them away. "Let's see how much longer you can keep struggling." But at that exact moment, his body suddenly collapsed helplessly onto the ground. He could not understand what was happening to his body at all. Tang Chen let out a breath from the opposite side. "Looks like it's finally taking effect now." Chen Timu was bewildered. "What is this? I've been poisoned." Tang Chen explained, "It's slow movement poison. It only slows your movements down, but if too much accumulates, your heart stops beating." Chen Timu furiously roared, "You bastard, when exactly did you do this?" Tang Chen calmly explained, "From beginning to end, you underestimated me because the wind was strong. I coated the tree branches and hidden weapons with poison. If you didn't get poisoned, then I would have kept repeating the same trick until you finally did. From the moment you bragged about being able to catch my hidden needles with your mouth, the winner had already been decided. You're strong, but anyone who underestimates their opponent only ends up losing. Chuntimu gritted his teeth. You damned bastard. I never let my guard down. I fought calmly all the way until I got poisoned. Tangjin raised his final hidden weapon. And what I hate most is losing a second time. Unable to move at all, Chuntimu could only lie there screaming curses in despair. You filthy bastard. Blood instantly sprayed everywhere like heavy rain, and everything came to an end. The ink sword perfectly blocked every incoming attack while Crimson Sword strikes poured down like a bloody storm. The battle between Soul Flash and the Blood Martial Sword Demon resembled a clash between a spear and an impenetrable shield. However, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for Soul Flash. Myriad Heaven Sword Storm was an almost perfect defensive technique, but that did not mean it had no weaknesses. And every time a weakness appeared, Footwork had to compensate for it. He's skillfully exploiting the terrain and the weaknesses of my martial art by striking from above and below. If no unexpected variable appears, the Bloodguard Death Squad will soon regroup here. At that point, I'll shatter that damned weakness wide open. Kang Yual was drenched in sweat. Damn this pile of sand, an opening appeared. Hyun Yu Rip raised his sword and unleashed Crimson Cloud Ghost Hand Sword. It's over, Soul Flash. If I abandon defense now, then everything ends here. Kang Yual's expression twisted into something extremely ugly. He had no other choice and could only roar in desperation. Then let's see this through to the very end, Bloodguard Death Squad. Both of them crazily unleashed their ultimate techniques and clashed head-on against each other. Even Dan Ryo HWA in the distance was dazzled by their battle. Two shockwaves of red and blue light carrying terrifying power collided violently together. When the attack ended, Kang Yual was the defeated one lying collapsed on the ground. But Hyun Yu Rip did not come out unscathed either. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. Soul Flash Kang Yual actually managed to alter his technique in such a brief instant, as expected of the pride of the Sichuan alliance. After standing there admiring him for a moment, he slowly turned and walked toward the old man again. Old man, dying here might actually be your wisest choice. Right at that moment, another loud voice suddenly rang out and ordered him to stop. Yuk Gunmyeong returned carrying the unconscious Lee Kwak along with Jin Murin's group. Stop right there. If you dare make another move, I'll kill this guy immediately. Seeing his comrade being dragged around like that naturally startled Hyun Yu Rip. A Bloodguard Death Squad member actually lost to a bunch of snot-nosed brats, truly pathetic. Jin Murin finally spoke up. I already killed the gatekeeper and burned down the entire experimental site. Let's make a deal. I'll return the spear user to you and your side will be allowed to retreat. Hyun Yu Rip narrowed his eyes while staring at him. You think I would accept that? Jin Murin questioned him back. Didn't you stop because you wanted to survive? Hyun Yu Rip's thoughts rapidly spun inside his head. Anyone capable of killing Cho Waisang was obviously no ordinary person. Where the hell is that bastard Chuntimu anyway? Just as he thought that, another voice suddenly rang out. Looks like you were searching for this guy. He was too heavy, so I only brought his head back. Seeing Tangjin return alive made everyone collectively let out a breath of relief. He made it back. Tangjin tossed Chuntimu's head directly in front of Hyun Yu Rip. You're the captain, right? Then here, catch this. Hyun Yu Rip sighed. No thanks. Inwardly, he felt extremely bitter. What a disastrous failure this turned out to be. He had no choice left but to compromise. Release that guy and I'll spare Soul Flash. Jin Murin smiled, a wise decision. Lee Kwak was immediately thrown back toward him. Hyun Yu Rip praised him. At your age, you already possess both martial skill and brains. I feel like I've heard your name before. You're the Mad Dragon, aren't you? Jin Murin showed no fear at all. And what if I am? Hyun Yu Rip hoisted his comrade onto his shoulder and prepared to leave, but he still did not forget to threaten him. Mad Dragon, don't even dream of leaving Tibet alive. I will personally bury your bones in this land. After saying that, he decisively leaped away and vanished. Seeing this, the blood cult subordinates hurriedly chased after him. Lord Hyun, please wait for us. The elite army of the Sichuan alliance together with Elder Kang Yual had killed 3 members of the blood cult's elite force, the Bloodguard Death Squad. Moreover, not a single one of them died while they also successfully destroyed the Blood Knight Madman experimental site. And soon enough, the name Mad Dragon spread throughout all of Tibet. Naturally, the news eventually reached the ears of the blood cult leader, Blood Demon Mu Chinju. Still no news from Heavenly Lord Qin Elder yet. The White Snake Squad is already searching for him, so there should be news soon, my lord. The Blood Demon coldly spoke. Do not make me wait too long. After settling matters in Tibet, Sichuan will be next. Blood cult leader Blood Demon Mu Chinjuk and the leader of Potala Palace, Heavenly Hand Panchen Lama. This was a heaven-shaking battle between the 2 strongest experts in the Tibetan martial world. The battle ended after both sides exchanged over 500 moves, and the final victor was Mu Chinju. During that time, the Shura squad of the blood cult infiltrated Potala Palace and drowned Iron Eagle City, a a fortress that had never fallen before, into chaos. Western Heavenly Phoenix Jianghu, who stood nearby, suddenly spoke up. Cult leader, this subordinate has something important to report. We have lost contact with the Blood Spirit Squad that was sent to retrieve the Blood Knight Madman near the Sichuan border. Juk narrowed his eyes. Looks like Sichuan has started sniffing around. Jianghu confirmed. Yes, cult leader, according to the reports, the Heavenly Martial Squad has already mobilized. Deadly Flow Piercing Spear already used the Sichuan spy we planted to create a trap, so those people should soon fall silent forever. Juk warned him. The war for Tibet has only just begun, so no mistakes are allowed regarding the Blood Knight Madman. Jianghu respectfully cupped his fists. That is guaranteed, my lord. The Blood Guard Death Squad is protecting that stronghold after all. I have also ordered the forces at Frost Capital and the returning Blood Squad to handle the matter. So cult leader only needs to take care of your precious body and relax a bit. The scene shifted back to Tich Saw Valley. At this moment the place was still drowning in a sea of flames. Well done, you already checked the caves too, right? Diha replied, yes, young master, this place is extremely dry so it catches fire very easily. Jin Murin smugly smiled. If the blood cult leader finds out, he'll probably cough up blood from rage, Diha asked curiously. Young master, what kind of person is the blood cult leader exactly? Jin Murin explained, his behavior is similar to the three great evils under heaven, but once he loses his sword, he's still just flesh and blood like everyone else. He tightly gripped the rope in his hand and secretly sighed. I checked every cave, but not a single beggar sect disciple survived. How am I supposed to tell Jiok Magi this? The next morning, the group had already prepared a horse carriage. Let's move out. The carriage is ready at the entrance. Originally, Zhou Yongxiang brought this carriage to transport the Blood Knight Madman. Jin Murin pushed open the carriage door and looked at the people inside. Why is nobody saying anything? Luckily, Elder Kang came along, otherwise we wouldn't all still be alive like this. Kang Yual immediately objected. No, it was thanks to all of you arriving at the perfect moment. Killing 2 Blood Guard Death Squad members and burning down the Blood Knight Madman experimental site without a single injury, this isn't just a victory, this should be called a complete triumph. The more I think about this achievement, the more grateful I become. Honestly, I have no idea how I'm supposed to explain all of this to the Sichuan Alliance. I can already imagine the razor-sharp stare of the world's #1 paranoid man, the secret pavilion master, glaring at me. From beginning to end, Yuk Gunmyong remained silent while sitting there deep in thought. Ever since arriving at Frost Capital, everything had unfolded exactly according to Jin Murin's plans. I originally thought there was only one goal to chase after, but it turns out there are still countless walls left for me to overcome. Thinking that, he finally asked, Jin Murin, what's the next plan? Jin Murin calmly answered, what else could it be? Obviously we return to Frost Capital as quickly as possible. Besides Crimson Sand Valley, there is still another Blood Knight Madman experimental site. More importantly, we can now confirm that the information provided by the spy was fake. The Heavenly Martial Squad decided to head toward Naguk before splitting up. By now, the entire squad has most likely scattered into separate groups already. The enemy's plan was definitely aimed at the moment the Heavenly Martial Squad divided its forces. At the moment, there is a high chance that no conflict has broken out yet. First, we need to quickly return to Frost Capital, prepare properly, and reorganize our forces. In the current situation, blindly chasing after the Heavenly Martial Squad would basically be suicide with extra steps. Before leaving, I already instructed Little to send Yong Chu to Frost Capital if any problems occurred. The Hidden Martial Squad is currently stationed in Frost Capital guarding the area around the stronghold. Right now, the Blood Cult still has no idea about the Hidden Martial Squad's existence, but if they attack Frost Capital, just that alone will already give them one massive headache. The moment the Heavenly Martial Squad arrived at Frost Capital, the enemy had already vaguely realized the Sichuan Alliance's movements. That also means the places the Heavenly Martial Squad headed toward have probably already been filled with deadly traps. By the time we get there, the Heavenly Martial Squad might not even exist anymore. Thinking that, he firmly declared, at the very least, the war will not break out for another 3 or 4 days. We cannot fly, so there is no way we can save every single one of them. Kang Yual interrupted. Are there no beggar sect disciples here? Losing the Heavenly Martial Squad would be an enormous blow to the Sichuan Alliance. Jin Murin answered, if the Heavenly Martial Squad can hold out for several days, then there is still a chance. But right then Jin Xiaolin suddenly spoke up. Even if the Heavenly Martial Squad falls into a trap, they won't be easily defeated. Kang Yual agreed. That's right. Compared to the experts in the council hall, Ku Yangmu is not inferior at all. They should be able to endure for several days. Jin Murin nodded. All right then, we move as fast as possible. Let's return to Frost Capital first. After finishing their discussion, the group quickly set out on their journey. The scene shifted elsewhere. Yong Chu was currently stationed at the Frost Capital stronghold near the entrance to Tibet. After meeting the secret pavilion spy, Tang Soso immediately sent Yong Chu to Frost Capital. Upon arriving there, he immediately gathered the hidden martial squad. Vice Captain Yoon Suryeon spoke to him. Yong Chu, long time no see, leave the matters around here to you. Yong Chu smiled confidently. Got it, Vice Captain, please continue guiding me well. The scene shifted to the camp of the Sichuan Alliance group. Tang Soso sat anxiously inside the tent. Following the squad leader's orders, I already sent Yong Chu to Frost Capital, but is everything really going to be okay? While she was still worrying nervously, Yong Chu suddenly walked in cheerfully. So the young lady is here. Seeing him return, Tang Soso hurriedly asked, "You're back already? Captain of the guard, how's the situation outside?" Yong Chu explained, "There's no problem at all. It's just that the young master ordered that if something like this happened, everyone must move into the caves. I'll stand guard outside, so all of you should immediately relocate into the caves." Right then, Tang Yungho loudly stepped forward. "Haha, don't be ridiculous. Why should we follow your orders? I am Tang Yungho of the Golden Tiger Squad. What business do you even have coming to Frost Capital?" Yong Chu calmly answered, "Since you sincerely wish to know, I'll gladly explain. Come here, little bro." Tang Yungho coldly snorted. Looks like this ordinary nobody finally learned some manners. Without any caution, he confidently walked right up close to Yong Chu. Everyone thought the two were about to exchange heartfelt words or something dramatic, but nope. Yong Chu decisively slapped him so hard his jaw almost changed zip codes. Any more questions? After all doubts were instantly erased, every martial artist from the Cloud Dragon Pavilion immediately rushed into the caves, pushing and shoving each other in extreme panic to get inside first. Standing outside, Yong Chu reminded them, "Nobody is allowed to leave today. Tomorrow I'll open the rear entrance." Tang Soso was the last one to enter. "Captain Yong, will you really be okay staying outside alone?" Yong Chu reassured her. "Tang Soso, even if you worry, it won't change anything, so don't trouble yourself for no reason. Those people will return soon enough, so don't overthink it too much." Tang Soso smiled. "Thank you, you really are a dependable person." Ha Zhongbo, standing behind them, also spoke up. "Captain of the guard, we'll leave guarding the entrance entirely to you," Yong Chu replied. "Elder, there's nothing to worry about. See you again tomorrow." Yong Chu then carried over a massive boulder and blocked the cave entrance with it. After finishing everything, he glanced toward the forest outside. At this moment, the hidden martial squad was lying in ambush inside the forest. Normally, around 10 experts would follow and protect the Heavenly Lord. All of them possess tremendous cultivation, to the point that even I find them ridiculously troublesome to deal with. Looks like tonight is going to be pretty relaxing for me. Let's see just how strong you people really are. Very quickly, the gloomy night began to descend. A group of blood cult members was marching through the forest. "Captain, this should be the place. I thought they were staying at the Frost Capital safe house, but it turns out they're hiding in the forest instead. Surround the forest and slowly tighten the distance. The moment the enemy appears, shout the signal immediately. Those little brats actually dared to kill 3 of my subordinates. Let me see what your faces look like." This man was Zhou Bang, captain of the Blood Squad. The hidden martial squad members hiding in the forest also began communicating through sound transmission. "Enemy captain has entered the forest. There are 97 people in total." Seo Jin Huan immediately ordered them. "Resolve everything silently within 2/4 of an hour." The moment he finished speaking, the group split in all directions and disappeared. Seo Jin Huan stood there staring into the distance and sighed. 97 people, huh? Their commander should at least be at the level of 100-man captain, right? Don't disappoint me now. The returning Blood Squad, the border patrol force between Sichuan and Tibet, specialized in field warfare and chose the cover of night to search the area. While walking, Zhou Bang secretly analyzed the situation. The enemy managed to take down 3 members of the returning Blood Squad, so we absolutely cannot lower our guard. We need to scout everything carefully. Thinking that, he gave an order. Within 1 week, investigate their escape route and return here to report. The man behind him replied, "This subordinate will take Team 3 and move quickly before returning." Hong Quang, vice captain of the returning Blood Squad, immediately led Team 3 out. Unfortunately for them, Hong Quang's Team 3 had already failed the moment they departed. Because from the instant they stepped into the forest, they never noticed the people who had been observing them the entire time. As they passed beneath the trees, Yoon Suryeon, hidden atop a branch, transmitted orders to her subordinates. "They're moving west, eliminate them silently." Hong Quang still had no idea what disaster was about to fall upon him and his men as they continued charging forward. The missing people probably already committed suicide anyway, so there's no point thinking about rescuing anyone. the moment you see anyone from the Sichuan alliance, kill them immediately without wasting words. He continued running ahead, completely unaware that his subordinates were being silently swallowed by the darkness one after another. After waiting for a long time without receiving a response, he finally started feeling suspicious. He stopped and turned around, only to freeze on the spot because there was no one left behind him anymore. While he stood there stunned and confused, two hands slowly reached out from behind him. It was a perfect assassination without the slightest sound, not even the sound of a single drop of blood hitting the ground. Yoon Suryeon once again gave orders to her subordinates. These people are far too weak, spread out and wipe all of them out. Zhou Bang, captain of the returning blood squad, gave the scouting team a period of 1 week. Yet within that short amount of time, the number of missing returning blood squad martial artists had already risen to 30. And so Zhou Bang had no choice but to personally head out with extreme caution. Deep down, he was utterly confused. If the Heavenly Martial Squad already left, then only the younger generation should remain here. But Team 3 had disappeared for far too long. This damned forest had no trace of human presence, not even the slightest breeze. While Team 1, Team 2, and Zhou Bang continued scouting, the returning blood squad members vanished one by one into the darkness just like that. It was only after the last subordinate used the secret signal that Zhou Bang finally realized something was wrong. Within a radius of 3 jang, there were 9 martial artists protecting him, yet only now did he realize there was clearly something standing behind him. Damn it all, I can't turn around and look. The moment I turn back, my head's probably flying off like a discount firework. Sweating nervously, he asked, I never knew the Sichuan Alliance had experts like you people. Who exactly are you? Xiao Jinhuan did not bother hiding it. For now, we are the protectors of the Sichuan Alliance. Old man, you've worked hard coming all the way here, so please rest peacefully now. Zhou Bang hurriedly tried to say something, wanting to negotiate, but Xiao Jinhuan gave him no chance. His head instantly separated from his neck as blood sprayed everywhere. The Heavenly Lord will return soon, so clean up the blood scent and corpses thoroughly. Elsewhere, Jin Muren's group continued racing down the road in their carriage. We've reached the Van Long Pavilion outpost. We'll only stop briefly before leaving again. Jin Muren walked over to inspect the campsite. The tents are completely empty. Everyone must have moved into the caves already. Looks like there was an attack. Xiao Jinhuan really worked hard this time. Yongchu and Tang Soso's group quickly came running over. Captain, you've returned. Jin Muren asked about the situation. Tang Soso, nothing happened, right? Tang Soso hurriedly replied, quite the opposite actually. The secret pavilion spy was hit with a soul-chasing technique. Looks like everything was a trap set by the blood cult. What should we do now, Captain? Jin Muren glanced at Yongchu and transmitted his voice secretly. Yongchu, say something already. Yongchu quickly transmitted back. Last night the blood cult came for a little visit, but the hidden martial squad cleaned them all up. The enemies were too much for the kids, so this subordinate had them hide inside the caves. Jin Muren praised him. Well done. The Van Long Pavilion martial artists still don't know what happened, right? That's correct. The hidden martial squad cleaned up all the corpses perfectly. After finishing the exchange with Yongchu, Jin Muren raised his voice. Everyone has worked hard. If the secret pavilion spy was struck by evil arts, then things will move quickly from here. Elder Ha, Elder Kang, I'll leave this place to the two of you. Kang Yual immediately agreed without hesitation. Understood. Captain, are you planning to lead the troops to rescue the Heavenly Martial Squad? Jin Muren explained, that's right, the Heavenly Martial Squad has probably already reached La Cuc by now and split into 3 directions. Even if we leave immediately, catching up to them won't be easy at all. The leader of the 9th Root Martial Squad is a seasoned veteran. If he realizes this is a trap, he will definitely lead his men to Hu Lam in the center to contact the allied forces. Kang Yual nodded in agreement. Exactly. But is it already too late to save everyone? Ha Zhangbo patted his shoulder to comfort him. In this unfamiliar land of Tibet, even saving one single life is already a blessing. Fate really loves playing hard mode here. Tang Chen glanced at Jin Muren and asked, you already have a plan, don't you? Jin Muren explained, this is a battle against time, so we must hurry to Hu Lam as quickly as possible. Tang Soso and the others were shocked deep inside. Big brother Tang Chen was actually asking someone else for advice now. Just what in the world happened at Tich Sa Valley? Jin Muren then loudly addressed the group. Time is short, so we need to switch horses and leave immediately. Aside from the injured, I will only bring Yong Chu and Dan Ryo HWA with me. Ha Zhangbo worriedly said, if there are only 3 people, it'll be far too dangerous. Kang Yual, on the other hand, remained much calmer. I understand why you're worried, but trust the squad leader. Ha Zhangbo was confused. What exactly had everyone experienced to have such deep faith in him? Jin Muren seriously cupped his fists toward them. This junior will definitely bring the Heavenly Martial Squad back. His thoughts rapidly spun inside his head. Time was far too tight now. Saving even one more person would already be fortunate enough. I may have to use the hidden martial squad too, so I can only bring along people who already know my identity. Thinking that, he spoke once again. We'll depart as soon as the horses are prepared. The two of you should get ready as well. Yongchu suspiciously sent a voice transmission to Dan Ryo HWA. Miss Dan, did something happen between you and the young master? Your expression doesn't look good at all. Dan Ryo HWA glanced at him in surprise. Chief Guard Yongchu, you can even notice such subtle changes. Then yes, something did happen. She looked at Jin Murin's back and sighed emotionally. He truly was both a strange and incredibly thoughtful person. At that moment, he was walking toward a tent. Inside the tent was Jiakmagi. Upon seeing him return, Jiakmagi immediately sat up and looked toward him expectantly. Jin Murin was holding the rope he had brought back from Tichsa Valley in his hand. I'm sorry, I couldn't save them. Delivering news of death was always an incredibly difficult thing. For someone like Jin Murin, who had already lost many close companions, it was even harder. Emotional damage critical hit once again. Jiakmagi tightly gripped the rope and burst into tears. It's war after all, this isn't the young master's fault. The real fault lies with those foolish brats for following such a worthless branch leader. What kind of place is Tichsa Valley exactly? Jin Murin replied, it was an experimental site of the blood cult. I already cremated the bodies of the beggars' sect disciples. Jiakmagi calmed himself and wiped away his tears. Thank you, young master. So now you're going to rescue the heavenly martial squad, right? Jin Murin sighed. I don't know if I can save them, but I will do everything I can. I know you're grieving deeply right now, but there's something I need your help with. Jiakmagi immediately became serious. Please speak, young master. I will definitely lend my strength. Jin Murin continued. The secret pavilion of Suangdu has fallen into the hands of the blood cult. Therefore, I need someone to report this news back to the Sichuan Alliance. It must be someone with excellent movement skills and capable of keeping secrets. With the current situation, I cannot send anyone from Van Long Pavilion. Jiakmagi understood immediately and accepted the task. I also need to report this matter back to the beggars' sect headquarters anyway. Just leave it to me. Jin Murin nodded. I'll give you a letter bearing all the elders' signatures. I'm counting on you for everything. Before leaving, Jin Murin did not forget to remind the group. While I'm away, Tangchen will handle everything here. I know your injuries are extremely serious, but please endure it somehow. Tangchen calmly replied, just worry about your own business. Diha sent him a voice transmission. Young master, I'm sorry I cannot accompany you. Jin Murin replied reassuringly through voice transmission. Kid, you already did very well. There's no need to rush anything, just focus on recovering properly. After finishing all the arrangements, the three of them mounted their horses and set off. Tangchen also glanced at the others and ordered, everyone else prepare to set up camp. But where are those noisy idiots anyway? Where did Yak Gunmyong run off to? The man hearing that immediately stuttered awkwardly, not knowing how to answer for a moment. On this side, Yak Gunmyong was already on the road, waiting for Jin Murin and his group. Seeing him standing there, Jin Murin's first reaction was surprise, but immediately after he smiled and exhaled. Yak Gunmyong waved, I sneaked along, you know. Jin Murin gave a cold laugh, I suspected it since I didn't see you earlier. The young man replied nonchalantly, you wanted me to be your man. You left so hastily without revealing your identity, which made me curious and restless. Jin Murin, you are the first man in the martial world to know my secret. It seems like you intend to act as if you don't know, but I won't do that. I will follow you, but in return you must tell me about yourself. Jin Murin smiled, it seems you've made up your mind as well. Very well, Yak Gunmyong, I will tell you, but if you betray me, you will pay with your life. Yak Gunmyong clenched his fists firmly, determined. At Tichsa Valley, I already sensed how dangerous you are. Speak, who exactly are you? Jin Murin no longer concealed anything. I am the heavenly lord of Chuang Thiern, Jin Murin. I am the head of Hidden Valley and the legitimate successor of the 8 heavenly shadow divine skill. Facing these words, Yak Gunmyong just stood there with his arms crossed, smiling, showing no trace of surprise at all. This greatly surprised Jin Murin. Look at this guy, he's not surprised in the slightest. Yongchu approached and checked Yak Gunmyong's breath, saying, Heavenly Lord, it seems this guy has stopped breathing or something. He's even weaker than Diha. At this moment, Yak Gunmyong panicked, his mind in disarray, stammering, Chuang Thiern. Seeing him react so dramatically, Yongchu felt a hint of familiarity. Yak Gunmyong mocked himself. Ha ha, turns out you're not just more dangerous than me, but the most dangerous person in the martial world so far. Jin Murin glanced at him and asked, you're not planning to back out, right? Normally, people would, so why bother coming back? Yak Gunmyong resolutely said, in this life I will accompany Chuang Thiern. Jin Murin praised him, you know how to choose, then come here and greet properly. Yak Gunmyong was puzzled. Greet whom? Seo Jin Hwan suddenly appeared behind him. Greetings, Heavenly Lord. Yak Gunmyong was internally shocked, since when is he a martial artist of Chuang Thiern? Jin Murin spoke to Seo Jin Hwan. I've heard from Yongchu, you must have worked hard. Seo Jin Hwan reported, the hidden martial squad has already departed toward Hu Lam. Yoon Suryeon is leading the team. Yuk Gunmyung still stood there in a daze, analyzing silently. If I had refused to become Chuang Theern's man earlier, I probably would have lost my head right here, thinking he was just joking. Almost died, huh? Thinking this, he asked aloud, so from now on, should I call you Heavenly Lord? Jin Murin chuckled, paying little attention. Formalities are only necessary at the gathering, otherwise just act as before. Seo Jin Hwan and our team will depart first, prepare your horses and follow afterward. Seo Jin Hwan immediately accepted the order and disappeared into the shadows. Right after that, Jin Murin's group continued galloping forward. Come on, there's no time, we'll talk about the rest while riding. Only then did Yuk Gunmyung notice Dan Ryo HWA. Miss, may I ask whose martial arts you learned? Could it be from the Sword Saint? Dan Ryo HWA shook her head. No, I am not part of Chuang Theern. From the front, Jin Murin explained, Dan Ryo HWA, she's a martial artist from Hoa Lin, the daughter of Shenlong. Yuk Gunmyung suffered another round of shock. What's the heavenly flower of Xinjiang? Seeing him freeze up again, Yong Chu spoke once more. Heavenly Lord, this kid stopped breathing again, should we just leave him behind? The scene shifted elsewhere. Nubikrian, how are you holding up? I'm still managing. That level of injury isn't something minor. Exactly, after all, my leg can't recover in just a day or two. If fighting breaks out again, I'll stay behind and hold them off. You lead the squad and escape, understood? This man was Nubikrian, leader of Team 9. Tang Jakyong, leader of Team 4, sighed. No, Vice Captain Seong Yeon already sacrificed himself. The next one who should die is me. Nubikrian hurriedly comforted him. Vice Captain Seong Yeon is definitely still alive. Don't lose hope like that. Tang Jakyong mocked himself. Hope, if those bastards weren't surrounding this cave, maybe I'd still have a little left. The strongest combat force of the Sichuan Alliance, the Heavenly Martial Squad, had completely fallen into the trap set by Li Quack, Nagok, Kangdal, Chikgeek, and Songpak. The locations mentioned by the Serpent Butterfly Secret Pavilion were all bases of the Blood Cult's most elite assassin organization, the Blood-Killing Soul-Chasing Squad. Thanks to Vice Captain Seong Yeon buying time, they managed to reach Hu Lam, but this place also seemed to be another trap. The Blood Cult assassins had already completely surrounded the area. Sensing the people outside, the Heavenly Martial Squad members could not help but sigh. Why did it have to be those lunatics? Seriously, our luck is absolutely cursed today. What else? They came specifically to babysit us. I wonder if the others managed to escape safely. If they did, they should have arrived here already. It seems our group heading toward Kangdal was ambushed first. We should wait until the other squads can break away from those people and reach here. Could they really be trying to wipe us all out in one net? Seriously, every one of them is a complete psychopath. Nubikrian gave his opinion. The comrades heading to Songpak should be arriving soon. Once they enter the forest, we'll act, so prepare yourselves. Deep inside, he firmly resolved himself. I must inform the squad members about the ambush hidden in the forest. That's the best thing I can do now. Let's fight these monsters to the bitter end. Outside, one of the Blood Cult subordinates approached to report. Captain, your subordinate has brought back the head of the female warrior from Kangdal. The captain praised him. Well done, you've worked hard, though it took longer than I expected. The man raised the wooden box containing the severed head. After searching the armor, we discovered she was the vice captain of the Heavenly Martial Squad. Congratulations to Captain for achieving a great merit. The captain modestly replied, it was all thanks to Protector Gong's strategy. I merely followed the plan. Preserve that head with salt. If we are to present it to the cult leader, we must also take the head of the Heavenly Martial Squad captain. This man was Ian Jiseng, captain of the blood-killing soul-chasing squad. Deep inside, he silently admired them. Even after falling into a carefully prepared heavenly net and earthly trap, the Heavenly Martial Squad still managed to quickly come up with countermeasures, truly worthy of being called the strongest combat force of the Sichuan Alliance. But heaven is standing on our side, so don't hold any grudges, because you'll soon be reunited with your comrades in hell anyway. There won't be some hidden master suddenly rushing out to save you people here. On a certain mountain peak, Chuang Theern's hidden martial squad was gathered there. One person stepped forward to report, Vice Captain, we've arrived. This place is Hu Lam. The horses have already been scattered and hidden carefully in the forest. Yoon Suryeon gave orders, the Heavenly Lord will arrive here soon. All of you scout the surroundings. The strongest combat force of the Sichuan Alliance has fallen into the enemy's trap. So there is a high chance there are many masters here far stronger than the people from Suhongdu. Therefore, absolutely do not lower your guard, not even for 1 second. After the squad members split up to scout, Yoon Suryeon began spreading out her aura senses. Thanks to the subordinate's reports and her aura detection, she quickly grasped the entire situation at Hu Lam. On the second day, Jin Murin's group finally arrived. Yoon Suryeon stepped forward to greet them. Yoon Suryeon of the Hidden Martial Squad greets the Heavenly Lord. Jin Murin nodded. You've worked hard, report the situation. Yoon Suryeon immediately got to the point. The blood cult is completely surrounding the heavenly martial squad and overwhelming them in every aspect. They are very strong, completely different from the ones who appeared in Suangdu before. Their organizational operations are also extremely refined. There are even people skilled at erasing blood scent and killing intent traces. Jin Murin sighed. It took quite a long time just to get here, so the heavenly martial squad is probably already exhausted. Yoon Suryeon confirmed. Yes, Heavenly Lord, tomorrow is likely their limit. Yuk Gunmyeong walked up and asked, Hey, Heavenly Lord, what are you planning to do? Jin Murin pondered. Let me see, there's still half a watch before sunset. Yuk Gunmyeong continued, seems about right, why don't we just start today? Yoon Suryeon's face instantly filled with anger as she sent a voice transmission to Yong Chu. Who is that loose-mouthed guy speaking so casually to the Heavenly Lord? Yong Chu explained, he's the descendant of the Blade Saint. I've wanted to kill him several times already, but the Heavenly Lord wouldn't allow it. The Heavenly Lord is honestly too kind. After thinking for a while, Jin Murin finally made a decision. Today, fine. The blood cult has probably already grasped the Heavenly Martial Squad's condition by now. When I give the signal, everyone head toward the cave. Dan Ryo HWA, take care of the Heavenly Martial Squad for me. Yoon Suryeon worriedly asked, Heavenly Lord, they are all high-ranking masters of the blood cult. Is it really alright if your subordinates do not assist? Jin Murin continued, if the Heavenly Martial Squad sees you all, it'll become troublesome, so we'll handle this ourselves. Besides, I also want to test this body a little. He clenched his fist and thought to himself, after leaving Tich Sa Valley, my true energy stabilized much faster. I can feel the yin and yang within my danshin merging into one. I must adapt to this quickly. Yuk Gunmyeong asked suspiciously, by the way, what did you mean by helping them relieve themselves? Jin Murin opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Those blood cult bastards have been lying in ambush for days, so shouldn't we help them release some stress? Right after that, he shouted loudly, if you people are there, then come out already. I, Jin Murin, have arrived. His shout nearly blew out Yuk Gunmyeong's eardrums behind him. Even the Heavenly Martial Squad members inside the cave were startled by the sound waves. Birds and wild beasts panicked and scattered in all directions. Ian Jiseng gritted his teeth angrily. That arrogant bastard. We've surrounded this place for several days already, intending to let the people inside the cave slowly die on their own. Yet which bastard dares to provoke us like this? But wait, Jin Murin. It feels like I heard that name a few days ago. That's the guy who interfered with the retrieval of the madman and caused Tich Sa Valley to collapse. Truly someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In this situation, instead of fleeing back to Sichuan, he actually dares to come rescue the Heavenly Martial Squad. Change of plans, Team 3 will follow me. I'll personally verify whether the Mad Dragon has truly arrived here or not. If battle breaks out, the remaining teams will begin attacking the Heavenly Martial Squad. One man asked suspiciously, didn't Protector Gong instruct us to wait until the entire Heavenly Martial Squad had fully gathered? Ian Jiseng explained, Jin Murin is a far more dangerous existence than the Heavenly Martial Squad. He will understand our actions. Hearing that, the man no longer had objections. This subordinate obeys the order, then I will lead the remaining squads to monitor the Heavenly Martial Squad. Ian Jiseng seriously warned, you must not lower your guard. That is exactly why the Blood Guard Reapers failed. Deep inside, he secretly thought, our weapon is not brute force like the Blood Guard Reapers. I will use every strategy possible to preserve your head in salt, Jin Murin. The scene shifted to this side as Yoon Suryeon stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Heavenly Lord, the Hidden Martial Squad requests permission to withdraw. Jin Murin smiled and nodded. Very well, you've all worked hard. Regroup with Seo Jin Chuan and wait for me at the outskirts of Hu Lam. Thurlian immediately continued. May the Heavenly Lord achieve success in all matters. Jin Murin instructed Dan Ryo Hwa's group. Yong Chu and Yuk Gunmyeong assist Dan Ryo HWA in rescuing the Heavenly Martial Squad. As for me, I'll go meet their leader for a bit. Yuk Gunmyeong worriedly blurted out, they spent several days setting up this ambush. Will they really fall for provocation that easily? Jin Murin sneered. Precisely because they spent so much effort, they're even more likely to take the bait. Right now, they're already in a state of confusion. The rising star of Sichuan, the one who caused Tich Sa Valley to collapse, personally delivered himself to them. Of course, they'd be curious. That guy will definitely appear in person to see what my handsome face looks like. The scene shifted to Ian Jiseng's side as he instructed his subordinates. Wait here, there's no need to reveal yourselves first. Deep inside, he thought, Jin Murin, if you truly are the Mad Dragon, then I really am curious about your face. But there's no need for us to let you see ours. We have the Heavenly Martial Squad as hostages. The one in a hurry is you, not us. I know you've done your best, but the blood-killing, soul-chasing squad is not so easily provoked. The scene shifted back to Jin Murin and the others. Yuk Gunmyeong frowned in confusion. No one's coming out at all. These bastards are pretty cautious too. Jin Murin coughed and sighed emotionally. Looks like these guys actually know how to use their brains too. Then I'll just have to force them to show themselves. I'll head out first, see you later. Yuk Gunmyung stood there watching Jin Murin leave and sighed. He looked strangely excited. Dan Ryo HWA beside him continued, if there are enemies here, that means there are still survivors in the Heavenly Martial Squad. Then let's go handle our own task as well. While moving, Yong Chu loudly laughed and provoked them. Come out already, you cowardly rats hiding in the shadows. The people on this side reacted immediately. There are 3 masters approaching. Quickly maintain the formation and attack together. Yong Chu charged straight into the middle of the group and exerted his strength. The sword striking his body shattered all at once. This was Yong Chu's golden shadow martial armor realm. Seeing that, cold sweat immediately dripped down Yuk Gunmyung's face. Is Yong Chu also some kind of monster? Inside the cave, Tang Jakyung instructed the others. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Reinforcements have arrived outside. They're fighting the enemy right now. Let's hurry out and help them. We can't hold on much longer either. Dan Ryo HWA silently thought to herself, the unexpected appearance of those masters outside the cave has already thrown everything into chaos. While the Dragon Guard captain is making his move, I must help the Heavenly Martial Squad escape from the cave. She quickly entered the cave. Members of the Heavenly Martial Squad, please follow me. Tang Jakyung and the others followed her while asking suspiciously, Miss, aren't you Captain Jin's guard? How did you know we were holding out at Hu Lam? Dan Ryo HWA replied, there's no time to explain, quickly move the injured inside and form a circle. Hearing that, he no longer hesitated and immediately obeyed. Understood. Where are the elders of the council now? Outside, Yuk Gunmyung answered. The elders are probably eating at Suwangdu by now. Tang Jakyung was shocked upon hearing that. What? They're not coming here, Yuk Gunmyung replied. Why are you all expecting other people's strength to solve your problems? At the same moment, the enemy side had already waved their hands and launched hidden weapons toward them. Yuk Gunmyung raised his blade to block them while silently analyzing. Their coordination is terrifying. These people are far more dangerous than the ones at Tich Sa Valley in every aspect. At Tich Sa Valley there were only individual masters, but these bastards even use rotating battle tactics. If this matter can't be finished before sunset, then I'll just have to kill them one by one, slowly but surely, like trimming weeds with extra anger. So Heavenly Lord, you better hurry up over there. On this side, Jin Murin had also sensed that the commotion over there had finally begun. With Yuk Gunmyung over there, things must be getting pretty lively. He told me to hurry up. What exactly does he mean by that? Well, whatever, no need to worry. No matter what you say, I've already stepped into the enemy's territory anyway. On Ian Jiseng's side, he seriously transmitted his voice to his subordinates. When I give the signal, all of you activate the Blood Rain Sword formation simultaneously. He is the one who destroyed Tich Sa Valley. We must always be prepared to die together with him. Right after that, all of them tightened their grips on their swords at once. Very quickly, everyone charged forward together following the signal. Ian Jiseng hid in place while smugly rejoicing inwardly. Mad Dragon Jin Murin, today you will die here. On Jin Murin's side, there was not even the slightest trace of fear. The corners of his lips curled upward. So now you people are finally willing to show yourselves. Right after that, he unleashed the 8 Heavenly Shadow Divine Art, Heaven-Shaking Sword Dance, slaughtering everything in its path. The Blood Cult's most elite assassin force. The Blood-Killing Soul-Chasing Squad. During today's battle, not a single judgment made by Captain Ian Jiseng had been wrong. They had simply encountered the wrong opponent. He gritted his teeth in horror. We cannot defeat him. I must report this matter back to the cult. Thinking that, he decisively turned around and fled. But Jin Murin had already caught up behind him. A heaven-shaking sword strike immediately descended afterward. Ian Jiseng could only take the attack head-on and collapsed on the spot. Jin Murin stood before his body and sighed emotionally. From the start, when I told you to come out, you should have appeared immediately. If you had, I could have sent you off a little more gracefully. Ian Jiseng raised his head and used the last bit of remaining breath to ask, who exactly are you? Jin Murin swung his sword down and chopped off one of his arms. What's the point of knowing? You'd better answer my questions instead. Ian Jiseng painfully clutched his severed arm and screamed, you damn bastard, you haven't even asked anything yet. How am I supposed to answer? Jin Murin snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense. You only get one chance. If you don't want to lose your remaining left arm too, you'd better answer me properly. Ian Jiseng looked confused. You just cut off my left arm earlier. Which left arm are you planning to cut off again? Jin Murin became annoyed. You bastard, I mixed it up a little and you're really going to nitpick that. My standard on the left is this side, so how about that? And just like that, his right hand was also chopped off. Jin Murin reached out and touched his head. Next time it'll be your head, so be obedient and answer me. I'm only asking once. Outside of Tich Sa Valley, where are the other madman experiment sites? He cried in streams as he replied, you should have asked from the beginning. Jin Murin cut him off. Don't talk too much, do you know or not? As soon as he said he didn't know, Jin Murin chopped off his skull. Standing there, Jin Murin frowned in thought. Although not at the hidden martial squad's level, his tactics, battle psychology, and organizational skills were all very advanced. If even the captain of a squad like this doesn't know, then the place must be perfectly concealed. Then we need to capture a commander at a higher level than this one. At this point, we must return to Sichuan. It will be difficult to find someone like that. The scene shifted elsewhere. The blood guard of the blood-killing soul-chasing squad was driving the remnants of the heavenly martial squad toward Hulam. According to the transmitted information, the head of Vice Captain Xiang Yon is already in our hands. The old man smiled. Good omen, they're doing very well. Go over there and see the situation for yourself. This old man was Protector So Yubong. On this side, Dan Ryo HWA was also caught in melee. The enemy's martial arts were no joke, while everyone on this side was injured. Even though Yuk Gunmyong and Yong Chu were on the front line, the enemy commander was no puppet. The blood-killing soul-chasing squad's vice captain T. Gull perched on a tree giving orders, leaving them no chance to counterattack. He aimed at the injured ones. Yuk Gunmyong observed the people behind and thought, they're very cautious. With this group, the Heavenly Martial Squad can hardly hold out. If there's any gap in the formation, someone will die. But with the Heavenly Martial Squad here, I cannot go all out. These people and even Jin Murin must be as frustrated as I have been over this time. At that moment, a sound came from behind. You frustrated, huh? Don't worry, he'll be back soon. As soon as Yong Chu finished speaking, a sound echoed around. Above, he was up there. Jin Murin soared forward to check on the people. Have you all been waiting long? Yuk Gunmyong saw him return and couldn't hide his joy. Finally, you're back. Jin Murin waved his hand. That's not all, I also have this one for you, take it. The one he referred to was the head of Ian Jisang. Even Tang Jakyong and the others were equally startled. Is that the captain of the Madman Squad? The same person who had created the earlier shout. T. Gull was tense and drenched in sweat, thinking, if the captain were still alive, how could this guy appear here? Although he didn't want to believe it, it seemed the captain had been defeated. Jin Murin then spoke to him. Your captain is also watching me from the tree with that look in his eyes, and his fate is ascension. I will count to 3, you better come down obediently. T. Gull became even angrier as he heard him count. That arrogant bastard. Not giving him much time to think, Jin Murin leapt up and swung his sword. Come down now. The young man hadn't even understood what was happening when his skull was already severed from his neck. Jin Murin snorted coldly and mocked them. Why do blood cult bastards always like saying, wait a second so much? Yuk Gunmyong looked puzzled. Didn't he say he would count to 3? Yong Chu chuckled. Either way, that guy would have died the moment he came down. The people behind them still could not believe their eyes. I feel like I missed something important here. In such a short amount of time, he broke through the enemy formation and took the enemy captain's head. Even the elders of the Central Council would struggle to accomplish something like that. Is the Mad Martial Squad captain's cultivation really at this level? On this side, Jin Murin waved toward the remaining enemies once more. It's time to end this. The blood-killing, soul-chasing squad, an assassin force that had lost both its captain and vice-captain. The remaining team leaders continued leading the attack, but every path of survival had been completely blocked. The blood-killing, soul-chasing squad no longer had the ability to resist. After losing their center of command, these people's coordination visibly collapsed. Not only was his cultivation high, but he also possessed the vision to grasp the entire battlefield. Nabikrion walked over and softly said, Tang Jakyong, you're thinking the same thing as me, right? Tu Kin confirmed. That's right, now I finally understand why Elder Kang praised him so highly. Jin Murin possesses truly heaven-defying talent. I'm not saying this just because he's outstanding either. Those elites who will one day replace the elders in the future. Among them is even that heroic woman from Ma Dao Lam. Before the Mad Martial Squad captain entered battle, they had already created a rotating formation to protect us injured people. They really put a lot of effort into it. And those people, the moment they spot an opening, immediately rush to the front lines. That means they have complete confidence in themselves. A heroic woman with cultivation like that yet still unknown, I wonder where she comes from. Nabikrion agreed. Exactly, but what kind of title is Mad Woman anyway? If we're talking about the female hero of the Mad Martial Squad, she's the first person that comes to mind. Tang Jakyong sighed. Seriously, that person, but even so, doesn't the title Mad Woman sound a little strange? Nabikrion chuckled and patted his shoulder. Just call her Mad Woman. The daughter of the #1 person under heaven, disciple of the sword god, heavenly flower of Qinzheng, Dan Ryo HWA, yet the title people learned first was somehow Mad Woman instead. Life really has a sense of humor. Tang Jakyong then loudly shouted for the brothers to fight to the death. With only 4 reinforcements, they had reignited strength within a heavenly martial squad standing at the brink of total exhaustion. Thanks to their momentum, the tide of battle was completely reversed. While the fierce battle continued, arrows suddenly shot through the air from afar. One blood cult member was instantly killed by the arrow just like that. The squad captain rushed over with his men and shouted loudly, Gather all the injured into one place and establish a defensive circle. The rest of you go help them. Jin Murin glanced at them and thought to himself, it's the squad that followed Ku Yongmu. Their numbers have also decreased significantly. Even so, with their current condition, they could still immediately mobilize and return. 1 hour after regrouping with Ku Yongmu's squad, the battle at Hu Lam finally came to an end. Ku Yongmu then came forward with his brothers to express gratitude. Mad Martial Squad Captain, even if I die, I will never forget today's kindness. On behalf of the Heavenly Martial Squad, we swear we will repay this life-saving debt. Jin Murin politely returned the gesture. I merely did what should be done as a support squad. Ku Yongmu hesitated before asking, but how did Captain know we were gathering here? Jin Murin calmly replied, the Blood Knight Madman experiment site was at Tichsa Valley. Therefore, the information we obtained from Suangdu Branch Manor was a trap. After splitting up at Nagok, the Heavenly Martial Squad could only regroup at this location. Hearing this, Ku Yongmu became even more shocked. Your insight saved all our lives. Jin Murin reminded them, after the people heading to Chikgik and Songpak arrive, we will depart immediately. Everyone should focus on recovering so we can travel more smoothly. Ku Yongmu stroked his beard while pondering. The situation in the other locations probably isn't much different from ours, but now that I think about it, I still haven't seen the vice captain anywhere. Hearing that, Tang Jiakyung stepped closer and whispered softly into his ear. After hearing everything, Ku Yongmu held his head and sighed. I never imagined Seong Yeon would meet such an end. Jin Murin reminded him, this junior has already prepared horses behind the cliff north of the forest. At this point, hiding our tracks no longer has any meaning anyway. Our top priority now is returning to Suangdu and regrouping with the Van Long Pavilion martial artists. I have also already sent someone back to Sichuan to report the situation. By the time we return, hearing this, everyone began speaking up all at once. Captain truly handles matters carefully and thoroughly. Then we will focus on recovering. Captain Jin, thank you sincerely. Once we return, I will definitely spend my entire salary treating you to a proper feast, even if I end up eating instant noodles for a month afterward. Jin Murin continued, of course, that's assuming we even have the time to peacefully recover. But until now, there's still one issue troubling me. Because of what happened at Tichsa Valley, we arrived here late. The Blood Cult intentionally kept the injured Heavenly Martial Squad members alive in order to catch the entire group in one sweep once everyone gathered. That means they already knew the Heavenly Martial Squad would regroup at Hu Lam and had assassins prepared in advance. Clearly, there is someone behind them controlling everything with full knowledge of the situation. Ku Yongmu continued, which means the war is only truly beginning now. Jin Murin confirmed, that is correct, Captain. Once the enemy learns about the situation at Hu Lam, we will face pursuit from forces even stronger than these people. This is to bet there is nothing guaranteeing our safety on this land. The place we need to reach is the Sichuan Alliance, not merely Suangdu. We have injured people, and on top of that, we are being pursued by the Blood Cults. If we fail to cross the Snow Mountain Range and return to Sichuan, then both the Cloud Dragon Pavilion martial artists and the Heavenly Martial Squad will die. After hearing this, Tang Jiakyung and the others all became tense. The people sent to Songpak and Chikgik still haven't returned yet. This is bad, we'll have to run for our lives now. Kungmo also spoke up. The squad leaders who went to Chikgik and Songpak are all quick-witted people. The distance is about the same, so they should arrive here within a day. Have faith in them. On this side, so Yubung sighed. Looks like I really am getting old. Lately, I keep forgetting things. Zheng Kong, how many mountains have we crossed already? The subordinate behind him replied, 4, sir. The next mountain is Hu Lam. The old man sighed emotionally. Is that so? So that's how it is. Let's go back, the young man asked in confusion. We already came this far, so why are we turning back just like that? The old man explained, there is no battle bell ringing from the mountaintop. Ian Jiseng would never make such a mistake. The blood-killing soul-chasing squad is already gone. Most likely, that mountain has turned into a sea of blood long ago. The young man asked suspiciously, if that's the case, shouldn't we head to Hu Lam even more urgently? We're the closest squad to them. The old man cut him off. Can you slaughter the blood-killing soul-chasing squad? If the enemy you faced were the Blood Guard Reapers or the blood-killing soul-chasing squad, could Zhang Kong's unit handle them? Although Ku Yongmu of the Heavenly Martial Squad is very capable, this is Tibet, so the reason likely isn't that the Heavenly Martial Squad counterattacked. Among the people who came here from Sichuan, not many are capable of doing this. It must be someone connected to the attack on Tichsa Valley. Hearing that, the young man became even more tense. Tichsa Valley, the fortress guarded by the Blood Guard Reapers, then was this incident also caused by the Mad Dragon? The old man replied, if this were only the achievement of the Mad Dragon alone, things would actually be simpler. But this is likely not a feat accomplished by him alone. There are others standing behind him as well. In your opinion, how many masters would it take to capture Ian Jiseng alive? The young man hesitated. That depends on each individual's martial arts, but at the very least, the number of people would need to be roughly equal. Only then did he suddenly realize something. I was wrong, Protector. I underestimated the enemy too much. The old man laughed. Good that you understand now. We've already lost the Blood Knight Madmen, the Blood-Killing Soul-Chasing Squad, the Blood Recovery Squad, even 2 members of the Phantom Flame Squad and the Blood Guard Reapers. Although I don't want to admit it, the truth is that Brat Mad Dragon is a genius. If we continue losing combat strength, the cult leader will become furious. The opponent is someone with great strategy, and he also has highly skilled subordinates. Only overwhelming force can eliminate him. We need the Calamity Fire Heavenly Killing Squad. Hearing that, the young man was shocked. Protector, isn't using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken a bit excessive? Unexpectedly, the old man remained extremely firm. No, it's not excessive at all. Deep inside, he thought, his intelligence far surpasses his age, and the martial artists under his command are extremely powerful. He is the most dangerous variable in the future war against the Sichuan alliance. Thinking that, he immediately ordered, send a letter back to headquarters immediately and request support from the Calamity Fire Heavenly Killing Squad. I've already given orders to Lhasa, they should be able to delay them for a while. The young man cupped his fists and accepted the order. If we move quickly, we can catch them before they escape across the Great Snow Mountain Range. I'll prepare immediately. After speaking, he quickly used his lightness skill and departed. The old man stood there stroking his beard thoughtfully. Mad Dragon, your name is Jin Murin, right? I will make sure you do not die easily. Finally, the entire Heavenly Martial Squad had regrouped. Out of the 100 warriors who set out for Tibet, now less than half remained. Looking at the wounded and battered state of his comrades, Captain Ku Yangmu could not help but feel heartbroken. This is all because of my poor judgment. Before departing, I should have been far more cautious. Jin Murin stood beside him, offering comfort. Captain, I understand your sorrow, but we do not have time to grieve now. We must quickly prepare and depart immediately. Ku Yangmu patted his shoulder in agreement. Of course, thanks to Captain Jin, I was able to reunite with everyone like this. Please lead the group from the front, Captain. Hearing that, Jin Murin immediately mounted his horse. Then this junior will depart first. Half an hour after Jin Murin's group set off, blood-red-clad warriors appeared in the southern Hu forest. The public school squad had requested reinforcements from the Calamity Fire Heavenly Slayer squad and returned. When they inspected the corpses on the ground, they were greatly shocked. Could the Guardian's words really have been like a demon's prophecy? They had thought a severely wounded Heavenly Martial Squad would be an extremely easy opponent. But the wounds were so deep and the Heavenly Martial Squad exhausted, they absolutely had no strength left to create injuries this severe. So it is highly likely, just as the Guardian said, that the Mad Dragon has emerged. A subordinate stepped forward to report, Captain, horse tracks were found around the forest. It seems they left not long ago. He turned back and asked, what about the request for assistance from the Calamity Fire Heavenly Slayer squad? The other replied, the letter has probably already reached headquarters by now, sir. He frowned, deep in thought. Following the incident at Jianghu Valley came the annihilation of the blood-killing soul-chasing squad, which was not done by the Sichuan Alliance elders, but only by a group of young rising stars. The bloody storm sweeping through Sichuan now is only a matter of time. Scene changed to the blood cult, where a subordinate reported to the cult leader. The experimental site at Jianghu Valley was ambushed, and the Flame Swap squad guarding the base suffered a crushing defeat. Mad Blade Shin Timu and Cho Weisung have died. Even Li Quack could not hold out. Hearing this, the cult leader sitting on the platform frowned. Even the Blood Guard Reapers have fallen. Who killed Chin Timu? The man replied, no one witnessed the incident. This servant also does not know the details. Based on his age and the fact that he uses poison, there is a very high chance that he is the son of the Poison King. The important matter here is not Tang Chin, cult leader. In truth, the one leading them is Jin Murin. Hearing that, the cult leader looked slightly surprised. Jin Murin, this is the first time I have heard that name. He is a hidden master protected by the Sichuan Alliance, correct? The man explained, he is only around the same age as the young cult leader, sir. He is the young master of the demonic forest in Chongqing, Sichuan. The crowd immediately burst into murmurs. The demonic forest? You mean that place that fell into chaos after the Great War? That place still has not completely collapsed yet. The young man once again reported to the cult leader. This servant has a few words to say, if permitted, cult leader. The truth is, ever since the Sichuan Alliance departed for Tibet, the blood recovery squad that this servant sent to monitor them was completely wiped out. Furthermore, according to the latest reports, the blood-killing soul-chasing squad has also been annihilated. Jin Murin is the mastermind behind all of this. Please forgive this servant for making you hear such troubling news during your recovery period. The cult leader clenched his hand tightly. The blood-killing soul-chasing squad, during the battle with the Potala Palace, thanks to the use of the soulless madmen, our casualties did not even reach 1,000 soldiers. Yet just a few young talents from the Sichuan Alliance caused us to lose several martial squads. This is absolutely unacceptable. What a ridiculous mess. Where are they now? The young man answered. They are currently in Yoram, heading toward Frost Capital, sir. The Blood Marshal Sword Ghost Protector Hyun Yu Rip along with the 4 death squads are pursuing them. They have requested reinforcements, and the Calamity Fire Heavenly Killing Squad is already moving there. The cult leader snorted coldly. So Yubung is there, leave this matter to that sly old fox. I really want to see what that mad dragon fellow looks like, so skin him alive and bring him before me. And one more thing, within 3 months, capture every remaining follower of the Potala Palace and kill them all for me. Quickly finish this matter in Tibet so I can bathe Sichuan in blood afterward. The entire Great Hall immediately responded in unison. We obey your command. The scene shifted elsewhere. A person was moving through the forest as if flying. Jin Xiaolin and the others also sensed it and turned their heads back. It is the Heavenly Marshal Squad. They have returned. Kang Yual and the other man could not hide the joy on their faces either. Did Chen Wu Lip really succeed? The martial artists of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion stationed in the forest immediately rushed outside to welcome the Heavenly Martial Squad. But what greeted their hopeful eyes was the utterly miserable appearance of the Sichuan Alliance's strongest elite force. Ku Yangmu stepped forward, bowed with cupped fists, and said, Elder Kang, Elder Ha, the Heavenly Martial Squad has returned. Kang Yual secretly sighed, impossible, it is honestly hard to find a single intact spot on the uniforms they are wearing. Thinking that, he spoke aloud, it seems everyone has suffered greatly, thank you for returning safely. The people from the Cloud Dragon Pavilion immediately burst into noisy discussions. How did the Heavenly Martial Squad end up like this? What on earth happened? There were over 100 people when they left, yet only around 30 came back. Keep your voices down or the seniors might hear you. The members of the Heavenly Martial Squad, who always received looks of admiration and jealousy, were now struggling desperately just to survive today. After seeing the shocked expressions of the younger talents, they finally felt the bone-deep humiliation of defeat. Yeah, defeat really punches hard. Ku Yangmu sighed, I am truly sorry, you were probably hoping for better news just as everyone expected. The Heavenly Martial Squad was defeated. Fortunately, we still managed to keep our lives and live to see tomorrow. I sincerely thank the juniors of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion who always supported the Heavenly Martial Squad. Jin Murin comforted them. Victory and defeat are common matters in war. The Heavenly Martial Squad gave everything for the Sichuan Alliance, and we are also deeply grateful that our comrades returned safely. Hearing that, the people of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion immediately joined in loudly. That is right, welcome back, seniors of the Heavenly Martial Squad, you all worked very hard. Long live the Heavenly Martial Squad. Ku Yangmu glanced at Jin Murin and sighed inwardly, Captain Jin, this time I owe you once again. Ha Zhangbo also spoke at that moment, Captain Chen is right, the Heavenly Martial Squad completed a difficult mission that nobody else could accomplish and returned alive. I have already prepared water and food, everyone hurry inside. Ku Yangmu shook his head, thank you for your kindness, elders, but now is not the time to rest. Jin Murin also reminded them, within 1/4 of an hour we must leave this place. Tang Chen immediately understood after hearing that, it seems pursuers are coming after us. Jin Murin seriously explained, it is not that there are definitely pursuers, but that we have no way to guarantee there are no pursuers at all. This junior has received news that the blood cult has successfully submerged the main palace of the Potala Palace. We also left Yoram without erasing any traces behind us before they turn their attention to this place. It is best for us to leave first. Kang Yual froze in shock after hearing that. The Potala Palace has already fallen. Jin Murin confirmed that it happened around 10 days ago. It is highly likely that they will send martial artists currently active on the front lines to this place. Ku Yangmu walked over and patted Jin Murin on the shoulder. Captain Jin, I will leave the retreat operation entirely to you. If this time someone has to stay behind, then that person must definitely be the Heavenly Martial Squad. He secretly thought to himself, although we fell into the enemy's trap and were rescued afterward, this is the proper thing to do as seniors. Jin Murin glanced at him and smiled, thank you for your kindness, Captain, but that will not be necessary. Ku Yangmu was startled after hearing that. What does Captain Jin mean? If not for you, we probably would have all died at Yoram already. I cannot let you shoulder even more burdens. Jin Murin explained, that is not what I mean. What I mean is that nobody needs to stay behind. All of us will return together. Ku Yangmu looked doubtful. Most people are injured, so our movement speed will slow down. Do we really still have a chance to survive? Jin Murin answered firmly without hesitation, yes, absolutely. He secretly thought to himself, if Jiakmagi can arrive here in time. Thinking that, he spoke to the group once again, do not leave a single person behind. Let us cross the great snow mountain range together and return to Sichuan. Seeing how confident he was, the others no longer asked further questions. If Captain Jin says so, then it must be true. Let us depart. At dawn, horse hoofprints were still clearly visible on the ground, so Yubong and his group were still riding their horses in pursuit. A subordinate behind him stepped forward and reported, "Protector, the tracks are becoming clearer and clearer." The old man chuckled. "Looks like we will catch them today. I truly want to meet you myself, Jin Murin." Hyun Yu Rip spoke up as a reminder. "Protector, he is someone we absolutely must not underestimate." Yom Hwagyo, the leader of the Heavenly Killing Squad and the Slaughter Blade, raised the corner of his mouth into a cold grin. "Protector already knows that well enough. Did that fellow not slaughter the soul-chasing squad like stray dogs already? You are old enough already, so why not just retire quietly somewhere?" Hyun Yu Rip frowned and glared at him. "Do not speak disrespectfully to the Protector." Yom Hwagyo still looked extremely carefree. "Hyun Yu Rip, after suffering such a pathetic defeat, you should keep your mouth shut instead." So Yubong, who was ahead of them, could no longer hold back and finally warned them. "If you want to fight, then do whatever you want after the mission ends." Yom Hwagyo burst into laughter. "Protector, how could this guy possibly be my opponent?" Hyun Yu Rip became even more irritated. "We still do not know who is superior yet." Yom Hwagyo sneered mockingly. "All bark and no bite. Now I finally understand why Chen Timu hated you so much when he was alive." Seeing the two of them still arguing, so Yubong shouted angrily, "Will you two knock it off already?" The two of them also had no intention of resisting, so they immediately shut their mouths. Meanwhile, the vice captain helplessly thought to himself, "These lunatics really come in all varieties. Good thing the Protector is here." Yom Hwagyo suddenly spurred his horse forward and dashed away. "Being old really makes moving around a pain, huh? I will go ahead first." Seeing that, the vice captain quickly reminded him, "Lord Yom, you must maintain formation." Yom Hwagyo angrily shouted, "Shut your mouth. I am the one who burned Lhasa to ashes before coming here. Once we cross this mountain, we will catch those Sichuan Alliance rats already. What formation nonsense are you even talking about? You bunch of losers can just escort this old man and crawl behind later." Surprisingly, the Protector, who was insulted like that, did not get angry at all. "Just leave him be. He is not wrong anyway." Hyun Yu Rip looked confused. "Protector, how can you stay so calm?" The old man calmly replied, "It is a mix of joy and worry. Do you not feel the same? In the blood cult, aside from the captain of the Usura squad, is not the strongest martial artist the Slaughter Blade Yom Hwagyo. And in Sichuan there is Jin Murin, a man talented in both brains and martial arts. This old man is truly very curious about the battle between those two. And once we cross this mountain, we will finally witness that spectacle. Grab your popcorn mentally." While moving along, Dan Ryo Hwa suddenly stopped and turned her head to glance behind them. Deha beside her looked puzzled and asked, "Miss Dan, what is wrong?" Dan Ryo Hwa replied, "It sounds like I heard movement from the other side of the mountain." Hearing that, Jin Murin secretly sighed inwardly. They have already closed the distance this quickly. Thinking that, he immediately warned everyone, "At this pace, we will be caught within half a day. We need to increase our marching speed." Dan Ryo Hwa shook her head. "Young master, it does not seem like it will even take half a day." Jin Murin looked confused. "What do you mean by that? They are advancing from the other side of the mountain." Dan Ryo Hwa explained, "It is not an advancing army, it is only a single cavalry rider." A lone rider was approaching at a terrifying speed. Hearing that there was only one person, the crowd was extremely shocked. Very quickly, clouds of dust began rising from that direction. Yom Hwagyo appeared before the eyes of the group and burst into loud laughter. "I finally caught you cowards, you little rats. Where is Jin Murin? Hurry and stick your head out here for me." Yong Chu volunteered to fight. "Young master, this subordinate will handle that guy." Jin Murin raised his hand to stop him. "I will deal with him myself. He is a true powerhouse. This man absolutely cannot be underestimated." The martial artists of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion and the Heavenly Martial Squad were on their way back after completing their mission, but they were suddenly forced to stop before the final mountain called the Great Snow Mountain Range, the natural wall separating Sichuan and Tibet. A general of the blood cult had chased after them all alone, and in his hand was a massive heavy blade. His entire body emitted such overwhelming killing intent that it was hard to even breathe properly. By the time he arrived, his warhorse had already collapsed from exhaustion. Yom Hwagyo did not hesitate at all and drew his blade while walking toward the group. "Where do you think you are running off to? This old man is going to butcher every last one of you." The crowd was horrified inwardly. The killing intent radiating from him felt as if it could pierce through the air and stab directly into their bodies. The blood cult actually has someone this terrifying. If they got caught by him, they would definitely die. There was a high chance that even the elders of the Orthodox Council would not be his match. So why was a monster like this even here? Jin Murin glanced behind him and warned everyone, "Look at that aura of his. He is even stronger than the Blood Guard Reaper at Crimson Crimson Sand Valley. Even if we manage to take him down, there is still the army behind him. Everyone, listen carefully to what I am about to say. Right now, use your full strength to cross the Great Snow Mountain Range. We need to call for reinforcements. Run as if the Grim Reaper is breathing down your necks. Absolutely do not turn your heads back. Keep going until you meet the reinforcements of the Sichuan Alliance. This was the #1 principle Jin Murin had taught the Mad Martial Squad. Once the moment of danger arrives, you must prioritize your own survival first, and right now Jin Murin was emphasizing that motto once again. Kang Yuwal sighed emotionally. True master, even if I die now, I will have no regrets left. Please lead the children and escape first. Ha Zhongbo continued, I understand your feelings, but it seems you are mistaken. Not a single martial artist was running away. Kang Yuwal was startled, turned his head back, and shouted loudly, What are you all doing? Did you not hear the captain's orders? Hurry and run right now. Although the group was terrified, their determination remained firm. Grandmaster Uncle, we cannot leave. Just run away without even looking back. How can we abandon the captain while enemies are flooding toward us like this? I am not leaving anywhere. This is what comrades are supposed to do. Tang Wu also spoke up loyally. I cannot leave either. Elder, please reconsider. I will stay here as well. Kang Yuwal secretly sighed. These idiots, every single one of them has completely lost their minds. Ku Yangmu stepped forward and spoke, Jin Murin, it is time to fulfill the promise. Before he could finish speaking, Jin Murin interrupted him. No, let me handle this. The head captain is already injured, so please leave this matter to me. When the enemy army arrives, please stay behind and command the entire squad. At the moment Jin Murin took hold of the Heavenly Martial Squad's flag, Captain Ku Yangmu could feel his aura, a heavy, overwhelming presence fully capable of contending against the enemy general. No, there was clearly something even greater than that hidden within him. Meanwhile, Yom Hwagyo burst into laughter when he saw Jin Murin step forward. So there really is one fearless brat here. Hyun Yu Rip had said the guy had a handsome face but eyes full of arrogance. One glance and I could tell immediately, you are Jin Murin. Jin Murin also did not bother hiding anything and calmly replied, that is right, it is me, and who are you supposed to be? Why is your face so ugly? Let us skip the greetings already. Everyone here is busy after all. No Tibetan is allowed to cross this flag, not you and not the group behind you either. Hearing that, Yom Hwagyo turned his head and glanced behind him. So Yubung and his group were already standing all over the cliff by now. Has the battle started already? Hyun Yu Rip was shocked. Yom Hwagyo is actually being held back like this in the end. The person beside him was equally stunned. That opponent looks way too young. Is he really Jin Murin? Ku Yangmu angrily gritted his teeth. Damn it, the squad behind already caught up this quickly. We also need to prepare reinforcements for Captain Jin. At that very moment, someone suddenly pointed behind them. Captain, over there beyond the Great Snow Mountain Range. A massive army had also appeared there by now. Seeing that, the crowd immediately burst into cheers. It is the Sichuan Alliance. The reinforcements from the Sichuan Alliance have arrived. We are saved now. The Sichuan Alliance truly arrived at the perfect moment. The Alliance leader personally came as well. Even the pavilion masters of the secret pavilion are here too. Hanshin Wall sighed emotionally. So Jin Murin truly had to fight a desperate battle. Thank goodness we did not arrive too late. All of this is thanks to you, Jiok Magi. The man whose name was called stepped forward and humbly cupped his fists. It was nothing, sir. He secretly thought to himself, young master, it seems you really succeeded in saving the Heavenly Martial Squad, but in a situation like this, calling it a hard battle might actually be an understatement. Meanwhile, Yugasen was sweating buckets while thinking inwardly, young master, why exactly are you over there? And why are you fighting the enemy general one-on-one? Over on this side, Hyun Yu Rip asked the person beside him, Protector, it seems the Sichuan Alliance has already caught wind of everything. Should we pull Yom Hwagyo back? The old man immediately shook his head. No, let us observe a little longer first. We must capture Jin Murin. Hyun Yu Rip looked confused. If we go down there, will not the Sichuan Alliance charge together as well? The old man laughed. Naive, orthodox martial artists are often even colder than demonic sects. They will never launch a full attack just to save one young talent. Today, all we need to do is focus on taking Jin Murin's head back. Captain Yom will know what to do himself. We must calm the cult leader's anger somehow. On the other side, Hanshin Wall worriedly spoke up. The captain and the martial squad appear to be in great danger. Should we go down there and assist them? Tang Mung-yong immediately sent a voice transmission to stop him. Please wait, Alliance leader. If the beggar's sex information is true, then Jin Murin's return may place us in danger. Jin Murin has achieved a great feat, something even the Heavenly Martial Squad could not accomplish. From there, the demonic forest may strengthen its position and then use him as the center to attract and control the medium and smaller sects. Let him die here. This is for the future of our Sichuan Alliance. At that point, he spoke aloud. If we interfere now, it would be no different from igniting a war, so let us continue observing for now. Hanshin Wall nodded. Understood. First stabilize the martial artists of the Heavenly Martial Squad and the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Over on Jin Murin's side, he had already drawn his sword. There sure are a lot of spectators here today. Are you planning to fight or not? Yom Hwagyo sneered coldly. Of course, if you want to leave, then leave your head behind first. Dan Ryo HWA suddenly sent a voice transmission to remind him. Young master, you cannot use that martial art here. Jin Murin confidently smiled and replied that he already knew. The two of them immediately swung their swords and charged toward each other. When the final battle of the Great War occurred, aside from Jiangnan and Sichuan, the Eight Desolation sect had already seized 7 parts of the world into its grasp. Because of that, they became far too impatient to take the final step. In the end, the Eight Desolation sect failed to conquer Jiangnan and Sichuan, and from there suffered total defeat. The Sichuan Alliance was an organization born during that chaotic era. Why was a newly established alliance able to make the entire martial world of Sichuan submit to it? That is because the overlords of the demonic forest always stood alone at the front lines and held the line until the very last moment. Outer Forest Lord, please remember this day well. The sword of the demonic forest, the sword everyone has protected until today, will shine brilliantly once again. Yom Hwagyo burst into loud laughter as he swung his blade. You are using yin cold energy to fight against me. You truly are one bold brat. This old man did not waste his effort chasing after you with full strength. His single strike shattered the ground apart and kicked up clouds of dust everywhere. On the opposite side, Jin Murin did not fall behind either and swung his sword to unleash the light transformation purple sword in counterattack. The moment divine emergence appeared, the sky itself lit up brightly. Yom Hwagyo laughed mockingly. Is this all you have got? Right after that, he swung his blade once again and slashed forward. Jin Murin hurriedly leaned his head backward to dodge the attack. Yom Hwagyo secretly snorted coldly. What an arrogant bastard, he deliberately dodged slowly on purpose. Before I retract the technique I already unleashed, that instant creates the perfect chance for a counterattack. This brat is pretty impressive though, much better than those trash from the Potala Palace. Jin Murin sneered coldly. With strength like yours, you do not have the qualification to speak so arrogantly here. Hearing that, Yom Hwagyo laughed loudly. You should be grateful for how relaxed I have been so far, but the warm-up ends here, Mad Dragon Jin Murin. Let me see how far your strength truly goes. After speaking, he raised his blade high into the air and condensed his true energy. Ku Yangmu behind them immediately broke into cold sweat after seeing that. Red mist formed purely from sword energy. Even at my peak condition, it would be difficult for me to gain the upper hand against a powerhouse like him. Can the captain of the Mad Martial Squad truly handle someone like this? On Jin Murin's side, he was also frowning deeply in thought. He is too strong. I cannot afford to conserve internal energy while fighting him. On top of that, those blood cult bastards look ready to charge down at any moment. The best strategy is to end this battle quickly and regroup with the Sichuan Alliance. Thinking that, he let out a deep breath and then dashed forward. Let us end this quickly then, come on. The two of them charged into close combat once again. The area immediately exploded into another storm of dust and debris afterward. Yom Hwagyo burst out from within the dust cloud and unleashed the purple sea halberd dance blade technique. 10,000 carving form slash. On Jin Murin's side, he similarly unleashed the light transformation purple sword true journey. The battle between the two of them left both sides utterly stunned in shock. Once again, the two directly clashed head-on against each other. With the two of them as the center, a terrifying wave of pressure violently erupted outward. Yuk Gunmyeong nervously thought to himself, this was originally not even his martial art. Could it be that the martial arts of the demonic forest are truly at this level? I heard he has not even been in the demonic forest for that long either. He really is a complete monster. Diha was also lost deep in thought. I absolutely must learn all of this somehow. Hanshin Wall was also extremely shocked on his side. Cho Pyeongchin, no, the demonic forest actually hid and raised a monster like this. If our alliance had not pulled the demonic forest onto our side, then perhaps that sword would have eventually pointed toward us instead. Thinking of that, he spoke aloud. Pavilion Masters of the Secret Pavilion, seeing this scene, it seems we truly made the correct choice. Tang Moon-young agreed. This subordinate thinks the same, alliance leader. It seems we will have plenty of work to do after returning to Sichuan. Meanwhile, So Yubong also spoke toward his group. Protector, we must quickly proceed with the plan. This child named Jin Murin is even more dangerous than I originally thought. If we allow him to fully mature, he will definitely become the greatest threat to our cult. Hyun Yu Rip continued. I agree with you as well. The old man continued speaking. Anyone with eyes can tell that the longer this battle drags on, the sooner the Sichuan Alliance will enter the battle. In that case, we might as well interfere right now and bring his head back immediately. That child absolutely must die here today. The moment he finished speaking, Hyun Yu Rip immediately took the lead and charged down on horseback. On Jin Murin's side, he sneered mockingly after seeing that. Looks like you are at a disadvantage now. Your friends are rushing over to help you out already. Yom Hwagyo angrily turned his head backward and shouted, Hyun Yu Rip, you damn dog bastard. Jin Murin did not waste the opportunity and immediately swung his sword, slashing one side of Yom Hwagyo's face and causing fresh blood to spray out. Yom Hwagyo angrily gritted his teeth and raised his blade once again. I will kill you before those bastards even make it here. On Jin Murin's side, his expression remained unbelievably calm as he tightly gripped the sword hilt. Split sword shattering strike. Red Cloud Ghost Hand Sword. Deha was extremely shocked after seeing that. Is that not my ultimate technique? Jin Murin turned his head toward him and smiled. Watch carefully, Deha, you can do this too one day. Yom Hwagyo looked extremely confused when he suddenly saw Jin Murin grab the flag. A flag? What is he planning to do with that? At the same time, Hyun Yu Rip's voice rang out from behind. Yom Hwagyo, retreat immediately and regroup with our squad. Stop being stubborn already. Joining forces with the entire squad to kill him is an order. Yom Hwagyo suddenly realized something and shouted loudly, you idiots, stop right there, do not come any closer. But it was already too late. Jin Murin raised the flag and coldly snorted. You bunch of fools, you are already too late. After speaking, he decisively hurled the flag flying forward. Hyun Yu Rip fearlessly jumped off his horse and charged ahead. Throwing a spear, that is nothing more than a child's trick. The technique Jin Murin unleashed was the Red Cloud Ghost Hand Sword, Phantom Rain Scatter. Jin Murin sneered coldly on his side. You might be fine, but what about your subordinates instead? Only then did Hyun Yu Rip realize something and turn pale in horror. Could it be that the shattered fragments flying everywhere will? Just as he expected, the subordinates behind him were currently being slaughtered by those flying fragments. The people from both sides were once again shocked beyond belief. Hyun Yu Rip nervously turned his head to look behind him. The Mad Dragon of Sichuan, I already knew he was talented in both martial arts and strategy. But this still makes no sense at all. Is his cultivation really at this level already? The people from the Cloud Dragon Pavilion also burst into discussion. Is the cultivation of the Mad Martial Squad captain really this terrifying? We already knew he once joined forces with Elder Kang to capture the madman, but still. On the other side, Ha Zhongbo looked shocked and spoke toward the man beside him. You should have told me about his cultivation much earlier. Now I finally understand why you trust him so much. Kang Yual shook his head. How the hell would I know any of this either? This is my first time seeing something like this too. He secretly thought to himself, has that brat Jin Murin been hiding his true cultivation all along? Clearly, he must have some kind of reason. He only revealed it while trying to protect us. Meanwhile, Jin Murin smiled toward his opponent. So, how does it feel? Your whole plan went straight into the gutter, right? I already told you none of you are getting past that flag. The corpses scattered everywhere mostly belonged to the members of the Calamity Fire Heavenly Killing Squad. But the reason Captain Yom Hwagyo was furious was not because his subordinates had died. While Yom Hwagyo was raging with anger, and Hyun Yu Rip was still shocked, the only thought inside So Yubong's mind was that the brat absolutely had to die. He is far too dangerous, even if we must sacrifice every blood cult martial artist here today. Jin Murin below was also currently looking up directly at him. Not stopping there, he even raised his hand and waved provocatively. Old man, want to give it a try, though your numbers have dropped quite a bit already. The old man was inwardly shocked. Has he been tracking our numbers this whole time? Hanshin Wall once again spoke up. Pavilion Masters of the Secret Pavilion, it is finally time for us to act. Heaven's timing, favorable terrain, and united hearts are all on our side. If we still do not show ourselves and help now, then what was the point of us coming here at all? After that, he loudly shouted toward below. No one is allowed to oppress the martial artists of our alliance. Save the captain of the Mad Martial Squad, protect the heavily injured, and spare no one who dares to cross the Great Snow Mountain Range. So Yubong secretly thought to himself, Hanshin Wall sure knows how to pick the perfect moment to appear, and the people following him all seem to be experts too. Even if I go down now, killing that brat would still be difficult. Thinking that, he decisively spurred his horse, turned around and left. Jang Kong, we are retreating. While leaving, the group kept shouting threats non-stop. Brat, make sure to wash that head of yours clean. I will definitely come take it someday. Yom Hwagyo was naturally the angriest of all. Jin Murin, you will absolutely die by my hand. Jin Murin could not care less. If you feel that wronged, then come fight right now instead. Yom Hwagyo was not provoked by those words either and quickly left together with the group. Hanshin Wall and the others also arrived at the same time. Captain of the Mad Martial Squad, are you all right? You have worked hard. Jin Murin secretly snorted coldly inwardly. So this sly old fox finally decided to show his face now, huh? Even though he thought that, he still politely cupped his fists. Captain of the Mad Martial Squad and the Cloud Dragon Pavilion greet the Alliance leader. Thank you for lending us your aid. Hanshin Wall smiled. "It is nothing, since I personally came here myself. You little brat no longer need to worry about anything." Jin Murin inwardly looked down on him even more. Truly a master of lip service, worthy of being the alliance leader of the Sichuan Alliance. In the end, the story would now become the alliance leader of the Sichuan Alliance personally entered the battlefield and rescued the alliance members. Tang Mungyong was also secretly thinking to himself, "Thanks to the alliance leader, I still managed to preserve a little dignity. I never expected that beggar's words were actually true." Because of the false information delivered by the secret pavilion, the Heavenly Marshal Squad fell directly into the enemy's trap. And if responsibility for this incident must be considered, then the secret pavilion will have a very hard time escaping blame. Meanwhile, the one who destroyed a Blood Knight madman experiment site and rescued the Heavenly Marshal Squad was Jin Murin. He had earned an enormous achievement. Things cannot continue like this. At this rate, the demonic forest will break the balance within the Sichuan Alliance. Thinking of that, he spoke up. "Alliance leader, it would be better if we return to the Alliance first before discussing the details further." Han Chenwal nodded in agreement. "Remaining on enemy territory truly brings nothing good. Let us return. Let us depart back to Sichuan." The survivors of the disaster could not hide the joy on their faces anymore. Only then did Jin Murin turn his head back and send a voice transmission to Yugasan. "Outer Forest Lord, it has been a long time since we last met. Has everything at home been all right?" The old man replied, "Nothing serious, but there is something I truly want to ask you, young master. Since when were you able to fully master the Inner Forest's light transformation purple sword?" Jin Murin smiled and explained, "I do not really know either. It suited me very well, so I quickly reached the level of complete mastery." Yugasan sighed emotionally. "Was it thanks to the heavenly yin body? Either way, you truly accomplished a great feat." Along the road today, I kept asking Jiak Magi over and over again. If the Forest Lord hears about this, he will definitely be overjoyed. Jin Murin smiled in satisfaction. "I hope so as well." Time quietly passed by. 2 days later at the Sichuan Alliance. The official announcement released to the Alliance contained only one message. The Alliance leader of the Sichuan Alliance had rescued the martial artists of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion and the Heavenly Martial Squad. After the Heavenly Martial Squad and Cloud Dragon Pavilion returned, silence completely covered all the martial artists. Everywhere throughout the Alliance, people were discussing the matter non-stop. Zhou Yongxiang walked around gloomily while sighing deeply. Captain did all the hard work himself. If not for Captain, how could they have found Crimson Sand Valley? The Heavenly Martial Squad probably would not even exist anymore by now. Kang Yual chuckled lightly. Zhou Yongxiang, it seems following Captain Jin was truly the correct choice. Zhou Yongxiang continued speaking, Grandmaster Uncle, even if they do not announce it publicly, Captain's achievements should still be acknowledged, right? Kang Yual explained. Celebrating achievements in front of a heavily wounded Heavenly Martial Squad would not be very appropriate either. Everyone already knows the merits of the Mad Martial Squad captain anyway, so there is no need to loudly stir things up. After hearing that, Zhou Yongxiang suddenly realized the truth. Hearing Grandmaster Uncle explain it like this, it seems I was too shallow-minded. The Heavenly Martial Squad suffered such a massive shock already. Discussing achievements right now would indeed feel somewhat problematic. A gag order had been issued toward the martial artists of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion and the Heavenly Martial Squad. Officially, it was to prevent the political situation in Sichuan from becoming unstable, but in truth, the secret pavilion masters did not want the name Jin Murin to become too outstanding. Even at the merit ceremony held at Central Wood Hall, there were no luxurious delicacies, no music, and no dancing girls, yet the atmosphere among the Cloud Dragon Pavilion martial artists attending the banquet was happier than ever before. Heavens above, it has been ages since I last drank alcohol and ate meat like this. Who needs music or dancing girls anyway? Just this alone is already more than enough. But even now, I am still shocked by the sight of our captain battling the enemy general on the plateau. Seriously, the rumors and reality are completely different. My jaw practically hit the floor from shock. It was not only us either, even the squad leaders from the demonic forest reacted the same way. I heard that it was also their first time witnessing the head captain's martial arts personally. At that moment, Black Spirit Squad Captain Jai Wall from the Cloud Dragon Pavilion also walked over. The truth is, even within our own forest, not many people truly understand the young master. Before the Great Sword Sect was overthrown, our understanding of the young master was honestly no different from the Sichuan Alliance's understanding of him now. Only after the young master accomplished what nobody else could accomplish did people finally acknowledge him. Jin Xiaolin glanced at Jin Murin and sighed emotionally. It is exactly the same as what happened this time. Even when selecting martial artists to join the Mad Martial Squad, nobody acknowledged Jin Murin's talent at all. But after participating together in the Tibet mission, everything somehow developed in this direction. Who could have possibly imagined it? Only then did Jin Murin speak up. Come on now, enough with the endless praise already, raise your cups instead. Although we cannot hold a grand banquet, everyone here has earned the right to get completely drunk tonight. So everyone, eat and drink as comfortably as you want. Just like that, the martial artists of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion held a silent feast. Throughout the entire night, they endlessly praised Jin Murin's courage. Even though the banquet was small, the atmosphere could honestly be called happier than ever before. Just what kind of mission did the martial artists of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion and the Heavenly Martial Squad actually go on? And what exactly happened that forced them to discuss merits in complete silence? Only those who participated in the Tibet expedition, the martial artists of the Heavenly Martial Squad and the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, knew the truth, and the stories shared in this place would forever remain unknown to the outside world. Dong Chagi curiously walked over and asked, "Hero, was my young master really that amazing?" The man turned around and glanced at him in surprise. "Little beggar sect brother. Should we really tell him about it?" Zhou Yongxiang replied, "Oh, come on, maybe not with other beggar sect members, but we practically see this guy every single day." Even though the story was brought up once again, Jin Murin's achievements still never spread throughout the world. After hearing about Jin Murin's accomplishments, Dong Chagi's face was completely filled with admiration and worship. The scene shifted to the inner pavilion of the Eight Gates Inn at Chengdu Guest City. This inn was originally located beside the main avenue, so it was usually crowded already, but today it was especially packed to the point where not even one more person could squeeze inside. The interesting thing was that even the people climbing up to the second floor and looking down remained completely silent. Nobody dared make even the slightest sound. Someone on the stage was loudly telling the story. An army of over 500 men came chasing after them, yet in the middle of countless soldiers armed with the finest weapons, the young master still boldly stepped forward and shouted two words, "Stop right there." At that moment, the storyteller suddenly looked upward. "Hey friend on the second floor, do not lean over the railing like that or you will fall." The one passionately running his mouth non-stop was none other than Dong Chagi. Seeing him suddenly stop, someone immediately urged him impatiently, "Do not suddenly stop like that, hurry up and continue the story already." Dong Chagi sighed deeply. "I am thirsty as hell right now, how am I supposed to keep telling stories like this?" Another person immediately shouted loudly, "Seriously now, someone get over here and do not bring him some cheap flower wine either, bring him proper golden sticky rice wine. I am the owner of this inn, so I will not charge you a single coin. Now hurry and continue the story." Dong Chagi shamelessly grabbed the entire jar and gulped it down like a madman. As I was saying, because of their previous mission, the Heavenly Martial Squad temporarily could not enter the battle. At that moment, the young master turned around toward the people behind him and shouted loudly, "Do not look back, all of you hurry and leave." Hearing that part, the entire crowd immediately became excited together. That is truly the spirit of a real man among men. The day the demonic forest regains its former glory is no longer far away, and who else could possibly take the title of #1 in Sichuan anyway? Dong Chagi waved his hand from the stage. "Everyone calm down and listen first. I understand exactly how you all feel. Even I, the person who heard it directly, got goosebumps all over my body. Even though the young master told me to leave, I am the young master's right-hand man, so how could I possibly abandon my lord?" At that moment, I proudly shouted out loud, "I will live and die together with the young master." Hearing that, the crowd immediately became excited. "Waiter, quickly lock the main gate. I must dedicate this heart of mine to a true manly hero like brother Dong here. That is exactly how a real beggar sect great man should be." But seriously, why did a beggar sect member even follow them all the way there? I truly cannot understand it anyway. Seeing the crowd suddenly argue and start throwing punches at each other, Dong Chagi immediately tried to sneak away, but someone instantly grabbed him. "Forget about that part already and hurry up with the story." Dong Chagi had no choice but to stay. "Actually, that is all I personally know, the rest I only heard from others, but because of certain reasons I cannot tell anyone else. This was an ultra-top secret mission of the Sichuan Alliance after all." The guy who got punched earlier spoke up again. "Did you even hear the story correctly? Even the people who went there barely know anything. Are you sure you did not just make all this up yourself?" Hearing that, the entire crowd immediately stared at him with sharp murderous eyes. Right after that, everyone jumped him and beat him into a complete mess. "Did we not already say it was a secret? Why is this guy so damn talkative? How about we turn your death into an ultra-top secret too?" After a short while, the young man had already been beaten so badly that he lay motionless on the ground. The story told at the inn by the brother nicknamed the young master's right hand gradually spread further and further throughout the martial world. And before long, that story eventually reached the very place where it all began. CEO Jin Huang came over to report to Jin Murin. "Heavenly Lord, the rumors from the inn are spreading wider and wider now. It is about the Sichuan Alliance's Tibet expedition, and it seems everything started from Dong Chagi's mouth." Hearing that, Jin Murin burst into laughter. I do not know the exact situation, but I can already roughly guess what happened. The four great giant sects with their enormous pride definitely will not let this matter slide, because to them, whenever something major happens, the center of attention must always be the secret pavilion. For now, monitor the secret pavilion and keep track of the people coming to discuss matters with Tang Moon-young. Alright, the secret pavilion master is an extremely cunning man that old fox has probably already prepared something around the discussion hall, so do not push yourselves too hard. As soon as Seo Jin Hwan left, Jin Murin looked outside in confusion. What is wrong with you? Dan Ryo HWA smiled, but the killing intent around her was not concealed at all. I kept wondering why people call me the Mad Woman. Now I finally understand. Jin Murin looked puzzled. And where exactly are you planning to go? Dan Ryo HWA smiled in an extremely sinister way. I need to go find Hero Dong for a little while. And thus, the bloodthirsty Mad Woman, the craziest among all crazy women, the flower-like Mad Woman, spent quite some time playing a deadly game of hide-and-seek with Dong Chagi. One day later, at the secret pavilion of the Sichuan Alliance, Tang Moon-young saw the visitor entering and asked, "What brings a dragon to this humble little shrimp house today?" The person who arrived was none other than the innate pavilion master, Jiang Yugi. He immediately got straight to the point and asked, "Pavilion master, how can you remain this calm? Have you still not heard the rumors yet?" Tang Moon-young replied, "If it is about Jin Murin, then yes, I have already heard about it. Please sit down first." Jiang Yugi shook his head. "No need. If you continue ignoring these rumors, then what will happen to the prestige of the four great giant sects? I am genuinely curious. How can you still sit here acting like nothing is happening?" Tang Moon-young explained, "Only around 60 martial artists returned from Tibet, and most of them are disciples from the four great giant sects. We already issued a gag order, so a few rumors spreading around is only natural. Right now, I am still thinking of a solution, so for the time being, please return and wait first." Jiang Yugi turned around and walked toward the exit. "Even now, you still have not come up with even a remotely decent strategy yet. If the secret pavilion keeps moving this slowly, then our heavenly immortal pavilion will step in instead. Just keep that in mind." After the other party left, Tang Moon-young immediately gritted his teeth in anger. That idiot. If the heavenly martial squad had been competent from the start, none of this mess would have happened in the first place. Outside, someone approached Jiang Yugi and respectfully saluted. Tang Yongho of the Golden Tiger Squad greets the heavenly immortal pavilion master. After that, he was immediately summoned inside by Tang Moon-young. On the rooftop, Seo Jin Hwan silently remained there watching everything carefully. First came heavenly immortal pavilion master Jiang Yugi, then Golden Tiger Squad Tang Yongho. Infiltrating the political discussion hall in broad daylight like this was definitely not easy. Every entrance had guards watching over it, and even the empty areas were probably filled with hidden traps already. Forget assassination, even secretly monitoring this discussion hall without leaving behind the slightest trace was practically impossible. Just what exactly are those people inside discussing anyway? Inside, Tang Moon-young raised his cup for a sip before asking, "Tang Yongho, you worked hard, did you learn many things?" Tang Yongho replied, "Pavilion master, I honestly did not really do much at all." Tang Moon-young shook his head in disagreement. "No, this mission was extremely difficult. Who could have expected the heavenly martial squad to fail so miserably?" Tang Yongho smiled helplessly. "Regarding that matter, I thought the same as well. But this Tibet expedition truly had many suspicious points." Hearing that, Tang Moon-young immediately became focused. "Suspicious points? Explain the details to me." The young man explained, "At first, when we arrived in Tibet, the eastern border was weakening because of the war. But the moment we arrived, those people called the Blood Recovery Squad suddenly appeared, almost as if they had already been waiting there in advance for us to arrive." Seeing Tang Moon-young paying such close attention, the young man could not help feeling surprised inwardly. "I only casually mentioned it, but the pavilion master seems extremely interested in this matter." Following that, Tang Yongho continued explaining his suspicions, from the bloody incident involving the beggar sect to the heavenly martial squad falling into the enemy trap, and then the old men who followed them into Frost Capital. Tang Moon-young sank deeply into thought. "I already knew most of these matters through the reports, and even if investigated further, they could still be refuted somehow. I need a brand new weak point." Right at that moment, the young man continued speaking. Among all those matters, the most suspicious thing was Jin Murin's actions. If he had immediately handed the blood letter over to the heavenly martial squad after receiving it, then their defeat could have been prevented, yet he chose to go to Crimson Sand Valley instead of saving his comrades. I truly cannot understand his actions. Hearing that, Tang Moon-young was startled. After receiving the blood letter, he merely became suspicious of the secret pavilion's information. That alone could still be argued against, but the key point is not there. Thinking of that, he asked Tang Yongho, "Why exactly do you think Jin Murin going to Crimson Sand Valley was suspicious?" The young man bluntly replied, because I cannot erase my suspicions toward him. Wherever Jin Murin goes, it feels like he drags good fortune along with him. Everything always unfolds exactly according to his plans. Pavilion Master, the demonic forest, and the blood cult share the same roots. It is highly possible that Jin Murin is actually a spy planted inside our alliance by the blood cult. I believe this matter absolutely must be investigated carefully, sir. He secretly sneered inwardly. Humans really only like seeing and hearing what they already want to believe anyway. As long as you feed them a tiny bit of suspicion, people who love rumors will naturally spread everything on their own. And even if the truth is revealed later, ruined reputation is almost impossible to fully restore. Talk about terrifying social damage. Tang Mungyong truly took the bait and laughed sinisterly. Tang Yongho, we absolutely must investigate this matter aggressively. I finally caught you now, Jin Murin. 2 days later, at the underground training ground of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, Dan Ryo HWA was here sparring swords with Wu Lip. She could not help but feel shocked inwardly. That icy cold energy, colder than a glacier, could instantly become blazing hot like molten lava. If I were not a master with extremely pure internal energy, then even touching his weapon would already be difficult. Yongchu, who was watching the fight from the side, was also secretly amazed. The Heavenly Lord has changed so much, he can now use 2 opposing sources of energy at the same time. The day he can cure the illness within his own body no longer seems far away anymore. The next technique Jin Murin unleashed was called Purple Sword True Journey. The moment this move appeared, Diha immediately stared with his mouth wide open. Purple Sword True Journey can actually be used on such a massive scale. Dan Ryo HWA on the opposite side also looked extremely puzzled. Are you seriously planning to go all out? Jin Murin smiled confidently. Why should Miss feel worried? You can definitely handle this move. Hearing that, Dan Ryo HWA gripped her sword hilt even tighter. You little brat, if you are forcing me this far, then I will have no choice but to use my ultimate technique. Since only familiar faces are here, I will let you open your eyes properly today. The exclusive martial art of my master, the Sword Emperor Heavenly Spirit, the technique she unleashed was Heavenly Human Sword, 100 Breaks of Endless Madness. Yuk Gunmyong stood there frozen like a statue. The shape of the sword blade disappeared completely. At that moment, the 2 of them simultaneously charged directly toward each other. I will repay you back 100-fold. Let me see how you plan to dodge this. After saying that, she frantically swung her sword like a storm gone wild. Jin Murin simply stood there glancing left and right while calmly observing everything around him. Very quickly, he raised his sword and blocked her sword techniques head-on. This even caused Dan Ryo HWA herself to become shocked. He is not dodging at all and is directly confronting my master's 100 breaks of endless madness. The mad woman, the disciple of the Sword Emperor, no. Dan Ryo HWA herself could not stop feeling astonished. 100 Breaks of Endless Madness was a mysterious illusion sword technique that prevented opponents from even seeing the real blade. And throughout history, only 2 people had ever perfectly blocked this technique. The first was her father, the man whose instincts were praised as heavenly dragon level, and the second was Dan Ryo HWA's older brother, the one who inherited those instincts from him, the little heavenly martial lord Dan Jeryeon. Even if he possesses the heavenly yin body, how could someone without extraordinary instincts possibly block this technique? Young master, you always manage to surprise me somehow. Right at that moment, Yuk Gunmyong stepped between the 2 of them to stop the fight. All right, stop already. If this continues, someone is definitely going to get hurt. Jin Murin smiled while sheathing his sword and secretly thought, this level is enough already. Even if I use all my internal energy now, there are no signs of the yin and yang energies becoming unstable anymore. Originally, these 2 energy sources constantly wanted to devour each other, but now they have learned to accept one another instead. It is no longer an impossible dream. One day I will fuse these 2 streams of energy into one, and when that happens, I will dissolve the enormous extreme yang internal energy sealed within my Danshin. After that, I will use the mysterious spiritual medicine master spoke about and wait to see its effects. On Dan Ryo HWA's side, she still could not believe it and blurted out, there is no way you could actually see my sword technique. Jin Murin nodded in agreement. That is right, I could not see it at all. Who said you absolutely need to see something in order to block it anyway? Diha at the side also looked confused and asked. The second part was way too confusing. Young master, how exactly did you do that? Jin Murin calmly explained, it is simple, use the movement of the opponent's hands, feet, and shoulders to draw out the sword path surrounding their body, and if you cannot do that, then just try launching more attacks than your opponent instead. Diha asked again, then what if the opponent's sword is faster than mine? Jin Murin replied, then you must maintain enough distance so sword clashes against sword, keep doing that until you find an opening. Diha still looked extremely confused. But young master, what if I cannot maintain the distance or my sword breaks first? Jin Murin laughed cheerfully and walked over to smack him around a little. Then obviously you run away. What else would you do? This guy seriously asks way too many questions. Right at that moment, another voice sounded from outside. Greetings, Heavenly Lord. Hearing that, Jin Murin immediately told Seo Jinchuan to enter. The moment the young man appeared, he immediately began reporting. Within the past 2 days, the pavilion masters of the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, Northern Heaven Pavilion, Western Heaven Pavilion, and Reborn Merchant Pavilion have all visited the Secret Pavilion, and they were all elders from the various sects. Tang Yungho from the Golden Tiger Squad was there as well. It seems the Secret Pavilion found a strategy after Tang Yungho arrived there, because the moment Tang Yungho left, the Secret Pavilion immediately began taking action. Jin Muren looked confused. Why do you keep speaking so vaguely? What exactly happened? Seo Jinchuan explained, I sincerely apologize, Heavenly Lord. This subordinate already sent people to investigate again. To prevent the demonic forest and the medium and small sects from joining forces, they started spreading rumors about the Heavenly Lord. They are saying that the young master of the demonic forest is a blood cult spy. The Secret Pavilion is trying to frame things so that the demonic forest and the blood cult appear to be allies. Dan Ryo HWA sighed gloomily inwardly. No matter how much the 4 great giant sects value their status, they are truly going way too far this time. What I feared when bringing Jin Murin to the Sichuan Alliance has finally happened. His entire life he was misunderstood as a descendant of the 8 Desolation sect, and now he is even being suspected of being a blood cult spy. At that point, she finally spoke up. Young master, are you alright? But instead, she saw Jin Murin smiling. Diha behind him also worriedly asked, Young master, are you really alright? Jin Murin replied, Tang Yungho was constantly monitoring me while we were in Tibet. I always knew that. They never discovered the hidden martial squad, so they have nothing solid to grab onto. I already expected they would try to bite onto my tail after I achieved such a great accomplishment, because the secret pavilion of the Sichuan Alliance is fully capable of turning nothing into something. But I never expected them to cross the line this badly. Everyone was left stunned by the cold darkness in his expression. Jin Murin then immediately assigned tasks to them. Diha, go to the Chengdu branch and gather all the disciples of the beggar sect. Yong Chu suddenly interrupted at that moment. The beggar sect has a lot of people, but there is another group with even more. That would be the mountain bandits. Jin Murin nodded in agreement. Exactly. The Heavenly Alliance originally consisted of mountain bandits, and the escort agencies hated people like us with a passion. But after we unified the mountain strongholds, merchants traveling for business became ridiculously safe. After that, do you know how many nasty rumors those escort agencies spread about the Heavenly Alliance? Diha suddenly realized inwardly. I completely forgot about the young master's origins. The person standing before me now is the infamous faceless mountain king, the man the martial world desperately searches for with bloodshot eyes. Yuk Gunmyung broke into cold sweat and muttered, it seems the secret pavilion master picked a fight with the wrong person this time. Jin Murin smiled viciously. That is right, countering dirty schemes is my specialty, secret pavilion master. Old man, you are absolutely doomed now. A new rising star appeared just as the demonic forest stood on the brink of collapse, and that person was none other than the mad dragon Jin Murin. The moment the world learned of his great achievements in Tibet, his past also began getting dug up again. From him personally causing the fall of the Great Sword Sect to saving the Heavenly Blade Sect and the Northern Heavenly Blade Sect. The demonic forest, a place once forgotten by the martial world of the Sichuan Alliance, had now started attracting attention once again. The scene shifted toward the demonic forest. Cho Mu-gang excitedly ran over while panting heavily. I knew this would happen eventually. That little brat was definitely going to pull it off somehow. All the faith I placed in that kid was not wasted at all. Who do you think that brat is anyway? He is my older sister's son after all. Who do you think that brat is? He is my grandson, my very own grandson. The moment he opened the door, he saw his wife already sitting there waiting. The atmosphere instantly sank into complete silence. After a moment, Jiang Inryung finally laughed. I understand you now, Forest Lord. You are happy because of young Master Jin, right? I heard the boy accomplished a great feat. Cho Mu-gang excitedly sat down at the table. Young Master Jin Murin has clearly saved the Sichuan Alliance from a visible defeat. And how has Cho Yurim been lately? Jiang Inryong explained, the little girl is impatient by nature, so recently I have been teaching her calligraphy and painting. She really enjoys it. Cho Mu-gang sighed. Sure enough, calligraphy and painting are always the best way to calm the mind. I just hope she grows up healthy and strong. Just then, Cho Pyeongchan pushed the door open, beaming with excitement. But when facing Cho Mu-gang and his wife, he immediately fell silent, and the atmosphere once again became awkward. After a while, he finally spoke up timidly. Everyone arrived early, huh? Surely the pavilion masters are almost here. About what happened just now. Cho Mugang cut him off. Are you asking if we saw anything? Father, we did not see anything at all. Jiang Inryong sighed and thought inwardly, what an interesting family. After a short while, the pavilion masters themselves arrived as well. Everyone was delighted, no different from those who had arrived earlier. Once everyone had settled into position, Cho Piengshan began to speak. So the pavilion masters and the elders are all gathered, right? As everyone already knows, during the Tibet expedition with the Sichuan alliance, Jin Murin accomplished a great feat, but the stone seal of the four great giant sects will certainly not let this slide. Jin Murin must surely have a countermeasure, but we also need to prepare for the next step. The demonic forest infiltrates Chengdu, joins the Sichuan alliance, and the Cloud Dragon Pavilion participates in the Tibet expedition. Following the course of the battle between the Blood Cult and the Potala Palace, the major figures of the Sichuan martial world also began taking action. The captain of the Shadow Squad, Kong Yagwal, spoke to those in front. Pavilion masters of the secret pavilion, this subordinate has spread the rumor that Jin Murin is a Blood Cult insider. Tang Mungyong nodded approvingly. Good, continue disguising and spreading rumors. Be sure to emphasize that the demonic forest and the blood cult share the same origins, and also that Jin Murin colluded with the blood cult. The other side had no objections and immediately left to carry out the orders. Tang Mungyong frowned and thought, 2 days later will be the Central Wood Assembly. There is still enough time to spread rumors and bring Jin Murin there. Sichuan is a trading hub. Nothing spreads faster than merchants' mouths. After Tang Yungho's visit, the first thing the pavilion masters of the Civilization Hall did was request assistance from the Law Enforcement Hall, the highest authority of the Sichuan alliance. Tang Mungyong explained seriously, Hall Master, there will soon be bad rumors about the captain of the Mad Martial Squad. When that happens, I hope the Law Enforcement Hall will detain him and the pavilion masters of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion to investigate the truth. Muk Chakwang, Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, laughed loudly. I thought the pavilion masters were calling about something important, but for this matter, you need not worry at all. After returning, Tang Mungyong stood by the window admiring the moon while contemplating. The Central Wood Assembly was to announce the Tibet expedition report, and the merit of Jin Murin on that day would become your day of appeasement. Being accused of being a blood cult spy surely feels unjust, but you have already crossed the allowed limit. If you and the medium and small sects cannot become the heir of our alliance, then obediently become a useful target instead. The scene shifted to some tavern. The two entered and called out for bowls of noodles. They then deliberately spoke loudly. Have you heard about the Sichuan Alliance's Tibet expedition? Hasn't the young master of the demonic forest already accomplished a great feat? But the truth is that the young master colluded with the blood cult. He knew Tibet so well that he could accomplish such impossible feats. This fellow really, the rumors are already spreading throughout the city, and he has no idea. The young man sighed inwardly. Captain of the Mad Martial Squad, I am truly sorry I just mentioned it. This rumor will soon pass from one mouth to another and spread everywhere, because there are so many merchants around here. But unexpectedly, the crowd didn't believe it at all. Damn it, this time they're saying he's a blood sect spy. What is the truth here? And what about the story I just heard from that senior brother earlier? Earlier, an old man passed by saying that the young master of the demon sect forest was the spy sent by the Central Martial World. Another person said he was the last disciple of the white-browed Taoist, martial sage. The people in the tavern immediately started buzzing. All kinds of identities were being pinned onto Jin Murin. Almost every major faction was dragged into it. One identity that could be certain, though, was that Jin Murin was a charming young master. The young man who spread the rumor earlier was stunned, utterly confused. Why are there so many rumors about the Mad Martial team leader? At first, I only intended to spread the rumor that Jin Murin colluded with the blood sect, but with the current situation, forget adding more rumors. The rumors are already drowning in rumors. The two then stood up and left without finishing their meal. As they walked, they discussed in confusion. The more they thought, the stranger it seemed. The son of the demon sect leader, the illegitimate child of Shenlong. Clearly, something had happened that we didn't know. As the two were chatting, someone suddenly appeared and struck them at the acupoints. That person was Yoon Suryeon. I'm a bit curious, tell me once again about what you said at the inn. The young man tensed, sweating profusely, thinking, our shadow spirits team is being suppressed so easily. As they asked who the other party was, they were startled, because their team leader was being restrained at that moment. Seeing the two, Deha immediately recognized them as people from the Mad Martial team, and despite their loud threats, Deha continued beating them nonchalantly. Yuk Gunmyung sneered coldly, mocking them. Basically, this shadow spirits team only keeps repeating the same words. Dawn at the central wood courtyard of the Sichuan Alliance. Hanshin Wall stood by the window, looking outside with emotion. The atmosphere seemed chaotic. It looks like everything has begun. Tang Mungyong continued, yes, Master of the Alliance, the shadow spirits always complete their missions excellently. Perhaps the merit evaluation event at the Central Wood Hall tomorrow evening will turn into a trial for him. Han Chenwal continued, after the battle in Tibet ends, the Blood Sect will surely immediately attack Sichuan. Placing the Demon Sect Forest and the medium and small factions at the forefront is indeed a wise idea, but that is only when that arrow poses no threat to our alliance. Tang Mungyong replied, Master of the Alliance, you are right. The four great factions are what create peace in Sichuan. We cannot let the Demon Sect Forest take that reputation. Just then, a sound echoed outside. Master, there are many rumors spreading throughout the alliance. Han Chenwal laughed coldly. I know you may step back now. If the rumors have reached this place, then it seems everything is going according to plan. Tang Mungyong was very pleased as well. The Shadow Spirits team leader is outstanding and always devoted to the alliance, surely continuing to do his utmost until the rumors spread everywhere. Then I will send someone to relay the message to the head of the Law Enforcement Hall immediately. Han Chenwal nodded in agreement, so it seems preparations for the Central Wood Hall are complete. In his heart he quietly pondered, Demon Sect Forest Cho Piengchen. You have sent a sharp blade, but it won't be enough to deal with me. After killing Jin Murin, I will definitely hunt down and wipe out your entire Demon Sect Forest. The scene shifted to Muk Chakwang's side. A man carrying a scroll approached. Hall Master, rumors are spreading through the alliance saying the Mad Martial team leader is a Blood Sect spy. The secret pavilion has requested an investigation. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. I knew he would spread malicious rumors, but for it to be the Blood Sect, Secret Pavilion Master, you truly are a venomous snake. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. The rumors are spreading throughout the Alliance. Execution Squad Leader, quickly gather your subordinates. Law Enforcement Hall Execution Squad Leader Du Jiamyong, standing behind him, immediately replied, as it happens, the subordinates have just returned from outside. The people below instantly stood in formation. All execution squad members have fully assembled, sir. Muk Chakwang nodded. You have probably heard already, right? A rumor is spreading throughout the alliance. Immediately arrest the Mad Martial team leader and the Cloud Dragon Pavilion Master for investigation. Just then, someone spoke up. Hall Master, forgive this subordinate for speaking, but do you truly believe the rumor that the Mad Martial team leader is a Demon Sect spy? Another person quickly corrected him. What are you talking about? It's the Blood Sect. The young man looked confused. The Blood Sect? I clearly heard it was the Demon Sect though. The crowd immediately burst into noisy discussion. How strange, I heard the Mad Martial team leader is actually the lustful demon overlord who disappeared years ago. Isn't the true identity of the Mad Martial team leader the hidden son of the Law Enforcement Hall Master? Hearing this, Muk Chakwang panicked. What did you just say? Du Jiamyong was inwardly confused. What in the world is going on here? Unable to figure it out, he asked. Hall Master, on what grounds are we arresting the Mad Martial team leader? Muk Chakwang clenched his fists tightly, unable to immediately come up with a reason. After a while, the execution squad still set out. Their goal was to verify suspicions that the Mad Martial team leader and the Cloud Dragon Pavilion Master were colluding with the Blood Sect. Although there was no concrete evidence yet, considering the seriousness of the matter, the execution squad had more than enough authority to investigate. Strangely enough, following behind the execution squad were also martial artists from the Sichuan Alliance, continuously whispering about how the execution squad was targeting the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Du Jiamyong cursed inwardly, damn it, who exactly spread these rumors? Normally, it's already hard enough to find an excuse to arrest him. Reaching the outside, he shouted loudly, I am Du Jiamyong, leader of the Law Enforcement Hall Execution Squad. Cloud Dragon Pavilion Master Yugasan, Mad Martial Team Leader Jin Murin. The two quickly came outside to receive the order. Zhou Yongxiang's group could not believe it and shouted, is the Law Enforcement Hall really targeting the Cloud Dragon Pavilion? What exactly did they just say? It sounds like the execution squad wants to escort the pavilion master and team leader away. I told you already, ever since yesterday the atmosphere has felt strange. So they were trying to throw dirt on the team leader right before the Central Wood Conference. Is this how they treat someone who risked his life for the Alliance? Du Jiamyong shouted irritably. Everyone silence. We are merely enforcing the Alliance's regulations. You are not allowed to oppose the orders of the Law Enforcement Hall. Just then, another voice rang out. Move aside and let me see. Why is it so noisy over here? Tang Wu followed behind while trying to persuade Jin Murin. Team leader, you really shouldn't casually go outside like this. The execution squad is the sword of the Sichuan Alliance. They are the organization that enforces the rules. If they came all the way here, then this matter is definitely not simple. Jin Murin showed no fear at all and remained completely calm. Did I commit some crime or what? If they tell me to come out, then I'll come out. No need to worry so much. You're acting like the sky is falling already. Very quickly, he walked forward and stood face to face with Du Jiamyong. Let me hear this then. Exactly what crime are you trying to arrest me for? Am I a Demon Sect spy or a Blood Sect spy? the rumors in this world are getting impressively creative lately. In your eyes, is the law enforcement hall really a place that acts without even bothering to grasp the facts? Someone else suddenly chimed in, if it's not those two reasons, then it must be related to the lust demon overlord. Our team leader is the greatest lust demon under heaven. How could that even make sense? Don't tell me the Sichuan Alliance recruited him without investigating his glorious romantic history first. Du Jianyong could no longer hold back and shouted, everyone shut your mouths right now. I absolutely will not tolerate anyone interfering with the work of the law enforcement hall. Not only were the crowd unafraid, they instead laughed like lunatics. I'll laugh about this until the end of my life, so go ahead and arrest me first. If you want to arrest someone, then arrest us all and let the entire world see just what kind of tyrannical organization the Sichuan Alliance truly is. If you've got guts, arrest me too. What exactly can you even do to us? Du Jianyong was angered so badly by them that his teeth nearly cracked from grinding, yet he had no idea what to do. Jin Murin stood there and took a deep breath. Then he suddenly shouted loudly for the crowd to quiet down. I know you are doing this for my sake, but you still shouldn't act like this. Aren't we all members of the Sichuan Alliance? The law enforcement hall is still my ally after all. Isn't that right, execution squad leader? We already shook hands and became friends, yet now you're pretending not to know me at all. That's not very nice. Wasn't it you who gave me information about the blood sect? Hearing that, Du Jianyong panicked. You're lying, when did I ever do such a thing? Jin Murin smiled lightly. How strange, so it really wasn't you? Du Jianyong immediately confirmed, of course not. How dare you slander a member of the law enforcement hall? Jin Murin narrowed his eyes. That's right, this really is very strange. The aura around his body suddenly exploded outward. Well then, execution squad leader, in that case I would like to ask you one question. You're already losing your mind over a ridiculous rumor about yourself. Then what gives you the right to arrest me? If you intended to arrest someone, shouldn't you first capture the person spreading the rumor and verify whether it's true or false? Does the law enforcement hall drag people away for investigation every time a stupid rumor appears? How childish. Everyone look carefully, this is the reality of the Sichuan Alliance. In the future, you too may be dealt with because of absurd rumors like these. Go ahead and arrest me if you dare. If you force me to confess to being a demon sect spy, then I'll declare that all of you are my accomplices. If you label me a blood sect spy, then I'll say it was a secret order from the Sichuan Alliance leader. Just like the way you treated me, then the law enforcement hall should also arrest everyone connected and investigate the truth, right? According to your own rules, that's how it should be done, isn't it? Seeing the situation turning bad, one person quickly sent a voice transmission to Du Jianyong. Squad leader, if this continues there may be a rebellion. We cannot escort him away. We should retreat for now and come back later. Although Du Jianyong was furious, he had no other choice. Before leaving, he did not forget to secretly transmit his voice to Jin Murin. Mad Martial Team Leader, for now I will temporarily halt your escort order. But at tomorrow's Central Wood Conference, you will no longer be able to use tricks like this. Jin Murin snorted coldly in response. Instead of worrying about me, you should first wash the foot that stepped in dog crap. Hearing that, Du Jianyong immediately panicked and looked down at his feet. At the same time, the crowd began shouting loudly. The squad leader's bow was truly respectful. The execution squad leader actually lowered his head before the mad martial team leader. We all saw it too. Wu Lap stood there proudly thinking to himself, even in the same situation, the style of your entrance is extremely important. They want to turn me into a sinner, but the picture they painted does not fit at all. Secret Pavilion Masters of the Sichuan Alliance, you had better not let the world see those filthy faces of yours. The next day, after the storm swept through the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, the Alliance leader loudly declared from the main hall, I hereby announce that the Central Wood Conference officially begins. The final stage of the Sichuan Alliance had finally begun. All the elders of the Sichuan Alliance had gathered inside the Great Hall of the Central Wood Courtyard. Hall masters, road leaders, pavilion masters, and even the various team leaders were all present. Most people unconsciously could not even force out a smile. Meanwhile, the other side was desperately suppressing their anger to maintain calm expressions. Tang Mungyong silently pondered, the mission reports from the Heavenly Martial Team and the Mad Martial Team are completely consistent. It seems Jin Murin's achievements are entirely real. What a pity for such a talented person. On top of that, even after requesting Ku Yongmu to come forward and say a few words, he continuously refused. He even looked extremely displeased about having to keep the Heavenly Martial Team's mission failure a secret. He was so stubborn that I even had to stop him from attending the Central Wood Conference, along with the two elders who participated in this mission as well. Perhaps during their journey together, they developed favorable feelings toward him. After the execution squad went to Cloud Dragon Pavilion, they could only sharpen their blades and wait for the feast. Fortunately, the elders from the council hall had already stepped back and completely lost their right to speak. Those old men are already too old, even their eyesight is no longer what it used to be. Today, I will throw you into a dark prison, and today will also mark the complete collapse of the demon sect forest's position. At that point, he stepped into the center of the Great Hall. Honored members of the Sichuan Alliance gathered here today. Before we proceed with evaluating the merits of the recent Tibet expedition, there is a major case that must first be clarified. It concerns the investigation results regarding the actions of the Heavenly Martial Team and the Cloud Dragon Pavilion during the recent Tibet expedition. The purpose of the Tibet mission was to locate and destroy the enemy's 7-soul human development site. During the process, the martial artists of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion also participated in supporting the Heavenly Martial Team, and they truly acted very actively. I have reviewed the reports, and most of the achievements belonged to the Mad Martial Team leader, from capturing members of the Blood Recovery Team alive to destroying Crimson Sand Valley, the Blood Sect's 7-soul human experiment site, and even rescuing the Heavenly Martial Team after they had fallen into the enemy's trap. What I mean is, no matter what happened, it almost seemed as if he already knew everything in advance. During the process of verifying these reports myself, I sensed many strange points. Therefore, Mad Martial Team Leader, I have several questions for you. Jin Murin answered without the slightest fear. Please go right ahead. Seeing his arrogant attitude, someone could no longer endure it and spoke up. Mad Martial Team Leader, please show proper respect toward the secret pavilion master. What is with this attitude of yours toward a superior? Is the demon sect forest really such a place without manners? Although Tang Moon-young was irritated, he still tried hard to remain calm. Everyone, calm yourselves. The major issue right now is not about speaking etiquette. Mad Martial Team Leader, answer my questions honestly. After receiving the blood letter from the beggar sect, why did you not immediately go rescue the Heavenly Martial Team and instead head to Crimson Sand Valley? Jin Murin calmly replied, the blood letter from the beggar sect only contained 3 words, Crimson Sand Valley, a location completely different from the information provided by the secret pavilion. In that situation, which side do you think the Heavenly Martial Team would believe? Tang Moon-young continued pressing him. If you had chased after the Heavenly Martial Team and delivered the letter to them, then at the very least they could have reconsidered things more carefully. Could they not? Jin Murin countered. I clearly raised doubts about the secret pavilion's information, but the Heavenly Martial Team made a different choice. That is why I had no choice but to personally verify what was at Crimson Sand Valley before going to rescue the Heavenly Martial Team. Ah, Pavilion Master, you really keep avoiding the important point, don't you? The Heavenly Martial Team falling into the enemy's trap, wasn't that caused by the false information provided by the secret pavilion? The person responsible for the collapse of the strongest force in the Sichuan Alliance is none other than the secret pavilion master himself. The demon sect forest now speaks on behalf of the medium and small sects. And Jin Murin's appearance directly confronting the 4 great sects was something the entire alliance could hardly believe. Most people could clearly sense it. Aside from his rude attitude, this conversation was completely airtight. Awkward coughing soon started echoing from every corner of the Great Hall. Almost everyone here was so blinded by pride that they refused to acknowledge the problem. The rotten thing here was not just someone like the secret pavilion master, but the entire alliance system itself. After a moment, Tang Moon-young spoke again. Of course, I will take responsibility for that matter, however I still cannot help but feel suspicious. The moment you arrived in Tibet, you were already able to capture the Blood Sect scouting team alive. The moment you discovered the Blood Knight Madman experiment site, you immediately burned the entire place to the ground. You knew exactly where the Heavenly Martial Team would gather and arrived there to rescue them. Why does it seem like you already knew everything in advance? Everyone present turned their eyes toward Jin Murin and waited. Jin Murin showed not the slightest bit of panic and calmly explained. According to what I have learned, it just so happens that recently many rumors have been spreading throughout Chengdu and even within our alliance. Rumors saying I am a eunuch and a demon sect spy. Among them even rumors claiming I am a blood sect spy as well. Could it be that the secret pavilion master actually believes those rumors are true? Tang Moon-young shook his head. It is not merely rumors, I even have a witness. Tang Yongho immediately entered afterward. Leader of the first squad of the Golden Tiger team greets the honored elders. As he stepped forward, he nervously reassured himself inwardly. Calm down. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for someone from a side branch like me. As long as I provide the answers the pavilion master wants, my future will surely become bright and stable. Tang Yongho, get yourself together. After calming himself down, he cupped his fists and spoke. Before the Mad Martial Team leader received the blood letter and departed for Crimson Sand Valley, I saw the team leader secretly meeting someone in the area where our group was hiding near Fog Capital. Hearing this, Yu Gessen could no longer hold back and angrily shouted, "Bastard, how dare you frame the Mad Martial Team leader?" The other team members also immediately started shouting. Tell the truth, Team Leader Jin and Team Leader Dang are on the same side. I cannot believe a disciple of the Tang clan would dare fabricate evidence like this. Is this truly the standard of justice within the Sichuan alliance? The alliance leader on the platform suddenly exploded with overwhelming pressure and roared loudly for everyone to be silent. Tang Yongho, no one can harm you, so continue speaking. Who was that suspicious martial artist you saw? Tang Yongho continued. As far as this subordinate remembers, they were not martial artists from the Cloud Dragon Pavilion nor the Heavenly Martial Team. They were people wearing red martial uniforms. Someone immediately shouted in agreement. If that is the case, then did the Heavenly Martial Team fall into an enemy trap? Tang Yongho quickly stepped down and rest. As he walked past Jin Murin, he could not help but grin smugly. Sorry about this, Jin Murin. Today will be your final day. Jin Murin coldly snorted and sent a voice transmission back. Fool, we still do not know whose final day it really is. Just then, Jin Murin suddenly shouted loudly, wait a moment, before you leave, shouldn't you at least give this side a chance to refute things? Compared to Tang Yongho's nonsense, I have decisive evidence. Tang Moon Yong and the others froze upon hearing that. What evidence? Jin Murin smiled confidently. Evidence that you filthy bastards framed me. Everyone then simultaneously turned toward the entrance. Diha soon entered while leading a group of people. Martial artists of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion greet the alliance leader. Seeing this group, Tang Moon Yong sighed and sneered coldly. Decisive evidence, bringing this many people here, are you planning to cry injustice like some street performer? But the real show was still yet to come. Several other people tied up tightly were quickly dragged inside as well. The moment Tang Moon Yong looked at them, he immediately recognized them as members of the Shadow Spirits team. At the same time, Jin Murin secretly transmitted his voice to him. How interesting, you really do resemble that young sect master of the Great Sword sect quite a bit. Tang Moon Yong sent a threatening voice transmission. Mad Martial Team Leader, I do not know what you are planning, but this alone is far from enough. Jin Murin laughed joyfully. Enough for what exactly? Who do you think holds the power to decide things now? Tang Moon Yong, this is not the end. Everything has only just begun. The real show is still ahead. I will wipe the Sichuan alliance out of this martial world. He then waved his hand toward the subordinates behind him. Remove the cloths covering their heads. The Shadow Spirits team was the unit responsible for carrying out the Sichuan alliance's secret missions. Their faces were always kept hidden. Among them, only team leader Kung Yagwal, the secret pavilion master's trusted confidant, was known publicly. The moment the hood was removed, someone immediately recognized him and shouted, Kung Yagwal, isn't he the Shadow Spirits team leader? Why is the secret pavilion master's trusted subordinate being captured by the mad martial team like this? Jin Murin explained to the crowd. As all of you can see, this man is Shadow Spirits team leader Kung Yagwal. I investigated the people spreading rumors about me and the blood sect. Strangely enough, every one of them belonged to the Shadow Spirits team. He belongs to the unit responsible for the Sichuan Alliance's secret missions and is even the one mainly in charge. Without orders from above, would he dare to carry out such actions on his own? Secret Pavilion Master. The person who incited these people to frame me also seems to be present here today. The Alliance leader sat there sighing inwardly. Jin Murin, if possible, I truly want to kill you right here and now. I should never have gone to the Great Snow Mountain to save you. But if I make a move here, it would be no different from admitting that I was the mastermind behind this entire scheme. Hanshin Wall, you must endure it. This place is the achievement you worked so hard to build, so endure it. You surely have a countermeasure prepared already, right? Tang Moon Yong, I trust you. Tang Moon Yong's expression looked extremely ugly, his heart completely unsettled. That final rising star of the demon sect forest still remained a mountain I could not overcome. His extraordinary intelligence and terrifying inner power, even after using dirty schemes to frame him, I still lost. As he was lost in thought, Jin Murin's voice rang out once more. There is no need to drag this out any longer. Seeing him draw his sword, someone immediately shouted a warning. Mad Martial Team Leader, how dare you draw your sword in a sacred place like the Central Wood Conference? Such disrespect, put your sword down immediately, Mad Martial Team Leader. Jin Murin angrily roared, you idiots, shut your mouths already. After speaking, he immediately swung his sword upward. Kang Yual inwardly trembled in shock. This cold energy is even stronger than what I saw in Tibet. This guy never stops surprising me. Jin Murin raised his sword. It seems your master is planning to cut off the tail to save himself. That is why I must carry out heaven's justice. Kung Yagwal had no choice but to helplessly close his eyes and wait for death. Secret Pavilion Master, serving you has been this subordinate's honor. Just as the sword rested against his neck, another voice suddenly shouted for him to stop. Jin Murin coldly turned his head to glance behind him. Stop. It seems you have something to say. Or perhaps I should say it for you instead. Everything was done by your subordinates acting on their own because they were overly loyal. None of this has anything to do with you. Well then, if you say it like that, you might be able to escape this situation alive. Of course, there was not a single idiot foolish enough to actually believe that nonsense. Over on Tang Yongho's side, sweat was already pouring down his face. What kind of messed up situation is this? I already bet my entire life on this, yet now. If the secret pavilion master admits everything, would that not basically mean I fabricated evidence? Secret pavilion master, you absolutely cannot admit it. At that moment, Tang Mungyong turned to look at Han Chenwal. Alliance leader, this subordinate framed the mad martial team leader. Please punish this subordinate. Han Chenwal sat there with a darkened expression, momentarily unsure of what to do. Tang Yongho powerlessly collapsed to his knees in a daze. Han Chenwal sent a voice transmission asking, "Are you serious about this?" Tang Mungyong replied, "Every person the demon sect forest brought is simply too sharp. This subordinate will bear all responsibility. As for the future, I can only entrust everything to the Alliance leader." At that point, the Alliance leader sighed and declared, "First strip the secret pavilion master of his position and imprison him in the Great Prison. The Law Enforcement Hall will thoroughly investigate the truth behind this matter." Jin Murin immediately refused to let it pass and stopped him. "Wait a moment, how can this matter be handled like that? The people falsely accusing me of being a blood sect spy even aggressively came to arrest and imprison me. Weren't those people martial artists from the Law Enforcement Hall? It is very possible they are accomplices, so how can the Alliance leader hand the investigation over to people like them?" Han Chenwal's expression sank. "Mad Martial team leader, then tell me, how should this be handled?" Without hesitation, Jin Murin answered, "Right here and now, please execute the Shadow Spirits team leader and Tang Yongho, then hand the investigation regarding the relationship between the Law Enforcement Hall and the secret pavilion over to Elder Ha." Zhang Yugi instantly became agitated. "What are you saying? Execute them before the investigation is even complete." Jin Murin glanced at him and shot back, "Didn't the secret pavilion master simply listen to Tang Yongho's words before trying to frame me? Why is his word acceptable while mine is not? Everyone here should take a good look. This is the true face of the Sichuan Alliance. Those with merit should be rewarded, and those falsely accused should be thoroughly investigated so justice can be restored." Has the Sichuan Alliance ever truly handled matters fairly until now? Faced with Jin Murin's sharp words, the people under the four great sects could not utter a single sentence. Meanwhile, the martial artists from the medium and small sects could only stand there with mouths hanging open in shock. And from that very moment onward, the demon sect forest becoming the center of the medium and small sects became something no one could deny anymore. Tang Mungyong sent a voice transmission to Han Chenwal as a warning. "Alliance leader, please agree to his demands. Only then can the alliance survive. If you refuse, the dissatisfaction of the medium and small sects will reach its peak." The alliance leader trembled violently with rage as he replied, "I cannot allow that to happen. Are you telling me to cut off my own arms and legs? If I lose you and the Law Enforcement Hall, I will even lose my chance for revenge." Tang Mungyong was shocked. "Revenge? Revenge for what? Alliance leader, you should not be like this, should you? When one loses face, the first thing to think about should not be revenge, but rather how to make use of the demon sect forest, minimize the losses of the four great sects, and end the war. Isn't that what an alliance leader is supposed to do?" Just as Jin Murin said, the alliance leader should be thinking about fighting together to bring the war to an end. The thing that should matter most is the safety of the Sichuan martial world, not the reputation of the four great sects. But look at him, the alliance leader's thoughts right now are filled with nothing but revenge and more revenge. Only at that moment did Tang Mungyong faintly realize the dark future awaiting the Sichuan alliance. After a while, the alliance leader stroked his beard and finally spoke. "Mad martial team leader, that cannot be done. I swear upon my own name that I will definitely clarify this entire matter properly. In addition, I will also publicly announce all the achievements you accomplished in Tibet. I will furthermore provide worthy rewards to the martial artists of your Cloud Dragon Pavilion. What do you think?" The dignified alliance leader of the Sichuan Alliance was actually compromising with a mere team leader. At the very moment when everyone's attention was focused on this rare scene, Jin Murin took a deep breath. He then loudly shouted 3 words, "I don't need it." This damned old man, this was originally something he should have done in the first place, yet he says it like he's generously handing out charity. Alliance leader of the Sichuan Alliance. A person should keep their word. It is not only me, but the entire Sichuan martial world that will be watching to see whether you are truly a just man. As for me, I will clearly state my position right here and now. The demon sect forest will withdraw from the Sichuan Alliance. There is no need to ask again. This is not merely my personal choice. Yu Gessen also stood up at the same time. Our forest headquarters has already sent a letter. The forest master of the demon sect forest has accepted the decision to withdraw from this alliance. We are completely serious about this. Han Chenwal was about to say something, but Yu Gessen interrupted him. "Alliance leader, your Sichuan alliance has already rotted away. A rotten branch can simply be cut off, but when even the roots have decayed, the only option is to throw the whole thing away. We want to build a strong tree to replace this rotten alliance. Only then did Kang Yual finally speak up. Mad Martial Team Leader, what exactly do you mean by this? Jin Murin interrupted him. Exactly what the words imply. Our demon sect forest will establish a brand new alliance. Those words instantly shocked the entire hall once again. Jin Murin's voice continued echoing. It is natural for everyone to be shocked because this matter had not even been revealed to the Cloud Dragon Pavilion martial artists affiliated with the Sichuan Alliance. I will repeat it one more time. We intend to establish a strong alliance to replace the current rotten Sichuan Alliance. Tang Moon-yong could no longer hold back and spoke up. How ridiculous. Shouldn't everyone work together to protect Sichuan instead of rushing to create a new alliance? Jin Murin refused to back down and countered, we never said we would not bleed for Sichuan. But you want us to become meat shields for a rotten alliance? Dream on. At the very least, you people should personally show some willpower for the sake of Sichuan yourselves. Yu Gessen added on, in any case, the misunderstanding surrounding the mad martial team leader has already been resolved. Therefore, we shall take our leave. Alliance leader of the Sichuan Alliance, we wish you luck in the coming war. After speaking, they all turned and left together. Yuk Gunmyung turned back toward the team members. Broken Sword Team, I am truly sorry for not telling everyone about this beforehand. I have thought about it carefully as well. Continuing like this truly is not right. I will follow the team leader. Everyone take care of yourselves. If fate allows it, we shall meet again. Among those present here were not only the rising talents of the Sichuan Alliance, but also the successors of the medium and small sects. Most came from Amei, the Tang clan, King Cheng, and Diankang. In addition, there were disciples from the major sects and other righteous famous schools. If they stubbornly followed Jin Murin, someone who had openly declared opposition toward the Sichuan Alliance, it could even lead to the destruction of their sects. After pondering for a moment, Jin Murin finally spoke. Farewell then, Tang Chen. Tang Chen also did not show too much emotion. He merely wished him good luck. Zhou Yongxiang and the others were also completely confused at that moment. Team leader, this is also the first time we've heard about you leaving the Sichuan Alliance. Are you really just leaving like this, team leader? Jin Murin smiled and replied, I truly am sorry, everyone. If we get the chance, let us meet again on the battlefield. After all, we still share the same enemy. Good luck to all of you. The Central Wood Conference had come to an end. Too many eyes were watching, so they could not act recklessly. Secret Pavilion Master Tang Moon-yong and Tang Yongho, the one who fabricated evidence, were temporarily imprisoned in the underground prison. In the end, the investigation regarding the law enforcement hall was concluded in a vague and ambiguous manner. However, the matter of the demon sect forest establishing a new alliance caused endless discussion among everyone. Han Chenwal sat alone inside the great hall deep in thought. The Sichuan Alliance, no, Sichuan itself, this place belongs to me. I will never let you people take it away. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed beside him. You are still here, my lord. Secret Pavilion Master Jiang Unchang approached and cupped his fists. This subordinate has something to say to you, Alliance leader. Han Chenwal continued, you are Tang Moon-yong's successor, correct? Speak whatever is on your mind. Jiang Unchang explained, the demon sect forest has withdrawn from the alliance, therefore how everything is handled is entirely up to the alliance leader now. Although many people are watching us, this subordinate believes this is actually an opportunity for us instead. The alliance leader must remain strong for this world to stay beautiful. Han Chenwal once again fell into deep thought. That is true. After all, the punishments regarding the secret pavilion and the investigation into the law enforcement hall are all mine to decide. Although calming the anger of the medium and small sects is currently the top priority still. Thinking that, he suddenly laughed and spoke. You are right. Have you already thought of a punishment? Jiang Unchang immediately answered, of course I have. Please sentence Tang Moon-yong and Tang Yongho to 50 years of imprisonment. Han Chenwal was startled upon hearing that. 50 years, isn't that a little too excessive? Jiang Unchang explained, the blood sect will invade in only a few months anyway, and all of us must acknowledge Tang Moon-yong's abilities. In a critical situation, if we release him to serve the greater cause, the people will not become outraged. And if anyone dares to oppose it because of the war situation, we can simply borrow the enemy's hand to silence them forever or accuse them of rebellion and execute them on the spot. Nobody would dare argue against that. After hearing this, Han Chenwal burst into loud laughter. Now I understand why Tang Moon-yong recommended you as his successor. This truly is an excellent idea. I was deeply troubled about losing a trusted subordinate, but this outcome is even better than I expected. Jiang Unchang continued, the same applies to the law enforcement hall as well, Alliance leader. Please ask the hall master to understand. We will leave that position vacant while waiting for his return. Han Chenwal's smile became even brighter. So once the war begins, everything will return exactly the way I want it. Inwardly, he smugly thought to himself, Demon Sect Forest, I do not know what you people are planning after leaving the Sichuan Alliance, but I will definitely make all of you regret it. Elsewhere, Kang Yual and the others were discussing today's events while walking together. After discussing for a while, Kang Yual let out a sigh. If only there were some proper excuse for us to follow team leader Jin. Ha Zhongbo suddenly suggested something. Back in Tibet, this old man only wandered around the camp and went nowhere. After returning, my hands and feet have been itching non-stop. We are already old men anyway. What do you think about taking a journey through the martial world? We can conveniently check out the new alliance too. Hearing that, Kang Yual immediately understood his meaning. A martial world journey? Isn't that excuse a little too obvious? He chuckled. This is going to be fun. How long are you planning to travel for? Ha Zhongbo replied. When wandering the martial world, who sets a specific time limit? If the scenery is beautiful enough, it could even last 10 years. Kang Yual stroked his beard and smiled. Wandering the martial world, huh? That's right, drifting around, freeloading meals and lodging while fighting side by side, isn't that the very definition of traveling? At the same time, Zhou Yongxiang and the others also approached. Grand Elder Uncle, we will follow and assist the two of you. I also want to see this vast world, please allow us to come along. After making their decision, the group immediately returned together to pack their belongings. The scene then shifted to the place where Tang Mung-yong and the other prisoner were being held. A person walked to the prison entrance, looked inside, and spoke. This junior came here under the Alliance leader's orders. Hearing that, Tang Mung-yong secretly felt surprised. Jiang Uncheng has already made his move, that was fast. The two were then escorted down to the 3rd underground level. After arriving below, Tang Mung-yong asked, "Alright then, where exactly are we supposed to go now?" The man replied, "The Alliance leader has already prepared a safe place for the two of you and is waiting there." Tang Mung-yong smiled. "Very well then, untie me first." But unexpectedly, the other party refused. "That is impossible." Immediately afterward, the man struck the acupoints on their bodies. Only then did Tang Mung-yong realize this was a trap. "What happened to the prison guards? You people are the same ones who subdued the Shadow Spirits team." The man reached up and removed his mask, snorting coldly. "Did you really think you could touch our lord and still walk away peacefully? Our master will personally judge your crimes." In front of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, after declaring their withdrawal from the Alliance, the martial artists of the Demon Sect Forest decided to leave overnight. Leaving behind comrades like the Broken Sword team and the Golden Tiger team, people who once fought beside them, was not exactly a cheerful matter for them. Jai Walin stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting. "Pavilion Master, ah no, former Pavilion Master, the luggage has already been prepared." Yugesan nodded, "I understand." Inwardly, he thought to himself, they brought this upon themselves. If the Sichuan Alliance had acted openly and honestly from the beginning, things would never have ended up like this today. He then turned toward Jin Murin and spoke. "Young master, everything is ready." Jin Murin nodded. "You've worked hard. I need to stop by somewhere for a moment, so everyone should head out first." Dan Ryo HWA stepped forward, wanting to follow him. The two then immediately used their lightness skills and departed. Jai Walin stood there watching their backs and asked, "Former Pavilion Master, should we wait for the young master?" Yugasan shook his head. "No need, just proceed according to the plan." The scene shifted elsewhere. Jin Murin and Dan Ryo HWA had now arrived at that location. Tang Yungho and the other prisoner had already been brought there bound and gagged. Jin Murin walked over and coldly looked down at them. "What was he saying earlier again? Remove the gag so we can hear him properly." The moment Tang Yungho's mouth was freed, he immediately begged for mercy. Jin Murin reached out and grabbed the sword hilts. "Where did that look full of contempt and disdain toward your comrades disappear to now? Speak, why exactly should I spare you?" The young man, drenched in sweat, replied, "I never framed you out of malice, I only wanted to survive. I'm merely a side branch son within the Tang clan, this was the only path I could choose." Jin Murin snorted coldly. "Crazy bastard, I didn't bring you here to listen to your tragic life story. I want the same kind of answer you had when you framed me, don't tell me you still don't know the answer I want." Hearing that, Tang Yungho's expression twisted as he fell deep into thought. "Do I need to give the answer Jin Murin wants in order to survive? What exactly is the answer he wants? I only followed orders after all. I truly knew nothing about the truth at all." The moment Tang Yungho realized his situation was also the moment his head rolled off his neck. Jin Murin continued giving orders. "Remove the gag from Tang Mung-yong." Instead of begging for mercy, the man harshly shouted for Jin Murin to kill him already. Jin Murin kicked him hard with one strike. "I will, but before that I have a few words to say to you." Jin Murin then waved his hand toward the people behind him. Seeing this, Yoon Suryeon immediately reminded Dan Ryo HWA, "Miss, we should wait outside instead." Dan Ryo HWA followed her outside while inwardly sighing. Underestimating your enemy always leads to defeat. The secret pavilion master had greatly underestimated the young master, while the young master completely understood the secret pavilion master's abilities and thoroughly cut off all his escape routes. Perhaps the vast world So Jiang once spoke about was exactly experiences like these. If it were me, someone protected and sheltered from birth until adulthood, I probably would have spared his life. Over here, Jin Murin walked over and grabbed Tang Moon-yong by the head. Secret Pavilion Master Tang Moon-yong, do you know why I am able to hold your head down like this? Seeing the man once again demanding death, Jin Murin coldly laughed. There you go again, whether you die or not is something I decide. Tang Moon-yong clenched his teeth tightly. Arrogant, truly a man without vision. Jin Murin showed not the slightest anger. I really am arrogant, but the difference between you and me is that I actually have the strength to back it up. As he spoke, he slammed the man's head down against the ground. You think that by quietly staying in prison until the war with the blood sect begins, you'll simply be released. If the price you pay is only that much, then it would be far too cheap. Tang Moon-yong screamed miserably in agony as the blazing yang energy struck his body. Jin Murin continued without stopping. By sunrise, this rumor will spread throughout Chengdu and the Sichuan alliance. With Han Chenwal secretly helping them, Tang Moon-yong and Tang Yongho successfully escaped from prison. The punishment for criminals and the rewards for those with merit are merely actions meant to extinguish the flames in front of them. I wonder just how far the Sichuan alliance will decay from here on out. Tang Moon-yong cried out in horror. Who exactly are you? Jin Murin did not answer and decisively swung his sword. The fact that you are only asking that now means I already won. News about Jin Murin, the demon sect Forest, and the two elders from the Central Martial Institute leaving the alliance quickly spread everywhere. As soon as dawn arrived, starting from the Broken Sword team, the Cloud Dragon Pavilion also rapidly dissolved. Zhang Yugi hurried over to Han Chenwal. Alliance leader, right now inside our alliance? Before he could even finish speaking, Han Chenwal interrupted him. Calm yourself, I have already heard the news. Inwardly, he cursed, those arrogant bastards. What exactly do they think they can accomplish after leaving my alliance? Although the alliance's reputation has collapsed, control over the four great sects has not changed at all. Could it be that they actually dare withdraw from the war against the blood sect just to plan for their future? No, the medium and small sects are all watching them. They would never dare do something like that. Just then, Jiang Unchang entered once again. Tang Moon-yong and Tang Yongho have disappeared, alliance leader. Not only that, rumors are spreading all throughout Chengdu claiming that the alliance leader personally helped them escape. Han Chenwal exploded with rage, his aura erupting violently. This is absolutely absurd. His fury caused the entire building to tremble violently. Zhang Yugi hurriedly tried to calm him. Alliance leader, please calm yourself. Jiang Unchang was drenched in sweat as he inwardly sighed, as expected of the heaven-shattering sword. He then carefully advised, I apologize, but right now we should be more concerned about the consequences of these rumors rather than our reputation. Han Chenwal turned around and shouted harshly. Consequences? What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Unchang answered. This subordinate means the military strength of the Sichuan alliance. The demon sect Forest has already withdrawn from the Sichuan alliance, and martial artists from the medium and small sects are also packing their luggage as we speak. Alliance leader, you must quickly go out there and clear up the misunderstanding. We cannot allow them to leave like this. Han Chenwal replied, fine then. They are only medium and small sects anyway, we never really cared about them before. Heavenly Immortal Pavilion Master, immediately choose people to fill the empty positions within the organization. In addition, issue sect destruction orders against any martial artists from the four great sects who dare leave the alliance. Zhang Yugi nodded, this subordinate obeys, then I shall take my leave first. Han Chenwal stood there with an overwhelming aura still surging around him. Demon Sect Forest and all those trashy medium and small sects, you people will regret this. You definitely will. The scene then shifted outside. The two guards standing watch there saw someone approaching and asked, aren't you the third young master of the Tang clan? Tang Wu, carrying luggage piled high on his shoulders, replied, Tang Wu of the Mad Martial team greets the two martial brothers. Please allow me to come along as well. The two looked shocked. There's still room, but are you really all right with this? If the Tang clan finds out about this, young Master Tang, this is a huge turning point in your life. You should think carefully. Tang Wu smiled in response. It's fine, I'm just running away from home, that's all. Some people run away from home, some wander the martial world, while others enter secluded cultivation. The ones leaving the Sichuan alliance were not only martial artists from the medium and small sects. Some people who clearly understood the internal conflicts within the Sichuan alliance reacted as if something massive was about to explode. In addition, the truth was quickly exposed, so no one criticized Jin Murin or the Demon Sect Forest. Therefore, after the Demon Sect Forest withdrew from the alliance, several medium and small sects also began withdrawing and changing sides. The same thing happened among martial artists from the four great sects when the internal conflicts were not properly resolved. As one man carried his luggage and walked away, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Vice team leader of the Broken Sword team Jianghu, are you leaving too? The young man turned around and cupped his fists. Vice Team Leader Jin Xiaolin, for now I will return to my sect. The moment the upper hall treated the young master unfairly, I already found my own answer. If even the young master of the demon sect forest can be treated like this, then just how much humiliation will medium and small sects like ours have to endure? Jin Xiaolin smiled and cupped her fists. I understand, I wish everyone a safe journey, Jianghu reminded her, Vice Team Leader. Ah no, Miss Jin. The Sichuan Alliance is a place without a future. Young Master Jin possesses incredible ability, and our team leader must have seen something special to follow him so decisively. I hope Miss will think carefully about this. Jin Xiaolin sighed. Vice Team Leader, hurry and go. I hope we will have the chance to meet again someday. A convoy of horse carriages then steadily departed from the Sichuan Alliance. Sitting inside one of the carriages, Jiak Magi gloomily thought to himself, why the hell am I the one escorting these old men anyway? This is seriously annoying me to death. The people he was escorting were Kang Yual and the others. Not long ago, Jin Murin had come looking for him. Jiak Magi, from now on you will become our secret pavilion master. Thinking back on that conversation, the young man could only feel helpless. He just tossed me one sentence and told me to pack my luggage. If he says go and I actually go, doesn't that basically mean I also withdrew from the alliance? That crazy bastard really is something else. The beggar sect belongs to the Central Plains martial world. How can he casually drag away a beggar sect disciple like this? At this rate, even I'm starting to doubt whether I'm still a beggar anymore. Somehow, not bathing for too long suddenly feels uncomfortable now. Just then, someone suddenly asked, Jiak Magi, what happened? Why do you look so happy? The young man replied, why did the two elders suddenly decide to leave like this? Kang Yual answered, what is there left to cling to anymore? Right now I simply want to do what I want. Jiak Magi asked again, do you two really believe young Master Jin can change the Sichuan martial world? Kang Yual nodded. At the very least, there's more hope than staying in this place. I carried out 2 missions alongside him, and in my eyes, young Master Jin truly has the ability to change Sichuan. Outside, Dan Ryo HWA rode beside them and asked curiously, young master, there's something I don't understand. Why choose Lizhu? The demon sect forest is based in Chongqing. Jin Murin smiled and glanced at her. Good question, that relates to the nature of the new alliance. Lizhu is a border city located in northeastern Sichuan. It may look insignificant, but in reality, this place is the key point connecting Shanxi and the Central Plains to Sichuan. Just by looking at the Sichuan Alliance, you can tell that stagnant water makes trees rot from the inside. To change a rotten Sichuan martial world, the most important thing is active exchange with other regions. In that regard, Lizhu possesses an overwhelming geographical advantage. After hearing that, Dan Ryo HWA looked extremely surprised. That's incredible. I never expected that to be the reason. Jin Murin continued. On top of that, Lizhu is located in the east, so there is no chance we will clash with the Blood Sect before the Sichuan Alliance does. And naturally, the Sichuan Alliance will be the first to take the full brunt of this war. Dan Ryo HWA looked puzzled. You are not worried about the people who stayed behind? Jin Murin smiled calmly. I already left a few key words behind for those brats from the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. If they truly share the same ideals as me, we will naturally meet again soon enough. The headquarters is already carrying out the foundational construction work. By the time we arrive, the main framework should probably already be finished. We need to tell the outer forest to speed up their march a little more. Time passed by in the blink of an eye, and 10 days had already gone by. The martial artists of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion crossed the vast plains of Sichuan, and during the warm spring season, they finally arrived at their destination. This place was Lizhu in northeastern Sichuan. The headquarters of the new alliance had been established in a remote village to the north. This was the mountain range separating Sichuan from the outside world. In the western plains, wooden buildings resembling military barracks were actively being constructed. The scenery matched exactly what had been written in the letter. It seems grandfather and uncle truly put in a great deal of effort. While Jin Murin was lost in thought, Diha approached and reported, young master, construction is progressing smoothly. Jin Murin nodded. Indeed, it seems we arrived just in time. He then loudly shouted, people of the demon sect forest, we've arrived. The moment the group entered, they were immediately stunned. Even Cho Pingchen himself was enthusiastically building houses. My dear grandson, I've been waiting for you for ages, hurry over here. Jiak Magi's jaw nearly hit the floor as he thought to himself. That person is the supreme forest master of the demon sect forest? Why is he shirtless and building houses himself? If it were the alliance leader of the Sichuan Alliance, that old man would never touch this kind of work even in his dreams. Kang Yual and the others quickly stepped forward and cupped their fists in greeting. Cho Pingchen hurriedly put his clothes back on. Sichuan actually gifted us 2 famous swordsmen like this, what an honor. Kang Yual continued, this poor Taoist once turned his back on the demon sect forest. I truly thank the Supreme Forest Master for welcoming us so warmly. Cho Pingchen waved his hand and pointed inside. Honored elders, there is no need to bring up unpleasant matters anymore. What matters right now is not the past. Come, let us go inside. I already prepared living quarters for all of you. Jin Murin also cheerfully headed inside. Diha Gunmyeong helped the Black Spirit team settle in. I need to discuss some matters with the Forest Master for a while. Cho Mugang spoke with Jin Murin. Through the letters, I already learned everything you did at the Sichuan Alliance. Those were truly tremendous achievements. I personally read the letters myself and still could hardly believe they were real. Jin Murin politely cupped his fists. It was all thanks to Uncle trusting me. Withdrawing from the Sichuan Alliance was no small matter. Thank you for giving me your support. Cho Mugang happily raised his cup and took a drink. With you constantly accomplishing great feats like that, how could I possibly not trust you? Being able to support my nephew makes your uncle feel deeply moved and proud. But from now on, your grandfather will personally step forward to lead everything. Jin Murin looked surprised. You mean grandfather? Cho Mugang nodded. That's right, I managed to persuade your grandfather to return. Along with the news that the Demon Sect Forest would establish a new alliance, many medium and small sects have sent letters to Northern Heaven Peach Gate, Golden Righteous Martial Sect, Little Benevolent Hall, and many other places expressing their desire to join this new alliance. At a time like this, even a tiny sect wishing to join would become a tremendous source of strength for us. And if the new alliance has a powerful leader, that strength will surely multiply several times over. For example, the expert who once suppressed Han Chenwal with his sword 30 years ago, the #1 martial artist in Sichuan whose fame shook the world, your grandfather, the legendary Azure Feather Sword Cho Pingshan. Jin Murin silently thought to himself, this truly is an excellent decision. I never expected Uncle to come up with such an idea. Thinking that, he spoke up. But uncle, do you not feel regret about giving your position to grandfather? Cho Mugang burst into loud laughter. Is that position really so important? A position only has value if there are people in the alliance to support it. After news spread that your grandfather had returned, the number of sects wanting to join the alliance increased dramatically. Jin Murin suddenly burst into laughter, causing the man to ask, Brat, are you laughing along with me? I may be laughing, but this situation is not actually funny at all. Jin Murin continued, if Uncle had been part of the Sichuan Alliance, things might have turned out differently. If it were the Secret Pavilion Master or the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion Master, they would probably have rolled around on the floor screaming that the position could never be handed over to anyone else. Cho Mugang inwardly sighed, that brat Jin Murin looks way too happy right now. How exactly am I supposed to tell him this news? But in the end, there was no way to hide it forever. There is still one more matter. I honestly do not even know whether this is good news or bad news. 2 days ago, the Road Master of the Secret Line Road brought a letter. They want to ally with us in this upcoming war against the Blood Sect. However, the sender of the letter is rather special. It came from Sanction, the organization that unified all the mountain bandits across the world. Among their great mountain strongholds, there is one called Bukguk Fortress that wishes to cooperate with us. They are even more mysterious and dangerous than the Blood Sect. If we join forces, we would indeed gain tremendous military strength. But honestly, I still do not know how to feel about accepting this matter. Jin Murin chuckled and coughed lightly. This really is quite a shocking matter. For now, let us simply cooperate during this war. I think things will work out fine. 3 months later, the signboard of the new alliance, Community Alliance, was finally hung up. Just as its name implied, a brand new alliance created by everyone together had been born. This place did not possess towering walls like the Sichuan Alliance, nor magnificent halls and pavilions, but it did have something the other place never had, the will to unite and work together. For those martial artists overflowing with passion, a few inconveniences in food and lodging meant absolutely nothing. Sturdy wooden fences were more than enough to protect the inside, and the houses provided shelter from both sun and rain. What more could anyone possibly ask for? Just like that, a warm new era was slowly ripening. On the day before the Grand Alliance ceremony, martial artists from all over steadily gathered at the plains of Liju. Isn't that the place over there? The person beside him burst into laughter. Wooden fences, even our beggar sect would not bother building walls that shabby. Hey, once we go inside, remember not to speak nonsense carelessly. Third not disciple of the beggar sect Yuk Bong Gi reassured him. Master, do not worry, your disciple is not some tactless fool. That branch leader Jiok Magi over there is your old friend, right? This man was one of the 7 outstanding figures of the martial world, Drunken Cloud Step Sojil Gi. That's right, I haven't seen him in over 10 years. Let me see just how thick the layer of dirt on that brat's body has become after all these years. Yuk Bong Gi looked puzzled. But Master, is the Community Alliance truly valuable enough for so many people to abandon the Sichuan Alliance? Even if all the small sects unite together, they still cannot compare to the strength of the 4 great sects. Sojilgi nodded. That's true. Right now, the Blood Sect has already unified Tibet and Fan Heaven Lama has vanished without a trace. If Sichuan falls, then the Central Plains will also drown in a sea of flames. That is exactly why I came here. If what Jiak Magi says makes sense, then I will join hands with the Community Alliance. Otherwise, I can simply return to the Sichuan Alliance afterward. Just then, someone walked out from inside. Where have the honored guests come from? Sojilgi replied, we are envoys from the beggar sect. We came here to congratulate the Grand Alliance ceremony of the Community Alliance. Hearing that, the man became slightly nervous. The beggar sect? You mean the beggar sect? Sojilgi nodded in confirmation. That's right. Yukbonggi behind him suddenly chimed in. This honored person is the disciple of the Iron Staff beggar sect leader, and also someone who fought alongside the divine dragon hero during the Great War of the World back then, the young beggar sect leader Sojilgi, one of the 7 martial lords of the martial world. Hearing that, the man became even more shocked. The young beggar sect leader. Sojilgi smiled and confirmed it. That's right, I am indeed Sojilgi, the right arm of the divine dragon hero during the Great War of the World, one of the 24 great experts under heaven, and also one of the 7 great martial legends. The drunken cloud step Sojilgi is none other than me. Haha. The man inwardly thought to himself, 24 great experts under heaven, this is my first time hearing about that, and since when did beggars start following the trend of bathing regularly? Even though he thought that, he still did not dare show disrespect. This humble one was blind and failed to recognize the great hero. Please come inside first. Very quickly, the two were led to Jiak Magi's location. Long time no see, you look a lot healthier now. Have you been living well lately, Jiak Magi? The red-hair beggar answered with a gloomy face. Healthier my ass, a guy like you roaming the martial world as the sect leader's disciple still dares say that? In the end, compared to you accepting a traitor as your master, I suppose I've at least achieved something decent. Sojilgi did not get angry and remained completely calm. Just as you instructed, news about the establishment of the Community Alliance has already spread across the world. As for who will join, I have no idea. Jiak Magi replied, that's enough already, but hey, at first you were planning to return to the Sichuan Alliance, right? Sojilgi sighed. That's right. I heard you joined hands with the Community Alliance, so I personally came here to verify things. Is the situation within the Sichuan Alliance really that terrible? Jiak Magi explained. That place is beyond saving already. Sojilgi looked shocked. Even so, objectively speaking, the 4 great sects still possess overwhelming strength. Ignoring that and joining hands with this place instead, could it be there's really something extraordinary here? Jiak Magi nodded. Yes, if you ask me to name the scariest people in the martial world right now, I would not hesitate to choose young Master Jin. Hearing that, Sojilgi became even more surprised. What kind of person exactly is he? Explain it a little more clearly. Jiak Magi seriously replied, then let me ask you just one thing. In the beggar sect, isn't there nobody who understands the divine dragon better than you? What kind of person do you think the divine dragon was? Sojilgi immediately answered, a person who seemed impossible to bring down, that was the divine dragon. Jiak Magi nodded, I see. The young master I witnessed is someone who seems impossible for anyone to defeat. Sojilgi became slightly annoyed. You brat, you're pretty good at building suspense, huh? I heard he's strong, but is it really to that extent? Jiak Magi explained, I'm talking about Jin Murin as a person, not his martial arts. Once you meet him, you'll understand. Sojilgi sighed emotionally. Now you've made me extremely curious. Can I meet him privately? Jiak Magi shook his head. Not right now, he isn't here at the moment. He temporarily left this place to enter secluded cultivation. He promised he would return before the Grand Alliance ceremony, so you'll meet him soon enough. The scene shifted to Sanction's hidden valley. Yuk Gunmyung sat on a cliff, smiling as he sighed. This place really is peaceful. It's honestly strange how full of ordinary worldly life this place feels. Diha added, this is probably the place we will have to protect in the future. Yuk Gunmyung looked puzzled. By the way, Diha, why did you join Sanction anyway? Neither your martial arts nor your background have anything to do with them. Diha chuckled. Who knows, somehow things just turned out that way. What about you, brother Yuk? Why did you decide to follow the young master? Yuk Gunmyung explained. I suppose it's because we share similar circumstances. As long as I do not reveal my martial arts, nobody would chase me. Yet still I cannot endure loneliness. In a life being hunted while losing parents and sworn brothers, he must have experienced an even harsher life. At that moment, another voice suddenly called to the two of them. Dan Ryo HWA at the bottom with the children shouted, stop staying there, hurry down to eat dinner. After discussing things, Diha decided to stay behind and guard the place where Jin Murin entered secluded cultivation. Yuk Gunmyung did not refuse. Then I will not stand on ceremony anymore, I'll go first. At that moment a tremor suddenly spread out. Birds continuously scattered everywhere. The entire cliff shook from the tremor. Dan Ryo HWA looked alarmed toward the two of them and asked, you both felt it too, right? That aura just now belonged to young Master Jin. Everyone looked toward the cave. Dinner would probably need to be delayed for a bit. Inside, Jin Murin sat there alone. Damn it, I can't see anything at all. Just releasing a little true energy already blew out all the torches. How is this supposed to work? Let me try lighting things up a little. G. Body sealing grand technique. The condition to remove the grand technique is when the body stops growing. My prolonged growth compared to others has finally stopped. The seal that bound my internal energy for all these years has finally begun to break. Nobody knew how long had passed before he finally withdrew his energy. The grand technique had been removed. The yin and yang energy that once painfully tormented my body has now completely disappeared. At last, the two streams of energy have merged into one. Not only that, the energies I had restrained to balance yin and yang, that enormous, endless amount of energy, now completely belongs to me. With a single finger movement, the torch instantly burst into flames. Incredible, within this merged energy, I can still transform it into yin or yang. This time, should I try frost? Thinking about frost, very quickly a hand formed from cold energy appeared. Jin Murin snapped back to his senses in complete shock. Damn, that startled me. Looks like from now on I really need to pay special attention to controlling this power. Outside, Dan Ryo, HWA, and the others were still standing there waiting. After a while, Jin Murin finally walked out from inside. What is this? Why are there 3 guardians standing watch here? Yuk Gunmyung frowned while thinking deeply. How should I explain this? On the outside, nothing seems different, still calm as usual, yet within that calmness hides a strangely unusual feeling. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke. I want to use a very elegant metaphor to describe this situation. But how should I say it? Like a phoenix curling itself tightly before soaring high into the sky. Diha then asked Dan Ryo HWA, Miss Dan, what do you think of the young master? Dan Ryo HWA answered without hesitation. A gigantic volcano on the verge of erupting. It feels as if I'm about to fall straight inside it. Diha continued, no matter what, young master is now possessing terrifying power. Congratulations to young master on successfully accomplishing your great achievement. At that moment, another person appeared. This person was none other than Yoon Suryeon. She narrowed her eyes and glanced at him while speaking. Congratulations on your great success. If you want to go outside, it may take a bit of time. Jin Murin nodded. The amount of true energy is too enormous. It really is not easy to hide. How is the Mad Dragon team progressing? It has already been over half a year, right? Yoon Suryeon replied. According to Baek Karyeon, they are much better than before. Jin Murin smiled. For someone stingy with praise like him to say they are better than before, that means they must have improved tremendously. We need to make them stronger before the blood sect floods into Sichuan. Yoon Suryeon replied, I will pass the message along. There is one more matter. The young beggar sect leader has already arrived at the Community Alliance. Jin Murin smiled. Faster than I expected. By the way, where is Mun HWA? Yoon Suryeon explained, the Supreme Commander already left ahead together with Baek Karyeon and headed to Liju. Before the Grand Alliance ceremony begins, they will arrive at the Community Alliance. Among the martial artists joining the Community Alliance, there is also one unexpected faction heading toward the Community Alliance. It is the #1 gang under heaven, HWA Ridge of Jiangnan. These words greatly shocked Dan Ryo HWA. What? Miss Yoon, did anyone else say they were coming too? Yoon Suryeon replied. I still have not received an exact report on the numbers. But the young island master of HWA Ridge Island, Dan Jeryong, and one of the 7 great martial legends, the invincible Divine Blade, have reportedly entered Sichuan. Dan Ryo HWA helplessly held her head. That's my older brother and second uncle. Jin Murin also stroked his chin thoughtfully. HWA Ridge, if the people who left earlier find out, things will probably get troublesome. After all, they also attacked Hidden Valley back then. Still, it is normal for anyone to be wary of Hidden Valley's power. At the very least, HWA Ridge never attacked those who stopped resisting. Mun HWA will probably arrange things properly. Inwardly, he thought to himself, this is actually a good thing. If HWA Ridge joins, the status of the Community Alliance will rise tremendously. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming Grand Alliance ceremony. The scene shifted elsewhere. Yang Chun, tell Dan Jeryong to stop and rest for a bit. I'm so exhausted I'm practically about to die here. Yang Chun of HWA Ridge beside him replied, Father, anyone looking at you would think you're some old man over 60. What exactly are you pretending to be tired for? The invincible Divine Blade Yang Sam panted as he answered, You brat, did you already forget your father's age? I passed 60 last year already, you punk. After arguing for a while, Yang Chun irritably said, I've been busy surviving day by day, so forgetting a little isn't a big deal. Why are you getting all sulky over it? Then do you even know how old I am? Yang Sam immediately answered without hesitation. 27, obviously. Do you think I'm forgetful like you? Seeing the two arguing, the person beside them spoke up. So Jiang, how much longer until we arrive? So Jiang replied, at this speed, we should arrive within another day. The man nodded. Good, then we will make it in time for the Grand Alliance ceremony. It's already getting late today. Let's stay one night at a nearby inn and continue tomorrow. I wonder if my younger sister is doing well. This man was none other than the little heavenly martial lord Dan Jeryong. So Jiang asked while walking, "Young Island Master, is your decision to participate in the Community Alliance ceremony this time because of the young lady?" Dan Jeryong replied, "As you know, HWA Ridge officially does not intervene in matters outside Jiangnan. My father has always disliked HWA Ridge meddling and disturbing the martial world's order, but Dan Ryo HWA voluntarily stayed behind, so she will probably know how to act." Yang Chun continued, "It seems that the ceiling cultivation a year ago was also fortunate." Dan Jeryong smiled in agreement. "Indeed, if she knew, she would probably have punched me right in the face and demanded I find her immediately." So Jiang quietly asked Yang Sam, "But why break all the unwritten rules to attend this Grand Alliance ceremony?" Yang Sam replied, "Youthful vigor, I am also curious to know." Although Dan Jeryong is considered unmatched among the juniors, the world still whispers that there are two people who can rival him. One of them is the silent mad sword Beak Carrion of Chuang Thiern, and the other is the mad dragon Jin Murin, who recently appeared. Among them, the one your little sister is following, Jin Murin, will surely make you particularly curious. Dan Jeryong smiled and scratched his head, partially true. "So Jiang, what kind of person is that young master of the Ma Dao Lam?" So Jiang stroked her chin and closed her eyes in thought. Then after a moment she spoke seriously, "He is truly unpredictable." Dan Jeryong smiled, "Is that so? Indeed, one must meet him personally to know. To do that, let your uncle rest at the inn today first." The group then approached and opened the door to enter. "Innkeeper, we want to stay one night. If there's a room, quickly let us rent it." The innkeeper immediately ran over. "Sorry, honored guests, there are no rooms available. Guests coming to watch the Grand Alliance ceremony of the Community Alliance have filled everything. Probably other guests are the same. It's rare for Liju to be so crowded." Dan Jeryong scratched his head in embarrassment. "This is really awkward. Is there truly no private room left, innkeeper?" At that moment, someone else approached from outside. The aura radiating from him looked like a poisonous snake. So Jiang raised her sword, inwardly worried. The aura is unusually strong. Is there someone like this in Liju? The person smiled to reassure them. "Don't be so wary. I am just someone staying at this inn. Your clothing looks familiar." "Is that the uniform of HWA Ridge?" His eyes slanted slightly, his body sturdy. "Are you the little heavenly martial lord Dan Jeryong?" The people eating in the inn were all astonished, and the murmurs and chatter continuously echoed. Dan Jeryong stepped forward and said, "A young martial artist with poisonous eyes I've heard of before. It seems you are indeed the silent mad sword of Chuang Thiern." The crowd was once again surprised. Beak Carrion laughed fiercely. "Indeed, I am Beak Carrion." Dan Jeryong narrowed his eyes, showing a terrifying expression. "The world's #1 gang recognized by all. HWA Ridge in Jiangnan, the mysterious Chuang Thiern organization. A group that appeared and unified all mountain bandits under heaven. Both forces appear here. Could HWA Ridge and Chuang Thiern also be participating in the Grand Alliance ceremony? What's so special about this Grand Alliance of an alliance formed by small sects? Seeing this rare scene in my lifetime, I really am lucky." Despite the crowd's chatter, the two remained standing and watching each other. After observing, Beak Carrion finally spoke. "It seems there are no more rooms left. My private inn still has quite a few spots. Would you like to use them temporarily?" Yang Sam frowned thoughtfully. Is this guy crazy, exuding murderous aura like that? Who would dare follow him? Yet unexpectedly, Dan Jeryong happily agreed. "A good offer. If you give us a room, we will pay for it." The group then followed Beak Carrion and departed. Dan Jeryong asked in confusion while walking, "By the way, you are quite fast. How did you know we came here?" Beak Carrion explained. "You people are really good at hiding yourselves. I did not sense any aura at all. I just happened to come out to buy some snacks for drinking and ran into you by chance." A drunkard searching for snacks. He is sitting over there right now. Hearing that, Dan Jeryong looked over there. Sure enough, several jars of alcohol were really placed there. The person sitting there saw them approaching and spoke up. "You only arrived now. Why is there no food? And there are even more guests too. If my eyes are not mistaken, that is the uniform of HWA Ridge. Are you Dan Jeryong?" This man was the heavenly strategist of Chuang Thiern, Sumun HWA. Dan Jeryong replied without hesitation, "That's right, can you let me stay here for one night?" Sumun HWA did not refuse and calmly agreed. "Sure, we are using the last room on the right. You can arrange the remaining rooms yourselves." At this moment, father and son Yang Sam both frowned deeply, their expressions rather unpleasant. Yang Sam secretly thought to himself, "That brat Yang Chun looks like you noticed the same thing as me. That noisy guy is suddenly silent at a moment like this. Anyway, that snake-like fellow really is bizarre. What exactly are kids these days eating to grow up like this? Especially the one sitting opposite us, it feels like some evil god is living inside him." The person he was talking about was the Sword Mountain Fortress Lord, the white-faced blood smile Di Yongyong. Dan Jeryong smiled and asked the man, "Then this must be the white-faced blood smile Di Yongyong, right?" As expected, pale as a corpse indeed. Yang Sam inwardly became tense. Hey brat, at least soften your words a little. In the martial world, strange freaks occasionally appear. The pillars of HWA Ridge were already leading things in their 30s, and even winning the Great War of the World could be considered abnormal. So Jiang behind us is also a strange one, and my son is another oddball too. Then what exactly should these three monsters be called? Di Yongyong suddenly stood up. Supreme Commander, I will excuse myself first. After saying that, he ignored everyone and turned around to leave. Dan Jeryong secretly sighed inwardly. That was hostility. Looks like they intentionally revealed it. They must be hiding something. Thinking that, he spoke up. Perhaps I made everyone uncomfortable. Sumun HWA continued, do not mind it. That kid hates HWA Ridge a lot. I do not really know the exact reason either. Dan Jeryong once again fell into deep thought. I can sense it through instinct. Those words were lies too, but there is no need to expose them and make things awkward for everyone. Sumun HWA also narrowed his eyes while thinking. Not asking anymore, he must have already realized that lie was fake. Looks like he is not some spoiled young master relying only on his background. Let me try talking with him a bit more. Thinking that, he spoke, this is also fate, so stop standing there stiffly and come drink a cup with us. Dan Jeryong turned around to ask for permission. Uncle, I will talk for a bit and head in later. After that, he walked over and sat down at the drinking table. Sumun HWA spoke again. I heard the Lord of HWA Ridge is currently in secluded cultivation. Who came up with the idea for HWA Ridge to participate in the Grand Alliance ceremony of the Community Alliance? Dan Jeryong did not hide anything and calmly answered, it was the idea of me and the Grand Strategist. If the Sichuan Alliance falls into the hands of the Blood Sect, then we may be next afterward. Sumun HWA continued, that may indeed be possible, but that answer is too obvious. You are hiding another purpose. Dan Jeryong burst into laughter. It's personal business, don't be upset now. Then let me ask you instead, what is the reason Chuang Thiern came to the Grand Alliance ceremony? Sumun HWA asked back in confusion. Could it be that you do not know what ideals our Chuang Thiern values? Once war breaks out, a great deal of blood will surely be spilled. During that process, many children will lose their parents and wander around. There will also be wives losing husbands and children losing fathers while crying their hearts out. Our Chuang Thiern simply wishes to contribute a small amount of strength to prevent such things from happening. After hearing that, Dan Jeryong secretly sighed in admiration. How amazing. This feeling, it is my first time experiencing it. What kind of inner self is this? It feels like an empty bottomless pit. I never thought there would be someone capable of hiding their thoughts from the sixth sense I inherited from my father. So this is the supreme strategist of Chuang Thiern, truly impressive. At that moment, Sumun HWA spoke once again. Hey Island Master, no need to think too deeply about it. Just watch how we coexist together. It's simple enough, isn't it? As for the judgment, let the people we save decide that themselves. There probably will not be anything to do before the Grand Alliance ceremony anyway, so let's drink a cup. Dan Jeryong replied, make that 2 cups. Normally my little sister never lets me touch alcohol. Sumun HWA then asked, little sister, are you talking about the heavenly flower? Dan Jeryong confirmed, that's right. Actually, lately she has been crazy over some brat and refuses to return home. Sumun HWA continued, I also have a younger sister, so I understand that feeling. Who is it? Who exactly is that young master? Dan Jeryong shook his head. I cannot say. My little sister is operating secretly and even hiding her identity. Honestly, the fact she left HWA Ridge Island just to meet that brat really shocked me. Hearing the two chatting, Beak Carrion standing nearby secretly chuckled. That brat is our heavenly lord after all. Thus, on the day before the Grand Alliance ceremony of the new alliance, countless like-minded martial artists poured into Liju, though not everyone shared the same purpose. 2 people dressed in blood-red robes walked down the street while talking. Have you checked all the houses yet? We did, but there are no traces of them anywhere. Only the inside of the Community Alliance remains. But that place is still under construction, so there is no way they could be hiding there. What should we do now, Elder Ho? So Yubong frowned and replied, I heard tomorrow is the Grand Alliance ceremony of the Community Alliance, right? Let's confirm things first before leaving. Inwardly, he secretly thought, Community Alliance, it would have been better if I had known earlier. If I had known beforehand that the relationship between Jin Murin and the Sichuan Alliance was bad, then I could have made things much harder for the Sichuan Alliance in Tibet. What a shame. The other person spoke again. Elder Ho, could it be they did not go to the Sichuan Alliance? So Yubong replied, originally I intended to leave them a path to survive, but after coming here I changed my mind. The Sichuan Alliance only has shells left now, so they will never accept them. Pan Heaven Lama, what he did is no different from turning himself into the Blood Sect's #1 target. The other person continued, I already sent letters to our subordinates all across Sichuan, but there seems to be no response. In that case, Liju is probably the most likely hiding place. By the way, Elder Ho, with Pan Heaven Lama coming to Sichuan, it seems war with Sichuan can no longer be avoided. So Yubeng nodded in agreement. That's right. After returning, we must first make plans to deal with the community alliance here. Right after burning down the Sichuan alliance, immediately march toward Liju, quickly contact our sect beforehand. A bloody light flashed through his eyes as he secretly snorted coldly. The community alliance seems to be an alliance led mainly by Ma Dao Lam. This truly is fate. Jin Muren, let me take a really good look at you. Morning arrived at the community alliance, and at last the day of the grand alliance ceremony had come. Cho Pingchen nodded. Thanks to you taking charge of managing the escort division, we were able to strengthen our forces much more solidly. Kang Yuwal continued, not at all, this old Taoist is merely a companion walking together with everyone on the road of the martial world. If it is the community alliance, then surely even the corruption of the Sichuan martial world can be changed. Cho Pingchen agreed, of course, that is the only way we can repay the people who chose the community alliance. Kang Yuwal sighed emotionally. The community alliance truly lives up to its name. All of us must work harder together. By the way, today is the day of the grand alliance ceremony. I wonder where young Master Jin has reached by now. At that moment, another voice sounded from behind them. It seems the two of you are talking about me. The two were startled and turned around at the same time. Jin Murin clasped his hands toward them. Ma Dao Lam's Jin Murin has just finished a short period of cultivation and has now returned. Kang Yuwal secretly felt shocked. His aura is completely different from before. Just how did he cultivate? Cho Pingchen walked over and happily patted his grandson's shoulder. You've worked hard, we'll talk later. Jin Murin also smiled cheerfully. Yes, Alliance Leader, I will go prepare for the Grand Alliance ceremony first. Kang Yuwal also stepped forward in praise. Congratulations, young Master Jin, your aura is completely different compared to before. By the way, where are the two people accompanying you? Jin Murin smiled. Diha and Gunmyung will arrive a little later. Elder, you should also hurry and prepare. Hearing that, Kang Yuwal turned around and left. Understood, then we shall meet again later. After he left, Dan Ryo HWA finally spoke up. If we did not know my older brother would come, something troublesome might have happened. Jin Murin nodded in agreement. That's right. This Grand Alliance ceremony even has those Chuang Thiern people attending. Dan Ryo HWA continued with expectant eyes. When the sixth leader arrived at the Chengdu branch, I only felt his aura was similar to the people of Chuang Thiern. But if I see both him and Chuang Thiern together at the same time, I would definitely suspect they share the same kind of aura. Jin Murin smiled in praise. Looks like you are quite careful too. So what do you think of me now? Dan Ryo HWA happily replied. Before entering secluded cultivation, you were somewhat similar to them too, but now I feel like you are a completely different person, so I guess you no longer resemble them, right? Ah, young master, first we still have something more important to do. Actually, on the road back to Liju, I sensed a faint trace of evil energy. The closer we got to the community alliance, the more certain I became. That evil energy clearly resembles the thing we encountered in Tibet. Literally speaking, among the countless people gathering at the community alliance right now, blood sect members have infiltrated the crowd. At last, the grand alliance ceremony of the community alliance officially began. Although crude, the enormous martial arena quickly became packed with people pouring in from everywhere. Countless people had come here to witness the might of Ma Dao Lam and the Grand Alliance ceremony of the Community Alliance. Community Alliance leader Cho Pingchen soon stepped forward. The cheers of the crowd continuously rang out. Great hero Blue Feather Sword Cho Pingchen, we heard he retired into seclusion years ago, yet he still looks exactly the same. 30 years have passed, and finally the number one of Sichuan, Hero Cho, has returned once again. It's only because he lived in seclusion that people no longer knew about him, but Hero Cho has never been defeated by anyone. We heard the current Ma Dao Lam leader personally invited Hero Cho to take the position of Community Alliance leader, truly a wise decision. That's right, thanks to this, the small sects have become united this strongly. Amid the roaring cheers of the crowd, Cho Pingchen slowly sat down on his chair. But very quickly, the crowd was left stunned. Why is he sitting at the very end instead of the center? Normally, the Alliance leader should sit in the central position among the honored seats. The announcer immediately shouted loudly afterward. Next will be the introductions of the sects that share the same ideals as the Community Alliance. The arrival of Great Hero Shin Huan, sect master of the Golden Peak Martial Sect. Next is the arrival of Great Hero Li Jiangmyong, sect master of the Northern Heavenly Blade Sect. The appearance of the Northern Heavenly Blade Sect shocked the crowd even more. The Alliance leader personally walked over to greet them and even escorted the guest to his seat himself. Seeing that, the crowd became extremely confused. not standing above 10,000 people. Doesn't this mean treating the other sects as companions walking side by side together? So this is the true meaning of the community alliance. From small border sects to prestigious noble clans in Chongqing, the number of sect leaders attending the Grand Alliance ceremony had already reached 30 people. There were so many that the announcer was practically sweating buckets from reading nonstop. Almost all the small sects in the Sichuan martial world had chosen the community alliance instead of the Sichuan alliance. The crowd below sighed emotionally. Driving away this many experts, the Sichuan alliance leader truly made a massive mistake. "Hey, are there no more names left?" The young man immediately replied, "There are still more. Next, please allow me to introduce the honored guests who traveled great distances to congratulate our alliance's Grand Alliance ceremony. The young island master of HWA Ridge, Little Heavenly Martial Lord Dan Jerion, and the arrival of the invincible divine blade Yang Sam." This time, the crowd was completely horrified. The heir of the number one under heaven is Dan Jerion, the successor of the strongest man in the world. I never expected even HWA Ridge would participate in the Community Alliance's Grand Alliance ceremony. Just what in the world is happening? But it still was not over. The young announcer continued speaking. "There's more. Please welcome our final honored guests, the great fortress lord of Chuang Thiern, silent mad sword beak Carrion, white-faced blood smile Di Yong, and the supreme strategist of Chuang Thiern, heavenly strategist Su Mun HWA." The entire venue instantly became silent as death. Even so, Yubong and the others were the same. The three of them quickly appeared before the eyes of the crowd. While walking, Su Mun HWA transmitted his voice to Jin Murin. "You look much healthier now, heavenly lord." Jin Murin smiled in response. "Long time no see, brat, you've worked hard." At this point, Cho Pingchen addressed the crowd. "Today, 32 sects of the Sichuan martial world have gathered together here. We will firmly oppose all outside threats and will never bow before any enemy. Within the alliance there will certainly be representatives, but absolutely no one standing above 10,000 others. I promise the community alliance will rise into an alliance that walks together with everyone and abandons no one. I will not drag this out further. Today, I hereby declare the official establishment of the community alliance. Next will be the official appointment ceremony for martial artists into important positions. The important position of Flying Messenger Pavilion Leader will be handled by Jiak Magi of the Beggar Sect, while the Escort Division Leader position will be entrusted to Kang Yual of King Chang. Next is the Mad Dragon of Ma Dao Lam, Jin Murin. Please step forward. The crowd once again erupted into noisy discussion. Could that young master really be the Mad Dragon? They say he looks exactly like his mother, truly a peerless, handsome man. Cho Pingchen looked at his grandson and spoke. "Today, I appoint Mad Dragon Jin Murin as the leader of the Fire Assault Division. This will be the army directly confronting enemies on the front lines once war breaks out. I hope you can become a light for many people." Inwardly, he sighed emotionally. If Irin could see this scene, that child would surely be very happy. Jin Murin smiled and nodded. "Understood. Then, Alliance Leader, please allow me to say a few words to everyone. All of you have gathered together here today. This is an important day marking the birth of our alliance. I sincerely thank all of you for attending the ceremony. Right now, as the leader of the Fire Assault Division, I will carry out my very first mission. That mission is eliminating infiltrators." Hearing that, So Yubong and the other man were instantly horrified inside. "What? We were discovered, but how?" "Elder Ho, it seems they already discovered our whereabouts. I never thought we would still get found among this sea of people. We need to grab hostages first." The moment that thought crossed his mind, and before he could even act, Tang Soso suddenly spoke. "Planning to take hostages. They definitely will not obediently allow themselves to be tied up." Jin Murin transmitted his voice to him mockingly. "Long time no see, old blood sect geezer. If the Heavenly Martial team hears this news, they'll probably be thrilled. Hand over your life, old man." So Yubong could not understand no matter how hard he tried. "I absolutely was not careless when entering Sichuan. I was even extremely cautious not to expose my identity. Then how exactly did they find out?" The subordinate beside him transmitted his voice as a warning. "Elder Ho, let me distract them. Use that chance to escape quickly." Right after speaking, he decisively leapt upward. At the same time, Dan Ryo HWA also jumped up and chased after him. The young man only had enough time to think that he must not be captured alive before getting punched. His body shot back down toward the ground like a falling meteor. As the dust scattered away, the crowd could not help but feel shocked. Good heavens, that guy got planted upside down into the ground. There really are infiltrators hiding inside the Grand Alliance ceremony. But wow, that person is amazing. Is that young lady the mad woman? Hearing those words, Dan Ryo HWA instantly exploded in anger and turned around screaming for them to shut up. So Yubong inwardly cursed, unable to even deal with a woman, truly useless trash. If I hesitate any longer, it's over. This moment is my final chance. Thinking that, he also leapt upward. Tang Soso, who had been waiting for this all along, immediately fired hidden weapons. But So Yubong was no ordinary person. He easily dodged every single one of them. He then continuously dashed across the rooftops while fleeing away. Over on Dan Jeryong's side, he suddenly became startled and turned his head to look behind him. Jin Murin stood there while true energy continuously erupted from his body. Then he disappeared from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right beside So Yubong. "Where are you going, old man?" The crowd was completely shaken by this scene. He disappeared from sight that quickly. It was not even far away. He was practically right in front of us, yet I still lost track of him. Yang Sam inwardly gasped in shock. "I've already met many strange monsters since arriving here, but the real monster is someone else entirely. Seems this guy is Jin Murin. That martial art of his absolutely does not lose to the 7 great martial legends." So Yubong turned around, clasped his hands, and activated his true energy. "Did you think I would obediently die like this? I'll drag a few insects down into the grave with me." But Jin Murin did not care at all. A heaven-shaking palm strike then engulfed the entire space. The crowd below could only stand there with their mouths hanging wide open as they watched. The corners of Jin Murin's lips curled upward proudly. "Thanks to you people, the reputation of our alliance just became even more famous. You are truly the most honored guests here." As the dust settled, So Yubong had already been frozen in place by that single palm strike. Everyone below was sweating buckets from shock. The Mad Dragon truly is the #1 in Sichuan. Even Dan Jeryong had to clap in admiration. The alliance ceremony was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of the Blood Sect, and Jin Murin's terrifying display of power ended the incident amidst an atmosphere boiling with excitement. He secretly transmitted his voice to Dan Ryo HWA. "You worked hard. Thanks to you, we managed to accomplish something huge. Luckily, there were no major casualties." Right behind her, someone suddenly ran over shouting, "Long live the Mad Woman." And immediately afterward, a giant bump appeared on his head. A short while later, inside the central discussion hall, everyone has worked hard attending the alliance ceremony. For Community Alliance, HWA Ling, and Sanction to all gather together in one place like this is truly beyond this old man's imagination. This is a rare opportunity, so let us openly exchange opinions. Dan Jeryong immediately responded. Then on behalf of HWA Ling, Dan Jeryong would like to say a few words. Ever since the Potala Palace collapsed, the day the Blood Sect invades Sichuan is no longer far away. If Community Alliance requires assistance, our HWA Ling is willing to provide unofficial support. According to the Island Lord's will, HWA Ling prioritizes the principle of not interfering in affairs outside Jiangnan. Though it may sound arrogant, the Island Lord believes that if an overwhelmingly powerful force interferes too easily, then the martial world will no longer flow according to its natural order. Jin Murin inwardly agreed. Makes sense. HWA Ling possesses the world's #1 divine dragon and also holds 5 of the 10 great experts. If HWA Ling interfered in everything, martial sects would only think about relying on them instead of drawing their own swords. Dan Jeryong continued. But unofficial support does not mean only helping from the rear. We also intend to support the martial artists directly fighting on the front lines. We will leave people stationed in Yizhu, so feel free to speak up whenever you need assistance. Zhou Pingchen nodded. "Thank you, I will carefully consider it." Su Mun HWA also spoke up at this moment. "Looks like it's Sanction's turn now." Zhou Pingchen replied, "Thank you for waiting. Then what does Sanction wish to say?" Su Mun HWA answered. "As we previously informed you in the letter, Sanction officially wishes to assist Community Alliance. The 2 great leaders present here, along with 200 Sanction elites, will support all of you." Zhou Pingchen asked again, "May I take this as your sincere intention?" Inwardly, he sighed. This pressure is truly something else. Now I understand why Cho Mugang struggled so much over this. Even though they are extending a hand and officially offering help, Sanction is fundamentally still a bandit organization. I truly wonder what their actual purpose is in helping us. Su Mun HWA also understood his concerns and spoke again. "I completely understand the Alliance leader's worries. Sanction has never committed any disaster against the world, but the bad rumors originating from the escort agencies still continue spreading. You are worried that if you join hands with us, someone from Sanction may betray Community Alliance in the future, correct?" Jiak Magi inwardly marveled. His guesses are seriously godlike. Su Mun Hua's voice continued echoing through the hall. "Sanction wishes to help Sichuan in order to change the world's negative impressions of us. No matter our origins, we will join forces to protect Sichuan. Our philosophy of coexistence perfectly aligns with Community Alliance's ideals. So please rest assured, aside from wanting recognition as part of the martial world, we have no other intentions. We plan to depart tonight, so please think carefully and give us your answer." Cho Pingchen nodded in reply. Thank you, everyone. I will discuss this thoroughly with the various sect leaders before giving an answer later. Very quickly, evening descended. During the following meeting, Cho Pyeongchun honestly shared the entire conversation from earlier. He also carefully considered Sanction's proposal. After hearing it, Ha Jongbo asked, "Then what does the alliance leader think?" Cho Pyeongchun replied, "As all of you know, the danger we are facing is absolutely no small matter. Even if we must endure some criticism, if it can reduce casualties, then we should still join hands with them." Having trusted Sanction enough to come here, no one opposed Cho Pyeongchun's opinion. The assembly held at the headquarters successfully reached consensus and concluded. Jin Murin went to meet Su Mun Hwa, so the alliance had indeed decided to cooperate with Sanction. Su Mun Hwa continued, "It seems they are not as stubborn as we thought." Jin Murin added they left Sichuan Ming because they didn't want to be constrained. Also, quickly mobilize 100 people from Sword Mountain Camp and the Deputy Camp, and add 50 more from Fire Dragon Camp and Bamboo Mountain Camp to fill the gap here. Su Mun Hwa nodded, "I will pass on the message. Your Excellency, at the alliance ceremony seeing you, I immediately understood. Then Baek Karyeon explained to me why you kept Dan Saryong's daughter close. Could it be for the future?" Jin Murin asked, "You mean you're asking if I intend to use Hwa Ling as a shield if something happens, right?" Su Mun Hwa replied, "Roughly, yes. Without that intention, wouldn't the lady be just a burden? With my stance, I cannot ignore even a small spark, never knowing when it might flare up. I hope you'll make your intentions clear to me." Jin Murin pondered, "She has helped me countless times before. My duty is to guard the borders and to hunt down blood sect spies, from the missions in Tibet to tracking down the internal agents of the blood sect. A burden? That's absurd. In fact, it is I who should be receiving help." Su Mun Hwa was momentarily stunned. After a moment, he banged the table and laughed wildly. "So that's how it is. Now I understand. I am the one being helped, and you said it like that." Ha immediately growled angrily, "That fancy name will go hungry for 3 days starting today." Jin Murin spoke again after a moment. "Then I'll go ahead. A blind guy like me staying here would look strange anyway. Travel carefully and take care of your health." Su Mun Hwa asked, "When will you return to Sanction, Your Excellency?" "Once you head to Sanction, everything is handled by me, but the center of Sanction is still you. If possible, please return soon. It's just that recently in the Central Plains martial world, a strange aura has been spreading. I couldn't mention it because it might be nothing, but yesterday, while drinking with the young Hwa Ling leader, it caught my attention even more. It's about the demonic sect, namely Tianqian. If the martial world is like a large lake, Sichuan is a solid dam on one side of it. And if the dam called Sichuan breaks, the other dams will certainly collapse as well." The young leader said. The leaders of Hwa Ling assessed that the martial world is now like a 9-story palace on ice. A slight touch could cause a complete collapse. Jin Murin smiled. It's unusual for him to talk like this with Sanction. He had stayed and eaten at our villa before, yet he speaks with such confidence. "So Hwa Ling believes that if Sichuan collapses, Tianqian will act?" Su Mun Hwa replied, "Yes, currently Tianqian's stance is to probe the martial world's strength through the blood sect. Moreover, if there are insiders already in the Central Plains martial world." Jin Murin continued, "Then as soon as Sichuan is breached, the demonic sect will immediately intervene. That's what you mean, right?" Su Mun Hwa continued, "This is all speculation. There is no concrete evidence yet of Tianqian's actions. Anyway, with the alliance leader here, Sichuan won't be easily breached." Jin Murin turned outside. "If this battle concludes as planned, the demonic sect will regain its former status and I will return to Sanction after everything is settled. I know I've troubled you, but please bear with it a little longer." Su Mun Hwa had no choice but to sigh. The events that occurred at Community Alliance quickly spread throughout the world. No one expected that both the beggar sect, Sanction, and even Hwa Ling would send delegations to congratulate them. Therefore, those who attended the alliance ceremony without high expectations could no longer hide their excitement. Although it was still unclear how Hwa Ling and Sanction would cooperate with Community Alliance, merely witnessing so many rare experts gathered in one place was already an extremely rare opportunity. And among them, the one attracting the most attention was the young expert who slew Elder So Yubong, the leader of the Fire Assault Hall, the Mad Dragon Jin Murin. His aura was imposing and his appearance was ridiculously handsome as well. At this point, the rumors outside were probably all true. While the crowd was discussing noisily inside the inn, someone entered. He walked to a table and quietly sat down while listening. The waiter came over and was secretly startled by the man's appearance. Huge, his shoulders looked broad enough to carry a mountain. Even so, he did not forget his duty and politely asked what the guest wished to order. The man immediately ordered flour wine and cold noodles without hesitation. The surrounding tables were still buzzing with stories about Jin Murin. Very quickly, the food for that man was brought out. Your cold noodles and flour wine are here. But when the waiter brought the dishes over, the man had already vanished without a trace. Next time I really need to make them pay first. That man moved swiftly across the rooftops like the wind itself. Elder So is dead. I must report this immediately. This man was none other than the Deputy Potala Palace Resurrection Envoy, Wan Sajai. In the war against the Blood Sect, the thing that caused them the greatest losses was not swords or any other weapons. The thing that forced them to flee from the burning Potala was the thousands of schemes from that old fox Elder So. After learning that the Blood Sect leader who attacked Potala Palace had been killed near the Sichuan border, Wan Sajai rode non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights just to deliver the news. At Qingqin County in northwestern Sichuan, Wan Sajai had finally arrived there. The moment he entered the cave, he immediately reported, Buddha Elder So has died. Panchen Lama sat there and seriously asked, who did it? Wan Sajai secretly sighed in relief, at least his voice sounded full of strength. It seems your recovery is going well. He then calmly explained, you have probably heard of the one called the Mad Dragon, the man who recently caused chaos in Tibet. That person is Jin Murin. Recently, a faction split away from the Sichuan Alliance and established Community Alliance. Considering that So Yubong and the pursuing forces were defeated at Community Alliance, it seems the guidance of the spiritless envoy coincidentally led us to the same place. Honored Buddha, do you think we should join hands with the Sichuan martial world for long-term plans? Panchen Lama fell into thought. Join hands. Wan Sajai confirmed, yes. If we gather the disciples scattered throughout Sichuan, it would still become a considerable force and the other side likely would not refuse either. Panchen Lama suddenly burst into loud laughter. Interesting. You said the Sichuan alliance has already split into 2 factions, correct? If they were still united as one, perhaps they really would agree to cooperate with us as you suggested. But now they have split apart. Whichever side chooses to join hands with us will immediately become the Blood Sect's top priority target. So who would willingly volunteer to take the first punch to the face? Wan Sajai was sweating nervously, thinking to himself, as expected, the Blood Sect delayed attacking Sichuan because they feared his disciples would regroup. If his identity is exposed, the Blood Sect will definitely attack that place first to eliminate future trouble. Panchen Lama spoke again, I can see that you are troubled, but do not rush. The right opportunity will surely come. At the same time at Community Alliance. Welcome everyone, we also just arrived. It seems everyone is finally here, so please take your seats. Sorry for gathering everyone so suddenly, but the Blood Sect member we captured recently has confessed. His pronunciation was a little awful, sounded like he had pebbles in his mouth, but we still managed to understand him. Their purpose for coming here was because of the leader of the Deputy Potala Palace, the one who was defeated by the Blood Sect. It seems Panchen Lama escaped into Sichuan. So Yubong and the Blood Sect came here to hunt down Buddha Lord Panchen Lama. Cho Pingchen replied, the secret intelligence pavilion has already sent orders to spies across the land. For now, we need to locate them first. Another person agreed, that's right. Once they have entered Sichuan territory, we must keep track of their movements. However, if they want to cooperate, we must still remain cautious. If we embrace an oil barrel like Panchen Lama, Community Alliance could easily become the Blood Sect's primary target. Right at that moment, Jin Murin raised his hand and spoke up. Please allow me to share my opinion. We must pull them over to Community Alliance's side. The crowd was instantly shocked after hearing this. Hall Master Jin, are you serious? If that happens, the Blood Sect's blades may point directly at Community Alliance first. Shouldn't we let Sichuan Alliance face them first before we move in to support and fight the Blood Sect? Henshin Wall would never cooperate with us anyway. If the enemy targets Community Alliance first, gaining the upper hand will become difficult. Jin Murin explained, I'm not saying we should officially recruit Panchen Lama into Community Alliance. What I mean is that we should prepare a temporary place where the scattered monks can gather, eat, and rest for a while. Then once the Blood Sect locks onto the target and advances through Sichuan, we will escort Panchen Lama back to Tibet. The crowd immediately understood. It's the strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, so his plan is to use Panchen Lama to throw the Blood Sect's headquarters into chaos after their military forces have been spread thin. Yu Gessen exclaimed in admiration, brilliant. If Jin Murin's strategy works exactly like that, it would be perfect. But we do not possess experts powerful enough to help Panchen Lama reclaim Tibet. Jin Murin seriously replied, leave that part of the plan to Sanction's experts. Time passed quickly, and several days had already gone by. Yuk Gunmyong and the others were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Seriously, this heat is insane. Why is it so ridiculously hot? At first I thought it was still early spring, but somehow it already feels like summer. There isn't even a place to rest around here, so everyone hang in there a little longer. Yongchu, why are you so quiet? Don't you feel hot? Yongchu proudly pointed at himself and replied, experts like me do not get tired from heat. Diha looked confused, but your back is soaked in sweat though. Yongchu explained, that's just my back muscles feeling emotional. Jin Murin, who was walking ahead, also spoke up. The sunlight is way too blazing. He then picked up several stones. Next, he used his true energy to create a layer of frost around them. Very quickly, those stones became sparkling chunks of ice. Everyone who received the icy stones was shocked. Ah, this feels amazing and cool. Every time I see this, I can't help but admire it. Jin Murin encouraged them, hang in there just a little farther and we'll reach the mountains. We can rest in the shade there. Diha's group did not attend the alliance ceremony and instead waited at Bukuk camp. The moment Jin Murin returned to the alliance, they immediately departed together with him. Sanction, the organization that unified every mountain fortress in the world, possessed thousands of experts. Among them, the hidden martial team specialized in tracking and stealth techniques. Based on the intelligence provided by the flying messenger pavilion, the hidden martial team quickly pinpointed Panchen Lama's location. Soon someone appeared and respectfully greeted them. From here, traveling west for half a day will bring you near Chengshin County. The team leader and 5 others are monitoring him there. I will guide you personally. Yuk Gunmyong inwardly gasped in shock. Don't these people know what heat is? In weather like this, they're still wrapped up from head to toe like human dumplings. Yongchu leaned toward him and whispered softly, they're probably hot too. Yuk Gunmyong became even more shocked inwardly. No way, is Yongchu actually thinking the same thing as me? At that moment, the woman over there shot them a hostile glare and made a throat-slitting gesture. Scene shifts to Panchen Lama's side. The 2 guardians were anxiously discussing among themselves. How is Buddha Lord's condition now? His sleep today is especially deep. Perhaps his recovery day is not far away anymore. It is all thanks to Sun Yatak successfully luring away So Yubong. This man was Potala Palace's martial command death warrior Sun Yatak, the Blood Demon's Blood Heaven captain. If it were not for Buddha Lord, even a slight graze from that attack would have been enough to kill him. I am truly happy that I could contribute a little to help Buddha Lord recover. Right at that moment, Panchen Lama suddenly woke up. You have arrived, Sun Yatak. The 2 men immediately rushed over after seeing him awake. Buddha Lord, you're awake. Sun Yatak has returned. Panchen Lama continued, and Sun Yatak, it seems you even brought guests along with you. Those words startled the 2 men, causing them to hurriedly turn around. There was a dark figure slowly approaching from there. That person was none other than Jin Murin. Couldn't you at least light the place up a little? Are you people children of darkness or something? There are 3 bald heads shining here already, so why is it still this dark? No need to be so wary, I didn't come here to fight. You're younger than I expected, so you're Panchen Lama. After hearing the other party confirm it, Jin Murin fell into thought. He probably looks only 1 or 2 years older than me, yet his aura feels as heavy as if he soaked himself in heavenly insect water for years. People always say the 10 great experts are monstrous geniuses, but then there's Dan Jeryong and this guy too. Just how many hidden monsters are there in this world? Wan Sajai turned around and suggested, Buddha Lord, this disciple will immediately drive this man away. Panchen Lama shook his head. No, that is beyond your abilities. Wan Sajai became confused after hearing that. Are you underestimating this disciple? Back in Tibet, among our 5 great warriors, aside from the Blood Demon and a few others who could possibly oppose us. Who exactly is this man? Jin Murin pointed at himself and replied, I already lit up the place for you and you still can't recognize me. In Sichuan, who else could be this handsome? Wan Sajai's eyes widened as sweat poured down his face. There is indeed a young master in Sichuan beautiful like a flower, but his mouth is unbelievably shameless. I heard about you at the inn. You're the mad dragon? Jin Murin continued, now that you know, step aside, I need to speak with your leader. Panchen Lama also quickly ordered the other 2 to leave. Soon, the 2 sides were seated around the fire together. After observing the other party for a while, Jin Murin smiled and said, your talent is truly mystical, what should I call it? Panchen Lama replied, Vajra True Sight Eye, it is a type of Dharma eye capable of seeing through a person's true essence. Jin Murin asked again, then did you manage to see through my true essence? Panchen Lama did not answer directly and instead asked back, are you truly Jin Murin, the young master of the demonic forest? Jin Murin let out an interested oh, do I not look like him? Seems like you noticed something after all. Panchen Lama explained, the power you possess is far too dangerous. At your age, it should be impossible to possess such overwhelming strength. Whether strong or weak is not the issue. Ever since I cultivated the Vajra True Sight Eye, this is the first time I have ever sensed such a dangerous primal aura. Jin Murin asked again, if you possess such an ability, shouldn't you have escaped before being defeated by the Blood Demon? Panchen Lama mocked himself lightly. That is simply how the world works. Some battles cannot be avoided even when you already know the outcome. Jin Murin pointed at himself and smiled. Then if you compare me to the Blood Demon, which one of us is more dangerous? Panchen Lama smiled and changed the topic. Tell this venerable one the reason you came looking for me. Jin Murin answered without hesitation. Take back Tibet, I will help you bald donkeys reclaim Tibet. Panchen Lama did not seem surprised either. Very well then, what price must be paid for that? When Jin Murin said he wanted nothing in return, Wan Sajai and the others could not help but cry out in shock. Mad Dragon, you're not asking for anything, are you messing with us? Jin Murin shot them a serious glance. You two bald guys behind him, it's because you're useless that I have to carry this troublesome burden myself. Do you think I came all the way here just to fool around while the blood cult dogs are lurking around ready to charge in at any moment? Panchen Lama spoke once more. Jin Murin, we are not ordinary people. We will definitely repay this favor. Jin Murin turned around and walked away. Do as you wish. I already prepared a safe place for you. Tomorrow I'll send people over. Just rest there until it's time to act. I've said everything I needed to say. Panchen Lama raised his hand in farewell. This venerable one will consider it. Sun Yadak stood there blankly, still unable to believe it inwardly. Our palace is really going to join hands with that brat, and this quickly too. Thinking of that, he leaned toward Panchen Lama and whispered softly, Buddha Lord, the Common Cause Alliance is merely an alliance of medium and small sects in Sichuan. Forget helping us reclaim Tibet, how could they possibly stand against the blood cult's soulless madmen? Wan Sajai chimed in as well. That's right, Buddha Lord, no matter how strong that brat is, with the power of only 1 or 2 people, how could he possibly reverse the current situation in Tibet? If we recklessly cooperate with them, our location could be exposed and… Panchen Lama finally could not hold back anymore and interrupted. Enough. Cooperating with him is entirely possible. Zine shifts to Potala Palace. A man walked in carrying a secret letter. Military Lord, a letter has arrived from Sichuan. Ha Guang has been killed in Lizhu. This man was the blood cult's Western Heaven strategist, PH letter 1B0 letter 1E3 NG Jane Jiang. Blood Demon calmly asked back, was he killed by the Heavenly Hand Mirror Elder? Jane Jiang shook his head. No, it was the mad dragon Jin Murin. Hearing that, Blood Demon burst into laughter. That brat again. How is the preparation of the soulless madman coming along? Jane Jiang answered, it is almost complete. Just a little more time and we can wipe out Sichuan as easily as flipping over a hand. Blood Demon ordered, we cannot delay any longer. Prepare to depart. I will slaughter Jin Murin along with the 4 great sects. Sichuan will belong to me, Jane Jiang reminded him. Military Lord, before that, shouldn't we first locate the hiding place of the Heavenly Hand Mirror Elder? Blood Demon's expression darkened as he barked angrily, handle that yourself. The young man did not dare disobey and hurriedly bowed his head to accept the order. The two continued talking for a while afterward. Where is Cho Jiol and what is he doing right now? The young cult master is currently waiting in the southern frost capital area. Order the young cult master to begin the mission. Immediately prepare the troops and supplies. The moment the young cult master makes his move, we will march out. Scene shifts to Frost Capital, the gateway to Tibet. Zhou Sang, the Grand Merchant of the Western Heaven Merchant Guild, read the letter and sighed. The price of iron has already increased by about 2 coins compared to before. Not just iron either, everything is rising at the same time. The man across from him was shocked. Everything, don't tell me they've really started moving, Zhou Sang nodded. That's right, the blood cult has finally begun its operation. The young man asked in panic, then shouldn't we hurry back as well? As soon as those words fell, a group of people entered. Are you Zhou Sang, Grand Merchant of the Western Heaven Merchant Guild? You'd better stay here and avoid contacting the outside world. If you disobey us even a little, your merchant guild will disappear overnight. Zhou Sang broke out in cold sweat and thought inwardly, the war has begun, we should have acted a day earlier. But he did not dare resist them and hurriedly waved his hands. All right, please spare our lives. After that, the group turned and left. If anyone dares leave Frost Capital without permission, I'll cut off their head immediately. Remember my words well. A servant then stepped forward and asked, Grand Merchant, are you all right? Zhou Sang waved his hand. I'm fine, but your schedules have all been disrupted now. The man across from him replied, there are some unavoidable things in this world after all. Please don't worry about us. Staying alive is already a blessing. Zhou Sang nodded. Right, perhaps staying in Frost Capital is safer because a bloody storm is about to erupt in Sichuan. Scene shifts to another location. A group of people on horseback was rushing towards somewhere. The 2 guards outside spoke up after seeing them. Messengers, looks like the cult leader has decided to deploy the army. Even during this chaos, he still cares deeply about the young cult master. I didn't expect him to personally send the blood cult's strongest assault squad. This was the blood cult's Shura squad. The leader dismounted and asked, is the young cult master inside? The guard answered yes, but the young cult master has ordered that nobody may enter at this moment. The men behind quickly warned him. Do you not know who this is? Don't tell me you can't recognize the Shura squad leader. Show some respect. The guard could not care less and remained completely calm. Too noisy. Our flame fire squad only obeys the young cult master's orders. The man slowly removed his mask. He was none other than the Shura Grand Captain, Gajin Chin. Then please inform the young cult master that I have arrived. That shouldn't be a problem, right? The guard still stubbornly replied, the young cult master ordered that nobody may enter, not even us. So please wait until he finishes eating. Just wait about 1 hour. The moment he finished speaking, his head separated from his neck. The other guard was splashed with blood across his face and froze stiff on the spot. A member of the Shura squad nervously asked, Captain, that was the young cult master's subordinate. Will this really be all right? Gajinchin answered fearlessly, our Shura squad came here to deliver the cult leader's orders. If the young cult master's schedule gets delayed, then we have no choice but to take action. Go check the condition of the coffins containing the madmen. If the flame fire squad gets in the way, kill them. After saying that, he shoved open the door and entered inside. Young cult master Mu Chojal sat inside surrounded by blood and severed heads as he spoke up. So you've arrived. Gajinchin immediately got straight to the point. This is the cult leader's order. Please carry out the mission assigned to you. No matter how much he urged him, Mu Chojal stubbornly insisted on finishing his meal first. After a while, Gajinchin finally roared in anger. I already said I'm hungry. Gajinchin did not back down either as demonic energy exploded from his body in response. The demonic aura then spread wildly in every direction from inside the house. After a while, Mu Chojal finally calmed down and held his head. Where is this place? My madness is getting worse and worse. Gajinchin knelt down respectfully. Please endure it a little longer. This is the process of reaching great completion. Shura squad captain Gajinchin greets the young cult master. Mu Chojal put his clothes back on and stepped outside. You coming here means the cult leader has decided to deploy troops to Sichuan, Gajinchin confirmed. That's right, the order is to use the madmen. We currently have to destroy Sichuan's rear lines. Mu Chojal walked out and saw his subordinate dead on the ground, then asked, why was this guy beheaded? Gajinchin explained, he blocked my way and claimed he was obeying your orders. To quickly deliver the cult leader's command, I had no choice but to cut him down myself. Mu Chojal glanced at the remaining guard. Then why is this one still alive? Before the young man could even explain himself, Mu Chojal took his life as well. Even in death, you should have obeyed my orders. At that moment, a member of the Shura squad returned with a report. We've inspected the madmen, Captain. Everything appears normal. Gajinchin cupped his fists toward Mu Chojal. Then young cult master, we shall take our leave now. May everything go smoothly for you. Mu Chojal nodded. Very well, tell father to take his time coming here. Meanwhile, I'll be turning this place into a sea of flames. And just like that, the war had begun. All communication within Frost Capital was cut off under the Blood Cult's blockade. This was the hidden signal that the Blood Cult had officially mobilized. Jiang Unchang reported to Han Chenwal. Alliance leader, why not gather all 4 great sects into one location? Han Chenwal asked back, you mean abandoning the sect headquarters? Jiang Unchang confirmed. Yes, since the enemy's movements are still unclear, it would make defense easier. Han Chenwal turned and glared at him. The 4 great sects each carry hundreds of years of history. If their headquarters are burned to ashes, then who would still trust and devote themselves to this alliance? It's better to stay ready to strike at any moment. Inwardly, he pondered. Just recently, the alliance had finally received support again from the 4 great sects after the fallout of that incident. Angering them now would bring no benefit at all. Thinking that, he spoke again. For now, proceed according to my orders. Are the merchants in Tibet still being detained? Scene shifts to the Common Cause Alliance in Sichuan. Cho Piengchen sat inside giving orders. Immediately issue an emergency decree. Summon all martial artists and the families of every sect back here. Jiok Magi asked in confusion, Alliance leader, do you intend to completely abandon all sect headquarters? Cho Piengchen confirmed. That's right. When dealing with the Great Sword sect, our Jin Murin handled things the same way. Houses destroyed can always be rebuilt, but dead people cannot come back to life. Are you really going to value property more than human lives? Hearing that, the crowd quickly voiced their agreement. Well said, it's been a long time since things felt this lively. Since the alliance leader has made his decision, we will immediately obey. Kang Yual thought inwardly, although our current military strength cannot compare to those people, no one can match our unity. This battle is worth testing ourselves in. Jiok Magi spoke up again. Sorry for ruining the mood, but the Common Cause Alliance is still expanding. We can't house everyone, so where should we arrange accommodations for all the summoned families? Jin Murin continued. If it's only a matter of housing, then let them go to Yongjiang. The crowd was startled. Yongjiang, you mean the demonic forest? Jin Murin confirmed. That's right. The demonic forest has plenty of empty rooms left over from the Great War, and the manor once used by the Great Sword sect is also sitting vacant. If the nearby sects cooperate as well, there will be more than enough space for everyone. After hearing that, the crowd enthusiastically agreed. Cho Piengchen then gave further orders. Then I shall issue the emergency summons. Every sect leader must devote their full strength to helping the allied sects evacuate. After the war ends, if any place is burned down by enemy hands, the alliance will take responsibility for rebuilding it. It was not just a brief summer shower during the scorching season. This rain poured endlessly over Sichuan for several straight days. With weather like this, sending messenger birds became nearly impossible. Because of that, Jianghu dispatched the swift-footed martial artists of the Flying Network Pavilion to personally deliver messages to the nearby sect. Those who received the news continued spreading the message to the surrounding sects as previously arranged. Just like that, Chou Pianxian's orders quickly spread throughout all of Sichuan. Time flew by, and half a month had already passed. A group of people walked through the pouring rain deep inside the forest. Why is the rain so ridiculously heavy? It feels like the sky itself has a hole in it. Yeah, I feel like ghosts and demons are about to crawl out any second now. The blood cult could move at any moment, so we need to hurry. These people were the Great Snow Mountain Surveillance Unit of the Sichuan Alliance. A member of the Western Palace Squad nervously asked, "Captain, it's honestly hard to keep running like this. Is this really necessary?" The young man replied, "Maybe you're right. We only need to cross one more mountain before reaching Frost Capital, so taking a short rest isn't such a bad idea. Search for a cave nearby. Being delayed by 1 watch hour won't be the end of the world." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around in shock. Everyone instantly became tense. The whole group immediately drew their swords and formed a circular formation. Enemy incoming. Even with the terrible weather affecting perception, there's no way we shouldn't sense even the slightest presence. This must definitely be an expert. Mu Chojal let out a sinister laugh. "How surprising, we got discovered." The subordinate beside him continued, "My apologies, young cult master. I didn't expect anyone to be traveling this route." Meanwhile, the people from the Sichuan Alliance were drenched in cold sweat. "Young cult master, don't tell me the blood cult elites already crossed the mountain range and made it all the way here. That's impossible. The Alliance didn't receive even a shred of information about this. So they crossed the border and came all the way here without anyone noticing." Thinking that, the captain shouted loudly, "Everyone scatter and use full speed to retreat. We must report this to the Alliance immediately." On Mu Chojal's side, he also ordered his subordinates to eliminate them all. The two sides quickly clashed in chaotic battle. After a short while, the area was already soaked in blood. "Young cult master, should we deal with the corpses?" Mu Chojal shook his head. "Once those people fail to return, the others will realize something soon enough anyway. Forget it, we don't have time for this." The young man thought inwardly. The original plan was for the young cult master, along with 3 Blood Knight madmen and 20 soulless madmen, to secretly infiltrate Sichuan and carry out sabotage missions before the official invasion began. If their presence was exposed, it would become a major variable. Thinking that, he spoke up. "Young cult master, since our presence has already been exposed, wouldn't it be better to wait for the rear forces to arrive and regroup with us first?" Mu Chojal shot him an annoyed glare. "If you dare disobey me one more time, I'll chew your head off myself. Change the plan. No more stealth infiltration. Instead, we'll speed up the frontal assault." The young man was shocked. "You mean we're going to charge straight into Sichuan?" Mu Chojal confirmed. "That's right. We move so fast that even if they learn our location, they still won't catch up. Let them mistakenly believe our target is Qingcheng and prepare there. After that, we'll suddenly change direction toward Imei. Those Imei girls are definitely going to panic when they see us. Heh." Scene shifts to the Sichuan Alliance. News had already arrived there. "What did you say? The Western Palace Squad was completely assassinated?" Yes, after hearing they hadn't returned, this subordinate sent a search team. The Western Palace Squad was on the road heading toward Taifang. Every single corpse has been found. Hanshin Wall was deeply confused. The Western Palace Squad was formed to fill the gaps left by the medium and small sects, correct? Though their numbers were few, they were made up of experts who could not be defeated easily. Someone offered an opinion. "Perhaps the blood cult has already crossed the Great Snow Mountain Range," Alliance leader Jiang Unchang continued. "The secret pavilion is trying to track the enemy, but they are moving at an incredibly fast pace. In just 3 days, they already passed through Valley Province, Lake Mountain, and Western Citadel. Their next destination will most likely be Golden River." Zhang Yugi was startled. "Isn't that place Qingcheng City?" The master of the secret pavilion asked. "What is the size of the enemy forces?" Jiang Unchang shook his head. "I do not know the exact number, but I estimate it is a unit made up of around 100 experts." Zhang Yugi's expression grew even more tense. "The enemy also has the 7 soul men. We cannot face them with numbers alone. We need to send reinforcements based on the enemy's direction of movement." Hanshin Wall spoke once again. "Heavenly Immortal Pavilion and Northern Heaven Pavilion, immediately dispatch martial artists to reinforce Qingcheng City and prepare for the enemy's attack." So the blood cult has finally begun its assault. From today onward, all squads are to remain on standby at the Alliance headquarters, ready to depart at any moment. Let the world clearly see who the true protectors of Sichuan really are. The group quickly dispersed afterward to carry out their respective missions. As soon as Hanshin Wall stepped outside, he called Jiang Unchang over and reminded him that their top priority was to determine the enemy's location. "If we can grab them by the hair from the very beginning, this war will go much more smoothly." Talk about an aggressive hairstyle strategy. Jiang Unchang was startled. Could it be that you intend to personally join the battle, sir? He thought to himself. Even though the alliance leader is the strongest expert in the alliance, the Tang clan head is also one of the 10 great masters. Han Chenwal replied with a stern face, I know what you are thinking. Recently, the prestige of our alliance has suffered greatly. This time, I will definitely take the heads of those blood cult bastards. The scene then shifted elsewhere. Panchen Lama was standing outside in the courtyard admiring the moon when a voice suddenly rang out. How is it? Is our family fully prepared? Come in, thanks to you I was finally able to gather the disciples who had been scattered all over the place. Jin Murin smiled. That is truly wonderful news. This is Di Yongyong, the camp leader of Sword Mountain Camp Xiangtian. Panchen Lama looked doubtful. Is he your subordinate? Jin Murin shook his head. That's hard to say. I have some news to report to you. The blood cult has crossed the Great Snow Mountain Range. The time has finally come. Di Yongyong, you hide around here. When the battle breaks out, help Panchen Lama reclaim Tibet. I'm entrusting everything to you. Alright, I'm off. From today onward, you just work with Di Yongyong. Just then, Panchen Lama called him back again. The Blood Cult's Martial Heaven Extreme Masters are skilled in swordsmanship and spell techniques, especially the Blood Heaven Elders, whose magic gnaws at the enemy's body, much like a demon plague. If there's anything to be more cautious about, you should be wary of the spell techniques rather than just their swords. Jin Murin smiled and nodded, thanks for the heads up. But just as he was about to leave, the other side called him back again, which made him quite angry. Panchen Lama smiled, clasped his hands sincerely, and said, many thanks. Jin Murin turned and waved without responding. He then left boldly. Panchen Lama then asked the person beside him, you are Di Yongyong, right? Shall we go inside and discuss the plan? Di Yongyong replied, my master entrusted me with this task. There's no need for me to calculate complex strategies, because in that aspect, Beak Carrion is far superior to me. Panchen Lama looked doubtful, so there's no plan at all. Di Yongyong objected, not at all. The plan is very simple until you reclaim Tibet. I will eliminate all obstacles in your way. A short while later outside, Dan Ryo HWA saw Jin Murin coming out and ran to ask, young master, have you already finished talking? Jin Murin nodded in confirmation. Yes, from now on, everything will be handled by the central command. Dan Ryo HWA continued. Perhaps the smaller sects are already retreating. We should have acted sooner. Jin Murin sighed. I had no other way to help the smaller sects on the blood cult's path. It's not too late. Hopefully they won't let pride stop them from evacuating quickly. Dan Ryo HWA asked, what if they stubbornly cling to their pride and refuse to move? Jin Murin laughed. I can't manage that, let's go. The allied forces are in the south here, but we need to go southwest. Dan Ryo HWA seemed to realize something. Southwest means isn't that? Jin Murin smiled. They managed to cross that dangerous Great Snow Mountain Range after all. The least we can do is go greet our guests properly. The scene shifted elsewhere. Beneath the canyon lay a village so peaceful it felt unsettling. A group of intruders entering the area was caught off guard. It's way too quiet. By now, the shared suppression pill given by the camp leader has probably taken effect already. If we do not want to embarrass ourselves today, everyone better stay extremely cautious. These brats were truly lucky to drink the shared suppression pill, a medicine capable of granting 30 years of internal energy while also removing every trace of poison chi. Because they are the ones chosen by him, let's move. The moment they charged downward, arrows suddenly shot toward them. That brat using the bow is reacting faster and faster now, huh? Charge in, today we're going to make these little punks wish they were dead, but not quite dead yet. Real motivational speech right there. Just then they sensed hidden weapons nearby again. These brats buried hidden weapons underground beforehand. This level is still nothing. Are you trying to dull my blade? These little troublemakers are starting to fight dirtier and dirtier now. While they were still shouting, a voice from the other side called for Team 5. Immediately, a group of shirtless men bursting with energy rushed out. Seeing this, someone from the group shouted loudly, it's that crazy muscle idiot. Everyone spread out quickly, otherwise things are going to get even more exhausting. Jianghu swung his staff and roared, who are you calling a muscle idiot? I'm not letting you escape today. The two sides instantly clashed in a fierce battle. After a short while, they separated and stood facing each other once more. At the same time, another voice rang out, calling for Team 2 to enter the battle. While the group was still confused, a strange poison suddenly emerged behind them. Another group of shirtless men carrying swords charged forward like a raging storm. Today we're definitely teaching these bastards a lesson. The area was once again swallowed by thick clouds of dust. Within the dust, a spear quickly thrust outward. It's that brat using the spear. Ju Cho stared at them with a serious expression. Today will not end until at least one of you dies. Well, that escalated quickly. Guanglong squad, everyone charge. All of them responded at once and rushed forward together. The mountain bandits on this side sighed emotionally. Looks like today is going to be exhausting. Fall back, I'll personally stop them myself. Just then, a pressure like a giant serpent suddenly descended from the sky. Before the two sides could even clash, they had already been forced apart. Beak Carrion's voice then echoed out as well. You can stop now, those eyes are enough for you to leave this place already. The group looked at Beak Carrion standing atop the cliff and sighed inwardly. So he was the man who commanded those mysterious black-clothed figures to harass us all this time. A guy who did not even bother opening his mouth once during the entire period is praising us now? What a rare miracle. Is this really over now? The moment we thought would never come, even if we died trying to reach it, has finally arrived. Beak Carrion stood there narrowing his eyes at them. I truly want to praise you all for not giving up and enduring until today, but unfortunately, we no longer have time for that now. Go, your master is waiting at the United Alliance in Liju. The group became confused. What is the United Alliance? Is the squad leader currently in Liju? Beak Carrion waved his hand and threw out a cloth pouch. You'll understand once you get outside. This is travel money, buy some proper clothes and head out. Jucho called out to him, wait, even if we are leaving, I still need to ask this. The leader of the Guanglong squad would never casually hand us over to just anyone. Who exactly are you? Beak Carrion waved his hand dismissively. It is a little difficult for me to personally say it. Ask him yourselves instead. Well then, farewell. After Beak Carrion's group left, the others finally let out deep breaths of relief. It's finally over, we can finally leave this place. I wonder how much the outside world has changed by now. It has probably changed a lot because the squad leader is out there after all. Let's go. The squad leader is waiting for us. The scene shifted to the Potala Palace side. Ya and Jiang stepped forward to report, greetings, cult leader. It seems the young cult leader is trying to break through the enemy's defensive line. The blood demon replied, of course I know that child has the guts for it. It is time for the child to gain some real experience now. Life and death are decided by fate. Have there been any traces of the thousand-hand giant elder yet? The young man replied, the moment battle breaks out, he will definitely appear in Tibet. We have already prepared the blood-drenched squad, 5 blood knight berserkers and 20 soulless berserkers for him. The blood demon smiled cheerfully. At this level, it is enough. There is no longer anything to worry about in the rear. The only thing left now is conquering Sichuan. Beat the drums. We march to war. The scene shifted elsewhere again. Jin Murin and Dan Ryo HWA were moving at full speed. She asked suspiciously, young master, you do know where you are going, right? Jin Murin nodded. Let's see the next symbol is. After observing for a while, he spotted the symbol on the tree trunk. The enemy has already crossed the Great Snow Mountain Range and passed through the Windy Pass. So their destination must be Qingcheng City or Mount Emei. Even if the 7 soul men are involved, attacking the Tang clan near Sichuan Alliance directly will still be extremely difficult. Dan Ryo HWA remained worried. What if they're feinting east and attacking west, pretending to head that way but then striking north toward the United Alliance? Jin Murin smiled confidently. Phi Sha Pavilion and the Xiang Tian martial artists have already established a surveillance perimeter. Perhaps Beak Carrion is also near the United Alliance, so you don't need to worry. But why is there a letter here? CO Jin Huan doesn't usually leave anything like this behind. He quickly went over to pick up the letter and opened it to read. Squad leader of the hidden martial team, CO Jin Huan, reporting to the cult leader. When the reader sees this letter, it is probably half a day or a full day later. The subordinates are still tracking the Blood Cult's covert squad according to orders, carrying numerous coffins containing the 7 soul men. Among them, there also appear to be Blood Knight Berserkers, which we had previously investigated. Another important point is their commanding officer, who is the young cult leader of the Blood Cult. At the very least, save Mount Emei. The young cult leader of the Blood Cult is extremely dangerous. He is a demon, treating killing and eating people as a game. Normally, the subordinates would join forces with our squad to continue the pursuit. But right now, there is unseasonal rain here, and delaying even a little will make tracking them extremely difficult. It seems their target is Mount Emei. The subordinates will wait there in advance. After reading everything, Jin Murin's expression tightened slightly. The situation seems more serious than I thought. Dan Ryo HWA asked, their destination is Mount Emei. Jin Murin nodded, it seems so. Dan Ryo HWA continued, Mount Emei will not fall easily. Jin Murin shook his head. I don't know, that's a tough question. To fill the gap left by the smaller and mid-level sects leaving Sichuan Alliance, the 4 great sects have sent a significant number of martial artists there. Originally, a giant tree like Mount Emei in Sichuan would not be easily defeated. But if they also send reinforcements from our main mountain to Qingcheng City, it is very possible that they will completely wipe out Mount Emei. We must be faster. He moved while thinking, I truly want to help Ma Daolin regain its former glory. But I have no intention of using someone else's misfortune as a stepping stone. Keep going, I'm on my way. The scene shifted to Mount Emei. The young cult leader has now led his troops here. Mount Emei of Sichuan has such beautiful terrain, I really want to stay here for a night. A subordinate behind him added, indeed, young cult leader, and having the female monks of Mount Imei come out to meet us like this is truly an honor. Opposing Mount Imei disciples also spoke up. Has the blood cult really arrived here? Weren't they supposed to be in Qingcheng City? Do not waver, my disciples. If you waver before even fighting, it means you have already failed. This person is the blood demon of Mount Imei, Jiaso. Mu Chojal observed the opponent for a while before lightly mocking them. I never thought this would be so easy to swallow. Did the Sichuan alliance really send martial artists to Qingcheng? The subordinate behind him confirmed. Yes, 1 day ago, the Hidden Heaven Squad and Black Tortoise Squad of the Sichuan Alliance left the mountain gate. 200 female monks of Mount Imei were sent to reinforce Qingcheng. This was also the main fighting force of the sect. Mu Chojal crossed his arms and laughed in delight. You people were tricked by such childish tactics? Have you all lost your minds? Looks like there is nobody left in Sichuan who actually knows how to use their brain. Savage, but not entirely wrong. The man replied. After Tang Mung Yong, the master of the secret pavilion, disappeared, Sichuan has never been the same. On T-1ED's side, she once again encouraged the disciples. There is no need for fear. What happens today is merely part of the worldly flow. Those of us remaining here today only need to do what must be done. If you think you can wipe out Mount Imei, then you are gravely mistaken. This is Mount Imei. Did you think we had no countermeasures at all? The masters of the True Heart Courtyard are still here. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of sturdy masters built like grown men stepped forward. The sect leader is correct. Even if the elite forces have left, our sect will not collapse so easily. The one speaking was Master Senghyo. T-1ED, head of the True Heart Courtyard, clasped her hands toward them. Martial uncles, you will be facing undead monsters. Senghyo calmly replied, it is merely a battle between undead monsters and old undead monsters. The confidence level was honestly terrifying. Seeing this, Mu Chojal burst into loud laughter. Interesting, release the 7 soul men. The coffins were quickly opened. The 7 soul men inside immediately growled as they stepped out. Jiaso shouted loudly from the side, Mount Imei is relying on you, martial uncles. Master Senghyo took the lead and charged forward. One palm strike directly collided against a 7 soul man. A powerful shockwave spread in all directions, stirring up thick clouds of dust. Mu Chojal stood there sighing emotionally. I cannot even tell which side the real monsters are on anymore. This is worth showing off. Jiaso silently thought to herself from behind, this situation is not looking good at all. The 7 soul men never grow tired, but the martial uncle's stamina has limits. From the start, this battle was destined to end in defeat. Thinking this, she shouted loudly, everyone, unleash the killing formation. The Clear Heart Hall immediately deployed the triple chain formation. Hearing this, the disciples simultaneously raised their sword. Mu Chojal snorted coldly. You are about to die and still trying this hard. Vice Commander, release the Blood Knight Berserker. Another coffin was opened. The corpse monster inside was naturally even stronger. On this side, the masters were still fiercely battling against the Blood Knight Berserker. Just then, something unexpected suddenly happened. The Blood Knight Berserker rushed forward as fast as lightning and grabbed the master's head. The master lost her life in an instant just like that. Seeing this, Jiaso could not believe her eyes. Meanwhile, the smile on Mu Chojal's face grew even more excited. Mount Imei instantly fell into panic, and their formation collapsed into chaos. Have the blood cult's 7 soul men already reached this level? After a short while, countless disciples and elders of Imei had already lost their lives at the hands of the Blood Knight madmen. Jiaso stood there observing while secretly thinking to herself. The martial uncles had the advantage when facing the 7 Knight madmen, but the Blood Knight madmen had already surpassed the level of ordinary monsters. Even if the elite forces of our sect returned, they still might not be able to defeat this freakish thing. At first, I thought that young cult heir had rushed straight into this dangerous place because madness had clouded his mind. But it turns out he had carefully calculated the scale and combat strength of Imei all along. Crafty little brat. Mu Chojal once again burst into mocking laughter over here. Imei really doesn't seem to have any real skill at all. He then leapt onto the rooftop and ordered his subordinates, release the remaining 2 Blood Knight madmen as well. Just keep a few of them alive, that's enough. The remaining 2 Blood Knight madmen were immediately released. Jiaso hurriedly shouted, Martial uncles, this niece will handle the 7 Knight madmen. As for the others, I leave them to all of you. Senghyo worriedly asked back, will you really be alright alone? Without the slightest hesitation, Jiaso unleashed her true energy and roared loudly. Come here, you bastards, my demon suppression roar will help all of you achieve enlightenment, free of charge too. Countless Blood Knight madmen immediately charged toward her right after that. Senghyo did not hesitate either and waved her hand while shouting, this is our chance. The Righteous Heart Hall immediately activated the triple chain formation to face the Blood Knight madmen, while the disciples formed circular formations and unleashed their array techniques. After that, all of them charged forward together for a decisive battle. Meanwhile, Mu Chojal crossed his arms and sighed emotionally. The Blood Knight madmen truly are amazing. Even when attacked by those 3 old monster monks, they can still win with ease. The remaining disciples at Amei right now are merely inexperienced young sprouts lacking battle experience. Their immature teamwork against a terrifying enemy like the Blood Knight madmen will instead become a double-edged blade. Senghyo Master's decision to order the disciples to retreat was completely correct. But unlike the Seven Soul Men, the breaths of the old masters were already becoming extremely heavy. At this moment, the entire situation had completely tilted to one side. The martial instructors of the main martial hall could stop the Seven Soul Men, but only temporarily. Meanwhile, the young disciples could lose their lives the moment Master Joso can no longer hold back the Seven Soul Men. At this rate, they won't be able to hold out any longer. "My lord, where exactly are you?" Seo Jinchuan, watching from one side, felt extremely anxious. If my lord hadn't wiped out Jianghu Valley that day, Amei would probably have already been destroyed, but at this pace, they'll all end up dead anyway. "My lord, would you really rejoice at gaining the Sichuan martial world when it's nothing but an empty shell?" Over here, one of the blood cult members shouted loudly, "Hurry up and finish them. The young cult master is getting bored already." Hearing that, the group controlling the corpses immediately began chanting spells to speed up. Just then, some kind of weapon suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and one of the Seven Soul Men was instantly slashed to death. The blood cult members were all startled by this scene. "Who is it? Where the hell are you hiding?" Before they could even identify the opponent, they were already finished off by Seo Jinchuan. Mu Chojol's face on the rooftop twisted into a frown. His subordinates below were filled with confusion. In just a moment, he managed to deal with the Seven Soul Men and the 3 members of the Flame Fire Squad. "Who exactly are you?" Seo Jinchuan did not respond and merely stood there sighing. He definitely would not want Amei to collapse. "So I will not let your wishes come true." That blood cult member angrily roared, "I asked who you are. Are you a subordinate of the Sichuan Alliance Lord?" Seo Jinchuan coldly snorted, "Ridiculous, the Sichuan Alliance Lord. Could such a shallow little nobody really become my lord?" He silently analyzed in his mind, "Based on what I've observed, the leader of these people will not show himself just yet. My apologies, nuns of Amei, but you should face reality. Use all your strength to save your sect master and elders, and hold on until my lord arrives here." Mu Chojol on the rooftop loudly ordered, "Let the Seven Soul Men deal with those half-dead old fools, and the 3 Blood Knight madmen focus on killing that man for me." Every member of the hidden martial squad trained in martial arts filled with deadly killing intent. But what Jin Murin and their master taught them was not limited to only that. They were also taught another supreme technique created by the 2 of them. It was called Sword Descend's Heavenly Punishment Technique. A terrifying strike descended like heavenly thunder, crashing down from the sky. After the attack ended, Seo Jinchuan still stood there proudly, causing everyone to tremble in shock. Who exactly is this man? Seriously, did he eat lightning for breakfast or something? Because of his interference, the concentration of the Seven Soul Men had been disrupted. If things had been even a little slower, I probably would have been torn into 100 pieces already. Right now, the Blood Knight madmen are still focused on that man. I have to turn the situation around somehow. If that nameless martial artist is really that capable, then keep going. After a fierce battle, even Seo Jinchuan could not help but sigh emotionally. As expected of the Blood Knight madmen, they really are absurdly durable. This is the first time I have ever seen a creature survive after being hit by Sword Descend's Heavenly Punishment Technique. As expected, other than chopping off their heads, there is no other way to deal with these monsters. Mu Chojol on the rooftop became more serious after seeing how powerful Seo Jinchuan was. Who exactly is that guy? Seo Jinchuan continuously attacked, leaving the Blood Knight madmen unable to keep up and only able to endure the beating. Mu Chojol, who was watching from the side, became even more shocked. The Blood Knight madmen were so strong that even when surrounded and attacked by 3 old monks, they remained completely unharmed. Yet this man alone was actually fighting 3 Blood Knight madmen by himself. Even I would have trouble handling that. This guy is starting to annoy me now. First, I'll break that arrogant momentum of yours. Mu Chojol concealed his own presence within the dense evil aura emitted by the Blood Knight madmen. Although Seo Jinchuan had always been keeping an eye on him, temporarily losing track of that hidden bastard within the thick demonic aura of the Blood Knight madmen was a dangerous omen. Very quickly, Seo Jinchuan's expression twisted into a frown. Mu Chojol appeared behind him and coldly laughed. "You fight pretty well, don't you? So why keep sneaking around like that? What's wrong? Does it hurt?" Seo Jinchuan looked at the sword stabbed into his thigh and could not help secretly cursing inside his heart. The smile on Mu Chojol's face became even more excited. "I coated the sword with poison. If you don't pull it out, that leg of yours might become useless for the rest of your life." Seo Jinchuan had not lowered his guard at all. It was simply because the situation was too urgent. The circumstances were unfavorable, that was all. In a place where even the strongest expert could lose their life in an instant. War had always been exactly like this. Right at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Why does your laughter sound so damn awful? The Blood Knight madman attacking from behind Seo Jinhuan was instantly frozen in place as well. Jin Murin had finally appeared. Seo Jinhuan looked at his lord's appearance and silently confirmed it in his heart. That's right, war is truly a place like this. Jin Murin ordered Dan Ryo HWA, take care of Seo Jinhuan for me. Dan Ryo HWA replied, leave it to me. Instead, young master, you absolutely must not spare those bastards. Jin Murin replied with undisguised killing intent, that goes without saying. The two sides stared at each other with affectionate gazes. At this moment, only two Blood Knight corpses remained. Mu Chojal's expression turned tense as confusion filled his heart. Where the hell did that madman come from? With just one palm strike, he froze a Blood Knight madman. Dan Ryo HWA walked towards Seo Jinhuan and asked, can you still move? Right after that, she supported him and left the area. This would probably become an extremely difficult battle. She silently sighed in her heart, this aura is completely different from what I sensed back at Bukuk camp before. Back then, I only felt like I had fallen into a giant lava pit, but now his true energy clearly contains killing intent. I never expected the young master to become this furious when his people were injured. When she turned back to look again, she was shocked once more. Because Jin Murin was currently using the unparalleled version of 8 Heavenly Shadow Divine Art. Knowing what she wanted to say, Jin Murin immediately transmitted his voice and told her not to stop him. Mu Chojal panicked and shouted, you useless fools, hurry and stop him. But no matter how the Blood Knight madmen charged forward, they still could not stop the palm force. This shocked Mu Chojal to the extreme. His palm force can actually pass through the Blood Knight madmen. He had no way to avoid it and was forced to take the strike head-on. Josso and the others standing nearby could only stare blankly in shock. That single palm strike sent Mu Chojal flying away like a kite with its string cut. Thanks to Madrim, the Sichuan martial world had never experienced facing the 3 stars before. For Dan Ryo HWA, the only person who knew Jin Murin's identity and had traveled alongside him, there had never been a moment that made her this nervous before, with just one move. The unparalleled palm technique unleashed by Jin Murin left even the martial artists desperately fighting with no choice but to stand there in stunned silence. Josso broke out in cold sweat while thinking, a rising young expert in the Sichuan martial world, no, I should say in the entire world. Although I have never met him before, just one glance is enough to recognize him immediately. That brat is the mad dragon, Jin Murin. You truly resemble your mother a lot. The 2 Blood Knight madmen had still not been taken down and were still baring their fangs aggressively. Jin Murin raised his hand and drew his sword. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he dashed forward. The Blood Knight madman did not stand there waiting for death either. It desperately gathered its strength to block the sword technique. Jin Murin sighed emotionally. Their bodies really are incredibly tough. But even so, his blade still sliced deeply into their flesh. And finally, one of them was chopped into several pieces. The remaining one seized this opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind. Josso and the others watching from the side were so shocked they could barely describe it. Am I dreaming right now? Because Jin Murin was cutting through the madman's arms as if he were slicing tofu. The madmen that even the elders of the righteous Heart Hall could not handle in groups of 3 against 1 were actually being beheaded so easily by Jin Murin. After dealing with everything, Jin Murin lightly landed on the ground. The blood cult member over here had already been frightened so badly that his entire body was trembling. Golden first questioning water. Sichuan actually has someone like this. He hurriedly shouted for his men to charge forward and stop Jin Murin. All soulless madmen moved to the front. I'll go find the young cult master. Josso finally regained her senses and shouted loudly. Do you think things will be that easy? Entire army form the grand formation. We must reduce the burden on our benefactor. Meanwhile, Mu Choja was still lying sprawled among the rebel. Damn it, what the hell did I just get hit by? I can't circulate power from my danshin. What kind of freakish martial art did he use? Jin Murin walked forward with overwhelming killing intent. Looks like you can't circulate energy from your danshin anymore. Don't waste your effort uselessly. You will never be able to use your danshin again. You bastard really enjoy stabbing poisoned swords into other people's legs, huh? So how does it feel to have someone stab a sword into your danshin instead? Mu Chojal screamed in unbearable agony, his cries sounding utterly miserable. Please stop, spare my life. But how could Jin Murin possibly let him off? He tightened his grip on the sword even harder. Stop screaming already. Try putting yourself in the place of the people who died because of you. If you obediently answer my questions, then I will let you go. Mu Chojal grabbed onto those words like a lifeline and hurriedly replied, no matter what it is, I will answer you. Jin Murin immediately asked without hesitation. Good, are you really the young cult master of the blood cult? The young man confirmed it. That's right, I am Mu Chojal, the young cult master of the blood cults. Next came the question about the antidote. Jin Murin quickly took out a cloth pouch. Without hesitation, he threw a pill into Mu Chojal's mouth. The young man pointed at himself and said, this really is the antidote. Jin Murin ignored him and continued asking, Question number 2, where is your main force right now? The moment he said he did not know, one of his arms was chopped off. You think saying I don't know is enough? You'd better spit out something that satisfies me. If you keep saying you don't know, only your torso will be returning home. Mu Chojal secretly cursed in his heart. Damn it, this bastard is even more vicious than I am. Thinking that, he quickly spoke out. I pretended to target King Cheng, then secretly redirected toward Amei, so that the Sichuan Alliance and even Amei would send martial artists to King Cheng to face us. Before coming here, I already ordered my subordinates to deliver news to King Cheng that Amei had been attacked. Jin Murin stroked his chin and analyzed the situation. King Cheng lies to the west, while Amei is south of the Sichuan Alliance. If the Sichuan Alliance hears this news and sends martial artists back to Amei, then the Blood Cult's main force can strike King Cheng while the sect is left as nothing more than an empty shell. After that, they will probably target the Tang clan and the Sichuan Alliance as well. Mu Chojal continued speaking, that's all I know. Since I'm only the vanguard commander, I don't know much either. I've already told you everything I know. Now you'll let me go like you promised, right? Jin Murin coldly laughed. Are you smart or stupid exactly? If you were me, would you keep that promise? Mu Chojal furiously screamed, you despicable bastard. Jin Murin circulated his energy and infused fiery aura into the sword before stabbing it into his body. Considering everything you've done, the only ending you deserve is death. I'll keep your head, the rest of your body will be cremated for you, free service included. At that moment, heavy rain suddenly began pouring from the sky again. The battle of the Amei disciples was still ongoing. It was an incomparably horrifying and tragic scene. From the spot where the sword pierced him, flames erupted and spread across his entire body. The fire crackled through his pierced lungs, causing burning agony that felt like endless torture. As if begging for mercy until his final moment, Mu Chojal used every last bit of strength to scream miserably. His final dying words were buried beneath the very chaotic noise he himself created. Outside, one of the subordinates fighting suddenly froze and turned his head toward the hall while thinking, flames are erupting from the Buddha Hall. What exactly happened in there? I need to quickly confirm the young cult master's safety. But immediately after that, his face twisted and cold sweat poured down. Because Jin Murin was now walking out while carrying Mu Chojal's head. He swung his arm and threw the severed head forward. The young man was shocked to the extreme and stuttered without being able to speak. The young cult master is dead. That also meant that even if they managed to return to the blood cult, the only thing waiting for them would still be death. Although the remaining blood cult disciples fought with their lives on the line, it still changed absolutely nothing. Dan Ryo HWA, who was responsible for protecting both Xiao Jin Huan and Jin Murin, disabled the remaining madmen and quickly ended the battle. After a while, the Amei disciples finally let out complete sighs of relief. Only now was everything finally dealt with. Dan Ryo HWA stood there and sighed, I wonder what it feels like to gather the bodies of fellow disciples who once fought shoulder to shoulder with you. Jin Murin continued, that is not a pleasant experience at all. It is indeed a very sorrowful day, but this is also something they brought upon themselves. Dan Ryo HWA said with a hint of reproach, young master, you really are cold. Jin Murin stood up and said, you know it too, I have always been that kind of person. As long as I can protect my people, I can be even colder than this. Dan Ryo HWA sighed, I know young master is that kind of person, I was just saying it. Right at that moment, Xiao Jin Huan behind them suddenly stirred. I have shown my lord such a disgraceful state. It seems the poison is taking effect. Jin Murin smiled, as long as you are safe, that is enough. Dan Ryo HWA also spoke up, that mask can no longer be used, use this for now. After that, she tore off a piece of her clothing and handed it to him. The young man quickly used it to wipe the blood from his face. Then he decisively threw it aside. After that, he took out another face covering and put it on. Dan Ryo HWA could not help but remind him in annoyance, next time if you have a spare, say so earlier. Jin Murin asked again, Xiao Jin Huan, can you move? The young man replied, if it is movement technique, I am still fine. At the same time, Josso also walked over. I have greeted you all too late. I am Josso, the sect leader of this sect. My Mei will certainly never forget today's grace. The righteous deed you all displayed today on Golden Phoenix Peak. Our sect will engrave it deep in our hearts and remember it forever. Before Dan Ryo Hwa's expectant expression, Jin Murin bluntly said, Master, you misunderstand. We did not come here to grant any grace. Dan Ryo HWA helplessly thought in the end he still said those words. Josso continued, then for what reason did our benefactor help us? Jin Murin remained very indifferent. I originally came here only to greet those brats who traveled all the way here from Tibet. Helping you was to give Amei and the four great sects a chance to repent and change. A disciple behind her was shocked after hearing that. Repent, what do you mean by that? Jin Murin asked seriously, Master, do you think what happened today had no cause behind it? There is no such thing. People often say karma always returns. That female disciple could not hold back and shouted, interrupting him, how can you say such words to people who just lost their families? Josso calmly told her to stop. Jin Murin continued, Master, think carefully, if the Sichuan alliance had properly done its role, would today's disaster have happened? While Han Chenwal was wearing down Sichuan, did Amei truly use its influence properly? The reason Shaolin is respected by the world, even though they have only a little over 100 disciples, is because they paid the price of their sect's destruction during the Great War to protect this martial world. And what about all of you? Aren't you ashamed to call yourselves Buddha's disciples alongside people like them? Remember this clearly, the blood spilled at Golden Phoenix Peak today is the price paid for the Sichuan alliance's indifference toward the chaos of the martial world. And this is also the result of your arrogance. The Amei members had absolutely no way to refute him, and could only remain silent. Jin Murin then turned around, now I feel much lighter, let's go. Just like that, they began leaving together. Right at that moment, Josso suddenly spoke up, Benefactor, please wait a moment longer. Didn't Benefactor say you would give Amei a chance to repent? If I miss this opportunity, perhaps I will never be able to face the Buddha. Dan Ryo HWA turned around in shock. Master, does that mean? Josso and all the disciples knelt down together. Please allow us to fight alongside you, even if this repentance comes too late. Please give our Amei a chance to stand together with the Common Cause Alliance. Jin Murin and the other two silently stood there looking at them. Only after a long while did he calmly say, that depends on the sect master. Dan Ryo HWA was inwardly stunned. Heavens above, one of the 9 great sects is actually siding with the Common Cause Alliance. After a moment, Dan Ryo HWA spoke again. Then young master, where is our next destination? Are we going to help King Cheng? Jin Murin shook his head. No, it's already too late. Josso looked confused. Too late? What do you mean by that, young master? Jin Murin explained. That young cult master said he already sent people to King Cheng to spread the news. The moment the Sichuan alliance receives news about Amei, they will abandon King Cheng and rush here instead. Meanwhile, the blood cult's main force will follow their plan and attack King Cheng after its main forces have already left. Even if we rush there at full speed now, we still won't make it in time. At the latest tomorrow or at the soonest today, King Cheng will be destroyed. Just as he said, King Cheng had already fallen into complete ruin. Everyone there had fought until total exhaustion. The one leading the enemy army was none other than the blood demon himself. The disciples were continuously being pushed back and could only cry out for their sect master. Their sect master himself was not doing much better and stood there gasping for breath non-stop. Whether they were martial artists sent as reinforcements from the Sichuan alliance or King Cheng's own martial artists, all of them had already left the moment they heard the news that Amei was under attack. We have been deceived. The news about Amei was clearly a scheme by the blood cult. The disciples behind him loudly shouted one after another, Sect Master, please hurry and escape. We must retreat now. Go Yungxian angrily roared, shut your mouths. As the sect master, how could I possibly abandon my sect and run away? The disciples behind him still desperately tried to persuade him. There are still many disciples of our sect outside. Please think about King Cheng's future. If something happens to you, how can King Cheng continue? Go Yungxian stubbornly shouted again, I'm just a senile old fool. Even without me, King Cheng will still have a tomorrow. I entrust King Cheng's future to all of you, now hurry and leave. Hearing those words, the disciples behind him became emotional and burst into tears. After a fierce internal struggle, they finally decided to flee. We will bring the reinforcements back here. Go Yungxian silently let out a sigh of relief in his heart. That is enough. After that, he raised his longsword high. You devil, come over here. Go Yungxian will fight you with every last ounce of strength. The blood demon burst into laughter. What a foolish old man. You should have let those people leave earlier. Do you really think there are no troops of mine outside your mountain gate? Thanks to you, those brats will die even more painfully. Go Yungxian was startled after hearing those words. Tears immediately began flowing from the corners of his eyes. Filled with overwhelming hatred, he leapt forward and charged ahead. The blood demon coldly laughed and swung his palm. Farewell, you foolish old man. Just one day after the tragedy at Amei, one of the 4 long-standing pillars of the Sichuan alliance, King Cheng's sect had fallen. The scene then shifted back to Amei. Josso was currently standing by the window, recalling the appearances of Jin Murin and the others. This truly was fate, a rare and miraculous encounter. Just where did monsters like him even crawl out from? She unconsciously recalled their earlier conversation. Benefactor, what are you saying? Is King Cheng's fall really true? Jin Murin explained, I already told you. Even if we used our movement techniques and rushed toward King Cheng at full speed right now, that sect would have already fallen. Josso held her head and sighed. One of the solid pillars of the Sichuan alliance cannot possibly be defeated that easily. Jin Murin asked back, Sect Master, you said you would accompany us, correct? She confirmed, that's right. What should Amei sect do now? Jin Murin seriously looked at her. Persuade the Sichuan alliance. That place right now is no different from a fragile candle before a raging storm. Han Wall was never someone easy to persuade, but you should still try. When they arrive there, show them clearly the current condition of Amei. If even after seeing this scene Han Wall still refuses to wake up, then the Sichuan alliance is finished. Josso clasped her hands and nodded. I understand. I will do my part properly. Then benefactor, where will you go now? Jin Murin calmly replied, I was originally on my way to welcome a guest. Once I finish my business, we will meet again at the Common Cause Alliance. Remembering that conversation, she sighed emotionally. With the situation this critical, he still has time to welcome guests. Mad Dragon, you truly are an impossible man to predict. Just how important must that guest be? The scene shifted to the Blood Demon. He walked through the rainy forest while sighing emotionally. This truly is a land that makes people greedy for more. The subordinate behind continued, soon this place will belong to our lord. The Blood Demon continued, of course it will. Have you grasped the movements of the Gonghui Alliance? He explained. All the medium and small sects under the Gonghui Alliance have already left Angia heading toward Chongqing. The Blood Demon sighed. As expected, they are different from those fools of the four great sects. The young man continued, this actually works very well for us in dealing with the Sichuan Alliance. The troops are fully assembled, we can move immediately. We are only 1 day away from the Sichuan Alliance from here. Where should we attack next, my lord? The Blood Demon replied, if the target is those heading toward Amei, the Sichuan Alliance and Tang sect will notice immediately. However, if we attack the Sichuan Alliance headquarters directly, it will drag out the war and we will likely be surrounded from multiple sides. And look, isn't it raining right now? Poison techniques will not be effective in this weather, so let's attack the Tang sect. The young man smiled and nodded, brilliant lord. At that moment, the Blood Demon noticed something. There are people in the forest. Yan Jiang hurriedly glanced back and shouted, Black Heaven Squad, immediately. Identify the people inside the forest. The Blood Demon suddenly raised a hand to stop him. All right, Yan Jiang, I don't want to ruin this pleasant mood, just follow them and keep a distance of 10 zhang. He then led his subordinates forward. They quickly passed through a bush, where 2 people were sitting and drinking wine in the rain. The Blood Demon walked toward them and asked, sorry to disturb you, may I ask your honored names? One of them replied, we are villagers living nearby. The Blood Demon asked again, I suddenly feel like having a drink, may I sit down? Yan Jiang thought to himself, clearly these were martial artists, yet they were not even shaken by the Lord's aura. These guys definitely have something going on. The Blood Demon was then invited to drink. He lifted his cup and asked with a gentle tone, how long have you lived in Sichuan? The other replied, just 1 year. Before that I lived in the northern central plains. The Blood Demon frowned, the northern central plains. If I want to go there, how should I get there? The woman replied that he would have to cross mountains and rivers. The Blood Demon remarked, how interesting. The man then continued, you seem to be an outsider. People from the north do not allow outsiders to enter. There is a very high mountain blocking the way that you cannot cross, so it is impossible. The Blood Demon narrowed his eyes. I see. This gentleman is quite interesting. What is your name? Jin Murin casually removed his hat and revealed his name without hiding anything. The Blood Demon remained very calm, but Ya and Jiong behind him had already gritted his teeth and drawn his sword. Dan Ryo HWA also drew her sword, ready for battle. The two of them then rushed into a decisive fight. Meanwhile, the two main figures, against all expectations, still calmly sat there and looked at each other. Jin Murin once again poured the wine. The Blood Demon showed no agitation at all. Mad Dragon Jin Murin said, I have always wanted to meet you in person. What an honor. Jin Murin shook his head. If you knew what I did before coming here, you wouldn't be happy anymore. The Blood Demon remained calm but curiously asked, can you tell me? Jin Murin lifted his wine jar, if you can finish all this wine. We each treat the other to a cup, how about that? Not sure if that's enough though. On the other side, after a fight with Dan Ryo HWA, Ya In-jeong's face had turned extremely grim. That wretched woman. I clearly struck first, yet she managed to neutralize everything. Even if you're not pressured by my lord's aura, how long do you think you can hold on? His target this time was Jin Murin, but Dan Ryo HWA once again ruined his plan completely. The Blood Demon casually raised his cup. By the way, Jin Murin, how did you know to come all the way here? Jin Murin replied, my intuition is quite good, luckily it was right this time. Looking at your forces, it seems easy enough to deal with King Cheng and Amei around here. What will you do with Dian Kang? That sect is quite far away in Yunnan. The Blood Demon answered honestly. Jin Murin said, I just finished dealing with King Cheng. Amei is probably already a sea of corpses and blood by now. King Cheng near the Sichuan alliance fell easily, so Dian Kang should be even easier, right? Jin Murin sighed inwardly. Attacking the main base means it's already an empty nest, and if Dian Kang's warriors were sent to Sichuan, it would truly be beyond saving. Sorry, Elder He, but we may have to abandon Dian Kang. The Blood Demon asked again, what do you think? Can the Sichuan alliance stop me? Jin Murin honestly sighed, it seems difficult. The border between Tibet and Sichuan is only a few thousand li long. With forces scattered, it is understandable that they cannot quickly detect the blood sect's movements. But not even noticing King Cheng being destroyed right under their nose clearly means the new secret pavilion master has failed his duties. Moreover, most of the martial artists have already left the Sichuan alliance, so if the blood sect attacks now, stopping them would be impossible. The Sichuan alliance is already completely in his palm to play with. The Blood Demon spoke again. Jin Murin, I have a similar question for you. Can the Gonghui alliance stop us? The corner of Jin Murin's mouth curled into a very confident smile. That is absolutely possible. Because the Gonghui alliance has me, the Mad Dragon. The Blood Demon was slightly surprised by his confidence. He then burst into loud laughter. You are truly an outstanding talent. What a pity. If you were under my command, you could have become even more famous across the world. Jin Murin raised his cup and took a sip. Hearing this from someone who was not even as famous as himself, it was truly laughable. The road is long, let's finish this cup and stand up. On this side, Dan Ryo HWA and the other person after the fight were both already somewhat exhausted. Jin Murin placed something on the table. After you finish drinking, I have a gift for you. When you return, make sure to open it and see it, because inside this box is your answer. The Blood Demon stood up, then I will stand up first. I have had a very interesting conversation. Jin Murin smiled, did you enjoy it? We will meet again soon. The Blood Demon said with emotion, I am really looking forward to it. He then left together with Ya and Jiang. Only then did Jin Murin turn to praise Dan Ryo HWA. You worked hard, it seems you are very steady indeed. Dan Ryo HWA continued unhappily. You two are both crazy, sword techniques flying all over their heads, and you can still sit there calmly drinking. Jin Murin smiled and stood up. Situations like this were never normal to begin with. In moments like this, whoever acts first is the one who loses. Dan Ryo HWA questioned, do you mean pride, my lord? You have never cared about things like that. Jin Murin explained, even if I acted shamelessly today, I would not gain anything anyway. I just wanted to see what kind of person he is. Let's go. This felt more like regret than relief. If he could capture him within 10 moves, and if he could finish it cleanly before Much and Jiok's army arrived, Jin Murin would have fought with full power right there. But the Blood Demon Much and Jiok was not so easy to deal with. He then quietly called out to Seo Jin Hwan. Quickly send a letter to Su Mun HWA. Your martial strength after 1 year in the Demon Dao Forest is not enough. I need the 6th Army Black Vault. On this side, Ya and Jiong then spoke up. Lord, I would like to ask you something. This is clearly a good opportunity. Why did you let the Mad Dragon leave? The Blood Demon laughed. Do you think you could have caught him here? The young man replied, I truly thought so if a battle had broken out, then the Black Heaven Squad. At that point, he suddenly stopped because he remembered something. Because earlier the Blood Demon had ordered, I do not want to ruin the atmosphere, so keep a distance of 10 zhang. He thought to himself, while focused on fighting that woman, I completely forgot. At the moment when the Black Heaven Squad should have rushed in, there was no one there. The Blood Demon's voice continued, I can feel strange auras around this place, but there is no scent of blood, meaning they are experts who can suppress the Black Heaven Squad even while they are alive. Sending our entire unit to hunt them will only delay our move toward the Sichuan alliance. Ya and Jiong suddenly realized, I have been too shallow. I never expected the Black Heaven Squad to be defeated so easily. The Blood Demon gave orders after returning immediately send a search unit to recover the Black Heaven Squad. But I am really curious, what is inside this box? Ya and Jiong heard this and immediately opened the box. The moment he opened it, he froze. Inside was the head of Mu Chojal. The Blood Demon was extremely confused. Mu Chojal, he was clearly leading the Mad Warriors to attack Amei. If so, did that guy protect Amei and then come all the way here? Thinking this, he suddenly laughed while holding his head. This is truly interesting. I should have sent the main army to chase that guy instead. Ya and Jiong gritted his teeth. Lord, I will immediately plan revenge. The Blood Demon shook his head. Revenge? Just make more children. If you lose one useless son, does that mean your great plan ends? It is just a little regret, that is all. I let someone even more dangerous than the entire Sichuan alliance slip away. Call the Shura squad leader here immediately. I will wipe out both the Tang sect and the Sichuan alliance at the same time. The Shura squad is the combat force of the Blood sect, where every member is at captain level, recognized as the strongest force in Tibet after easily destroying Bodala Palace. Although the main force of our sect is the 7 Souls Men that is only used to take Sichuan without wasting troops. The most important thing on the battlefield is sharp perception and decisiveness toward changes. In that regard, the Shura squad is the Lord's sword, so he will not keep them beside him anymore but send them to the Tang sect. The Blood Demon spoke again. I already said it, poison techniques will not be fully effective in this weather. The Shura squad can deal with the Tang sect leader, one of the top 10 experts in the world. Moreover, if we attack the Sichuan alliance first, the Tang sect will definitely send reinforcements. Then I will send the Blood Guards, the Death Envoys, and the Calamity Flame Heaven Kill Squad to wipe out all Tang sect reinforcements. Once the Tang sect loses those strong forces, it will easily fall under the Shura squad. Yanjiong smiled after hearing this. Lord is wise, how could Sichuan possibly have any force that can stop the Shura squad now? The Blood Demon then asked, still no news from Diane Kang. The young man replied, the Black-White Twin Elders and other elders have already gone there. They will surely return soon with victory news. The Blood Demon continued, so as long as we eliminate the Tang sect, Sichuan will belong to me. Scene shift to the Sichuan alliance side. Han Chenwal has now returned. The disciples looked at him and started quietly discussing among themselves. The Sichuan alliance and part of King Cheng had joined forces to rescue Amei, but they did not engage in any battle at all. The King Cheng reinforcements easily fell into chaos due to the tricks of the young sect master Mu Chojal. On the march, they met the messenger sent by Josso the nun. When they met the Martial Alliance disciples, they could not help but feel shocked. Impossible, just as the Mad Dragon said, they abandoned King Cheng and headed here. She then cupped her hands toward them. Imei's second-generation disciple Bohio greets the Sichuan Alliance warriors. The group replied, we are on our way to Imei. We heard you were in danger. Is Imei all right? Bohio sadly replied, Imei is already on the brink of extinction. The young sect master of the Blood Sect, the power of the Blood Knight Mad Warriors. Together with the terrifying power of the Blood Sect army and the leading Seven Souls men, everything was clearly explained. But out of fear that the Sichuan Alliance leader would be shocked, this disciple did not mention the name Mad Dragon. Because that matter could become a deadly poison, Han Chenwal then ordered, I will split the forces. The tragedy at Amei also happened because the Blood Sect divided their forces in many directions. If we do the same, we can surely avoid critical losses. He thought to himself, even Amei, which lost its main force, was still able to withstand 3 hollow mad beasts and 1 Blood Knight mad beast, so this battle should not be too difficult. Thinking this, he ordered, half of our unit goes to King Cheng, the other half follows me back to the Sichuan Alliance. Once we receive news of the Blood Sect attack, I will immediately lead reinforcements there. Return after confirming King Cheng's situation. Jiang Uncheng stood by the window, looking outside in thought. We have completely been led by the Blood Sect now. The Blood Sect's targets have already narrowed a lot, yet he still chooses to split forces. If it were the former secret pavilion master, he would definitely have recalled all 4 great sects back to the Sichuan Alliance. They could treat medium and small sects as pawns, but the 4 great sects are the pillars of Sichuan. However, from the very beginning, the Sichuan Alliance leader had different thoughts. Instead of worrying about Sichuan's safety, what he cared about was only his own influence. Thinking this, he called his subordinate Pei Yong'an. Check how much silver we currently have. We cannot continue following such a stubborn leader. The Blood Sect's weapons are not only the Seven Souls men. If I don't step in, the Sichuan Alliance will collapse. The Black Lion Seven Wolves is a powerful wandering warrior group that once killed a world-class sacred fist during the Great War. Although it will cost a huge amount, we need something we can truly rely on. Scene shift to another place. Benefactor, I truly have no face left. The persuasion has failed, Jin Murin asked in confusion. After hearing the situation of Amei, what did the Sichuan Alliance leader say? The other person explained he split the forces into 2 to investigate King Cheng's situation. The Sichuan Alliance sighed helplessly. How could he choose the worst possible plan out of all options like that? He is truly impressive. Dan Ryo HWA also chimed in from behind. Even I cannot believe King Cheng has been wiped out. The man asked again, so what is the next plan? Benefactor, Jin Murin stroked his chin in thought. The next plan, how should I explain this to you? The next plan is unclear strategy. On the way here, I personally saw the Blood Sect's forces and Mu Chinjiok as well. With the current condition of the Sichuan Alliance, they definitely cannot resist and will collapse soon. Dan Ryo HWA spoke up. Tang sect is so close, surely they will send reinforcements, right? Jin Murin praised her. That is a good question, but Tang sect reinforcements will not reach the Sichuan Alliance. They are not so foolish as to fully trust the Seven Souls men and send out their troops. If Tang sect sends reinforcements, they will definitely target Tang sect while it is weakened. Dan Ryo HWA was startled, so all we can do now is escort the retreating Sichuan Alliance warriors as they flee. Jin Murin explained, this battle is not between the Gonghui Alliance and the full strength of the Blood Sect, but a one-sided slaughter of the Sichuan Alliance by the Blood Sect. Helping the remaining survivors retreat safely is the key. Remember that. The woman suddenly came to realization, so that is why the plan is called picking grains. She then spoke again, I have a question, Benefactor. Isn't the Gonghui Alliance busy evacuating the families of the medium and small sects? Until Josso the nun finishes organizing Amei's situation and arrives here, we basically have no troops. If we encounter the Blood Sect Shura squad or the Mad Warriors, we will not be able to handle them. Jin Murin smiled while looking into the distance. Good, they are here as well. In the woman's eyes, several figures quickly appeared. Jin Murin smiled at the Diha group. It has been a long time since I last saw the Guanglong squad. They all simultaneously knelt and saluted him. Demonic Dao Forest Guanglong squad has completed training and returned. Dan Ryo HWA stood there with her mouth wide open in shock. Heavens, their aura is completely different, but why is it so overwhelmingly different? What on earth did Beak Carrion do to these people? Jin Murin smiled and said, I would like to have a drink with you all too, but time does not allow it. So let's finish the job first and drink later. Feng Yan replied, how exciting, we also have many things we want to ask the team leader. Jin Murin gave orders, I am now the group leader, from now on Diha will be your team leader. Feng Yan, you will be the deputy team leader. A battle will soon break out at the Sichuan Alliance. Your mission is to locate retreat routes and ensure the retreating Sichuan Alliance warriors can safely withdraw. Ju Cho sighed emotionally, finally we get real combat. We can fight anytime, we are just waiting for your orders. Jin Murin ordered, I will explain the rest at the next location, so let's move. The Amei woman stood there frozen, thinking unbelievable. The demonic Dao forest has secretly raised such sharp claws. Even though I am only a second-generation disciple, just by looking I can already feel it. The martial arts of these people are equal to the Sichuan Alliance's heavenly martial squad, no, even slightly superior. Jianghu suddenly stopped while walking. He turned his head and glanced at her. This instantly stunned the woman. Could it be that Shaolin has also arrived as reinforcements? Jianghu immediately shouted in annoyance, no. Zine shifts to another place. Jin Xiaolin and someone else stood watching the rain. The rain showed no sign of stopping. Tang Chen continued, it is like heaven is shedding tears. Jin Xiaolin was surprised. She did not expect the team leader to say something like this. Tang Chen blushed awkwardly. Don't mind it, it was just something I blurted out in the moment. Jin Xiaolin glanced down at the courtyard and sighed with emotion. Not long ago, everyone was gathered here. The Sichuan Alliance is too vast for the Golden Tiger squad to handle alone. Brother, don't worry too much, we really cannot do anything else. At that moment another voice rang out. Young sect master, so you are here. Seeing Tang Jiaqyong approaching, Jin Xiaolin could not help but feel surprised. Isn't that a Tang sect martial artist from the Heavenly Martial Squad? Tang Chen walked out in confusion. Uncle Tang, what brings you here? Tang Jiaqyong replied, a messenger from Amei has come to meet team leader Gu Yangmo. Amei's mountain gate has already collapsed by half. King Cheng might have already been wiped out. Jin Xiaolin covered her mouth in shock. Impossible, has our sect already been directly attacked? Tang Jiaqyong continued, it is unfortunate, vice team leader, but Amei has only been half destroyed. The team leader said the enemy, after wiping out King Cheng, is very likely heading here. Tang Chen worriedly asked, then why has the alliance not responded at all? Tang Jiaqyong gritted his teeth angrily, saying the alliance is overly confident. Because they think that even after losing its main force, Amei can still block the Blood Knight Mad Warriors, so this situation must also be simple. Even though the messenger did not mention it, someone did appear to save Amei. That person is the Mad Dragon Jin Murin. Tang Chen was shocked. That kid, the secret pavilion, found nothing at all. Tang Jiaqyong held his head helplessly. Young sect master, you have been on missions in Tibet before, so you should know this. Our heavenly martial squad ended up in what situation after trusting the secret pavilion's information? Moreover, the current secret pavilion master's ability cannot compare with Tang Moongyong. Big brother Tang Moongyong would never recommend someone more capable than himself to Alliance leader Han Shinwal. Young sect master, you must remember what I am saying now. When the Alliance reaches a dead end, when you judge that nothing can change the outcome, then you must flee toward the east gate. Tang Chen answered seriously. We will hold out until the end, Uncle Tang. It really does seem like heaven is crying, as if mourning the many lives that are about to be sacrificed. And then a thunderous explosion rang out, cutting off team leader Tang Chen's vow of sacrifice. In Tang Chen's eyes, after grasping the situation, it was a crimson storm that smashed through the walls. It was the Blood Sect. The battle at the Sichuan Alliance has officially begun. A man hurriedly beat the drum and shouted to signal that the enemy had arrived. But immediately after, he was killed by the Blood Sect. Tang Jiaqyong turned toward Tang Chen and shouted, Young sect master, I must return to the heavenly martial squad immediately. It is the east gate, do not forget it. After saying that, he quickly left. The members of the Golden Dragon squad had just arrived. Vice team leader, there is the sound of drums. What is happening? Jin Xiaolin replied. Enemy attack, everyone immediately take your weapons and assemble. In her heart she thought, although new martial artists had been added, the current combat strength of the Golden Tiger squad is only half of what it used to be. Can we really win against the Blood Sect army? At that moment, Tang Chen ran back again. We have been trained to the point of being sick of sudden enemy attacks. Now we just do what we can and wait for orders from above. Jin Xiaolin nodded. Orders from above, all right. Although I truly doubt what the Central Wood Institute can actually do in this situation. On the Central Wood Institute side, it had already been engulfed in flames. Han Chenwal clenched his fist and shouted, "What is going on?" Clearly an elite force attacked Amei. How could the main army that was supposed to be held at Qingcheng arrive here so quickly? The enemy was pouring in like ants, but the allied forces were only 2,000, and half of the alliance's main forces were still outside. Yet the Sichuan alliance was helpless, even though the enemy had not even used the Seven Souls men. Jiang Unchang also ran in from outside. "I am truly sorry, but the Blood Sect is launching a surprise attack on us." Han Chenwal glared at him angrily. "Secret Pavilion Master, it is fortunate that you are still not blind." He sighed inwardly. When Tang Moon Yong was still here, this would never have happened. Why did I entrust everything to this man? The Sichuan Alliance is my own foundation. The place I painstakingly built. I will not let it collapse so easily. He drew his sword and walked outside while giving orders. Immediately grasp the situation in every place and send reinforcements where needed. Do not panic, just follow what has been trained. Jiang Unchang cupped his hands and received the order. "Understood, I have already sent messengers to the Tang sect. Reinforcements will surely arrive soon." At that moment a voice rang out from outside. "Han Chenwal, where are you hiding, you cowardly rat?" The one shouting was none other than the Blood Demon. The Sichuan Alliance members were horrified when they saw the severed head he threw. Could the Heavenly Pavilion Master really have been killed so easily? Han Chenwal also walked out from inside. "So you are the Blood Demon Mu Chenjio." The Blood Demon sneered and waved his hand. "My neck is getting stiff. Hurry up and come down here, old man." Han Chenwal accepted without hesitation. "Very well, I will go down." But Jiang Unchang stepped forward to stop him. "No, Alliance leader, you cannot face him directly. If the Alliance leader fails, then the Alliance is basically over." Han Chenwal shouted angrily, "Am I supposed to just run away while the enemy is right in front of me? This is better. I originally planned to capture the leader first, and this is also the only way to minimize our losses." Jiang Unchang stood frozen, silently sighing in his heart. It is over. Down below, Ya and Jiang reported to the Blood Demon. "Within the Alliance there are still old monsters from the Orthodox Martial Institute. Once they join the battle, I will definitely activate the Seven Souls men. What do you think?" The Blood Demon replied calmly. "Leave that to you." Ya and Jiang silently thought to himself, "Jin Murin, where are you now? You saved Amei and then appeared in the forest. It seems you were not fooled by the young sect master's plan and had already foreseen King Cheng's downfall. Clearly you have been watching our blood sects advance. In this situation, saving the Sichuan Alliance is impossible, even if a god descended to the mortal world. The only thing you can do is gather the remaining scattered troops of the Sichuan Alliance who are trying to escape." Thinking this, he reminded the people behind him, "Act according to what I told you before. Once you reach that location, you will encounter the Mad Dragon Jin Murin." He felt secretly pleased. How exciting, Mad Dragon Jin Murin, no matter where you are or what you are doing. Everything will not go as you wish. Zine shifts to another place. A Blood Sect member reported, "Team leader, the sect leader has already acted first." Gajinshin, upon hearing this, immediately ordered his brothers to charge. The Tang sect guards quickly noticed it. The Shura squad showed no fear at all and attacked openly. The young man panicked and hurriedly beat the alarm drum. Leading the charge, Gajinshin ordered, "Once we break through the outer wall, release the Seven Souls men." Although it is raining, the Tang sect's poison techniques cannot be underestimated. Let the Seven Souls men take the lead. Inside the Tang sect, everything was already in chaos. The Iron Flame squad immediately ignited firewood thunder. "We cannot let the enemy break through the wall." At this moment, Gajinshin, with an aura like a demon, leapt in from outside. The killing intent radiating from his body was extremely terrifying. All the Tang sect disciples were immediately slaughtered and scattered. The Shura squad is the strongest combat force in the Pride of Tibet. On the battlefield, there were also 5 Blood Knight Mad Warriors and 20 Hollow Mad Warriors, so defeat was simply unthinkable. After breaking through the gate, Gajinshin ordered his men to wipe out the Tang sect. Anyone who resists is to be killed without mercy. Zine shifts outside the forest. There was another group of Blood Sect members hiding there. This was a key route connecting Tang sect and the Sichuan Alliance. According to the strategist, the Mad Dragon would definitely appear here. That guy must have already foreseen that we would attack the Tang sect's reinforcements. This time we must rip that head off his body. Someone else added from behind, "Me too, we must not let even one escape. Even if the Mad Dragon personally shows up, it will not change anything." He could never imagine that our Blood Guards of Death are already lying in ambush here. "Am I right, Blood Martial Sword?" Hyun Yu Rip reminded the opponent that Mad Dragon is here. Absolutely must not underestimate him. Yom Hwagio let out a cold laugh. "2 of them are already dead and you still dare to talk big. Those crazy Blood Guards really never learn." Li Quack's face darkened. "Yom, your group is also down to half, so what right do you have to mock us?" Yom Hwagio confirmed, "That's right, on the plateau I was suppressed by his martial arts, but this time will be different." because I will never lower my guard against someone stronger than myself. None of you show yourselves until the mad dragon appears. We must strike together to catch him, so conserve your strength." The two from Li Quack silently sighed. Is the world about to collapse? Why is Yom Hwagyo actually cooperating with the Blood Reaper guards? It seems the battle in the Great Snow Mountain Range really shook them badly. At that moment, another report arrived. Team leader, Tang clan martial artists are heading this way. Hearing this, Yom Hwagyo immediately ordered, "Prepare the 7 soul warriors. The moment they enter, surround them completely." He stood there looking down coldly. "Come then, you Tang clan trash. Welcome to the tiger's den." The green-robed figures tightened their sleeves and cuffs, along with heavy pouches hanging around their waists, and the small containers used to store various poisons and hidden weapons. No doubt about it, this was Tang clan reinforcements. Suddenly, the Tang clan group below stopped moving. This made Yom Hwagyo frown in confusion. Why would they suddenly stop while advancing? Just a little further and it would have been perfect. Has the mad dragon set a trap for them? Then he should be here too, right? After thinking for a moment, the leader shouted, just as the mad dragon said, "There is an ambush here. Everyone retreat immediately back to the Tang clan." Hearing this, the Tang clan warriors all turned around at once. Still no sign of the mad dragon anywhere, but at this rate, the blood sect might not even be able to eliminate the Tang clan reinforcements. Yom Hwagyo tightened his grip on his blade. Damn it, we can't miss either side. All of you attack, do not let the Tang clan return alive. The Tang clan group below suddenly increased their speed even more. Hyun Yu ripped side from the side. The Tang clan already knew about the ambush. It seems the mad dragon got involved from the beginning. Li Quack, what's wrong with you? The young man replied, something is strange. There are only about 50 people. Isn't this too few for Tang clan reinforcements? Judging by their movement techniques, they are clearly elites. But something still feels off. Or maybe not. Am I just overthinking? Hyun Yu Rip silently pondered. The strategist clearly predicted Mad Dragon would appear to rescue the Tang clan reinforcements. But not only Jin Murin, even his shadow was nowhere to be seen. This was exactly what Li Quack found strange. Thinking of this, he said, we should chase them as well. Where the hell are you, Jin Murin? Cut to another location. Co Jin Hwan approached Jin Murin and said, please forgive me, Heavenly Lord. We urgently sourced these from the forging workshop in the capital city, so the quality of the weapons is not as expected. Jin Murin continued, it's fine, this level is enough, let's move, wipe out the blood sect, and rescue the Tang clan. The two of them immediately set off. Earlier, Jin Murin had warned the Amei Nun not to overexert herself and to return with the Tang clan reinforcement team to focus on defense. As long as you hold for 2 hours, I will finish things on my side and come over. The woman replied, right now, the sect leader should have already finished dealing with our sect's matters and is on the way here. According to the message received, Amei will soon join forces with the Tang clan. Jin Murin nodded, that is good news, then let's meet again in 2 hours. In his mind, he silently thought, Amei already has experience dealing with the 7 soul warriors, they definitely won't put themselves in danger. And right now, my task is to focus on the battle in front of me. On the cliffside, the Tang clan and the blood sect were now clashing, both sides staring at each other with terrifying gazes. Yom Hwagyo laughed coldly, these little rat-like Tang clan guys are actually pretty skilled. Nice movement techniques, but only enough to pick a place to die. The masked men sneered as they removed their face coverings. I'm curious, do Tang clan people really wear those uncomfortable things when fighting? And you don't need to worry about us, because this place will be your grave. These people were not from the Tang clan, but the allied group led by Dan Ryo HWA. Yom Hwagyo gritted his teeth in fury. Bastards, who are you people? Li Quack walked forward with a smile. Looks like subordinates of the Mad Dragon, huh? I recognize a few familiar faces. I wonder who you are trying to act like strangers to. Have your injuries from me fully recovered yet? Diha snorted coldly. Every time it rains or the wind blows, I feel irritated, you damn bastard. Hyun Yu Rip also recognized them. Aren't you brats from Jixagok? Where the hell is the Mad Dragon? Diha laughed coldly. You don't need to know that. People like you only need us. Yom Hwagyo frowned in confusion. What the hell? Is this guy insane? Li Quack quickly stepped forward. Don't underestimate them, their martial arts are disgusting. Yom Hwagyo didn't care and waved his hand, shouting, enough talk, release the 7 soul warriors. On the other side, Diha also shouted loudly. The entire team raised their weapons and formed a circular formation, maintaining their ranks. Hu Yong would provide support from the center outward in all directions. Everyone immediately complied without any objections. Very quickly, a solid formation was set up. Li Quack stroked his chin in thought, forming a semicircle formation close to the wall, arranging the formation more tightly. Could it be that these guys deliberately ran all the way here just to set up this kind of formation? There's still that 7 soul warrior here. Anyway, even if it becomes a war of attrition, the blood sect will still be the winner. Yom Hwagyo charged forward with his blade. This kind of trivial thing. No matter what you are plotting, whatever nonsense formation this is, I will crush everything. Han Kyung was the one who stepped forward to meet the enemy, and Yom Hwagio's slash was blocked by his blade. This made Yom Hwagio very irritated, and he increased his strength. Immediately, Han Kyung could no longer fully withstand it and spat out blood. Even so, he still tried to hold on. It wasn't impossible to endure, and even mocked the opponent. Are you really a team leader at this level? At this level, I can still handle you. That previous strike from Yom Hwagio still didn't use his full strength. The gap between him and Han Kyung was too large. If this were a one-on-one fight, the result would already be obvious. But fighting in a circular formation was a different story. These were no longer the wandering fighters who once struggled against the three great evils of the world. To stand alongside that person, they had become an elite martial unit called the Mad Dragon Team. This blood sect guy is strong like an ox, but other than strength, he doesn't really have anything else. Jucho loudly reminded, don't provoke him anymore, his eyes are about to shoot fire. Hu Yong cut in, this is a formation that even the Black Cloak assassins of the White Serpent couldn't break. If you're so good, come break it then. Yom Hwagio snorted coldly, stop acting tough, charge. Seeing this, Dan Ryo Hwa drew her sword and rushed forward, leave it to me. The Mad Blade attacker rushed in but was blocked by her. Her sword strike was blocked by his bare hand. Dan Ryo Hwa thought to herself in amazement, the Blood Knight Mad Warrior is really tough, yet the young master can cut through such a creature like slicing a radish. At the same time, Yom Hwagio also rushed in with his blade. Don't you dare interfere, you bastard. But at that moment, someone fired an arrow at him. The young man had no choice but to bend down and dodge. Seeing someone confused, Tang Clan poison expert Hu Yong replied, this is archery technique. Only now did Li Quack realize something, a dead end was the stone wall right behind them, using the rock as support to form a circular formation. They were like wandering fighters carrying different weapons, but when supporting each other there were no gaps at all. If they fail to break through here, the archer in the center will strike without hesitation. Yom Hwagio roared again, release all the remaining Mad Soul Warriors. It is just a formation that will collapse sooner or later. Hyun Yu Rip also spoke up, they are not ordinary opponents. Even the Heavenly Martial team would struggle to perfectly handle something like this. Li Quack said, we go as well. Li Quack nodded, good idea. The Mad Dragon's subordinates here mean the Tang Clan reinforcements have already retreated. We must quickly deal with this and go support the Shura team. At that moment, something suddenly flashed from the distance. Countless Blood Sect members were killed because of it. When the dust settled, they realized it was an arrow made of refined steel. Jin Murin stood on the cliff and said, I have been waiting for you all this time. Yom Hwagio gritted his teeth. He is the one who made me suffer defeat for the first time in my life. The strange mix of joy and fear inside me made my hand unconsciously tighten around my weapon. Jin Murin smiled at them. You did well. Thanks to you, the Tang Clan reinforcements were able to safely withdraw. The Feng Yan group all looked up with joy on their faces. Jin Murin raised his bow again. Now you are all as good as dead. Arrows carrying terrifying power continued to fire. Even the Blood Knight Mad Warriors could not withstand their force. A surge of inner energy accompanied the arrows, even piercing through everything around the target. They thought they had passed the difficult stage and were close to victory, but that man was truly a monster. This was the thought of the Blood Sect. What Jin Murin was using was the 8 Heaven Shadow Divine Art 5-layered burst. Yom Hwagio thought to himself, I want to shoot down those raining arrows, but it is impossible. I have never heard of arrows that explode the moment they are touched. What the hell is this thing? Could he be the Moonless Divine Bow Phantom Arrow user? Diha was also thinking to himself, thanks to the young master's appearance, the enemy's will has begun to waver. Must seize this advantage. Thinking this, he rushed forward. Feng Yan, I will go support the young lady, you take my position. He quickly reached one of the Blood Knight Mad Warriors. He slashed at it with a powerful strike, but it had almost no effect. This made him unable to hide his shock so hard. Li Quack watched from the side thinking, this guy is faster than when I met him in Jixagok. He probably hadn't fully mastered his martial arts back then. Dan Ryo Hwa also raised her sword again. You came at the perfect time. The two of them attacked from front and back at the same time. Both gritted their teeth and used force. Even so, they still could not cut through the corpse. Dan Ryo Hwa thought firmly, almost there, just a little more strength. Diha, can you push him back? Diha replied, I've also been diligently circulating my grand circulation lately. His slash gradually penetrated deeper into the corpse. At that moment, several Blood Sect members rushed in. Do you think we would just stand and watch? Hu Yong immediately shot arrows. The two young men were hit before they could react and died. Dan Ryo Hwa and Diha continued to push with all their strength. Finally, they managed to bring down the corpse. The Blood Sect panicked. This could not be happening. That was even a Blood Knight Mad Warrior, not just a mindless Mad Soul Warrior. The moment the rear formation collapsed, the enemy would fall into chaos and flee. Just one expert had reversed the entire situation, all because of a single person. Yom Hwagio leapt forward. Cooperation was no longer possible. Just leave the Mad Dragon to me. You go surround the front. Li Quack sighed inwardly, although slightly annoyed. This was not the time to argue with allies. Hyun Yu Rip spoke up. Lee Kwak, I will stay here to observe and assist Yom if needed. You go to the front first. Lee Kwak had no objection and immediately ran off. Got it, good luck. Hyun Yu Rip then glanced back and said sharply, now you finally show yourselves, you cowardly rats. As soon as he finished speaking, there was movement there. Several figures slowly appeared within the smoke and dust. Very quickly, he and his companions were surrounded. Yoon Suryeon stepped forward as leader. Even this close you could sense us, you do have some skill. Unfortunately, you will die today. Hyun Yu Rip said nothing and drew his sword. On the other side, Lee Kwak rushed forward shouting, you worms, come on, let's end everything in Jigsagok. Diha did not hesitate and stepped forward. I will handle this one myself, you deal with the remaining 7 soul warriors. The two sides were now in a fierce battle. Every front now had its own opponent. Jin Murin smiled faintly. The sound of metal clashing and your subordinates screaming really match well. Yom Hwagyo gritted his teeth. Shut up, as long as I bring your head back everything will be solved. But right after that his face twisted and he spat blood. You are completely different from when you fought me on the plateau. Damn it, so you really hid your full power that day. Jin Murin frowned, laugh, you think this situation is funny. As he spoke he clenched his fist. This made Yom Hwagyo utterly unable to believe it. Fist, this guy is a sword cultivator after all. Jin Murin raised his fist and laughed coldly. Your expression is exactly like the sect leader of the Great Sword sect back then. Yom Hwagyo gritted his teeth and raised his blade. No way to avoid it. My internal energy throughout my body. And the single strike from Jin Murin immediately sent him flying. The young man slammed into the cliff, sending rocks and dust scattering everywhere. Lee Kwak was horrified at the scene. Diha did not miss the opportunity and rushed to slash. Where do you think you're looking? Lee Kwak angrily counterattacked, don't you little brat. Diha easily dodged his attack, then once again surged forward frantically. Lee Kwak saw this and struck again, but immediately had to pause. His spear had been cut clean in half. Diha swiftly performed the hidden shadow lower sword technique, slicing his head in two. Don't worry, you won't have any use for it again. The debt from that day, I will repay in full today. Only then did he catch his breath and think, this is a new sword technique I learned from the young master. Although I had to expend all the hidden moon demon chi accumulated through the grand circulation, it is not yet perfected, but its power cannot be underestimated. The Mad Dragon team members cheered. Team leader Diha has defeated the Death Blood guards. It seems over time the leader has trained quite a bit. Diha reminded them, do not let your guard down. The battle is not over. Dan Ryo HWA also smiled with satisfaction. Jin Murin's lips curved into a faint smile. The cheers from all directions reverberated directly into Yom Hwagyo's ears, and the source of those sounds came from the Mad Dragon's subordinate, occasionally interspersed with the broken cries of the Blood Sect disciples. Although he had to use his ultimate skill, and even at the Jigsaw Valley battle he had not performed it, the opponent showed no sign of weakness. The martial arts of the black-clad warriors appearing with the Mad Dragon were so strong that even he could not take them lightly. The cultivation of the dual-sword woman before him now resembled a natural disaster. Could the earlier cheers have been the sign that Lee Kwak had died? And the terrible explosion at that moment, perhaps Yom had also been forced out of the battle. Isn't the path of a martial artist always paved with blood and pain? Someone born and trained to become a death blood guard like me has only this path, which is to always obey orders and trust in your position. So why is it so eerily quiet here? You've worked hard. A gentle word and droplets of blood scattering from the sword of the Blood Sect expert. Hyun Yu Rip's world now was nothing but empty black. And then a heavy rain poured down. Jin Murin's voice echoed in everyone's ears. You've all worked hard. Some are injured but the wounds are not too serious. Feng Yan continued, we are no longer the Mad Dragon team of the past. Wherever we go please lead us along. Jin Murin smiled, thank you, but rest first and then go wait in the eastern area of the Sichuan Alliance for orders. After I deal with the Tang clan matters, I will join you there. You don't need to intervene this time. Saying that he left with the Sangchen group. The Mad Dragon team stood there watching their backs. Did you see that? The young master really is a monster. Archery completely neutralized the Blood Sect and the mindless Mad Warriors, defeating the enemy leader with just one strike, and his sword skills are incredible. Could we ever do that? Might as well mess with hair faster than that. Jianghu, hearing them mention him, felt hurt and started to cry. Cut to the Tang clan side. The place was now engulfed in fire and chaos. The Blood Sect had unleashed 5 Blood Knight Mad Warriors and 2 mindless Mad Warriors. And this became an unavoidable disaster. Due to the torrential rain, the power of the poison techniques was halved. Along with the merciless attacks from the Shura team, the strongest force in Tibet. Tang Xiang pointed and shouted, reinforcing the right flank, the main hall must not be lost. He thought, if our sect had ignored Mad Dragon's advice to return and just marched to the Sichuan Alliance, then the Tang clan would have already fallen. While holding on thanks to Amei reinforcements, the Tang clan kept the main hall. But an already injured Amei, how long could she hold? The biggest problem was that one person. Who was that guy to fight the sect leader, one of the 10 great masters, to a stalemate? Gajinshin looked at them coldly. The poison chief could wield such power even in this weather. Truly worthy of being one of the 10 great masters of the world. Facing him was the Poison King Tang Zhou. The Poison King's chief is the strongest martial artist in Sichuan. But aside from the sect leader, I am also an undefeated master in Tibet. The battle was clearly tilting toward the blood sect, so I just needed to buy time. As long as I distract the Poison King here, the rest, the 7 Soul Warriors and the Shura team, can handle themselves, and in the end, we just need to coordinate to deal with the Tang clan's sect leader. A technique more advanced than the Void Constriction, accompanied by a dense killing intent as if piercing flesh. The hidden weapons scattered on the ground shot up into the sky. The Poison King executed the extremely sinister phantom image art, Half Moon Heaven Burst. The subsequent rain of hidden weapons then fired out, all focused on Gajinshin's position. He could only barely dodge back and forth in a miserable state. The Poison King, however, calmly controlled the hidden weapons. After a moment, all the hidden weapons were knocked back. This inevitably shocked the Poison. Gajinshin still stood completely unharmed. He stared at him provocatively. "Is that all you've got?" The Poison King replied with difficulty, "How could this be? We can't treat a guest from afar so rudely." Immediately after, all the hidden weapons and weapons scattered on the ground rose up again. The technique he was about to use was the 10,000 Deaths Flying Heaven Blades. Floating above his head, the Poison King said, "Do you want to try this kind of welcome?" Gajinshin showed no fear and gripped his sword tightly, wildly circulating his energy. Jin Murin, on the other side, was still rushing at full speed. The clash between the two leaders temporarily caused both sides to pause and look over. Tang Xiang was shocked. He can even handle the sect master's 10,000 Deaths Flying Heaven Blades. "All troops gather here, pour all your inner energy into your weapons." A blood sect member nervously asked, "Do we need to help the team leader?" The vice captain shook his head. "No problem, just focus on supporting the 7 Soul Warriors." Tang Xiang cursed inwardly. Damn it, even when their leader is in danger they don't even blink. I thought they would waver a bit, but they're all heartless monsters. On another side, an elder had his chest pierced by a Blood Knight Mad Warrior punch. With his last strength, he transmitted voice to Tang Xiang. "Listen to me, Than Nhi. We can't let this continue. Quickly take the sect master and escape," he replied via voice transmission. "I don't want this either, but Big Brother won't listen to me at all." The old man reminded him, "The young sect master has not yet mastered the 10,000 Deaths Flying Heaven Blades. If anything happens to the sect master, that ultimate technique will be lost. Hurry, I don't have the strength left to transmit voice anymore." Tang Xiang gritted his teeth. Could it be that heaven truly wants to cut off our sect's path to survival? At that moment, Jin Murin arrived. A terrifying figure rushed straight toward the Blood Knight Mad Warrior. Everyone present was startled. All eyes turned toward Jin Murin on the rooftop. He stood there, narrowing his eyes and looking down. "I tried my best to arrive as fast as possible, but the damage is still too great. Help the Tang clan." The sanctioned subordinates immediately charged upon hearing the order. Seo Jin Huan reminded them, "Remember the battle at Hyogok with the young ladies group, split into pairs and take down the Mad Warriors." The Blood Sect Wind troops immediately gave orders as well. "Stop those guys first, the rest follow me." At that moment, Jin Murin jumped down again to block their path. "Where do you think you're going?" He glanced at Dan Ryo HWA beside him and instructed, "Go over to Zisu Nun, don't overexert yourself." The vice captain said seriously, "Are you the Mad Dragon?" Those black-clad guys seem skilled, but can 10 people really deal with the Blood Knight Mad Warriors? Jin Murin laughed coldly. "Worry about yourselves first, I didn't train them to be useless." Jin Murin looked at their expressions and silently thought, he has already noticed and is on guard. As expected, the Tang clan attacking force must be the strongest unit Muchen Jiok values the most. Let's see what level those who look down on my young ones are really at. The vice captain's face tightened as he raised his sword to block. That chi is dangerous. He stood there and used a defensive sword technique to take the attack. Seeing him block it, Jin Murin let out a soft "oh." Not bad, these guys are far more capable than those blood guards earlier. This might be the Blood Sect's elite force. Just as Jin Murin expected, the Shura team is the Blood Sect's highest combat force. And this guy is their vice team leader. With just a bit more time, he could already find a way to retreat. Jin Murin stood there looking up and sighed. Interesting, under Muchen Jiok there are indeed some capable people. The vice captain transmitted voice to Gajinshin, retreat team leader. Mad Dragon's cultivation is stronger than we expected. Those black-clad men are also major variables. Even if the team leader defeats the Tang clan sect master, by then the Shura team will already be wiped out. Gajinshin's expression darkened as he fell into thought. Then he spun his sword and sent it flying straight toward the opponent. Although the Poison King tilted his head to dodge, he was still grazed by the sword chi across his cheek and injured. Gajinshin did not hesitate and immediately turned to retreat, calling for everyone to withdraw. Seeing this, the Poison King ordered pursuit, but at that moment a loud voice rang out, "No need to chase, protecting the Tang clan is the top priority." The Poison King immediately turned his head. Who is that? The one shouting loudly was Jin Murin. He thought to himself, that's right, run, go back and report to Muchen Jiok that Jin Murin has appeared at the Tang clan. The battle at the Tang clan finally came to an end. Tang Zhou sighed. Nun, do you mean the Sichuan alliance is going to collapse? Zhao confirmed, yes, I understand you are very confused, but we don't have time to delay. Hide your family and bring those who can fight with you and follow us. Imei and Tang clan have been ambushed and King Cheng has already been wiped out, so the collapse of the Sichuan alliance is only a matter of time. Tang Zhou still remained doubtful. Even so, are we supposed to leave our sect completely empty? This is not a normal strategy. This is that mad dragon kid's plan. What? Zhao confirmed, yes, if not for that kid, both you and I would already be dead. So what do you think? Do you want to try trusting him once? Tang Zhou thought silently, appearing at the Tang clan at the brink of collapse and quickly revering the situation. He really is the benefactor of the Tang clan. 5 Blood Knight Mad Warriors had already defeated 2 elder-level members of our sect. They had done what even the Sichuan Alliance Martial Academy could hardly handle. First Demonic Path of Sichuan. The Sichuan Alliance was originally created to suppress the revival of the major orthodox sects, yet now they are being rescued by them. It was only after our sect elders and their families died that I realized this. The reputation of our sect that I had clung to for so long was nothing but meaningless foam. Thinking this, he said, I was late in greeting you. Our Tang clan will never forget today's favor. Until our sect disappears completely from this martial world, the Tang clan will remember this kindness for generations. Jin Murin smiled and returned the greeting with clasped hands. Let the greetings wait. When we have time, we can talk. If you want to repay me, then come help rescue the Sichuan Alliance warriors. Sect Master, immediately gather all warriors who can still move. I have already arranged trusted people to take care of the injured, so you can rest assured. Cut to another location. Kang Yual was so excited that his hand holding the sword was trembling. A person behind him reminded, Elder, not yet, we must hold back. Kang Yual replied, I know, we still have to wait for the right moment. Jiak Magi thought to himself, King Cheng has been wiped out and an ancient Sichuan force is being brutally attacked. Fortunately, he is a man of cultivation. Do not let your guard down. If there is anything the young master has missed, we must fill the gap. Everyone here is an elite. Even the wagons for the injured are fully prepared. This is war, this is war. Stay focused. Jiak Magi Dong Chagi beside him asked in confusion, Branch leader, why do you look so serious? Jiak Magi looked at him in shock. You are not scared. The Blood Sect and the Sichuan Alliance are killing each other right in front of us. Dong Chagi remained calm. What is there to be afraid of? My big brother will protect me. This is my big brother. The person he was referring to was Yong Chu. Dong Chagi said they had sworn brotherhood. Jiak Magi was silently thinking. The Heavenly Guard unit was formed from veteran masters of the Sichuan martial world. Not far from here, 30 martial artists from the Demon Path Linyi Chengdu branch were waiting for orders. A mad dragon team with recovered internal energy had just arrived in time. Along with Yuk Gunmyeong and the rising talents of the 4 great major sects, the total force gathered by Jiak Magi here was 150 people, plus these 2 idiots as well. The Gongweimin Alliance was still busy evacuating the families of the sects, so this could be said to be their entire available force. To join the blood battle ahead would be too much, so we can only bring those who can still retreat and escape. Thinking this, he said, the Sichuan Alliance warriors may attempt to withdraw, so we must prepare for a battle against the Blood Sect disciples pursuing them. You and the rising talents will wait for orders in that forest over there. Yuk Gunmyeong replied, I understand. I will act immediately upon receiving the signal. Tang Wu looked at Tang Soso. Sister, will our sect be safe? Tang Soso replied, of course the sect master is there. Tang Wu nodded, that should be fine, father is also there. Yuk Gunmyeong then stepped forward, listening seriously. The killing intent was boiling and surging. You fools, get out here before you all die. Inside, it could only be described as utterly devastated. Corpses were scattered everywhere, the thick smell of blood stinging the nose. Among 2,000 martial artists, only about 500 were still standing. Their screams echoed and then abruptly stopped, vanishing as if they had never existed. In the place where their gaze landed, Hanshin Wall had already had one arm brutally severed. The blood demon on the opposite side mocked, you are slightly weaker than that Panchen Lama I fought in Tibet, but still worthy of the title number 1 Heaven Light Flying Immortal Sword in the martial world. I thought you were just a useless old man leeching off the Sichuan martial world. Hanshin Wall snorted coldly, I do not need your recognition. Clearly my martial arts are stronger than my senior brother who died at your hands, yet I could not become sect master of King Cheng just because I was not the eldest disciple. I do not want to become some old man in the back mountain of King Cheng, that is why I created this Sichuan alliance. I have not lost yet. The blood demon walked over in boredom and swung his sword, severing his remaining arm completely. What nonsense are you talking about? I never asked you that. The downfall of the territory he had sworn to protect at all costs. In the remaining eye of his life, everything flashed past like a revolving lantern. The years gone by felt as if they were forcefully pulled back by both hands, now flowing away at incredible speed. With a final strike, the blood demon severed his head. The people on Ku Yangmu's side were completely stunned by what they saw. He glanced back and sent a voice transmission. Tang Jiakyong, retreat immediately. The alliance leader has already fallen. If we insist on staying, all of us will die. Immediately after, they all shouted. The entire alliance members retreat toward the eastern gate. None of them resisted, all desperately fleeing in panic. The three mad demons Sang Wijum sat on the rooftop laughing. At this point, where do you think you're running? Don't waste your effort. Obediently become sacrifices for our sect. He jumped down from the rooftop and suddenly startled. Sensing something attacking, he quickly twisted his body to dodge. Hidden weapons, who is it? Tang Chen stood on the rooftop and snorted coldly. The blood sect really has many madmen. Sang Wijum laughed loudly and charged at him. Not running, then die, kid. Tang Chen stood there calmly, circulating his energy, and unleashed the 7-death poison palm. Sang Wijum, rushing in, suddenly cursed in shock. At that moment, someone appeared in front of him and blocked the attack. Tang Chen's strike was thus dispersed by the opponent. 7-death poison palm of the Tang clan. Old man, if you get hit by this, you will die within 7 steps. This person was the second ghost, so women. Tang Chen glanced behind and ordered, Jin Xiaolin, take the Golden Tiger team to the eastern gate. Tang Chen frowned and looked back and thought, the distance between our retreating forces and the pursuing enemy is too close. At this rate, most of the retreating troops will be killed before reaching the eastern gate. Most of the people fleeing right now are those I have never even spoken to once. But maybe because of that guy, I have become foolish. Thinking of Jin Murin, he let out a breath. Weapons scattered on the ground, then automatically rose into the... Tang Chen decided to use the extreme dark phantom art, 10,000 moon heaven flight. Go to hell, you damn blood sect bastards. A rain of hidden weapons then fell from the sky onto the blood sect members. The twin demons on this side frowned at the scene, their expressions turning very unpleasant. At that moment, another figure suddenly appeared. He threw a punch, shattering Tang Chen's technique and saving the demon's life in the process. Seeing this, Tang Chen cursed inwardly, damn it, there are still hidden experts. This person was the great demon Ma Sachu. Blood Demon was also standing by watching. Is this guy Tang Zhou's son? His strength is far greater than that old man earlier. Ya Jiang stepped forward to report, my lord, the Asura squad has returned. Blood Demon then asked, how is the Tang sect situation? The subordinate explained that the mad dragon had appeared on the battlefield, so they could not complete the mission. Blood Demon immediately became agitated. That mad dragon again? Ya Jiang tried to calm the situation. Please forgive me, sect leader. The return of the Asura squad means the Calamity Fire Heaven Slaughter squad has failed. After arriving in Sichuan, everything unfolded according to his original plan. King Chang's sect was wiped out, Imei lost half its forces, and the Sichuan alliance collapsed. During all this, the only loss our sect suffered was the disappearance of the young sect leader and the Imei warriors who never returned, as if they just walked off the map. However, his plans were always disrupted wherever Jin Mu Rin appeared. Both strategist Ya Jiang and blood sect leader Mu Chinjiok now shared the same thought. They should have killed Jin Mu Rin at all costs back then. After a moment, Blood Demon issued his order. If he has appeared at the Tang sect, he cannot have gone far, and unless he is a complete fool, he would not run straight into the Sichuan alliance battlefield. The pursuit here is handed over to Ya Jiang. Gajinchin stepped forward and knelt. My lord, your subordinate failed the mission. Blood Demon glanced at him and said coldly, if you stay this useless, you are finished. Lead the way, we return to the Tang sect. At all costs, we must eliminate that brat. The scene shifts to the Tang sect. At this moment, it is nothing but a field of ruins. Outside the gate, a piece of cloth is hanging there. On that cloth, a few words are written. The Sichuan alliance forces are still frantically fleeing in chaos. Ku Yangmu keeps shouting to rally his comrades. No need to feel regret. The alliance has already collapsed. Run, keep running, don't look back. Tang Jiakyong steps forward to report, all warriors of the alliance have fully evacuated, my lord. Ku Yangmu nods, I understand, you should also escape quickly. Just after they rush out, they quickly shut the gate behind them. Someone loudly warns, the east gate has been closed, but it won't hold for long. The blood sect does not let them go and directly climbs over the walls to chase after them. Jin Mu Rin, observing from the forest, sighs in amazement. Useless. Although this is indeed the best move you could make, scattering like this will only end with you getting surrounded yourselves, like running straight into a net and calling it strategy. This is not a distance reinforcements can reach in time, and even if it's a bit early, I may have to show myself here. Dan Ryo HWA reminds him, young master, I know you want to help, but if our troop numbers are exposed, it will put us at a huge disadvantage. Jin Mu Rin tightens his grip on the longbow, circulating his energy. I know. If they find out our numbers, they'll rush in happily without hesitation. That is exactly why we cannot reveal our combat strength. From behind, Dan Ryo HWA keeps calling out worriedly, but Jin Mu Rin has already calmly drawn his bow and taken aim. This makes Dan Ryo HWA even more shocked. Is the young master really going to shoot from here? Jin Mu Rin's lips curl up slightly. It was never going to reach all the way there anyway. Saying that, he releases his hand. The arrow does not fly forward, instead it shoots straight up into the sky. On the other side, Sang Wijium and the Blood Sect followers are excitedly chasing the fleeing Sichuan alliance, shouting, "Everyone keep chasing, the Grand Strategist has ordered no survivors be left behind. I must personally catch that Tang sect guy from earlier the moment he shows up. Notify me immediately if you spot him." Just then, he senses something and turns to glance behind him. There, an overwhelming and terrifying surge of energy is rushing in from nowhere. Sang Wijium's face fills with shock as he blurts out, "What in the world is that?" Countless arrows suddenly appeared in the sky. The Blood Sect members desperately dodged, unable to believe what they were seeing. Falling from the sky, what on earth is that? Ya and Jiang standing on the city wall behind them also had a grim expression. Arrows raining from the sky. Impossible. The Sichuan alliance clearly had no spare forces to set up an ambush, and the alliance itself was busy evacuating the sect forces, so they could not possibly send reinforcements either. Just what kind of madman would dare charge into a death trap like this? Could it be that mad dragon again? So women walked over and nervously asked, "Grand Strategist, what should we do now?" Yan Jiong gritted his teeth. "We have superior numbers here, and we even have the 7 soul warriors supporting us. First, report the appearance of the mad dragon here to the sect leader." The person behind replied, "But the sect leader just left with the Asura squad earlier." Ya and Jiong trembled in rage. That damn mad dragon. So his appearance at the Tang sect was actually to lure the sect leader out. Blood Demon on the other side suddenly stopped while running and turned back in thought. Are the followers behind being attacked? Whether this is coincidence or something else, if the alliance fighters miss this chance, they may be completely wiped out. With that thought, he shouted, "All troops immediately disperse into the forest ahead." In the forest, Tang Wu's group was lying in ambush. "Sister, I heard an explosion at the east gate." "Yes, it seems that is the signal the commander pointed out earlier. Everyone get ready immediately." On the cliffside, another group was also waiting. Leading them was Kang Yuwa. Tang Wu tightly gripped her hidden weapon, silently steeling her resolve. "I can do this, I will save everyone." Very quickly, the chasing forces of both sides appeared below. Yuk Gunmyong's group did not hesitate and immediately rushed in to support. "We are here to save you, Sichuan Alliance, get down quickly." Kuyama was shocked upon seeing them. Seeing the incoming arrows, he hurriedly ordered his brothers, "Everyone lie down immediately." On this side, the ambushers continuously fired arrows and hidden weapons. The Blood Sect forces behind them had no time to react and were struck down one after another. From the dark forest, arrows and hidden weapons poured down like a storm. Some enemies managed to block the hidden weapons, but they could not stop the arrows fired by Jin Mu Rin supporting from both left and right sides. Ya and Jiong jumped down from the city wall and shouted, lowering his body as he broke through the enemy lines. "They didn't leave the forest to mislead us. The number of ambushers won't be large." Jin Mu Rin thought to himself, "It really is that guy I met in the forest before." As expected, his mind is quite sharp. Ya and Jiong charged forward while blocking the incoming arrows. "So it really is you, mad dragon." Jin Mu Rin smiled lightly. "Do you think I came here alone? I've invited many distinguished guests." The young man panicked and turned to look behind him. Seeing the figures behind him, his heart sank. Is that Poison King Tangzhou? And even the Amei subduing demon roar formation is here too. Jin Mu Rin continued, "Pretty unfortunate, isn't it, letting fish that were already in your net slip away? If you're angry, then bring your subordinates into the forest and take a look. I'll turn you into fertilizer for the trees." Ya and Jiong gritted his teeth with a cracking sound, silently cursing, "That damn demonic brat." In his eyes, Jin Mu Rin looked no different from a devil. After a moment, he had no choice but to stop and call all pursuing troops back. The forest ahead was extremely dangerous. On the way out, Josso asked in confusion, "Benefactor, is it really okay to spare that guy?" Jin Mu Rin reassured him, "It's fine, keeping them alive is more useful. It's easy to deal with clever prey." On the other side, Ya and Jiong reminded his brothers, "There are Tang sect and Amei ambushes inside the forest. We cannot just rush in. Cover your nose and mouth, maintain a distance of 100 spans and surround the forest. We will engage in rotational attacks until the sect leader returns." Faced with the battlefield situation, strategist Ya and Jiong quickly made his decision. After calculating all variables, he decided to station troops around the forest within a 100-span radius, and the entire process took only 1 incense stick of time. However, when he reached the other side of the forest, dozens of horse carts carrying the wounded from the Sichuan alliance had long since disappeared into the distance. Jin Mu Rin sat on the cart, smiling happily and waving goodbye to him. On the other side, Blood Demon had also arrived at the Tang sect and received Jin Mu Rin's message. "Tell Mu Chen Jiok your camp has been completely emptied." The scene shifts to Tibet. A brutal battle has also just taken place here. Corpses of blood sect followers and zombies lie scattered everywhere. Di Yongyong picked up an ancient book and asked someone, "Where is the headquarters of the Blood Knight madman? Tell me everything you know." Seeing that the other party did not respond and even started laughing, his eyes narrowed further. Is it funny when all your subordinates are already dead? Alright, if that's the case, then enjoy your time in the underworld. The last remaining enemy was then finished off by him as well. The group led by the Panchen Lama was waiting behind. Around the earthen mound, over 100 corpses lay scattered everywhere. More than 100 subordinates of Di Yongyong had ended the battle in an instant. Meanwhile, the soldiers were still forming their formation as if guarding the disciples of the Panchen Lama. As soon as they arrived in Tibet, they were already being tracked by the Blood Flame Squad of the Blood Sect. That surveillance continued all the way until they reached the Xingju troops. Even though they knew it clearly, they had no other choice. Kill 1 and 2 more would follow, kill again, and yet another pair of eyes would still be watching. This time their opponent was the 4th strongest unit of the Blood Flame Squad of the Blood Sect. Their leader was Kim Hyol Jin's sword, a master even I have long found difficult to encounter. Moreover, they had also prepared 5 Blood Knight madmen and 20 Hollow madmen. It was clear this was a trap the Blood Sect had set in advance. They had predicted that the Panchen Lama would return to Tibet. But there was one thing they failed to anticipate. That was the power of Di Yongyong and Sangshin. It was truly overwhelming. Even the captain-level martial artists and even the rankless fighters all possessed internal energy no weaker than the sect masters of mid-tier factions. The battle began and ended within just one incense stick of time. While annihilating hundreds of enemies, Di Yongyong's forces only lost a single man. Thinking of this, he sent a voice transmission to Wan Sajai, "I Sakai. Is Sangshin's strength really at this level? If one day they say they want to take over Tibet?" Sakai shook his head and sighed. If they truly had such ambition, they would have already taken over the central plains before Tibet. Di Yongyong walked over to a dying subordinate and asked, "Does it hurt?" The man replied faintly, "I'm not sure anymore. It feels like I can't feel anything. It seems I won't make it back alive. After this battle ends in victory, we will take one step closer to the will of the Heavenly Lord." Di Yongyong tightened his grip and said to him, "That's for sure. The day our brothers and families can walk freely among the world will definitely come." The young man, before passing on, tried to leave his last words. "My nephew Yong Chu, I wonder if he is still eating properly. If you ever meet him, please send my regards." Everyone fell into sorrow because of his passing words. At that moment, the Panchen Lama walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "I'm sorry." Di Yongyong sighed inwardly. "The day we can walk openly among the world, I hope it truly comes." The scene shifts elsewhere. Tang Jin suddenly woke up from unconsciousness. "Where am I?" Jin Xiaolin beside him replied, "Inside a carriage, we are heading to Chongqing." Tang Jin was shocked, so the alliance really has collapsed. "What about the Tang family head, my father?" Jin Xiaolin reassured him. "The family head is still here with the warriors." Although the Tang family suffered heavy losses, it was young Master Jin who saved them in that crisis. Without him, both the Tang family and the retreating warriors would not have survived. Tang Chen sighed, "I owe him another favor again." 2 days after the bloody battle of the Sichuan alliance, carts carrying the wounded kept moving non-stop. Thanks to Jiak Magi's subordinates preparing fresh horses in each village, the martial artists were able to take turns resting and recovering their energy. On this side, several leaders gathered around the campfire talking. "No way, are you saying he predicted the blood demon would come to the Tang family?" "Yes, when we left the Tang family, he even advised us to take a detour and regroup from the outer route. If we had gone straight from the Tang family to the Sichuan alliance, we would have definitely run into Mu Jin Jiok and his elite troops." Ku Yongmu suddenly realized, so that was Jin Young Master's plan, or rather the commander's plan. Given the young master's personality, this was not a prediction but a deliberate lure. Josso added, "A lure. Tang family head, think about it. If you were the blood demon, who in Sichuan would be the most dangerous person?" Tang Zhou fell silent for a moment, unable to answer. Josso continued explaining, "The Mad Dragon, the one who burned down Jiksa Valley in Tibet and wiped out the entire enemy pursuit unit. He also killed the enemy young sect leader at a Mei Mountain and saved the Tang family. All losses the blood sect has suffered so far trace back to the Mad Dragon. He must have known that if his whereabouts reached the blood demon, the enemy would definitely come for the Tang family. A carefully woven plan built upon his own influence." Ku Yongmu added, "If the elite forces had appeared at the Tang family at that time and the blood demon had not left, then perhaps all of us would already be in the underworld by now." As news of the sect spread and the Sichuan alliance collapsed, for those lost in despair, Jin Mu Rin's achievements sparked a ray of hope. The Mad Dragon became a light true to the meaning of his nameless title, gradually becoming a guiding light for them. That day, the Mad Woman of Madness became the Woman of Light. The one who once proudly bore the title Mad Woman, after being called nameless a few times, finally realized something had gone wrong. They were stunned upon hearing the words, "Maybe we would already be in the underworld by now." for those who had lost direction and fallen into despair. Upon hearing the news of the sect and the collapse of the Sichuan alliance, he couldn't help but say, "Is it really like that?" Jin Mu Rin's deeds became their thread of hope. True to his title, the mad dragon Jin Mu Rin gradually became their guiding light. And that day, the mad woman also became the woman of light. After a few moments of being extremely satisfied with the new title, she finally realized something was a bit off. Standing before two stone-piled graves, as the leader of the Sword Mountain Bandit stronghold Di Yong accelerated the effort to reclaim Tibet for the Panchen Lama. At Sichuan, the four great sects of Point Kang. The sect was also destroyed after that incident. After the death of sect leader Jiao Haiyan, the Point Kang disciples were gradually killed off one by one under the Blood Sect's fierce assault. Someone angrily shouted, "This cannot be. Our sect was attacked while we were sending reinforcements. We must avenge our fallen brothers." But when someone blocked their path, he suspiciously asked, "Who are you?" When the Point Kang reinforcements were about to depart, they had to suppress their anger after hearing the persuasion from Jiok Mogi's messenger and immediately moved to join the allied forces. And then news of the collapse of the Sichuan alliance and the incidents involving the four great sects quickly spread across the world. The news of those events even reached people before the Blood Sect crossed the Great Snow Mountain Range. Because of this, no one in the world was surprised by the Blood Sect's army, the ones who caused this terrifying chaos. The report came in, the ones who stopped the Blood Sect's advance were not the Sichuan alliance, but rather the mid and small sects. The man proudly laughed and kept repeating one name, Guanglong. Is it Guanglong? Guanglong, this trip here was not in vain at all. The story of the young heroes who saved Imei, Tang sect and the Sichuan alliance warriors, and the young master of Mo Dao Lin, the one who escaped the swamp of collapse and began spreading his wings again. Jin Mu Rin, the Guanglong of Sichuan, has become the hottest topic discussed throughout the world. While all attention was focused on Sichuan, the decisive battle was also drawing near. The scene shifts to a place engulfed in smoke and flames, the blades stained with enemy blood, the entire area filled with burning heat. The Blood Sect leader, Blood Demon Mu Chenjiao, coldly looked around. He thought to himself, attacking the Sichuan alliance first was indeed the right decision, because being stabbed in the back by the Sichuan alliance would have been far more troublesome than the allied forces. Mu Chenjiao's hand crumpled the paper he was holding. Now I have brought down the four great sects and hold the Sichuan alliance in my grasp. The only remaining issue is the troublesome existence of the allied forces. While he was thinking, someone called from behind. "Lord," he ordered, "come in." The person who entered was the Blood Sect's grand strategist of the Western Heaven, Yan Jiong. He reported, "It seems the allied forces are stationed at Bayok Mountain." Mu Chenjiao was surprised upon hearing this location, Bayok Mountain. He analyzed the situation. This place lies directly on the route connecting Chengdu and Chongqing and is also the final stretch of the Sichuan Plains. If one wants to reach Chongqing, including Bayok Mountain, they must cross a total of 4 mountain ranges. Mu Chenjiao saw through the scheme, mountains again. As expected, these people have no intention of fighting head-on. Yan Jiong continued, "The four great sects have already lost thousands of warriors, and the mid and small sects likely do not have the courage to face us directly. The four great sects will surely gather their scattered warriors at Bayok Mountain. You will not let them do as they wish, will you, Lord? If this were Tibet, that would be one thing, but if we fight a mountain battle in Sichuan, we must consider the possibility that the mad dragon will appear there. Are you just circling around because you are afraid of that mad dragon?" The man was waiting for an answer. "Lord, that mad dragon's mind is clearly one level above mine. I cannot read his thoughts and he always appears where I least expect him." Mu Chenjiao coldly glanced at him. "Then tell me, why is your head still attached to your neck?" The man replied, "We have no reason to fail just because we are inferior to him. If we cannot predict where he will appear, then we will only fight at places where we have already prepared for his arrival. After the elders return from attacking Point Kang and regroup with the main force, our sect's combat power will clearly surpass them by a large margin. Let us create a situation where only strength can be fought with strength." Mu Chenjiao pondered over those suggestions. At night, the scene shifts to the four great mountains, Chongqing Bayok Mountain. Cho Mu Gang stood high up observing that Point Kang had already collapsed. The person beside him added, "This is an unavoidable disaster. I don't even know how to comfort Elder Ha anymore." He speculated that although King Chang and Point Kang had been wiped out, there were still disciples of those two sects here. If they could survive this war, they would rebuild their sects again, just like we once did. Jin Mu Rin simply replied, "Rebuild, huh? I hope that day really comes." Cho Mu Gang smiled and patted his head. "You brat, why do you always end up causing earth-shaking incidents wherever you go? It's not that exaggerated, sir. I know you are not an ordinary person, but just what kind of figure do you intend to become?" The boy cleverly replied, "Isn't there a saying, the needle hidden in the silk cocoon?" Hearing this, he felt slightly relieved. Cho Mu Gang said, "Kid, I'm glad you can still be so confident. Jin Mu-rin asked curiously. Confidence, how are Aunt and Cho Yurim doing these days? He revealed, your aunt has been busy taking care of families coming from all directions. Cho Yurim mentions you every day, she's even made many friends by telling stories about you. The boy guessed that that girl would probably become a great figure in the future. Cho Mu-gang simply said, I don't think that far, I don't know, I really don't. He suddenly called out to Jin Mu-rin. The boy responded, yes, uncle. Cho Mu-gang said seriously, we must win at all costs, not for the glory of our sect. The survival of the Sichuan alliance depends entirely on this battle, so we must win. The boy smiled and promised, don't worry, I won't fight a losing battle. In his heart he thought, the survival of the Sichuan martial world is important, but for me, restoring the former glory of Mo Daolin is far more important. Only then can my mother rest peacefully in the afterlife. At that time I will also return to where I truly belong. The scene shifts to Bishan, 10 li from Bayok Mountain. Here two people were talking. War, peace really has lasted quite a while. Well, war often happens in the north anyway. Gukyeong Seung emphasized, this is a martial world war. This man was the former chief of the Imperial Black Palace Martial Surveillance Bureau, Gukyeong Seung. He continued, so you've come all the way here. It seems even the Imperial Palace is paying close attention to this battle. When the Blood Sect appeared, several villages already vanished. I came here to investigate that matter. Because the situation is too serious, we rushed to the scene immediately, but those corpses had already disappeared as if they evaporated. Even in my dreams, I never thought I would meet you here. So HWA Ryong is finally making a move. Tu Walcho denied it. No, that's not it. The daughter of our great commander is currently with the Mad Dragon. Gukyeong Seung was shocked. Mad Dragon, Jin Mu-rin, then the one known as the Mad Woman. Could it be the daughter of Little Dragon, the child known as the Heavenly Center One Harmony? He laughed after hearing this. I don't even know when that girl got such a nickname. He believed that war would soon break out, and if things continued like this, it would indeed become extremely dangerous. Tu Walcho revealed that kid Dan Jeryong already came to check it out. He said it's fine, so it will be fine. He then pressed, and if it's not fine, then what? He replied calmly, then I will step in myself. The space fell into silence. Gukyeong Seung asked again, the second prince appearing in a war, are you serious? Tu Walcho half-jokingly said, just kidding, I'm only here to observe the situation. On a quiet morning as still as death at Bayok Mountain, the scattered experts of the four great sects quickly gathered together. Together with the allied forces, they prepared for a decisive battle. Cho Pyeongchun instructed everyone as they assembled, we must not forget why the Sichuan alliance collapsed. So before the meeting begins, I have a few words for everyone here. There is no distinction here between higher and lower ranks. Someone nodded in agreement. Then Tang Zhou stepped forward to announce, before we begin, on behalf of the Tang sect, this sect leader would like to sincerely apologize to all heroes present for the past arrogance and misconduct of our sect. The people exchanged glances in confusion, thinking, the Tang sect master is apologizing. He continued, our sect will fully obey all decisions made here until the war ends. If you want the Tang sect on the front lines, we will do so. If you want us handling support and logistics, we will not refuse. We only ask for a chance for the Tang sect to become part of the Sichuan martial world again. Then another person stepped forward. She introduced herself. Our sect also apologizes for our poor conduct in the Sichuan alliance. Imei will join this war with the will of white robes in service. Everyone present was left staring in stunned silence with their mouths open. Jin Mu-rin slightly curled his lips into a smile, thinking, so they are asking for a chance to join forces. This was truly a sincere plea from the representatives of the four great sects. Those who had always stood at the top and suppressed the mid and small sects now found themselves in a difficult position when standing from the perspective of those same sects. Next, Shin Hwan spoke clearly, we hope to receive your guidance. If you have abandoned your past attitudes and are willing to stand with the alliance, then we have no reason to refuse. This man was Sect Master Shin Hwan of the Jinjiang Martial Sect. Next was the Sect Master of the Northern Heaven Martial Sect, Li Jiangmyong. I also agree. Right now, the most important thing is for us to unite and quickly end this war. Cho Pyeongchun looked satisfied at everyone's agreement. He praised, good, then let us begin the meeting. The leader of the Fire Engineering Alliance must already have valuable insights. Jin Mu-rin immediately spoke, we don't have much time, so I will get straight to the point. The most important issue is the deployment of martial artists. Although the number of fighters across Sichuan is greater than the Blood Sect, the lower-level martial artists from the mid and small sects cannot contribute much on the battlefield. Jin Mu-rin, who has faced the Blood Sect many times, clearly explained the situation. After half an incense stick of discussion, the allocation of martial artists was completed. Jiak Magi diligently took notes. If so, including the four great sects, the number of combat-capable forces reaches about 2,500. In addition, 500 troops are split into small support units, and the remaining martial artists will be stationed to guard Chongqing. According to the latest report, the blood sect's speed is faster than we expected. At this pace, they will arrive here by tomorrow morning. Jin Mu Rin continued, they clearly intend to face us head-on. The blood sect is definitely not foolish enough to charge straight into Baeok Mountain, which we are currently occupying. Someone speculated if they try to lure us out, they will likely circle the mountains and head straight toward Chongqing in front of us. The most effective way to deal with such experts is to create variables at all costs. If the blood sect goes around Baeok Mountain and enters Chongqing, the allied forces will have to abandon the advantage of the mountains and move out to intercept them. Clearly, the blood sect already knows that the families of the allied forces are in Chongqing. At that point, we will be forced into a situation where we can do nothing. Ku Yangmu added, then this battle will become the strength versus strength clash they want, and also a fight where neither side can afford to rush. Cho Pingchen understood, in other words, a war of attrition. The enemy has the 7 soul warriors, beings who never know what exhaustion is. Fascist sect master, how long can our food supplies last? Jiok Magi estimated, about half a month. Commander of the Fire Engineering Alliance, how long will this battle last? The answer shocked everyone, 2 days are enough. Everyone did not believe it. Are you serious? Fire Engineering Alliance, Jin Young Master, I have no intention of engaging in a war of attrition with the 7 soul warriors. Their grand strategist definitely knows this too, so on the very first day, they will likely use their full strength to attack. He raised his hand to stop them. Everyone, just hold out for 1 day. As long as you can endure the first day, the day they unleash their full strength, I will be able to change the outcome of this battle. The scene shifts to a tent set up in the forest. Beak Carrion entered and asked Jin Mu Rin about the situation. Heavenly Lord, has the meeting ended? I came to hear the results. He turned around and said happily, you've come, I was just about to call for you. Jin Mu Rin handed him a map. This is the map, wait at Bishan. Beak Carrion opened it and was shocked. Bishan, that mountain is less than 10 li east of Baeok Mountain. He curiously asked, Heavenly Lord, are you saying there will be people sneaking into Chongqing? Jin Mu Rin replied, all forces capable of fighting have already gathered here. Nothing would destabilize us more than an attack on Chongqing, where the families of the martial artists are located. I have already had Jiok Magi and Fascia sect guard the detour routes there, so you only need to handle the main road leading there. Beak Carrion worriedly said, understood, but can the allied forces handle the 7 soul warriors? He calmly replied, I already have a plan for that. He changed the topic, understood, my lord, the item sent by the Grand Commander has arrived. Jin Mu Rin thought to himself, L letter 1E5C bin, H letter 1EAFCQU letter 1EF7. He said impatiently, good news, where is it now? Beak Carrion replied, young Yongchu is holding it. Shall I bring it here? Jin Mu Rin refused. No, if I keep moving it around it will attract attention. Let Yongchu keep it. In an emergency situation, if you just mention the words Bishan, that kid will understand. He guessed that if the Heavenly Lord assigned Bishan to his subordinate, then will he fight the blood demon there. He praised him, you are quite perceptive. The start may be elsewhere, but the ending will take place here. You know this too. I want all eyes in the world to be focused on this battle. Deal with the people heading to Bishan and wait. When I and the blood demon arrive, block anyone trying to approach and watch. He commented, watchers, those people are really troublesome. He looked forward to it. There is no other choice, the more the crowd the faster rumors spread. Do not kill them, we need the whole world to know about the revival of Mo Dao Lin and Tang Wu's righteous participation in the war. Beak Carrion bowed, understood, I will go prepare. Before leaving, he added, there is one more piece of information. It is about the Tibetan expedition of the Sword Mountain bandit leader. It seems that when this war ends, it will also be the time Baedala Palace regains its position. And this will be the same for Mo Dao Lin. So after this war ends, Heavenly Lord will also. Jin Mu Rin reminded him, don't ask such obvious things. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Beak Carrion turned and left. Jin Mu Rin thought to himself from behind, yes, I also have to reclaim my own place. The scene shifts elsewhere, as the dazzling sunlight at the edge of the horizon shines down. On a flat stone slab, 2 people are resting. Namgi had just woken up, lazily rubbing his eyes. He kept staring in one direction and called out, Brother Bonggi. Over there, that uncle hasn't even opened his eyes yet. Where, what is it? When they saw it, their eyes widened in shock. A rope was being lowered from above, and both of them thought the same thing, it's here. Namgi pulled the rope in his hand, damn it, the signal. Pull the gate up, we must inform Brother Dongchagi. The rope was wrapped around Dongchagi's thigh. The rope was pulled hard upward. His whole body was dragged up as he cursed, damn it. Dongchagi's collar was grabbed. Yongchu asked, what is going on, little brother? He said happily, "Big brother, it's here, it's here." Yongchu was shocked. "It's here? What is here?" Dongchagi replied, "Those people have arrived." His voice could not hide his panic as he pointed in one direction. "The enemy has arrived." On Cho Piengshan's side, Jin Mu-rin also heard the commotion. The Tianji group's expressions turned serious. An enemy army had arrived, killing intent, sealing off the entire area. A drum mallet was raised high by someone watching from the mountain peak. The heavy drum beats echoed down. "The enemy has arrived. Enemy formations are being deployed." As the people on the top of Baeok Mountain beat the drums in unison, the entire land around Baeok Mountain began to tremble violently. Seeing this situation, Ya In-jeong was not surprised. Just as expected, as the strategist had predicted, they had occupied Baeok Mountain. They will surely come down the mountain soon. Moreover, for this battle, I want to go all out, so I will let the troops rest for a while. Mu Chin-jeok agreed, "Do as you say." On another side, two people were talking. "I heard that Mad Dragon guy is very strong, right? He should be easy to recognize. They say he is an unmatched, handsome young man rarely seen in the world." Sang Wijum curiously asked, "Is he more handsome than me?" So a woman drew his shining sword and showed it to him as an answer. Sang Wijum was speechless as he saw his own reflection on the blade. He angrily said, "That guy, I will kill him." Gajin Chin reported the situation to the grand strategist. "I have already given orders to the elders. As you instructed, this battle will be a direct clash of pure strength." The other side ordered, "Your role this time is more important than ever, so rest properly." Gajinchin remembered it clearly. The elders were looking in one direction as the harsh sunlight blazed down. Someone fanned themselves. "It's really hot." The black and white elders, Black elder spoke. "Do you still remember what strategy the strategist instructed?" Two others replied. "What was it he said again?" "Hey old man, have you gone senile?" The old man's body trembled. Then, "Old man, do you remember clearly?" The elder beside him replied, "Didn't he say that when the battle begins we take a detour north to Bishan? Dried fish soup, boiled meat, I've already dug graves here, are you two going to crawl in yourselves?" The white elder sighed upon hearing this. "Just follow behind us, you two old men. Our mission is to pretend to head toward Chongqing to confuse the enemy, then circle through Bishan and strike from behind. Don't forget this, everyone." One elder with a bloodthirsty expression said, "Does that mean we can kill everyone and taste a bit of blood?" Someone retorted, "Do you even have the strength to do that?" The elder coldly replied, "Of course we do." Although they were speaking casually, the blood sect members around them did not let their guard down at all. All of them were great demons who had once made Tibet tremble in fear. Although they were old and their blood energy had declined, they were still demons among demons, wiping out Point Kang without hesitation. Gajinchin thought to himself, "Mad Dragon, you already have a countermeasure for the Mad Warriors, but once the elders join the battle, you will have no path to survive. Chongqing will be burned to ashes." Jin Mu-rin's group advanced with overwhelming momentum. Two people in the group were talking. "There are so many watchers, maybe we shouldn't use that thing. If we use it here, the world will fall into chaos." He ordered. "They still haven't shown themselves yet. Once the battle starts, the spies gathered nearby will begin observing. If chaos breaks out, no one will be able to tell who is who. Use it as you see fit, and make sure to stop the spies from reaching Bishan." Dan Ryo HWA looked into the distance. "Young master, they are moving. It looks like it is about to begin." Jin Mu-rin took the lead and charged forward. "All right, let's go." The drumbeats grew more intense. The command flag was raised amid thick smoke and dust. Two massive armies were about to clash. Loud battle cries rang out, reinforcing their strength. The entire army blocked the enemy's advance, absolutely not allowing a single one to enter Chongqing. They charged forward without hesitation, full of bravery. The group of elders was also no slower in speed. Mu Chin-jeok observed from afar, "So they are coming down the mountain." Ya In-jeong replied, "As expected, it seems they are guarding against us, circling around to enter Chongqing. Some of them have not come down yet. They must be planning a rear ambush. If the front line is surrounded, please allow me to handle it." Their side is also deployed. Jin Mu-rin's forces were gradually closing the distance. The two armies were now in a standoff. A bloody battle was about to begin. Ya In-jeong thought to himself, "The war has started. Who is the most dangerous person on this battlefield? Not Poison King Tangzhou, not Chengwu Sword Cho Piengshan. It is the Mad Dragon Jin Mu-rin. Even he himself must clearly acknowledge that fact. In wars like this, the side that strikes first always has the advantage. Your options have been reduced to the extreme, so hide behind your schemes and use everything you have." A powerful punch from one of the enemy fighters was thrown. It forced their side to be pushed back. The man said disdainfully, "All of you come at me, are all Sichuan martial artists this week." Their side felt slightly wary, so strong. This kind of aura is just like those guys from before. Because of them, the main front line keeps shaking. Someone behind asked with interest, "Is that so?" When he saw the newcomer, his eyes showed surprise. Yongchu, with his muscular body, leapt down from above and threw a heavy punch at the guy who had been dominating earlier. One punch sent shockwaves spreading in all directions. The two opponents staggered unsteadily. while the enemy's eyes turned sharp and cold as he raised his hand to block. Yongchu arrogantly said, "Chief Guard, it's been a long time since I've seen someone this tough." The opponent's fist shot straight toward his face. The enemy laughed mockingly. "That's exactly what I should be saying." But before he could finish, his face was grabbed by Yongchu's hand. He clenched his head tightly, muscles on his body bulging wildly. Seeing the enemy being beaten so miserably, those behind thought silently, "Damn it, what an insane brute." Jiak Magi observed quietly, "Perhaps the main front line can use that guy as its center to hold the line." Just as the young master said, the blood sect is splitting into left and right wings. Now then, which direction will retreat toward Chongqing? The 7 soul warriors must appear soon so I can proceed with the next phase of the plan. From behind, someone patted his shoulder. "Jiak Magi, you are here." He jumped in shock. Seeing the person behind him, Jiak Magi was surprised. "Young master," Jin Mu Rin reminded him, "at your position, being impatient is like poison. Stay calm." He replied, "It's easy to say that, but if the 7 soul warriors don't appear, the longer this battle drags on, the worse it is for us." The boy countered, "If they don't come out, then just make them come out, that's all. Anyway, I came here to do exactly that." After saying this, Jin Mu Rin left. Jiak Magi sighed and had no choice but to accept it. Down below, Sang Wijium, with clawed hands, kept taking the lives of enemies one after another. He suddenly sensed something unusual. It was Jin Mu Rin approaching. Not knowing his identity, he asked, "Who are you?" The boy declared, "The one who will kill you." 2 of his clawed subordinates lunged forward. "Nonsense, let me kill you." Sharp claws slashed in, and he quickly drew his sword. Sword intent shot straight toward Sang Wijium. He froze and suddenly remembered, "You are that handsome young man." As soon as he finished speaking, his head had already changed ownership. Those nearby were terrified. "Mad dragon, it's the mad dragon." One man's face twisted with veins popping in rage. He waved his hand and said with full provocation in his voice, "Why are you just standing there watching? Line up, you so-called experts." Jin Mu Rin alone was facing hundreds of troops, yet his aura did not diminish at all. The enemy cried out in panic, "Impossible, those 3 mad demons who once ravaged Bodala." Even Sang Wijium had already been beaten beyond recognition. Seeing those 2 famous figures dead, their morale began to collapse, already 2 down in this battle. So women launched a sneak attack on Jin Mu Rin from behind. His face was full of hatred. Jin Mu Rin looked at him and said, "You are his brother, aren't you?" Sword intent sliced across So women's neck. "Then you can go together with them." He did not even manage to cause any waves before dying, fresh blood pouring out violently. The sword in Jin Mu Rin's hand continued to be stained with enemy blood. He was the one who caused Jixa Valley to fall, wiped out the Blood Retribution Pursuit Squad. He suppressed the Blood Guard of Death, beheaded Protector So Yubong, and destroyed the entire covert unit, leaving only the head of the young sect leader being sent back. His cold gaze swept behind him as Jin Mu Rin charged forward alone. The next scene would be nothing but heads flying and blood spilling. And because of his appearance, the Blood Sect could no longer properly target Amei and the Tang Sect. Killing intent surged in his heart. Everything is because of you." In an urgent situation, Ya and Jiang was forced to suggest, "Lord, we must use the 7 soul warriors." Mu Chenjiok agreed immediately. "Yes, do it." Jiang Wiseng obeyed the order, and the named loyal subordinate knelt down. This man was the Asura Squad Deputy Commander, Jiang Wiseng. He ordered half of the Asura Squad to be sent to support the 7 soul warriors. The man replied, "Understood, my lord." Chains were lowered and began to be pulled tight. The terrifying figures of the 7 soul warriors appeared, wrapped in chains. They charged forward like madmen. Jiak Magi panicked. 7 soul warriors, that appearance, they are hollow mad warriors. He shouted, "Heaven Guard Commander, act now." Kang Yual responded in perfect coordination, "I understand. Everyone act according to the plan." The Heaven Guard troops, all forces, take the antidote. They obeyed without hesitation and swallowed the antidote. One man clasped his hands together as powerful internal energy erupted. He shouted, "We must block their vision, prepare quickly." Strong energy spread out in all directions. In front of them, the 7 soul warriors had their vision blocked by smoke and dust. Jiak Magi commanded, "Now is the time, second plan." Heavy footsteps echoed rapidly. He continued shouting, "Tang Sect move forward, those without antidote fall back." Dan Ryo HWA thought to herself, "They are starting to use poison techniques, and the other side is retreating as well." "Young master, what about you?" "I will not be affected by poison, I can just burn it away with Yang fire energy." The situation was extremely critical. Jin Xiaolin warned them not to make any mistakes. Tang Wu obeyed, "Yes, sister." A flying dagger wrapped in poison was thrown forward. As the poison spread, the enemies quickly retreated. Poison fall back. Everyone covered their noses tightly. Although poison attacks rained continuously, the damage to the enemy was minimal because the Blood Sect disciples had already sensed the poison chi and withdrawn. But Jiak Magi's methods did not end there. The surfaces of the 7 soul warriors were now all coated with poison. Jiak Magi thought, "I already analyzed the weakness of the hollow mad warriors back when I was waiting in the Sichuan alliance. Without martial artist support, their power is greatly reduced. A large seven-soul warrior was attacking Kang Yuwal. He used Wanhyun's sword defense to block the descending fist. While Kang Yuwal was holding him down, two companions rushed in and slashed his throat with swords. Fresh blood spurted out like rain. One enemy was taken down. Their coordinated double sword attack succeeded. Ya and Jeong ordered, "What are you all standing there for? Immediately go and support the mad warriors. Their side already has defenses. Support the Heaven Guard troops and do not let them assist the mad warriors." At that moment, a massive explosion erupted. Ku Yangmu stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Amid the thick smoke and dust, a familiar silhouette slowly appeared. Gajinchen charged forward with a sword filled with killing intent. He panicked inwardly, thinking too fast. Just as the sword strike was about to descend, a collision occurred. Ku Yangmu opened his eyes and saw the shining blade right beside his face, the one that had protected him earlier. A voice sounded, "Are you all right?" He blankly looked at the figure in front of him. "You are." Then Ku Yangmu realized it was the leader of Mo Daolin. The other side reminded him, "Commander Ku Yangmu, leave this guy to me. You should focus on your own duties. You will only get in the way here." Ku Yangmu replied, "Thank you, sect leader. I wish you good fortune." He immediately left, leaving the battlefield to them. Gajinchen spoke, "Sect leader of Mo Daolin, Cho Mugang. The strategist already mentioned the people we must watch out for, and you are one of them." He calmly replied, "Then I am truly honored." He continued, "I heard Mo Daolin is on the verge of collapse. I didn't expect the one blocking my sword to be you." Cho Mugang corrected him, "We are only short on money, not strength." Gajinchen rushed forward, "No matter your cultivation, you will never surpass me." He replied, "And you will not pass through here either." Their confrontation officially began. Shockwave spread in all directions. Gajinchen thought to himself, "Back then, even though it was raining, I still struggled greatly against the Poison King. Even after going all out, I could not win. But this guy is even stronger than the Poison King at that time. So Mo Daolin has been hiding its true strength all along." The two exchanged several moves in rapid succession. At the moment, the battle on Baeok Mountain reached its peak intensity. In the vicinity of Baeok Mountain, Bishan, on the detour route toward Bishan, the Blood Sect elders were heading toward Chungqing. Only two survivors remained, the White Elder and the Second Elder. They looked extremely miserable, feeling deep shame in their hearts. "We were elites who dominated Tibet for decades, yet only 2 moments after the battle began." The elder stopped when he saw Baek Karyon standing among scattered corpses. "Who are you?" he replied. "Are you asking me?" "Commander of the Allied Forces, Sangchin Unit, Baek Karyon." One of them finally understood. "Sangchin, you have been deceiving the world all along. The sect leader will surely avenge us." Baek Karyon laughed mockingly. "Someone like the Blood Demon, what kind of revenge could he possibly take?" He closed his eyes, then opened them again, filled with killing intent. "You two should just go and die." The throats of both men were slashed, and their bodies collapsed. Fresh blood spurted out violently. The scene shifts to the brutal battle between the two armies. His people are fighting bravely. The clashing of metal echoes continuously along with the non-stop screams of martial artists, signaling the outbreak of war. At the same time, spies from all sides begin acting simultaneously, and from that moment on, they can no longer take their eyes off this horrifying bloody battle. From King Cheng, the Taoist continues fighting even after his arm has been severed, and the Amei nun, drenched in blood, still throws herself into battle with all her strength. Namgung Sial stood on high ground observing, thinking it was both brutal and astonishing. He asked, "Where do you think all of this will end? Can an alliance like the Allied forces really stop the Blood Sect?" The person beside him could not answer the question for a moment. Namgung Sial of the Namgung family believed that at this rate, things would be difficult. The strategy of using poison to separate the Blood Sect disciples and the 7 soul warriors for elimination was indeed clever, but it was still not enough. Namgung Sial regretted, "If only we had known earlier, it would have been better." He agreed, "You're right, sister." He thought inwardly that when the Sichuan martial world fell to the Blood Sect, the Jiangnan martial world could not possibly remain at ease. Upon hearing news of the Blood Sect, they had immediately sent martial artists as reinforcements. But even now, the reinforcements had not even reached Chongqing. The Central Plains had always been cautious of the old territory of the demon sect in the Heavenly Mountain region, so they could not act rashly. The Hwaryeong also did not make a move as they were obeying the divine dragon before his seclusion. Once Hwaryeong or the Central Plains act, the Heavenly Mountain will surely take the opportunity to run wild. If that happens, disaster will spread across the entire world. The Blood Sect is exploiting the situation while every faction is acting with extreme caution in every move. Namgung-do continued, "Then they just rush in blindly." She pointed to one direction. "Big brother, that person is the mad dragon Jin Mu Rin, right?" He confirmed, "Yes, he stands out quite a lot." They focused on Jin Mu Rin as he rampaged below, and also the person fighting alongside him. Then the woman beside him must be the mad woman Dan Ryo HWA. Jin Mu Rin asked, "Didn't I tell you to fall back? Why are you still here?" She replied, "Am I not your bodyguard, young master?" Hearing this, he smiled slightly. Dan Ryo HWA continued to rampage alongside Jin Mu Rin, and they coordinated perfectly. Namgungdu's eyes showed shock. The sword techniques of Mo Daolin are even more terrifying than what I have heard. He watched closely as Jin Mu Rin unleashed his sword techniques, each strike of sword intent carrying tremendous power. Namgung Xiao spoke, "But I feel like I have seen the sword technique of that woman Dan Ryo HWA somewhere before." She turned and called out, "Big brother." He remained silent without answering. Namgung Xiao looked at him and said, "You've completely fallen for the mad dragon, haven't you?" Below them, corpses were scattered everywhere, some from Jin Mu Rin's side, and some from Mu Chinjiok's side had also fallen. Jiok Magi thought to himself, "This bloody battle has already lasted 4 incense sticks. On our side, the intact martial artists still firmly hold the defensive formation, but the enemy situation is completely the opposite. The enemy grand strategist is still wary of the young master and has not yet deployed the Blood Knight Mad Warriors. At this rate, our forces will be exhausted from fighting the hollow Mad Warriors. The east wind must blow before the third plan can be executed." At that moment, a wind blew in. He realized the east wind had arrived right on time and quickly urged, "Third plan, beat the drums immediately. Execute the third plan, beat the drums, third plan." The heavy drum beats echoed powerfully. Tang Zhou immediately recognized the signal for retreat. It is time to execute the third strategy. He ordered all remaining poison to be released. Tang Zhou's men threw out all poison-coated throwing weapons. Poison gas filled the air, covering the enemy forces in a thick haze. They began coughing blood on the spot. Countless people collapsed within the poisonous fog. Yan Jiang was furious. The east wind already came. Failing to completely wipe out the Tang sect has already caused consequences. He reported, "My lord, once the wind shifts toward us, we will suffer heavy losses from the poison. We should retreat and attack again later." Mu Chinjiok had no more desire to continue the fight. "Do that, there is no need to rush. The enemy cannot escape from here anyway." At night, corpses were scattered everywhere below. Namgungdu estimated the allied forces suffered about 500 casualties, while the Blood Sect only lost around 200. The Blood Sect still maintained the strategy of sending the 7 soul warriors at the front to break through. At this level, it could be said the allied forces had held out very well. Namgung Xiao guessed that the Blood Sect's strength was still overwhelming, and it seemed that tomorrow the already exhausted allied forces would suffer even greater losses. He understood, yes, from the very beginning the Blood Sect had been attacking with full force. The Blood Sect Grand Strategist is a cautious man, clearly very wary of the allied forces' strategies. It is unknown whether the allied forces can still hold out tomorrow. If the allied forces have no other plan and continue holding their circular formation to fight, then the outcome of this battle will not deviate from expectations, as seen by spies hidden in all directions and also by Namgungdu. As night grew deeper, the entire area sank into silence. Jin Mu Rin was thinking, if there is no superior strategy to turn the situation around, everyone will die. Where will the allied forces go from here? The scene shifts to the tent area, where a torch lights up one corner. A group of people is quietly approaching. They all move forward in complete silence. Among them, Tang Chen's eyes clearly showed worry as he looked around anxiously. The leader walked toward the tent. First, he sensed the movement around him. Then he signaled to those approaching from behind. A voice sounded, "How is it? Has the mission been completed?" It was Kim Ho's squad, former commander of the Sichuan Alliance. Tang Chen replied, "It's done. Everything is exactly as Jin Mu Rin said. I have been consistently pouring the medicine into the containers of the 7 soul warriors every day. The poison you brought, I have already poured it all into the vessels of the 7 soul warriors. The Blood Knight Mad Warriors are deep inside, so I couldn't act on them." Zhou Yongxiang replied in satisfaction, "That is enough, retreat." They quickly left. Yan Jiang, who had sent the elders on a detour right when the battle began. Did he really think the allied forces would have no other schemes just because they were on the defensive? Before the war began, Jin Mu Rin had summoned the 5 elite members of the Mad Dragon Squad. They asked curiously, "Commander, what is this?" He handed them a scroll. "This is the method to refine a poison that can prevent the 7 soul warriors from awakening. I developed this after learning how the 7 soul warriors were created in Jixa Valley. On the first day of their retreat, you will wear the Blood Sect's red uniforms and infiltrate them." Jin Xiaolin understood, "So our job is to infiltrate and inject this into the 7 soul warriors." He instructed that the poisoning could be handled by Tang Chen alone, as too many people would draw attention. The role of the others is to prepare the poison and ensure a safe withdrawal. She was curious, why would the commander assign such an important task to us? Jin Mu Rin had already calculated it. "Giving it to you is the best choice. You are the most skilled in poison and also the fastest among the elite. I'm counting on you. Jin Xiaolin understood the weight of the mission. Commander, leave it to us. Their group is now quietly withdrawing. We succeeded. Tomorrow, the 7 soul warriors will no longer be able to awaken. They did not expect that infiltrating the blood sect formation would actually succeed. As they moved using light footwork, they talked, all discussing the effects of poison techniques used in today's battle. The dense poison rain made it impossible for them to see clearly. Don't get too excited, the blood sect still has the Blood Knight Mad Warriors. Jin Xiaolin reminded them. Tang Wu, did you prepare the poison exactly as instructed? He confirmed, of course, sister. I used dispersing poisons like dissolving power poison and divine immortal waste and added a large amount of black spirit grass to speed up diffusion. As per your instructions, I also added a sedative poison as well. Jin Xiaolin quickly turned around. Wait, what? Tang Wu, did you just mention sedative powder? He smiled and replied, yes, we still have plenty of sedative powder, so I was quite generous. She objected, hey, not sedative powder, it should be dream confusion powder, right? You crazy guy, why did you even use spring aphrodisiac on the 7 soul warriors? Tang Wu was left completely stunned. On the second day of the battle, Chou Piangjin shouted with full momentum. This is the decisive battle that determines the fate of the entire Sichuan martial world. We must win at all costs. The entire army responded in unison with a loud shout. He raised the sharp sword in his hand high. Chou Piangjin gave the order to charge forward. On Mu Chenjiok's side, he decided, today I will personally enter the battle. Yan Jiang was surprised. He is personally taking action. He understood clearly that someone like the Mad Dragon would never rely only on attrition warfare. He must have prepared something. Today is the second day of the battle. I will make all of his plans go down the drain. Mu Chenjiok ordered all his sect forces to attack, leaving no survivors. Gajin Chen also led a unit, alongside Mo Daolin leader Chou Mugang. The bloody slaughter resumed once again. He thought to himself, today I will finish the unfinished battle from that day. From afar, poison attacks rained down, making them scream in pain. Yan Jiang observed the situation in the center, while Poison King Tang Zhou was also watching closely. On the right side was Amei sect master Jiaso, using subduing demon roar. The left side was firmly protected by Mo Daolin leader Chou Piangjin. Moreover, they had pulled back part of their troops for defense. In such terrain, forming an encirclement is extremely difficult, very well calculated. But I know this is only a last resort after they exhausted all poison in yesterday's battle. The only notable factor in the previous battle was Tang Zhou's poison techniques. He ordered the 7 soul warriors to be prepared. Hollow Mad Warriors on both left and right, Blood Knight Mad Warriors in the center. The subordinate remembered, yes, grand strategist. He ordered his subordinates deploy the 7 soul warriors. All Mad Warriors joined the battle. The troops obeyed, shouting fiercely, kill them. They were carrying out a large wooden crate. Iron chains were wrapped around the crate. A dense fog of energy was rising from it. One man looked up in confusion. The giant hand of a 7 soul warrior struck them. Yan Jiang angrily questioned, what are you all doing? Hurry up. The subordinate behind him reported to the strategist. The 7 soul warriors were in a state of excitement. The poison had originally been created to prevent the 7 soul warriors from awakening, but due to an unexpected mistake made by Tang Wu, the sleeping 7 soul warriors underwent an unforeseen change. All the poisoned 7 soul warriors began to erupt. Yan Jiang could not believe it. What is this? Isn't this exactly what happens when an experiment fails? He immediately ordered all vessels to be checked. A subordinate reported in panic, grand strategist, except for the Blood Knight Mad Warriors, all the vessels have. He became even more shocked. What? Those 7 soul warriors are now continuously attacking our own people. Yan Jiang could not understand at all why this was happening. The 7 soul warriors were supposed to be normal, yet they were ruined overnight like this. He ordered the Blood Knight Mad Warriors to counter the enemy, and the gap left by the Hollow Mad Warriors would be replaced by the 4 Mad Reserve Unit. Aren't those 4 Mad Reserve Unit monsters the ones who were defeated in the war against the Central Plains martial world? There is no time to hesitate, move faster. Sweat poured down Yan Jiang's face like rain. If the sect leader were here, my head would already have been cut off by now. But if our sect takes Sichuan, there is still a chance to recover things. In Mu Chenjiok's ears echoed his order, destroy all the Hollow Mad Warriors, hurry. He was currently facing Jin Mu Ren. A scene of blood and slaughter had unfolded. He complained angrily, it is too noisy behind me. The Hollow Mad Warriors should have been here by now, yet they are nowhere to be seen. Could this be your doing? The Mad Dragon calmly replied, why not? Mu Chenjiok interrupted, enough, someone like you is worthy of dying by my hand. Jin Mu Rin teased, but I was actually planning to run away. He mocked, you think you can escape right in front of me. Jin Mu Rin raised his middle finger in provocation. If you've got the guts, then follow me. He pushed off the ground and leapt away, Jin Mu Rin actively retreating. Mu Jiok chased after him. I will not let you escape. The shadow guards also moved, the entire Black Heaven unit following to protect the sect leader. On Cho Pingshin's side, the killing did not stop either. A subordinate reported, Alliance leader, the Fire Engineering Alliance commander, has taken the Blood Demon and disappeared. He rejoiced, so it has finally come to this. Earlier they had discussed this. He decided, the Blood Demon Mu Jiok will be handled personally by my son. Cho Pingshin had objected, can you really defeat him? That is impossible. Leave the Blood Demon to me. If something happens to you, Jin Mu Rin interrupted, Ancestor, I am no longer a child. Let me handle it. He could not stop this young man. He silently compared them in his heart, their eyes exactly like his mother. Cho Pingshin asked one last time, do you want to change your mind? Jin Mu Rin firmly replied, no. Cho Pingshin respected his decision. If you have decided, then do as you wish. But as a precaution, you must bring other experts with you as well. He did not refuse. Of course, the Sangchen martial artists will also be part of my plan. I will definitely bring back the Blood Demon's head, you just need to trust me. Cho Pingshin still worried, it's not that I don't trust you. Mu Jiok is a master who can easily rank among the top 10 experts of the world. And Jin Mu Rin, you are the same. Why are you so surprised? Looking at your achievements, it is only natural. I have already vaguely guessed the secret you have always been hiding. No matter what kind of life you lived before meeting us, no matter what you are hiding, do not be afraid. I only have one grandson, and that is you. If anything were to happen to you, how could I, as your grandfather, endure it? I will trust you and wait for you. After this battle ends, tell me everything. Cho Pingshin only had one wish at this moment. Jin Mu Rin, you must return safely. He ordered the outer commander to inform the Tang sect master to retreat 10 spans back. The man replied, as you command, Alliance leader. They had planned that when Tang Zhou's central army retreated, the left and right wings would automatically return to the front line. The original strategy was to tightly bind the enemy and prevent them from dispersing. The order was given, Central Army, all forces retreat 10 spans. Tang Zhou frowned, has it already reached the final stage? He thought to himself, Mu Jiok is indeed a master who can easily be counted among the world's top 10 experts. He is simply not listed because he is a ruler of Tibet. Thick poison mist covered the area. Tang Zhou thought, if the mad dragon truly defeats Mu Jiok, then both he and I would be among the world's top 10 experts. No, he might even be ranked among the 3 emperors. Why am I thinking about this at a time like this? But this battle is truly too exciting to miss. Meanwhile, Jin Mu Rin was leading Mu Jiok away. His speed was like a shooting arrow. The man behind him was chasing, and as the distance gradually closed, Mu Jiok raised his hand. Jin Mu Rin had already landed on the ground. A palm strike was unleashed by him, and Jin Mu Rin turned to block it. At the mountain peak, 150 spans away from the battlefield, those witnessing this fierce battle were not only the siblings of the Namgung family, but also spies gathered from all over the world. Disciple of the second generation of Manhua sect, Ryu Di Sa spoke, what do you think? Gu Liuan sect's Jianghu expressed his thoughts, the 7 soul warriors are the variable. I still don't understand why this internal chaos happened. Or perhaps the blood sect's experiment has not been fully successful. Could it be that the blood sect is not yet a force bold enough to directly invade Sichuan while the 7 soul warriors are still incomplete? When Namgung Sial turned around, she saw Namgung Du already turning away. She immediately sent a voice transmission, Big brother, where are you going? He replied, can't you see, the mad dragon and the blood demon have disappeared together. Namgung Sial was surprised. Really? No one here noticed that at all. Your eyesight is really sharp. Namgung Du instructed, from a distance of 150 spans, it was indeed worth focusing. I've been straining my eyes watching only the mad dragon the whole time. You stay here, I'll go take a look and come back right away. She worriedly said, it's too dangerous. What if you run into the blood demon? No matter how outstanding the mad dragon is, he cannot defeat the blood demon. You are not allowed to go. Namgung Du reassured her, little girl, I'm only going to observe from a distance. If anything happens, I'll immediately run back. Big brother will be fine. Then he left. In the forest of Bishan mountain area, in Luoxing Valley, the internal energies of the two collided. A surge of power shot upward, shaking the mountains and forests. Jin Mu Rin narrowed his eyes as Mu Jiok spoke. Mad dragon Jin Mu Rin, your fate ends here. Jin Mu Rin realized this old man was incredibly fast. Luring him here was indeed the right choice. He is a master even poison King Tang Zhou and even my ancestor would find difficult to deal with head-on. If I only rely on Mo Daolin's sword techniques to fight him in an open place, it will be very troublesome. Seeing him pause, he was slightly surprised. When Jin Mu Rin raised his injured hand, he realized, my hand, Mu Jiok reminded him, you have been struck by blood heaven palm. That single palm has already decided the outcome between you and me. The evil energy will quickly devour your entire body. Mad dragon, if you don't want to suffer more, obediently offer your head. He mocked, empty vessel making the loudest noise. Your hand is injured too. Only then did he realize the problem and look down at his arm, which was already frozen. Mu Chinjiok realized it was extreme yin energy. That brat, you possess a heavenly yin body. He clenched his hand. Don't get full of yourself. Even the Panchen Lama and you are nothing but small fry. The layers of ice had melted away. Jin Mu Rin was surprised. He actually dissolved the cold yin energy so easily. Just how much blood essence has this bastard accumulated? Mu Chinjiok waved his hand. Come here, mad dragon. Today let us end the cursed fate between us. As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move. You were prepared for this. I already ordered Yong Chu to hide items around here. Jin Mu Rin slashed out countless sharp sword intense. Light flame purple sword, the god of death descends. He was calculating. This man is not someone who simply relies on blood essence and becomes arrogant. Is the Quanghua purple sword of the inner sect only enough to buy time? As expected, I need another method. Sorry mother, even the silver light sword is truly not enough. Jin Mu Rin closed his eyes to search. Where is it? Black ghost. From within the thick smoke, a wooden coffin appeared. The wooden coffin gradually became clear. He opened his eyes, found it. Mu Chinjiok struck down with his palm. What are you spacing out for? You are worse than I expected. Jin Mu Rin raised his sword to block. A palm strike pressed him down toward the ground. As it stopped, Mu Chinjiok said contemptuously, during my continuous bloody wars in Tibet, people in the Central Plains were only busy making rankings. What top 10 experts of the world? All that nonsense. At this level, you are considered one of the few top experts of Sichuan. Nonsense, all of it is just false fame. You should feel honored to die by the hand of Tibet's #1. A shallow long crater appeared on the ground. Laughter echoed from that direction. Jin Mu Rin calmly asked, false fame. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. You are still safe, I thought so too. Seeing the flames surrounding Jin Mu Rin, Mu Chinjiok recognized the Yang fire energy. He is using Yang fire energy to burn away evil qi. Isn't he a heavenly yin body? But what is that thing behind the mad dragon? Mu Chinjiok focused on what was behind Jin Mu Rin. So you prepared your counterattack here. What is that coffin? He continued to mock his opponent. I specially prepared this for you. The coffin lid slowly opened. The chains above were pulled tight. Weapons were hanging all around the coffin. He asked, take your time choosing. What do you want to be beaten with? He was shocked, thinking 6 weapons. Mu Chinjiok wondered, kid, aren't you a sword cultivator? Jin Mu Rin confirmed, yes, I'm a sword cultivator. He pulled out a spear, but now I'm a spear wielder. Mu Chinjiok narrowed his eyes. How could such childish tricks stop me? He unleashed the Blood Heaven Demon Sword, White Blood Mad Dance. Jin Mu Rin calmly said, whether you can block it or not, experience it yourself. 8 Heaven Shadow Divine Art. The spear shot out in a self-destructive strike. Mu Chinjiok was stopped in his tracks, shocked. You bastard. Could it be he mastered spear techniques from the very beginning? I have never seen spear techniques this powerful before. The sword slashed onto the wooden body. He spoke. The Panchen Lama said you are a top-level left-hand sword expert. Jin Mu Rin drew out a blade. He continued, and I have always wanted to try left sword, right spear once. You really plan to block this with your bare hands? Jin Mu Rin activated the 8 Heaven Shadow Divine Art. Inner energy surged toward Mu Chinjiok, his face filled with shock. The overwhelming pressure exploded everything around them. One of Mu Chinjiok's little fingers was cut off. He forced himself to stand and defend. Absolutely cannot let him overpower me. Meanwhile, Jin Mu Rin continued to increase his power. His brows tightly furrowed. His entire body was pushed backward. He said, goodbye, left master. Now it is left void, right sword, isn't it? Mu Chinjiok tapped his chest. I see now 6 flowing forms and also palm techniques and fist techniques. He shouted out a name, Yu Huangyan Tian. From behind, a weapon pierced into his back. Mu Chinjiok had no time to react and coughed blood. That weapon pierced through his chest. Mu Chinjiok murmured, 8 Heaven Shadow. Jin Mu Rin angrily pulled the weapon out of his opponent's body. I already told you I have nothing to do with that cursed name. He was in so much pain that his face turned pale. If I killed you directly, it would be too easy for you. Now I will hit you even more, so endure it. Left void, right void it is. The commotion spread into the distance. The ground in the forest trembled as Mu Chinjiok desperately defended against the attacks. He thought to himself, although I have never seen it personally, I have heard about this technique until my ears hurt. Huangyan Tian, leader of the Huangba sect, the one who caused a great blood calamity in the world. This must definitely be the 8 Heaven Shadow Divine Art. At the same time, Jin Mu Rin swung his spear toward him. He was waiting for his opponent's end. His entire body was thrown backward, eyes wide open in pain. Namgang Du's arrival was becoming more and more aggressive as he flew in. Although it was not obvious, I am starting to smell blood, and I can even tell whose blood it is. His feet landed on the ground. Namgang Du stared blankly at those people with his mouth open. These people. He glanced at the corpses. All of them were escorts who had followed the blood demon while he chased the mad dragon. A cold voice came from behind. Young Master Namgung, if you still want to live, you should turn back. He cautiously sent a voice transmission. Is this the expert who killed those people? Then he asked, who are you? The sky grew dark. Namgung Du felt killing intent. He has no intention of revealing his identity to me. He raised his hand. Don't be impatient. I will obediently return. The other side praised him. Good, you know what's best for you. Namgungdu looked around. He raised both hands, but I have one question. All of the demon's subordinates have already been taken down, so why would an expert like you not go capture the blood demon? Seojin Hwan replied, because that is unnecessary. Namgungdu felt helpless. He trusts the mad dragon that much. As he left, B. Carrion spoke, you are still as cautious as ever. Seojin Hwan replied, I only do what I am ordered to do. He ordered the hidden subordinates in the trees. The Heavenly Lord will finish soon. Erase all traces around here and prepare to retrieve the 6 weapons Black Ghost. The battle situation became even more intense. They cheered each other on, hold on a little longer. We only need to hold out until the fight with the mad warriors is over. Yongchu kept killing without stopping. Do not lower your guard, grip your weapons tightly. At that moment of opening, 2 enemies attacked from behind. He turned around in shock thinking damn it. A surge of energy blocked the opponent's sword. He looked toward the person who saved him and happily shouted, team leader. Diha reassured him, don't worry, I still have control of the situation. He thought to himself, a man once called a bug for not distinguishing friend from foe is now an indispensable factor in such a crucial battle. The team leader can now identify everything by body signals without relying on sight. Perhaps this is the result of hell-like training, although his appearance is a bit strange. He commented, it seems our hard training time has paid off. Diha replied, of course, how could it be otherwise? The enemies were blown away by explosions. Gajinchin felt continuous explosions coming from Hengu sect. Although he did not know the exact reason, it seems the 7 soul warriors have gone out of control. Why is the commander absent at a time like this? He ordered, Wei Chang, hold back the Poison King at least for 50 breaths. Wei Chang obeyed, yes. Gajinchin instructed, I will go deal with the 7 soul warriors from the rear and return immediately. Until then, hold the line. Suddenly, there was movement from behind. Both of them turned around. His face showed shock. From the cliff, a powerful force erupted continuously, sending rocks flying everywhere. A person was blown away, and that person was Mu Chenjio. His body crashed heavily onto the ground. A battered, blood-soaked body suddenly flew into the battlefield. Tang Zhou's side stared in shock. It was such an unbelievable scene that even after looking again and again, they still could not be sure. All martial artists in the Bayou Mountain battlefield simultaneously turned their eyes toward one place. Jin Murin walked out calmly. He placed his hands behind his back, holding a sword in one hand. Someone recognized him as the Mad Dragon. Gajinchin guessed the sect leader said he would personally kill the Mad Dragon, so could that person lying on the ground be? Mu Chenjio spoke with difficulty, all sect members. Retreat, retreat. This order froze Gajinchin completely. On the mountain peak, the observers were shocked. Impossible. Isn't that the blood demon and the Mad Dragon? They disappeared into the forest together. What exactly happened? Mu Chenjio sat up. It is not over yet. Mad Dragon, I will take you down with me. Dan Ryo HWA turned to look anxiously. Gajinchin was also extremely anxious. Jin Mu Ren cautiously stared at Mu Chenjio in front of him. You, with that ruined arm, what are you trying to do? You truly do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. You will not be alone. Your subordinates are already waiting for you in the underworld. I really liked that line. He was so angry he was speechless. You. Back then in the forest, I should have killed you. Jin Mu Ren immediately drew his sword. The blood demon sect members were stunned. The people on their side were in collective shock. Until now, they still could not believe it. The blood demon has been killed by the rising talent of Sichuan. It was unbelievable, although no one had confirmed whether the dead person was truly the blood demon. But the cheers of the surrounding martial artists declaring the blood demon's death had ignited an enormous spirit, boosting the morale of the Ko Vai Min martial artists. Cho Piengchen was moved to tears. The Mad Dragon has beheaded the blood demon. The enemy commander's head has fallen. You did it. He thought to himself, I was so worried and anxious, fearing everything would go wrong. But in the end, you completed the mission and kept your promise to return. Jin Mu Ren, your foster father is proud of you. Jin Mu Ren raised his sword. The war is not completely over yet. Let us wipe out all these foreign enemies. The moment they dared step into Sichuan, the martial artists' morale surged greatly. But there was no way back anymore. So he placed his sword against his own neck. Watching his own troops' morale rise as they continued slaughtering the enemy, Wu Li thought the morale of Ko Vai Min had now risen extremely high. Every time he appears, the Mad Dragon puts our sect in an unfavorable position. I completely understand why the sect leader had to personally deal with him, but how did it end up like this? Even seeing it with my own eyes, I still cannot believe it. The worst situation has already befallen our sect. Seeing Gajinchin, someone sneered, team leader, so you are here. He heard clearly, you are the Ta Kwang Academy leader. Sahe revealed 2 bad pieces of news. First, the grand strategist has taken his own life. Second, the young sect leader died on Mount Amei. Even the sect leader has been beheaded. Now only one remains. What will you do? He firmly said, we must fight until our last breath. Anyone who tries to escape will be killed without mercy. Sahe suddenly turned and looked behind. Seeing his own people losing morale, he gave the order, although the situation has collapsed, we can only obey if this is the command. All members of Ta Kwang Academy, prepare for mutual destruction. Gajinchin also looked in one direction. That direction was the western foot of the mountain, he thought. That is where the elders went to attack Trung Khan. A powerful force suddenly struck, sending them flying. A scream echoed, it sang Theern. Xiaojin Huan and Beak Carrion jointly attacked them. Gajinchin immediately ordered, Wei Cheng, I will hold them off, bring back the head of the Mo Daolin leader. The man obeyed. Xiaojin Huan ordered, the war is reaching its end, earn merit and glorify the name Sang Theern. Beak Carrion responded, all right. His powerful sword intent pierced through the enemies, bringing a storm of blood and slaughter. Beak Carrion revealed a bloodthirsty expression, merit. How many heads do I need to bring before the heavenly lord will be satisfied? At the same time, Xiaojin Huan's sword had already struck down toward Gajinchin. He blocked it and asked, are you from Sang Theern? He calmly confirmed, yes. Gajinchin was puzzled. These people usually don't care about the outside world, so why suddenly? Inner energy surged, forcing him to retreat. Xiaojin Huan was the same. At this point, Gajinchin had already assessed his opponent's strength, not an easy one at all. Namgung Xial stood above, watching in confusion, thinking, the black-clad men appearing in the western side of the forest, every single one of them is an expert. Who exactly are they? Namgung Du came back to report, it is Sangchen. She happily said, big brother, I'm glad you're back. Did you see what you wanted to see? He shook his head in frustration. No. The Sangchen martial artists blocked the way, so I had to return empty-handed. Jianghu beside him thought silently, he is a young master of the Namgung family. It seems he went into the forest to scout, but are these people really Sangchen? Very few people have ever directly witnessed Sangchen's success, despite countless rumors, because they do not flaunt their power. But in return, they never allow anyone who dares provoke them to survive. Dia stepped forward and asked, Jianghu, can you believe this? He replied, even if you don't want to believe it, you have to. We saw it all with our own eyes. A group of black-clad men appeared from the western side of the battlefield, instantly piercing through the enemy formation. Dia had to admit their cultivation was terrifying, then how terrifying must the cultivation of the faceless mountain king, heavenly lord be? Jianghu kept his eyes fixed on the battle below. Namgung Xial glanced at Namgung Du and called out, Xial, focus, the mad dragon is about to make his move again. He thought to himself, yes, I am very curious about the faceless mountain king, heavenly lord, but what matters now is Jin Mu Rin, who reportedly killed the Tibet ruler blood demon Mu Chinji. Namgung Xial replied, I almost missed the important part. I wonder how the mad dragon will end this battle. I must observe carefully. Below, Jin Mu Rin's men were shouting, do not let your guard down. The enemy forces were different now, tightly gripping their weapons. One man raised his hand, too late. That man was grabbed by a 7-soul warrior and struggled, stay away from me. The distorted-faced man spoke, the Ta Kwang Academy leader has ordered mutual destruction, come die with me. The opponent panicked, no. A surge of power erupted from his body. It caused the entire area to explode. Dan Ryo HWA turned toward the source of the commotion and sent a voice message to him, they are all using self-destruct techniques. Jin Mu Rin understood the importance of the situation. If left alone, the casualties would be heavy. Within the powerful explosion, fragments of bodies flew everywhere. Their troops kept suffering casualties. Only screams of pain echoed. A subordinate reported to Sahe, the Ta Kwang leader, the mad dragon is approaching. He laughed, I never intended to take revenge, but if he comes to us himself, that changes things. I will kill him. The mad dragon must already be exhausted after dealing with a sect leader. He will not be able to withstand the forbidden destruction evil technique. Sahe thought confidently, the forbidden destruction evil technique has power comparable to the blood heaven palm of sect leader Mu Chin Jiok. Combined with self-destruction techniques, Jin Mu Rin prepared to go to hell. He summoned the full power of the Ta Kwang forces to attack the mad dragon. Only by capturing him will our deaths not be in vain. They all surrounded Jin Mu Rin. He turned around and assessed, only about 20 of them. Light flame purple sword, 3 light spiral dance slashed out like a raging storm, blowing away the 7 soul warriors. He coldly mocked, so foolish. Someone stared wide-eyed at the scene. Tang Zhou was also shocked, mouth hanging open in disbelief. The elders reacted the same way. They were completely frozen like statues. Sahe was struck by the storm and could only scream, no, impossible. He warned him not to fall into delusions of power. Impossible, Jin Mu Rin replied. I just killed Mu Chin Jiok. There is no reason for me to hold back against you weaklings. Jin Mu Rin sent a voice transmission. How is it? I haven't even used the 8 Heaven Shadow Divine Art yet, so this is only average. Dan Ryo HWA was curious, seriously unbelievable. How are you planning to deal with the aftermath, young master? Looking at the corpses on the ground, had he already made arrangements for the cleanup? That part is for those who are always watching. Namgung Du was taking out paper and brush to write. I've decided I must send a report immediately. Namgung Seol watched curiously. Big brother, what are you so busy writing? He replied, you know it. When Blood Demon brought the mad dragon into the forest, I went to where they disappeared together. And what I saw in the forest was the corpses of the Blood Demon's escort guards. Yes, this must have been done by Sangchin martial artists. And when the Sangchin martial artists blocked me, I clearly heard it. The sound from inside the valley was not a large group fighting. Sangchin martial artists are not merciful types. Even when furious roars came from the valley, they showed no tension at all. That means they knew the mad dragon could handle it alone. Diya hesitated, then the mad dragon, he interrupted and confirmed. Yes, not long ago didn't the leader of the Iron Vein sect retire? The top 10 experts of the world have an empty spot. Truly the old trees produce new shoots. At this moment, another of the world's top 10 experts has been born, succeeding the faceless Mountain King, and he is about our age. Jianghu and Diya discussed a rising talent becoming one of the world's top 10 experts. If that really happens, the young sect leader of HWA Ryong will surely be sad. Of course, if a rising genius is recorded among the top 10 experts, 9 out of 10 people will think of the young heavenly general Dan Jaryong. Yak Gunmyong's lips curled slightly, thinking this situation is really interesting. If the world finds out that 2 of the top 10 experts are actually one person, what kind of reaction would there be? I came here under orders from the Phi Sa sect to investigate spies, but I never expected to hear such an interesting story. If I had known, I would have come earlier. But Jin Mu Ren, the Heavenly Lord, has truly succeeded. I have been wanting to join forces with him and swing a blade together. His eyes glanced at the person beside him. He became even more certain that coming here to confirm the spies was the correct decision. From the start of the battle to its end, even while everyone's attention was scattered in different directions, only that man kept staring at the Blood Knight Mad Warriors. After all the Blood Knight Mad Warriors had fallen, he became deeply lost in thought and no longer had the mind to observe the battlefield. Where did this guy come from? There is clearly something very suspicious here. After the report of the Blood Sect's failure, the scene shifts to another place, where a man is walking while taking notes. The Blood Knight Mad Warriors have too many weaknesses compared to their cost. With the same amount of money, buying wandering warriors would be more efficient. The Blood Knight Mad Warriors showed abnormal reactions after being poisoned by the Tang sect. A voice came from behind, freezing the man in place. Where are you from? You don't look like a martial artist of the Central Plains at all. He immediately drew his sword. When did this brat appear? The tip of the sword pointed directly at the upside-down opponent's face. It stopped just short of Yuk Gunmyong's face. He arrogantly crossed his arms and asked, while the blood-poisoned troops are nearing their end, you are still diligently writing letters like this. Kid, you must be from Tianjin, right? He immediately turned the sword tip toward himself. Strong warrior, I must self-destruct. But the sword in his hand was instantly knocked away. Yuk Gunmyong lectured him, you should value your own life more. The person was carried over his shoulder by him. Live simply and modestly like me. Now, let's go. Time for interrogation. Scene shift back to the battlefield. The sword formation had been broken. When Sangchin displayed overwhelming power and annihilated the experts of the Ta Kwang Academy, the Blood Sect disciples, whose morale had already hit rock bottom, quickly collapsed. Thanks to the glorious achievements, the martial artists of Sichuan finally released the anger they had accumulated for so long. Gajinchin gripped his weapon and pressed it into the ground. Blood Sect Martial Envoy Gajinchin, I will remember your martial cultivation. Sweat dripped heavily down his face. A sword pierced through Gajinchin's chest. Don't blame me, this is the battlefield. At that moment, Cho Mu Gang's sword pierced Gajinchin's heart, officially closing the curtain on this brutal battle. Beak Carrion was covered in blood of his enemies. At his feet, corpses piled up like a small mountain. Someone spoke, the atmosphere is not as good as its ending. Even with a great victory, they could not feel happy looking at the bodies of their comrades. The Black Palace Martial World Supervisor Guk Yong Seung and the 10 great experts of the world, Second Prince Tu Walcho, observed the situation below. Those who survived finally let out a breath of relief. The breath that had been held for so long finally became lighter. The wounds they had ignored during the battle now spread pain throughout their bodies. Perhaps what they needed most now was simply a place to lie down for 3 days straight. On Tang Zhou's side, he was savoring the feeling of victory. Kang Yual only now dared to believe it. We have won. Everyone sighed in relief after the great battle. Jin Xiaolin also sat down to rest. Everyone looked extremely exhausted. After that brutal fight, they just wanted to rest. Tu Walcho spoke, then you should be happy. Whether dead or alive, this is a campaign we all accomplished together. Someone raised his sword high. He was so emotional that he burst into tears. We won. We have successfully blocked the main army of the Blood Sect. We have protected the families in Chongqing. Everyone raised their swords to celebrate the victory. Zhou Pianchen was deeply moved, his eyes welling up. They all cheered together in joy. Everyone could not hide the smile on their faces. Jin Mu Ren stood there, loosely blending into the cheerful atmosphere. Dan Ryo HWA reminded him, young master, you should at least look a bit happy. He frowned and waved his hand. "No way, that's too awkward." She hit him and scolded, "Show some reaction." Jin Mu-rin shouted seriously. Then he started clearing his throat. And then he joined them in celebration. Guk Yong-seung calmly evaluated Kwanglong Jin Mu-rin after Sang-chen. Another unexpected figure had appeared. A person whose cultivation could contend with the blood heaven palm of the blood demon and the users of the death explosion art, just like the youthful image of the young dragon squad. What if that is not even his full cultivation? Tu Walcho was surprised. Could he still be hiding his true strength? Is that even possible? He replied, "Nothing is impossible." Even at that age, Demok defeated Hong Van Thien and rose to the position of #1 in the world. Clearly this kid has more than what we can see. We should not have just observed the strategy. We should have followed the blood demon and Kwang Long into the forest. Guk Yong-seung was surprised to see Tu Walcho leaving. "You are just leaving like that? Isn't the daughter of the young dragon also here?" He knew very well the little girl would not be happy seeing familiar people at a time like this. He pondered over what was said earlier. Guk Yong-seung muttered, "His strength is even beyond that." After saying that, he also turned and left. 1 week later, stories spread throughout tea houses, and the mad souls, those who had gone berserk due to the Tang clan's secret poison, began to rampage. With the strategy of the alliance leader, the blood sect disciples were pushed into a desperate situation. At this point, everyone thought this was already the peak of the battle, right? At that moment, a loud explosion sounded from the nearby forest and something pitch black was flying over. Who is it? Didn't the blood demon just chase after that mad dragon earlier? The blood demon was then turned by the mad dragon into a lump of blood, barely hanging on with its last dying breath. The listeners were buzzing with excitement, but even so, the blood sect still clearly has the upper hand in military strength. The storyteller confirmed it precisely. At that very moment, the Xiangshan forces appeared and the story reached its climax, everyone eagerly waiting. As for Xiangshan, who knows just how strong Xiangshan really is or if anyone can even measure it. The storyteller continued speaking. Wherever the Xiangshan warriors passed through, only shattered fragments of enemy corpses were left behind, and those who witnessed their power all felt they were like chickens among cranes, completely outclassed. Down below, people were chatting among themselves. Those escort agencies that once plotted against Xiangshan must be deeply worried right now. It is clear that Xiangshan's involvement in this battle carries an extremely significant meaning. Just like their name, this time they have declared to the entire world their will to coexist with the world. The Xiangshan, who had long never interfered in external affairs, have now finally begun to act, and the whole world is starting to pay attention. While the eyes of the entire martial world were focused on him, the figure at the center of all attention was the new rising star who had killed the blood demon and saved Sichuan from danger. Mad Dragon Jin Mu-rin. The story of how he killed Blood Heaven 2, one of the 3 great fiends of the world, the incident where he led a small squad to Tibet and burned Tixia Valley to the ground, and even the fact that he personally rescued the Heavenly Marshal squad that had been isolated and waiting for death. Even at this moment, his name is being mentioned as one of the top 10 strongest in the world, alongside the 2 emperors, 2 kings, 5 kings, and Mad Dragon. And Mad Dragon, without any objections and without anyone formally proposing it, his name naturally secured a place in the list of the world's 10 great experts. The wave of fame brought by the Mad Dragon also carried several other names along with it. The Supreme Sect Master of the Demon Path Forest, a great master who had long retreated from the world, suddenly re-emerged into the martial world as the leader of the Joint Alliance. Sword Master Cho Pianshan. Cho Mugang kept his eyes fixed on Cho Pianshan without looking away. Many people believed that the unification of a divided Sichuan was largely due to the merit of Jin Mu-rin. But if the Joint Alliance leader Cho Pianshan were a petty man like Han Chenwal, then the Joint Alliance would likely not have been able to gather so many people. If the Demon Path Forest had announced its glorious return as the #1 force in Sichuan, then the name Chuang Thiern also drew a great deal of attention. Beek Carrion, who had roamed across the battlefield frontlines, left a deep impression in the eyes of Sichuan's martial artists. When the world learned that he was the one who annihilated all the blood sect elders heading toward Chongqing, many no longer viewed Xiangshan as mere outlaw bandits. That's right, in this battle, not only the Sichuan martial world, but Jin Mu-rin himself also achieved many of his goals. Buddha-honored Heavenly Lord respectfully Elder Panchen Lama presented a wooden box in sincerity, saying, "This is a token of my regard for you. Please take it back and deliver it to your master." Pale-faced blood smiler of Xiang Tian Di Yong received it and replied, "I will deliver it back." Panchen Lama clasped his hands and asked, "Are you all leaving now?" He confirmed that the mountain base has been empty for quite a long time already. Although Di Yongyong's words to Panchen Lama were somewhat blunt, no one dared to criticize him. Instead, the Lama's gazes toward Di Yongyong even carried a hint of fear. From the moment they set foot in Tibet until they reached Lhasa, the martial artists of Xiang Tian had never failed, In fact, they had not even encountered any real difficulty, because they had already killed anyone who dared to block their path. A llama silently thought that after reclaiming the palace in order to eliminate future trouble, they even burned down the entire blood sect headquarters before returning. It must be said that Chuang Thiern had delivered a truly legendary performance in Tibet. He spoke up, "Benefactors, please rest and recover first before heading back. Even if the mountain base has been empty for a long time, who would dare to covet Chuang Thiern's territory anyway?" Di Yongyong replied, "Outsiders may think so, but we are not from this world of scheming minds. There are always people eyeing our heads." Panchen Lama quietly realized and thought, "I understand now," as expected of Xiang Tian. He expressed his sincerity, "Please help me convey this to your master. Even if the whole world turns against him, Potala Palace will always stand on his side." Di Yongyong was certain that His Holiness would surely be very pleased. As they departed, the Lama said, "Amitabha, this palace will never forget the kindness of Xiang Tian." The remaining monks spoke up, "This humble monk will remember the bravery of the benefactors for the rest of my life. We shall meet again, Amitabha." As they left, the Panchen Lama called out to Sun Yatak, "I will likely need to go into closed-door cultivation for a while." Sun Yatak asked in doubt, "Are you really going into seclusion at a time like this?" He confirmed, "Yes." The elder asked curiously, "We are about to return to the main palace now. Can you tell me the reason?" He replied, "We were able to pass this ordeal entirely thanks to the intervention of Xiang Tian. I already failed against Mu Chen Jiok, so I definitely would not withstand the storms ahead." Sun Yatak speculated in shock, "The storms ahead, could it be?" The Panchen Lama ordered, "By then you will know. For now, immediately select 100 elite disciples to go into seclusion with me. I will pass down the Chuanla scripture leadership method." In their hearts they thought, this scripture has already taken the lives of many Lama monks. The Buddha's decision to pass down this once forbidden martial art means the storm ahead will surely be terrifying. The person beside him glanced at the thoughtful Sun Yatak and said, "I will go prepare for the closed-door cultivation immediately." Night fell as the merit and guilt judgment ceremony was being held at the martial arena of the demonic martial forest. Completely different from the unfair merit banquet of the past in the Four Rivers Alliance, the way the Gonghui Alliance handled matters satisfied everyone. This result was carefully verified based on the report submitted by the Flying Snake Pavilion Master. Jiok Magi thought angrily, "Damn it, just how much is he planning to squeeze out of this beggar?" A name was called out, "Squad leader of the Tiger Squad Tang Chin, you have excellently completed securing the retreat route for our forces in the battle at Four Rivers Alliance. Accordingly, you are rewarded 100 silver taels and officially appointed as squad leader of the upcoming Azure Dragon Squad." Tang Chin shouted his thanks to the alliance leader. A voice transmission echoed, "Tianer should be even more joyful." Tang Chin was startled, "Father." Tang Zhou replied, "This is the first reward you earned entirely by yourself without relying on the glory of our sect. Today your father is truly happy. Congratulations." Jin Xiaolin and Tang Wu also sincerely congratulated him. "Big brother, congratulations. Young family head, congratulations as well." Tang Chin let out a sigh of relief. "The heavy stone pressing on my heart all this time has finally become much lighter." The next name was called. Next was Great Hero Ku Yangmu and the Mad Dragon Squad. Dan Ryo HWA thought to herself, as expected of the demonic martial forest, not forgetting anyone and even giving generous rewards. Upon hearing her name, next was Dan Ryo HWA, escort officer of the Fire Operations Corps leader. She was shocked, "Even I have a share too." Dan Ryo HWA gently pulled her skirt and quickly stepped forward toward Cho Pyeongchun. He spoke, "From the Four Rivers Alliance all the way to the final battle. Dan Ryo HWA has always fought alongside the alliance leader with full effort. Her contributions cannot be fully described in words. Therefore, our army will reward her with 1,000 silver taels and grant her the martial title Four Rivers Sword Flower." Dan Ryo HWA was shocked. Four Rivers Sword Flower. He reminded everyone, from now on everyone must address Dan Ryo HWA as Four Rivers Sword Flower instead of Mad Woman. Everyone shouted in response, "Mad Mad, Four Rivers Sword Flower forever." Jin Murin also sent a voice transmission. Still not used to her new title, "Congratulations, Four Rivers Sword Flower." Dan Ryo HWA was moved to tears. "Thank you. Next must be the young master's turn." Finally, it was Jin Murin's turn to step onto the reward stage. Ha Zhongbo had long been waiting for this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the viewing platform. Cho Pyeongchun called out, "Fire Operations Corps leader Jin Murin. There is no reward that can match the great contributions you have made. Therefore, after consulting the entire Four Rivers martial world, from now on Fire Operations Corps leader Jin Murin is appointed as the supreme martial master of the Four Rivers martial world." Tang Zhou looked calm as if he had already expected it. Jiok Magi smiled and fully supported the decision. Tang Zhou presented a wooden box containing the command token inside. The Supreme Martial Master has authority to mobilize all martial artists of 4 rivers. Mad Dragon, this is the command token. As long as you present this token, you can exercise the authority of the Supreme Martial Master anywhere in 4 rivers. Jin Murin accepted it and expressed thanks. Someone expressed gratitude. It is all thanks to Benefactor that we were able to stop the ambition of the blood cult. Our sect thanks Benefactor once again. 2 others clapped in congratulations. Young Master, please accept it. This is the gratitude of all Central Plains 4 Rivers martial artists. I knew it would be like this already, Jin Young Master. Jin Murin immediately agreed. If everyone says so then. He raised the jade token high amid the cheers of everyone. This one shall obey the order. Seeing Cho Pyeongchun covering his face with tears streaming down his cheeks, someone could not resist teasing him. Outer Sect Master, are you crying? Cho Pyeongchun darkened his face. Shut your mouth, Inner Sect Master. What improper conduct is this? A dignified former leader and yet sniffling like that. Please at least wipe your nose. He thought emotionally, lady, are you watching from the heavens? Your son has truly become a real hero. Everyone was overjoyed. Although the rewards for each individual were extremely generous, there was not a single jealous look. Only sincere congratulations and respect spreading across the martial arena. The world's #1 demonic martial forest, because this was the moment their long-held wish had finally come true. Jin Murin raised his hand in celebration. In his heart he already had a plan, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up. Standing before everyone, Jin Murin had a plan, and now it was time to leave. Scene shift to the next morning. After the merit and guilt judgment event, dozens of carriages appeared in front of the main altar. During this time, the 4 Rivers martial artists boarded the carriages one by one, and the families of Cho Pyeongchun and Jin Murin came to see them off. Jin Murin saw them off. May everyone have a safe journey. Taengjin waved back. All right, young master, take care of yourself. Someone teased, you should salute the Supreme Martial Master, squad leader of the Azure Dragon Squad. Jin Seolin on the side let out a soft laugh upon hearing this. Taengjo relaxed his facial expression. Their hands were clasped in salute. Jin Seolin spoke, Supreme Martial Master Jin Murin, farewell. All right, see you again. Tang Zhou added, young Master Jin, after our sect finishes repairs, you must come visit us. He agreed, I understand, everyone should set off now. The carriages slowly began to roll forward. Another group came to Jin Murin to pay respects to the Supreme Martial Master. It was Kang Yuwal's group coming to say farewell. Us old men are also about time to return home. He lowered his head humbly. Why is the sect master of King Cheng's sect saluting like this? I do not dare accept it. You will surely be very busy in the coming days. I will never forget the kindness you two showed me at the 4 Rivers Alliance. If you need any help, just tell me. I will definitely do my best to assist. He said casually, no need to worry about us. We are just returning to the beginning again. Let this be a new beginning. Ha Zhangbo continued, our sect will also refill a new bowl with old water. Look forward to a brand new smear hall. They clasped their hands in farewell. Supreme Martial Master, please take care. Being able to fight alongside you was our honor. Being beaten by the Supreme Martial Master at the 4 Rivers Alliance, I will treat that as seasoning for my whole life. They promised each other, we will meet again one day soon. May everyone take care. So don't act as if we will never meet again. If anyone comes to cause trouble again, just call us, Supreme Martial Master. Jin Murin let out a sigh of relief and took his leave. Farewell scenes continued one after another. The nun disciples of Mount Amei also quickly departed after paying their respects. The remaining people gradually boarded the carriages as well. See you again next time. And it was soon Jin Murin's turn. Scene shift to the demonic martial forest, Guangping camp. When they received the news, they were shocked. So everything the young master just said was true? He confirmed, yes. I am the heavenly lord of Chuangthien. Han Kyung asked curiously, young master, weren't the ones we fought against back then Sangchen as well? He admitted, yes. Sorry for not telling everyone earlier. My identity is tied to many lives, so it could not be easily revealed to anyone. They understood, young master, it's fine. Anyway, you've said it now, that makes sense. That white serpent guy went silent for half a year and suddenly charged in trying to kill us. Jian Yu was certain that according to the young master, after the war ended, the position of the demonic martial forest had become as solid as a rock. Now he must be leaving, which is why he revealed this matter. They suggested, young master, let us follow you. We are no longer as weak as before. Feng Yan advised, everyone wait a moment. If someone recognizes us, things will become complicated. For now, we should stay here and help the demonic martial forest rebuild. Jin Murin trusted him deeply. Thank you. With Feng Yan here, I can leave in peace. He promised, young master. We will definitely meet again. He responded with a gaze full of conviction, yes. Until we meet again. Jin Murin thought to himself, I have left behind some very reliable fellows in the demonic martial forest. Only the sect leader and the inner and outer sect leaders remain. In the end, how will they react? I have never felt my heart so heavy before. At another meeting, upon hearing the news, Sang Horan was so shocked he burst out laughing. Faceless Mountain King, this is truly ridiculous. Young master, those two among the 10 great masters of the world are actually the eldest son kid. Oh, my stomach hurts from laughing. Or you should just write a miscellaneous record book like this. The title should be The Suspicious Brat is actually one of the 10 great masters of the world. He just laughed wildly for a long time like that, but saw that everyone else remained completely silent and extremely serious. Sang Horan was shocked, is this really true? Vu Lap replied, after my parents passed away, I was taken in and raised by a monk at Bao Quang Temple. I learned martial arts there and later became the Heaven Lord of Sangchin. Sang Horan still persisted, young master, stop joking. Why is everyone giving those looks? Say something quickly, Outer Forest Lord. Li Jiangmyong chose to believe it, thinking about the young master's recent achievements. Everything was indeed abnormal. I guess there is something special here, but Sangchen's Heaven Lord. Cho Pyeongchun reminded them, this is truly difficult to talk about. Everyone stop making noise and listen to Jin Mu Rin explain everything. He expressed his thanks to the Lord, then Jin Mu Rin began recounting his past and the formation of Sangchen. From learning martial arts under a monk at Bao Quang Temple, to living day by day sealing his internal energy with the Qi Seal Wind Suppression Grand Technique. Especially when he mentioned Sangchen's true identity, everyone present could not hide their shock. As he spoke of that painful past and their hidden lives, a bitter atmosphere filled the room. Jin Mu Rin continued, after defeating the Yellow River Dragon King who kept disturbing the surrounding regions. To restore the demonic path forest and let my mother in heaven rest peacefully, I packed my belongings and came here. Tang Zhou silently admired him. This kid has always been carrying such heavy responsibilities. He understood, so you are going back there now. Jin Mu Rin confirmed it. Yes, now it is time for me to fulfill the promise I made to those I have protected all this time. I promised them I would show them light and create a world where they can live as normal people. Cho Mu Gang stood up trying to persuade him. Jin Mu Rin, this is really too difficult. He interrupted, I am already prepared. I will create a world where they can live properly and righteously. Cho Pyeongchun supported him. Then can you also promise one thing to this grandfather? One day when all your wishes have come true, come back here again. Cho Mu Gang nodded and no longer intervened. Jin Mu Rin thought silently, if that day really comes. He cupped his hands and said, I will take my leave now. Scene shift to Jiak Magi's workplace. Jiak Magi is currently the branch lord of the capital, having achieved great merit in the 4 provinces war and promoted to 6 knot rank. From this moment on, disciple Jiak Magi of 6 knot rank is transferred from the capital branch to the main headquarters. He could not help but exclaim, seriously. Jiak Magi recalled what he once said, help me in the future. If you come with me, you will definitely be able to return to the Central Plains. Jiak Magi hurriedly went to find Jin Mu Rin, afraid it would be too late. I thought you were just joking. I did not expect things to really turn out like this. At least let me treat you to a few drinks. At this moment, Cho Yurim was sitting in a corner, bored, using a stick to draw on the ground. He ran over quickly. Little girl from the Ding family estate, what are you doing? She replied, beggar uncle, I was planning to go to the northwest with Big Brother to play. But today Big Brother suddenly went into closed cultivation. I have no idea what is going on. He was shocked. What? Closed cultivation. Yu Gessen came to see him. Jiak Magi, you really arrived quickly. Jiak Magi was shocked. Outer Forest Lord. He handed a letter to Jiak Magi. The young master instructed that this be given to you when you passed by. Inside it read, old beggar, do not hesitate anymore. Boldly do whatever you want. We will meet again soon. After hearing it, Jiak Magi burst out laughing. Boldly do whatever I want. That guy really makes it sound easy. Scene shifts to Jin Mu Ren as he is departing. Yuk Gunmyung asked with a smile, Di-ha, will we ever come back here again? If you want to stay, then stay. Di-ha denied it. I did not mean that. Jin Mu Rin affirmed, we will definitely come back, so stop acting all sentimental. He laughed and replied, right, that is how it should be. All right, Heaven Lord, where are we going now? He revealed the Great Separation Mountain, one of the 8 great mountain strongholds of Sangchin, Great Separation Mountain in Henan Province. Yongchu grew impatient. So we are leaving the Sichuan 4 provinces territory, right? So exciting. Jin Mu Rin continued, it is worth getting tense about. From now on, this is officially called the Martial World Journey. He led the group and picked up speed as they departed. Let us go. The followers moved after them. Dan Ryo HWA followed and asked curiously, young master, do you not feel any regret? He asked what she meant. She replied, now you have returned as the Heaven Lord of Sangchin. The mad dragon Jin Mu Rin, the rising star of the martial world who surpassed the small heavenly martial unit and stepped into the ranks of the 10 great masters of the world. You have left all of that behind. Jin Mu Rin did not care at all. I do not care about such empty fame. She interrupted, but I do. I am the 4 Rivers Sword Flower after all. Following behind, Yuk Gunmyung asked the one flying beside him, starting over from zero does not feel so bad, right? Yongchu replied, I am really happy to meet people who share the same situation as me. Jin Mu Rin looked back at them satisfied. I did not expect Di-ha to keep up with everyone. Seems like you trained seriously. He replied confidently, at this level I can handle it. His next words left Di-ha frozen. Is that so? Then everyone speed up a bit. At night, while the group gathered around the campfire, they saw Di-ha fast asleep and someone whispered, Di-ha fell asleep quickly. He really seems exhausted, yet he never gave up halfway. What a pity, I was going to make him train twice as hard if he could not keep up. Jin Mu Rin reminded them everyone should rest as well, the sun will rise soon. The shadow guards obeyed, yes commander. Now only he and Dan Ryo HWA remained sitting by the fire warming themselves. She asked curiously after returning to Sangchen, what will you do first? Jin Mu Rin repeated, I have not explained it clearly during the day, have I? Have you ever heard of the 5 great escort agencies of the world? Dan Ryo HWA was surprised, of course, who would not know about them. So the 5 great escort agencies of the world are basically on the same level as the Central Plains Martial Alliance, right? Jin Mu Rin continued, speaking of which, their history is only about 30 years, how could they grow so fast? Do you think it is because many factions that once operated as escort agencies were destroyed during the World Great War? He denied it, what you said is only half correct. Dan Ryo HWA guessed it, so it must be bandits. He replied, yes, it is because of bandits. After many sects were destroyed in the World Great War, the martial world underwent huge changes. When the sects that cooperated with the government and maintained regional security collapsed, the first thing that appeared were the starving bandits. When the war ended and the martial world avoided further conflict, wandering martial artists gradually gathered and formed mountain strongholds. Because bandits appeared, merchant caravans became dangerous, and those who lost their sects and factions during the war formed escort agencies instead. In this way, among the escort agencies that grew through continuous merging and separation, the 5 largest were called the 5 great escort agencies of the world. If there are escort agencies, there must be bandits, because without bandits the escort agencies would be useless. The 5 great escort agencies developed by suppressing bandits across the world. Dan Ryo HWA thought silently. Bandits were supposed to rob merchant caravans and kill people, yet they actually follow Sangchen's rules. Now I understand why escort agencies hate Sangchen so much. She thought that from the escort agency's point of view, they must be furious that their livelihood was ruined. Jin Mu Rin denied it. No, we have never ruined the escort agency's livelihood. The 5 great escort agencies monopolizing transport demanded excessively high escort fees, squeezing merchants until they could not bear it, forcing them to cooperate with Sangchen. Our Sangchen only charges a very reasonable passage fee. If the 5 great escort agencies were not so greedy, everyone would be happy by now. She understood indirectly it makes sense. The government does not suppress Sangchen because they cooperate in maintaining regional order. They also understand that if Sangchen disappears, other bandits will simply appear again. Dan Ryo HWA realized it. Fighting poison with poison, Sangchen uses passage fees and maintains order, right? He confirmed it, exactly. That is also why the number of horse bandits has decreased significantly recently. She continued, I have also heard that the escort agencies see Sangchen as a thorn in their side, and the young master hurried back to Sangchen and asked about the 5 great escort agencies. The fire was still burning strongly, warming them. The story continues, so the young master's next target is the 5 great escort agencies of the world. Jin Mu Rin replied shortly, exactly. Recently, the pressure from the escort agencies against Sangchen has gone beyond the limit. To survive them, we must turn the tables and create our own foothold. She realized that unlike the blood sect war where you just kill the enemy, if you make a mistake against these escort agencies full of schemes and dirty tricks, Sangchen's true identity could be exposed. If one day the world sees the young master and Sangchen as enemies, what can I do? While she was worried, Di-ha was still sleeping soundly like the dead. Dan Ryo HWA immediately gave him a slap to the face. Everyone wake up. This is not the time to sleep. Di-ha cursed, damn it, young lady, what are you doing? She ordered, I feel uneasy. From today everyone will learn disguise techniques with me. Everyone was still half asleep. We were sleeping though. Jin Mu Rin then laughed, so the title Mad Woman really was not wrong at all. A few days later, they had moved to Henan province. Di-ha marveled at what he saw. Over there is Great Separation Mountain. It feels like clouds are covering the peak. Hearing the strange movement, he quickly turned around, and Jin Mu Rin's expression also changed. They immediately went on guard. Yuk Gunmyung shouted, there is a suspicious person. He could feel a master right behind them. Seeing them, he immediately smiled. Finally, you have returned. I have been waiting for a long time. Leading the group was Song So Guang, Great Separation Mountain, paying respects to the Heaven Lord, Sangchen Great Separation Stronghold Master Song So Guang, known as HWI Iljak. Dan Ryo HWA was shocked. This man is the stronghold master of Great Separation Stronghold. His aura is no weaker than Beak Carrion. Just how many people like this does Sang-Chen actually have? He spoke. I have heard of the Heaven Lord's achievements. You have done something truly great. He patted his shoulder warmly. Nothing much to say. Looking at your face, it seems you have been living well. Song So Guang replied, of course, Heaven Lord, do not stand here. Let us return to the stronghold quickly. Everyone has been waiting for you with necks stretched long. As they entered the stronghold, the fresh atmosphere there stunned them. Look at this atmosphere. I never expected such a space to exist inside this mist-covered mountain. Even the children running and playing looked like little sages. Although the scenery was different, the feeling was very similar to a fortress settlement. The children ran out to welcome them. Heaven Lord is back, Heaven Lord. We missed you so much, Jin Mu-rin asked kindly. You little ones, are you all well? Yuk Gunmyung thought silently, do not be bound by strength, just follow me. One day I will create a world where you can live freely. Jin Mu-rin. It is truly fortunate that I followed you. He instructed the children, I will be coming here often in the future, so next time you do not need to gather like this. Song So Guang beside him explained, I already told everyone, but they just would not listen. Only then did Jin Mu-rin understand, so he really could not stop them. Where are the chief strategist and Pal Gi? He replied, Pal Gi will arrive in a few days. The chief strategist is currently in Changzhou. Jin Mu-rin was surprised. Changzhou, he confirmed, yes. While the Heaven Lord was away, the 5 great escort agencies have been openly passing through our territory. That is why the chief strategist went to meet the escort agency leader of Kim Seong Escort Agency. In the heavy rain curtain, I Seong's group sighed in admiration. The autumn rain is really heavy. The man in front continued, yes, this weather is perfect for a drink. He had no interest with weather like this and ghosts about to appear, who would even feel like drinking. Sumun HWA asked with a smile, ghosts? The one we are about to meet is the ghost. I Seong guessed, you mean they are about to meet Yama King. He said calmly, that depends. It depends on how they act. He is the legendary Emperor Heavenly Gentleman Sumun HWA. He is the one behind the curtain, managing internal affairs with a single hand and deciding foreign affairs of Sang-Chen with one word. When the Faceless Mountain King is absent, if the Heaven Lord of Faceless Mountain King is compared to the sun, then the chief strategist Emperor Heavenly Gentleman is regarded by the world as the moon. In fact, many people even suspect that the true identity of chief strategist Sumun HWA is the Faceless Mountain King. I Seong silently judged, a person like that came here directly after receiving a letter? Well, that is only natural. Although they have always harbored ill intent toward our Sang-Chen, their recent actions have gone beyond the limit. He was curious, chief strategist, why have they become so arrogant recently? He revealed it is because the government has intended to cooperate with us for the long term. The government and the martial world have a mutually supportive relationship. No matter how powerful the government is, the world is too vast and full of madmen. Famous clans and martial sects have forces in each region. They have always cooperated with the government by maintaining order in places the court cannot oversee. And the biggest problem affecting public order is bandits. Then one day, someone suddenly unified all the bandits in the world, and even brazenly declared that they would coexist peacefully with the central martial world. If it were you, would you believe that? I Seong replied no. For the past year, in order to change the perception that our Sang-Chen is nothing but bandits, I have continuously approached high-ranking officials and worked hard to be recognized as an official martial faction. The chief strategist is truly insane. Sumun HWA continued, in 1 month, the Black Money Hall Master of the Royal Palace and the Heaven Lord will meet. I even had to mix docking wine with HWA wine to make this happen. This meeting is very important. If the government no longer sees us as bandits, then would not the position of escort agencies become even lower? I Seong realized it, so they are deliberately provoking us to cause trouble before the meeting takes place. He praised him. I Seong, you are quite sharp. The long accumulated grudges between our Sang-Chen and the 5 great escort agencies are no small matter, but I still want to come here and hear what they have to say. The people inside refused them, saying we do not want to sell today, please return. I Seong introduced this person as the chief strategist of Sang-Chen, who had received an invitation letter from the Kim Seong escort agency leader. He changed his attitude. I have been rude. I was instructed that guests would arrive. Please come inside. He sighed in relief and politely said, I am glad, please lead the way. The man hurriedly replied, of course, but before entering, we request that you do not bring weapons inside. Please hand them over for us to keep. I Seong was slightly surprised. What kind of place has a weapon restriction like this? He cleared his throat. I am sorry, but I am only a servant and can only follow orders. Sumun HWA did not make things difficult, I understand. He decisively turned around. Let us go back. What? We are not going inside. They even dared to take our weapons. I cannot trust and step into a wolf den like that. Sumun HWA ordered, go in and report that we are leaving. Xiang sent a voice transmission, chief strategist. Are you really going back like this? We do not even need to use swords anyway. I only mentioned the weapon restriction casually. These people are not hospitable at all. I came all the way here in this weather and they still sent a low-ranking guard with a sour face to receive us. From upstairs, someone opened the window and called out, "All right, just let them in." Xiang looked up at the person above. Everything was going exactly according to Su Manhua's plan. Of course, that is how it should be. I am a distinguished guest after all. If you do not come out to greet me personally, at least show your face. Flower Rain New Sword. The man standing upstairs was Kim Seong Escort Agency Leader. Flower Rain New Sword, Unhwa Jeol. They were led upstairs. Tea was poured and offered to the guests. Su Manhwa sat down opposite him. Unhwa Jeol spoke politely. First time meeting you, I am Unhwa Jeol. He replied, Su Manhwa, I did not expect the leader himself to come out and receive us. He raised his cup. How coincidental. Every time I meet Sangjin, I always have important official duties and cannot attend. Although a bit late, I am still very glad to meet you. Su Manhwa felt his gaze was like that of an experienced master, but clearly I have met him somewhere before. He spoke, I wonder why the leader wanted to meet me today. The other party got straight to the point. You are quite direct. The main purpose is to clearly define the future relationship between Sangjin and Kim Seong. Although the relationship between us was never friendly, we cannot remain like this forever, can we? Sangjin will manage key strongholds in the world and collect passage fees, while we will pass through those points and collect escort fees. If we reach an agreement, we can become mutually supportive. Su Manhwa thought to himself, what a pity. If this could be solved with just a few words, I would not have come all the way here. He asked curiously, mutually supportive relationship, how exactly? Unhwa Jeol suggested, for example, Sangjin only charges half passage fee to the 5 great escort agencies and charges double to everyone else. If so, both sides benefit and our relationship would no longer be as hostile as before. Su Manhwa understood clearly that merchants would then have no choice but to rely on the 5 great escort agencies. What he wanted to ask was interesting, so what benefit do we get? He proposed, from now on we will not avoid the passage fees and will pay them in full. Su Manhwa was surprised, is that even acceptable? He was thinking, it is not the general manager but the leader himself who came here in person. If I refuse outright here, the relationship between Sangjin and the escort agencies will reach an irreparable point. But if I agree, our Sangjin will be laughed at by the world. Su Manhwa spat out the tea he had just drunk and asked irritably, I am extremely busy and you called me here just to play around. If we are to cooperate, there must be proper courtesy. You previously crossed our territory without paying passage fees and even provoked us, and now this so-called cooperation is impossible. Unhwa Jeol shrugged calmly, what do you mean impossible? If we pass through your territory without paying passage fees, you will be exhausted. If we cooperate, that will no longer happen. The corner of his lips curled into a faint smile. He was waiting for the other party's answer. Su Manhwa's words carried a tone of contempt. A 3-headed, 6-armed monster that eats children to maintain its vitality. You turned the Heaven Lord of our Sangjin into a laughingstock of the world, and now you still dare seek cooperation. He advised, if I were you, I would not refuse. When tigers and wolves fight, there is only one outcome. Su Manhwa's face darkened as he asked, tigers and wolves. We no longer need any cooperation. Unhwa Jeol shot back, do you think Sangjin is the tiger? He coldly brushed past that man. Before leaving, Su Manhwa left a final line, being treated as the wolf. I suppose it must be a little disappointing. Being directly rejected like that, Unhwa Jeol felt a bit embarrassed and slowly closed his eyes. As soon as he stepped outside, Su Manhwa cursed, that childish brat. Seong had been waiting for a long time and quickly asked, how did it go? He replied in an annoyed tone, do you not see I came out without any send-off? Hearing this, he immediately guessed it. It seems things went badly. Su Manhwa remained silent as an answer. He revealed that the fact the leader personally showed up means we are also seen as a threat. Seong was surprised. What? Su Manhwa understood clearly. Unhwa Jeol's eyes were clearly hopping that I would reject the offer. He muttered thoughtfully, it seems this war will be very long. Su Manhwa led the way, let us return to Great Separation Stronghold. The Heaven Lord should have arrived by now. Seong obediently followed. Yes, perhaps the 8 great stronghold masters have also arrived. When they returned to the mountain, a welcoming voice rang out, Sangjin 8 great flags. The Beak Carrion faction has arrived, and Song So-guang is also here. The two of them sat facing each other at the table. He sighed and said, oh my, these troublesome brats. The Sangjin 8 great flags are extremely dangerous individuals whose cultivation has reached earth-shattering realms. They are the stronghold masters of the 8 great mountain strongholds and the pillars of Sangjin. Each great stronghold governs 10 smaller strongholds. One stronghold ranges from at least 20 people to more than 200 people, a highly varied scale. At the clean and refreshing peak of Great Separation Mountain, the stronghold masters responsible for Sangchen's 88 strongholds had gathered completely. The doors opened and someone shouted, "Everyone please stand up. The Heaven Lord has arrived." Co Jin Hwan entered, followed by Jin Mu Rin. Everyone cupped their hands and bowed, some also shouted while saluting. "We, your subordinates, greet the Heaven Lord," all expressed respectful attitude. Jin Mu Rin sat on the main seat. "Everyone please be seated. The journey was long, everyone must be tired." His eyes suddenly met someone sitting in the front row on the right. A hint of surprise appeared in his gaze. Jin Mu Rin praised, "That outfit looks good, seems like you have been living well in Sandong." Si Pyong, covered in flashy ornaments, shamelessly replied, "This, I stole it." He was surprised, stole it from where? He explained, "From those pirate bandits. Their silk is always of very good quality, right?" Jin Mu Rin casually praised, "Well done. I have heard from Song So Guang, the 5 great escort agencies are refusing to pay passage fees." They confirmed, "Yes, Heaven Lord." The Giant Alliance stronghold master of Shanxi, Giant Strength defeated Blade Yon Gil Sang continued. At first they only carefully passed through the outer perimeter, but later they became bolder and went deeper inside. The next report came, the escort agencies in the western region are the same. Shanxi Fire Dragon Stronghold Third Son, Iron Hammer Ma I Gun continued, "They are extremely brazen, like they are itching for a beating." Beak Carrion added, "There are hardly any brats like that around my Bukuk stronghold area. Is it not because you all have been too lenient?" Ma I Gun warned, "Watch your words, the so-called Martial Seven Lords is nothing here. What do people from Sichuan know about the Central Plains martial world, yet you still dare to talk big?" He teased, "Oh my, how scary, how very scary." Jiangnan Bamboo Mountain Stronghold Master Bamboo Mountain Demon Ho Wang Yu intervened. "What kind of shameful behavior is this in front of the commander? Stop it now." He must have thought that because he killed all the horse bandits passing through Bukuk Stronghold. "Please understand, Fire Dragon Stronghold Master." Ma Gun clicked his tongue. "Since Bamboo Mountain Stronghold Master has spoken, I will not argue further. You have had a hard time in Jiangnan where Ho Ling exists." He called Ho Wang Yu. "I remember a few years ago I told you to select young bandits and teach them Sangchen martial arts. I want your report on this." He reported, "The number is 200. Although they have not yet reached the elite level of our Sangchen, they are more than capable of fighting on the front line. Among them, there are 2 particularly outstanding brats. The important thing is whether they can sacrifice their lives for Sangchen. I carefully evaluated their character, talent, and past behavior before selecting them. They are all children who repay kindness. For the Heaven Lord, they are willing to throw away their lives like grass." He became interested. "Hearing that makes me want to see them myself." Ho Wang Yu obeyed. "I will summon them immediately. They will arrive here within a few months." Jin Mu Rin politely replied, "Well done." He curiously asked someone, "Why has your face been gloomy all this time?" "Say it, looking at you like this, I cannot focus on talking anymore." Henan Black-White Poison Flower Stronghold Master Li Ha Bin replied, "I heard the Heaven Lord has agreed to let the daughter of the Divine Dragon accompany you." Jin Mu Rin guessed, "You are probably still troubled about your father." Li Ha Bin denied it. "My father abandoned his wife and newborn daughter to choose the Bawang sect. What I worry about is absolutely not personal feelings toward Ho Ling. I only fear that the commander may forget that Ho Ling is a potential enemy to us." Jin Mu Rin revealed, "Little girl, that is exactly why I brought her along." Yon Gil Sang was curious. "Heaven Lord, your words are hard to understand. Is that why you brought her?" "The reason I did so is because I want her to see that this is also a place where people live. I want her to understand that we are human beings, not monsters as the world describes us." Ma I Gun and the others fell silent after hearing this, their expressions deep in thought. He ordered Co Jin Hwan, "From today let Su Rion serve as Dan Ryo Hwa's guard." He replied, "Understood." Jin Mu Rin asked everyone, "How is it? Does anyone still have objections? Do not mention that girl anymore. Now is the time we must resolve many issues in front of us." The chief strategist has successfully made contact with the Black Money Hall of the Royal Palace. This is the first opportunity and very likely also our last. Until the result of this important meeting is known, we must keep the 5 great escort agencies occupied. The great mountain strongholds of Sichuan and Jiangnan will each send 50 elite soldiers to support Great Separation Mountain, and you will personally lead them. Ho Wang Yu thought in surprise, so the commander called everyone here to prepare in advance for possible conflicts with the escort agencies. It seems this old man does not need to say anything more. They obeyed. "We, your subordinates, will carry it out immediately." Co Jin Hwan reported, "Commander, the chief strategist has returned from Changzhou." Jin Mu Rin urged, "He returned so quickly, call him over here immediately." Su Mun Hwa had already opened the door wide. Heaven Lord, it has been a long time since I last saw you. He greeted him. You have worked hard. You just returned from Changzhou, right? He confirmed, yes, this subordinate has just met the Kimseong escort agency leader and returned. He wants us to charge half passage fee for the 5 great escort agencies and double for the others. Si Pyong, that outfit looks good. Shandong seems easy to live in. He laughed awkwardly and said, I stole it from those bandits. Su Mun Hwa mocked him. Well done, get to the point, so what did you answer him? He reported back, I refused. In the long run, this will only damage Sangchen's reputation. I believe a war with the 5 great escort agencies is unavoidable. Jin Mu Rin understood this matter had already been decided long ago. More importantly, has the Black Money Hall really initiated contact? Su Mun Hwa continued, yes, after so many years of trying to approach them, they never even paid attention to us, yet now they are the ones asking for a meeting. Jin Mu Rin replied, no matter the reason, this is beneficial to Sangchen. Where is the meeting location? Su Mun Hwa reminded him, it seems the Heaven Lord does not need to go anywhere. The Royal Black Money Hall Master Gukyung Seung said he will personally come to Great Separation Stronghold. Jin Mu Rin stroked his chin and thought, he is coming here himself, so he has completely grasped our location. He advised, Heaven Lord, do not worry. He said he wants to inspect the stronghold, so I suggested he first come to the nearby area. He understood, I see. Just act normally, let him see the real life of this place. I Siang agreed, I think so too. Su Mun Hwa suddenly asked, by the way, Heaven Lord, is Lady Ho Ling still not back home? The war is already over, so why is she still here? Li Ha Bin replied, the Heaven Lord meant that I wanted her to see that we are human beings, not monsters as the world says. Jin Mu Rin cut in, hey, this is too noisy. You have all seen each other enough, disperse now, do not cause trouble when meeting the Black Money Hall Master. The stubborn ones all replied, we obey, Heaven Lord. Scene shifts to the study room. A document is already opened on the table. 3 days later, the Sangchen 8 Great Flags, who had gathered to celebrate Jin Mu Rin's return, quickly left Great Separation Mountain after promising to meet again. Meanwhile, Jin Mu Rin, Chief Strategist Su Mun Hwa, and Song So Guang locked themselves in the study room. They dealt with remaining issues and began planning countermeasures against the escort agencies. In addition, they trained diligently. The sound of swords clashing rang out. Seeing Diha practicing swordsmanship, Dan Ryo Hwa thought in surprise, did they not say this was just sparring? If in another situation, these techniques could definitely be considered killing moves, yet they were executing them so calmly. What kind of place is this? The group around Dan Ryo Hwa, who were already familiar with the warriors of Great Separation Stronghold, gradually fell into a trance of the sparring match, as if they were witnessing a true life and death battle. In this way, 20 days later, the gathering of Sangchen 8 Great Flags passed, and the once noisy and bustling stronghold gradually found its original peace. At the entrance of Great Separation Stronghold, at last a guest they had been waiting for a long time appeared. Gukyung Seung walked ahead leading the way. I thought this place would be full of dangerous mountains. I did not expect such beautiful scenery. Hogi reminded him, it is beautiful, but are we really safe here with just the 2 of us? The opponent is the monster who unified all the bandits in the world. Gukyung Seung reminded him, if he were just an ordinary bandit, I would not have come here at all. So your younger brother is actually quite timid. Your sworn brother is someone who does not fear thousands of enemies. Hogi replied, if we compare him to the great commander, who would not be a coward, only those without fear can become the #1 martial figure in the world. He mocked him, but thanks to cowards like you still staying in Beijing, we can still make a living in the Black Money Hall, right? If the Faceless Mountain King is a dangerous man, I will use you as bait and escape, so do not worry too much. Hogi replied, if the Hall Master does that, then I can only accept it. Hearing a movement, he called out, Hall Master. Gukyung Seung waved his hand, signaling he understood. He asked, someone is there? If you are the guide, come down quickly. Someone was observing them from above. So Ak hiding in the high branches thought in surprise, they can actually sense me from this distance. Although I have long heard of the Black Money Hall experts, I did not expect it to be at this level. I must report this new information back to the stronghold. He landed on the ground and greeted them. I am Sangchen So Ak, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Gukyung Seung silently evaluated him, young in age but his aura is no ordinary one. He spoke, pleased to meet you. What position do you hold in Sangchen? The other party replied, I do not hold any position. Hogi irritably sent a voice transmission, trying not to laugh. Hall Master, see, Sangchen is completely unreliable. This brat's aura is no different from a team leader level in the Black Money Hall. Someone like this is only an ordinary martial artist. From the very beginning, Sangchen has had no honesty at all. From his eyes, speech, and even heartbeat, everything shows he is not lying. Guk Yong-seung calmly transmitted back, just keep going, we will find out soon enough. He ordered so Ak lead the way. He obeyed, yes sir. Scene shifts to Jin Mu-rin's room. Dan Ryo HWA reports, Heaven Lord, the Black Money Hall Master has arrived at the entrance. Jin Mu-rin replied, all right, lead him to the guest hall. Dan Ryo HWA was surprised. Yes, young Master Q is going out personally to receive him. He denied it. I am not that free. She countered, are you not currently free enough to drink tea and relax? He said, I do not care about emperors or anyone else. There is only one type of person above me, that is Sangchin. Dan Ryo HWA snorted, what? The Black Money Hall Master is not someone easy to deal with. He countered, you speak as if you know him very well. Dan Ryo HWA explained, he once came to Ho Ling and met my father. Although familiar in work matters, he is very upright and never lets personal feelings interfere. Jin Mu-rin helplessly held his forehead. What I need now is not uprightness but patience. I will have to test him a bit. His expression changed. How is it? My disguise technique is not bad, right? Dan Ryo HWA commented, with a heavenly yin physique it is indeed different. Even when practicing martial arts of the demonic forest, you learn anything too quickly. Jin Mu-rin modestly said, it is all thanks to careful guidance. I will be leaving now. Dan Ryo HWA called out, young master. This concerns the safety of the royal family and the world, so he will not go easy on you. He once argued with my father for 3 days and 3 nights. He said calmly, 3 days and 3 nights, I can tolerate that. But it depends on whether he is worthy of that patience or not. On the side, Guk Yong-seung and his group were waiting. Hogi spoke up, the guest hall is cramped and there are only 2 chairs. So if another person comes, does that mean someone has to stand? This faceless mountain king is truly rude. I am not satisfied at all. Guk Yong-seung continued, this is the most mysterious organization in the world. The leader of such an organization should at least show that level of ability. Hogi was unconvinced. Hall Master, do you really acknowledge these bandits as a martial sect? He thought that if negotiations succeed, that might happen. And if even his sworn brother, a mere rogue, could become the #1 in the world, then there is no reason a bandit leader could not either. Hogi was helpless. Honestly, the commander was born with that kind of aura. So we have to meet him to find out whether this faceless mountain king is a snake or a dragon. The other agreed, I think so too. The wooden door opened with the announcement, Heaven Lord has arrived. The 2 of them turned and looked, observing him with curious eyes. Jin Mu-rin wearing a mask stepped inside. Guk Yong-seung felt that he could not sense even the slightest trace of internal energy from him. Clearly he is at least equal to or even stronger than me. I was still shocked after seeing the mad dragon, and now another monster appears here. The continuous appearance of peak-level experts outside the Imperial Palace is not something to celebrate. But depending on how the faceless mountain king acts, a favorable outcome might still be possible. Hogi raised his head and looked at the person standing right behind him. Jin Mu-rin reminded him, I need to speak privately, give us the space. Knowing his temper is a bit hot, Guk Yong-seung had warned him in advance, endure it. Hogi. He did not obey. Hall Master, I have already endured as much as I can. Hogi directly scolded Jin Mu-rin in the face. What the hell is this faceless mountain king? From the beginning, negotiating with bandits was a mistake. But I will definitely use my own eyes to see what kind of nature you are hiding behind that mask. Faced with that provocation, Guk Yong-seung did not stop him. He coldly asked, is this all the imperial martial artist amount to? A violent explosion erupted, spreading through the entire room. Internal energy blazing around Hogi's hand. He cautiously looked around, not seeing his figure anywhere. He had disappeared. Jin Mu-rin's voice came from behind, you have already proven you are not qualified. This is a place to discuss world affairs, yet you cannot even endure something this small. Jin Mu-rin sat on the chair Hogi had just been sitting on and went straight to the point. You are the Black Money Hall Master, right? It is enough for just the 2 of us to talk. Hogi was shocked by this introduction. Faceless mountain. Even Guk Yong-seung was extremely surprised. From inside the room, a deep surge of internal energy spread out, indeed a top-tier masterpiece. From the distant forest came an echoing laugh, and the ground gradually began to tremble. Hogi angrily asked Hall Master, is this funny to you? This bastard is clearly insulting our Black Money Hall. When the wooden walls of the house were blown apart, Guk Yong-seung gave an order. Enough, go outside and wait. He said angrily, with the house in this state, where is there even an outside to go to? Guk Yong-seung reminded him, the faceless mountain king wants a private talk, just the 2 of us, do not be stubborn and unreasonable. He had no choice but to obey. How ridiculous, just wait and see, after talking with him, will you still be able to smile? Now only the 2 of them remained in this place. Guk Yong-seung hinted, this mask suits you well. He replied calmly, really. People of the world call me the faceless mountain king, so I tried wearing it once. If it really suits me, then I might have to use it more often in the future. Since you have tolerated such disrespect until now, I should also correct my posture a bit. He stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. Heaven Lord of Sangchen greets the Black Money Hall Master. He mocked, only now you pretend to be polite. You are quite good at playing tricks on people. He modestly replied, how could I dare? I am just a common martial artist. How would I dare play tricks on the Black Money Hall Master, someone serving the emperor himself? He had no interest in small talk. Stop moving your lips pointlessly. I already know what kind of person you are. Let us get to the point. He brought up the matter. You are quite straightforward. Then I will ask you one question. Since the day we unified all bandits in the world, Sangchen has never robbed innocent people or harmed villages. Do you know this? Gukyeong Seung revealed, this is not because you did well, but because it is how humans are supposed to be. Separate that from collecting passage fees. Do you not think that collecting passage fees freely on the land of His Majesty the Emperor is a crime worthy of death? Jin Mu-rin raised the issue. Then Hall Master, can you guarantee that if we disappear, there will no longer be bandits in this period? He frowned. What you mean is that Sangchen is a necessary evil. Necessary evil is still evil in the end, not righteousness. Jin Mu-rin continued, we never claimed to be righteous. We nearly starved to death while seeking righteousness. That is why we became villains. And Gukyeong Seung thought silently, in front of a righteous man you dare call yourself evil? This guy is really bold. He added, many sects were destroyed after the World Great War, causing a serious problem for public order. The current Sangchen consists of 88 strongholds, which means the number of bandit groups in the world has exceeded this amount. So before we appeared in this world, the number of bandits was not small at all. Sangchen has suppressed roaming bandits and maintained order around the stronghold regions. That is why until now the government has never intended to eliminate us, right? It could also be that the so-called Emperor Heavenly Gentleman has bribed the officials around the strongholds. Just treat those bribes as taxes. Looking at the book he handed over, Gukyeong Seung opened it curiously. What is this? Jin Mu-rin revealed, a list of villagers around Great Separation Stronghold. We only secretly protect the villagers from wild beasts when they cross the mountains and never cause them any trouble. The people we charge passage fees from are outsiders, escort agencies, merchant caravans, and travelers. Moreover, part of the passage fees we collect is used for taxes. For the officials, is this not a good thing? He angrily slammed the book on the table and remarked, so what you are carrying is not just a mask. Jin Mu-rin put it away into his chest. I have to support thousands of family members under me. How could I not put on a thick face when I show myself? Gukyeong Seung replied, all right, I will not deny that your argument is somewhat convincing. The world is vast, and cooperation with factions to govern is an undeniable fact. But that alone is still not enough to justify your authority to collect passage fees. Jin Mu-rin continued, then I will have to talk about the escort agencies. Those are the ones who expanded their power through transporting goods, taking advantage of the bandit chaos, and the world calls them the 5 great escort agencies. Gukyeong Seung felt uneasy. Escort agencies? This guy feels like he is poking inside my stomach. I also realized that recently, because of them, the flow of currency in the Central Plains has been slowing down more and more. He continued, those who expanded like that are taking over escort agencies across the world under their own order. Anyone who does not follow that order is eliminated by various methods. You would think this is natural, and there would be nothing to say if they did not use monopoly power to raise escort fees to an unacceptable level. As a result, transport is blocked, the flow of money cannot circulate, and tax revenue to the court becomes increasingly scarce. No one understands this better than Gukyeong Seung. Correct, raising escort fees makes merchants hesitant to trade. He reminded him, Hall Master, you do not need to overthink this. If you acknowledge Sangchen as an official martial faction, we will help merchants no longer have to depend on escort agencies and they can freely conduct business. He asked, how would you do that? Jin Mu-rin answered vaguely, we have many methods. Gukyeong Seung suddenly guessed, are you planning to destroy the 5 great escort agencies? He remained silent and did not answer. Gukyeong Seung thought if Sangchen occupies key strategic points in the world, it could be even more dangerous than the escort agencies, and there is no guarantee they would not exploit their monopoly to raise fees further. Jin Mu-rin stated, I am not someone with great ambition, I only want my children to live like normal people. If after the agencies collapse we do something equally evil, you can treat us as bandits like before. Gukyeong Seung commented, the more you speak, the more surprising you become. You are both as smooth-tongued as a fox and as deeply scheming as if you can see through the world. What kind of person are you really? He refused to answer. If you are this interested in me, does that mean my proposal is already attractive enough? He removed his mask. As I said before, if my children can live like normal people, I will answer all of the Hall Master's questions. The two of them stared at each other. Gukyeong Seung instructed, actively cooperate in maintaining public order in the surrounding areas as you have done until now. Do not bribe officials anymore, pay taxes properly. In case foreign powers threaten the royal family, send martial artists as a shield for support. That is all. I will always be watching, Faceless Mountain King. If you break your promise, we can at any time turn you back into bandits. Jin Mu-rin cupped his hands in farewell, of course. Hogi clicked his tongue with a frown. He was curious what happened that made your face look so pleased. Guk-yong-seung replied, let us go back. In his heart, he recalled what the young man once said, wishing for a world where you can live like normal people. The two of them walked side by side as they left. Looking at this peaceful place, Guk-yong-seung felt that this place truly was. Someone behind Jin Mu-rin stepped forward and said, everything ended too quickly. Su-mun Hwa fully understood. Judging from that expression, it must have been a successful outcome. He brought good news. The Imperial Palace will no longer regard us as bandits. Song Seguang could not help but shout at work. Jin Mu-rin revealed, from today onward, Sang-chin will officially become part of the martial world. Su-mun Hwa, within 10 days, bring me the information of the 5 great escort agencies and all escort agencies in the world. Song Seguang, the surveillance range is very wide. If any escort agency of the 5 great escort agencies appears within 200 lei, report it to me immediately. He replied, as you command, Commander. Jin Mu-rin tied up his hair again. Good, then from today, we will begin the eradication of the 5 great escort agencies. On Unhwa's side, he looked somewhat concerned. As news of the end of the war from Sichuan was still being widely discussed, another earth-shaking piece of news spread across the world. The Imperial Black Money Hall officially recognized Sang-chin as a martial faction. This meant that under the agreement of non-interference between officials and martial sects, the Imperial Army would not interfere in conflicts between martial powers and Sang-chin. In addition, the news that the Black Money Hall Master had met the Faceless Mountain King made those who had considered the Faceless Mountain King's existence a lie change their minds. He stepped out to greet them. Congratulations, Emperor Heavenly Gentleman, sir. You are becoming more and more like a tiger now. From inside the carriage, a slender hand opened the door and called out, husband. Come here quickly. She was Kim Seong Escort Agency. I am Ga Ryong. The carriage continued rolling, and as I am Ga Ryong leaned against his chest, Unhwa asked, have you been waiting long? She replied, compared to those years of hardship before, what is this small wait? He continued, I really have been waiting for a very long time. I am Ga Ryong naturally understood. How could I not know that? If Emperor Heavenly Gentleman had agreed to the husband's proposal, everything would have gone smoothly. What a pity. Could it be that they had already predicted our betrayal? Unhwa revealed, there is nothing to regret. I also expected that he would not accept it. In fact, that meeting was not pointless at all. She asked curiously, so are you going to Kaifeng now? Unhwa confirmed that only by pulling the Central Plains Martial Alliance into this matter can the chessboard truly become grand. Like a wildfire spreading across a grassland, the bigger the matter becomes, the sooner we achieve our goal. I'm Ga Ryong understood, it will be very difficult. There is nothing in this world that is easy. Honestly, I am a little afraid. He affirmed, I will not lose to anyone, so do not worry about anything. Hearing that reassurance, I am Ga Ryong lightly smiled, feeling a bit more at ease. The carriage continued rolling. Scene shifts to Jin Mu-rin's group, moving along the mountain road. In the team are Sang-chin Yuk Gunmyo, Sang-chin Diha, Sang-chin Sword Mountain Stronghold Yong Chu, and Heavenly Center First Flower Dan Ryo Hwa. She lightly touched her face while observing the others. I did not expect the disguise technique I taught everyone to actually be used like this. Everyone really looks convincing. Diha replied, the hidden energy suppression technique I learned at Great Separation Stronghold has also become quite proficient. Now I can sense the internal energy others try to conceal. The leader reminded them, that is good news. Conceal your aura. Tisen Escort Agency is about to arrive. She thought to herself, Tisen Escort Agency is one of the 5 great escort agencies of the world. Once we clash with them, there will be no way back. Dan Ryo Hwa hesitantly asked, young master, are we really going to do this? Jin Mu-rin confirmed, of course. I must personally observe the relationship between merchant caravans and the 5 great escort agencies. I still cannot believe everything has officially begun. Scene shifts to Nungwon's convoy. He signaled the carriage to stop. We will rest on the mountain peak. Everyone push a little further. Hurry, move faster. Tisen Escort Agency Escort Leader Heavenly Eye Hand Nungwon. Seok-do in the group complained unwillingly, is the leader not pushing us too hard? Yang Cheng reminded him he became escort leader after 10 years of joining, and this is his first escort mission after taking office. Try to understand him a little. He refused. Understand what? Because there are 2 escort leaders here, we feel safe. Nungwon was surprised to see someone. He exclaimed, they do not look like bandits at all. Nungwon used lightness skill and rushed forward. I will go ahead to scout. Everyone continue maintaining the same speed. Jin Mu-rin's group all turned to look. He landed and blocked their path. 5 honored guests, please stop. I am Nungwon, escort leader of Tisen Escort Agency. Where are you righteous heroes from? He acted surprised. Are you a martial artist from an escort agency? We are saved. I am Mu-san, junior sect master of Linquin sect in Nanyu, acting under my sect master father's orders. I am currently traveling toward the Central Plains for experience and to broaden my knowledge. Noong stroked his chin while observing them. Linquin sect, this is the first time I have heard that name. I only know the sects in Jiangnan and Sichuan. He smiled modestly and said, it is just a small border sect near Jiangnan, so it is understandable that escort leader does not know of us. He assessed them, ordinary clothing, nothing special about their aura. A young martial artist from the countryside carrying big dreams on a journey to the Central Plains, truly ordinary. Noong asked, Central Plains journey, then where are you young brothers heading first? Dan Ryo HWA answered on their behalf, today our group has already visited Wuding Mountain. Next we will pass through Great Separation Mountain to reach Tisan. He was surprised, Great Separation Mountain, do you know what kind of place that is? Jin Mu Rin acted clueless, this is my first time traveling the martial world, so I am not familiar with the locations of the Central Plains. Please guide me, escort leader. Noong dropped his guard, it seems this brat really knows nothing. Since the weather is nice today, I will give you a few pointers. He revealed, Great Separation Mountain is the stronghold of those extremely evil Sangchen bandits. Apart from our 5 great escort agencies, almost no one has ever passed through there without losing limbs intact. Diha looked terrified, young master, I do not want to die. I cannot believe that is the territory of such villains. Seeing them act so realistically that even their bodies trembled, Dan Ryo HWA thought silently, these liars. But it is actually quite fun. She joined in the act, stammering, what should we do now? The sect master told us we must pass through the Central Plains mountains before returning. Junior sect master, is there not Tisan escort agency in Shandong? Since it is the same route, we could rely on this escort convoy. Jin Mu Rin shook his head, our skills cannot match the speed of these heroes. How could we become a burden to our lifesaver at Great Separation Mountain? It is a pity, but we will have to detour around Great Separation Mountain. Let me check the map. Jin Mu Rin pulled out a money pouch from his chest. Silver ingots accidentally flew out of it. He exaggeratedly exclaimed, my silver. Noong froze, how much silver is that? Well, that makes sense. For a Central Plains journey, that amount is not surprising. Just like what senior escorts do, if we are on the same route, there is no reason to refuse some extra income. He spoke up, it is not that there is no way, escort leader sir. He looked up with expectant eyes, you have a way. He introduced, we are escort agency people, so if you make an official escort request, there is no reason we cannot travel together to Shandong. He picked up the scattered silver and asked, you mean you will escort us? He confirmed, that is right. Jin Mu Rin asked, we have enough silver, can I give you 20 taels of gold? He was shocked, 20 taels? Even 5 taels would already be a reasonable price. Seems like I have struck great luck today. Wait a moment. But this guy looks so foolish, can I squeeze more out of him? Right, if they question anything later, I can just use the name of Tisan Escort Agency to suppress it anyway. Greedy Noong, unaware he was falling into their trap, continued raising the price. Tisan Escort Agency has never failed an escort mission, but the standard fee per trip is 30 taels of silver. Seeing them discussing, he began to get anxious. Oh dear, I might have asked for too much. The other side asked, but on the way, can we see Great Separation Mountain? Noong threatened them, are you really determined to see Great Separation Mountain? That place is very dangerous. He thought silently, if this escort mission were led by a great escort leader, then passing through Sangchen would not be a big problem. Because the martial arts of the great escort leaders are not inferior to top experts in the martial world, and they also have many assistants. But if a normal escort leader like me crosses Great Separation Mountain, my subordinates will definitely object. Someone spoke up, it seems those approaching carriages are the merchant convoy being escorted by the leader. Looking at the merchant convoy below, Noong became anxious. Damn it, I must make a quick decision. His exaggerated shout rang out again. Oh my, I put the map too deep again. Banknotes are falling again. Diha crouched down to pick them up together. Junior sect master, even though your wealth is beyond what you can spend, you should still take better care of it. Somehow the corner of his mouth was drooling and he was mumbling something unclear. Escort leader, what are you saying? He quickly secured this profitable deal. Let us go together. I Noong, escort leader of Kimseong Escort Agency, will allow you to join this escort mission. Jin Mu Rin happily responded, really? Escort leader, then we are in your care. Noong patted his shoulder kindly and said, you are Mu-san, right? From now on you young brothers are our clients. We will safely escort you through Great Separation Mountain, so you do not need to worry about anything. Jin Mu Rin smiled and replied, meeting escort leader is truly our luck. We trust you. Noong concluded, all right, 30 taels of gold is a very fair price. In his heart he still looked down on them. This rich young master is really naive and stupid. When we get closer, I will squeeze out some extra fees. I will strip even the clothes off your body. While he was scheming, he did not know that behind him, a group of wolves were already looking at him like a foolish sheep. Jin Mu-rin asked, "Escort leader, what is wrong?" Noong-won startled, "Nothing." The caravan temporarily rested at the mountain road. The escort agency members took the chance to close their eyes and rest. Noong-won led them and introduced, "Come here and greet them. These people will be traveling with us to Shandong." Jin Mu-rin took the lead and said, "I am Mu-san, junior sect master of Lingquan sect in Nanyu. I have long heard of Tisan Escort Agency and am honored to meet you today." Yangcheng frowned and cupped his hands in return, "Pleased to meet you." He pointed at one person. "This is the merchant representative of Dongjin Merchant Group. This escort mission was commissioned by him." He asked curiously, "Noong-won, who are these people?" He briefly introduced them. "They are young Jiangnan talents traveling the world to broaden their horizons. This young brother's upright character is just like my own younger brother, so I am planning to take them to Shandong." Jin Mu-rin thought silently. He did not even ask the client's opinion. It is more like he is informing them. The hesitation of merchants toward the 5 great escort agencies is clearly shown here. Noong-won instructed, "Everyone go rest for a bit. We will set off again in half an hour." Yangcheng walked up and called, "Escort leader, sir." He turned back. "What is it?" He spoke, "I have been escorting for quite some time, but I have never once heard of Lingquan sect. Will there be any problem with this?" Noong-won confidently replied, "Then you are unaware. The martial world is a place where within just 1 month, countless sects rise and fall. Just because Escort Du has never heard of it, does that mean Lingquan sect is not a sect?" Yangcheng denied it. "That is not what I meant." He became annoyed. "Forget it. Stop talking nonsense. Acting like you have some experience and interfering in everything. No wonder you will only be a lowly escort for your entire life. Escort Du, you should be a bit more flexible in your work." Yangcheng understood implicitly. Without even looking, it was obvious the escort leader had let these people join the convoy just to earn extra money. "I joined this escort mission under the order of the great escort leader, but Noong-won is truly looking down on people. I will report this later. For now, the top priority is the safety of this escort mission." He turned and instructed Seok Du, "When we set off, keep an eye on those newly joined people. We must be as cautious as possible about any potential danger." He nodded, "Yes, escort master." The Yangcheng group was now being watched closely by them. Yuk Gunmyong sent a voice transmission. "It seems not all of them are equally foolish." Jin Mu-rin confirmed, "Yes, we cannot let our guard down, even though this is an easy mission." The escort attendant kindly brought a stack of blankets. "Young martial artists, it may be hot during the day, but it will be very cold at night." He gratefully said, "Oh my, you are truly kind. As a newcomer to the martial world in Jiangnan, I once again greet the great attendant." The man curiously asked, "Nothing much. Are you all heading to Tisan? How much escort fee did you pay?" Jin Mu-rin revealed 30 taels of silver. The attendant thought silently, like a younger brother at home. Noong-won really knows how to make money. He curiously asked, "Where did the merchant representative just come from?" The man turned and spoke in a strange tone. "It is a village located between Wusu province of Huguang and Chongqing of Sichuan province. We received goods in Namen there and are now on our way back." Dan Ryo HWA was surprised. Compared to going directly to Namen, is it more profitable to buy goods and transport them from Yixiang? The attendant denied it. "There is no such thing. Of course, sourcing from the origin is more profitable." Noong-won behind them raised 3 fingers, subtly signaling the number to his subordinates. The attendant looked at their playful expressions and said, "Does everyone not have their own hardships?" His face darkened. "It must be because of escort fees. A monopoly route all the way to Namen, yet still having to depend on escort agencies. The farther the escort route, the higher the cost. So if goods are taken from Yixiang and it is more profitable, then it is easy to guess how outrageous the fees of the 5 great escort agencies in Red Earth must be. If the relationship between escort agencies and merchant groups is like this, is there enough room for us to intervene?" While he was thinking, Noong-won shouted, "All right, everyone, let us move out." Deha sent a voice transmission. "They are quite fast. Are escort missions usually this fast?" He replied, "I am not sure. Do you think merchants prefer faster ones?" Deha wondered, "Is that not the case?" He explained, "This is for the benefit of escort agencies, not for merchants. They want the escort mission to end quickly so they can take on more missions. After all, the cost of feeding horses is borne by the clients. Except for the 5 great escort agencies, everyone else only suffers losses and expenses." Noong-won reminded them, "All right, everyone, prepare to depart. It is also to reduce hardship for our merchant group. I want to change the route. We will pass through Great Separation Mountain, just be aware of it." Yangcheng disagreed. "Noong-won, are you serious? Passing through Great Separation Mountain?" He cleared his throat. "Well, I am not taking risks just for some vain ambition. I believe Sangchen has been trying to avoid conflict with our 5 great escort agencies. Has everything not been peaceful recently?" He firmly objected. "No, the Hall Master has always instructed that if it is not an escort mission led by a great escort leader, we must absolutely not enter Sangchen territory. Truly, escort master, sir. Nungwon repeated, I am the one in charge here. You are only an escort swordsman, yet you dare look down on my orders as escort leader. His subordinate provoked them. Escort master, this is disobeying orders. We should follow Nungwon's command instead. Seok-do sent a voice transmission to advise him, endure it, escort do. If anything happens, the escort leader will take responsibility. We just need to observe. He had no choice but to agree. I understand, I just hope nothing goes wrong. After settling the matter, Nungwon shouted, all right everyone, prepare to enter Great Separation Mountain. Jin Murin paid attention to Yangcheng. By the time dusk fell, they had arrived at Sangcheng Great Separation Route. Nungwon thought silently, the road is too empty. Even halfway up the mountain there is nothing. As expected, Sangcheng is trying to avoid conflict with the 5 great escort agencies. Yet that lifelong escort servant dares to lecture me. Moreover, since we are crossing Great Separation Mountain as agreed, those country bumpkins will surely be even more satisfied. I must squeeze a bit more money out of them. Seeing him stop, someone asked, escort leader, what is wrong? Nungwon was searching. Where did the Linquin sect junior sect master go? Looking again, he was gone. Could it be that he ran away because he was afraid of escort fees? That damn guy, all this for who am I doing this for? We must leave this place first. Damn country bumpkins, let us get out of here. Yangcheng sent a voice transmission to Seok-do. Did you see where the junior sect master went? He replied, I am truly sorry, escort master. I only blinked and they all disappeared at once. He realized something was wrong. We must leave quickly. The atmosphere is becoming strange. On the mountain peak, 2 people were observing and voices of discussion rang out. Have you all understood what I said? Yes, Heaven Lord, we have already instructed our subordinates. Song So Guang instructed, apart from a few people personally named by the Heaven Lord, no one is allowed to leave this mountain. Seo Jin Hwan brought over a set of clothes. Heaven Lord, I have brought the robe and mask. Jin Mu Rin politely said, thank you. He put on the mask, grudge against the escort agencies I have endured for so long. The aura around Jin Mu Rin turned cold. His voice also became extremely gloomy. You dare sneak through our territory like filthy rats? Very well, just leave your heads behind. Nungwon shouted, who are you? Are you Sangcheng? He replied, does that still matter when you are about to die? If you still want to know, then this world calls me the Faceless Mountain King. The escort members panicked. Faceless Mountain King. The Faceless Mountain King is at Great Separation Stronghold. The escort attendant panicked. Nungwon, what should we do now? Should we pay the Sangcheng passage fee even if it is a bit late? Nungwon racked his brain but could not figure it out. Is he really the Faceless Mountain King? He had been fine all this time, so why did he suddenly appear? If taking an alternate route still results in additional passage fees being charged, the reputation of Tisen Escort Agency will fall into ruin, and my position as escort leader will also be stripped away. I cannot let that happen. Instead of surrendering obediently, if I resist while retreating and find a way to escape, the higher-ups might reduce the punishment. Even if he is the Faceless Mountain King, he would not dare kill an escort leader of the 5 great escort agencies. Nungwon pulled out his sword. You dare? A group of vile bandits dare threaten this escort leader. Hurry and come down to pay respects to my Tisen escort agency. Yangcheng and Seok-do also vigilantly looked around. He continued, did you not call us a group of vile bandits? A surge of power shot down from above. Jin Mu Rin appeared right behind Nungwon. Then we will have to use the methods of bandits to deal with you. He froze and quickly turned around. He was behind me. I cannot miss this chance. The moment he swung his sword, his arm also burst out with a spray of fresh blood. Jin Mu Rin flashed past him, holding Nungwon's severed arm in his hand. The 2 from Yangcheng panicked the arm. He spoke, let me ask again. Do you still see us as vile bandits? His face was gripped tightly. He could only repeatedly deny it. No, he replied, you are not answering. You are the escort leader of a great escort agency. A vile wretch who maintains vitality by eating children. A bandit who kills the weak, drinks women's blood, a 3-headed 6-armed monster without blood or tears. To harm us, people who wish for harmony in the world, you escort agencies have spread thousands of poisonous rumors. Today that will no longer remain just rumors. I officially declare war on your 5 great escort agencies. The next day at the Beggars Sect main hall, news was reported, it is ruined, it is ruined. A Beggars Sect disciple Dong Chagi, covering his nose, was poking something foul on the ground with a wooden stick, muttering it is completely ruined. I already achieved great merit and secured a place in the Gonghui Alliance, so just let me stay there. What is this so-called street beggar business? And now you are calling me back to the main hall to train. Train my foot. In this place, even the 5th-ranked disciples have to serve the elders. I miss Sichuan so much. There I could eat 3 meals a day and sleep in a warm and comfortable room. From behind, Jiok Magi asked, if you are so dissatisfied, why do you not just go back there? He was startled. Branch master, my liver almost fell out just now. The branch master reminded him quietly, "Why are you speaking so loudly, brat?" Dong Chagi was curious. "When did you return? Were you dismissed from the Gongwei Alliance?" He frowned and said, "Who would dare dismiss me? I just came here for some business." He took the chance to complain bitterly. "Do you know how much I have suffered during this time? I have to clean feces every day." "Yes, I mean cleaning feces." Jiok Mogi did not want to linger. "Let us talk in a few days. I need to prepare for the upcoming meeting." He was surprised. "What meeting?" The branch master revealed that the Kimseong escort agency leader wants to meet the alliance leader. "The hall master has returned to the demonic forest, so I must attend in his place." Dong Chagi was curious. "Then where is the deputy hall master?" He replied, "That would be me. I am the deputy hall master." Hearing this, he became indignant. "I am so angry I could die." "Hurry and give your instructions. This conversation is a secret. Do not tell anyone. I am leaving. See you later." Dong Chagi did not care. "Oh, come on, who would believe a dung-cleaning beggar anyway? You are worrying too much." He removed the cloth covering his nose, then angrily kicked a stone by the roadside. It flew away. "Damn it, cursed dog." The stone directly hit the wooden door in front, causing the wooden plank to break open. That stone flew out and landed on a plate in the yard. The plate shattered with a loud crack. Dong Chagi's mouth hung open in panic. "I really did not do it on purpose. The stone I kicked in anger that broke the beggar's sect leader's rice bowl was completely an accident. Damn it. Was it not that old man who carelessly left the rice bowl there? Now I am in charge of cleaning toilets. If this gets exposed, I am really done for." Dong Chagi swallowed hard, completely panicked. He scrambled and ran away. "I have to escape to Sichuan. The demonic forest will surely not chase me away. I am completely sick of cleaning feces. As long as I pass through Great Separation Mountain and take a ship in Jiangnan, I will reach Sichuan. Now no one, absolutely no one can stop me." Late at night when he saw Yangqing's group, he was shocked, but Dong Chagi was hiding behind the bushes observing. His heart was full of curiosity. "What is going on here? I just took a nap. Why are escort masters being blocked by Sangchin martial artists?" Above them was a group of masked experts. Dong Chagi quickly hid behind the convoy. "There is definitely something going on. If Big Brother were here, it would be great." He crawled close to the ground. "For now, I should just leave this place first and deal with it later." The Yangqing side thought, "This is bad. The escort leader has become too arrogant with the agency's reputation and gone too far. Why did he have to provoke these people?" He stepped forward and said, "Heaven Lord, please calm down first." He replied, "It seems you have something to say." Yangqing proactively suggested, "We will pay the passage fee as long as you allow this escort mission to pass." In his heart, he was certain that whether it was resisting authority or abusing power, if they died here then everything would be meaningless. At the very least, these young escorts must be allowed to survive. Jin Murin coldly asked, "Why should I do that?" They begged and pleaded for mercy from the Great Lord. "If you need a head to atone, I am willing to offer mine. I only ask that you, no Great Lord, take my head if needed." The young escorts all knelt down together. "Please take my head. I am also willing to sacrifice myself." He felt helpless, these youngsters. He lifted Noong one up. "Ridiculous. No matter who offers their life, I have no intention of letting anyone leave this place." Yangqing earnestly advised, "Great Lord, if a battle breaks out, the relationship between the 5 great escort agencies and Sangchin will be beyond repair." "Great Lord, please show mercy." Jin Mu-rin repeated, "Beyond repair. That is exactly what I want." Inner energy gathered in his palm. Sangchin has endured for too long. A surge of power sent the man flying far away. He ordered all Sangchin members, "Kill them all. Do not leave even one alive. These members of the 5 great escort agencies dare to pass through our territory." The others rushed out, understood. Yangqing never expected things to end up like this. He reported, "The merchants and porters are hiding under the carts. All escorts form a circular defense." At that moment, someone leapt forward using light footwork. Jinryu spoke, "First mission, do not get injured." Beside him was Sangchin Hidden Valley Bikajin. A mass of true energy was condensing in his palm. Bikajin unleashed it like a storm. Several escorts were pulled inward, screaming in panic, "What is going on?" They could not understand why everyone was being drawn in. Bikajin did not stop. He struck out with a palm, sending the escorts flying backward. Jinryu took out an item. From it a flash of true energy burst out, spreading in all directions. It struck the bodies of those escorts. Seeing him return, Song So Guang spoke, "Heaven Lord, congratulations on declaring war." He reported, "The plan that the Heaven Lord mentioned earlier has been fully conveyed and thoroughly instructed to everyone. According to your arrangement, a small escape route will be opened. Among the baggage, there is a beggar's sect disciple. What do you intend to do?" "You mean that beggar's sect disciple? Bring him back to the stronghold." "What are those two called?" Song So Guang introduced them. "They are the ones selected by the Truck Sun stronghold master. Bika Jin and Chinryu, they are the best among this batch of Kai Tu." Jin Mu-rin commented, "I see their aura is not bad. After everything is finished, bring those 2 youngsters to see me. Prepare the next plan." Right now Noong was barely clinging to life. "Damn it, am I still alive?" He forced himself up and said, "Those Sangchin bastards, they actually dared to attack an escort leader of the Tisan escort agency. I fought that Heaven Lord and was utterly defeated. I will have a hard time explaining this after I return. As long as my legs and Danshin are still intact, I must quickly leave this place. Yang Cheng saw Nungwon secretly trying to escape and shouted, Nungwon, are you fleeing alone? Escort master, if Nungwon escapes, he will definitely dump all responsibility on us. We must get out of here and expose the truth of everything. Yang Cheng knew Nungwon well. That man would definitely do exactly that. The defensive circle is collapsing, the escorts are outstanding, but the Sangchen forces are too numerous. He instructed, we cannot die while still leaving a traitor behind. Everyone hold on, I will go capture Nungwon. Everything unfolded exactly according to his plan. Yes, chase after him, I will open a path of survival for you now. Dan Ryo HWA grabbed Jin Mu Rin's sleeve and asked, Young Master, I have something I am curious about. Young Master seems to have a very good impression of the escort master Yang Cheng we met during the day, but to the point of opening an escape route for him, I am truly curious. He revealed, to bring down an escort agency, we need someone who understands its ecosystem. And that escort master Yang Cheng seems experienced and very responsible. He is definitely the one who understands everything that happens during an escort mission. She reminded him that he is indeed the person we need, but he does not seem easy to break. He had already set the net, so we must push him into a situation where he can never return to the escort agency. Song So Guang, how is the situation with that escort leader? He reported, I have already prepared an escape route so he can flee after the decisive strike. As for the escorts whom the Heaven Lord ordered to recruit, after tonight, they will no longer be able to return to the escort agency. As Nungwon staggered away, he stopped when his path was blocked. Ahead of him were Ming troops like death itself, as if they had been waiting for a long time.